This young man is Ning, the continent's greatest god-tier talent. At this very moment, as monsters ravage Huaxia, in the final battle for the capital, he obliterated one with a single blow, saving 3 Tier 3 warriors who were preparing to meet their end. But this was no time to be careless. Right above them was another mutant, one Ning had never seen before. Yet, the Tier 3 Divine Archer and the Tier 3 Heavy Shield Warrior charged headfirst to their deaths like absolute idiots. Before they could even touch a single hair on the beast, it killed them with one breath. The Tier 3 female Psyker, unable to watch her comrades die so meaninglessly, also rushed forward to her doom, unleashing a torrent of flames from her outstretched hands. But it was useless. Just as she was about to be wiped out, Ning blocked a blow for her, deflecting the attack. This monster could take down 2 peak Tier 3 members with a single move. It was definitely no ordinary Tier 3 mutant. He yelled for the Psyker to retreat, knowing she would only be a burden if she stayed. He would face it alone. But after blocking that one attack, Ning's sword shattered. This creature was what the military had speculated about countless times, something they thought only existed in legends. A Tier 4 mutant. To fight this thing, he would have to use all his strength. Ning leaped into the air, ready to unleash the most powerful attack he had ever attempted, but he failed. The monster's claw pierced his heart, and the young man collapsed completely. So this is Tier 4? It seems humanity still knows nothing about the power of Tier 4. I couldn't protect the world. I really can't accept this. However, just then, the familiar sound of a news broadcast echoed in Ning's ears. His head throbbed as if it were being split open. He woke up in a daze, thinking, wait, didn't I die? Seeing him stir, 2 guards approached. Someone wanted to make sure he couldn't take the test, claiming he was infected with a virus, which was why he was unconscious. But the tests were happening outside. If he caused a scene in a little while, they'd be screwed. They started looking for a way to finish Ning off. Let's do it now. After all, he's just a normal person, not the descendant of an awakened one. He's a nobody. If he dies, we'll just blame it on him turning into a zombie. It was then that Ning stunningly realized he had been reborn 3 years in the past on the very day of the talent assessment test. He understood the situation. So the reason he couldn't get his talent tested back then was because someone sabotaged him. This time, there was no way he'd let them succeed. Ning immediately snatched the gun from the man in front of him and took them out one by one. In his past life, he missed the test and had to scrape by, scavenging corpses to survive. It took 3 years for the military to discover his god-tier talent, but by then, the Huaxia war zone had already fallen, and there was no time or resources for him to grow. Ning had reached Tier 3 in just 7 months, but he was still far from his peak when he was forced onto the battlefield against a Tier 4 mutant. He deeply regretted not being able to save his mother and his little sister, Xiao An. But things were different now. There was still time. As long as he passed the test, he could become the strongest, save the people he cared about, and end this apocalyptic era. Just then, a system notification appeared. Apocalypse Sword, God System has been bound. Bound user, Ning. Mission. In 30 minutes, the bound user must touch the testing crystal to unlock and activate the system's functions. If the testing crystal is not touched, the system will disappear. At the 31-minute mark, mission notification. Complete the mission to unlock and activate the system. Any sword skill will receive a 100-fold enhancement, upgrading the user to a forbidden swordsman. This was completely different from the Apocalypse system that every awakened person had. In his past life, Ning had no idea if this was his golden finger cheat or if regressing had changed something. After a moment of thought, he decided that as long as it made him stronger, he didn't care what kind of crazy system it was. He had to get to the test immediately, and then find the person behind all this. The 31-minute countdown began. Just then, a group of people ran out and blocked Ning's path, warning that an infected person was on the loose. You are ordered to stand still with your hands on your head. Ning stood still, assessing the situation. Their leader was a low-level awakened, and the others were just normal people. The best strategy right now was to use the leader as a hostage. He could get him out of there in an instant. Ning snatched the captain's gun and immediately took him hostage. Don't move. Take me to the testing plaza. You have 3 seconds to think. After 3 seconds, I'll shoot. Everyone looked at Ning like he was some kind of lunatic. The captain panicked and shouted, "What are you going there for? A normal person wants to take the test. Look, maybe there's a misunderstanding. Let's just talk this out." Ning just shoved the gun harder against his head, forcing the man to lead the way. The captain was sweating bullets again. "Kid, you better pray you can awaken. But even if you do become one of the awakened, you're not getting out of this alive." Elsewhere, at the testing plaza, the face of every person was tense. A century ago, in the year 2042, the apocalypse descended. The world entered an age of calamity, and the global population of 10 billion was reduced to less than a tenth. It was then that the first awakened appeared. The United Military Forces saved Huaxia. Today was an important day, the test to see if people had talent. Success meant becoming one of the awakened, a combat class that protects a region. Failure meant leaving this place to live an ordinary life. The man holding the microphone was the representative of the Tianfeng Safe Zone's military commission, a man named Liu Tian. We will now begin with the descendants of the awakened. While everyone was lining up, waiting for their turn, a soldier rushed in to report that an infected person was holding a hostage and forcing their way into the testing area. A confused murmur spread through the crowd until Ning entered, dragging his hostage with him. Liu Tian ordered him to drop his weapon and surrender. If you do not surrender, you will be executed on the spot. The soldiers immediately raised their weapons. Ning's face screamed, "I'm already here. Who the hell am I supposed to be afraid of?" He declared bluntly, "I am not infected, nor do I wish to disrupt the awakening ceremony. I'm here to take the test." Liu Tian, losing his composure, flew into a rage and started screaming, ordering the soldiers to restrain him immediately. At that moment, Ning lowered his gun and recited loudly and clearly, "According to Article 137 of the Safe Zone Regulations, the awakened receive special privileges according to regulations. Disobeying military orders is a capital offense, but it can be pardoned with sufficient contributions." Once he was no longer restrained, the captain furiously rushed over and punched Ning right in the face, sending him tumbling. But he didn't stop there. He got on top of Ning and warned him, "Do you have any idea what's going on? And you're still talking about terms and conditions?" Liu Tian roared. He demanded Ning's immediate execution. Just as the tip of the sword was about to plunge down, a helicopter, what they called a spirit energy fighter jet, flew in at supersonic speed. From the helicopter, the highest-ranking commander of the Tianfeng military district, a level 3 awakened, Grand Marshal Xiao An, leaped down. A powerful energy radiated from the man, suppressing everything around him. The pressure was overwhelming. The test hasn't even started. What is the Grand Marshal doing here? With a tense expression, Xiao An spoke seriously. The military district has many high-level awakened right now. If he's willing to bet his life on it, then let's give him a chance. If his awakening is unsuccessful, execute him on the spot. Ning was overjoyed, grinning like a fool. All right, go ahead and set up the test for me right now." The people in line began to part, actually making way for Ning to go first. The others looked at him with disdain. A normal person dreaming of becoming an awakened? He's just daydreaming. He's already at the bottom, yet he keeps insisting he's talented. He's so disgusting. Ning ignored their chatter and stood proudly in the testing area. In his past life, he was framed and missed this opportunity. One wrong move led to a lifetime of regret. This time, he was determined to do it over. Ning reached out his hand, ready to seize his own destiny. That feeling, just now, it was spirit energy entering his body. He wanted to test it out. The system announced, "Assessing talent. Current talent is D rank. Assessment in progress. Current talent, C rank. Assessing talent, current talent, B rank." The system's announcements continued one after another. Liu Tian was stunned, not expecting the rank to continuously increase. Don't tell me this kid actually has a high-grade talent. His current talent had already reached A rank. As spirit energy flooded his organs, the young man felt incredible. He declared, "Testing crystal, send me even more spirit energy." The energy burst grew stronger and stronger, showing no signs of stopping. Liu Tian's jaw dropped. A normal guy like him actually possesses a talent. A rank. The probability is less than 1 in 10,000. Xiao An watched intently, somewhat surprised. The final result isn't in yet. Could his talent be even higher? And it was true. His rank was still climbing. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Ning buckled to one knee. The assessment continued, and his current talent hit S rank. Xiao An was dumbfounded. No, wait. The crystal hasn't declared the test over, which means the test is still ongoing. So this Ning has an S rank talent. He's a prime candidate to become a level 3 awakened. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes at this crucial moment. Xiao An began issuing emergency orders. Underground Armored Division, deploy to the city perimeter. Prevent any mutant attacks. Scramble the spirit energy fighter jets. Conduct aerial patrols of the surrounding area to prevent any incidents. Block all roads, only military personnel are allowed through. Lock down the airspace. Above, Ning was still undergoing his transformation, letting out savage screams. Jets roared overhead as they executed their orders. Finally, the assessment ended. Xiao An was so shocked he dropped the tablet in his hand. He's actually a pure-blood SS rank. If an S rank is a reserve candidate for becoming a level 3 awakened, then an SS rank is virtually guaranteed to reach that level. It looks like all of Tianfeng is about to change. Xiao Hai was so excited he couldn't stop laughing, looking absolutely ecstatic. Excellent, excellent. My Tianfeng safe zone has finally produced a true talent. Down below, the others waiting to awaken couldn't help but be in awe. Oh my god, to be praised by the Grand Marshal like that, it must be a dream come true. He's so admirable. This sudden reversal prompted the guy next to him to retort, talk about a 180. Just a moment ago, you were calling him disgusting and useless. Don't be jealous. For all we know, he could end up being our boss someday. While everyone else was completely floored, Ning felt a bit disappointed. My talent is clearly SSS rank, the highest theoretically possible for humans. I can't believe this testing crystal can only measure up to SS rank. Still, the impact of an SS rank talent is more than enough. The most important thing now is the mission from the God of Swords system. God of Swords system installation complete. Hostbound, Ning. Current effect, increases skill power by 10,000%. Any sword type skill learned will be unconditionally upgraded to SSS rank. Ah, you're back with us? Still adjusting? Haha, don't worry, kid. Back in my day, your Uncle Xiao was just as dazed as you are now. Come on, stop spacing out. Let's head to my office to talk. Back in a private room, Ning received a much warmer welcome than before. You refrained for delaying the test. I've already had my men detain everyone in the relevant department. I will get to the bottom of this and give you justice. Moreover, I've decided to make you the first candidate for our seed project. Once it's approved by the higher-ups, a professional level 3 awakened will be assigned to mentor you. You'll also be given priority access to supplies and equipment. Now, tell me about your talent. Uncle Xiao will help you create a plan. Ning remains silent, thinking to himself, I can't tell anyone about the God of Swords system. I'll just tell him about my innate talent. He began to answer. It's a mental type ability. Its effect is psychokinesis. Xiao Hai stroked his chin. He looked pensive. Oh, a mental type. Those are extremely rare. We may need to bring an expert from the capital to consult on your case. By the way, what would you like as a reward? Marshal Xiao, if possible. I would like a sword-type skill book. Xiao Hai agreed instantly. He even felt that this reward was too modest. He ordered his men to bring the highest grade skill book available. After a frantic search, the subordinate returned with the book. Marshal Xiao, this is the highest grade manual in our supply reserve. Xiao Hai didn't hesitate and immediately handed it to Ning. Thank you, Commander Xiao. If there's nothing else, I'd like to head back. I need to rush home and share the good news with my family. I'm sure you understand. Xiao Hai immediately assigned several elite soldiers to protect Ning 24/7, making sure his safety was absolutely guaranteed. Any unusual situation was to be reported immediately, bypassing the chain of command. As for the incident where Ning nearly lost his eligibility for the tests, a report was required within 24 hours. Anyone involved was to be arrested first, with questions to be asked later. After the order was given, Ning was escorted everywhere like precious cargo. He felt they were being a bit over the top and told them to just station themselves here. I can get home by myself. The moment he appeared, everyone started buzzing with gossip. Hey, look, isn't that Ning? Did he become some big shot? He even came back in a military vehicle. Keep your voice down. With that many awakened protecting him, he's definitely not someone to mess with. Just as he got home, he saw his little sister taking out the trash. That girl was Xiao An, Ning's sister. Ning froze in place. Horrific memories flooding his mind. Xiao An, in my past life, I couldn't protect you. I'm so sorry. This time, I swear I won't let you get even the slightest scratch. In the next moment, the young man ran over and hugged his sister tightly. She smiled, patting his back. Come on, now. It's been a whole year since we last saw each other. Weren't you supposed to be at the training camp? When did you get out? Ning, still overwhelmed with emotion, said with tears streaming down his face, I've already taken the test. Then, why are you crying? It's nothing. I'm just so happy to see you. Xiao An innocently took her brother's hand. Let's hurry home. Mom's been so worried about you since you left. Look, I got really lucky today and found a few components. I can trade them for a couple of buns. You can finally have a full meal today. Her innocent maturity was heartbreaking. Ning smiled and announced, You silly girl, tonight we're eating like kings. Xiao An's face lit up. Really? Are we having meat today? Of course. As much as you want. In no time, he showed off his cooking skills, preparing a lavish feast for his mother and sister. The family had truly never eaten a meal this good before. His mother asked caringly, That test, the one about training and awakening. How did it go, son? A lot of the neighbors have been asking about you. Ning excitedly announced to his mother, I passed the test. I'm an awakened now. His mother was so moved she started to cry, and so did little Xiao An. That's my big brother. You're my pride and joy. Oh, right. Does this mean now that you're an awakened, our family can eat like this every day? Yining's heart ached, but he still forced himself to nod. After his mother and sister fell asleep, he quietly opened the kitchen door and accessed the system. The skill book system announced, Mission complete. Received 4 free attribute points. Detected C-rank skill. Raid, a rare type skill. You have successfully upgraded the skill. The Raid Sword skill has been enhanced into the SSS-RANK skill, Sword Flow Storm. An orb radiating powerful energy appeared in Yining's hand. The Sword Flow Storm skill, after consuming 4,500 mana points, can summon a torrent of sword chi, unleashing a destructive attack on a target area. For an extremely short period, the skill possesses traits like super speed, armor penetration, destruction, slicing, and splitting. One thing to note is that this skill's destructive power is increased 10,000 times compared to its current rank, so it must be used with caution. Yining still couldn't believe his eyes. It had actually enhanced a C-rank skill to SSS rank. No matter what incredible things he had witnessed in his past life, he had never encountered something this unbelievable. Ning read the description again. A single use required 4,500 mana points. Without any equipment buffs, to use Sword Flow Storm just once, he'd theoretically need to be at the intermediate stage of level 3. Fortunately, Yining's innate talent allowed him, every 48 hours, to use any one skill for free. If not for that, even if all the mana in his body was drained, he wouldn't be able to use it even once right now. But the troublesome part was the God of Swords system, which forbade him from revealing any information related to it. He couldn't explain the source of his power and skills to anyone. This also meant that before he reached level 2, he had to avoid using Sword Flow Storm in front of other people. The young man sighed. This is a critical time. The Great Commander is reporting the Seed Project to his superiors. It's best if I don't cause him any more trouble. But I never even had a high-grade sword skill in my last life. I really want to try this out. As he held the skill orb, he suddenly remembered, that's right, doesn't the military district have one of those? The apocalypse had descended upon the world. Due to the emergence of mana, random dungeons appeared everywhere. Later, through incursions, exploration, and training, information about these dungeons was gradually uncovered by humanity. The military, in particular, had expended a great deal of manpower and resources to research and develop training dungeons for the combat training of their soldiers. Compared to naturally formed dungeons, training dungeons allow you to exit at any time if your life is in danger, maximizing their safety. Because of this, Yining decided to head to a training dungeon to test out his new skill. This was the Tianfeng Safe Zone's training dungeon. Yining had already requested for them to open a solo-level dungeon for him. Any type will do. The dungeon support staff stared wide-eyed at Yining, thinking to himself, this is Yining, the mental type who just tested with an SS-rank talent. The Great Commander already gave the order. We can open a dungeon for him. The moment he opened the door, a multi-eyed monster that was lying in wait immediately lunged at him. It opened its mouth wide, ready to devour him whole. He focused on its body and realized there was another one. He got closer, its drool even splashing onto his face. One slice, and he slit its throat. Even though his current physical stats weren't high, with his combat experience from his past life, dealing with this type of zombie was still quite easy. It seems to properly test this skill. I'll need to find the area's mutated leader. The boss is the real challenge. First, he decided to leave the building via the stairs, then cross the street. The boss area was to the right, just ahead of the square. The moment he opened the door, he was surprised to see the zombies here had already become mid-tier level 1s. The instance was starting to ramp up in difficulty. Yining didn't want to waste any time on them. The moment they sensed human movement, they shrieked, their mouths wide open, and began chasing after him chaotically. Yining slashed his knife in an arc and then started running, taking the fastest route to find the boss. I've got to get out of here. Fast. The number of zombies that noticed him began to increase exponentially. Unfortunately, no matter how many zombies he killed, he wouldn't gain any psionic experience points. Yining decided to head straight for the boss area anyway. First, I'll shake these things off my tail. He used his jumping skill, leaping onto the roof of a car, and made his way into the boss area. The young man was on high alert. A system notification popped up. The peak level 1 mutant, the Corpse Devourer, was attacking. It moved so fast that Ning couldn't even react in time. The Corpse Devourer, the boss of this test instance, was a peak level 1 mutant. He immediately leaped away, dodging its attack. Normally, it would take at least 3 awakened of the same level to deal with a peak level 1 mutant. If he wasn't here just to test a skill. Right now, Yining was only level 0. No matter how powerful his talent was, there was no way he could face a peak level 1 mutant head-on. On top of that, countless regular zombies were swarming in alongside the corpse devourer. Even an elite level 1 combat squad would have a hard time escaping this. Still, Ning decided to charge forward. If the skill wasn't as strong as he imagined, the worst that could happen was being forced to exit the instance. He activated this skill, prepared to launch it, and attacked, unleashing the power of Sword Flow Storm. A massive explosion erupted, sending debris flying amidst a cloud of hazy smoke. The young man strained to see clearly. This single attack had completely wiped everything out. If he hadn't come here to test it, he would never have imagined the sheer destructive power of Sword Flow Storm. This power could even instantly annihilate a slightly weaker peak level 2 mutant. And I'm only level 0 right now. After defeating the peak level 1 mutant, Ning received 5 psionic experience points. The artificial instance deducted 50% of the experience. In these instances, everything was powered by spirit stones provided by the war zone. The item drop rate was also lower than in a normal instance. In his past life, he'd never heard of anyone getting an equipment drop from a test instance. But now, he actually got an equipment drop. What Ning received was a piece of white-grade equipment called the Gloves of Agility. It added +1 to agility and increased attack and firing speed by 15%. In this apocalypse, even a level 2 Awakened wasn't guaranteed to have a full set of white-grade equipment. Getting one piece now was a pretty good start. He had successfully tested his skill and even got lucky with an equipment drop. There was no point in staying any longer. Ning immediately logged out of the instance. As soon as he returned, the young man nonchalantly handed the token back to the tech department. The guy in the tech room was stunned. That was fast. He probably saw the horde of zombies and got scared out of his wits. Just then, a white-haired man rushed over frantically. Who let a level 1 squad into the instance? Didn't I tell you? You can't let that many people into a solo instance. Maintaining them is extremely difficult. How many times do I have to tell you people before it sinks in? The young tech was still confused about what was happening. But I didn't let any squad into the solo instance. No one. Are you sure there wasn't a squad? Then how did the level 1 mutant in that solo instance get wiped out, and even its only piece of equipment dropped? It's not like some level 2 Awakened was bored enough to run a solo instance, right? The tech guy was sweating bullets, his face contorting. Just a moment ago, only Ning went into the instance. He said he was going in for some kind of test. Don't tell me. He went in for a test and took out the instance boss all by himself. On his way back, Ning saw people everywhere in a sorry state. Guns for sale, guns for sale. 15 kilograms of flour for 1 gun comes with 2 free bullets. Mantises. Half a kilo for 1 credit point, get him here. Ning thought to himself, although I can easily deal with a peak level 1 mutant, the overall situation is still grim. And this isn't even considering the cataclysm a year from now, when the Tianfeng safe zone will be attacked by a massive horde of level 3 mutants, leaving corpses scattered everywhere. And in just 10 days, there will be a zombie outbreak in the Tianfeng city area, forming a zombie tide that will assault the Tianfeng safe zone. Ning couldn't help but worry, as the danger to Xiao An and his mother hadn't been eliminated yet. I have to get stronger, much faster. At the capital safe zone base, the Central Military Command was discussing an urgent intelligence report. The Tianfeng safe zone has discovered an individual with an SS-RANK talent. Have all of you seen this? An SS-RANK talent, and a pureblood at that. This is a very promising prospect. We've had a lot of level 3 casualties recently. Having such a talent join our ranks is a great thing. We must accelerate their training and provide the corresponding resources immediately. How about we bring him directly to the capital military district for the marshal to train personally? Are you suggesting he could break through from level 3 to level 4? Past that insurmountable hurdle? As of now, all of our high-ranking Awakened, whether it's the 4 great commanders or the dozen or so peak level 3 military personnel, or even our marshal himself, none have been able to reach level 4. That's because none of us had access to the best training resources from the very beginning. After some thought, everyone unanimously agreed. Focusing on resources from the start is not a bad proposal. It's well worth a try. Ning, the SS-RANK talent, was selected for the plan. He will be our top priority prospect. Transfer him to the capital military district immediately. But while everyone else was in agreement, one person objected. This objection made everyone indignant. What do you mean you object to a talent like this? Are you people from the 4th military district getting ready for your traditional song and dance? Of arguing again? The man with the glasses retorted sharply. It seems none of you have read the last part of the urgent intelligence report. He is an Awakened of the will attribute, a psychic type. For the last 70 years, there has never been a 3rd-tier mental type Awakener. The physical bodies of mental type Awakeners are extremely weak. They almost always require support. If they don't have other Awakeners to protect them, they're just a liability in a solo fight. And the personal advancement mission from the 1st to the 2nd tier is a complete gamble. As you all know, the success rate for a peak second tier advancing to the third tier is 0. After hearing these words, the president did a complete 180. Lower Yi Ning's priority level. We can't waste important resources on him. The next day, Xiao Hai received the report. Yi Ning's Project Fire Seed had been cancelled. Not only was his priority lowered, but since mental types can't become third tier, his potential was rated as only A class, maybe even lower. There wasn't much point in training him. His close subordinate asked, "So, are we going to treat him as we discussed before?" It seems the festival of betrayal was about to begin. The higher-ups have determined that Yi Ning has no potential. If that's the case, revoke Yi Ning's existing privileges and withdraw the men assigned to protect him. So what about the investigation into the incident that stopped Yi Ning's test? Because the suspect committed suicide, the trail went cold. Should I continue the investigation? Xiao Hai sighed. I only agreed to investigate because I saw his potential. Now that he doesn't have any, what's there to investigate? Right after that, they drove over to inform Yi Ning. The results from the capital's experts are in. Your potential is only second tier. The safe zone has revoked your special privileges, and you no longer need to participate in the seed project. I've told you everything I needed to. Goodbye. Yi Ning was stunned. How could his potential only be second tier? He knew full well that his talent had reached SSS rank. Even if the test had only shown SS rank, that would have been more than enough to prove his potential. After thinking for a moment, he understood. During this time, the TN safe zone was under attack by a large number of mutated beasts, and mental-type awakeners were still considered useless. And the theory that awakeners can't break through to the fourth tier because their will attribute is too low, and that it must be supplemented by the mental system, was still unknown to everyone. Everything was going differently than expected. He never imagined that even in this life, an unforeseen event would cause them to overlook his importance. Does he have to go to the capital and reveal he has an SSS-RANK talent, and that a mental awakening is the key to breaking through to the fourth tier? After some thought, the young man decided against it. After all, who would believe him without any proof? The most important thing to do now was figure out how to quickly restore his strength to the third tier. Once he does that, everything will become clear. He has the Sword God system and the Sword Flow Storm skill. Just those two things alone gave him a much better start than in his previous life. There was no more time to hesitate. He immediately set off to hunt mutated beasts. He was in a wild forest. He had just arrived when two young men approached him. "Hey, kid with the gun, you want to join our team? We're a party hunting low-level first-tier mutated beasts. If we succeed, we'll give you 1 credit point. Stick with us, and we'll guarantee your safety." Yi Ning bluntly refused. A party? The EXP from a first-tier mutated beast isn't even that high. With this many people, how much could we possibly split? Go on without me? I don't need it. Whoa, kid, you've got some nerve. We saw you were alone and wanted to help you out, but you're just ungrateful. Don't think you can act so high and mighty just because you became an awakener. We were kind enough to invite you. What's with this attitude? You got a death wish or something? Their constant nagging was giving Yi Ning a headache. Shut up and get lost. The moment the loudmouth met Yi Ning's gaze, he flinched and backed away. They were completely intimidated. That cold stare. It felt like being targeted by a wild beast. Is it possible that only someone who has survived countless life or death battles can have eyes like that? There's something off about this kid. Yi Ning then paid them no mind and headed deeper in, stopping at the rotting corpse forest. It was one of the most dangerous areas outside the Tian Feng safe zone. If I remember correctly, there are 2 mutated beasts in the deepest part of this forest. They're first tier, and one of them is a peak first tier. An awakener needs to kill 3 first-tier mutated beasts in the test dungeon to advance from tier 0 to tier 1. I've already taken down 1 peak first-tier beast. Even though the EXP was halved, it's still equivalent to a normal first tier. If I can just take out 2 more here in the rotting corpse forest, I can level up. Just then, he encountered a monster. He decided not to use Sword Flow Storm and stuck to using his gun. He didn't just need spirit energy experience, he also needed to strengthen his physical body. Monsters came rushing out from all over. Yi Ning confirmed it to himself. The physical constitution of a mental-type awakener is the weakest of all. He had to change the higher-ups' perception. It wasn't just about him. All capable third-tier awakeners needed to find a way to awaken their mental powers. If they waited until the 4th tier descended, it would be too late. He had to find a way to make the higher-ups realize the importance of the mental system. The moment Yi Ning opened fire, birds scattered in every direction. The group from earlier was also startled. Did you guys hear that? It's a gunshot. Could it be from that kid from before? The sound is coming from the direction of the trance. Sounds like it's not too far from here. Everyone, let's get out of here. We can't let that brat get us killed before we even find the spirit energy fruit. Meanwhile, Yi Ning was dodging every attack and mowing down the peak first-tier mutated beast. The treants were attacking him with all their might, not just one, but two of them at the same time. One opened its massive maw, ready to fight, but Ning was confused. He looked all around but couldn't see the other one anywhere. Right now, he could only see and sense the one in front of him, but on closer inspection, something seemed off. Dozens of its tentacles plunged straight into the ground with incredible speed. Ning sprinted, dodging whatever he could. He glanced around and couldn't see it anywhere because it had actually leaped right over his head. It swung its chains down with incredible force. He never expected such a massive, heavy body to be able to jump like that. On top of that, the second one still hadn't appeared. Ning suspected it was waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The monster grew more and more enraged. At this point, there was no time to dodge. There was no time to think of a solution. He could only brace himself with all his might. He swung his gun hard against its body and suddenly noticed a strange, eye-shaped object right in the middle of its body. Ning was hit, and his wrist was torn open. A moment ago, I'm sure I wasn't mistaken about that mutant subjugation team. Even for skilled mid-rank tier 2s, I can't believe facing two tier 1s left the entire team heavily injured and even got 2 people killed. If that second one hadn't been hiding so well, we wouldn't have been this wounded. In my past life, the tree demon and the harasser here were taken down by an elite military squad. What they said back then made me misunderstand. The truth is, one was always hiding deep inside. The answer was right in front of my eyes. The harasser is on the tree demon itself. Its body began to swell, and Ning figured it out. The harasser's scream is a buff for the tree demon. But it seems the buff doesn't last long, and besides, when it used the buff, the tree demon deliberately took a step back. Right now, nothing's changed. It's the same attack pattern as before. If I'm not mistaken, next it'll jump right next to Ning again. As expected, Ning immediately leaped onto its tentacle. Your biggest weakness is that harasser. Now's my time to shine, you bitch. He leaped high, and with one powerful thrust, he drove his sword straight into the center of the harasser. The tree demon let out a massive roar as green slime gushed out. In Ning's hand now was the harasser. Without the tree demon, the harasser was incredibly weak. He could definitely crush it with one hand. Seeing this, the tree demon went even more berserk. It thrashed about defiantly. Now it's your turn. Ning drew his sword and, in just a few slashes, shredded the tentacle into 100 pieces. I can't believe it. Without the harasser's buff, the tree demon doesn't even have the strength of a peak tier 1 mutant. The young man decisively charged forward again. The more it screamed, the more he enjoyed it, turning it into a crippled monster. Now the tree demon stood bare. All of its once majestic, imposing tentacles had been chopped the hell off. Ning spoke with gentle care. Come now, don't struggle. Goodbye, darling. Immediately after, he plunged his sword straight into the center of its face. Green fluid spewed out as its entire body exploded. A system notification appeared. You have successfully defeated the harasser, a mid-rank tier 1 mutant. Received spirit energy experience. Defeated the tree demon, a peak tier 1 mutant. Received spirit energy experience. You have received the material, white tree demon shell, the equipment, white withered wood armor, and also received the material, white giant claw, and 1 spirit energy fruit. Ning was quite satisfied. Although it has side effects, in a normal fight, it's a top-tier item. However, the truly rare item was the spirit energy fruit. After using this fruit, it permanently increases constitution by 1 point and boosts life recovery speed by 20%. Ning decided to use it immediately. For an awakened, leveling up a major tier only grants 4 attribute points. Since he had killed 2 bosses, gaining 1 point was a pretty good haul. The 3 other team members, who were barely hanging on, were completely dumbfounded. The boss's spiritual pressure is gone. Could it be? Was that gunshot from some tier 2 awakened taking action? But besides that useless teenager and us, there's no one else here. I had a weird feeling about that kid from the start. It couldn't have been him, could it? This is too hard to believe. Half an hour later, inside the Tian Feng safety zone, at the mutant material purchase point, Ning had brought a few things he had collected. As soon as the shopkeeper saw the large bag, he greeted him warmly. You want to sell all these materials? Sell them all. What's the estimated price? Although Ning could sell them directly through the system's trading channel, at this stage, he couldn't afford to waste any resources. Every credit had to count. So, an offline transaction was the most suitable. After inspecting the items, the manager announced cheerfully, Hello, these 4 materials from a peak tier 1 mutant can be used to craft a set of armor and an offensive weapon. Their value fluctuates around 697 credit points. It seems like this is your first time here, so with our new customer discount, we'll raise the price to 700 credit points. How does that sound? Ning paused. In the apocalypse, 700 credit points. could be exchanged for over 200 kilograms of meat or used to hire 7 to 8 mercenaries to risk their lives for you. This was considered a pretty high price, so Ning had no reason to refuse. He immediately agreed and told the owner to process the payment. Yes, the credit points have been transferred. Please check to see if you've received them. We also sell equipment, supplies, and firearms. We can even handle special custom orders. Sir, is there anything else you need? Do you have any skill books? The sword skill type. The owner hesitated. We do have sword skill books, but their rank is a little low. Actually, it's not just our shop. It's the same for the entire Tianfeng safety zone. The only sword skill books available are D rank. An employee then brought out 3 books and asked if Ning was interested. He took them and looked them over. One was a D rank skill, inner slash, compatible with sword skills. The skill effect consumes a portion of stamina and spirit, then unleashes a charged attack forward, dealing 1.2 times strength attribute damage. The second book was a D rank skill, Swift Wind Sword Slash, compatible with sword skills, which consumes a large amount of stamina, increases attack speed, and deals 1.2 times agility attribute damage on the first strike. The third book was a D rank skill, providing the Chain Slash skill, compatible with sword skills. It consumes high stamina and spirit upon attacking, executing 3 rapid slashes, each dealing 0.6 times strength attribute damage, and has a chance to inflict a bleeding effect. These 3 were the lowest of the low. They were all pretty trash. Although the power of the skills would be modified by the Sword God's system, so he didn't need to worry. The skill's effects after modification were still heavily tied to the original skill. In any case, he couldn't just choose one at random. It was just like Crimson Flow's Sword Breath. Although its power was terrifying, it had a short wind-up when released, and because its area of effect was so large, it wasn't very flexible. Later on, if he were to face a high-level agility-type mutant, once it dodged Crimson Flow Sword Breath, it could attack while Ning's skill was on cooldown. The shopkeeper was still grinning ear to ear, trying to sweet-talk his valued customer. So, none of them caught your eye. Actually, if you're not in a hurry, I can order skill books from another safe zone. You just need to pay a processing fee, and we can find you a C-rank skill. If you don't specify a type, we might even find a B-rank one. Ning didn't hesitate and immediately made his choice. No need. I'll take this sword drawing slash scroll. In reality, he was very curious to see just how much a skill that increased his attack speed could be enhanced. The shopkeeper thought to himself, this guy has the power to sell materials from a peak tier 1 mutant, yet he's interested in such a garbage skill. Is he just rich and reckless? Whatever. A sale is a sale, no need to overthink it. He put on his fake, cheerful expression again. Sword drawing slash, that'll be 600 credit points. Pack up the skill book for our valued customer. Selling that book was like striking gold for them. Ning ambled home, thinking to himself, I still have 100 credit points left. I should buy some nice food for Xiao An. As soon as he got home, his sister was completely shocked, wondering why her brother had brought back so much food. The young man explained confidently, I'm an awakened. Didn't I tell you before? From now on, we'll be eating well. Ning had even bought a few extra snacks. In the apocalypse, just ensuring survival was difficult enough. Snacks were an absolute luxury. The moment Xiao An saw them, she squealed with delight. Whoa, I heard only the families of high-ranking officials get to eat snacks. No one on our street has ever even seen snacks before. He patted his sister's head reassuringly. Go on, eat. In the future, Xiao An will have plenty of things like this. I promise. About 2 hours after eating, the little girl went to bed. Their mom was working overtime and would be home late, so now, there were no more interruptions. Time to learn this skill book. He began to open it, and in an instant, he successfully learned the D-rank skill, Sword Drawing Slash. His current skill slots were now 2 out of 4 filled. The skill had transformed into the SSS-RANK, Horizons Flowing Light. Ning closed his eyes tightly to feel it. The skill's effect consumed 4,000 mana points to unleash a single slash, and that attack would be boosted by 600%. Agility is boosted for 1 second, the attack carries a destructive sword aura, and it can cause an irregular dismemberment effect. The first target hit has a certain chance to trigger a special instant kill effect. I can't believe it boosts agility by 600%. Even if it's just for 1 second, that can compensate for the skill's slow attack speed. I definitely made the right choice. Next, I should find a place to test this skill. He suddenly remembered something and opened his closet to find a gas mask. I remember now. If I want to test its speed, there's only one suitable place. 2 hours later, in the outskirts of Yuantian City, a thick, hazy fog had settled in. Monsters were crawling everywhere. This is the place. Jinyuan Residential Area. It seems that in both my past life and this one, the Jinyuan district remains an unexplored area. Ning recalled his old memories. In his past life, he had accidentally discovered that a Tier 2 mutant was hiding in this residential area. It possessed nearly maximum speed and agility, and it also carried an extremely valuable piece of blue-grade equipment. He carelessly looked down and saw he was already covered in its sticky slime. It was bobbing up and down behind Ning. He turned his head just in time to see it lunging, its maw wide open, trying to bite his head off. Ning swiftly drew his sword and, with a few basic slashes, made it collapse. Luckily, it was just a zombie. If it had been the climber, I can't imagine the consequences. Fighting it on this swampy ground would be beyond hell mode. He immediately moved to another location. In a flash, he was inside an abandoned warehouse, and as soon as he entered, lurking monsters were everywhere. In my past life, I was already Tier 2 when I fought it, fully decked out in blue-grade equipment, and I still ended up seriously injured. With my current physical stats, if I'm even a little slow, I'm afraid the climber will tear me to shreds. If I remember correctly, the climber should be somewhere around here. Glancing over, the young man spotted a ventilation unit. He wasn't sure if it was there in his past life. He made use of the iron rungs. Maybe I just didn't notice it back then. I feel like I can use this to set a trap. Ning bent the metal, making it jut out like sharp spikes. It looked like his plan was to lure the monster over and use this to impale it. From a puddle below, a lurking elite monster thrashed and revealed itself. It spotted Ning and lunged at him with incredible speed. He quickly dodged the attack, causing it to smash headfirst into the wall. I need to finish this thing off quickly. If the climber shows up too, I'm screwed. The elite monster shrieked in pain. It got hit so quickly. This trap is actually useful. Something was leaping rapidly behind the building. The one thing he didn't want to happen, happened. A system notification appeared. Well, I'm screwed now. The young man never expected to end up in a 1 versus 2 situation. Standing between two massive monsters, Ning was completely overwhelmed. He even had a feeling that the climber's speed was faster than it was in his past life. Due to the principle of it being darkest under the lamp, his proximity to the climber made its next attack easier to dodge. However, predicting where the elite monster would focus its attacks was not so simple. At this point, there was no time to overthink it. He absolutely had to dodge the climber's attacks. Dodge one, and the other would rush in. Depending on the situation, all he could do was block. His excitement from just a moment ago quickly turned to disappointment. Setting that trap was completely useless. Now I'm even more banged up. It totally backfired. I came here to test a skill, but the situation now is dangerous. Using Sword Storm would be a much safer bet. But the conditions don't seem right to wipe them out with Sword Storm right now. The climber is too fast, Sword Storm won't be able to hit it. Plus, I have to dodge the attacks of 2 mutants at the same time. My Tier 0 physical stats just can't handle that. Then, my only option is to use Horizon's Flowing Light. But Sword Drawing / Horizon's Flowing Light is a single target attack. Ning had no choice but to sheath his sword. At that moment, both monsters went berserk, lunging at him simultaneously. The young man suddenly recalled, wait a minute. I remember the skill description said something. The Heavenly Piercing Flowing Light attack comes with its own sword chi. I'm not sure exactly how far the chi extends, but to be on the safe side, I'll just base my calculations on the shortest possible range I can think of. If I'm not mistaken, with the length of my arm plus the length of the sword, combined with the range of the sword chi, then even though Heavenly Piercing Flowing Light is a single target skill, it should be enough to hit 2 monsters at once. Ning decisively activated Sword Draw /, launching Heavenly Piercing Flowing Light at both targets. The powerful impact sent energy blasting everywhere, and it was easy to see its strength as pieces of the monsters were blown clean off. Standing between the 2 monsters, Ning managed to slash both of them with a single use of the skill's effect. This wasn't just some basic skill demonstration. It can cause the first target it hits to literally explode into pieces, and the sword chi even has a splash damage effect. If he'd known that beforehand, he wouldn't have risked attacking 2 monsters at once, but on second thought, he realized that wasn't quite right. The effect doesn't always have to trigger. He'd need to study this skill more carefully. Just then, the system notifications started rolling in. You have slain an enemy of a higher level. Climber, a mid-tier Stage 2 variant. You have received a massive amount of spirit energy experience. You have slain the River Guide, a high-tier Stage 1 variant. You have received spirit energy experience, along with the white-grade variant material, Climber's Leg, and the blue-grade variant material, Jin Ca Core. You have received the blue-grade equipment, Paralyzing Wind Shark Claws. The risk he took just now was definitely worth the reward. Meanwhile, at the Tianfeng Military District Guard Post, they detected a massive energy wave fluctuating throughout the entire region. What is this? We've never seen an energy fluctuation this abnormal before. Sound the alarm now. As the alarms blared, the entire staff scrambled in confusion. What's going on? Why did the alarms suddenly go off? We've detected an abnormal energy fluctuation on the outskirts of the city. Could it be that a Stage 3 Awakened made a move out there? None of the Stage 3 Awakened from our Tianfeng military district are logged as being outside the city today. Could it be a high-ranking individual visiting from another military district? Or maybe a special operation from another country? No. Dispatch a team to the scene to investigate immediately. 20 minutes later, they tracked the signal to the source. They'd never seen signs of a battle like this before. I don't recall any Stage 3 Awakened in our district using a move like this. Wait a minute, take a look at this. Based on the residual energy readings, the spirit energy used in this skill was at least over 4,000. To unleash 4,000 spirit energy without being immediately incapacitated and still be able to move, only a mid-tier Stage 3 powerhouse could pull that off. Looking a little closer, the inspector was stunned. This is an emergency that's way beyond our pay grade. We need to report this to the Grand Marshal immediately. After cleaning up, Ning casually strolled back into the Tianfeng safe zone. He was thrilled. It has both a teleport and a burst damage ability. This really is a top-tier piece of gear. It could sell for 60,000 credit points. He remembered it selling for a good price in his past life and hoped it would fetch the same this time around. It was too late in the day, so all the offline shops were already closed. Ning decided to try listing it for sale online. The moment he hit post, he got an inquiry. Wow, wasn't that a little too fast? Hello, I want the paralyzing wind shark claws. Can you give me a discount? Ning replied bluntly, 60,000 credit points, non-negotiable. The person pleaded, hey buddy, can I trade other resources like gear, skills, or food to cover part of the credit cost? When Ning didn't answer right away, the person got worried they'd lose the item. Hey, seller, you still there? How about 30,000? Can you sell it to me for that? Please. Ning was actually getting a kick out of this. With this many buyers interested, it seemed he wouldn't have to worry about selling it at all. He decided to start negotiating. Hey man, add me as a friend and we can discuss the details. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the final price. But if you're serious, the credit point portion can't be lower than 30,000. For the other items, I'll even take white-grade gear, but I'm only interested in sword-type skills. If you have any spirit energy fruits, that would be even better. The guy on the other end of the screen seemed desperate for it. He was determined to get this top-tier equipment, even if he had to sell everything he owned to afford it. He immediately ordered his subordinates. All right, I want an inventory of all the equipment in our tribe, especially anything related to the swordsman class. Understood, Chief. We guarantee we'll get it done. After half an hour of scrambling, they returned with the results. Chief, all the equipment we could find is right here. After thinking for a moment, the chief still felt it wasn't enough. I feel like this still isn't going to cut it. We need to put down a deposit to hold the item. Now go. Gather the credits as fast as you can. After a short wait, the deposit was transferred to Ning's account. The young man was quite pleased. Hey, this guy really must want this gear. Huh? In his past life, right up until their deaths, his mother and Xiao An had to live in constant fear, without a single good day. Now that he's been reborn, he has resources. Making them suffer again would render his rebirth meaningless. I have to give Mom and Xiao An the best life possible. The chief messaged him back, Seller, we're gathering the rest of the payment. We'll definitely transfer it to you tomorrow. The next morning, at the Tianfeng real estate agency, the place was bustling with people. As soon as he walked in, a staff member greeted them with great enthusiasm. Hello, may I ask what kind of home the two of you are looking for? Have you looked at any properties before? Ning led his little sister, who seemed overwhelmed by the luxurious surroundings. I want to buy the best house you have, and the sooner the better. I'm in a hurry. Is there anything available immediately? The female employee looked at them with disdain, thinking to herself, a Stage 0 awakened dares to come look at houses. You people probably couldn't even afford a single brick here. She then replied aloud, our best properties cost 40,000 credit points. They're very expensive. Why don't you go look at the 2,000 credit options over there? I have other clients to attend to. Ning declared confidently, that won't be necessary. 40,000 credit points is fine. Let's do a direct transfer right now. The saleswoman was taken aback by his challenge. If you have the money, you can transfer it directly and move in today. How about it? That's what she said, but her heart was filled with disgust. This guy reeks of poverty, coming here to spout nonsense. If you don't have money, then hurry up and get lost. Don't waste my time. Ning opened his device and told her to wait a moment. The phone displayed his current balance, 13,000 credit points. Insufficient credit points, transaction cannot be completed. The employee's expression soured even more. Hey buddy, you came here with no money just to mess with me. Your few minutes are really precious. Just wait a bit and you'll have tens of thousands of credit points, huh? Xiao An looked utterly confused and pitiful. Just as the woman finished speaking, a new message arrived. The other party was negotiating with Ning. Boss, time is a bit tight. I was only able to gather 39,375 credit points, plus some equipment and spirit fruits. Do you think we can make the trade? The equipment sent over included a white tactical armor made from a mutated creature's hide, 2 white shoulder pads, a white arm guard, a pair of tactical leather pants, a white ring, and 6 white spirit fruits. Ning immediately accepted the transaction. The notification chimed, and at the same time, the female employee's face was a picture of utter shock. 39,375 credit points have been transferred to your account. Her attitude did a complete 180. She turned, holding out her phone with an unusual eagerness. Yes, sir, you're truly a young talent. To be so wealthy at such a young age, you've really left me stunned. Ning, with a genuinely confused look, asked again, can the transfer be made? If not, I'll find someone else. The female employee scrambled. Sir, I can do it. I really can. Whatever you ask, I can do it. My esteemed brother, it is my greatest honor to serve you. I will ensure you are absolutely satisfied. After the successful transaction, Ning and his sister were led to a magnificent and luxurious house. Xiao An still couldn't believe her eyes. Brother, are we really going to live here from now on? From now on, Xiao An won't have to go scavenge in the garbage dump anymore. Take the key. Later, you can pick up Mom and bring her over, okay? He told her to handle it on her own, as he had to go out for a bit. Night had fallen. The young man climbed to the rooftop of a building. The resources he gained from killing the climbers were running low. He needed to restock quickly. The high-tier mutated beasts around Tianfeng had all been cleared out by the military, and the remaining training spots would only respawn automatically. They could only be used to train low-level awakeners. Right now, his only option was Shihai Academy. That was a dungeon, outside the Tianfeng safety zone, and the only one that could drop spirit fruits. The dungeon also contained Tier 2 mutated beasts, and based on the clear rating, there were also special rewards. No one had achieved the highest rating for the dungeon yet, which meant the special reward was still available, and he had an SSS-RANK skill. He was certain he could conquer Shihai Academy. The young man did a few flips and then leaped down. Do you wish to enter the C-rank dungeon, Shihai Academy? The current level restriction for this dungeon is Tier 2. Ning immediately confirmed. The system announced that he would be successfully matched. The current number of people in the dungeon is 14. The Shihai Academy dungeon will activate in 1 minute. The current setting is normal, with no paranormal or special events. The enemies in the dungeon are mutated creatures, zombies, and a small number of humans. The dungeon's timeline is set 7 days after the apocalypse began. The group of people who had turned into zombies had previously occupied the academy. Completing the basic quest allows for a voluntary exit from the dungeon. Ning found himself in a classroom, along with several other people. He was still focused on the system's notification panel. Current basic quest, survive in the academy for 12 hours. During this time, you cannot leave the academy. Quest rewards are a random piece of white-grade equipment and 4 spirit energy experience points. You may choose any of the following quests. Eliminate the headless female zombie, difficulty D rank. Eliminate the butcher-type mutated beast, difficulty C rank. Eliminate all zombies in the academy, difficulty C rank. A blonde young man named Gao Yun was standing behind Fred. Has anyone here ever run the Shihai dungeon before? I've run it once. If no one else has, I can nominate myself as the team leader for everyone. The bald guy saw this and voiced his support. I heard the academy's difficulty is very high. If you have experience, please lead the team. Gao Yun put on a grim expression. The difficulty of this dungeon is considered mid to high among Tier 2 dungeons. Without good coordination, it's very easy to get wiped out. He talked on, but noticed Ning still had his back to them, seemingly unconcerned. Gao Yun had no choice but to call out, Hey, you, the level 0? A level 0 kid coming to this dungeon. Aren't you just looking for a quick way to die? You're in the wrong dungeon, kid. Did no one tell you this is a Tier 2 dungeon? Ning said nothing. A slight glance over his shoulder was enough to make the man shudder. Damn, this level 0 kid looks a little sinister. What's a level 0 doing here? We don't have time to babysit you. If you can't handle it, stay far away. Don't drag us down. After a moment, Gao Yun waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Just follow behind us and leech some experience points. After all, a level 0 needs a chance to grow. But listen up, everyone. The basic reward for the dungeon is just 1 piece of white equipment. I'm sure everyone is here for the high difficulty quests, so you all need to remember my warning very carefully. Do not, under any circumstances, accept a quest on your own. Got it? The last time I ran this dungeon, someone who didn't understand this pulled 2 bosses at the same time. As a result, most of the team was wiped out. We only barely managed to clear it because 2 peak tier 2 teammates risked their lives. I was scared to death back then and got nothing out of it. I don't even dare to think about that again. Ning was still staring intently at his system screen. If that's the case, my stats are still a bit lacking. Looks like I can't afford to be stingy with the spirit fruits. As far as I know, many tier 2 awakeners total. Stats don't even add up to 18 points, but my strength stat alone has already reached 17. My stat panel isn't much different from an awakener's. A tier 2 ability. With this score, plus 2 SSS-RANK skills, he could definitely sweep through Shihai Academy. Right now, Ning's entire body was radiating power and momentum. Gao Yun authoritatively instructed everyone. The protective barrier is about to disappear. Everyone, except the headless female corpse mission first. This boss is a mid-tier 2. There are 14 of us. If we take it on together, our losses won't be too great. Captain, no matter what, we'll follow your command. The only curvy girl in the group started using her feminine wiles to manipulate the captain. If anything dangerous happens later, you'll have to help little ol' me. Okay, the group set out immediately after. The protective barrier around the academy vanished, and before they could even do anything, they saw Ning charging headfirst right in front of them, leaving the whole team completely bewildered. What the hell? Isn't that a tier 0 guy up ahead? He charged in all by himself. Damn it. What's he trying to do? Does he have a death wish? What do we do now? Will his actions affect us? Gao Yun raised his hand and shouted, "He's just a tier 0 player. Ignore him. Everyone, follow me. Don't break formation. Focus up. We're moving out together." The area grew increasingly desolate and cold. As Ning was running up a staircase, he suddenly heard a cry for help. "Big brother, please save us. We're trapped in here. Can you lead us out?" They looked human, but Ning could see right through to their true forms. He casually ran past them, even giving each one a kick. "In my past life, my teammates thought you were side quest NPCs, so they stopped to save you, only to be ambushed and viciously torn apart. I can never forget that scene, even with my eyes closed. The Butcher Dungeon has the best gear drops. I'll head to the rooftop to find it first, then lure out the hidden boss and finish them all off with my flowing windstorm sword." Meanwhile, the other team was still sneaking around. This junkyard is the spawn point for the headless female corpse. Before we make our move, try to avoid fighting any smaller mobs. The group moved slowly, following Gao Yun and obeying his every command. The more dungeon mobs we kill at the beginning, the crazier they'll get later on. Going straight for the boss is actually the lowest difficulty approach. After we take down the first boss, all the dungeon mobs will go into a frenzy. When that happens, we'll hide. We'll wait for the frenzy buff to wear off before heading deeper inside. The black-haired girl following him started flattering him. "With you here, Captain, clearing this dungeon will be a piece of cake." A young man behind her told her to shut up. "Quiet. Look, is that the boss?" System announcement: a mid-tier 2 mutant, the headless female corpse, is attacking. There it was, on the roof of a wrecked car. With a demonic face and a skull in its hand, the headless female corpse glanced over at Gao Yun, who was peeking out with his incredibly lame-looking shield. He stepped forward, stammering, "I'm a defense type. I can hold the monster back. Everyone, attack now." This team couldn't be more of a mess. The archer class player rushed forward to open the attack. The bald guy yelled anxiously, "Captain, move a little to the right to avoid getting hit by the magic attack." After the shield temporarily contained the female corpse's magic, Gao Yun thought he saw a good opportunity. He leaped up to counterattack, but in a flash, the female corpse was gone. After disappearing for about 3 seconds, it reappeared out of nowhere and bit the archer's head off. "Captain, what happened? Why did the boss come over to us?" Gao Yun stammered awkwardly, "Sorry, I couldn't hold it just now." Gao Yun tried to activate his shield again. "Okay, it's fine now. Everyone, keep attacking with the same rhythm as before." Meanwhile, Ning was off on his own, observing thoughtfully. "The Butcher mutant should be here. Why can't I see it? Let me check the mission. What's this? Wait a minute, the mission to kill the Butcher is gone. If I didn't accept the mission, then who did?" As for the other group, everyone was dumbfounded as to why a second boss had appeared. It turned out that Gao Yun had secretly accepted the mission on his own without consulting anyone. He thought to himself, "As a defense-type awakener, I'm naturally unable to deal high damage to monsters. During the mission settlement, it's hard to get priority for good gear. But if the boss is down to its last bit of health and all my teammates get wiped out, the sole survivor who completes the mission will get good gear, even if their overall performance rating isn't high. Immediately after, Gao Yun put on a convincing act, pretending to know nothing. He even shifted the blame. Who accepted the mission? Could it have been that Tier 0 guy who ran off earlier? Damn it, is he trying to get us all killed? Don't worry. I won't let that guy's treacherous plan succeed. He pretended to be heroic and charged at the monster with his shield, yelling, "Let me hold it off. Don't worry about me. Just attack with all you've got, as fast as you can." Seeing Gao Yun risk his life charging forward, the group was once again manipulated. "Captain, is there anyone in this world better than you?" Ning, who was watching from above, heard everything and became infuriated. "Wow. Trying to pin the blame on me and take all the gear for yourself. Not a bad plan. Too bad you picked the wrong target. There are 2 hidden bosses in this dungeon." He decided to accept the C-rank mission to kill the Withered Bone Mutant, and also accepted the B-rank mission to kill the Lord of the Corpse Sea. In an instant, the 2 monsters were summoned. Unafraid, Ning drew his weapon. "Don't just stand there gawking. Come and play with me." They all charged at him at once, which was precisely when Ning did a flip and jumped down below. Just as planned. It looks like they all followed, and they're all in a frenzy state. Excellent. Gao Yun looked up in confusion. Isn't that the Tier 0 guy? Ning landed right next to him. Gao Yun's face immediately went pale. Him? What is he doing here? Just then, the other 2 monsters also landed. Gao Yun completely froze. Seeing him stunned, Ning even patted his shoulder consolingly. "Don't you like to play? Here are 4 bosses. Go have some fun." Gao Yun flinched violently, horrified to realize Ning had accepted all the missions. Ning brushed past him, whispering in his ear, "I really must apologize for framing you like this." Gao Yun was so angry he could spit blood. "My original plan was to hold out against these awakeners for 3 hours and then finish the boss myself. Now, my entire plan has been ruined by this damn Tier 0 mud." He had no choice but to run for his pathetic life. Everyone, run to the Heavenly Terrace. Seeing their captain flee, the rest of them scrambled to follow. Ning was a little smug. "Not bad, they're all gathering at the lecture hall. Makes cleaning up much easier." Just as they ran inside, a young man on the team lost his mind, taking out all his frustration on Ning. "You're the one who dragged everyone else down. I won't let you get what you want." As the man attacked, Ning dodged the blow with a slight lean. "What's going on? I'm a level 2 slasher, and he's only a level 0. There's no way he should have dodged that, right?" Just then, Ning spoke up. "Your teammate was killed by the butcher, wasn't he? I wasn't the one who took that mission." Everyone's faces went slack. What? They turned to criticize Gao Yun. "Did you intentionally let that disabled female student go earlier? You got Zhang Dao killed, didn't you? You wanted to use us as cannon fodder so you could hog all the experience points, right?" Gao Yun stammered, not knowing how to explain himself. Now is not the time for infighting. That kid has already accepted all the subsequent missions. The mutants will be here soon. We have to defend this place if we want any hope of survival. Defend my ass. We're talking 4 enhanced, 2nd-tier mutants. We can't possibly hold them off. Not to mention the infant guardian monarch, who's at the peak of the 2nd tier. Someone in the group, seeing how loud they were, yelled impatiently. "Stop arguing. This building can't be destroyed unless it's by a level 3. That disabled girl and the 3 other large mutants can only climb up from the outside. We'll split into 2 teams to block all attacks from the 3-headed mutants. The rest will block the disabled girl coming through the main entrance and the zombie horde. If we manage to get out of this alive, I swear I'll chop off Gao Yun's head and that worthless level 0 punks." The monsters swarmed up the building. This guy's talk is pretty tough, Ning thought to himself. Let's see if he can even last that long. The entire team coordinated their attacks simultaneously. Flames, radiation, ice, tentacles. The fire-based power caused a massive explosion. But in a flash, the 4 bosses had already climbed up, much faster than anyone expected. They began to panic. "Our full-power attacks can't even stop them. We're screwed at this rate. We're running out of energy." Gao Yun was also facing several monsters at once. "Damn it, I have to go all out. It's all over." After a large number of them had gathered, Ning pulled another trick, calling out, "If you want to live, jump down and follow me." Everyone was confused as they saw the young man crouch down. What's this? Is he giving up first? What a lunatic. A total waste of space. Ning flipped a few times in the air, and a massive explosion shook them all. They looked up to see an overwhelmingly powerful wave of energy. Was that explosion caused by that level 0? How is that possible? At this point, they figured if they were going to be reckless, they might as well go all the way. They charged forward to take the gamble, jumping down one after another after Ning. Now, only Gao Yun was left standing there with a dumbfounded look on his face. Jumping down might be an even more miserable death. Besides, I'm a defense type. If I stay here, I might just be able to survive. Ning revealed a smug look. Gao Yun, you were right not to jump. He then activated Sword Flow Storm, blowing the entire rooftop to smithereens. Gao Yun tried to block it with his shield, but it seemed to be too much for him. The others, who were mid-jump, still couldn't believe this was the work of a level 0. White smoke billowed everywhere. With such a massive explosive force, the bosses were annihilated in an instant. Gao Yun was vaporized as well. The group now understood. No wonder Ning dared to come and face the challenge. His strength was at least 3rd tier. After dealing with everything, Ning appeared, looking incredibly cool, completely unscathed. Is everyone all right? One person stepped forward as a representative and bowed his head in apology. Master, we were blind to your greatness. We were too disrespectful to you before. The archer stammered an explanation. Before. When I mentioned a level 0 dog, I wasn't actually talking about you. All right, that doesn't matter. Your next task is to find and eliminate all the zombies that slip through the cracks here. That shouldn't be a problem, right? They all bowed their heads in unison and followed Ning's instructions. The moment he left, they started showering him with praise. So handsome, young, and incredibly strong. It seemed this young man might have been won over by Ning. Elsewhere, Ning was still fully focused. In my past life, I heard there was a hidden blue-grade item on the headless female corpse. Just as he stopped, he saw half a skull appear out of nowhere. The battle must have caused too much destruction. It's going to be hard to find it now. Suddenly, the young man saw a flash of light and went over to check it out. Finally found it.
You have received a blue-grade item. Skull of Grudges.
The item's effects have 2 branches, mental telekinesis and mental probe. You must place it on your forehead to use it. This skull is indeed very useful for the psychic class. The psychic class has always been looked down upon, mainly because it can't condense its power into a specific ultimate move, unlike awakeners of other classes. Moreover, it can't inflict any obvious physical damage. But now, with this treasure, the rise of the psychic class is finally within reach. The moment Ning placed it on his head, the item emitted a powerful energy that sent pain throughout his entire body. No pain, no gain. Right now, his whole body was burning with power. Mental telekinesis. He immediately tested it on a massive boulder that was falling. After a second of concentration, the young man was able to make it explode. He tried to regain his composure and shouted, "Strike!" A series of gaping holes, smoking, appeared in the rubble. Ning was satisfied. The power isn't bad. It'll definitely be stronger once I level up. Now, let's test the mental probe. He placed both hands on his forehead to see what was happening with the other team. The entire situation, including the actions of each person, appeared in Ning's mind, even their exact distance from him. It seems the maximum probe range is 29 meters, but that's enough for the current situation. Just as he finished his thought, the system announced that all zombies in the Sea of Corpses Academy had been completely eliminated. All missions have been completed. The option to exit the dungeon is now active. After exiting, rewards will be calculated based on your performance in the dungeon. As for Ning, his dungeon completion rate reached 100%, earning an SSS dungeon rank. The random lottery rewards are 1+1 blue-grade equipment, 6+6 white-grade equipment, 3 free attribute points, and 1 B-rank skill book. Bonus for defeating the headless female corpse and the dried blood butcher while being underleveled. Getting 2 bonus attribute points from the skeletal monarch's corpse seems like a pretty generous reward. I can go back and post the white-grade equipment online to sell. Ning's current level has also reached the peak of level 1. He'll have to quickly accept an advancement quest to complete his level up. The young man excitedly checked to see what blue-grade item he got. As soon as he opened it, he saw the blue-grade equipment was the Thorn Lightning Boots, with an agility attribute increase of 2, running speed increased by 20%, and jumping power increased by 20%. As for the equipment effect, it carries a paralyzing effect. This effect has no cost. As for the equipment skill, Lightning Step, it increases agility by 10 points for 2 seconds and grants 1 charge attack upon activation. An attack bonus of 10 agility points. Doesn't that pretty much make me an agility build? He decided against selling it, put on the Thorn Lightning Boots, and went to accept his advancement quest. Right after, he went to the Tian Feng Quest Center and asked the staff member for the advancement quest. The girl behind the counter was yawning non-stop. A level 0 advancing to Tier 1. After reading the mission descriptions, the young man decided he would accept all 4 of the Tier 2 missions. The female staffer was so stunned she thought she misheard. "What did you say? You're taking all 4 missions? Are you crazy, or am I dreaming?" After double-checking Ning's information, the girl let out a foolish giggle. "He really is level 0. Haha, so you're the one who's dreaming. But even putting that aside, are you out of your mind, taking 4 missions at once? Only dual-class awakened people do that. Everyone else takes them one by one. Don't you know the penalty for mission failure is extremely severe?" Yi Ning calmly replied, failing a single mission deducts 50% of my main attribute. If I fail all of them, I'll become a cripple or even die. I can indeed bear these consequences. Yi Ning decisively held out his hand for a power assessment. After checking, the results showed he was at the peak of Tier 1. So, can you process the missions for me now? The staffer, now wide awake, had no reason to refuse. Just then, a man walked over. Angel, isn't this Yi Ning, the one with the SS-rank talent? This man was the captain of the Tianfeng Safe Zone Scout Company, named Huaxia. It's so late, and a level 0 guy like you is here to take a mission. Why be so reckless? Besides, no matter how hard you struggle, what can a mental type awakener even accomplish? The female staffer stammered, trying to explain Captain actually Yi Ning. But before she could finish, a group of people assembled behind him. Reporting, Captain, everyone has assembled. We suspect traces of a Tier 3 awakened fighting at Shihai Academy. High Command has ordered us to investigate immediately. Everyone, move out, let's go. Yi Ning just stood there and smirked. He didn't expect news of the destruction he'd caused would reach them so quickly. The former zoo was now the corpse paradise. Commander, are we going to inform the Tianfeng safe zone? I've seen Tianfeng sending out troops everywhere these past few days. Seems like they're looking for something. It couldn't be us, right? The man clad in iron armor and carrying a massive blade was the commander of the Zhenjiang zone, a Tier 3 awakened named Hong Gang. Hong Gang boasted confidently. My son, Hong Xing, was just selected for List A of the Fire Seed project. I'm just looking for some blue-grade equipment for him. It's no big deal. Besides, Tianfeng is still bummed out because their SS-rank Yi Ning was rejected by the higher-ups. Talking to them about this now would just be rubbing salt in their wound, wouldn't it? Yes, you're absolutely right, Commander. Hong Gang turned back and asked, is your intelligence reliable? Is there really only one peak Tier 2 creature here, about to advance to Tier 3? I don't want to have come all the way from Xinjiang to this remote part of Tianfeng for nothing. His subordinate replied confidently. Rest assured, Commander, the intel is solid. That corpse tiger is guaranteed to drop blue-grade equipment. With that, the group got straight to work. Elsewhere, Yi Ning was surveying the entire scene from a high vantage point. A system notification appeared before him, the Strength-type advancement quest. Kill a peak Tier 1 mutated creature, the Corpse Hound. Agility-type advancement quest. Obtain a wing feather from the Tier 2 mutated creature, the Wind Vulture. Constitution-type advancement quest. Form a party to kill the Tier 2 mutated creature, the Blood Bear. Willpower-type advancement quest. Survive a beginner-level supernatural event. For 24 hours. 2 of the advancement quests are right here in the Corpse Paradise. Yi Ning figured he could find a way to complete them both at once. He activated his mental probe to scan the area and suddenly discovered another squad of ability users planning to steal his kill. Among them, he detected that Hong Gang was a Tier 3 awakened. For some reason, the man glanced right up in his direction, making the young man's heart skip a beat. He retracted his mental probe. That was a close call. He was almost discovered. Yi Ning was filled with worry. This just got complicated. If they really steal my quest monster, I'll definitely be marked as failed. No, I have to act now. Immediately after, he leaped down. At that moment, the Corpse Hound and the Blood Bear appeared, surrounding the squad of ability users. They scrambled to fight off the monsters. Everyone, split up. Lure them away from the commander first. Fight smart and stall for time. A young man and a girl named Aru volunteered to handle the Corpse Hound while the rest took on the Blood Bear. Aru taunted it confidently. Here, puppy. Come on over, big sis has a bone for you. Suddenly, Hong Gang felt an overwhelmingly powerful pressure and became alarmed. It seemed the corpse tiger had appeared. He turned his head, and there it was, looming right behind him. Hong Gang was completely calm, even looking thrilled. Perfect timing. With just his blade, he was ready to solo the corpse tiger. Yi Ning, hiding in the bushes, figured it was pretty obvious this Tier 3 guy was here for the blue-grade equipment the corpse tiger would drop. I have to complete my mission. As for the blue equipment, I really wanted to, but sneak attacking to steal a kill is just a scummy move. It's not worth confronting a Tier 3 user over this. Now, if he can't handle the corpse tiger, that's a different story. Right now, these monsters aren't lined up. The distance between them is over 100 meters, and I only have one use of Celestial Rift. If the distance is too great, something might go wrong. I have to seize the opportunity when it's a sure thing. Meanwhile, the corpse tiger was in a berserk state, growling as it charged toward Hong Gang. He continuously activated Wind Slash. Assessing the situation, Yi Ning was certain this was a monster he absolutely had to steal. Then he focused on them and activated Provoking Blaze Stream. An overwhelming amount of power washed over them immediately, throwing the group into chaos. They couldn't understand what was happening. Is this a mid-tier 3 or high-tier 3 power? Hong Gang himself was in a panic. He turned around for just a second, and the corpse tiger was already gone. The ability user squad was furious. Who dares to steal my kill? But Hong Gang, ever the pragmatist, knew his place. He thought to himself, this person's strength is completely beyond mine. I can't confront him head-on right now. It's better to find the commander of Tianfeng, Xiao Hai, and talk to him first. Meanwhile, Ning skipped out happily after stealing the monster. His face lit up with joy. The system announced, you have defeated a higher-level corpse dog, blood bear, and corpse tiger, earning 3 attribute points. You have also obtained the mutated body materials, dog fangs, bear paws, and a tiger's eye. You have obtained the white-grade item Blood Melt. You have obtained the white-grade Great Bear Helm and the blue-grade Resentful Tiger Gauntlets. As soon as he landed, Ning requested to open the info panel for the blue-grade equipment, the Resentful Tiger Gauntlets. Resentful Tiger Gauntlets, an auxiliary weapon. Equipment attributes grant a +3 bonus to strength, a +2 bonus to agility, and a 30% increase in attack speed. Using the gauntlets will inflict one-time mental damage to the target, causing a short-term stun effect with a chance to inflict fear. The cooldown is 24 hours. Equipment description: a gauntlet filled with yuanxi. Those who face it must withstand the terror of a wild tiger. After reading it, Ning understood. No wonder that Tier 3 commander had his eye on it. Ning immediately equipped it. In the Tianfeng investigation room, Huang Xiao, captain of the Tianfeng Safe Zones Investigation Division, was yawning endlessly, unable to find any trace of the perpetrator from the Shihai incident. A whole night has passed, and just like with the Rotten Corpse Forest incident, there are absolutely no clues about that mysterious Tier 3 individual. I don't even know if it's the same person. Just then, a staff member rushed in. Captain, the scout team just detected 2 fluctuations again. Tier 3 spirit energy at Shi Luo Yuan. What? Again? And 2 of them this time? Did our Tianfeng just poke a nest of Tier 3s? Huang Xiao couldn't hesitate any longer. Go investigate immediately. Tell everyone to stop resting and assemble now. If we don't get to the bottom of this, the commander will have all our hides when he gets back. Right at that moment, Hong Gang showed up to cause trouble for Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai, get your ass out here for me. What's going on? Isn't this Commander Hong from the Xinjiang district? Our Commander Xiao has already gone to the front lines to work. What happened to make you so angry? Hong Gang looked at Huang Xiao's clueless face. Who are you? You think I'm going to talk to you? I am Huang Xiao, captain of the Tianfeng Investigation Division and Commander Xiao's right-hand man. Commander Xiao isn't here, but if you don't mind, you can tell me first and see if I can resolve it. Hong Gang started angrily recounting the story. This morning, I was killing a corpse tiger in Shiluo Yuan. I was planning to get the equipment for my son, but just as I was about to succeed, some Tier 3 from your district stole it. Huang Xiao was startled. It seems Hong Gang was one of the 2 Tier 3s from earlier. Hong Gang continued to rage. I'm telling you, the Tier 3s in your Tianfeng district have no honor, daring to steal kills. Do you understand me? Haha. Commander Hong, you must be joking. Everyone knows that our Tianfeng only has 1 Tier 3, and that's Commander Xiao. Hong Gang became even more furious. I knew talking to you would be useless. I'm going to the front lines to find Xiao Hai and demand justice. Let's go. Huang Xiao grew worried. He hadn't expected the situation to become so serious. It looks like I have to report this to Commander Xiao first. After receiving the report, Xiao Hai was also stunned. What did you say? Another mysterious Tier 3 has made a move in Tianfeng, and they were able to steal a kill from Hong Gang. One person, or possibly multiple Tier 3s hiding in Tianfeng. This is a huge hidden threat. I want this investigated thoroughly. Now is not the time to worry about causing a panic. Yes, Commander. I'll dispatch people to investigate the entire city now and gather any clues related to the equipment that was dropped. Meanwhile, Ning was casually sitting and eating a pastry at the Youth Learning Center. Only 2 more tasks to go, the feathers of a wind vulture and a paranormal instance dungeon, and I can advance to Tier 2. The wind vulture's feathers aren't hard to buy online. Although the wind vulture is rare, its feathers are essentially low-grade materials. Anyone lucky enough to find them wouldn't have much use for them, so they might as well sell them. Yining's trade request for wind vulture feathers was accepted. As soon as he posted the request on the system, someone contacted him. Hello, are you looking to buy? Make an offer. This thing wasn't easy for me to get. Yining, stuffing his face with a pastry, remained sharp, noting that the person contacting him wasn't being very honest. But time was of the essence, so there was no need to waste words. Yining immediately made an offer. Oh, is that so? I'll pay 800 credit points. What do you think? On the other side of the screen, the man selling the item was ecstatic. 800 credit points. That was an amount that a Tier 1 class person like him couldn't earn in a whole year. Clearly, the person on the other end was a big spender. It would be a waste not to fleece him. The man immediately countered, 900? No, 1,000 points and it's yours. I really risked my life to get this feather. Ning was so done with this guy's bull. He swallowed his pastry and immediately shot back. What's this? What's this? If I'm not mistaken, you're only a class. Just a first order. Huh. What do you possibly have to risk against a wind vulture? You probably just picked this up somewhere out there, right? You saw I was making a straightforward offer, so you got greedy and tried to rip me off. The market price for a wind vulture. It's not like you don't know the deal. I was in a hurry for this, but not anymore. If you don't like the price, you can just keep it. After getting completely chewed out, the other guy finally caved. All right, stop talking. Cough, cough. Just pay the 800 like you said. Although Ning was making the trade, he was still annoyed. Human greed truly knows no bounds. He decided to teach the guy a lesson. I've changed my mind. I'm only paying 400 now. If you don't sell it, someone else will. The other guy, full of regret and whimpering, still accepted. Yes, please take it. With the transaction complete, the only thing left was the spirit dungeon of the Youth Learning Center. He heard this dungeon was different from other combat-oriented ones. Historically, no one had ever received an SSS rank evaluation because this place didn't test combat ability, but mental fortitude. Right now, Ning would enter the Youth Learning Center, taking this chance to test just how strong his mental fortitude could be. The moment he stepped inside, the sky changed. The young man was stunned to find that besides him, other people were also challenging this dungeon at the same time. However, their conditions weren't looking too good. A girl named Huang, he was clutching her head in intense pain. A man named Fang Yuan had collapsed without a sound. A young man named Liang Tengfei was completely exhausted. This spirit dungeon was truly bizarre. Even the teleportation was different from other dungeons. A mature, white-haired man with glasses spoke up. Everyone, my name is Li Jiping. I'm a peak Tier 1 will type. You're all will type awakeners too, right? Liang Tengfei jumped. Do you even have to ask, big bro? Besides will types, who else would choose this freaky advancement mission? The girl, Huang He, also nodded. That's right, our will type class has subpar combat power. We can't fight the mutants outside and other awakener parties look down on us. All right, kids. Even though we aren't great fighters, I believe that in this dungeon that tests our will, we can definitely pass smoothly. Besides, I have experience from 2 other spirit dungeons. How about I lead the team this time? The others were enthusiastic. That's great. It's a relief that you're so experienced, Li Jiping. Li Jiping noticed Ning standing silently and asked, young man in the back, you haven't said a word. Do you have a better idea? Ning just gave a slight smile. I have no objections. I'm just in a bit of a hurry. Can we start the mission soon? Mission activated. Find the hidden ghost, hiding in Fang Hua High School and seal it. Mission hint. Based on the clues, you can deduce who is definitely the ghost. Warning. Do not trust the ghost's words. Once the sealing talisman is activated, if it is not thrown at the ghost, the mission will be considered a failure. As soon as they heard the word ghost, the group members' faces went pale. Li Jiping tried to calm everyone down, telling them not to worry. They call it a ghost, but they're really just humans, who were corrupted by spiritual energy before they lost consciousness. Essentially, it's just a mutant with the will attribute. That said, ghosts are still quite formidable. Not only are they immune to physical damage, but they can also control a person's will. According to the mission prompt, let's head to the main academic building first to search for clues. If we run into the ghost, don't engage rashly. Run and call for help. I have a special trick to deal with them. For now, let's split into 3 groups. We'll search the classrooms, the records room, and the teacher's office. Since the girl is weaker, she'll be in a group with me. Tengfei and Fang Yuan, you're a team. And Ning will go alone. If anyone finds anything, remember to share it in the group chat immediately. Don't hide information. And just like that, Ning headed to the records room alone. He shone his flashlight on a piece of paper that had fallen on the floor. The room was basically empty, with only this newspaper clipping left. On it was written, suspected. Homeroom teacher Tao Guosheng assaulted Wang Fang. Wang Fang took her own life. Just then, a ghost lunged down from above, aiming to bite Ning's head off, but it failed. He instantly froze it. A female ghost? Could it be Wang Fang? He activated his willpower, fully unleashing his will manifestation. This energy immediately affected the female ghost, and just like that, she fled. She ran? Was that just a spiritual probe to test me? Just then, the group chat blew up with information. A message from Huang He, Li Jiping, and I found a report stating that a year ago, a fire broke out in the teacher's dormitory, leading to a terrible tragedy for several teachers. A message from Liang Tengfei. I found a contract demanding the school pay for emotional damages. The only signatory was Wang Fang's family. A message from Fang Yuan. I discovered that after the fire, the school found records of Taoist priests drawing sealing talismans. A message from Ye Ning. A student was harassed at the school a year ago. The victim, Wang Fang, is suspected to have taken her own life. The alleged perpetrator is her homeroom teacher, Tao Guosheng. Li Zhiping nodded. The clues seem pretty clear. Wang Fang was assaulted by Tao Guosheng, and her family's demand for compensation was unsuccessful. After Wang Fang died, she became a vengeful spirit and started the fire to get revenge on the teachers. Later, a Taoist priest sealed her. Now, the talisman has weakened. Our mission is to find the talisman and seal her again. Li Zhiping shared his analysis with everyone and gave an order. Everyone, gather at the fire-damaged dorm room 201. I'm guessing the sealing talisman is there. But Yi Ning thought otherwise. He felt this conclusion was way too simple and straightforward. But how did he figure out it was dorm room 201? Liang Tengfei immediately followed the order to assemble, certain that the ghost was Wang Fang. At that moment, something began to follow them, peeking from behind a curtain of long hair. Brother Fei, I think something's following us. Tengfei screamed, it's Wang Fang. Run. They ran for their lives, screaming for help. Elsewhere, Yi Ning, Li Zhiping, and Huang. He had already arrived at the teacher's dormitory building. Those two haven't arrived yet. I'll wait outside. You two go in and find the talisman first. This iron door is stuck. I'll try to open it with my will. Yi Ning watched them struggle for a while. Not wanting to waste any more time, he walked straight up and kicked the door with a loud bang. Li Zhiping and Huang He were stunned for a few seconds. That's strength. Is he really a will type? Yi Ning had no intention of showing off. He just did it to save time. After searching for a moment, Huang He shouted, Li Zhiping. We found the talisman. Yi Ning continued to shine his flashlight around, his beam landing on a human-shaped scorch mark on the wall. Huang He was. Did the clues you guys found earlier mention anything about teachers being burned alive in that room? No. Why are you asking this? Just then, Liang Tengfei's group came running for their lives. Help my friend, the female ghost is coming. A moment ago, Fang Yuan had been possessed by the ghost. He lunged forward and bit right into Liang Tengfei's neck. Li Zhiping said urgently, the ghost is possessing Fang Yuan right now. I'll go hold it off. You too. Activate the talismans and prepare to seal it. Before Huang He could even react, Yu Ning had already brought a talisman to his mouth and activated it, as Li Zhiping activated his chains. Li Zhiping tried his best to hold back the ghost. It was too fierce and powerful. It looked like he couldn't hold on much longer. Do it now. I can't hold on for long. Seal it now while you have the chance. With a dangerous look on his face, Yi Ning decisively rushed forward. But surprisingly, he slapped the talisman directly onto Li Zhiping's back and declared, I've come for you, Teacher Tao Guosheng. Li Zhiping was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat, never imagining he'd be exposed so easily. Finally, everything was settled. Yi Ning had completed the instance dungeon. The system announced a completion progress of 100%, earning him an SSS-RANK evaluation. Received special item, Inner Pearl, which increases spiritual energy recovery speed by 20% and boosts resistance to mental attacks by 25%. When hit by an attack from a spiritual entity, it can block one fatal blow. After blocking the damage, the item will disappear. The Inner Pearl, condensed from resentment, could very well become Ye Ning's second life. The young man seemed quite pleased with this reward. Pretty good stuff. If there's another spiritual event, I might be able to save my skin. This was the mission center of the Tianfeng safe zone. It was now the middle of the night, and Yi Ning returned to turn in his quests, much to the staff members' astonishment. Didn't you just accept 4 Tier 2 promotion quests last night? Could you have finished them already? That fast? After checking the system, the female staff member was even more stunned to see that all 4 were completed. Yi Ning's face was tense. Can you please hurry it up? The girl sped up, tapping the keys repeatedly. Ding. Strength System Advancement Quest completed. Received Strength +1, credit points increased. Ding. Agility System Advancement Quest completed. Received Agility +1, credit points increased. Ding. Constitution System Advancement Quest completed. Received Constitution +1, credit points increased. Ding. Willpower System Advancement Quest completed. Received Willpower +1, credit points increased. The total credit points received from the 4 quests was 7,300. Yi Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even need a week to reach Tier 2. Having the Sword God system really makes advancing so much faster than in my previous life. After Yi Ning left, The staff member immediately called her superior to report Yi Ning's personal information. Current stats: Strength 19, Agility 18, Constitution 15, Willpower 35, not counting the attribute points. From his equipment, his base stats were considered quite decent for a Tier 2. But to cultivate the sword skill book, the B-rank one he bought earlier, his attributes were still short by 25 points. Before an attribute reaches 20 points, one spiritual energy fruit can increase it by 1 point. After it hits 20, it requires more. All in all, he'd need at least 35 fruits. A single fruit costs 6,000 points, so he'd need to prepare at least 210,000 credit points. Right now, he was still far short of that amount. Most of the decent instance dungeons in the Tianfeng area had already been cleared. The only one left was the Death Factory, adjacent to Zhenjiang. If I remember correctly, there's a top-tier piece of blue equipment in there. It should sell for a good amount of money. Without any hesitation, the young man immediately got on his large-engine motorcycle and sped off. Just then, a red vortex swirled in the sky, covering the entire area. It seemed to be an omen of a rampaging corpse tide. Although in his past life, the great zombie outbreak didn't start until a year later, the Tianfeng safe zone had actually suffered an attack from a corpse tide before that, resulting in heavy casualties. If I remember correctly, it's all supposed to happen next week. Yi Ning had good intentions. He had to quickly inform Xiao Hai so he could prepare in advance. At that very moment, Xiao Hai's helicopter was whirring overhead. He had also received Yi Ning's message. In the next week, the Tianfeng safe zone will face 3 rampaging corpse tides. Please arrange defenses quickly to ensure there are no losses. Xiao Hai was startled for only 3 seconds. Immediately after, he assumed that Yi Ning was just trying to get attention because he didn't receive SS-level treatment. He scoffed, completely ignoring the warning. His strength is still too low. This doesn't feel right no matter how I look at it. After the last great war between humanity and the corpse tides 40 years ago, the world had been at peace for a very long time. The zombies are all contained within the former cities. It's not easy for a rampage to happen. Instead of wasting resources to prevent something like this, the most important thing right now is to find Tianfeng's hidden Tier 3 expert. In the Tianfeng Safe Zone's conference hall, Xiao Hai rushed back after receiving a report from Huaxia. You're saying you found an important clue about the mysterious Tier 3 expert? Are you serious? Yes, Commander. We investigated and found the most suspicious person to be Yi Ning. Xiao Hai was a bit surprised to hear this. How was that possible? Huang Xiao continued to explain. We also suspected it was impossible. But after our investigation, the materials that Yi Ning sold coincide exactly with the times the Tier 3 expert made his move. Additionally, we found out that he recently purchased a spirit energy house. That's not something an ordinary person could afford. Only then did Xiao Hai find it a bit more believable. Could that Tier 3 expert really be Yi Ning? How is that even possible? Liu Tian, a representative from the military safe zone, also pointed out, it's only been 1 week since Yi Ning awakened. Even an SS-rank talent shouldn't be able to level up this fast. Zhang Lin, General Zhang's son, is also an SS rank awakened, a dual class with strength and agility. Even with his vast resources, he only just reached Tier 1. Liu Tian stated firmly, from what I can guess, there's most likely a Tier 3 expert secretly helping Yi Ning from the shadows. Xiao Hai thought about it for a moment and felt it made sense. That's possible. Even though the military doesn't have a high opinion of Yi Ning, that Tier 3 expert definitely doesn't think the same way. Honestly, an SS rank is incredibly rare. It's not out of the question that someone would try to nurture him in secret. If that's really the case, we don't need to worry too much. We just need to find this Tier 3 individual and figure out a way to get them to help us. Just then, Huaxia received a notification from the mission center. Commander Xiao, we've got news. It's Yi Ning. He just completed 4 missions to level up to Tier 2. Everyone was stunned, completely shocked. What? Yi Ning again. 4 missions to reach Tier 2. That's impossible. Xiao Hai's mind immediately jumped to another possibility. Wait a minute, old Liao. Based on your theory, a Tier 3 expert must have taken Yi Ning on those missions. After they did the work, they let Yi Ning take the credit. And doesn't leveling up to Tier 2 just now prove that Yi Ning himself isn't Tier 3? Huang Xiao, send 2 people to watch Yi Ning's house. Find out who's really pulling the strings. Also, send another team with me to inspect the nearby infected cities. We need to prevent an undead tide outbreak. Suddenly, Xiao Hai started to believe the warning about the undead tide. If a Tier 3 expert was backing Yi Ning, then the news about a potential outbreak might have come directly from that expert. Well, it's better to be safe than sorry. Huang Xiao immediately accepted the orders, and Xiao Hai didn't forget to add one more thing. On your way back, buy that bastard a piece of blue-grade equipment to keep him out of trouble. This place was the Death Factory, an area between the Tiangang and Xinjiang safe zones. After waiting for a while, the cooldown for his Sword Flow Storm skill was finally over, and he was able to enter the instance. In a flash, Ning was inside. Death Factory, lowest difficulty. Number of Tier 2 participants, 15. The Death Factory was a competitive instance, no specified mission. The instance has a total of 7 rounds. Surviving each round will grant corresponding rewards. After each round, there will be a 3-minute period to vote on whether to continue or leave the instance. If more than 70% agree to leave, everyone will withdraw. Automatic exit upon clearing all 7 rounds. The first round will begin in 5 minutes. All players, please prepare. Ning scanned the area and determined that the people who entered this time were no simpletons. Not only were there well-matched teams, but there was even a Tier 3 awakened, Lin Lan. This Tier 3 expert gave off an unsettling feeling. He had a bad feeling about this. Just then, a young man stepped forward and announced, "Everyone, I am Zhang Lin, a high-level Tier 2. As we all know, a combat instance requires a unified command to survive multiple rounds. I was initially going to nominate myself as the leader, but there is a Tier 3 master present among us." The moment he finished speaking, Lin Lan, for some unknown reason, flew into a rage and charged forward, punching Zhang Lin straight in the face, causing him to cough up blood. The female Tier 3 was so fast that even Ning became wary. But she wasn't done yet. Lin Lan walked over and ruthlessly stomped on Zhang Lin's head, warning, "Move again, and I'll kill you." No one understood what Zhang Lin had done wrong to make the female Tier 3 so furious. Lin Lan commanded, "You all, restrain this group from me. Kill anyone who causes trouble. If you want to live, gather in one spot and don't make a fuss." Everyone here was a big shot, but they were all afraid of Lin Lan. The young man with the shield was the peak Tier 2, Song Gang, and the white-haired man was the peak Tier 2, Lin Teng. "I'm afraid we've run into the legendary herding team. What do we do now? We're only at the peak of Tier 2. There's no way we can fight a Tier 3. Ning remained silent, deep in thought. He had heard about herding teams. They specialize in trapping other awakened, forcing them to the front lines as cannon fodder, before finishing off the big monsters themselves. If the awakened and the mutants feed on each other, then these herding teams are simply cannibals. Song Gang decided to speak up. Zhang Lin is definitely not dead yet. The best thing to do now is for all of us to vote together and leave this instance immediately, because we have the advantage in numbers. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Lan silenced him with a light stomp on the ground, which completely shut Song Gang up. "Let me introduce us. We are the Blood Wolf team, and I am the leader, Lin Lan. I'm in charge of this operation. Right now, your lives are in my hands, but I can guarantee that as long as you survive through the 6th round and hand over all your rewards and credit points, I will let you live." Ning saw right through her intentions. "Like hell, I believe you. It'd be a miracle if you people actually let anyone live. Unfortunately, Heavenly Rift Flash is still on cooldown. Otherwise, I could have wiped them out in just 2 hits. Right now, all I have is Sword Flow Storm, and although its attack power is high, it lacks a specific strategy. I don't have any blue-grade life-saving equipment on me either. If I can't kill them in one strike, I'll probably die here. The best thing to do now is to lay low and take things one step at a time." Ning decided to stay quiet and secretly follow his own plan. Lin Lan crossed her arms arrogantly. "The first round is about to begin. All of you, report your abilities so I can assign you to groups." One by one, they obeyed and introduced themselves. "I am Song Gang, Peak Tier 2, Constitution type, specializing in close combat. Lin Teng, Peak Tier 2, Agility type, specializing in ranged attacks. Jiang Tao, High-level Tier 2, Strength type, specializing in close combat." When it was Ning's turn, he calmly introduced himself. "I am Ning, low-level Tier 2, Will-based type, specializing in ranged attacks." As soon as she heard that, Lin Lan walked over and caressed his face. "A willpower type is in this instance. That's really rare, you know, and kinda cute. Too bad. What a pity that you're just a piece of trash." Ning smirked and replied, "Fine. For the first few rounds, you'd best think of me as trash." And just like that, the system announced the start of the first round. Number of enemies, 100 zombies, 2 first-order variants. She suggested that the peak second orders form a group. "Prepare for battle. Everyone, go all out. If I find anyone deliberately holding back their spirit energy, I, Lin Lan, will personally smash their head in." Song Gang's chest burned with rage. "Damn it. They're deliberately staying out of the fight. They just want to wear us down. We've got zombies in front of us and those farmers behind us. Is there really any way out of this?" Lin Teng jumped onto a barge above to check the situation. "There's nothing we can do right now. We can only survive a few rounds and then see." His teammates below held their swords and spears defensively, but they could also see how dire the situation was. A swarm of sharp-toothed lizard monsters was waiting to attack him. He drew his bow, focusing his power to clear out the monsters. Song Gang, you and I will take them from above and below, aiming for the lickers. The rest of you, handle the other zombies. Song Gang raised his hammer, ready to smash them to his heart's content. Come on, you lickers. Have a taste of this old man's hammer. The people behind focused their power to provide support. Xiao Ba unleashed his ice-type ultimate, sending out spreading trails of ice toward the monsters, but it seemed to only injure them slightly. He hastily turned to Ning. Just as expected from a useless willpower type, one attack can only kill a single zombie. Lin Lan stood on a platform, observing the battle. She showed a look of contempt. This Ning guy is hilarious. How did he even dare to come here? She waved her hand as if watching some kind of farce. If it weren't for the other Awakeners forming a team, I'm afraid he would have died in the very first round. This is only the beginning. Let's see what he can do next. The system announced the end of round 1's mission. The lickers lay scattered on the ground after being eliminated. Half an hour later, the system announced the end of the 3rd round's mission. The 4th round would begin in 3 minutes. As Ning's group assessed the scene, Song Gang cursed in anger. Damn it. The difficulty is getting higher and higher. I'm afraid a peak, 2nd order variant will appear in the next round. Lin Lan, are they still not going to make a move? Lin Tang also felt resentful. She won't make a move. It'll be hard for us to get a chance to deal with her. Just as he spoke of her, Lin Lan appeared before them, acting arrogant. It's only the 3rd round, and you're already this exhausted? She crossed her arms with a condescending air, knowing that no one would dare to defy her. I can't tell if you 2nd orders are just pretending or if you're really this useless. Let me make this clear for you. I won't lift a finger until the 6th round. And if you want to live, you'd better stop holding back. Lin Lan turned to praise Ning. You're not dead yet. Not only are you not dead, you don't even have a scratch on you. He gave an awkward smile. Just lucky. Hearing this, Xiao Ba immediately turned and attacked him verbally. Lucky my ass. Wasn't it all thanks to our efforts? Besides hiding and launching long-range attacks that do no damage, what else can you possibly do? But Song Gang, considering the situation, felt it wasn't that simple. No, that's not right. This kid definitely has an ace up his sleeve. Otherwise, he couldn't have reached the 2nd order. His ultimate move can probably only be used once or twice. That's good too. Maybe there's still a chance to turn the tables. The system continued to issue the mission for the 4th round, preparing to start. 400 zombies, 1 peak, 2nd order, 2 2nd order variants, 6 1st order variants. Hordes of zombies were released. Song Gang charged forward to meet the battle and gave orders. Lin Tang, let's focus on the peak 2nd order zombie king first. High-level 2nd orders, hold back those 2 2nd order banshees. The rest of you, deal with the other 1st order zombies. The zombie king's tentacle nearly struck Song Gang. Providing cover from behind, Lin Tang shouted and fired an arrow at the boss. Brother Song, watch out. A zombie lunged at the young man drawing his bow. It licked across his face, leaving him no time to react before he was defeated. Jiang Tao charged forward with his spear. He executed a fatal stab on the bandaged zombie, but the poison that sprayed from its body caused Jiang Tao excruciating pain. Xiao Ba rushed forward worriedly. Jiang Tao, ice forward. He spat ice at the zombie, attacking his teammate. Xiao Ba tried his best to approach the target, but its speed was too fast. He couldn't even touch it. Huaxia was killed. Jiang Tao is seriously injured, and that other group won't even help. We're dead for sure this time. Ning immediately judged the situation to be critical. If the casualties continue like this, I'm afraid the group will be wiped out before the 6th round. If that happens, I won't have a chance to use my ultimate move. He unleashed his special skill right in front of the monster. Sparks of electricity began to crackle from his feet. Ning thought for 2 seconds. Guess I have no choice. Then he dashed towards Xiao Ba, grabbing and pulling him away. Move. Xiao Ba was stunned. Is that you? Then a sword-shaped light appeared in Ning's hand. Telekinesis. He decisively threw the attack toward the zombies. Ning's skill even changed direction, chasing after the fleeing zombies. One sword pierced right through the ugly zombie's heart. Xiao Ba trembled. He insta-killed a 2nd order variant in a single move. Is this really the same piece of trash from before? Then he stammered. Thanks. Ning's face was grim. No need. Just keep your mouth shut from now on. Ning controlled purple strands of power that danced among the ferocious zombies. Don't get distracted. There are still plenty of zombies and variants left. Xiao Ba immediately understood. No problem. I'll go clean up the 1st order lickers behind us. Lin Lan found this amusing. That was a good show. The kid really did have a life-saving trick. His speed. Those boots on his feet. Could that be blue-grade equipment? No wonder he dared to come here. Her subordinate began to grow wary. Boss, should we just take him out right now? Lin Lan smirked wickedly. Not yet. We're short on manpower for the next harvest. His telekinesis ability must be his limit. It's just a weak-willed system. We could kill him in seconds. But keep a closer eye on those two peak level 2 guys for me. I'm sure they're hiding their true intentions. The subordinate acknowledged the order. All right, half an hour later, the system message appeared again. The 4th round mission has ended. The 5th round will begin in 3 minutes. At Songgang and Lin Tang's feet lay the massive corpse of the zombie king. A moment later, Songgang tallied the casualty count so far. In this round, we lost 1 melee fighter and 1 ranged attacker, and another melee fighter was critically injured. I have 2 ultimate moves left. I hope I can make it to the 6th round. Lin Tang gritted his teeth in frustration. Same here. No matter what, I have to survive until the 6th round. As soon as Lin Lan makes her move, we'll catch her off guard and team up to kill that woman. Songgang now saw Yi Ning in a completely different light. Did you see that kid in action just now? Compared to a normal willpower system user, he should have a cooldown after using a skill, but he was firing them off almost continuously. Lin Tang agreed with him. That's right, he's very special. But I hope he still has another trump card for the next round. To not mess with our plan, it's best we ensure he makes it to the 6th round, too. The system interface glowed red. The 5th round mission begins. 500 peak level 2 zombies, 2 level 2 mutants, 3 level 1 mutants, and 8 massive, hideous, mutated zombies appeared. There was a giant 2-headed monster, a blood-sucking demon bat, a giant spider demon, an 8-meter-long centipede, and many other new types. A giant spider dropped down, attacking first. Xiao Ba was snatched up by the centipede. Yi Ning, watch out. He couldn't react in time. Damn it, it's a multi-legged freak. Yi Ning unleashed his skills while dodging the centipede's attacks, trying to formulate a plan to save his teammate. As expected, without using an ultimate move. Dealing with a giant mutant like this is still too difficult. It's been half an hour and we still haven't found their weak spots. Screams of terror echoed everywhere. Help me. Somebody help me. Focus your fire. With so many bizarre monsters, there's no way to concentrate our firepower. Damn it, these bastard breeders. They have no intention of letting us survive until the 6th round. Elsewhere, Songgang was also dealing with a 2-headed demon and the blood-sucking bat. He consulted with Lin Tang. Lin Tang, we have to use our ultimate moves. Otherwise, we can't hold them off. He then shot his ice arrow at the bat. Ice arrow. Songgang charged forward, aiming for the 2-headed monster's head. You're dead, spirit, water strike. Lin Lan flashed a wicked smile. With such pathetic strength, you still want to conserve your spirit energy? What a bunch of fools. Suddenly, a swarm of spiders attacked Yi Ning from behind. It chomped down on the ground, causing the surface to crack wide open. Songgang's face paled. Oh no, we're too late. Lin Tang looked just as grim. Is that kid dead? Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, and Yi Ning flew out, tearing through the giant beasts. The other 2 were stunned. What is this? Lin Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid still had another trump card? Lin Tang's arrow struck the giant spider monster right between the eyes. Shi Zhu, eat my arrow. He and Songgang, who was wielding a hammer and shield, charged forward together. Quick, let's go kill Shi Zhu together. Yi Ning still has a chance. Yi Ning was still fighting the giant centipede, launching a purple skill as he moved along its body, searching for a weak spot. He hurled a purple sword toward the spot near the middle of the centipede's head. Found the weak point. Yi Ning threw a whirlwind punch to finish it, and the purple ultimate move engulfed the centipede. It was thrown high off the ground. Shatter it. Lin Tang's jaw dropped. He killed it, punching way above his weight class. Against the sorrowful banshee before, at least he had focused fire from others, but this time was different. Songgang's expression was just as priceless. Lin Lan looked at him like a piece of prey. A beginner level 2, yet he has 2 sets of blue-grade equipment on him. Looks like we've got a fat sheep, huh? She gave a cruel order. The next round, we begin the harvest. Don't kill the brat named Yi Ning. Just crush his limbs first. Leave him for me to torture slowly. Her subordinates shouted in unison. Yes, boss. Songgang's face darkened when he saw the other side starting to move. In the next round, it'll be just us and Yi Ning left. Lin Lan and her group will definitely join the fight. When they do, we'll seize the opportunity to kill her. Lin Tang agreed. Even if we can't kill her, we have to injure her severely. Plus, Yi Ning can deliver the finishing blow. The mission board appeared. The 6th round of attacks will now begin. Peak level 2 and 3-star level 2 monsters. This time, the number of mutant monsters tripled. and they were even more ferocious. Moreover, on Lin Lan's side, the zombies had already started attacking, so she charged forward to lead the fight. It's the final round. Give me everything you've got. With one hand, she could slice through zombies like they were paper. As long as you guys can hold your own, I promise to only take your money, not your lives. Lin Lan relentlessly punched and kicked the giant zombie, as if it were a punching bag in a gym. I'll take care of the peak level 2 mad zombie first. The rest of you, focus fire and hold back the monsters. The sword-wielding zombie with glowing red eyes swung its blade, slamming it down right beside her. It forced Lin Lan to dodge quickly. Enraged, Lin Lan swung her leg up to finish the monster, bringing it down in a single cleave that split the creature in two. Behind her, another gruesome zombie appeared. But it seemed Lin Lan had anticipated this. Just as the monster was about to sink its teeth into her, she manifested a red protective barrier around herself, illusionary defense shield. Elsewhere, Ning, who was dealing with a giant scorpion, couldn't help but feel impressed. A dual-strength agility type with acceleration skills, burst damage skills, and super strong defense. She's much more formidable now than she was before. He considered the situation carefully. Besides all this, she definitely has another trump card hidden. I can't act rashly this round. Lin Tang discussed their battle plan as he fired his arrows. Let's hold off the Blood Butcher monster first. Once Lin Lan deals with the mad zombie, they'll definitely come over to try and steal our kill. Song Gang did his best to attack the wild boar monster. He replied, "Got it. That will be our chance to counterattack her with our ultimate moves." Lin Lan finished off the female monster, but her fighting style was almost playful. As soon as she was done, she immediately flew towards Lin Tang and Song Gang. He glanced over, realizing it was time to execute their plan. She's here. Prepare to gather your energy. But unexpectedly, Lin Lan's target was the giant wild boar. You hold off the monster, I'll come kill it. Song Gang acknowledged the order. Yes. Immediately, Lin Tang launched a blue fire arrow toward Lin Lan. Now's the time. Spirit Flame Arrow. Song Gang also charged forward with his shield bash. Both attacks were aimed directly at her. Ning saw the situation was bad. This is not good, they're making their move. Lin Lan couldn't have been unprepared. A loud explosion ripped through the space. Lin Tang's eyes widened with worry. Brother Song, the pig over there has been taken down. But at the same time, Song Gang had also been struck down. His shield shattered into countless pieces. Lin Lan leaned on her hand and sneered, "Fools. Did you really think I had no defenses?" But Ning, who was cutting the scorpion's tail, saw through the trick. Lin Lan and Song Gang switched places. That must be the damage swap ability. She ruthlessly stomped on Song Gang repeatedly. You wasted my life-saving damage swap skill. Suddenly, Lin Lan dashed in front of Lin Tang, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Not bad, Lin Tang. She delivered a devastating blow right to his stomach. Lin Lan viciously stomped on his right hand, forcing him to gasp in agony. I'll cripple your right hand first. Let's see what you have left to fight me with. She casually ordered her subordinates. I'll handle the executor. You guys clean up the battlefield. Begin the harvest. Get the bow. They immediately followed her command. Yes, boss. One of them quickly grabbed Lin Tang and pointed a needle at his eye. Hand over your gear and credits, and I'll let you live. If not, I have ways to make you wish you were dead. The man didn't bother with words and grabbed Lin Tang's left hand threateningly. Still not talking? Then I'll cripple your left hand too. Song Gang roared in anger. If you're going to kill us, then do it. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Ning suddenly raised his hands in surrender. I'll give them up. I'll give them up. Just don't kill me, and don't torture me. The subordinate next to him smirked. You're a smart kid. But, too bad. The boss ordered us to crush your limbs. Ning played for time. Wait, even if you're going to cripple me, at least let me transfer the credits first. But he had already figured out a way to deal with this group. My chance to counterattack is in the 7th round. I have to find a way to drag this out until the final round. The system announced, the next round, the 6th round, has concluded. All participants, please vote on whether to proceed to the 7th round, the final battle. Ning's expression darkened as he unleashed a killing blow on the man before him. Now, his eyes blazed with murderous intent. Proceed to the 7th round, maximum difficulty. Very few people knew that as long as you registered for the highest difficulty, you didn't need to vote for the instance to continue. The system displayed the voting results. Someone has confirmed entry into the next round. The 7th round, maximum difficulty, is about to begin. The first subordinate's jaw dropped. Enter the next round. Didn't the boss say we'd disperse after the harvest? The second subordinate was just as confused. What's going on? Don't you need a 70% vote to decide? The third one started sweating bullets. I heard the 7th round can have tier 3 mutants. The boss won't be able to handle it. Song Gang laughed heartily in front of the subordinate next to him. It's fate. It's dragging you all down with us. Lin Lan's face twisted with rage. Song Gang, was this your doing? She flew towards him at top speed. I'll kill you. But suddenly, a giant, worm-like monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth erupted from the ground. Whoosh! It burst from the earth, blocking her path, its size utterly overwhelming. A purple blast took down Lin Lan's subordinate who was near Lin Tang. Another blast pierced through the one next to Song Gang. From a high vantage point, Ning shouted, Song Gang, Lin Tang, are you okay? If you are, run now. Get as far away as you can. Lin Tang helped Song Gang up as they fled from the giant worm monster. It's Ning. The tables have turned. He pointed his divine sword forward. Lin Lan, I bet you don't know this, do you? Ning stood tall, wielding his superior blade and looking down on them like they were insects. Tier 3 mutants have intelligence. They'll prioritize killing high-level ability users first. As long as you're tied up and can't escape, I'm confident I can defeat everyone with a single strike. The beast opened its massive maw. Lin Lan gritted her teeth and looked back. Change position. She shot forward with all her might. Ning was still observing everything. As expected, her damage swap ability has a distance limit, so she can't swap all the way over here. The monster's mouth was closing in on Lin Lan. She hastily jumped to dodge the attack, but the monster was faster and swatted her with its tail. Ning immediately raised his blade. Now's my chance. He unleashed a flurry of slashes. Blade flow, storm. Lin Lan was horrified by the sight. What is this? This is 1,000 times more terrifying than a Tier 3 mutant. Could it be that besides me, there's another Tier 3 user here? The monster was sliced into multiple pieces. She looked at the creature and shuddered. The range of this attack is too wide. There's no way I can escape. Just then, the system made an announcement. Death construction site cleared. You will be transported out of the instance in 5 minutes. Ning looked down from above. Song Gang couldn't believe his eyes. He one-shotted a Tier 3 awakened and a Tier 3 mutant with a single move. Lin Tang was also gaping in shock. Could you be a mid-Tier 3? No. A high Tier 3 expert, he looked down with cold eyes. It seems there's still a human presence down below. Could it be that witch isn't dead yet? Ning immediately threw a dagger. Spiritual probe. Telekinesis. Lin Lan was now severely injured. She saw the dagger approaching, her eyes fixed on it. Could this attack be from Ning? How is this possible? He looked at Lin Lan with a sharp gaze. So you're not dead after all. You must have some life-saving equipment, right? Well, let's see you take this dagger first. The blade was about to hit the center of Lin Lan's forehead, but she seemed to be protected. It didn't go through? Then I'll drill. Lin Lan broke into a cold sweat as she saw the dagger spinning relentlessly. Good thing I spent a fortune last time to buy this single-use, Tier 3 passive defense item. Ning charged forward with his long sword. It seems relying on telekinesis alone, so it basically can't pierce through. But she looks really weak right now, with no strength left to fight back. In that case, I'll finish this myself. She couldn't believe what was happening. Was that ultimate move really unleashed by you? You're a Tier 3 in hiding, aren't you? Even if you give it your all, you're still going to fail. What kind of barrier is this? I can't break through it at all. Lin Lan was feeling utterly furious. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Why do you have to defeat me like this? Ning was also a bit confused. Oh, so she thinks I'm trying to humiliate her, not that I can't actually kill her. He suddenly broke into a smug grin. In that case, it seems she's more afraid of being humiliated than of dying. Well, this just got a lot easier for me. Even though this sort of thing is shameless, to get the spoils of war, I'll just have to play along. He gently lifted Lin Lan's chin. Oh, you want a quick death? When you were torturing those other awakened ones, did you ever think you'd end up like this today? She said, seething with anger. You bastard, what are you trying to do? Ning was still smiling meaningfully. You can't even handle this? Just wait, soon you'll know what real humiliation is. She gritted her teeth. What will it take for you to just give me a clean death? He immediately stated his demand. Simple. The same thing you asked of us. Hand over all your equipment, items, and credit points, and I'll grant you a swift death. But Lin Lan was suspicious. How can I trust you? He lightly touched her thigh. You have no choice but to trust me. Lin Lan was terrified. Don't. I'll hand them over. If you dare trick me, I'll make sure you won't rest in peace. Just then, a system notification appeared. ID A. 178391 wants to trade with you. Blood Soul Armor, Blue-Grade Equipment. ID A. 178391 wants to trade with you. Flaming Bone Gauntlets, a blue-grade piece of equipment. ID A178391 wants to trade with you. Windbreaker Armor. Blue-grade equipment. ID A178391 wants to trade with you, transferring 13,000 credit points to you. Yining seemed pleased with the transaction. This is a lot of gear. Robbing people really is the fastest way to get rich. Lin Lan had accepted her fate. I've given you everything. Now kill me. But he just said coldly, is that everything? You only have a little over 10,000 credits? How can I believe that? If you don't hand it all over, what do you think I'll do next? Yining grabbed Lin Lan's hand tightly. You damn bastard. That's all I have. Believe it or not. He quickly pushed her down. Still talking tough? Then I won't be polite anymore. Lin Lan didn't bother to resist. Come on, you bastard. If you've got the guts, then just do it. But at that moment, he got up, looking bored. Looks like she really doesn't have anything left. She was still screaming at him from the side. Why are you getting up? Lost your nerve? Lin Lan suddenly realized something. Wait, you're not going to kill me, and you're not going to violate me. What in the world do you want from me? In reality, that ultimate skill could only be used once. You're only a level 2. You can't break my defense at all, can you? A system notification appeared. Preparing for dungeon exit in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lin Lan stood up and taunted him. How stupid. And I actually thought you were a level 3. Yi Ning thought to himself. She figured it out. Right now, I really have no way of killing her. Lin Lan was now completely enraged. You're Yi Ning, right? I'll remember you. From now on, I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. I will find you. She screamed relentlessly. Just you wait. I'll dice you into 1,000 pieces. I'll turn you into a pig. But Yi Ning just silently turned back to look at her. Remember, my name is Yi Ning. By the time you find out who I, Yi Ning, really am, we'll see who kills who. The system appeared once again. Exiting dungeon. Calculating rewards. Dungeon completed by Yi Ning. Base completion rate, 70.3%. Main quest completion rate, 20%. Defeated the hardest boss, the sandworm. Total accumulated completion rate, 90.3%. S-rank achieved. Calculating experience points and spirit energy. 10% bonus added for defeating a higher level enemy. Equipment received, Weeping Mask, white grade. Sin of the Centipede, white grade. Boss's Desire, blue grade. Items obtained, Corrosive Acid, white grade. Venerable Exoskeleton, white grade. Sandworm's Compound Eye, white grade. Materials obtained. With all this, plus Lin Lan's stuff, selling it will be enough for me to buy spirit energy. Indeed, all my stats have increased by 25 points. Yi Ning rode off on a very impressive motorcycle. Tonight, I have to get to Zhenjiang and find a hotel to practice the B-rank sword skill, Blade Focus. Then tomorrow, I'll head to the legendary Ruins battlefield to get some gear. While I'm at it, I can get familiar with the corpse-tied battlefield. Just then, a man blocked his way. Help me. The man kept pleading with Yi Ning. Help. Our car flipped over. He got off and looked around. Oh, are you sure this car just flipped over? At that moment, a group of armed people appeared. This is a robbery. Yi Ning remained perfectly calm. Oh, a highway robbery? The man in the mask was getting annoyed. Cut the crap. Hand over your credit points now, and I'll let you live. He immediately drew his blade and cut them all down. There was really no need for words. Yi Ning glanced at the one who was running away. There's one left? Where do you think you're going, you worm? He threw his knife straight at the man. Let's see you run now. Swish. The knife grazed the man's leg, and he immediately tumbled to the ground. Yi Ning looked at the man's leg in shock. The wound? There's no blood. The man slowly stood back up. This isn't a human. It's not a zombie or a mutant either. He was crying endlessly, begging. Sir, spare me. I know where they hide the things they've stolen. I'll tell you everything. Yi Ning angrily grabbed him by the collar. I was forced into this, I swear. Please don't kill me. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Tell me now, what the hell are you? Faced with Yi Ning's interrogation, the man was terrified and quickly opened his attribute panel. Don't kill me. I'll open my personal attribute panel, and you can see for yourself. The system immediately displayed his personal information. Identity, Li Fuyi, Dungeon NPC. Level, 0. Talents, Golden Flower Scent, Skilled Merchant. Golden Flower Scent, when used by an awakened one, can detect any item in the target's inventory. Skilled Merchant, when trading, automatically increases the price by 10%. The other party will not be able to detect it until the transaction is complete. And the transaction is complete. The membership fee for this transaction is 5%. The amount will be automatically deducted and kept as your own. This effect is immune to any transaction rules. Yi Ning was still skeptical. Reading the information panel, he asked relentlessly. Are you an NPC? How did you manage to escape the dungeon? Were you self-aware from the moment you were created? Li Fugi replied, trembling. To be honest, I don't know how I appeared here either. I've been out here ever since I gained consciousness. My lord, can you please spare me? Seeing his pathetic appearance, he had no intention of letting him go, already scheming in his head. His 3 skills are all system bugs that the awakened can never learn. If I can make him handle my trades in business, I could save a ton of money. With that thought, Ning pulled out a blank scroll. He held it in front of Li Fugui and ordered in a stern voice, sign this contract, and I'll let you live. Li Fugui was absolutely terrified by this condition. A servant contract, but in the end, he had no choice but to sign. A system notification immediately appeared. Li Fugui has signed the certificate. Opening the party interface. Master, Ning, low level rank 2. Servant, Li Fugui, no level. Loyalty, 60 out of 100. Ning smiled with satisfaction and said to him, from now on, you'll follow me. We're teammates. In stark contrast, Li Fugi couldn't hold back his tears as he lamented, teammates, this is forced labor. Why am I so unlucky? First, I run into rich whales, now a tyrant. Seeing his misery, Ning made an offer. All the items that were stolen by those whales are all yours now. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. He joyfully hugged Ning's leg and said, really? Thank you, master. You are the most generous master in the world. Li Fugi's loyalty increased accordingly. Servant Li Fugi's loyalty +1, +1. Ning could only chuckle in response. His loyalty is so easy to earn. Li Fugui, help me sell all the equipment except for the Blood Soul armor and the Corrupting Carapace armor. As for what to buy, get me some reality fruits. Also, buy a larger storage space and find a room for yourself. You'll usually stay here and help me manage my assets. Even in the middle of a massive city, nothing could drown out Li Fugi's joyous scream, master is the best. Just leave the management to me. In a flash, the two of them returned home. Ning casually sat on the sofa, devouring food, while Li Fugui complained at the sight. Master, you're the most wasteful person I've ever met. Other people couldn't afford to eat a single reality fruit in their entire lives. Yet, you're eating them like they're regular meals. Not letting him continue, Ning reached out and pushed Li Fugui back into his own world. Go back and manage your accounts. Ning was finally full. The system displayed a series of stats. Reality fruit consumed. Strength, 25. Agility, 25. Constitution, 25. He let out a satisfied burp. Finally, another 25 points added. He stood up and opened the system panel to check his progress. Learn B rank sword skill, Shadow Strike. The system quickly responded. New sword skill Shadow Strike learned. Skill upgrade successful. The skill Shadow Strike has been upgraded to an SSS-RANK skill, Dimensional Slash. Skill effect creates a spatial rift, granting the user invincibility for 1 second and bypassing all defenses. Reading through the information, Ning grinned to himself. Dimensional Slash. Huh? Breaking through space and bypassing all defenses. That's just ridiculously overpowered. I'll have to try it out in the ruined battlefield dungeon tomorrow. And just like that, tomorrow arrived. The system presented Ning with a choice. Do you wish to enter the ruined battlefield? Difficulty. Rank B. After he selected yes, he was transported to another space. As soon as he arrived, a man introduced himself. Hello, I'm Chen Yang. This is my sister, Chen Jiao. We're both low-level rank 2. But Chen Jiao didn't seem very friendly, speaking in a sarcastic tone. I saw the system notification about a high-level rank 2 teammate. That must be you, right? But you look so young. I wonder if the system made a mistake assessing your strength. Hearing this, Chen Yang immediately turned and scolded her. Sis, stop talking nonsense. Ning had been quietly sizing them up, reminding himself. Judging by their attire, they're probably second or even third-generation military kids. I'd better be careful. After lecturing his sister, Chen Yang turned to Ning and explained, please don't mind her. My sister has been spoiled by our family since she was young. Ning replied. You two can just call me Ning. Suddenly, the system announced. The ruined battlefield has activated. A special event will begin in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. He wondered aloud. A special event? I've only heard that special events, supernatural events, and spreading events are considered the 3 great mysteries of the apocalypse. This is my first time encountering a special dungeon event. Chen Yang reassured him, Brother Ye, don't worry. Although special events are products of supernatural forces, from what I know, the ruined battlefield is a special event that's relatively safe. It doesn't have any mission restrictions, and you can leave at any time as long as you're out of combat. This special event is a reenactment of a war that happened when the apocalypse first began. But when he mentioned the enemy, his expression soured. Our enemies are the regular zombie tide and mutated zombies. The countdown ended, and a horde of mutated zombies began to swarm them. All three of them quickly got into a combat stance. Chen Yang turned to Ye Ning and his sister. Brother Ye, let's go down and take care of the mutated zombies. Chen Jiao, you stay up here. Ignoring his words, Ye Ning jumped straight down into the zombie horde, leaving the two of them stunned. He's just going to do that? Brother, this guy is so rude. Without a trace of fear, Ye Ning charged towards the biggest one, swinging the sword in his hand with force. In the blink of an eye, the creature was hit with 2 slashes from Ye Ning, killing it on the spot. Seeing the massive creature taken down by Ye Ning in just a few seconds, Chen Yang was filled with awe. Brother Ye really is a high-level rank too. He finished it off so quickly. But my brother and I won't be outdone. He swung the axe in his hand with even more vigor, clearing out the surrounding zombies. Chen Yang shouted, Brother Ye, let's try to hold the line for as long as we can. When we can't hold out anymore, I can still summon the spirit, soldiers to fight for us, to maximize our gains. Hearing this, Ye Ning was surprised. Summon spirit soldiers? In my past life, I only heard rumors that this kind of secret was held by the military. I never thought it was actually real. But Chen Yang quickly continued. But this is a top military secret, he warned in a loud voice. When we get back, don't you dare tell anyone about this. However, a zombie suddenly lunged, about to pounce on Chen Yang. Seeing this, Ye Ning quickly threw a knife at it and shouted a warning. Watch your back. Just as Chen Yang turned around, the knife was already piercing through its head. He couldn't help but be terrified by Ye Ning's power. Telekinesis? He took out a high-tier rank 1 in a single move. After they finished off the horde of zombies, the system displayed another notification. The activation battle has ended. A large-scale continuous battle will begin in 3 minutes. Chen Yang walked over to him. He took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one as a thank you for before. Brother Ye, you smoke? This stuff is special issue from the military district. Thanks a lot for saving my life just now. But Ye Ning politely refused. I don't smoke, but thank you. I hear these things are pretty rare in the apocalypse. It seems your background isn't so simple, is it? Hearing this, Chen Yang waved his hand boastfully, taking the opportunity to invite him to his team. To be honest with you, Ye Ning, my grandfather is the deputy commander of the North China Military District, and my father is the security commander of District 191. Both of them are already rank 3. Right now, I'm also putting together my own force. I figured, since you're on your own, Brother Ye, you probably haven't joined any faction yet, have you? How about? But before he could finish, Ye Ning cut him off bluntly. Sorry, I'm used to being alone. This left Chen Yang so bewildered that he dropped his cigarette. Not giving up so easily, Chen Yang tried to persuade him with benefits. Brother Ye, you can still refuse after you hear me out. All you have to do is be my second in command. Right from the start, I'll give you the treatment of an official member. 3,000 credit points a month, and I'll personally add another 1,000 on top of that. Seeing that he was still silent, Chen Yang continued with a better offer. On top of that, I can also register a blue-grade weapon for you, free of charge. Even your family members can join the military department. Seeing her brother going a bit overboard, Chen Jiao quickly tried to stop him. Brother, are you crazy? Even if his strength isn't bad, it's not worth all that. Ye Ning finally couldn't take it anymore, turned his back to leave, and shouted a reminder to them. I'm not interested in this matter. The large-scale zombie tide is about to start. Let's get ready to fight first. But in his mind, he thought, still trying to rope me in? Once I reach rank 3, I'll get just as much as what you're offering. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of regret as Ye Ning walked away. He sighed. Those conditions are a heavenly offer for any rank 2. So many people would beg for an offer I wouldn't even give them, and yet he just turned it down flat. Chen Jiao, on the other hand, started cursing Ye Ning loudly. That ungrateful bastard. Who does he think he is? Forget high-tier rank 2. Our family has tons of peak rank 2 experts. In a flash, half an hour had passed. The main battle began. On Chen Yang's side, a mutant was relentlessly attacking, overwhelming him to the point where he couldn't fight back. He had no choice but to call for help. Brother Ye, I can't hold on over here. Let's summon the soldiers and retreat, Ye Ning replied as he lopped off a zombie's head. Wait a little longer. Lure that monster a bit closer to me. Seeing that Chen Yang had done it, he leaped high into the air and yelled, All right, get to the top of the city wall. With that said, Ye Ning dove straight into the gathered horde of zombies without hesitation, the sword in his hand glowing brilliantly as he slashed down at the mutants below. He split their bodies in two, leaving none to escape. From a distance, Chen Yang and Chen Jiao couldn't help but be stunned by this terrifying power. They could only gape in amazement. Is he rank 3? No way, a normal rank 3 couldn't possibly one-shot several mutated zombies like that, let alone a peak rank 2. No wonder he didn't even care about my offer. That move is way more powerful than anything my dad or grandpa can do. After wiping them out, Ning landed gracefully right next to the two siblings and said, "Now you can summon the soldiers." Still in shock, Chen Jiao asked with a puzzled look, "But why? You're so powerful. We don't have to do it unless it's a critical moment." Chen Yang raised a hand to stop his sister. "If Mr. Ye says so, then we should just do it." With that, he raised the axe in his hand. He loudly chanted the summoning spell, "Marin, Marin." In an instant, the soldiers quickly appeared. One of them reported loudly, "Prepare for battle, defend the line. First Artillery Regiment, ready to fire, kill." The spirit soldiers charged in to battle the mutants, quickly turning the area below into a battlefield, a fiery one. Seeing this, Chen Yang said, "Mr. Yi, from here on out, we can just sit back and watch." However, these soldiers can only hold out for a little while. They'll disappear after they kill off one wave of the zombie tide. Ning turned as if to leave, telling the siblings, "You two wait here." He went deeper into the city, to a desolate area filled with nothing but ruins. Ning stopped and began to activate his search ability. He thought to himself, "I just killed a peak rank 2, but I didn't see any legendary blue equipment drop. I'm guessing it only appears after the soldiers have been summoned. My intuition tells me it's definitely in this area." His eyes suddenly lit up. He'd finally gotten a result. Ning glanced in that direction and said aloud, "Found it, I knew it." He quickly moved towards it, where a blue orb and a tattered old diary were waiting for him. The blue orb suddenly began to make an announcement. "Activating special mission, last wish. Find the cause of the ruined battlefield and resolve the issue. Upon completing the mission, you will receive a special reward." Ning picked up the old journal, examining it for a moment before voicing his thoughts. A special mission, last wish? It must be related to this diary. But in the days that followed, a tragedy struck. July 25th, the first monster tide began. I never thought things would happen so fast. Yan is dead. We couldn't even find his body. Between the faded lines of ink in the old diary was a single, time-worn photograph. The author continued writing below it. In the final moments, I asked them if they had any last words. They were usually just a bunch of kids who loved to joke around. And yet, all they said to me was a single sentence. On the final page of the diary, amidst the empty, silent space, one line was written in bold, "Marin, go home." It was also the author's final words. After finishing the last wish journal, Ning stared at the jade bracelet in his hand, muttering constantly, "Last wish. A pact." As he spoke, he clenched the bracelet in his hand. The origin of the truth. Meanwhile, with the Chen siblings, they were watching the battle below and discussing Ning's identity. "Brother, is it possible Ning isn't actually tier 3? Maybe he has some kind of equipment that lets him use an ultimate move just once? It's possible, but we can't confirm it if we provoke. A tier 3. There's no telling if we'll make it out of here alive." Hearing her brother say that, Chen Jiao frowned and retorted angrily, "He dare? With Grandpa around, the entire North China military region wouldn't let him get away with it." Seeing his sister's temper flaring up, Chen Yang tried to reason with her. "My dear sister, you really need to change that attitude, or you're going to pay for it sooner or later. Never mind whether he'd attack us or not. If he really is a tier 3, then we need to find a way to recruit him to our side. I believe Grandpa and Dad would approve of it too." Just as he finished speaking, Ning returned. Seeing him, Chen Yang hesitated before asking, "Sir Yi, should we get ready to leave?" As he spoke, he pointed down below to update Ming on the situation. "These soldiers can't last for much longer. After that tier 3 mutant appeared, they'll linger for a little while at most, and then they'll disappear. So we have to leave before these soldiers vanish. Otherwise, if that tier 3 mutant targets us, it's going to be a huge pain." But Ning felt no joy in his heart. He asked in a grave tone, "Do you two know the final outcome of this battlefield ruin? What ultimately happened to these soldiers?" Chen Yang was a little surprised by the question but answered him anyway. "My father wasn't even born at that time, but I heard my grandfather say that the battle was a catastrophic failure. Not a single person survived, but thanks to their sacrifice, the safe zone behind them was successfully evacuated back then. That year, my grandfather was one of the lucky survivors from that safe zone." Ning pressed on, "If it was such a catastrophic failure, how did the final monster tide die down?" This time, however, Chen Yang hesitated for a moment. The details about that are still unclear, but there's a legend that the tide just seemed to vanish on its own. Hearing that, he finally understood everything. Vanished on its own? So that's what happened. So that's how it was? Seeing Yining's strange reaction, the two siblings couldn't help but ask, Sir Yining, what's wrong with you? Yeah, why are you suddenly asking about things from so long ago? So long ago. He didn't answer them, instead continuing with his own question. Then do you know what the phrase Marin means? Chen Yang answered honestly. Its meaning? It's a secret phrase passed down within our ranks. I honestly don't know its specific meaning. His sister added, all we know is that whenever we shout that phrase, these soldiers will appear to fight for us. With that said, she sternly warned him, this is a military secret. My brother thinks highly of you, so he told you. You better not let it slip. Seeing this, Chen Yang quickly tried to calm his sister down. Sister, don't interrupt. Yining turned and asked, how many times can you people use this method? Hearing the question, he was startled before replying. It's been used a few hundred times, but usually just to retrieve equipment. But each person can only use it once. If the same person shouts it again, it'll have no effect. After hearing this, Ye Ning's expression turned grim, and he began firing off questions. Hundreds of times. So have you people ever helped these soldiers destroy the final mutant? Chen Yang replied calmly, no, because usually only Tier 2 mutants come here. We've never seen a Tier 3 before. You're the first Tier 3 person to ever come here. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Ning suddenly leaped down below. Before the siblings could even process what was happening, he had already charged toward the horde of zombies. He kept speculating in his mind. So this is the origin of the battlefield ruin, isn't it? Chen Jiao complained loudly. Brother, what is he trying to do now? Why aren't we leaving this place? Meanwhile, Yi Ning's mind kept flashing back to the last wish, connecting all the pieces. It was clear now their lingering obsession had turned them into these soldiers and transformed this battlefield into a special instance. But with his combat instincts, Yi Ning reacted in an instant, swinging the sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, with just a few swings of his blade, the creature's head was severed from its body. He remained calm, his thoughts still on those soldiers. It was because they knew that once the Tier 3 mutant here was killed, the secret, their words will be meaningless. They'll no longer be able to grant their descendants any benefits. Thunderclaps echoed across the sky, and rain poured down like a waterfall, making this place even gloomier. Yining dashed through the puddles, his heart filled with rage as he realized the conspiracy behind it all, the deceit and exploitation. In an instant, he leaped high into the air, bringing the weapon in his hand down on the enemy in front of him without a shred of hesitation, as if unleashing all his hatred upon them. After learning the truth, the word Marin, which held all the hopes of the heroic spirits of the past, was instead used by the military as their most shameless bargaining chip, a ploy they had used hundreds, even thousands of times. With a single slash, the zombie was split in two. His eyes grew incredibly determined. He promised himself that this time, even if it meant death, he would bring them home. Chen Jiao couldn't help but feel terrified. Seeing him like this, she said fearfully, Brother, has he gone insane? Does he really intend to fight the final level 3 mutant? Chen Yang also found Ye Ning's attitude strange. He silently reasoned, that's odd. If he wanted to fight the final level 3 mutant, why summon the soldiers so early? There's no need to help them fight the monsters right now, is there? Doesn't he want to conserve his stamina? She quickly grabbed the hem of her brother's shirt, trying to persuade Chen Yang. Brother, the level 3 mutant is about to appear. Even if Yi Ning is a level 3 himself, there's no way he can kill it. We should just leave first. Her words made sense, but he still didn't want to give up on someone like Yi Ning. Leaving now was indeed the safest option, but if they went, it would be very difficult to build a relationship with this Yi Ning. After thinking it over, Chen Yang turned to his sister and said, let's wait a little longer. We only need 10 seconds to escape this place. If he really can't hold out, we can still escape from up here in time. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. The building they were standing on started to tilt to one side. Chen Jiao screamed in panic. What's this? From a distance, through the thick fog, a colossal figure gradually emerged. Each of its footsteps made the ground tremble even more. The two of them slowly realized what it was and shouted, It's here? The monster didn't care about anything, ready to crush everything in its path. Its body was grotesquely large, with long, spindly arms covered in sharp spikes. Its steps were slow and heavy, and it exhaled thick plumes of smoke as it moved. As it drew closer, the two siblings finally recognized it, screaming in terror. This is the level 3 mutant. This thing is huge. The monster rampaged through its surroundings, heading straight for Ye Ning. Up close, his body seemed like a mere grain of sand in its eyes. A flicker of fear crossed Ye Ning's mind but vanished just as quickly. He spoke with a confident voice. I only have one use of dimensional slash left. He took a deep breath, muttering as he planned how to take it down. But right now, I'm still not sure how effective Dimensional Slash will be, so I can't attack recklessly. After a moment of thought, Ning let out a soft sigh, having finally made a decision. He slowly raised his sword, lowering his body into a ready stance. It'll be safer to wait for it to get closer before I strike. He stood there, without a trace of fear, closing the distance bit by bit. 70 meters, 59 meters, and finally, 40 meters. The monster had arrived. It showed no mercy, swinging its deformed, spike-covered arm straight down like a living club. But Ning just stood there, with no intention of dodging. His eyes lit up. Prepare to counter. Now's the time. In the blink of an eye, the massive, colossal body had already been split in two by Ning's sword. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Ning landed lightly as if nothing had happened, his eyes still warily fixed on the monster. He uttered, "Universal stillness." Everything seemed to stop. The image showed Ning standing alone on the rooftop of a building. All around him were desolate ruins, and before him was the giant, dangerous zombie. So this is the dimensional space? My flow of time is completely different from everyone else's. Ning frowned, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. Not only that, but he also noticed the skeleton through its body. He immediately realized he could see right through it. Ning moved slightly, a powerful energy radiating from his feet. I can choose any part of this dimensional space to materialize. Without hesitating, he immediately shot forward, rushing straight toward the monster's body. He formulated a plan in his mind, realizing he could move through its body without any resistance at all. Suddenly, a brilliant green energy burst from Ning's boots. In this moment, I am invincible. At that very moment, he powerfully swung his sword, stabbing it straight into the zombie, sending blood flying everywhere. Ning continued to phase through its head at an incredible speed. That fatal blow caused the zombie's head to explode, shaking the entire area. Then it collapsed with a tremendous crash, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Chen Yong's eyes widened in horror. That was a level 3 mutant. A mutant class that could easily destroy a safe zone. And it was killed. Just like that? Chen Zhao's jaw dropped in disbelief. The move was too fast. I didn't see anything. He's already killed it? Suddenly, she covered her mouth, frowning as she whispered, "Brother, I was wrong. That guy really is a level 3, and he's even stronger than Grandpa's and Dad's level 3s. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he agreed. You're right. We've seen level 3 fights in the military district countless times since we were kids, but we've never seen anything on this level. Could it be that Ning is a high-tier level 3? At this rate, isn't he practically a national treasure?" A moment later, the system announced the end of the event. You will exit this place in 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the battlefield of ruins will disappear forever. The heroic spirits froze for a moment upon hearing this announcement, all of them bewildered. The ruined battlefield disappeared. What in the world is going on? At that moment, both Chen Yang and Chen Zhao rushed over when they saw Ning land on the rooftop. They called out, "Ning." Suddenly, he raised his hand, revealing the turquoise stone necklace, as Ning shouted, "Marin." That sound immediately caught the attention of the heroic spirit soldiers. They quickly lined up in a solemn formation, saluted, and thanked him in unison. Standing behind them, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel confused. "Ning, why are you still using this incantation now?" He quietly cut him off. "Let's talk once we're out of here. This place is about to disappear." Just then, the system delivered a report and issued the order to leave the dungeon, calculating the reward for the one who completed it. Ning. Dungeon completion rating. Basic completion rate 70%, additional completion rate 30%, total accumulated completion rate 100%, SSS-RANK evaluation, equipment received, items received, materials received. Despite hearing the news of his level up, Ning just sat quietly amidst the ruins. After the battle, he said to himself, "I've really become a high-rank level 2. I should be happy, but why don't I feel any joy at all? Besides setting the spirits of my seniors free, what else can I do for them?" Not long after, a new notification appeared from the system. This event has now ended, and the Last Wish quest has been updated. You can choose to continue the quest, which is to return home with the soldiers from the special event, or you can stop the quest and receive the special reward first. Note, after continuing the quest, the mission rewards will change, and skills may also change in unpredictable ways. Please choose carefully. As he looked at this information, Ning smiled with a hint of relief. This is good. Even without this quest, this is what I wanted to do anyway. Eventually, Chen Yan and Chen Zhao found him in a secluded spot. He laughed and said, "Ning, you are seriously on another level. Since we entered the dungeon from different directions, I was worried I wouldn't be able to find you." As he walked closer, Chen Yang informed him, "I've just transferred all the earnings from this run to you. This is what you deserve. Hearing this, Ning was calm. Oh, thanks. Right after, the two of them extended an invitation. My sister and I would like to invite you to Zhenjiang for lunch. Would you be willing to consider it? He gently declined and took the chance to ask, let's skip lunch. I want to do something else first. Could you help me with it? He happily agreed. It would be my honor. Please, Ning, just say the word. Ning made his request clear. Help me find out the hometowns of the soldiers from this battlefield. I want to go there myself. Immediately, Chen Yong contacted the person he needed. Adjutant, help me check the hometowns of the Zhuang soldiers from the battlefield of ruins. Send me the information as soon as possible. The person complied. Yes, young Master Chen. In less than a moment, he reported the good news. Ning, I've found it. It's about 300 kilometers from Zhenjiang. I'll send a helicopter to take you there. He immediately expressed his sincere thanks. As Ning boarded the helicopter, Chen Zhao watched quietly, unable to hide her regret. Brother, are you really just going to let him go like that? What are we supposed to do now that the battlefield of ruins is gone? How are we going to explain this when we get back? You know how much the military values the battlefield of ruins, don't you? The summoning slot for this mission was secured by grandfather himself, wasn't it? She frowned, glanced at Chen Yang beside her, and chided. It's one thing to give him all the rewards from this run, but are you also planning to help him cover this up? His eyes still fixed in the distance, he answered slowly, Little sister, while this kind of matter is indeed very serious, you're not wrong about what you said. I'm not just helping him cover up what happened at the battlefield of ruins. My own responsibility in this is also undeniable. A moment later, the helicopter began to take off. Chen Zhao was still full of questions. And let's not even talk about the rewards. So what if we gave him 10,000 or even 100,000 points? Then she wondered, Brother, I know he's very powerful, but from what we've seen, he hasn't shown any sign of wanting to get close to us, has he? Is what we're doing really worth it? But Chen Yang just smiled faintly and replied with a hidden meaning. It's very much worth it. Let me tell you something. First of all, regarding this incident, we can't escape the blame anyway. After all, any political rival of ours will find a way to blame us for it no matter what. Instead of being passive, it's better to proactively use this to build a good relationship with Ning. He then tilted his head to look at Chen Zhao and asked, Also, Ning asked me to help him look up that information. What do you think that means? It proves that he doesn't belong to any faction within the military yet. The helicopter continued to fly at high speed, leaving trails of light and a powerful vortex of air behind it, as Chen Yong's voice echoed. Although he doesn't say much, you can tell he is absolutely a person who values relationships. If we want to build a good rapport with someone like him, we must be completely sincere. Inside the helicopter cabin, Ning gazed at the sky through the window, his hand gently clutching the turquoise necklace as he whispered, Unnamed seniors, I wonder if you are still out there. If you are, please fly home with me. In Wenshan of the Zhuang people, a small town nestled in a valley, surrounded by majestic mountains and a turquoise river, a gentle voice spoke up, Ma'am, do you remember the soldiers who left here 60 years ago? The ones who went to defend Zhenjiang. A pair of callous hands held up an old photograph of the soldiers laughing together, as comrades. It was an old farmer with white hair, leaning on a cane, frowning slightly as he tried to recall the memory. This is A Yan, and this is Ma Rancy. Ning stood up and nodded in confirmation. That's right. They've all come home. They're home now. Not long after, Xiao Chen excitedly brought another old man over to report. Ning, after checking everything, there are only 5 families left who know what happened 60 years ago and have elders who are still alive today. Furthermore, as per your instructions, a large amount of supplies has been distributed to the villagers to help improve their lives. Then he turned to introduce him. Regarding the memorial tablets you mentioned, I brought the village chief here. He smiled and thanked him. You've worked hard. The village chief replied sincerely, Please, don't be so formal, Ning. This is what young Master Chen entrusted to me. I will follow all of your arrangements. After Xiao Chen left, Ning gestured towards the distance and asked for his opinion. Elder village chief, I will send another 4,000 credit points to you. Please have your men build a monument for the fallen heroes there. Do you think this is enough? Upon hearing the amount, he quickly waved his hands. 4,000 credit points? We can't use all of this. We'll never spend it all. He then suggested in a soft voice, Then please distribute whatever is left to the children in the village. Although he couldn't convince Ning to change his mind, the village chief was still moved, grabbing his hand gratefully and saying, Sir, on behalf of everyone, I thank you. I will make sure every single one of their names is carved perfectly. Ning bowed his head in response. Old chief, please, don't be like this. Back in the present, from inside the helicopter, he continued to gaze into the distant sky. He whispered to himself, "Seniors, you can all rest in peace now." Suddenly, the system displayed the results. Last wish mission completed. Reward, 100 reputation points. Pact fulfilled, turquoise necklace. All stats +1. Equipment effect, health and mana regeneration speed, plus 33%. Equipped skill, unyielding faith. For 10 seconds, in the blink of an eye, you can rapidly recover 15 points of the will attribute. Equipment evaluation. The necklace has received a blessing. It has become stronger than it originally was. Yi Ning's eyes widened with emotion. "Thank you for your blessing, seniors. I will carry this with me forever until the day the war is truly over." In addition, looking at the notification panel, he thought to himself, "As for this reputation reward, it's not something that can be bought with money. Perhaps for me, cultivating influence within the military will be very beneficial." Suddenly, Yi Ning thought of Chen Yang. Speaking of influence in the military, Chen Yang isn't a bad choice now that I'm out of the dungeon. He didn't mention anything about the battlefield's disappearance. What's more, he even agreed to my requests. Although I don't really like the look of him, if I think about it carefully, he doesn't seem to understand what happened at the ruined battlefield either. In the end, he decided to head back and test him further, while also getting himself a few more perks. The scene changes to a large, intricately carved wooden door, set in a wall with elaborate patterns exuding an air of luxury, mystery, and solemnity. Inside that room, Chen Yang jumped to his feet, having been contacted by the person he was waiting for. "Yi Ning, you were looking for me?" Yi Ning got straight to the point. "I want to borrow 2 blue-grade equipment swords from you, preferably the kind with a short cooldown. Is that convenient for you?" Thinking he misheard, he asked again, "Borrow." Immediately after, Chen Yang waved his hands in denial. No, that's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is, I'll definitely find a way to get them and give them to you as a gift. You don't need to borrow them." As the system screen was about to close, the other person's voice came through before it ended. "Then I'll be counting on you." Chen Yang clenched his fist triumphantly. To think Ye Ning would come to me for help so soon. It seems he's trusting me more and more. When I tell Grandpa and Dad about this, they're definitely going to be thrilled. At the authentic Lanju hand-pulled noodle shop, Yi Ning nodded in satisfaction as he slurped his noodles. That Chen Yong kid is surprisingly straightforward. I only got 3 free attribute points in this dungeon, not counting the blessing on the blue equipment. My base stats, excluding will, are only at 26 points. Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, Will 31. The turquoise necklace isn't for sale, and the other materials aren't worth much, not nearly enough to buy a mana orb. After waiting 2 days for my ultimate to cool down, I'll take the blue-grade equipment Chen Yong gives me, then find a way to break through a high-level dungeon. I need to grind and farm as much as I can. He suddenly recalled something from the past. When I level up to level 3, there'll be another chance to double my stats. In my past life, my total tier 2 stats had only reached 20 points when I leveled up to level 3. This led to my base stats not being very high after level 3. On his way back, Yi Ning walked with his hands in his pockets, thinking, this life, I absolutely have to raise all my stats to the highest tier 2 limit of 31 points, and only then will I undergo the trial to advance to level 3. By my calculations, by then. It should also be the time when the monster tide breaks out in the Tianfeng safe zone. Abruptly, he sensed something unusual. Oh, that's the killing intent of a level 3. As that savage aura drew closer, Yi Ning suddenly realized, this is bad. My ultimate skill is still on cooldown. Facing a level 3 right now would be suicide. Yi Ning thought as he walked, who is it? Who wants to kill me? He silently mulled it over. This is the inner city of the Zhenjiang safe zone, and besides Chen Yong, no one else knows I'm here. Could it be that level 3 commander from Zhenjiang I stole from earlier? Or maybe Chen Yong has had a change of heart. But he dismissed that thought. Chen Yong wouldn't do that. Impossible. Chen Yong is trying to recruit me, so he has no reason to kill me. And the Zhenjiang commander has no idea that I was the one who stole his monster. A thought flashed in Ye Ning's mind as he recalled Lin Lan's hateful gaze. Could it be that hag Lin Lan from the Blood Wolf squad? Did she really manage to find me this quickly? Right now, all my skills are on cooldown, so I can't rush to confirm it. Pushing aside the thought of who wanted to kill him, he was now trying to figure out how to escape the person tailing him. The top priority is figuring out how to get out of here. Should I activate the Chilewa to run? No, stay calm first. The fact that my opponent chose to follow me before making a move proves they're still wary. In other words, my opponent doesn't know my skills are on cooldown. So if I run away hastily, I'll just expose myself, and that person will definitely strike and kill me. The best thing to do now is to pretend like nothing is wrong, and see if I can find a place to hide for now. Yi Ning looked around, and suddenly his eyes landed on a nearby bar. Ah, There we go. For someone to be able to drink at a bar these days, they must be filthy rich, huh? He chuckled to himself. I should go in and use their status to my advantage. Inside the bar near Ye Ning, Wu Qing was complaining in frustration. Why is everyone who came to the bar today such a brute? Just then, her bodyguard approached and asked, Miss, after this drink, shall we return home? She impatiently waved her hand. Get lost. Then, she suddenly seemed to see something, and Wu Qing looked over at Yi Ning. He was sitting nearby, looking calm, but was secretly observing her. She looked young, with dyed hair and heavy makeup. Coming to a nightclub like this, she was most likely in her rebellious phase. Wu Qing walked over. Hey, handsome. He looked her up and down, thinking to himself, the bracelets and rings on this girl are all just for show. Looking at the bodyguards behind her, he saw 4 peaked Tier 2 warriors. They must be her bodyguards. No one dares to provoke her, which proves her status and background were definitely very complex. Wu Qing moved closer and said in a low voice, Are you here alone? How about we have a drink together? As for Ye Ning, he was still keeping an eye on the person tailing him. The killing intent of that Stage 3 individual was still outside, not too far away. At that moment, he replied, I'm down for a drink, but I don't have any money. Wu Qing said happily, I do. As soon as she finished speaking, she called for a waiter. Waiter, get me 2 not going home tonights, and put it on my tab. Looking at Wu Qing, he thought to himself, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Tonight, to escape, I have no choice but to use you. With his own trump card being an unknown factor, and adding her 4 high-level Stage 2 bodyguards, even a Stage 3 would have a hell of a time dealing with this. Holding a glass of red wine, she said, Hey, little bro, I wonder if you have the guts to get a room with your big sis tonight. Yi Ning hesitated slightly. Well, his cold eyes looked at her, and he thought, if she wants to play the hunter so badly, then I'll just pretend to be the prey for now. A little later, outside the bar, a bodyguard asked worriedly, Li Ji, the young miss took someone with her again. Should we stop them? Li Ji snapped, You dare stop her. Have you forgotten what she told her father about us last time? Hearing this, another bodyguard said in a panic, Then what should we do now? Li Ji turned and ordered, What else is there to do? Hurry and follow them. Just make sure the young miss is safe and that nothing happens. Looking behind him, Yi Ning made a quick calculation. The killing intent was following them from behind. The pursuer was not far away and still hadn't left. I can only go to the hotel with her first and figure it out from there. Arriving in a luxurious hotel, he tossed the dead-drunk Wu Qing onto the bed and surveyed the room. Wu Qing. No wonder she's the daughter of Yan Lai Zheng, the leader of Security Zone 317 and the president of the Star Wine Guild. The cost of a single night in this kind of hotel is enough to cover a normal person's salary for half a year. He thought back to his previous life. In my past life, I was a refugee. To earn a living, I worked in the escort team of the Star Wine Guild, responsible for cleaning up zombies. Standing in front of her, he said, Strictly speaking, your father was my boss. Hearing that, Wu Qing shouted, Don't mention that old geezer, that bastard. Then she moved close to Yi Ning and whispered, Hold me. Seeing her like this, he suddenly felt interested in teasing Wu Qing. Oh, so you're clearly fighting with your old man. What you're doing tonight is just to deliberately piss him off. How childish. Maybe I should scare her a little, just to see how serious she really is. With that, Yi Ning pushed her down onto the bed forcefully. Are you really serious? Because if you are, I won't hold back. Wu Qing let out a startled yelp. She looked at the face close to hers and stammered, I'm too embarrassed. Wu Qing then pushed him away and scrambled towards the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower first. Yi Ning found it hilarious, thinking. As expected, the most amusing prey often appears in the guise of a hunter. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Yi Ning walked out onto the balcony, speculating. A paper tiger like her probably won't dare to come out for a while, right? Looking down at the alley in front of him, Yi Ning thought to himself. The killing intent of that Stage 3 is still down there. That shadow looks very suspicious. But that figure doesn't look like a woman. Could it be that it's not Lin Lan? Then who could it be? He wondered, thinking back on his past. I still haven't figured out why I was knocked unconscious before the test. It's hard to believe that a complete stranger would hesitate just because it's a crime. It's really confusing. But if the person behind this wanted to kill me, they could have just poisoned me back then. So why go through all this trouble? Then, another thought struck him. Come to think of it, Lin Lan was severely injured last time, so she should still be recovering. But I can't rule out the possibility that she's collaborating with another organization and hired a different Stage 3 to kill me. Putting all speculation aside, he focused on how to get out of there. No matter who it is, I first need to find a way to shake my tail. I'll leave this place first and then figure out the rest. With that, Ning summoned Li Fugui. Help me buy a disguise kit as soon as possible. It needs to be extremely realistic, so that no one can possibly recognize me. He replied promptly, understood, master. And with that, Ning walked out. The bodyguards asked in confusion, that was fast. He replied, your young miss is drunk. Make sure you take good care of her, and don't let anything happen. Stepping into the elevator, Ning pressed his status panel. Prepare disguise item. Instantly, he took on a different appearance. Stepping outside, Ning looked around. The stage 3 wasn't following anymore. Looks like the disguise worked. I was lucky to get out of that without any trouble. Next, I need to do everything I can to level up to stage 3 as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I'll have no way to defend against this enemy lurking in the shadows. As for that Wu Qing, I hope she takes good care of herself. Back in the hotel, Wu Qing was sitting quietly on the bed, frowning at the note Ning had left behind. I don't like to take advantage of people, so you don't need to worry. Thanks for tonight. Just like that, time passed quietly. 2 days later, at a base, Ning's cheerful voice rang out. Chen Yang, you really live up to your reputation as a second-generation soldier. You've got some impressive resources. He praised him profusely. You got me blue rarity equipment this quickly. Holding the 2 swords in his hands, he marveled. The Crimson Flame longsword and the Yu Chang short sword, both are top-tier blue-grade items. Ning held the flaming sword in his hand, Crimson Flame Demon Slaying. He swung it once, consuming 270 mana points per second, and the highest temperature on the blade could reach 2,000 degrees. After testing the first one, Ning immediately tried the other. And as for the Yu Chang Demon Slaying, he swung the blade down. It consumes 240 mana points per second. This sword was as sharp as a laser. When he was done, he added, based on my mana reserves, this is enough to handle a small-scale battle. Looking at his equipment, Ning calculated. With these 2 swords, plus the lightning attribute from the thunder-treading boots, the protective barrier of the blood soul armor, the thorn blade of the thornbreak armor, and the unyielding vow necklace, plus my other skills. And with my 3 ultimate skills still on cooldown, I can barely pass, as a tier 3 to enter a high-level Hell's Gate dungeon. Then he began to mumble about the dungeon he was about to enter. The Hell's Gate dungeon is an underground-type instance. Each time you descend a floor, you'll encounter zombies or be ambushed by mutants. After every 7 floors, special mutants will appear on the middle floor, known as elite monsters, and the final floor is a showdown with a peak tier 3 mutant. His voice droned on. Besides the rich rewards from the mutants, there are also spirit crystal materials. Unlike other dungeons, if you're lucky enough to get a large piece to drop, it will be worth much more than blue rarity equipment. Just then, a system notification appeared. Do you wish to enter the Hell's Gate? Minimum entry level, mid-tier 2. Dungeon difficulty, extremely high. It is recommended to form a party of 3 or more. Ning shouted, accept. The system then confirmed his entry into the Hell's Gate. The current number of entrants is 40. As soon as the notification ended, Ning said with determination, maxing out my tier 2 attribute points all depends on this run. Inside the Hell's Gate dungeon, the Awakened were buzzing with excitement over the surrounding spirit crystals. One of them cheered, why are there so many spirit crystals in here? The other agreed, while mining the crystals with him, I know, right? A single spirit crystal can be worth 7,000 to 8,000 credits. We'll be set for life if we just find a few chunks. At that moment, another Awakened spoke up to stop them. Stop hitting it. All the spirit crystals in Hell's Gate can only be obtained from monsters that have been blown up. Even if you pry them out, you can't take them with you. Mixed in with the crowd, Ning was assessing his surroundings. There are a total of 40 Awakened here this time, and 21 of them are from the military alone. A firm voice rang out. Enough with the chatter. This Hell's Gate dungeon run will be led by our military. You people are really in luck. The man who had just spoken stood before the other Awakened and said sternly, my name is Wang Yangping, a colonel of the 7th Corps, Tier 3. Yangping explained the situation inside the dungeon. There are 18 tunnels around us, all filled with zombies. As long as we survive and get out, there will be rewards. Teams of 3 will work in each tunnel to maximize profits. Any more than that, and the income will be reduced accordingly, he said calmly. On the 7th floor, the tunnels will converge, and we will fight the elite mutants together. Next, he introduced the people from his military unit. Among the 21 people in our military group, there are 4 Tier 3 warriors and 10 peak Tier 2 warriors. So, you can work in pairs and follow one Awakened. From our army, the people around them cheered. Someone said, this is great. Another said excitedly, we've hit the jackpot. But of course, nothing comes for free. Yangping told everyone the price for their protection. But first, let's make a deal. If you choose to follow one of our Tier 3s, 70% of your income will be handed over to us. If you choose a peak tier 2, it's 50%. Of course, we will do our best to keep you alive. He shouted, Tier 3s, step forward. Peak tier 2s, step forward as well. The rest of you, fall back. The awakened from the military stood in formation, their aura overwhelming. Yes, Colonel. Yang Ping shouted, everyone, choose freely. After he said that, the remaining awakened started discussing among themselves. Siding with the military is a good move, but their price is too steep. Another person mused who enters a dungeon without being prepared to risk their life for resources. Hearing this, another person offered their opinion. But judging by the aura coming from the tier 3s, following them really does feel a lot safer. Suddenly, a tall man stepped out from the crowd and said, I am Yun Ming, early tier 3 from the Demon Hunt Corps. I'll only take 50%, and I'm only accepting high-level tier 2s. Hearing this, Ning looked over, thinking, I can't believe there's a tier 3 among the unaffiliated awakened. And he's from the Demon Hunt Corps, the most famous of all the non-governmental organizations, no less. At the same time, another man stepped forward and announced, Huang Kai, early tier 3, model. They'll only take 50% and only lead high-level tier 2s. As soon as he showed up, Ning was startled. Huang Kai? The aura of this rogue. It feels like I've encountered it somewhere before. Huang Kai spotted him in the crowd. His face darkened, and a murderous intent radiated towards Ning. It's Ning? But it was thanks to that killing intent that he realized this was the man who wanted to kill him 2 days ago. This killing intent, could he be the mysterious tier 3 who was following me 2 days ago? He looked at the man, silently assessing him. A farming group wouldn't come to a tier 3 instance like this, right? He's here alone, so it must be a coincidence. Ning calmly met Huang Kai's hate-filled gaze. Not backing down, he stared right back at him, frowning as he thought, for some reason, Lin Lan disappeared 2 days ago. But suddenly, I couldn't resist sending people to find him. After that, I heard her say that he has some very powerful skills, and I have to wait for him to use his ultimate move first. Only then can I plan my move to kill him. Just then, Ning shattered the tense atmosphere by stepping forward to introduce himself. Ning, early 3rd tier, takes 40%, no rank restrictions. Looking at him, the people around started whispering their judgments. He doesn't have any medals. He doesn't have the same external aura as the other 3rd tiers. Someone else agreed, he looks so ordinary, not like a 3rd tier at all. Even though he's a bit cheaper, he doesn't seem very reliable. At this, Huang Kai couldn't help but burst out laughing, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he mocked him. Ning, are you really a 3rd tier? Ning shot him a glance and calmly said, you don't believe me. In this dungeon, claiming to be a 3rd tier when you're not is just a death wish. A soldier from the army saw this and turned to ask Yang Ping, Colonel, you have the highest detection ability. Can you see what level of power Ning has? His expression turned serious as he replied, for now, I can't see it. But that set of blue equipment he's wearing isn't something a normal 2nd tier could obtain. Besides, he's right. Only an idiot would falsely claim to be a 3rd tier. Suddenly, a notification appeared from the system. The dungeon will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare yourselves. Seeing this, Yang Ping spoke up. The mission is about to start. Everyone, form your teams quickly. The awakeners around scrambled to form teams. Huang Kai, let us follow you. Master Yun Ming, I want to join you. Colonel, everyone had found their teammates, leaving only 3 lone figures, including Ning. He scratched his head and wondered aloud, is no one picking me? Just then, Huang Kai turned to taunt him. 3rd tier, my ass. Who's gonna believe that? Huh. He laughed loudly, pointing at the other 2 and shouting, now all you can do is lead those 2 2nd-tier army grunts. You want to take the 2 pieces of trash that nobody else wants? The 2 of them looked a little flustered, but they approached Ning anyway. The girl spoke first. Lord Ning, my name is Li Qi. I'm a long-range caster. May I join your team? The man followed. I'm Zhang Bin, from the willpower class. He didn't mock them and agreed to take them along. All right, you 2 can follow me, they exclaimed joyfully in unison. Thank you, Lord Ning. Once the teams were set, Yang Ping announced, now that the teams have been formed, each team will choose a tunnel. Ning led his 2 teammates to tunnel number 18 and said, let's head into the cave. Let's go. We're entering passage number 18. First, tell me what you 2 specialize in. Li Ke answered first, I'm a mage, and I can use my skills a maximum of 3 times. But I've only learned them at the novice level, so my abilities are relatively weak. Beside her, Zhang Bin clutched a machine gun and said hesitantly, although I'm in the willpower class, I have a psionic Gatling gun, so suppressing 1st-tier variants shouldn't be a big problem. Hearing this, Ning said with some hesitation, you 2, with this level of strength. Li Ke didn't know what to say and could only apologize to Ning. I'm so sorry, my lord. He also looked a bit troubled, saying, "Hey, we didn't actually want to come here. If life hadn't forced our hand." But Yining turned back to comfort and reassure them. "Actually, our team isn't bad at all. Don't worry. Now that I've accepted your protection fee, I will definitely get you both out of here alive." The two of them said gratefully. Lord Yi Ning. Suddenly, a noise echoed. Sensing something approaching, he shouted a warning. "They're here. Get ready to fight." Looking at the monsters charging towards them, he stated, 473 zombies. 2 of them are first tier. Zhang Bin said in astonishment, "Lord Yi Ning, how did you count the number of zombies so accurately?" Li Ke was just as surprised. This must be a third tier's ability. Yu Ning skillfully wielded the sword in his hand, slaughtering all the monsters. He fought while assessing the situation. The current situation is pretty straightforward. I need to conserve as much psionic energy as possible. While fighting, he didn't forget to instruct his 2 teammates. Before we reach the 7th floor, we should only rely on basic skills to clear the stages. Don't use any equipment or ultimate moves. Witnessing Yi Ning's skills, Li Ke exclaimed in awe. His movements are so incredibly agile. At that moment, he was rushing forward to kill a giant centipede. Seeing this, Zhang Bin remarked, "Does it feel like Lord Yi Ning isn't using even a bit of psionic energy, but just relying on his body's combat skills?" A moment later, the system's voice rang out. "First floor cleared. Please proceed to the 2nd floor." The battle was over, but the 2 of them still couldn't compose themselves. After Yi Ning's swift battle, "Is it over just like that? We didn't even get a chance to lift a finger." The system notifications rang out continuously. Killed a first-tier mineral ANU worm variant. Received 170 spirit shards. Killed a first-tier 2-headed wolf variant. Received 210 spirit shards. Floor clearing reward. All members are awarded 100 spirit shards. Looking at the points she received, she was stunned. On this floor, we didn't do anything, but we still got 60 spirit shards and 600 credit points. Beside her, Zhang Bin was overjoyed. Looks like not only did we come at the right time, but we also chose the right person. Yi Ning was also checking his earnings from the battle. 1 spirit shard is worth 10 credit points. On this floor, my personal income is 4,800 credit points, plus my commission. Elsewhere, on the 7th floor, Yu Ming complained about Yi Ning's delay. "We've been waiting for 5 minutes already. Why hasn't that 3rd tier, Yi Ming, shown up yet?" Huang Kai chimed in, his tone full of mockery. "3rd tier my ass. I told you he was a fake." Hearing this, Yang Ping frowned and retorted, "That's probably not it. It takes even a peak 2nd tier half a day." Looking at tunnel number 18, Huang Kai schemed to himself. It seems that without his ultimate move, this kid can't even handle a tier 1 variant. In that case, when he has to face a peak 2nd tier variant, if he doesn't use his ultimate move and gets killed by the monster, well, he'd be killed by my ultimate move anyway. Just then, Yi Ning and his team arrived. He took the lead and said, "We're here." Once everyone was assembled, Yang Ping announced, "Everyone's accounted for. 7 floors have been cleared. Next, we have to kill those 5 peak Tier 2 monsters to maximize our profits. Each of the 7 Tier 3 individuals will form one group, while the other smaller teams can form an alliance." He turned to Yaning's group and asked, "Any teams that are struggling can ask for our help at any time, as long as you share the rewards with us." But he immediately refused, "Thanks, but no thanks." Meanwhile, Li Ke recalled what had happened on the previous floors, speaking worriedly to Zhang Bin. On the first few floors, Lord Yi Ning fought very quickly, but when facing the peak Tier 1 elites on the 6th floor, it was clearly a struggle. Even though he's agile, his damage output isn't high. He was worried too, but still had faith in him. That's true, but he might just be conserving his strength. We have to trust Lord Yi Ning. Suddenly, a system announcement rang out, and at the same time, monsters appeared, growling menacingly. 8 peak mutants have been activated. Please prepare for battle. Looking at the monsters before him, Yi Ning was secretly thrilled. The monsters are almost all lined up in a straight line. If I take this chance while everyone is charging forward and accidentally insta-kill all the monsters, everyone will probably be speechless. Meanwhile, Huang Kai was also plotting his revenge against Yi Ning. "Yi Ning, just you wait until I deal with this mob. Then I'll finish you off in secret." Yi Ning quickly assessed the situation and leaped straight towards the mob of monsters. A pity, in that case. I can't kill Huang Kai for now, but to avoid accidentally injuring the military personnel, I'll just have to hold back a little. He swung his sword down in a single slash. All the monsters were annihilated. Corpse-piercing, flowing light. After Yi Ning wiped out all the monsters with a single move, everyone burst into an uproar. Yi Ning killed them all with one sword strike. How is that possible? A single move from a normal Tier 3. can barely even insta-kill one of them, let alone all of them. Watching this, Huang Kai grew worried. Damn it. Lin Lan only said his ultimate was strong, but she never said it was this strong. Li Ke exclaimed in amazement. Oh my god, is this Lord Yining's true power? Zhang Bin was also stunned. See, I told you he was just conserving his strength in front of us. Just then, Yining landed from above, thinking to himself, this haul should net me about 50 to 60,000 credits. Huh. The mechanical voice of the system announced, killed the peak tier 2 mutant, multi-headed blood corpse. Obtained 680 spirit fragments. Killed the peak tier 2 mutant, giant demon rotting corpse. Received 720 spirit fragments. For killing all of them, everyone receives 150 spirit fragments. Li Ke hugged Zhang Bin and shouted, Brother Zhang, am I dreaming? We really hit the jackpot this time. He was also overjoyed. You're right. We just made 900 credits out of nowhere. This amount would have taken us half a year to earn. Yang Ping stepped forward and spoke, Your Excellency Yining, you certainly hide your strength well, but you're truly formidable. Yining calmly replied, My apologies, everyone. I couldn't control the power of that technique. I still haven't mastered it yet, so it was an accident. Hearing this, Huang Kai spoke up sarcastically. An accident? By doing that, are you leaving everyone else to starve? No matter how powerful you are, you should at least be reasonable, especially in front of the military. Looking at him, he narrowed his eyes and thought, this Huang Kai guy is clearly trying to stir up trouble. Is he trying to use the military to test me? Meanwhile, Huang Kai wore a smug, cunning smile. He's already used his ultimate. He probably can't take on the tier 3s from the military now. First, let's test him and see. Yining spoke up to reassure them. Everyone, please be patient. This floor can be triggered manually. There's no way to force a clearance right now. This means there are still more peak tier 2 monsters. Everyone just needs to ignore me. If another wave is triggered, I just won't make a move. Simple as that. Huang Kai wouldn't accept it. He pointed straight at Yining's face and yelled, Insolent. Do you think you're above everyone else? Forget the others. Are you telling me you don't even respect Lord Wang Yangping? At that moment, Yang Ping cut their argument short. Shut up. Infighting is the last thing we need during an instance battle. Isn't it a good thing to have such a powerful teammate? Besides, Yining isn't wrong. We just need to trigger the next wave. Huang Kai saw that he was defending Yining. Although he agreed with Yang Ping's words, he still complained, Colonel Wang is right, but if he doesn't offer any compensation, he'll have to go fight a peak tier 2 monster by himself. The bonus rewards for all personnel can hardly be considered compensation. Left with no choice, Yang Ping had to speak to Yining to appease the crowd. Your Excellency Yining, you probably wouldn't mind fighting one more, would you? He thought to himself, his performance just now was drastically different from before. Besides, it's a good thing to be able to see how you fight. He smiled back. It's no problem. But inside, Yining thought, this bastard Huang Kai failed to stir up trouble, so now he wants to use a peak 2nd tier monster to test my trump card. I have to save Sword Tempest for the 3rd tier monsters on the 14th floor, and I need to keep Dimensional Slash with me. Just then, the system announced again. The 8 peak 2nd tier mutated entities for this round have been fully activated. Prepare for battle. Looking at the monsters rushing forward, he thought, well then, this time I'll have to use my skills and enchanted equipment to kill one of them. It shouldn't be a big problem, and I might even be able to find Huang Kai's weakness. A giant crocodile appeared, and he sized it up. This is a defensive type mutated entity with a huge body, making it very difficult to defeat. Yining quickly leaped up, just before its massive foot could crush him. He thought to himself, the most optimal fighting style is to use hit-and-run tactics to wear it down. A powerful slash struck the crocodile's back, but the blow didn't even scratch it. Yining was stunned. It's no use. My strength is still too weak. A single strike can't even break through its defense. I'm basically not dealing any damage. While fighting his own monster, Huang Kai didn't forget to glance over at Yining. He smirked deviously. As I thought, he's used up all his ultimate moves. Now he's just a weakling. After I deal with this monster, it'll be time for you to die. Yining, facing the roaring giant crocodile, he quickly rushed forward. Blazing Flame Enchantment, Fish Gut Enchantment. He dashed past its leg, his speed so fast it left only a streak of light, but the beast was still unharmed. Someone shouted out, Damn it, the hide on this corpse gator is way too thick. How can a blue-grade enchantment strike not even cut its leg? It roared in anger, and whipped its massive tail towards Yining, who quickly raised his hands to block. The crocodile roared at him again. Behind them, Li Ke and Zhang Bin shouted, Master Yining, it's dangerous. He immediately used his machine gun to fire at the crocodile. The woman beside him also took action. Ice spikes. The skills flew towards the crocodile, but instead of hurting it, they only made it angrier. It charged towards the two of them. Zhang Bin panicked. Our skills are totally useless against it. Li Qi said in fear. We're dead for sure this time. Just then, Yi Ning appeared and blocked the crocodile. He spoke up, you two, get back a little further. I can handle this by myself. With a slash, he mentally assessed his two swords. Even after enchanting them, there's no way to kill it in one hit. Although the effect wasn't what he'd hoped for, he didn't stop. But the damage is still higher than before. He relentlessly attacked the crocodile. If I play this war of attrition, I can slowly kill it. On the other side, Yang Ping had already defeated a slicer-type corpse monster. Yun Ming had also finished off his enemy. Kai Tianfu and Huang Kai had as well. Golden Urn Strike. Seeing that everyone else had defeated all their monsters, Li Qi couldn't help but worry. The other third-tier fighters are all done. Why is Master Ye Ning still using hit-and-run tactics? Zhang Bin added, that's right. Master Ye Ning's fighting style is really strange. I mean, he could insta-kill 8 of them with one move. He frowned, wondering, why is he having such a hard time with just one monster now? Looking at Yi Ning, who was still struggling with the giant crocodile, Yang Ping wondered to himself, why is his damage output so low right now? Even without the blue-grade enchantment, he should be at least at peak 2nd tier. Isn't this completely illogical? Seeing Huang Kai behind him, he surmised, the others are finished. Huang Kai is definitely about to make his move. I have to be on guard. Just then, Huang Kai rushed forward, shouting, Ye Ning, you're taking forever. Let me give you a hand. Seeing this, he sneered inwardly. Here he comes, trying to steal my kill, are you? Sparks of lightning began to crackle around his feet. He thought, too bad for you, I'm almost done. You can forget about it. Yi Ning shot forward like a bolt of lightning, fully activating his enchanted equipment. Thorn Lightning, Lightning Step. In an instant, he appeared above the crocodile and plunged his 2 swords down. He shouted, Blazing Fish Gut, strike for me. Suddenly, Huang Kai appeared behind Ye Ning. Golden Urn Strike. Unfazed, Yi Ning used a skill to create a shield around himself. Blood Soul Armor Defense. He immediately dodged away. Decay Breaking Armor. Decay Blade. A powerful slash sliced through the crocodile's head. The force from Yi Ning's shield blasted Huang Kai away. He struggled to stop his momentum, barely avoiding crashing into the troops behind him. Yang Ping, who had witnessed the whole thing, couldn't help but mock him. Well, Huang Kai, it looks like Yi Ning doesn't need your help. He just snorted in return, not wasting his breath arguing, and returned to a defensive stance. He watched Yi Ning while thinking, damn it, that's Lin Lan's equipment. Based on Yi Ning's spirit energy, he definitely can't use it for long. I'm afraid he'll leave the dungeon soon. I need to deal with him as soon as possible. Yi Ning took a stance and spoke calmly. It seems that today, Huang Kai, you're determined to pick a fight with me, aren't you? Yang Ping couldn't take it anymore and grabbed his shoulder, trying to reason with him. Huang Kai, Yi Ning already killed the monster. Don't be so shameless and try to steal it. But Huang Kai wouldn't listen, retorting immediately. Colonel Wang, this is a personal grudge between me and him. Please stay out of it. Hearing this, Yi Ning sheathed his swords and spoke coldly. Although I have no idea what you're talking about, if there really is a personal grudge, he then smirked challengingly. Why don't we wait until the 14th floor to settle it and save everyone some time? Huang Kai was momentarily stunned and asked, you're not planning to withdraw at this level. He frowned, trying to guess the hidden meaning in his words. He's already used his ultimate move. Relying on enchanted equipment to get through the next round is just suicide. Is this guy an idiot, or does he still have an ace up his sleeve? The two of them quickly locked eyes, staring each other down. Yi Ning continued to taunt him. Don't you worry, I won't be backing down before the 14th floor. Huang Kai was not to be outdone. You'd better. See you on the 14th floor. If you even manage to survive that long. 2 streams of hostile aura enveloped the two, who looked like they wanted to eat each other alive. Over on the other side, Yang Ping quickly commanded his group. All right, if that's how it's going to be. Pick a tunnel and let's head to the next stage. His soldiers shouted in unison. Yes, Colonel Wang. As everyone entered tunnel number 9 on the 10th floor, a few ugly monsters quietly observed the group of people running for their lives from a hidden corner. They were secretly calculating the right moment to launch a sneak attack. Inside the tunnel, there were hundreds, thousands of bright eyes staring at the group from the darkness. It seemed that to them, not even the sparkling crystals were that appealing. Leading the mud-covered group, Huang Kai charged ahead, cursing loudly. Son of a bitch. After the 8th floor, there are always monsters ambushing us. It's so hard to stay on guard. All of you, hurry up or don't blame me if you die. 2 men accompanying him replied in unison. Yes, Huang Kai. when suddenly, a long, grayish arm stretched out from behind. It lunged toward the group at a terrifying speed. Its nails were sharp and grotesque, a sight terrifying enough to make anyone faint. One unlucky man was caught as the horrifying thing flashed past, slicing off half of his arm and causing him to scream in agony. The other man nearby cursed, "Son of a bitch," and immediately sped up, running for his life. Luckily, Huang Kai managed to dash out and block the monster's arm with his shield. He yelled to the troops behind him, "Damn it, it's a claw demon again." After saying that, Huang Kai slammed his hammer on the ground, making the claw demon retreat in fear. But behind him, countless other claw demons were lurking, ready to pounce at incredible speeds. The soldiers could only scream a warning, "My lord, watch your back." The moment Huang Kai turned around, he saw a claw demon with its claws raised. It was just a few millimeters from his eye. Huang Kai managed to reflexively dodge to the side, still cursing, "Damn it." The soldier he had just saved nearby immediately unleashed his skill, Spirit Energy Barrage, pushing the claw demons back. Huang Kai turned furiously to the people behind him. "Damn it, I almost got my eye gouged out just now. I'm charging 90% for this trip. If you don't agree, then get the hell out." The two men were stunned, then quickly spoke up in anger. "What, my lord, if it wasn't for me just now." He shot back immediately. "That last move was probably your ultimate skill, right? And the other guy is already crippled. From now on, aren't you going to have to rely on me?" Hearing this, the other guy couldn't hold it in and yelled furiously, "You're completely dependent on Xiao too." The man who was just attacked also chimed in. "My lord, I'll be useless if I go outside anyway, and if I don't have the money." Huang Kai shouted in frustration, "Shut your mouth." He pointed his hammer at them challengingly. "So, you want money or your life? Think carefully before you speak." Then Huang Kai quickly turned and walked away, his voice echoing from behind. "If there are no other objections, then let's get a move on." And so, the three of them, one in front and two behind, continued their arduous journey. He hadn't been running for long when he suddenly turned back, on high alert. Upon encountering the terrifying dark figures, he was momentarily surprised but quickly got into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Yang Ping's group had just taken down a monster. Waves of smoke still billowed through the narrow space of the cave, as two soldiers behind Yang Ping cheerfully spoke up. "The next floor is just ahead. Only 2 more floors to go and we're done. This dungeon run seems to be going pretty smoothly, huh?" He remained on guard, reminding everyone, "Stay focused and stop talking." Suddenly, something flashed by like lightning, piercing through the head of the talkative soldier. It left everyone stunned. Looking closer, it was a monster shaped like a stingray, and what had just struck was its sharp tail. Everyone warned each other, "Be careful. There's a zombie stingray above us. Dodge now." In another corner, in tunnel number 18 on the 12th floor, the three of them, Ning's group, were dashing forward. He swiftly took the lead, guiding them, "Turn left, then right," then urged them on again. "Hurry up, don't get left behind." A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. "Help me." Li Ke turned on guard. "It seems like the other tunnels are in a pretty bad state." "Huh? But why haven't we run into a single monster on our way here?" Zhang Bin added. "That's right. Other than being a little tired from running, this is way easier than the first 7 floors." Li Ke couldn't help but worry. She voiced the suspicion in her mind. Could it be that there are fewer monsters in our tunnel? He immediately refuted it. "That's impossible. They probably just sense Lord Yi Ning's aura and are avoiding us." Suddenly, Yi Ning stopped in his tracks. Zhang Bin asked worriedly, "What is it, Lord Yi Ning?" His eyes glowed as he turned to warn everyone. "Li Ke, right in front of you, there's a corpse ghoul on the ceiling of the cave at a 97-degree angle. Don't let it entangle you." He silently calculated in his mind. There was no avoiding what lay ahead. With his perception ability, every single grotesque monster appeared before his eyes. He observed and warned them. In the second cave, 16 meters to the left, there's a blood maiden hiding. Buried underground to the right is a bone-shattering worm, and it's about to move towards us. It was like a revelation for Zhang Bin, who exclaimed in shock, "So it's not perception. He can actually see everything? That's terrifying. How can such an ability even exist in this world?" Li Ke was also astonished. Yi Ning remained cold and unfazed. He accelerated forward, giving instructions as he charged. "I'll rush in first and instantly kill the corpse ghoul. You two charge in exactly 3 seconds after me. After that, I'll lure the bone-shattering worm away. We'll meet at the 3rd intersection on the right in 30 seconds. He quickly unleashed his skill, Dual Blade Exorcism, slicing the monster in half just as it was about to pounce. As he attacked, he urged the other two, "Run now." Busy fighting off the horde of monsters, he still gave them detailed instructions. "You have to be fast. No matter what you hear, don't look back." Zhang Bin and Li Ke ran for their lives, shouting in unison, Yes, Lord Yi Ning. At the Convergence Cave on the 14th floor, a soldier limped along. He helped his companion back to reunite with the Legion. Seeing only the two of them, Yang Wenping rushed to ask, "Where's the person you were supposed to bring back?" The blue-haired soldier struggled to report, They're all dead." He thought to himself that getting ambushed by low-level monsters was much harder than fighting a high-level one. Much harder. I had to use a bunch of new skills just to barely drag this agility type back. Hearing this, the man's brow furrowed in frustration. "This is a real problem," he said. "The higher-ups ordered us to bring back a full quota of essence crystals. But now, I'm afraid we won't be able to get them all." A soldier from behind suggested, "If we really can't, then our only option is to buy them from the other tier 3s. Just as Huang Kai's group arrived, a soldier's announcement rang out. "Yunming and Huang Kai are here." Looks like Yunming managed to drag another person out. Huang Kai seems to be hurt pretty badly. Huang Kai cursed furiously. This damn instance. Out of nowhere, another monster appeared. Yang Ping, who had been silent until now, looked towards the cave entrance and said, "The only team left now is Yi Ning's. If he can bring his people out, we might just have enough. But his combat power is really hard to gauge." The man shouted in frustration, "Gauge my ass. Let's be real here. I'm telling you straight. He's just a fake tier 3 who's loaded with gear. Instantly killing that monster before was just a one-time use ultimate skill." After saying that, he pointed to his own face and declared confidently, "I bet they've already been wiped out. I'll bet my own face on it." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Ning's footsteps halted. He smirked, taunting Huang Kai. "Well then, it looks like you won't be needing that face of yours anymore." All three of them walked out safely without a single scratch. Seeing Yi Ning's group emerge completely unscathed, everyone was stunned. Huang Kai's eyes widened as he yelled, "Yi Ning, you're still alive?" Yang Ping, standing beside him, was also astonished. Not only are they not dead, but they're not even injured. Yunming was also slack-jawed, wondering, how is that possible? Weren't you guys ambushed? Li Ke and Zhang Bin took turns boasting proudly, "Lord Yi Ning led us to evade most of the mutants. Why do you all look so pathetic? I guess you couldn't dodge them, huh?" The crowd fell silent, only managing to stammer out a few words. Well." Suddenly, Yi Ning drew his dagger and held it in front of Huang Kai's face with a provocative smirk. "A moment ago, who was it that bet our team would be completely annihilated?" Staring at the gleaming dagger pressed against his face, he broke into a cold sweat but still tried to act tough. "You must have run this instance many times before. You memorized the route and are just putting on an act." Yang Ping, who was nearby, immediately refuted him. "That's impossible. Ever since the Hell Mode instance was created, the terrain changes completely every time someone enters." As he said this, he couldn't help but think to himself, he must have a special evasion skill. If we could recruit him, he would be an immense asset to the military. Huang Kai angrily stepped back, cursing under his breath. This isn't cheating. Yi Ning's strength is nothing like what Lin Lan described. I can't act rashly right now. I have to wait until the tier 3 mutant appears to test him again. Yi Ning continued his taunts. "Brother Huang, are you going to make a bet and not follow through?" Yang Ping quickly changed the subject. "Your Excellency, Yi Ning, we're about to fight a tier 3 mutant. Why don't we focus on the bigger picture for now?" He obediently agreed. "Since Colonel Wang has spoken, I'll listen to his arrangements for now." Yang Ping then proceeded to lay out the next plan for everyone. "There are 2 beginner tier 3 mutants on this floor. Our military forces will handle one. The rest of you will work together to take down the other one. And then, we'll clear this instance." Huang Kai angrily objected. "I don't agree with this arrangement. Our military unit has 4 tier 3 members and 6 peak tier 2 members." He then turned and pointed directly at Yi Ning's group, rattling off. "This group only has 3 tier 3 members, and one of them is probably a fake. Out of the 5 tier 2 members, 2 are completely useless." He didn't hold back and retorted directly. "Huang Kai, let me ask you, can a fake tier 3 instantly kill 8 tier 2 monsters? It's come to this, so if we really can't handle it, it won't be too late to call for reinforcements. All it takes is money." Yi Ning smiled confidently at him and said, "Colonel Wang, we'll have no problem on our side. If anyone over there needs help, just give a shout." His words made Huang Kai think to himself, that confidence. He must have another ace up his sleeve. Yunming also couldn't help but ponder. Ye Ning's true strength is impossible to see through. Meanwhile, Yang Ping rallied everyone's spirits, raising his hand to start the battle. "All right then, let's begin." There were 2 grave digger worms. The entire force split into 2 groups, attacking the 2 monsters on opposite ends of the battlefield. Huang Kai, Yunming, and Yi Ning all charged towards one of the grave digger worms. As it roared, countless skills were unleashed on the monster. He suddenly noticed that the troops behind them hadn't attacked yet, but Ning didn't get a moment's peace as the grave digger worm on their side lunged forward to attack. Huang Kai quickly blocked with his shield and turned to urge him on. Ning, aren't you going to do something? He rushed forward. I'm coming. Ning quickly drew his sword's dual sword demon suppression. Ming leaped into the air, getting close to the monster's head. He unleashed his spirit energy battle axe skill, bringing the axe down hard on its head, but the monster was unfazed. It angrily turned and swatted him away. He kept charging head-on towards the rampaging monster, delivering 2 powerful slashes across the grave digger worm's body. Seeing it about to counterattack, Ning quickly activated his Thunderstrike Boots skill, dodging the swift attack. Then, he quickly planted a foot on Huang Kai's head. Using it as a launch pad, he didn't forget to throw in a taunt. Brother Huang, make way. As he shot forward, the man behind him furiously cursed, Damn it, Ning, are you trying to get yourself killed? Suddenly, the grave digger worm lunged at him. He only had time to swear, shit, before raising his shield. He blocked the monster's sharp claw. The grave digger worm retracted its claw, then suddenly struck with it again. Huang Kai desperately defended with his shield, but this time, the force of the attack was too great, knocking him to the ground. Ning noticed and asked with feigned concern, Brother Huang, are you all right? This only made him even angrier, and he screamed, You bastard! You did that on purpose, didn't you? Both groups continued to relentlessly attack the 2 grave digger worms with a barrage of skills, but it seemed like their attacks were having no effect. Someone from Ning's group rushed to cover Huang Kai. Brother Huang, I'm here to cover you, he thought to himself. The distance between the two is still 200 meters. If I can get them within a 100-meter range, I can instantly kill them both. Ming, who was at the front, shouted a reminder. Ning, let's focus on taking this one down first. I can't hold it on my own. He turned and gave an order to the fighters behind him. All Tier 2 members, go support Ming. As for this side, you can leave it to me and Brother Huang. Over here, the 2 of them were being relentlessly chased by the monster. Huang Kai was absolutely furious, running for his life while yelling, Ning, you son of a bitch. You sent all the Tier 2s to the other side. We have no support over here. How are we supposed to fight this thing? Ning calmly explained, If you can just hold it off for 3 seconds, I can kill it. Seeing how confident he was, Huang Kai had to compromise. Fine, I'll trust you this once. But after we kill this monster, I'm gonna settle the score with you. He activated his shield while thinking to himself. So he really does have a trump card. I'll wait until he uses it, then I'll make my move. He finally managed to block the attack from the grave digger worm. He quickly urged him on, I blocked it. Use your ultimate move, now. Though it was a little different from what he'd expected, Ning decided to risk it. 50 meters to go. I have to give it a shot. When Ning didn't respond, he cursed angrily. Ning, you bastard. Ning dashed straight towards Yang Ping and shouted, Colonel Wang, watch your back. We can't hold it off any longer. Yang Ping turned around, surprised. What? In the next moment, he was sent flying by the grave digger worm. Ning yelled, Everyone, fall back. I'm about to use my ultimate move, so be careful not to get hurt. While gathering his energy, he thought to himself, First, I'll trick them a little more. If I can pull them a little closer, it'll be a sure thing. Then, he threw his 2 swords to either side, straight towards the 2 monsters. The red sword grazed the face of the grave digger worm, while the blue one slashed through the body of the other. Yang Ping's eyes widened in horror. This insta-kill effect, it's completely different from the last time. Huang Kai was also stunned and shouted, This isn't an ultimate move at all. Ning was positioned between the 2 monsters, with the 2 grave digger worms trapping Huang Kai in the middle. This was the moment. He unleashed his skill, Sword Flow Storm. The 2 swords decapitated both monsters, releasing a terrifying wave of power. It forced everyone nearby to struggle just to stay on their feet. Ming frowned, marveling at the horrifying skill he had just witnessed. That power is terrifying. Even if he was actually trying to steal our kills, we couldn't say a single word, because just now, he could have wiped every single one of us out. His eyes widened in shock as he realized something else. It seems he's not just a Tier 3 anymore. He might even be a mid-level or high-level Tier 3. All of us low-level Tier 3s are completely out of his league. Huang Kai, who got caught in the attack, lay on the ground with his eyes rolled back. Ning spoke up, chiding him. Brother Huang, didn't I tell you to get out of the way? Why'd you do that? He sounded concerned, but didn't even go near him. Instead, he fumbled around in the thick smoke, picking up Huang Kai's equipment. You died for my sake, so rest easy. All this equipment of yours, I'll be sure to put it to good use for you. Everyone watching this was too stunned to speak. A notification screen appeared. This round is complete. Reward for all members is 300 essence crystal fragments. Individual rewards will be calculated based on performance and will be tallied separately. You may choose to proceed or exit. Yang Ping called out to him, Sir Ning. If we go deeper, there will be mid-level Tier 3 mutated entities. He continued, our military unit has decided to stop here, but with your abilities, Sir Ning. Ning quickly refused, I'm tired for today, too. Let's all withdraw together. He thought, right now, all I have left is dimensional. I need to save a life-preserving skill. Yang Ping then gave an order. All right then. Everyone, gather up. Before we exit, I have something I'd like to discuss. He made an offer to everyone. Our military wants to buy all of your essence crystals. The market price is 10 credit points per fragment, but we are willing to pay 11 points for them. Zhang Ben's eyes went wide with surprise, but he quickly and happily agreed. That's great. We can earn a little extra. Yunming also accepted. I have no problem with that. Selling is selling, no matter who the buyer is. Yang Ping continued. Those who agree can leave after completing the transaction with our people. Then he turned to discuss the matter with Ning. Sir Ning, what are your thoughts? You're the one with the most essence crystals here, and they're what our military needs the most. Ning didn't answer, instead asking, First, tell me what the military is in such a rush to collect all these essence crystals for. Yang Ping explained, we need a massive amount of essence crystals. It's for our project to level up low-level awakened individuals. We've already bought up all the essence crystals on the market, but it's still far from enough. Hearing this, Ning couldn't help but think, although essence crystals can indeed enhance one's power, the cost and the effect aren't proportional at all. For a low-level Tier 1 to level up to mid-level, it would take at least 10,000 essence crystal fragments, and to reach the peak of Tier 2, it would cost at least tens to hundreds of millions of credit points. Seeing his hesitation, Yang Ping called his name, pulling him from his thoughts, Sir Ning, but he was still lost in his own world. The military is being really generous for this plan. Suddenly, he spoke up. Wait a moment, let me calculate. I have a total of 27,000 essence crystal fragments. So, could you round that up to 300,000 credit points for me? Is that all right? Yang Ping happily agreed. No problem. In fact, even if you hadn't mentioned it, Sir Ning, I was already thinking of doing that. Besides, Lord Ning, are you interested in running this dungeon a few more times? He coldly refused. Not interested at all. If you enter a dungeon with the same person multiple times, the rewards will keep getting lower. So I don't think it's necessary. Wang Yangping persisted. Lord Ning, if you're willing to lead the others from the army through this dungeon a few more times, you'll definitely earn Captain Tang's gratitude. His eyes lit up as he mentioned Captain Tang. To be honest, we're collecting all this stuff for Captain Tang's son. He's one of the chosen. Rank 3rd on the list, and in the future, he'll definitely become a 3rd rank, and might even break through to the 4th rank. Ning suddenly roared in anger. Stop. Finish the deal, then get the hell out of here. Wang Yangping was a bit stunned by that reaction as pitch-black smoke continued to billow over his building. He gunned the engine and sped off. And here I was, thinking I was making money fast. I never would have expected this. It's nothing compared to the resources the military provides. With that thought, Ning pondered Wang Yangping's offers once more. Those people in that seed project are just waiting around for resources to build their strength. Their combat effectiveness is unreliable. The moment they step onto the battlefield, they'll be wiped out. The military right now is just wasting resources, plain and simple. Speaking of resources, he thought back to his past life. It's only because of my past life that I can get my hands on so many resources now. Looking back, I was genuinely poor back then. The resources I had were nothing compared to what I have now. Not even worth mentioning. These days, even a cat or a dog could get more than I did back then. The more Ning thought about it, the angrier he got. This is classic bureaucracy. No, I have to hurry up and max out my attribute points. I need to get into the Tier 3 trial as soon as possible. That's how I'll be able to claim the #1 spot on the rankings. Then, I'll finally have a real say in things and be able to change the status quo. Inside a lavish mansion, Ning sat down and took stock of his spirit energy fruits. Spread all over the table, he silently calculated. Right now, except for will, all my attributes are at 26 points. If I want to raise them any higher, I'll need a lot more spirit energy fruits. The status window popped up, showing his stats: Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, Will 31. He quickly popped a spirit energy fruit into his mouth. I'll just eat all of these first and see if it's enough. Ning's hand kept reaching for one fruit after another, his mouth chewing and swallowing without a break. The system's notifications popped up one after another. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Strength +1. The more he ate, the more notifications appeared. Strength +1, Agility +1. Constitution +1. Strength +1. He ate until he felt like he was about to explode, but he gritted his teeth and pushed on. Damn it, I'm really down to the last one. I'm almost at 30 points. I have to eat it. Using every last bit of his strength, he forced down the final fruit. System notification, Constitution +1. All attribute points have reached 30. Initiating one prize draw, Ning was stunned by this unexpected windfall. A prize draw? Oh, so you get a prize draw for hitting 30 points? He quickly tapped the button. All right, let's do this. Hopefully, I can pull an epic-grade piece of equipment. The wheel spun round and round, carrying all of his hopes with it. Or an epic-grade weapon, like a sword, would be great too. My combat power would skyrocket. System notification. Acquired epic-grade equipment. Ring of Ling An. He was taken aback. Huh, so it's not a weapon. All I got was a ring. But he quickly composed himself and began to seriously examine the ring in his hand. Well, it's better than nothing. A ring is still a piece of equipment. The Ring of Ling An, could it be related to one's soul or will? The system quickly displayed the ring's detailed information. Ring of Ling An, grade, epic. Equipment attributes, none. Special trait, storage space. You have obtained a 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meter storage space. Living things can be stored inside. Ning fell silent in thought. A storage ring, even if it doesn't have any attributes. 1,000,000 cubic meters of space is still incredibly impressive. At this rate, I could carry an entire warehouse around with me. Carrying a few dozen nuclear bombs around would be no problem at all. The system continued to display more information. Equipment skill, will conversion. Will conversion. You can convert will attribute points into other attributes. Duration, 3 seconds. Tier 2 conversion limit, 5 points. Tier 3 conversion limit, 10 points. Tier 4 conversion limit, 20 points. Tier 5 conversion limit, 100 points. He was ecstatic, as if he had struck gold. Will conversion. This ability is absolutely heaven-defying, and I'm currently at the peak of Tier 2. Does that mean that during a battle, I can reallocate my will points to other stats at any time? But then, a realization dawned on Ning. Wait a second, it lists more than just Tier 3. There's a Tier 4. And even a Tier 5. Could Tier 5 be the ultimate limit for humanity? Or does this mean that beyond Tier 4 mutants, Tier 5 mutants also exist? The system continued its display. Equipment evaluation. A specialized item for the world of Ling An. Wearing this ring automatically grants the special privilege of a descender upon entering the world of Ling An. Note, this is an SS rank privilege. Please use it with caution. Reading this far, Ning couldn't help but wonder. The world of Ling An? What's that? In my past life, I'd never even heard of such a place, not even when humanity went extinct. He took the ring off, deep in thought. This ring. It's probably tied to some mysterious future. I definitely can't sell it. With that, Ning gave an order to Li Fugi, sell the warhammer I just bought, the golden shield, and the other enchantment materials. Then, use all the money to buy me spirit energy fruits. Li Fugi quickly complied. Right away, master. The system sent another reminder. Normal spirit energy fruits cannot be used to increase base attributes above 30 points. Reminder. To continue upgrading, you must purchase high-grade spirit energy fruits. He turned back to Li Fugi and gave another order. Use all the money from the sale to buy high-grade spirit energy fruits. The man still obeyed cheerfully. Understood, master. Once he was alone again, Ning was lost in his thoughts. I've almost hit the Tier 2 attribute limit of 31 points. The undead tied at the Tianfeng safe zone. It's definitely going to happen the night after tomorrow. By then, my ultimate skill will have just come off cooldown. Picturing himself standing above the countless masses, his determination hardened. Today, I have to max out my second rank attribute points, and then I'll use my ultimate skill to shock everyone. Then, I'll propose taking the third rank trial, and at that point, no one will be able to refuse me. Li Fugi suddenly rushed out in a panic, exclaiming, Master, we can't find any high-level spiritual energy fruits on the market. Ning was also alarmed. What? He quickly explained. I heard the military has bought them all up. Hearing this, he rested his chin in his hand, thinking, is my only option to ask Chen Yong for help. Just then, a call came in. It was Chen Yong, who quickly greeted him. Lord Ning, it's Chen Yong. Do you remember me? Ning casually replied, Of course, but inwardly, he was cursing. Speak of the devil. Does this guy know how to read minds? Chen Yong explained the reason for his call. The Tiansheng Merchant Guild has just discovered a prototype spiritual dungeon that's at least A rank, and they want me to lead the expedition. So I'm inviting you to explore it with me. The risk is low, but the potential reward is very high. Hearing this, Ning was surprised. A rank, and it's a prototype spiritual dungeon. On the screen, Chen Yang smiled and replied, "That's right, Lord Ning. This supernatural dungeon currently has a boundary, and its system quests haven't been formally established yet." He raised his hand and continued to explain, "That's why it's much safer and easier for us to go now than it will be after it's fully formed. If anything happens, we just need to run past the boundary." And generally, A-rank supernatural dungeons have many spiritual entities. But right now, this dungeon only has one spiritual entity. The others are still in the process of transforming. Ning nodded after hearing this. "I understand. Just tell me the terms directly." A second later, Chen Yang grinned and replied, "As long as you agree to go this time, I'll give you 100,000 credit points even if we fail. If we succeed, not only will 70% of the loot be yours, but the Tiancheng Merchant Guild will also pay you an additional 300,000 credit points." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning propped his chin on his hand and said bluntly, "Very generous. I'm guessing you want to use this as a strategy for your future long-term business operations. Am I right?" Chen Yang's brow furrowed slightly. He hesitated, looking away before replying, "You're right. Lord Ning, if you have any other conditions, feel free to name them." Not keeping him waiting, Ning said, "You're a smart guy. In addition to what you've offered, I want 20% of the earnings from all future runs, as well as some high-level spiritual energy fruits." The scene shifts to Beihei Village. All around are rolling hills, and the sky is slowly turning orange, creating a very tranquil scene. On the long dirt road, a gray car was moving, heading toward the complex of buildings up ahead. Ning sat inside, staring off into the distance. Many thoughts ran through his mind. The riot in Zhenjiang town would happen the day after tomorrow, and his ultimate skill was still on cooldown. Taking this opportunity to enter a dungeon that doesn't rely on physical skills is a solid investment. After arriving, the car screeched to a halt. The four wheels scraped against the road, kicking up smoke and dust. In front of them, a group of 5 people seemed to be waiting. Chen Yang, who was in the front seat, turned back and said to him, "Lord Ning, we're here." The two of them got out of the car, and the waiting group approached. A man in green placed his hand on his chest, smiled at him, and spoke first. "You must be Lord Ning. I am Wang Zheng, son of the vice president of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild. It's an honor to meet you." Ning immediately replied, "Ah, Chen Yang has mentioned you." Wang Zheng turned to the man beside him and said, "Let me introduce you all. This is Fang He, an awakened with willpower and agility attributes, and an expert we hired at a high price. The others are my subordinates." Fang He immediately frowned and retorted, "I'm just a second rank, hardly an expert." He wasn't finished, adding, "And speaking of high prices, I'm sure it's nothing compared to what you paid our great Lord Ning." He said nothing, simply staring at the two of them. Seeing this, Wang Zheng quickly waved his hands to dispel the awkwardness, laughing, "Lord Ning, please don't take offense. Fang, he is just a very straightforward person, but he has experience clearing 3 or 4 spiritual dungeons. He's got it down to a science." He then invited Ning. "Since we've all met, let's hurry inside and check it out." Ning lowered his head and quietly agreed. "Okay." As he spoke, his foot landed in a small puddle. "Fang." He turned back to frown at him, warning, "Once we're inside, you will follow my instructions. You have to follow the system prompts I receive. Don't think you're invincible just because you're a 3rd rank. If you don't blame me when you get yourself killed." Hearing that, Ning asked in great surprise, "System prompts? Isn't this a dungeon prototype? I thought it wasn't supposed to have system quests." A flicker of amusement showed in Fang He's eyes. He pointed to himself and explained smugly, "That's my ability. When I get near a main clue, I receive system prompts, which are basically the same as quest information." As soon as those words were out, Ning tilted his head, his eyes sharpening as he thought to himself, "A talent like that is pretty rare. It's almost the equivalent of knowing the quest information without having to formally accept it." It seems Chen Yang and Wang Zheng have prepared a lot for this prototype instance dungeon. Wang Zheng continued his introduction. This place was built along the river, and the villagers make a living by selling water in the safe zone. But we discovered that the tricycles they use to transport water are all rusted, which means they haven't been out for a long time. Nearby, 2 villagers were hard at work, scooping water from the river. He continued, "Do you guys see that? They aren't even aware that they should be selling the water." They then passed by a villager pouring water into a large vat. The water was overflowing, and the man's expression was dazed, his face deathly pale, yet his hands didn't stop moving. He went on. It's like he's stuck in an endless loop, constantly bringing water from the river to fill a tank that's already full. Suddenly, a man in a white shirt approached them. The man politely greeted the military officers. "Ah, and who might you be?" Chen Yang spoke up first. We're from the Zhenjiang Safety Zone's military. Some residents reported that the water source here is contaminated. The man's face darkened as he replied without hesitation, I'm aware. If we let that witch jump into the river to her death, it'll bring great disaster upon all of us. Hearing this, Ning immediately rushed forward, his face tense, and asked through gritted teeth, so the river water really is contaminated? What do you mean? Jumped into the river. When and why did she jump? Startled by his intensity, the man began to tremble as he answered. No, I was just talking nonsense. The river here is perfectly clean. Ning stared at him intently and said, If you can't give us a clear explanation, then we'll have to take you in. The frightened man frantically waved his hands in protest. Officer, Zhang Sui's death 7 days ago had nothing to do with us. She stole something and then committed suicide by jumping into the river. It was raining heavily that day. The river's current was so fast, she was swept away in an instant. Finding the man's explanation completely illogical, Chen Yang stepped closer and asked in a menacing tone, Why would she steal something and then jump into a river? Did you people force her to do it? The man took a step back, his entire body trembling. His voice was on the verge of breaking. You've got it all wrong. Officer, this really has nothing to do with us. I swear it doesn't. Chen Yang lost his patience, pointing right in the man's face and pressing him through gritted teeth. If it wasn't you, then what is that thing behind you? Seeing him acting rashly, Ning stopped him. Don't make a move. He carefully observed the man in front of them. This man looked ordinary, but it was clear that his hands had been submerged in water for a long time. If there's something wrong with him, we'll pay a heavy price if we attack. Fang He, who had been watching from behind, witnessed it all. He couldn't help but compliment him. I'm surprised. Your reactions aren't slow at all. Ning just glanced at him before turning back to the man. There's no need to be so anxious. Where is the deceased's family? Just take us to them. If we find that this has nothing to do with you, we will never bother you again. Helpless, the man had no choice but to agree. Fine. He then led the four of them to an old, dilapidated house. The man pointed inside, from where an indescribably dark aura was emanating. This is the house. Only her mother and her daughter, Li Aru, are left. It's freezing in there. You all can go on in by yourselves. After he spoke, the four of them entered. Wang Zheng exclaimed, It really is cold. It feels like we've stepped into winter. Chen Yang agreed. It seems there's definitely something seriously wrong with this house. Deeper inside, they were met with the sight of many large water vats. Seeing this, Ning thought, Why are there so many vats full of water? The room fell silent for a moment, and then suddenly, an old woman emerged from one of the vats. Water spilled out from the vat. He kept a serious expression, but the other three couldn't help but scream, Holy crap, Fang. He quickly regained his composure. He reassured everyone, Don't be afraid. From what I can sense, she's just been severely affected, but she hasn't transformed into a spectral entity yet. The toothless old woman, her skin wrinkled and her eyes shut tight, asked, Who are you people? Ning calmly replied, Ma'am, we're here to investigate. Your daughter jumping into the river. Someone forced her to do it, didn't they? If that's the case, we will see that justice is served for you. Hearing this, the old woman lowered her head sadly and replied, My daughter is in the water. You have to help me find her. She's in the water. You must help me find her. You must help me find her. Seeing the old woman in this state, Chen Yang whispered, Ning, sir, it seems she's completely out of her mind. We won't get any information out of her. Ning, acting as if he hadn't heard, continued to ask, Ma'am, where is your daughter's child, your granddaughter? In response, the old woman raised a hand. My granddaughter. She went to fetch water from the river. She won't be back until it's dark. Ning suddenly asked Fang He, Has your system given you any notifications? He replied, Not yet. My ability requires me to be close to a key figure before I can get any information. So, I'm guessing the granddaughter, Li Aru, is the key. Chen Yang suggested, Then let's head to the riverbank and search for her. He immediately shot back, No, we can't. Chen Yang asked, And why not, Fang? He glanced to the side. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he hesitantly corrected himself. I mean, it's getting dark. Why don't we just wait here for now and see what happens? Hearing this, Ning shot him a meaningful glance. He was a bit suspicious of him. This Fang, he seemed to be hiding something. Drowned with no body, a mother and daughter constantly fetching water. Could it be that the villagers are endlessly fetching water because an evil spirit is influencing them, making them bring it up from the river? Just then, a little girl in a blue dress, holding a bucket and smiling brightly, pushed the door open and walked in. Fang, he turned his head and recognized her at once. Li Aru is back. The little girl quickly brought the water bucket closer. Ning covered his nose, thinking to himself, The smell of blood is overpowering. that bucket the girl is carrying. Then, his eyes widen as his investigative instincts kicked into full gear. From inside the girl's bucket, a patch of red-colored water and something strange was surfacing. A tongue was sticking out. A scream echoed in his mind. Is that the tip of a human tongue? Night had fallen. A thick fog blanketed the area. Lee Aru stood in front of the traditional wooden house, her eyes wary, frowning as she stared at the group of strangers before her. Who are you? Fang. He raised his hand to share information. I just got a notification from the system. Do not provoke the girl. So, Ning softened his voice, knelt down on one knee, and politely introduced them. We're a military patrol from the Zhenjiang safety zone. Someone reported that your mother is missing. The little girl reacted instantly, her voice sharp and cold. She's not missing. She was murdered by the people in this village. They spread vicious lies about my mother and drove her to her death. He frowned, seemingly understanding part of the situation. Then, Ning probed further. I see. We're very sorry for your loss. Do you know who killed your mother? We can help you catch them. Without hesitation, Lee Aru pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Of course I know. I've written down all of their names. Ning gently took it and reassured her. Okay. Then once we find your mother, we'll go arrest them. But the little girl shook her head firmly. My mother is already home. You don't need to find her. You can go arrest them now. Those words left him momentarily confused. No need to search. Weren't we told the body was washed away by the current? Lee Aru looked him straight in the eye and questioned back. Are you hesitating? You just said you'd help me. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Chen Yining recalled the earlier warning. Fang, he had said not to anger her. But arresting someone now might be too rash. So, on the surface, he put on a reassuring smile and waved his hand. Of course not. It's just that we need to follow certain procedures to make an arrest. We guarantee we'll handle it tomorrow morning. At that moment, the little girl's eyes flashed with a brilliant purple light, her face revealing a clear killing intent. Her voice dropped to a threatening tone. Fine. If you lie to me, I will kill you all. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but shiver and break out in a cold sweat. Finally, Fang. He made a decision. Tonight, we'll stay temporarily in this abandoned house next door. Chen Yong and Wang Zhang will share a room. The rest of us will sleep separately. The other three replied in unison, right. But Ning was puzzled. In a situation like this, why would we sleep separately? He explained in a serious tone. At night, ghosts tend to target either the strongest or the weakest person first. We have to face it head-on at least once to find more clues. It was then that it dawned on him, and he let out a bitter laugh. Ah, so that's how it is. You brought me along to be the bait for tonight, huh? Chen Yong, alarmed, quickly tried to placate him. Ning, it's a misunderstanding. Wang Zheng chimed in. That's right. Sir Ning, we mainly thought you were quite strong. But Ning seemed unfazed. He waved his hand casually. There's nothing wrong with saving people for money. I'll do my part. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Ning. In contrast, Fang, he scowled and commented, it's not too late to say all that, if you manage to live until morning. Then, he continued smugly, all right, based on the current clues, we can deduce that Shang Shui was hounded to death by the villagers and turned into a ghost. But since this is still the initial stage, her power can only affect the villagers, and at the same time, influence her own daughter to get revenge for her. So right now, we just need to accomplish two things, and we'll definitely solve this case. Next, Fang, he proposed. First, find Zhang Shui's body. Tonight, I'll go to Li Aru's house to investigate. If it's not there, I'll have Ning search for it in the river. Second, after finding the body, help them complete their revenge. Tomorrow morning, we'll arrest the people on the list and hand them over to Li Aru to deal with. Ning gave a questioning look. Isn't that too simple? It doesn't seem to match the difficulty of an A-rank supernatural instance, does it? He immediately refuted. Simple. Don't forget, this is the prototype form of the instance. The important clues are still to come. In the initial formation event, no one would have known that Zhang Shui was the first victim. It's very likely the villagers will also turn into ghosts. Hearing this, both Chen Yang and Wang Zheng's faces turned pale. At that point, coming here would be a death sentence. He whispered, luckily, we got here early. The night gradually grew quiet, the moon hanging suspended in a silver-gray sky. A light wind blew, rustling the bare branches. Lying on the bed with his arms folded, Ning mumbled to himself. Although Fang, his analysis makes some sense, something still feels off. Recalling the recent events, he summarized. What information was he hiding earlier? And back at the riverbank, he just had to suggest I go search the river for the body. Ning continued to be lost in thought. On top of that, with the way he's targeting me, he definitely wants me dead. It's probably related to money. In that case, the river must be pretty dangerous. Thinking this, he came to a conclusion. Tonight, he's going to risk going to Li Aru's house alone. There must be something good there. That makes sense. If I don't die and he doesn't make a move first, that good thing will naturally become mine. Thinking like this, everything became much simpler. A flicker of suspicion appeared in Ye Ning's eyes, as he recalled those crimson eyes, full of demonic energy. Furthermore, Li Aru, her behavior earlier was not at all like someone who was just being influenced. Plus, there was that tongue inside the fantastical, swirling mass. And what about the tongue in that vat? Normally, even if a little girl wanted revenge, she couldn't possibly do something like that, right? Suddenly, he detected a strange noise, and Ye Ning immediately shot up. He looked up at the wooden roof, where faint footsteps had just sounded. It's here. He stood up straight, ready for battle. Streams of brilliant purple energy swirled around Ye Ning's body, emitting a chilling aura. All right then, let's see who you really are. Spiritual power, activate. Reveal your true form to me. From the dark space, a ghost suddenly crawled down from the ceiling, its eyes glowing crimson like blood. Its long arms reached out as if to snatch its prey. Are you Zhang Shui? At the same time, the system presented him with a chain of brilliant purple jade beads. The grudge bead I got from the last supernatural instance can finally be put to use. Then, Ye Ning raised the jade chain, infusing the circlet with an extremely powerful purple energy. Then he commanded, grudge bead, infused with spiritual power. The system provided more information. Grudge bead, attribute, increases attack power by 25%. Spirit, special effect, can automatically block one fatal attack from a supernatural entity, will be consumed along with the equipment. Immediately after, he swung his sword, lunged at the opponent, and shouted, sword form slash. The ghost bared its fangs and let out a ferocious roar. It was trying to intimidate Ye Ning, then the ghost hastily flew out of the place. Without hesitation, he immediately kicked open the wooden door and gave chase. Where do you think you're going? By the time he got to the courtyard, the ghost was gone. Instead, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. How can this be? Stay away from me. Ye Ning's eyes darted toward the source of the sound. It was Fang He and Fang He in the adjacent courtyard. At the same time, just a few seconds later, everyone else rushed over, with Wang Zheng panting heavily. Who just screamed? Chen Yong asked, completely bewildered. Ye Ning, what happened? He answered calmly. The ghost was just here. Fang He and Fang He may have been attacked at the same time. Hearing this, they were all stunned. He stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape. Attacked at the same time? Then that ghost isn't at all like Fang, he analyzed. Its killing ability isn't weak at all. Meanwhile, another one of them was skeptical. Could it be that the ghost just happened to get stronger after we arrived? I can understand the weakest, Fang He, being killed, but why Fang He? Ye Ning frowned for a moment in thought before slowly replying. Our previous predictions were likely flawed. This place is extremely dangerous right now. How about you all retreat from the area first? I'll stay behind and continue to investigate. See you tomorrow morning. Hearing that, Wang Zheng and the others waved goodbye and left. Then we'll be troubling you, Lord Ye Ning. We'll retreat first. Chen Yang still hesitated with worry. Lord Ye, you. He quickly cut him off. I have a protective item with me. You all don't need to worry about me. Finally, he too left. Ye Ning frowned, his gaze fixed on that spot as his body activated a source of purple energy. It was mystical and powerful. The resentment pearl can only save my life once. I still need to be more careful. Full power spiritual probe. The flow of energy spread into the injured leg of a victim lying motionless on the ground. Fang, he only had one leg left. Did the female ghost mind control him and then eat him? If so, from the moment Fang he screamed to when he was eaten, it must have taken some time. It's impossible for her to have killed Fang He at the same time. Ye Ning's gaze fell on a water-filled urn where the man lay unconscious. All around was a scene of ruin. Fang, his body was still intact, uneaten. It's highly likely there's more than one ghost here. What about the main hall? Was Fang. He trying to dig something in the courtyard when he encountered the ghost. He then looked over at a deep hole that had been dug in the ground. The clues might be in whatever is underground. The spiritual probe immediately penetrated the earth, and a gruesome corpse appeared, floating in a pool of water. With ashen skin and hollow black eye sockets, it looked terrifying. This is the body of the female ghost in white. Suddenly, Ye Ning noticed something strange about her slender hands, those sharp claws. Wait, she has 6 fingers on her hand. 6 fingers that can move, but Li Aru's can't. This proves she isn't Zhang Sui. So who is she? Just then, the ghost's ghastly green eyes snapped open, a truly horrifying sight. Damn it, she's found me. In an instant, she shot up and lunged to attack, but he remained focused, observing the ghost's features. Her eyes must be the green tier equipment that Fang He risked his life for. As danger loomed, Ning suddenly raised the string of beads high and shouted, "Resentment Pearl, infused with spiritual power." Immediately after, massive streams of dark purple energy surged forward. It drew her attention, making her turn her head. However, the ghost still managed to swing its arm, launching a highly toxic green counterattack, her voice filled with malice. The damage from her physical body is much stronger than spiritual power. Suddenly, the jade bead bracelet he was holding emitted a blinding light. Just as she lunged forward with her sharp fangs, the bracelet created a defensive circle, protecting Ning from the attack. The Resentment Pearl had passively activated its ultimate ability, but unfortunately, the ghost's power was too immense. Her body began to swell. The force of her descending punch shattered the protective barrier. Even he was sent flying. "I have to get out of here, now." Ning quickly activated the power within his boots. Lightning prick boots. Finally, he launched himself out of the area at high speed. Behind him, the ghost had spotted him and was in hot pursuit. The ghost was chasing Ning relentlessly. Fortunately, he quickly leaped over the barrier, which blocked it from following. He silently sighed with relief. That was close. Even though I didn't go the same way as Chen Yong's group, I finally escaped the barrier. After escaping the ghost's pursuit, he continued to fly forward at top speed and began to analyze the situation. The woman in white isn't Zhang Xue. It's very likely she was washed here from upstream during that previous heavy rain. She came from upstream. So Zhang Xue should actually be somewhere downstream. It's even possible she's still alive. Ning made a silent resolve. I must take advantage of the time before dawn to scout the downstream concentration area. Over on the other side, Chen Yong spoke up. Lord Ning has been gone all night and hasn't come out. Wang Zhang suddenly replied. The communication system is affected by the barrier, so we can't contact Ning for now. Why don't we go inside and search for him? Two subordinates also returned to report. One said, "Sir, we've searched everywhere, but there's no sign of Lord Ning." The other added, "He's not in Liaru's courtyard either." Hearing this, Wang Zhang stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "He's missing. How could that be?" Suddenly, the voice of the little girl, Liaru, came from behind them. "Mister, didn't you say you'd help me catch them this morning? Why haven't you done anything yet?" They turned around, and upon seeing her, Chen Yong replied, "We're going now." The little girl spoke as if giving an order, her eyes glinting dangerously. "Bring them all to the riverbank. I will carry out the sentence there." He turned to Chen Yong and said, "Let's go. Right now, our only remaining clue is to help this girl get her revenge. Let's finish this first." He had no other choice but to agree. Fang, he is dead. Ning is missing. There's nothing else we can do. The three villains had been captured and tied up in front of Liaru. One of them spoke defiantly. Zhang Shu wanted to die herself. "It had nothing to do with us." Another one denied it. "No, that's not it. We really didn't harm her mother." The last one also protested, "Even if you're from the military, you can't just ignore the facts." The little girl, filled with hatred, charged towards the men with a pair of scissors, screaming, "It was you. You're the ones who forced my mother to her death." As soon as the words left her mouth, Liaru plunged the scissors into the nearest man's heart and roared, "Go to hell," causing him to scream in agony. But she didn't stop there. The little girl continued, "I'm not just going to kill you, I'm going to cut out your tongues." Watching him die with a satisfied look, Liaru smirked and asked, "Who's next?" The remaining two men, terrified, immediately begged for their lives. The brown-haired man pleaded desperately, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have made up those stories. I'm sorry." The other guy tried to play the sympathy card. "Xiao Ru, it's me, Uncle Zhang. I swear I didn't say a thing." But it didn't work. The little girl just screamed, "This is all your fault. You're the one who wanted to sleep with her, and you only started slandering her after she rejected you." After that piercing scream, those two men died at Liaru's hands. Chen Yong asked in astonishment, "Is this really something a 10-year-old girl can do?" Beside him, Wang Zheng also remarked with a sigh, "I just hope that after she kills all these people, this incident will finally be over." When she was finished, the little girl turned to them and asked, "Sirs, they're not quite dead yet. Could you help me throw them into the river?" A stunned Wang Zheng replied, Okay." After they disposed of the bodies, Chen Yong asked, "Little sister Liaru, have you avenged your mother now? Regarding her body, if you need any help." The little girl didn't look at them, only saying sinisterly, "Yes, sir, but you don't need to concern yourselves with the other matters, because my mother has arrived, and she says, you all have to die too." Suddenly, a ghost burst out from the river and lunged at them. Everyone yelled in shock, "What is that?" Before they could even cry for help, the ghost bit one of them. They all scattered, running in a panic. Wang Zheng shouted while running, "This is bad. Run." It opened its mouth wide, and a green energy flowed out, trying to suck everyone in. Only terrified screams could be heard. It's too strong, there's no escape. To Chen Yong's shock, it sucked in Wang Zheng as well. Seeing this, he cried out, "Brother Wang." He'd rather end his own life than die in such a painful, disgusting way. But Wang Zheng seemed to still be conscious. From inside the ghost's mouth, he managed to yell, "Chen Yong." Suddenly, a purple energy blast stopped the knife Chen Yong was about to press to his own throat. The person who appeared to save them was none other than Ning. With a single palm strike, he sent the ghost flying and rescued the two men. After landing safely from his near-death experience, Chen Yong said, "Your Excellency, Ning, thank goodness." Ning turned to the little girl in front of him and said, "Li Aru, take a look. Who is this? And who is that she's holding?" Tears welled in Li Aru's eyes as she looked at the woman holding a child who looked just like her. "Mom," she whispered. Zhang Shui, clutching the child, called out, "Little Aru." The little girl ran towards the woman, yelling, "Mom." With tears streaming down her face, she looked at the woman holding her own dead body and asked, "Mom, you're not dead?" "But I am." Crying, Zhang Shui said, "Little Aru, this is all my fault." Watching this unfold, Chen Yang suddenly asked, "If Zhang Shui isn't dead, then who was that female ghost in the white dress?" Wang Zhang chimed in, "And Li Aru is dead, which means she's also a ghost. What in the world is going on?" At this, Ning turned to give them the answers. "It's a long story. First, step back. This area is still extremely dangerous." Just then, the female ghost, who hadn't been defeated yet, let out a roar and sucked Zhang Sui into its mouth. Li Aru let out a desperate cry. "No, Mom." At that moment, the girl's spirit, possessing its own body, erupted with power in an attempt to save her mother. Ning looked up and said, "Li Aru has finally regained her senses. We're much safer now." The girl's mother cried out in agony from within the ghost's mouth. "Little Aru." In her spirit form, Li Aru rushed to save her mother, shouting, "Mom." She clashed with the female ghost, and seizing an opening, she bit down hard on the ghost's shoulder. Both sides unleashed their resentful spiritual power against one another, and a fiery battle erupted. It was then that Ning finally explained what had really happened. That day, the rain was torrential. Zhang Sui accidentally fell into the water, but she was washed ashore further downstream and survived. Li Aru, searching for her mother, also fell in and drowned, becoming a ghost without even knowing it. Her overwhelming resentment and desire for revenge unconsciously affected the villagers. Then, Li Aru found the corpse in the white dress at the bottom of the river and mistook it for her own mother. That's the basic rundown. The only solution was to reveal the truth and have them turn on each other. Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng added, "So, in other words, aside from spreading rumors, were the villagers we captured earlier actually framed?" Chen Yang also voiced his confusion. "So there were two ghosts. That explains why Fang He and Fang He were killed simultaneously before." After the two ghosts finished their fight, Ning collected a circular item. The system panel showed a new notification, blue tier item. Item effect. When equipped, the user can receive information in system, prompts within their line of sight. Holding the blue eye in his hand, he thought to himself, this effect is pretty similar to the ability Fang He had, isn't it? Maybe Fang, he risked his life for an even stronger power. Seeing the item, Wang Zheng quietly lowered his head and said, "I previously promised Fang He 100,000. I will transfer all of it to you now." Chen Yong also bowed deeply and said, "We owe our lives to you, Your Excellency Ning. Thank you so much." Ning replied lightly, "Well then, thank you." In his mind, he was thinking, a total of nearly 700,000 credits this time around. That's a pretty generous haul. But the most important thing right now is still the high-grade spirit power fruit. With that thought, Ning turned and asked them, "So, has that high-grade spirit power fruit I asked for arrived yet?" Chen Yong stammered about that, when Wang Zheng suddenly cut in. "My apologies, Lord Ning, but it looks like we'll have to wait a bit longer for the high-grade spirit power fruit." Ning furrowed his brow and asked, "Why?" Chen Yong answered, "To be frank, sir, all the high-grade spirit power fruits are currently being monopolized by high-level officials and the military in the capital. Word is, it's for something called the Seedling Project." The boy smirked. "The Seedling Project again? Huh? It seems if I don't take action myself, it's going to be difficult to get through this obstacle." Chen Yong, Wang Zheng. "Tonight, I'm inviting you to Tianfeng to see a show, and you'd best bring your fathers and uncles with you." The two of them exclaimed in unison, "A show?" He nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. "That's right. A little drama about a corpse-tied riot. Two men were standing opposite each other in the safe zone. Number 199. Chen Yang glanced around and asked, "Uncle Zhang, why isn't my father here?" Vice Commander Zhang Tao replied with a serious expression. Commander Chen was occupied and couldn't leave, so I came to Tian Feng in his stead. Chen Yong's mood immediately brightened. As long as you have the full authority to make decisions on my father's behalf, I'm sure His Excellency Yi Ning won't object. First, let's go pick up Wang Zheng and the others and head to Tianfeng together. At this very moment, in another dimension, was the headquarters of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild. Wang Tian slapped Wang Zheng right across the face. The boy looked back at him, bewildered. Dad, what are you doing? The vice president of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild, Wang Tian, angrily pointed at his son's face. I already promised to make a trip to Tianfeng to meet someone named Yi Ning. That should have been more than enough of a courtesy. Who would have thought you'd dare to touch the spirit energy fruits the guild had already allocated for the capital military district? It's a good thing I found out early. Otherwise, we'd all have to suffer the consequences. Wang Zheng also shouted his explanation. Dad, Lord Yi Ning is the one who saved my life, but I still haven't fulfilled my promise to him. The military district has already ordered countless spirit energy fruits from so many guilds. A few missing fruits from us won't make any difference. He immediately shouted, Quiet, what do you know? Then Wang Tian explained to Wang Zheng, Son, you don't understand. Forget the merchant guild. Even the president above me is putting on the pressure. His eyes were filled with sorrow as he said, Even if it means we go without, we absolutely cannot offend the military just to please some Yi Ning whose background we don't even know. Wang Tian gently touched Wang Zheng's shoulder and continued, Yi Ning saved you in that instance dungeon. But he was someone you hired to protect you in the first place. Besides, it's not like we're not giving it to him, we're just delaying it a little. The two of them looked out the window together. All right, Chen Yang is here. Let's go with you to Tianfeng to meet Yi Ning first, and we'll figure it out from there. Wang Tian had cheered up again. If he's really as impressive as you say, I'll reconsider the matter of the spirit energy fruit. Wang Zheng was still a little skeptical. Really? Don't lie to me. Above the crimson buildings of the Tianfeng safe zone, a system notification appeared. The corpse tide will move tonight. Please prepare all defenses immediately. The commander of Tianfeng, Xiao An, stared at it. A week ago, Yi Ning sent me a message. Although I made some precautionary arrangements, I haven't seen any movement from the old district for the entire week. Today, another message came, and this time it gave such a clear time frame. I just don't know. A man rushed in and announced, Commander Xiao, there's definitely movement in the old district. They just broke through the barrier and are heading for this safe zone. There are a lot of level 1 and level 2 mutants among them. For now, we haven't spotted any level 3 mutants. Xiao Hai's expression immediately became urgent. Yi Ning was actually right. Hurry, everyone, activate the alarms and prepare for defense. A large crowd was gathering. The corpse tide is about to hit. All civilians in the outer districts, please evacuate to the rear safe zone immediately. The corpse tide is about to hit. All civilians in the outer districts, please evacuate to the rear safe zone immediately. Place a mine every 15 meters. Arrange them in a sharp triangular formation. Everyone was working together to plant mines. We must ensure we blast open an exit route for the zombies, making it easier for our awakened to charge in and eliminate the enemy. Not only that, but they were also pouring something of flammable liquid into the trenches. Hurry, hurry. In the sky, planes were circling. Yi Ning stood there, observing quietly. Tianfeng won't be easy to defend. Li Fugui found his words very strange. Master, it seems to me that the Tianfeng district is very well prepared. Yi Ning kept his gaze fixed on the distance. Although they've used every trap, obstacle, and crossfire tactic they could, those things might work against the main zombie army, but they're too weak to deal with the mutants, Yi Ning said thoughtfully. The entire safe zone only has about 2,000 awakened. There are over 1,000 defenders, but only about 600 on the front lines. Among them, the ranged forces only number a little over 200. With a force distribution like that, it's no different from sending them to their deaths. Hearing this, Li Fugi grew worried. Master, from the way you put it, doesn't that mean they're all in grave danger? Without shifting his gaze, Yi Ning replied, No. This time, the corpse tide they're facing has broken through the perimeter. All troops, prepare for battle. As the corpse tide charged forward, all the soldiers sprang into action. Spirit energy fighter jets dropped bombs to hold them back, but the helicopters were swarmed and destroyed by flying creatures. Watch out, mutated flying corpses. The ranged awakened focused their attacks on them, unleashing a storm of projectiles. The mines beneath their feet were immediately triggered. At that moment, both sides clashed. Covering fire, melee fighters, charge in with me. The 4 of them were standing above, observing the battle. Zhang Tao watched and said, That Yi Ning. 2 hours ago, when we arrived at Tianfeng, he told us to wait for the corpse tide here. Now the tide is here, but he's suddenly vanished. What does this mean? Wang Tian said in a very serious tone. He's obviously waiting for the high-level mutants to appear. Otherwise, how could he put on a big show for us? But so far, we haven't even seen a level 3 mutant. Is he going to show us a level 3 fighting a level 2? Hearing this, the man burst out laughing. President Wang, you have a great sense of humor. Wang Tian also smiled faintly. I think so too. He said he'd give us a surprise. Don't tell me the surprise is just making us laugh. Chen Yang looked annoyed, his disgust clearly written on his face. Uncle Wang, we have a lot of respect for Ye Ning. You better not make jokes like that. Zhang Tao put a hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, Little Yang, of course Uncle trusts your judgment. Rest assured, no matter what, we'll wait until he's finished. Whatever he wants to say then, I promise I won't embarrass you. But I've watched you grow up since you were a child, so I still hope I can help you vet things a bit, he said, still smiling at Chen Yang. After all, you can't just see one mid-tier level 3 and assume he can be of use to you. Wang Tian, standing beside them, chimed in, That's right, you kids are still young. Although a level 3 is valuable to us, there's no need to treat them like gods. Wang Zhang couldn't take it anymore. All right, Dad, let's just watch the battle. I believe Ye Ning won't let everyone down. A soldier, attacked by the corpse tide, screamed, Help. Yunming yelled with a worried expression. A peak, level 2 mutant, the corrupting spring corpse, has appeared on the left. Notify Commander Xiao, quickly. Everyone was charging forward together. Lord Xiao Hai is here. Let's go together. Xiao Hai aimed his weapon at the enemy. Blood saber strike. With a single blow, the corpse-tied monster was sliced apart. Commander Xiao is a god. Let's kill them. Just then, the ground began to crack. In an instant, Xiao Hai sensed danger. This is bad. That sound. It must be a level 3 mutant. There might even be 2 of them. The actual difficulty is far greater than an instance dungeon. It takes at least 6 low-tier level 3 fighters to handle 2 level 3 mutants. He then turned and gave an order. Retreat. All troops, fall back to the safe zone. Xiao Hai watched the ferocious tide of zombies and ignited the trenches. Hold the line and wait for military reinforcements. Hurry, Ye Ning. At that moment, a sword flow storm was unleashed. The corpse-tied monster was sliced in half. Xiao Hai exclaimed in utter shock. He took down a level 3 in a single strike. Who is that? He then spotted the newcomer. Ye Ning. Ye Ning replied cheerfully. Commander Xiao, long time no see. He stood ready to face the enemy. Wait for me to deal with this thing, then we'll talk. He immediately executed his corpse-slaying light ray technique. Swaths of zombies were instantly vaporized. Xiao Hai's jaw dropped in astonishment. Ye Ning is really something else. In just half a month, he's already reached level 3 and is so much stronger than me. How is that even possible? Am I, Xiao Hai, destined to live in another's shadow for the rest of my life? Ye Ning looked at Xiao Hai with a knowing smile. Commander Xiao, I'm sure your soldiers can handle the cleanup. He gently patted his shoulder. Please, come with me. There's something important to discuss. The other 4 were still observing everything. Chen Yang and Wang Zhang exclaimed excitedly. Did you all see that? That's the power of Mr. Ye Ning. It's my first time seeing it too. He's on a completely different level from a normal tier 3. Wang Tian was also startled, saying, truly a rare sight. Zhang Tao was stunned by the scene. That level of power, it's probably on par with Commander Chen Kai. He'd be considered top tier even among mid-level tier 3s. No wonder he's so arrogant. Chen Yang was still smiling as he looked at his system panel. There's a message from Mr. Ye Ning. He's waiting for us at the Tianfeng Society Hall. Let's go. In the Tianfeng Society Hall, the buildings were still brightly lit. Xiao Hai's face was tense. Ye Ning was sitting, waiting for them to arrive. Chen Yang seemed quite surprised. Commander Xiao, you're here too. Ye Ning appeared very amicable. I'm sure you all know each other, so I won't bother with introductions. Please, sit. We're all on the same side here. If there's anything to discuss, let's talk it over together. Xiao Hai observed everyone and thought to himself, the Vice Commander of Safety Zone 119, Zhang Tao. The Vice President of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild, Wang Tian. It's just as we suspected. Not only does Ye Ning have backers, but they're all major powers. Wang Tian couldn't help but praise him. Mr. Ye Ning, your reputation is well-deserved. Your strength is rare even among many mid-level users. Zhang Tao was also very impressed with him. That's right. I heard you've helped us out quite a bit. I, Chen Yang, on behalf of Safety Zone 119, thank you for the invitation. Xiao Hai felt his ears ringing. Mr. Ye Ning, am I hearing that right, or are they just pronouncing it wrong? Ye Ning immediately corrected them. First, I'd like to clear something up for everyone. My name is actually Ye Ning. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. What? So they don't even know his real name? That means there's no one backing him in this. Then how did Ye Ning level up to tier 3 so quickly? Ye Ning spoke very casually. As you've all seen, my current strength is around that of a mid-tier 3. Commander Xiao, please trouble yourself to find a power level scanner for me. I want to test it right here. Xiao Hai immediately stood up and replied, Mr. Ye Ning, we've already witnessed your strength. Wang Tian and Zhang Tao also agreed. That's right. We've always known you were a mid-tier 3. There's no doubt about it. Mr. Ye Ning, do you think we're blind? But he remained insistent. Commander Xiao, if you please. Xiao Hai had no other choice. Oh, all right then. The other two were already looking annoyed. Mr. Ye Ning, you didn't invite us all the way here just to prove you're a mid-tier 3, did you? This seems completely unnecessary, don't you think? Chen Yong quickly chimed in. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, since we're already here, what's a little more waiting? Yi Ning just smiled without saying a word. As Xiao Hai brought out the device, he brought it over to him. The scanner is here. Yi Ning replied with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. Zhang Tao and Wang Tian found it amusing. His strength is impressive, but his attitude is so petty. A little arrogance isn't a bad thing, but does he really have to show off in front of us like this? What a waste of time. Yi Ning placed his hand on the device, and the system immediately gave its reading, peak tier 2. Everyone there was utterly shocked. What? Tier 2? Xiao Hai couldn't believe his eyes. Am I seeing this right? They all went to check the device again. How is this possible? The device clearly displayed his rank. You're not a tier 3. You're really a tier 2? Zhang Tao still couldn't believe it. If you told me he was a high tier or even peak tier 3, I wouldn't have been that surprised. But tier 2. Wang Tian was also astounded. To be a mere tier 2 and unleash the power of a mid-tier 3. That's terrifying. Xiao Hai's head was still spinning. He's not a tier 3. That's right. I remember looking up his mission record to rank up to tier 2. He completed 4 missions. He has the strength of a mid-tier 3, and these people aren't his backers. What the hell? My brain can't handle this. Chen Yong turned to ask Yi Ning, Mr. Yi Ning, what on earth is going on? He answered them right away. I know this is hard for you to accept immediately, but I really am a tier 2. Half a month ago, I was evaluated with an SS-RANK talent, but because it was a willpower type with no potential, I was rejected by Project Fire Seed. He asked Yi Ning again in bewilderment. An SS-RANK talent reached peak tier 2 in half a month, with strength equivalent to a tier 3. Xiao Hai looked at him and practically yelled. No potential. If this is what you call no potential, then everyone in Project Fire Seed might as well just drop dead. Yi Ning's gaze turned serious. Gentlemen, the reason I invited you here today was to prove my potential and seek a partnership. I believe everyone here understands that for me, ranking up to tier 3 is an easy task. Project Fire Seed will definitely hold another selection, and I want to completely change. The military's prejudice against the willpower type, the #1 spot, I will claim it. At that moment, he was filled with determination. As for those so-called genius seeds now, I will defeat them one by one, so everyone will know who the true Fire Seed is. Wang Tian was impressed by the young man. So, Mr. Yi Ning, what do you need from us? Also, may I ask you one more question? What exactly is the nature of your power? Yi Ning didn't hide it and said, Actually, my talent allows me to convert my willpower into attack power. Additionally, I do have a backer investing in me, but I can't reveal their identity at this time. He had his own thoughts on the matter. I'll just spout some nonsense. As long as I don't reveal the sword god system, it'll be fine. The man seemed to understand, muttering to himself, I see, so that's how it is. No wonder. Xiao Hai gritted his teeth in frustration. I knew there was a major power investing in him. Yi Ning continued with his plan. As for our partnership, I want to form an alliance with the 3 of you. An alliance that serves me. I will be the one calling the shots, and you will all support me with your full power when I go to reclaim the #1 spot. Nature will reward you as well. After saying that, he turned and left. I'll be outside. You all have 10 minutes to discuss. Yi Ning slammed the door shut and thought, Xiao Hai has been at the early stage of tier 3 for many years, with no way to advance any further. As the vice president, Wang Tian is always overshadowed by the president, and Chen Yong's grandfather, the deputy commander of the North China military region, probably isn't too comfortable with that deputy title either. Chen Yong was the first to speak. Uncle Zhang, what are you hesitating for? With Yi Ning's potential, he'll be a lieutenant general at the very least in the future. That's much stronger than my grandfather. Wang Zheng also chimed in, Dad, why don't you agree to Sir Ye Ning immediately? With his potential, forget about being president, it's not impossible for us to become the #1 merchant guild in all of Huaxia. Wang Tian then turned to ask Zhang Tao, Brother Zhang, what's your take on the mysterious force behind Yi Ning? He then stated his own opinion. First, if he didn't get the spirit energy fruit, he definitely isn't from the military or a major power. Second, his foresight is excellent. His experience is clearly vast, so I lean toward the possibility that he's a lone powerhouse. Wang Tian continued. Yes, Brother Zhang and I are on the same page. Chen Yang was very surprised. What are you two uncles talking about? Zhang Tao showed great caution. Little Yang, although Yi Ning has great potential. Siding with him means becoming enemies with many high-ranking members of the Fire Seed Project. For example, right now, the father of the #1 ranked person, General Zhang Meng of the 3rd group, is at the peak of Tier 3. Wang Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. That's right. A power as immense as a mountain. Just for Yining's potential, this deal is far too risky. At this moment, Xiao Hai finally spoke up. Trust him. You two might not think much of me, but after hearing Yining's proposal, I've decided to place my bet on him. First, I don't want to make the same mistake twice. Second, high rewards often come with great risks. I've been stuck at the early stage of Tier 3 for far too long. To be honest, I can't accept it. Wang Zheng began to psychologically manipulate his father. I think Uncle Xiao is right. Dad, you always say the rougher the waves, the more precious the fish. Are you really content with being vice president for the rest of your life? Chen Yang also tried to persuade him. Uncle Zhang, if you're representing my father and grandfather today, you should know what choice they would make if they were here. Just then, Yi Ning walked back in. So, what have you all decided? All of them bowed their heads. We pledge our strength to you. This pleased Yi Ning greatly. Good. Then, my allies, this is what I need. I hope you can have it all ready before tomorrow morning. Also, help me contact the military leaders in the capital. Tell them I want to start the Tier 3 trial. No problem. Wang Tian held a stack of papers. Well now, the list was prepared well in advance. He really doesn't hold back when using people. That's truly the mark of someone destined for great things. Xiao Hai also turned to leave. Then I'll go report the materials to the capital now. Yi Ning smiled in response. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Hai turned away and sighed. As he looked out at the brightly lit city, Yi Ning felt very satisfied with himself. I finally have my own powers, one in South China, one in North China, and a merchant guild. Next, I just have to get to the capital for the big showdown. In the conference room of the Fire Seed Project in the capital, a loud voice boomed. Have all of you finished reading the report? It's hard to believe, but we have confirmation from Deputy Commander Chen Kai from North China. The head of the Fire Seed Project, Li Shuangguo, pushed his chair back, slammed his hand on the table, and continued. An SS-RANK genius with power equivalent to Tier 3, and we let him slip through our fingers. If there's another screw-up this time, none of you sitting here will escape responsibility. A member of the meeting scowled and shouted in protest. General Yang, this matter is of the utmost importance. We must report it immediately. We must seize this chance to correct our mistake. Another person added, I agree. Furthermore, I propose we dispatch a Tier 3 team to bring Ye Ning to the capital immediately. Ensure his safety. As for his ranking, we can wait until he arrives for the higher-ups to evaluate him personally. Li Shuangguo continued. At this point, that's our only option. First, place Ye Ning on a special sequence. With a talent like this, delaying his development by even a single day is unforgivable. Hearing this, the staff officer of the Fire Seed Project, Tang Zhen, shot to his feet. He slammed his hands on the table and yelled, General Yang, can we temporarily keep this news quiet and not report it up? The general glanced over, scowling as he snapped at Tang Zhen. Back when Ye Ning was first measured as SS rank, you were the one who proposed we abandon him. And now, you still have the gall to say something like this? Li Shuangguo grew angrier as he spoke, his face fierce as he glared at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen, are you looking for death? Hearing that, Tang Zhen waved his hands in a panic, stammering, General Yang, I don't mean we shouldn't report it. Just delay it by half a month. No, even just 1 week would be good. Tang Zhen continued to justify himself. General Zhang Meng's son, Zhang Yang, is currently at the top of the first sequence, but he still hasn't reached the peak of Tier 2. Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell silent, lost in thought. Li Shuangguo spoke up. With Ye Ning's current strength, his promotion to Tier 3 is a sure thing. Once Ye Ning becomes a Tier 3 before Zhang Yang, the latter will have to cede the #1 position, even with his SS rank talent. The top-tier resources after Tier 3 are all one of a kind, but Zhang Meng has high status and power. He's one of the top leaders. He turned to look at Tang Zhen with his sinister smile. Staff Officer Tang, you truly are loyal and courageous. 1 week is impossible. 3 days. The most I can do is help you keep this secret for 3 days. I've done you this favor. If your young master still proves inferior to others by then, you can't blame us, he shouted grimly. Furthermore, in the next 2 days, I will arrange for Yi Ning to come to the capital. I advise you not to get any funny ideas about him. Otherwise, not even the person backing you will be able to save you. The growth supplement drink was fully supplied. Zhang Yang wiped his mouth and turned to the person next to him, saying, I just advanced to high tier 2, and you're already telling me I have to reach peak tier 2 in 3 days. You're not joking, are you, Dad? It turned out the person standing next to Zhang Yang was his father, General Zhang Meng. He replied, I'm being serious, son. Do you remember Yi Ning, the one who was the same SS rank as you back then? With the support of Chen Kai, he has already reached the very peak of tier 2 and possesses tier 3 strength. Hearing this, Zhang Yang asked in surprise, Are you saying he wants to come and steal my first place ranking? Zhang Meng immediately answered, That's right, although Chen Kai, who's backing him, is insignificant. But if he advances to tier 3 first, you definitely won't be able to hold on to your number 1 spot. He placed a hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, I'll send someone to take you to a high difficulty dungeon. That's the only way to close the gap. Then, during the tier 3 promotion test, as long as he isn't the only one who passes, no matter how strong he is, I have my ways of protecting your rank. After hearing this, he clenched his fists and replied with determination. I understand. Dad, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. Seeing this, Zhang Meng smiled warmly at his son. My son has real ambition. Rest assured, I'll definitely find a way to buy you more time. Besides, Yi Ning has only just started out. It's not as easy as he thinks. The scene changes to the Tianfeng safe zone, heavily guarded by soldiers outside. Inside a messy room, Yi Ning sat at a desk, looking at a pile of green fruits and a book. Having power really makes a difference. Not only did they quickly bring me the spirit energy fruits, but that old geezer Chen Kai also gave me an A-rank sword art scroll. It was hidden at the bottom of the chest. This sword art scroll alone could probably bankrupt the entire Tianfeng safe zone. He picked up a spirit energy fruit and ate it. First, let's max out my tier 2 attributes, then we'll see. The system panel appeared, continuously displaying notifications, consumed spirit energy. High-grade fruit, strength +1, burst power increased by 3%. Consumed high-grade spirit energy fruit, constitution +1, stamina increased by 6%. Consumed high-grade spirit energy fruit, agility +1, speed increased by 6%. Strength 31, agility 31, constitution 31, willpower 31. A blue aura of spirit energy emanated from Yi Ning. He smiled with satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to have maxed out stats. The speed of summoning spirit energy is incredibly fast. The application of attributes has also become more thorough. When he picked up the book, the system panel appeared again. A-rank formation breaking sword art, a super impact leap skill that strikes the target with a finishing suppression effect. Crushing power during skill activation. Immune to all crowd control and increases defense by 200%. Yi Ning understood. As expected of an A-rank sword art, it's well-rounded in both offense and defense. It's already powerful enough even without being enhanced. He then immediately tossed the book into the air to use it. Sword art learned. Enhancing. The book opened to reveal a small sword emitting a red glow, enveloped by a green sheath. He tensed up and let out a roar to absorb the new power. A-rank skill successfully enhanced. Current skill, SSS-RANK Fallen Heaven. The system panel displayed a new notification. SSS-RANK Skill Fallen Heaven. Annihilation. Skill Effect 1. Dash to a designated point within a 1 kilometer range. Initiate target lock within the area. After locking on, the target will be knocked back. Receive a high-speed freefall stomp effect, then cause an area of effect impact, simultaneously attacking the locked target. Skill Effect 2. During skill activation, you are immune to all crowd control and gain a spirit energy shield. To reduce damage from spirit energy reserves, as long as the enemy's willpower attribute is lower than yours, they will be unable to target and attack you. Skill value. You become a true god. Yi Ning exclaimed in shock. A 1 kilometer lock-on range is truly ostentatious. And while locking onto a target, you can't be locked onto by them. This is almost equivalent to being invincible when the skill is active. I can test this power when I return to the capital for the Tier 3 trial. The attribute frames appeared before him. He looked at the skills in front of him and said, Unfortunately, my skill slots are full now. My strength can't be improved any further before I reach Tier 3, but that's fine. After Tier 3, even without relying on these skills, I can activate some powerful skills on my own. The system panel suddenly displayed a quest notification. Please quickly collect 4 special materials and use them. Material 1. Heart of the Mountain Range Destroyer. Material 2. Human Face Bone Collector. Material 3. Shattered Guardian's Jawbone. Material 4. Animalis Core. Mission Rewards. 1. Unlock the skill fusion function. allowing the merging of two current skills into one, freeing up one skill slot. 2. The SSS skill will be cast without consumption. The cooldown is reduced to 12 hours, and spirit energy is increased by 1,000 points. Ning stared intently at the notification. He considered, the Sword God system rarely issues quests, and the rewards are this generous. It's just these 4 materials. At this, he began to think. The Mountain Range Destroyer seems to be a peak Tier 3 variant that appeared 27 years ago. It was slain by the combined forces of many peak Tier 3 masters. I've never heard of the others. I'm afraid they're all ancient items. Ning's gaze grew thoughtful. I can only search for these in the National Resource Vault after I take back the first place rank. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Hai opened the door and called out, Ning, we've got news from the capital. Ning smiled and replied, Uncle Xiao, please come in. He walked in with a joyful expression and said loudly, they said they're sending a Tier 3 team tomorrow to escort you to the capital. Ning replied calmly, about time they came to their senses. He continued, what about the sequence? Have they adjusted it back to the first slot? The older man replied, that hasn't been announced yet. They only said you'll be placed in a special sequence for now, and a final decision will be made after you get there. Suddenly, Ning's face grew stern, his eyes turning sharp as he said, with my current strength, the first slot is a given. The people in this Fire Seed project don't dare to make the call, likely because they're being pressured by vested interests. Xiao Hai replied to Ning, actually, Commander Chen and I both feel you might be a bit too anxious about the sequence. Right now. First in line is Jiang Meng's son, and Jiang Meng holds significant power in the capital. After all, our strength here is obvious, and we'll definitely have a place among the higher-ups later on. It won't hurt to yield a step for now. He continued to explain, that way. Even Jiang Meng's faction will show a friendly attitude toward you. But you raise a hand to cut him off. Uncle, I understand what you're saying, but the tallest tree catches the most wind. Ning continued with a serious expression, but I have a reason I absolutely must fight for. It's related to an important matter that I can't explain to you right now, but I hope you can trust me. Every step I take is not a reckless, youthful decision, which left the man speechless. Ning materialized 2 swords, one green and one red. He looked towards Xiao Hai and said, as for the half-step stone, I will definitely shatter it. The next afternoon, in a large hall, massive vehicles appeared before Ning's group. Everyone looked up as Xiao Hai spoke. They're here. This squadron is entirely composed of the latest generation of psionic fighter jets. With just these few fighters, they could turn Tianfeng into a pile of rubble in an instant. A loud cough echoed, prepare to line up and welcome them. A group of people stepped out from inside with an incredibly imposing aura. They walked forward proudly, and the man couldn't help but exclaim, such powerful pressure. As expected of the capital's elite, the lowest among them is at least Tier 3. He then quickly ran over to them, extending his hand in a warm welcome. Welcome, esteemed sirs, to Tianfeng. Your journey must have been arduous. That group of people paid Xiao Hai no mind. They walked straight past him. He turned to watch them go, forcing an awkward smile as he thought, I'm just a minor commander of a small safe zone. I'm insignificant. It's not like they came all this way just for me. Lin Erui approached Ning and extended his hand in greeting. You must be Ning, right? I'm the captain of the Space Division of the 27th Army in the Capital Combat Zone, Lin Erui. Just call me Old Lin. We are responsible for escorting you back to the Capital Combat Zone. You reached out and shook his hand, replying curtly, Ning. It must have been a tough journey. Looking at you made him think. He's so calm, not at all like a young man from a small place like this. He walked past their group. You waved your hand and said, Old Lin, we shouldn't delay. Let's go. Lin Erui's group watched you leave with extremely annoyed expressions. Lin Eru thought to himself, seeing his attitude. The favored General Zhang asked of me might be a little difficult. He recalled Jiang Meng's instructions, Lin Erui, while escorting Ning back. Find a way to hold him back for me. The fighter jets whizzed through the gloomy sky. Lin Erui turned again to invite Ning. Sir Ning, we will soon be approaching the outskirts of the Capital Combat Zone. Some high-ranking friends in the military have prepared a lunch banquet in your honor. I hope you can join us for a little while. Your face remained as cold as ice, and you said nothing. He continued to ramble. Trust me, you'll definitely benefit greatly from meeting them. You've also had a long journey. You must be tired, right? This made Ning suspicious. Is someone trying to delay my participation in the Tier 3 trial? He then decided to smile warmly and politely refuse. I appreciate Captain Lin's kind intentions. As for the meeting, let's wait until after I've ascended to Tier 3 to talk about it. Lin Erui's heart grew more troubled. General Jiang Meng had asked him to help delay Ning. Since the soft approach didn't work, he switched to Plan B, signaling the pilot in front. Then I'll just have to use forceful measures. With a loud boom, the previously stable aircraft suddenly started spewing smoke, lurching in midair. The pilot's shrill scream tore through the quiet sky. Danger. Something's wrong with the psionic fighter. We have to make an emergency landing at the nearest location. This caused Ye Ning to frown in annoyance. This is obviously intentional. That General Zhang has some nerve. Quick as a flash, you moved forward and pressed a dagger to the pilot's neck, threatening him. I don't think the problem with this fighter is that serious. It's just that your skills are subpar. If I let you continue flying, I'm afraid you'll destroy the machinery and kill everyone on board. If that really happens, then I'm afraid your superiors will also be held accountable. So move aside and let me fly. Lin Arui was utterly horrified, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. This kid saw through our plan. When he said the plane would crash and everyone would die, did he mean he was willing to fight? If a Tier 3 were to fight on this plane, the aircraft would definitely crash. Even for a prodigy, how could a young man from such a small place have such courage? He quickly regained his composure and ordered the unfortunate pilot, if Sir Ye Ning can repair the fighter jet, then let him try. This was all to lower Ye Ning's guard. This time, the goal was just to delay him. There was no need to actually cause trouble. You quickly pressed the control buttons. While performing the maneuvers, you scolded, Ye Ning. I'm only going to perform this sequence once, so you all better watch closely. Your hand decisively pulled the control stick as you continued to instruct. Don't you dare misremember the steps, and don't mistake who you're dealing with. The aircraft quickly stabilized and continued to speed forward. Both Lin Arui and the pilot were stunned by the series of actions. He couldn't help but marvel internally. Such decisiveness and resolve. Probably not even many high-ranking officials possess that. He definitely has a limitless future. I'm afraid I joined the wrong side this time, but luckily, I can still salvage this. He was so impressed that he raised his hand in a military salute and said, Lin Aru, captain of the 27th Army Corps Air and Space Defense Force, is in admiration of Sir Ye Ning. Hearing this, Ye Ning replied politely, Captain Lin, I ask for your guidance in the future. The aircraft quickly arrived at its destination, landing at the Capital Combat Zone's second military base. Li Xuanguo and Tang Zhen rushed out to greet you. One of them feigned an introduction. This must be Brother Ye Ning, right? I'm the person in charge of the Fire Seed Project. You also politely shook his hand and replied, Yi Ming. Hello, General Yang. He got straight to the point, Yi Ning. We specially arranged a dinner for you, and quite a few high-ranking officials want to meet you. You casually waved a hand, refusing as you stated your purpose. There's no need to rush. I want to start the Tier 3 trial right now. The other two men's eyes widened in surprise. What? Right now? Yi Ning remained calm, retorting sarcastically. The reason you people are putting me in a special sequence instead of the first one, and then saying we have to follow procedure, isn't it just because the higher-ups haven't witnessed my power for themselves and want to gauge my potential? So, if I just pass the Tier 3 trial right now, my strength will be undeniable, right? Wouldn't that just cut out all the red tape? Li Xuanguo couldn't help but frown. This kid's every word hit the mark, not wasting a single second. This attitude of his, neither humble nor arrogant, is both baffling and admirable. Behind him, Tang Zhen rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. This kid really knows how to stir the pot. If he takes the trial tonight, Zhang Yang is currently in a dungeon and definitely won't make it back in time. After a moment of thought, he suggested to Ye Ning, let's have you start the trial tomorrow. That way, all the high-ranking officials can watch together. Li Xuanguo, beside him, chimed in, exactly. Rest up tonight and get yourself in peak condition. Your performance tomorrow will surely be better for it. Having achieved his goal, Ye Ning didn't push it further and agreed immediately. Tomorrow works. My apologies for troubling you, General Yang. Inwardly, Ye Ning was ecstatic. The unroof the house effect really works. You have to let them save some face, after all. I was originally planning to make some arrangements and participate tomorrow anyway, but to be honest, if they had suggested it first, I wouldn't have agreed so easily. The unroof the house effect he just used is a type of psychological manipulation technique, used in negotiations. To be specific, the unroof the house effect is when you say a house is too dark and propose opening a skylight. People will almost certainly refuse. But if you instead demand to tear down the entire roof, they'll compromise and agree to the skylight. In another part of the base, Zhang Meng furiously slammed his fist on the table. He roared, What? On top of delaying the report, you people delayed it for another night. Where is Lin Arui? Didn't I order him to bring Yin Ning to me? Li Xuanguo calmly analyzed the situation. Forget Lin Arui. That kid didn't even show me or General Yang any respect. At a time like this, we can't play hardball. Zhang Meng's brow tightened. He said furiously, unacceptable. I must report this to Zhang Yan. If that doesn't work, I'll send some Tier 3 Death-sworn warriors after him. That's the only way to ensure they're all left behind in the dungeon. Meanwhile, in Yi Ning's quarters, he was sitting amidst a pile of sparkling spirit crystals, absorbing their energy. He couldn't help but marvel. I never expected this temporary special treatment to be so extravagant. When did the country get this rich? Although these spirit crystals have little effect on improving my actual condition, they're still useful for regulating my state. Next to Yi Ning lay a seed project manual. The list of benefits sent him deep into thought. Looking over the list, the first thing he saw was not only a monthly quota of 1 million points, but also a full set of custom blue-grade equipment and an epic-grade weapon. You also get to visit the National Treasury twice a month to freely select resources. At this rate, I'll be able to reach Tier 4 in less than a year. The next day, at the Tier 3 trial tower, thousands of people have flocked to watch. The massive tower was buzzing with excited chatter. I heard someone from the Seed Project is taking the Tier 3 trial today. The Seed Project? Hasn't that just started? Yeah, it hasn't been long at all, right? Tell me about it. It took me over 10 years to reach Tier 3. As the gate below opened, the crowd in the stands erupted in cheers. Here come the seeds. Getting a clear look at them, the audience murmured in surprise, "Huh, why do? They all look like they're in their 30s. Yi Ning observed for a moment and couldn't help but scoff inwardly at the high-ranking officials. They know the actual seeds couldn't possibly reach Tier 3 this soon, so they sent 2 peak Tier 2s to try and snatch first place. They're just trying to exploit a loophole to delay my promotion to Tier 3 and steal the resources. Well then, let's see how I deal with you all." Li Shuangguo stepped forward and announced, "Welcome, all distinguished officials who have come to guide us. The Tier 3 trial will now begin." He then started the roll call for the seeds participating in the trial. "Is everyone present?" A voice suddenly called out, "Wait, I'm here." It was Zhang Yang, his face covered in grime, pointing to himself as he reported in. Seeing him appear, Yi Ning grew wary. Looks like he just crawled out of a dungeon. Still, at least he's stronger than those placeholders they sent. But what does his strength matter? I'm taking your number 1 spot today. On the other side, Zhang Yang was radiating killing intent. "Yi Ning, to make it back for this trial, I lost 4 of my most loyal Tier 3 retainers in that dungeon. You're the reason they're dead. This grudge. I will have my revenge." A spatial gate quickly opened. The organizers announced, "Since everyone is here, the trial will now begin. First round. The trial of strength. Prepare to enter. Anyone who reaches the 10th floor qualifies for promotion. The higher the floor, the greater the reward. Not only that, if you guys can get into the global system rankings, you'll also receive exclusive rewards." The system board displays the Seed Project and the list of benefits. Number 1, North Wayne of the North American War Zone. Number 2, Ivan Wayland of the Eastern European War Zone. Number 3, An Yoke of the Soviet War Zone. Number 7, Huan of the Huaxia War Zone. The announcer kept rattling on. "This is a rare opportunity. You all must seize it." Yi Ning couldn't help but feel annoyed. "I can't believe our Grand Xia's ranking is so low. I have to wash away this humiliation today." Zhang Yang volunteered. "First, I'll go first. With my dual strength stamina system, I'll definitely rank at least 5th in this trial." A few others quickly followed suit. "I'm a dual strength agility type with good stamina and speed. I'm in." "Me too." Seeing that a decent number of people had signed up, the organizer asked, "Anyone else?" Yi Ning quickly spoke up. "And me." Yi Ning, a willpower type. His words made everyone stare at him, their jaws on the floor. Li Shuangguo loudly reminded Yi Ning, "This is the strength trial. Your willpower trial is later. What's the rush? I'll call you when it's your turn." He calmly replied, "Is there a rule that says I can't participate? If not, then let's continue. This time, I'm not just participating in the strength trial. I plan on taking on the other 3 as well. Just wait. I'm going to blow your minds." Zhang Meng couldn't help but smirk contemptuously, saying he just wants to guarantee his promotion to Tier 3. Elder Lin then turned and asked, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" He calmly explained, "As we all know, among the Tier 3 trials, the willpower trial is the most difficult, and no one in history has ever passed it. With his attribute points, let's just let him try. Who knows, maybe he'll manage to pass the 10th floor." Then, Zhang Meng burst out laughing. "At best, he'll just serve as a stepping stone for the other strength types, but in that case, it would be better not to even try." Elder Lin immediately chimed in to flatter him. "General Zhang has a point." Down below, Zhang Yang also turned to provoke Yi Ning. "Do you really think your Tier 2 attribute values can compare to mine? How naive. My talent can unleash true power. And you?" Yi Ning just gave him a cold reminder. "Cut the crap." As he stepped into the teleportation gate, he added a taunt. If you have the guts, then stop dawdling and get in the trial. He couldn't argue back but still acted tough. A trial's a trial. Who's afraid of who? The system displayed a notification as a few people entered the strength trial. In the strength trial, you will face various types of enemies. After killing them, you will proceed to the next floor. During the strength challenge, all equipment is removed and other attributes are reduced. Please prepare. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. After entering the instance, he immediately began to plan his strategy. All enchanted equipment was removed, leaving only basic functions. Reaching floors 10 to 20 or higher could land you in the world's top 3, and floor 23 is humanity's limit in this apocalypse. A zombie dog suddenly appeared. But of course, he remained calm and continued planning. All right then, my goal is to break through to floor 24. 2 cold slashes killed the monster. Before it could even let out a single growl, he remained nonchalant. The first few floors are just appetizers, so I can clear them quickly without much effort. The system displayed a notification. Tier 1 novice zombie dog is dead. First floor cleared. Proceeding to the next floor in 30 seconds. As he sliced a grotesque giant monster in half, he thought with a hint of boredom, these first few floors are filled with nothing but small fry mutants. It's so dull. The system continued to announce, Tier 1 novice zombie is dead. Li Xuangguo, watching the situation through the cameras, couldn't help but remark, the first 7 floors are quite simple. Everyone is progressing at the same pace. To really distinguish their skill levels, we'll have to wait for floors 7 to 10. I wonder who will be the first. Hearing this, Jiang Meng pointed directly at the screen displaying the image of Jiang Yang and boasted loudly, Are you all blind? Who said there's no one? My son has already reached the 10th floor. After showing off, he turned to mock. Besides, that Ning guy is still struggling on the 8th floor. Elder Lin chimed in with flattery. Exactly. Congratulations, General Zhang. It seems Ning isn't as amazing as the legends say. If he keeps pushing for speed after clearing the first 7 floors, he's bound to run out of energy soon. Ning, meanwhile, calmly kited a monster behind him while silently mocking the group. Those fools will probably never understand a simple truth. He who laughs last, laughs best. Let's see who will be the one smiling at the end. Everyone was intently watching every move of each contestant. As soon as the camera on Zhang Yang went dark, Li Xuangguo explained to reassure the audience. Due to the energy field of the powerful mutants, the video feed will be unavailable after the 10th floor. Hearing this, Jiang Meng laughed even more smugly. Fine by me. My son was the first one whose screen turned blue. Clearly, Elder Lin at his side hadn't forgotten his duty. To flatter. 10 floors in 10 minutes, you could say he ended the battles in the blink of an eye. For Ning to participate in the strength challenge this time, he's really just asking for humiliation. The flattery made him boast even louder. That's right. After all, first place still belongs to my son. Li Xuangguo didn't bother with him and calmly announced. Wan Kai, in 11th place, has passed the 10th floor. Ning, in 18th place, has passed the 10th floor. Currently, Zhang Yang is on the 13th floor. Behind him, Jiang Meng grinned from ear to ear. 18th place to clear it? That's slower than a snail. Haha. One person struggles to pass floor 10, while another is on floor 13. You all need to open your eyes and see clearly. Li Xuangguo didn't even bother with the empty-headed braggart. He thought deeply. Even though he's not a strength type, based on the power Ning reported, it shouldn't be like this, right? Inside the instance, Ning leaped into the air. He focused, recalling his memories. I remember from my past life, this thing's weak spot is its back. Before the monster could even turn around, he delivered a fatal blow to its back, sending it to meet its maker in an instant. He thought to himself, just as I thought. As he landed lightly, he calculated, I've already reached the 12th floor, and I still haven't needed to use attribute conversion. My spirit, energy, and stamina are still full. The system announced that floor 12 had been cleared. The next battle begins in just 10 seconds. Please be ready. Seeing this, he quickly devised a new battle plan. From now on, I can start using attribute points for conversion, conserving my spirit, energy, and stamina, and go all out to push for floor 21. Then I'll use my powerful skills. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor, Zhang Yang was feeling smug. I finally cleared the 16th floor. I'm definitely the first one. However, he remained highly vigilant, but I have to persevere and try to clear a few more floors to climb the leaderboard and shock everyone. I have to crush Ning so completely that there's nothing left of him. Outside the instance, a group of seated contestants had already given up. Every one of them was exhausted, constantly complaining, damn it, why does the difficulty ramp up so much later on? Yeah, for real. The people who can pass it are the people on the 20th floor of the rankings, all monsters. I can't do it anyway. Just trying to get to floor 14 almost took half my life. It's fine. As long as we pass floor 10, we'll have completed the mission. The monitoring screen was now filled with crossed-out marks, with only a few people remaining on the deeper floors. Li Shuangguo announced, most of the participants in the strength trial are out, but Ning is still inside. He's still holding on at floor 15. For a willpower type, this is a remarkable achievement. Hearing this, Wang Meng scoffed and turned to gossip with old Lin next to him. I bet floor 15 is his limit. Unlike my son, who has already reached floor 17, he only needs to clear 3 more floors to enter the world's top 10. Old Lin, ever the parrot, chimed in sycophantically. That's right, Zhang Yang is truly outstanding. Li Shuangguo glanced over, looking weary, and thought to himself, but after floor 15, Zhang Yang's pace has clearly slowed down a lot. Ning is a bit strange, though. Not only has his speed not decreased, but it seems to have increased. Am I mistaken? Instantly, the screen showed Ning on floor 16, making him both shocked and delighted. Ning's on floor 16. It's not an illusion, he's actually speeding up. Zhang Meng's eyes went wide with panic, and he shouted, is he about to catch up to my son? How is that possible? Old Lin beside him tried to calm him down. He's probably just lucky or pushing himself to the brink. It's not impossible for him to die on this floor trying to get stronger. The audience below was in a constant uproar. Floor 17. Ning has also reached floor 17, a willpower type passing floor 17. What in the world is going on? Zhang Meng's brow furrowed even deeper. He clenched his fists, silently cheering for his son. Come on, son. You absolutely cannot let Ning surpass you. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was giving it his all, slashing repeatedly at the monster before him. Disappear from me. But the monster was completely unharmed and even managed to land a painful punch in return. He was sent flying by the attack. After finally steadying himself, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and lamented, I'm afraid passing this level is my absolute limit. I came to this trial right after leaving the dungeon, so I haven't adjusted to my peak condition yet. He quickly made a decision. Well, I'm already number 1 anyway. There's no need to risk my life here. Zhang Yang focused his energy into the axe in his hand, concentrating all his spirit energy into the battle axe. As fast as lightning, he leaped up and swung his axe for the finishing blow. Sky-cleaving axe. That single strike turned the monster to ash. He was so exhausted he could barely breathe, panting slowly, huff, huff. Finally, he withdrew from the trial. Zhang Yang was quickly teleported out of the dungeon by the system. Zhang Meng rushed over to check on him, helping him up. Son. Seeing his father, he hugged him happily. Father, I did it. I passed floor 18. I'm the first. His father replied gently. Son. But joy is often short-lived. Noticing his father's silence after his great achievement, Zhang Yang turned and asked, Father, what's wrong? Then he quickly realized something was off, turning to the judges above and demanding, I passed floor 18. This is the best result from the Huaxia war zone in 2 years. I'm the first one, so why isn't anyone congratulating me? The screen coldly displayed, Ning, floor 19. Zhang Yang screamed in shock. Wait, Ning is on floor 19? Zhang Meng added. Right before you came out, he cleared floor 19 in 3 seconds. Zhang Yang was so furious, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Clutching his chest while coughing, he yelled, How is that possible? How could he possibly charge up to floor 19? I don't believe it. The system must be broken, you all saw it wrong. But Zhang Meng calmly advised his son. Ning has reached floor 19. Although everyone is also very surprised, it has been confirmed. In fact, from floor 15 onwards, his clear time was almost 1 floor per minute, just like your performance in the first 10 floors. Zhang Yang mumbled sadly. No, that's impossible. How could I lose? I'm a strength type. I have an SS rank talent. Are the sacrifices made for me all just a joke? Seeing his son like this, his father suppressed his own feelings and comforted him in a gentle voice. Son, don't be like this. Zhang Meng placed his hands on his young son's shoulders, encouraging him softly. Son, never doubt your own potential. This time, you were just rushed. A single failure means nothing. Besides, you're not necessarily weaker than Ning. As long as we prepare properly, I'm sure you can pass floor 19 too. Up in the stands, another uproar erupted. Ning, he's passed floor 20. Floor 20. Floor 20. Doesn't that mean he's in the global top 10 now? Seeing this, Li Shuangguo quickly gave an order. Hurry, go and inform the vice commander of the Grand Xia. The subordinate immediately took the order and dashed off. Yes, General Yang, he announced in a loud voice. A genius like this, a miracle like this, requires the presence of the Grand Xia's top leaders. Inside the dungeon, Ning was facing a grotesque, giant monster. He calculated mentally. After floor 20, They are all Type 3 and Level 3 variants, without using equipment or enchantments, and without using any powerful skills. Dealing with variants of this level alone is still a bit difficult. As he charged forward, he activated the system. 5 willpower attribute points converted to agility. Moving nimbly, he dodged as the monster spewed out countless clouds of poison, obscuring his vision. As Ning gracefully dodged, he thought to himself, even though it can't keep up with my speed after its transformation, I can't just keep running without attacking. Trying to defeat it without getting a single scratch, that's probably impossible. Leaping into the air, he made his decision. First, I need to find a way to stop it from spitting poison. Activating the system, Ning focused energy into his sword, preparing to strike. Convert 5 willpower attribute points into strength. A powerful slash cut off the monster's proboscis, but it seems that still wasn't enough. 5 converted willpower points is still too few. Strength, agility, and constitution can't all be optimized at the same time. This is getting a bit troublesome. He quickly jumped back to dodge the boss's counterattack. At least it can't spit poison for now. Ning called upon the system again. Accumulate spirit energy. You activated your power conversion skill, bringing a powerful sword strike down across the monster's head. You leaped again, and the boss's head flew from its neck, but you weren't done yet. Slash after slash rained down, cutting horizontally and vertically across the monster's body, mincing its flesh. Ning landed without a scratch, and behind him lay the scattered, mangled remains of the boss. Just then, the system announced, Floor 21 successfully cleared. The next battle will begin in 1 minute. Please be prepared. Hearing this, your will to fight blazed even stronger. Phew, finally did it. Next, I can use an ultimate skill to finish it instantly. Suddenly, someone announced, Fang Hao and Commissioner Hu have arrived. It was Great Xia's Fang Hao and the director of the political committee, Hu Ziping. When Li Shuangguo saw Fang Hao and Ziping approaching, he immediately ran over to greet them. Fang Hao, you're finally here. He asked, what's the situation right now? Then, they all looked up at the screen. Li Shuangguo gestured with his hand, a beaming smile on his face. He just cleared the 21st floor a minute ago. He hasn't come out yet. Fang Hao's face lit up with joy when he heard this. Excellent, he can still keep going. Our great Xia. Before he could finish his sentence, a notification suddenly appeared on the board. Ning, floor 22. Ziping immediately pointed at the board, shouting in astonishment. Director Fang, Ning passed again. The 22nd floor. Hearing this, he was so overjoyed that his aura began to flare up. The 22nd floor. That means he's in the global top 3. Seeing this, Li Shuangguo quickly said, Fang Hao, please don't get too excited. Otherwise, others won't be able to withstand your energy waves. Only then did he realize, awkwardly retracting his aura. He coughed a few times and replied, my apologies. I lost my composure. Back in the day, I was considered one of Great Xia's elites, and it took me a grueling half an hour just to struggle past the 21st floor. But Ning cleared the 22nd floor in just 1 minute. How on earth did he do that? He continued. It's strange, really. Before floor 15, Ning's performance was honestly just average. But from floor 15 onward, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He was clearing a floor almost every minute, but then he slowed down on the 21st floor, taking about 10 minutes. And then the 22nd floor was annihilated in an instant. This is completely abnormal. Ziping frowned, thought for a moment, and then stated his suspicion. I heard he's a will type. Could there be something wrong with that information? After speaking, the old man suddenly glanced at the group of contestants nearby, crossing his arms and sneering. After all, for the sake of power and profit, some people won't hesitate to use dirty tricks. This made them flinch with guilt. They didn't dare to look him in the eye, merely avoiding his gaze. Fang Hao suddenly became enraged, his face contorting as he yelled. Playing a few little tricks might be forgivable, but anyone who dares to endanger the nation will absolutely not be let off easy. This made Zhang Yang bow his head. Zhang Meng, on the other hand, turned pale with fear, thinking anxiously, Director Fang, are you referring to me? Even though I did have Tang Zhen pull a few small strings, I swear I didn't tamper with his information, and I would never dare to fake it. Li Shuangguo spoke up. It's been almost a minute. Ning still hasn't come out. Is he going to continue? He replied, I heard that after the 22nd floor, you have to face a trial against Tier 3 mutants all alone. Unlike a battlefield, you can't use any equipment, talismans, or skills besides your own innate abilities. Inside, Ning continued to use his skills to annihilate the monsters. Heavenly Void, Flowing Light. The notification board lit up with new information again. He saw it and yelled in amazement. Ning, floor 23. Fang Hao was overjoyed. clenching his fists and shouting with a wide grin. He cleared the 23rd floor. Zhaiping added excitedly. The previous global number 1 only reached the 23rd floor. At Yi Ning's pace, isn't he about to surpass that? The father and son, Zhang Meng and Zhang Yang, were so shocked their jaws dropped. He stammered, "That's right. Yi Ning has now firmly secured the number 1 spot in the world." Mr. Lin, standing next to them, could only slap his own face, saying helplessly, "Sigh. It seems the spot in the first echelon is no longer in question." Fang Hao was moved to tears. We originally intended for everyone else to advance to Tier 3 to make Yi Ning a mere backdrop, but now, it seems we were all just a joke. If I remember correctly, it's been 37 years. North America's number 1 power type, Bei Wayne, has held that top spot for 37 long years. Zhuping added, and for us, Huaxia, the last time we even made it into the top 10 was over a decade ago. Fang Hao turned to Li Shuangguo, beaming. Exactly. Now our great Xia can finally hold its head high. Excellent. Report this news to the Supreme Marshal immediately. Yi Ning deserves to be treated with our highest honor. Let's get ready. We'll have a long talk with Yi Ning when he comes out. He immediately gave a sharp salute. Yes. Vice Marshal. Everyone gathered near the entrance gate to wait for him, but after a while, there was still no movement. Zhaiping spoke up. It's been almost another minute. Why hasn't Yi Ning come out? Don't tell me he still wants to continue. Even as strong as he is, once the next floor opens, he won't be able to just quit anymore. Fang Hao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The next floor will probably feature a mid-tier, level 3 mutant. At that point, it's not just a single challenge anymore. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horrified realization. He immediately spun around and yelled at Li Shuangguo. Li Shuangguo, quickly, find a way to notify Yi Ning. Tell him to get out immediately. There's no need to continue, and get a medical team here, now, he replied at once. The Tower of Trials blocks all communications. We can't reach him. Hearing that, Fang Hao grew frantic. He clasped his hands together as if in prayer. Oh, you little troublemaker. I'm begging you, don't be reckless. Don't keep pushing forward. If you're not careful for even a second, it'll all be over. The timer began to count down, second by second. Every one of them was drenched in a cold sweat from anxiety. The system board lit up with a notification. Trial taker Yi Ning has completed the strength trial. Seeing the notification, the 3 of them were overcome with relief. Fang Hao said. He stopped. He finally stopped. Then he glanced over and asked Li Shuangguo, so where is he? Why isn't he coming out? The trial is over. So why hasn't the global announcement sounded yet? He quickly explained. It seems he has requested not to exit, but to proceed immediately to the next gate, the speed trial. The global announcement will only be made once he leaves the trial completely. Just as the command was issued, a new notification popped up on the system panel. The speed-type trial's teleportation gate has opened. Contestants, please prepare. Yi Ning approached the gate. Although he really wanted to clear a few more floors in the strength trial, floor 23 was enough to secure first place. I guess this is it, then. I'll save Dimensional Slash and Fallen Heaven for the later trials to be on the safe side. He put his hand through the gate. Besides, there's a hidden rule in the 3-tiered trials. For those who have awakened, if they participate in consecutive trials, the results will be cumulative and will stack. If I leave in the middle of it, the bonus rewards will be gone. I have to get this reward. A new notification appeared on the system panel. The Monster Maze Agility trial will open in 1 minute. The trial will be graded based on completion speed. There will be monsters attacking inside. You cannot fight back. You can only rely on your agility to get through. Simply reaching the trial's exit will count as a clear. And the faster you are, the better the reward. He stood in the middle of the maze, staring intently at the notification panel, which displayed the Global Strength Trial Leaderboard. Number 1. Miyamoto Fujiyama, Japan District. Rank 095. Gauss. Thai British Warzone. Miyamoto. Yi Ning muttered. Miyamoto. That guy's innate ability is a rare object fusion type. As long as he merges with a wall, he can continue to push forward without obstruction. It seems Gauss not only has a natural talent for speed, but also excellent calculation skills. He can precisely calculate his evasion routes. The top 10 list is mostly filled with SS ranks. Just converting willpower and adding a few points to speed really isn't enough to compete. Meanwhile, Ling Yu stared intently at the notification panel. She said, right now, all eyes are on Yi Ning, and even though it's annoying, it's not necessarily a bad thing. After all, the best of great Xia have arrived, and on top of that, there's Zhang Yang, who was miserably defeated by Yi Ning. The agility test is starting. Please proceed to the exit quickly. She quickly started running. If I can just beat Yi Ning in this match, I can at least compete for a spot on the second list. Getting the number 1 spot like this would bring glory to our Xingyao safe zone, Ling Yu thought. This is a really complex maze, and the walls are indestructible. With my abilities, the optimal solution is to just stick to the right side. Even if it's a bit of a detour, it's the method I'm most confident in, and it's also the fastest way. Suddenly, she leaped up. She slammed her foot down hard on the head of a purple python monster. As for the mutant, it roared in pain and spat green venom at her, which she nimbly dodged. With my S-rank agility talent, Ling Yu thought as she ran. Assessing the situation behind her, dodging them shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Ning was being chased by two enormous mutant monsters. As he ran, he assessed the situation. Although this maze is complex, judging from the completion times on the leaderboard, the area probably isn't that large. His eyes sharpened. I just need to run at full speed toward the center of the maze, then use Dimensional Slash, and I should be able to teleport straight to the exit. However, as he neared the exit, he was blocked by two other mutant monsters, which ferociously charged at him. This is annoying. The closer I get to the center, the more mutants there are. Ning leaped up, dodging the green monster's attack. At the same time, he slashed hard at the purple monster with his sword. Luckily, even just by relying on muscle memory, I can dodge most of the attacks. He glanced around, observing the situation. After all, the battles in my past life have engraved this ability into my very bones. Elsewhere, while running, Ling Yu ran into a large, ferocious-looking octopus monster. She said with annoyance, "What the hell? These mutants are getting harder and harder to deal with." Gale. She then used her special move to slip past the monster. But just as she escaped, she ran into another one. Ling Yu thought in a panic, "Damn it, there's another one." Then she yelled, "Gale," and was hit by it. Even though I'm a little injured, I finally got away. I'm running out of energy. I have to hurry. Faster. The exit must be just ahead. I have to beat Ning. Meanwhile, Ning had reached the center of the maze, but he was surrounded by monsters. He faced the monsters, finally made it to the center. It's chaotic here. Then, Ning activated his skill, Dimensional Slash. I have to get to the exit, fast. Outside, Fang Hao and the other two stared intently at the screen. He said, "For this agility trial, we can't see anything that's happening inside at all." Li Xuanguo turned and replied, "Chairman Fang, don't be hasty. The agility trial will be over very quickly. It takes 3 to 5 minutes at most to get the results." Xi Ping also added, "Based on how Ning stopped during the strength test, it shows he has excellent control." He suddenly glanced at Jiang Meng and his son, saying, "I'm just afraid that the more of a genius someone is, the higher their pride. And when they face failure or challenges, they're more easily broken. Look, Zhang Yang over there is a perfect example. It looks like his spirit is completely crushed." Hearing this, the man spoke up, "Ning is a willpower type, so he probably won't end up like that." Zhang Yang sadly said to his father, "Well, is he going to lose this time? Is he?" He turned and replied with a smile, "He'll lose. He'll definitely lose. This time, he's bound to make a pathetic showing." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Looks like we've got a signal. Someone cleared it already? That was fast. Could it be my Huang Lingyu? She's the one with the strongest talent in this trial. She cleared it in just 1 minute. Doesn't that mean another person made the list?" A message appeared on the board. After Zhang Meng and his sons saw it, one was so shocked he coughed up blood, while the other's jaw dropped in astonishment. Li Xuanguo cried out in shock, "It's Ning again. How is this possible?" Xi Ping was just as stunned. 1 minute and 8 seconds, he's #1 in the world again. Fang Hao was overjoyed. That kid's really something. What other surprises do you have that we don't know about? Ling Yu clutched her wound, limping outside. She saw the scene before her and shouted with joy. None of the other contestants are out yet, not even Ning. I'm the first one, 2 minutes and 1 second. I did it. Her face was full of pride. Even though I wasn't that outstanding this time, I can at least make it into the top 20 in the world, right? Then she looked up at the announcement board and was stunned. Ning is #1. I lost. The gap is even bigger than the one between Zhang Yang and him. Ling Yu was so shocked her head was spinning. She collapsed to the ground, and her father rushed over to her. "Ling Yu." Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, "Look, the marshal is here." Oh my god, this is the first time I've ever seen the marshal in person. The supreme marshal of Daxia, Li Xuanguo, walked in majestically. Ning had truly caused a huge stir this time. Fang Hao immediately went over and saluted the marshal. Ning just took first place globally in the Agility System Challenge. He then asked, "Where is he?" The man replied, "He chose to continue with the physique challenge." Li Xuanguo angrily shouted, "Nonsense. Destroy the system for me right now and get him out of there." This threw everyone into a state of confusion. Then, his expression changed, and he said with a beaming smile, "I see you all look a bit tense. I was just joking. Ha ha ha. That kid Ning is a real monster. Let's just calmly observe." They were speechless and could only force a laugh, thinking to themselves, "The marshal should really pick his moments to joke. Everyone was so tense already, and your joke just made us even more stressed." The system board displayed the leaderboard for the physique challenge. First place in the Southeast Asia region, Yapu, with an endurance value of 1.4 T. Second place in the South America region, George, with an endurance value of 0.7 T. Third place. He carefully examined the board. The endurance value of the person in first place was nearly double that of the person in second. Perhaps he possesses an ability akin to having two lives. The system board displayed more information. Entering the physique challenge. Challenge scenario. This time, it's a regional battlefield type, and the level of mutated beasts changes with each city zone. In this challenge, you can only defend and cannot attack. The more damage you can endure per unit of time, the higher your score will be. The time limit for this challenge is 10 minutes, and you can choose to leave midway. If you leave, it will be considered a failure. The zones ahead are all filled with weaker monsters, but the monster levels get higher the further you go. A 10-minute time limit, and I can only defend, not attack. Ning looked at the swarming hordes of monsters. This means if I want to get a good score, I have to proactively enter the high difficulty zones. He added, willpower attribute, switch to agility. As long as I can dodge the initial waves of attacks, he then drew his two swords and launched himself forward. I'll charge straight into the level 3 mutated monster zone. Ning charged swiftly towards the horde of monsters, then activated Fallen Heaven for defense. For a few seconds, my endurance value should definitely be fine. Outside, Li Shuangguo said with his arms crossed, "Fang Heo, do you think Ning can take first place in the physique challenge?" He quickly waved his hand and replied, "Marshal, although I also hope to witness such a perfect miracle. Objectively speaking, it's probably impossible. As you know, physical talent isn't like other systems. It's something you can see right from one's appearance. For example, the two generals, Qin Feng and Zhang Hai, are both extremely burly, but Ning doesn't seem to fit that standard. On the other hand, the person participating in the challenge with him this time is Wang Kai." Li Shuangguo glanced over and continued with a laugh, "Hao Zi, you're always so cautious when you speak. Ha ha ha. Before, based on theory, did you predict that Ning could take first place in both the strength and agility systems?" This left Fang Hao flustered, not knowing how to answer. Well, Li Shuangguo then started slapping his own face repeatedly, saying, "I'll set an example for you. I dare say that not only will Ning take first place, but he will also become the first seed to reach the purple rank. If I'm wrong, so be it. I'll just have to eat my words. What's the big deal?" Fang Heo was even more bewildered. He held out his hand and stammered, "Yes, Marshal, please stop hitting yourself." The scene changes to the peak of the second-tier zone. A monster was frantically attacking Ning, but he managed to dodge swiftly. Almost there, but this area seems tough to get through. The monster became even more crazed, channeling all its strength into its arm. Seizing a moment of carelessness, it smashed down on him, sending him flying. Ning dropped to one knee, bracing himself to stay balanced. That last punch hurt so much he coughed up blood. Without giving him a moment to rest, the monster quickly used its leg to continue its assault on him. Fortunately, Ning managed to use all his strength to dodge to the side, narrowly escaping the massive foot. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere, forcing him to shield his face with his arm. Suddenly, from within the smoke, a tentacle shot out and whipped his arm fiercely, knocking the sword from his hand. Ning quickly retreated. He said, annoyed, "Damn it, my left arm is useless now. I have to get out of the peak second-tier zone first, and then figure something else out." He then summoned Li Fugui, "Help me get my sword back." Li Fugui appeared from the void, replying, "Yes, master." Amidst the thick smoke in the peak second-tier zone, a giant, heavy, power-type elephant stood ahead. The elephant's trunk is its main offensive weapon. After saying that, Ning brandished his sword and leaped high into the air. "Maybe I can use it to get past this area." His eyes grew sharp. "If I can successfully hit its weak point, I'll be able to use its power to fly past this area." He shot straight towards the elephant monster, took a defensive stance, and yelled, "Switch to physique defense." The monster elephant's trunk sent him flying, just as he had planned. Ning flew towards the peak of the third-tier zone. He looked down below and shouted joyfully, "Success!" With a loud crash, he hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ning sat up and said, "My physique is still too weak. If I go any higher, I'll undoubtedly die." Suddenly, a monster burst out from the ground. He thought to himself, "Next, let's see the power of Fallen Heaven. If I really can't take it, my only option is to retreat." The monster lunged its mouth full of sharp teeth towards Ning. He raised his sword and unleashed his skill. Full spirit energy release, Fallen Heaven defense. A protective barrier was immediately erected to protect you from those sharp teeth. Suddenly, Ning's gaze sharpened, and he said with a smile, "This protective layer is so thick, as expected. I can always trust the system's SSS grade sword skill." The system panel popped up, announcing, Endurance value 103T, Endurance value 115T, Endurance value 123T. Has his endurance already far surpassed the previous global number one? Man, these 10 minutes feel so long. The protective barrier cracked under the monster's bite, and Ning used all his strength to hold on. He grimaced, his spiritual energy completely drained. The protective layer can't hold on any longer. I've already used up all the jump and quick strike effects, but I still can't attack the mutant monster. The defensive barrier exploded, knocking the monster back. Seizing the opportunity, Ning leaped high into the air, launching himself directly above the monster. The system panel announced, "The 10-minute trial period has ended. Do you wish to withdraw?" Seeing the message, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the 10 minutes are up. Ning immediately selected yes. Outside, the crowd was glued to the announcement board. Suddenly, new information flashed on the screen, and Ziping shouted, "Ning's endurance value is 174T. Li Shuangguo continued, Ning is now number one in the world for the physical class, surpassing En Nuapu by 30%. Fang Heo watched and marveled. This is a total wipeout, an absolute domination. Li Shuangguo's expression suddenly turned serious as he said, "He's ranked number one in all three classes now. This is a miracle. Frankly, I suspect there's something unusual about Ning." Then, his tone shifted to a joking one. "Maybe he's not even human. Maybe he's a god." "Ha ha ha. You all look so tense. I was just joking." "Ha ha ha." Fang Hao and the others could only offer a helpless, forced smile. "Commander, there you go again." Meanwhile, Ning was kneeling on the ground, looking at the notification panel. "Only the final willpower trial remains. I need to use this time to recover and readjust my condition, even though my left arm is temporarily out of commission. Luckily, the willpower trial doesn't require combat." The notification panel read, "Please finish reading and prepare for the trial within 1 minute, or you will be deemed to have forfeited your right to participate." 59 seconds. 58 seconds. 57 seconds. 7 seconds. After reading it, Ning mused, "It seems that if I want to get the hidden reward, the system won't allow me to take a break." He then flashed a confident smile. "In that case, let's start the trial. No matter what happens, this is my home turf." The panel displayed the options. Please select the trial method. Normal willpower trial. In the normal trial, you will be granted the ability to use your skills normally to fight enemies. Your performance will be determined by the time it takes to eliminate the units. You must complete 7 rounds to pass. Special willpower trial. During the special trial, you cannot use any skills except for your talent ability. All enemies you face will be created, based on your memories. Completing 7 rounds is required to pass. Seeing this, Ning thought to himself, "The first option is the most common trial method for the willpower class, and it's the one I chose to level up in my previous life. But right now, all of my skills are on cooldown, and I can't even use my left arm to fight. It looks like I have no choice but to pick the special trial." And with that, Ning made his choice. In an instant, as the notification initiating special trial appeared, he was transported to another dimension, where he saw Xiao Hai hurrying towards him. Looking around, Ning thought to himself, "The memory chosen for the first round is the Tianfeng safe zone. This place. It feels way too real." Just then, Xiao Hai rushed over, saying breathlessly, "Ning, your timing is perfect. Come on. The Tianfeng corpse tide is running rampant. Let's go fight outside the city walls together." But just as Xiao Hai reached out, Ning instantly dodged to the side, saying, "I'm truly sorry, Uncle Xiao." At this, Xiao Hai spun around to face him, confused. "What do you mean?" But the young man's face remained cold and emotionless. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning slammed a fist into Xiao Hai's gut, stating coldly, "Even though it's difficult to tell what's real from what's fake, I can't afford to let my guard down in this special trial, and my guess is you're the monster created from my memories." Looking at the figure of Xiao Hai crumpled on the ground before him, Ning wondered, "So the monster's true form isn't going to show itself? Are you trying to make me feel guilty to test my mental fortitude?" Even after taking a direct hit, Xiao Hai still managed to groan. "I never thought you would do this." But Ning simply said, "Uncle Xiao, I'm truly sorry." And though his heart wavered for a moment, he knew he couldn't stop here. He stepped through the portal that opened in front of him. A voice announced, "Next round." Instantly, Ning was transported to a scene where Chen Jiao and Chen Yang were battling thousands of giant alien creatures. Chen Jiao, held captive by a monster, with tentacles, cried out, "Brother!" Hearing her, Chen Yang desperately replied, "Chen Jiao, hang on." He then turned to Ye Ning, pleading for help. "Yi Ning, please help me. Chen Jiao has been captured by a mutant beast. Yi Ning, I've never asked anyone for help my entire life. Please, just get my sister to safety. I'll hold this mutant off." But Yi Ning simply replied, "I'm here," and moved to finish off Chen Jiao while she was still in the monster's clutches. Seeing this, Chen Yang's face drained of all color as he screamed, "Yi Ning, why did you do that?" But before he could even understand what was happening, Yi Ning struck him down with a lightning-fast slash of his sword, sending Chen Yang to reunite with his sister in the blink of an eye. He then said coldly, "Though your sibling bond is touching, it's not nearly enough to make me hesitate." With a gaze as sharp as a knife, Yi Ning wasted no time and ordered, "My apologies. Next round." He now stood before Lin Lan, who was sitting on the ground. She sneered, "Come on, you mongrel. Didn't you say you wanted me?" In an inviting pose, Lin Lan gave Ye Ning a suggestive look and said, "I can't fight back right now, and I don't have any protective barrier. I'm giving you an opportunity." Suddenly, Ye Ning raised his sword and said, "For many people in the willpower class, a trial like this would probably be very difficult." And then, without hesitation, I thrust the sword straight down with what some might call ruthlessness, but for me, it was actually easier than the first 2 rounds. In any case, my conscience is clear for killing Lin Lan. Lin Lan only had time to let out a single cry as Yi Ning calmly walked away, leaving her body behind. He remarked, "This round, the system really underestimated me." And then he commanded, "Next round." Now Yi Ning had to face the 4th trial, Wu Qing. Standing before him, Wu Qing, wearing a loosely tied bathrobe, blushed as she spoke. "Yi Ning, I know I usually seem so carefree, but I only act that way on purpose to annoy my father." Right before Yi Ning's eyes, she removed her bathrobe and shyly confessed, "Tonight is my first time. I hope it's with you." Faced with this scene, he covered Wu Qing's eyes, his expression unwavering. He instructed her, "Wu Qing, I appreciate the thought, but close your eyes. This is the greatest respect I can offer you." And just like that, in the blink of an eye, he had taken care of Wu Qing and commanded, "Next round." The scene shifts to a high school. Students are huddled together. It seems the school has been attacked by something. They look completely panicked, and the glass on the windows is shattered, a clear sign that a massive impact occurred here. Loud banging echoes from the door. Even though everyone in the classroom has barricaded it with desks and chairs, the teacher leading the students bravely grabs a weapon and reassures them, "Don't be afraid, everyone. I'm here. I promise I'll get you all out of here." Meanwhile, Ye Ning, dressed as a student, thinks to himself in surprise, "Is this my classroom from when I was 14? The sound of the door breaking down grows louder and louder. It's only now that he realizes with a jolt that time, the teacher and all his classmates died. He was the only one who survived. Looking at the terrified, teary-eyed girl beside him, he also remembers that this was the last time he ever saw his deskmate, Wang Zhen. Sweet memories of her begin to surface. Yi Ning recalls that he still remembers that day. He doesn't know where she got it, but she gave him half a piece of bread, foregoing her own share. His flashback is cut short as Wang Zhen suddenly grabs his hand, sobbing, "Yi Ning, you'll protect me, won't you? You'll get me to safety, right?" A look of disappointment flashes in Yi Ning's eyes as he replies, "I want to save you. I want to save everyone." But then his expression darkens, and he firmly shoves her hand away, saying, "But regret is just regret, and I don't really have a chance to change the past. If I save you today, the mission will fail, and you won't actually be able to come back to life." This confuses Wang Zhen, who asks, "Ye Ning, what are you talking about?" And just like that, Ye Ning pins her to the ground. Tears welling in his eyes, he begins to choke her, muttering over and over, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." All while Wang Zhen struggles, calling his name, "Yi Ning." Seeing Wang Zhen go completely limp, Yi Ning clutches his head in anguish and screams, "This damn system. Just kill me. Stop twisting the knife in my heart like this." At the same time, panicked whispers erupt from the other students. Yi Ning just choked Wang Zhen to death. He's turned. Everyone, run for it. But Yi Ning doesn't care. He immediately activates his ability, levitating the broken shards of glass, and gives the command, telekinesis. Kill. He leaves none of them alive. Walking away, he leaves behind a classroom filled with corpses. Yi Ning simply says, "I'm sorry, everyone. No matter how cruel this is, I can only move forward. If there's a next life," the familiar phrase rings out once more, "Next round." Now, in a quiet home, Yi Ning comes face to face with his little sister, Xiao An, who is sobbing as she calls out, "Mommy, what's wrong?" After so many trials, Yi Ning's spirit is completely shattered. He thinks warily, friendship, love. Does that mean the sixth round is family ties? Just how cruel does this test have to get before it finally ends? His little sister, Xiao An, with tears streaming down her face, says, "Brother, you're back? It's Mom. Mom." Terrified, Xiao An runs and hugs him, catching Yi Ning off guard as she continues. "Brother, I'm so scared." Yi Ning is completely drained at this point. He just gently strokes her head and replies, "Xiao An, don't be afraid. I'm here now." In the blink of an eye, the little girl's expression changes completely. A murderous intent fills her eyes as she prepares to strike him, her voice chillingly calm. "With you here, Xiaoan isn't scared anymore." And with her bare hands, Xiaoan thrusts a deadly blow straight through Ye Ning's body. The shock finally snaps him back to reality. Xiaoan, maintaining her innocent expression, steps closer and asks, "Brother, why aren't you hugging me? Did I do something wrong? Are you mad at me?" Without a moment's hesitation, filled with pain and regret, Yi Ning forces himself to act decisively, pleading with her. "I'm so sorry, Xiaoan. This is all my fault. Please, don't blame me." Seeing Yi Ning approach, his mother cries out, trembling, "Xiaoan, my sweet Xiaoan. Ninger, why are you doing this?" But he offers no explanation, simply saying, "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Then, in agony, he raises his sword, and after it's all done, he collapses to his knees, tears of grief streaming down his face. Yi Ning groans, "I've killed my own family. There's only one last round left." He screams into the void, "System, what other sick tricks have you got? Bring it all on." But suddenly, Yi Ning is suddenly struck by a bone-shattering pain and passes out. A mysterious energy radiates from the depths of a vast ocean. He wonders to himself, "Am I dead?" Suddenly, voices call out from somewhere, "Yi Ning. Yi Ning, wake up. You did it," forcing him to warily open his eyes. The voices continue, "Please, wake up. We need you." Surrounded by countless people, Yi Ning groggily comes to. Seeing this, the people around him shout with joy. He's awake. He's awake. He's finally woken up. Yi Ning, still in a daze, wonders where he is. "What happened to me? Wasn't I just in the Tier 3 willpower trial?" A person beside him joyfully explains, "Yi Ning, you did it. After you broke through to Tier 4, you fell into a coma. We were worried sick about you. Thank God you're awake. Now we finally have some hope." Hearing this, Yi Ning was stunned. A Tier 4 coma? "You guys," he thought to himself. "Could it be? I've returned to my past life." Before the capital fell, at that same moment, unidentified sources of brilliant energy began to appear. They weaved through Yi Ning's body. Seeing this, he was bewildered, thinking, "My left arm. It's completely healed. My stomach is totally fine too. There's no wound at all." Not only that, but the power coursing through his body felt stronger than ever before. In an instant, the entire hospital room was flooded with the brilliant blue glow of this energy. Seeing this, Li Yan, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Is this the power of a Tier 4? Even a peak Tier 3 would be completely overwhelmed by this. We finally have a chance." Suddenly, another soldier burst into the room, shouting an urgent report. "General Li Yan, the front line is about to collapse. That Tier 4 mutant beast is breaking through our defenses with the army right behind it." Hearing this, he turned anxiously to Ye Ning and asked, "How are you feeling? Are you able to fight? If you need more time to recover, we'll buy it for you, even if it costs us our lives." But faced with this new power, Yi Ning was still lost in astonishment. "Me? What in the world is going on?" He remembered facing the Tier 4 mutant beast. Didn't I die? Thinking back to when his comrades rescued him, Yi Ning figured, "No, that's not right. I must not have died then. A few Tier 3s must have risked their lives to save me," he thought. "After I got back, I must have forced myself to shatter my will core, trying to break through to Tier 4, and then I fell into a coma. But why don't I remember any of that?" He couldn't figure it out, letting out a soft groan. Ugh. He wondered, could this be a side effect of forcing the breakthrough to Tier 4? But then, a thought struck Yi Ning. Could it be that the whole rebirth thing was just a dream I had while I was in a coma? This dream has completely messed with my real memories. The more he thought about it, the more he panicked. Yi Ning screamed, "What the hell is real anymore?" As he yelled, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from him unconsciously. Seeing this, Li Yan instantly created a shield and warned Yi Ning, "You can't control your new power yet, don't try to force it. Get some proper rest. Our only hope is for you to recover your full strength." While struggling to block Yi Ning's power, he barked out an order, "Everyone, with me to the front lines. We need to buy Yi Ning time to recover." Realizing he'd lost control, Ning pushed himself up from the bed, trying to calm himself down. Get a grip. Ning took deep, steady breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Even though he had just woken up from a long stay in the hospital, he was desperate to understand exactly what had happened. If I want to find out the truth, I have to at least get out of this room first. Outside, the world had descended into darkness and chaos. In the sky, massive flocks of strange birds swarmed one after another. Their cries were mixed with screams of terror. The front line is falling. The underground shelter is the only safe place left. As the bloodthirsty birds dove down, eager to feast on their prey, people shoved and trampled each other, desperately trying to get into the shelter to save themselves. They just kept screaming, "Let me in first. I have an elderly mother and young children to think of." The mutant beasts have broken through the front lines. The unlucky ones left outside were relentlessly attacked by the birds. They shrieked in panic, "Help! Move! Get out of my way! Let me through!" In the middle of the chaos, a woman desperately shielded her child, even as a ruthless man trampled right over her. He snarled, "Get the hell out of my way. I'm one of the awakened. Anyone who gets in my way dies." Even with a child in the woman's arms, the heartless bastard continued to push, thinking, "I worked too damn hard to become one of the awakened." Nearby, a group of armed thugs pushed forward, brutally shoving people aside as they shouted, "You pathetic commoners dare to block the path of the awakened? You deserve to die. Move it." Without a second thought, they drew their swords. Harming the civilians around them, they proclaimed, "I'm also one of the awakened. You common trash need to make way. The awakened are the true hope for humanity. Normal people are useless alive anyway." Everyone around them stared, wide-eyed in shock, looking straight at the two men who called themselves the awakened. But as they moved to kill the civilians, in a flash, a powerful force tore both of them to shreds. Witnessing this, the crowd stared, completely stunned. They recognized him. It was Ning, dressed in a soldier's uniform and radiating with new power. He looked down on them from above with an imposing presence. Seeing him, the people cried out, "Sir Ning." He gave a stern command, "Enter in an orderly fashion. Anyone who harms another person will be treated like a monster." Noticing the swarms of bird monsters approaching in the distance, Ning whispered the name of his technique, "Spirit, for my sword," summoning a massive blade into his hand. Facing this troublesome flock, with a single swing of his sword, he completely obliterated all the birds soaring through the sky. All that remained were feathers drifting through the air. Using his new power in battle for the first time, Ning remarked, "This tier 4 power, it feels so real, so powerful. This time, I feel like I'm invincible." He thought, "It's time to head to the front line. Time to face that tier 4 mutant beast again." Even though he had cleared the sky, the people on the ground were still in grave danger. Everyone was running for their lives, scattering in a panic. A squad of armed soldiers took on the mission of dealing with the beasts on the ground. One of them, full of fighting spirit, charged forward, shouting, "Brothers, with me. We'll plug this breach." But he didn't get very far. In the blink of an eye, he was swarmed by monsters and pinned to the ground. Pinned and unable to fight back, he still managed to speak with fierce defiance. "You think you're the only ones who can bite. Even if we don't have arms or legs, we've still got our teeth." Without another moment's hesitation, he sank his teeth into a monster's flesh. The soldier didn't forget to add a taunt. "Damn, your flesh stinks to high heaven." But against the overwhelming horde, he was inevitably torn to pieces by the beasts. But with a will that would never be extinguished, the soldier screamed one last sentence, "Humanity will endure forever." Seeing their comrade sacrifice himself like that, the whole group's blood boiled as they charged forward, shouting to each other, "Brothers, our commander has fallen. We must be like him. If we die charging forward." High in the sky, 10 miles away, the high-ranking officers were heading directly toward the monster to engage it in battle. Tuyen Kwok spoke first, leading the way, "Gentlemen, we have one chance to strike. If we can kill this tier 4 monster, or even just severely injure it, we still have a chance to return and fight the massive zombie tide. If we fail." Before he could finish, Shibin interjected, "Commander, even if we fail, we still have Ye Ning. Humanity still has hope." Hearing this, Li Yan let out a sigh. A pity. Right now, Ye Ning still can't control his power. Fang Hio added, "It's all our fault for not discovering and training Ye Ning sooner." To lift their spirits, Tuyen Kwok just laughed loudly and replied, "If they sold a potion for regret in this world, I'd probably have a house full of children and grandchildren by now." "All right, everyone stop overthinking it. We're about to approach the monster. Prepare to engage the tier 4 monster up close," he ordered. "Form up now and aim for its head." Seeing the squadron of high-ranking officers, the soldiers below began to regain hope, speaking excitedly. "The 7 top combatants of Daxia are striking together. Overturning mountains and seas wouldn't be difficult for them, let alone killing a tier 4. We have a chance. Up above, the 7 officers revealed their weapons, quickly locking in the moment to attack. Each and every one of them focused all their power, shouting out, sun-piercing arrow, chaos slash, heaven-cleaving mace, kill. But then, from the eye on the tier 4 monster's chest, a massive stream of power began to gather. In an instant, all of the high-ranking officers' attacks were deflected. Seeing this, Tuyen Kwok gritted his teeth and said, it dodged them. Immediately, the officers were bound tightly by the monster's tentacles. Fang Heo screamed in frustration, damn it, how can the gap in power be this huge? With just one of its remaining tentacles, the monster disposed of a high-ranking officer, leaving nothing behind but a bare skull. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers below were instantly plunged into fear, thinking, we're dead. It hasn't even been 3 seconds. We're dead. We're so dead. We're really going to die. Why? Why is it like this? From the command post, the entire battle was being monitored on screens of all sizes. In the center, looking at the situation, Sothiet couldn't hide his shock. Li Tuyen, Kwok, and his generals have all informed Ye Ning, telling him to lead the final group, break through the encirclement, and retreat. Protect the flame. He made the difficult decision. We will send out one final global broadcast, and then end everything. But then, the assistant beside him immediately stopped him and said, wait, Commander, look, it's Yi Ning. I see Yi Ning. On the front lines, with immense power, he shot straight toward the monster with a piercing gaze. Yi Ning said confidently, we meet again, Tier 4 mutant monster. Facing the massive, approaching zombie tide, Yi Ning stood tall. Powerful energy surged from his body. Seeing his figure, everyone began to cheer. He's here, Yi Ning has appeared. Below, the zombie tide began to retreat slightly in fear. The armed soldiers immediately rallied each other to action. Look! Under Yi Ning's pressure, the zombie tide is starting to fall back. Brothers, charge. As for the Tier 4 monster, it remains standing, perfectly still. Seeing this, he wondered, the zombie tide is retreating, but the Tier 4 mutant isn't making a move. Even with my current Tier 4 super strength, this situation shouldn't be happening, right? Yi Ning deduced. If all of this is just an illusion, if this is the Tier 3 trial after my rebirth, then what exactly do I need to do to pass this trial? Will killing the Tier 4 monster in front of me put an end to the regrets of my past life? From below, the voice of a soldier rang out, Lord Yi Ning, please strike now. Take this chance. Before it can act, you must do something. You are our last hope. Hearing this, he grasped the sword before him and said, as long as I'm willing, I can end this catastrophe at any moment and make everything beautiful again, right? Whether this is a trial or not, if I can just kill the Tier 4 monster with one slash, then the regret in my heart will be resolved. But before he could finish his thought, a voice suddenly called out, Ning Shi. It made Yi Ning's eyes widen instantly. A child's voice called out again, brother. Turning toward the sound, 2 hazy figures appeared in the space. It was Xiao An and his mother. Yi Ning's mother urged him on, Ning Zi, what are you still hesitating for? Kill it quickly, and our family will never be separated again. Xiao An, beside her, added, brother, kill that monster, and then we can live a happy life together. But the expressions on their faces were incredibly strange. Suddenly, the figure of Wang Zhen appeared, looking slyly at him and promising, Yi Ning, as long as you kill this monster, I can come back to you. Hearing this, he shook his head violently to dispel the thoughts the system was injecting into his mind. Yi Ning realized, this system is really going to great lengths just to make me act, isn't it? Holding the sword, he said, I know what the final part of this test of will is. If you all want to end everything, then let's just end it. From the control center, the high-ranking officers were monitoring Yi Ning's battle. Kwok Bin wondered, it's almost 9 o'clock. Why hasn't Yi Ning come out yet? Fang Hao spoke up. This makes no sense. He's always cleared the stages so quickly before. Hearing this, the man worried. Or could it be that something unexpected has happened? Qi Bin speculated. Probably not. If Yu Ning chose the first test, he would have passed easily without losing any skills. But if he chose the second option, then he must have absolute faith in his own will to succeed. The old man believed that either way, based on that logic, there shouldn't be any problem, unless his stamina was too depleted after 3 rounds. Hearing this, Li Shuangguo advised everyone to just wait and see. Suddenly, the sound of a fist slamming on a table came from behind. Jiang Meng, with a grave expression, spoke up. Everyone, Yi Ning still hasn't come out. Perhaps there's another possibility. He immediately questioned. Jiang Meng, what do you mean by that? Just say what's on your mind. The man offered his opinion. Commander, my speculation is critical and relates to our national interests. I hope you can issue the highest level order to cut off all means of communication, to ensure no information leaks. Zhang Meng added that not only that, but everyone at this location must also be subjected to level 1 control. Fang Hao immediately retorted, Zhang Meng, what on earth are you trying to say? This involves so many people. The man completely ignored his words and continued his persuasion. Commander, if what I say is not important, then I, Zhang Meng, will willingly accept any punishment and resign. Faced with this situation, he was in a difficult position. Seeing Li Xuanguo hesitate, Zhang Meng called out loudly, Commander. At this point, he had no choice but to issue the order. Relay my order. Immediately lock down the area. The alert level is now raised to level 1 security. Instantly, a protective shield activated, enveloping the entire control center. An announcement rang out. Protective shield activated. He then stated, Commander, I believe the only reason Ning could rank first globally in all 3 systems is because he found a loophole in the system. Furthermore, no matter how strong his talent is, whether in strength or constitution, it's impossible for him to have passed the trial on his own ability. Fang Hao then offered his opinion. This is the only way we can explain why in the willpower trial, which should have been his strongest suit, he's actually struggling. Zhang Meng, that's slander. But then Zhang Meng reminded them, don't think it's impossible. Have you forgotten what happened 16 years ago? There was an awakened one in the North American region with a talent for temporarily copying system items. Although the copied items had no effect, they were still accepted by dungeon NPCs. He continued, with this ability, he nearly exploited all the major dungeons and acquired a massive amount of resources, until he accidentally revealed his true power within the system and was discovered and eliminated by it. Zhang Yang chimed in. Since then, we've realized that these seemingly godlike systems can indeed make mistakes. My father is right. Ning must have found a loophole. Hearing that, Zhang Meng was extremely confident in his opinion. He proposed, Commander, if Ning makes it out, I suggest you interrogate him directly. If we can replicate his ability, our Huaxia military region will achieve an unimaginable leap forward. He immediately tried to stop him. Commander, isn't it too early to jump to conclusions? We don't even know if Ning is dead or alive in there. Are we really going to arrest and torture him the moment he barely makes it out? That would send a chill down everyone's spine. It's absolutely unacceptable. Ending the argument, Li Xuanguo spoke up. Stop arguing. I have a plan. Let's first wait for Ning to get out safely before we discuss this further. On the battlefield, voices echoed continuously in his ears. Lord Ning killed it. Big Brother killed it. Ninger killed it. Facing the 3 figures that always haunted him, he simply replied, I'm sorry. I think you all shouldn't dwell on the past. If you fail, just imagine how you'll have to make up for it. No matter how difficult it is or how bright the future may seem, Ning thought, I don't want to live in a false illusion. With that, he immediately thrust the sword through his own body. Despite the pain, he endured with all his might, his eyes glinting with determination. He said resolutely, no matter how cruel and difficult reality is, I will face it once more and change it, because only looking forward is real. Decisively pulling the sword from his body, Ning added, It's undeniable that in my past life, I lost miserably, although I've always been afraid, terrified of failing again. Raising his sword high, he gathered his power and screamed, But in this life, I'm going to smash you to pieces. In an instant, a world-shattering explosion erupted. Due to the shockwave and his own exhaustion, Ning went into a freefall. At the same time, notifications appeared one after another. Willpower trial has ended. Current ranking, first in the world. After the trial's conclusion, you have received a special reward, announced worldwide. Tallying attributes, ranking first in the strength trial grants an additional 3 points to the strength attribute, doubled upon advancing to tier 3 for a total of 68 points. Ranking first in the strength trial grants an additional 3 points to the strength attribute, doubled upon advancing to tier 3 for a total of 68 points. Ranking first in the agility trial grants an additional 3 points to the agility attribute, doubled upon advancing to tier 3 for a total of 68 points. Ranking first in the willpower trial grants an additional 3 points to the willpower attribute, doubled upon advancing to tier 3 for a total of 68 points. Compiling all rewards, overall ranking. First place. Receive 10 bonus points to all attributes. All attributes increased to 78 points. Receive talent enhancement, Berserker's strength. Receive talent enhancement, Overload agility. Receive talent enhancement, Indomitable constitution. Receive talent enhancement, Willpower suppression. System announcing reward equipment tally hidden challenge completed. And received 4,000 reputation points. You have obtained the honorary title, the perfect one. After equipping it, you will be exempt from system transaction fees and have A-rank privileges. Another series of notifications appeared, finalizing the rewards for ordinary equipment. You have received the choice of any 4-star blue equipment, or you can exchange this choice for 1-star epic equipment. You have received the special item Epic Level Rebirth Potion. You have received the special item Epic Level Key of Time. You have received a summary of your talent rewards. Your current SSS rank willpower talent has been upgraded to Spiritual Storm. Spiritual Storm. For 3 seconds, gain a 100% attribute increase along with Psychokinetic Control, a Psychic Defense Field, and the skill Chaotic Thinking. The talent's cooldown is 24 hours. Just then, he also appeared from the spatial gate. Seeing Yining, Li Xuanguo, and the others exclaimed joyfully, "He's out." Yining's trial is complete. Number 1 is still number 1 in the world, and he's the only pure will user to pass the 3rd stage trial. But as for Ning, he was in excruciating pain, thinking to himself, "I can't hold on much longer. The global announcement will be out soon." Immediately, a global announcement was broadcast. The global trial tower rankings have been updated. Current rankings: number 1 in the strength trial, Huaxia War Zone, Yining. Number 1 in the agility trial, Huaxia War Zone, Yining. Number 1 in the constitution trial, Huaxia War Zone, Ning. Number 1 in the willpower trial, Huaxia War Zone, Ning. Keywords like Huaxia, Ning, and number 1 globally echoed continuously across the earth. Only now could he finally let himself relax. Ning collapsed onto the ground, his face pale as he spoke weakly. "I guess risking my life for this damn system was worth it." Luckily, Fang Hio and the medical team arrived just in time. He ordered worriedly, Yining, where's the medical team? Don't just stand there. Hurry up and save him." After a quick examination, the doctor reassured them, "Marshal, Vice Marshal, don't worry, it's nothing major. Just a broken left arm, and besides that, his physical strength and willpower are just severely depleted. He'll recover after a few days of rest." Hearing this, the Marshal let out a sigh of relief. "Well, that's good. You scared me half to death." Beside them, Zhang Meng, thinking to himself that there was no way the world's number 1 would only be lightly injured, voiced his opinion. "Marshal, you should carefully reconsider my earlier speculation. I suggest we use mental force to forcibly awaken Ning and interrogate him immediately." Unable to hold back any longer, Fang Hio immediately retorted, "Zhang Meng, you're going too far. You want to touch Ning? You'll have to go through me first." That man, not backing down, shot back, "What's the matter? Is Fang Hao unwilling to put the nation's interests first and instead act solely on emotion? If my speculation is correct, then Ning is nothing more than a sacrificial pawn." Mr. Jiping also spoke up, "Marshal, I would not recommend this. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of being wrong, the consequences would be disastrous." Chu Tian agreed. "That's right, Marshal. Ning has performed exceptionally well. We shouldn't doubt him." Taking this action would not only alienate Ning, but also the entire future of Huaxia. Li Xuanguo thought for a moment before making his decision. 3 days. Let's wait 3 days first to see if he can wake up on his own. For now, take him down and give him the best treatment. There can't be any mistakes. Watching Ning being loaded into the ambulance, Zhang Meng schemed with a cunning look in his eyes. 3 days? Huh. I'll be waiting to see. Ning, if you even dare to wake up. Now, all the high-ranking officers were gathered around Yining's hospital bed. Zhang Meng asked, "Marshal, more than 117 countries have asked us about Ning. How should we respond?" Hearing this, Li Xuanguo replied grimly, "It's been 3 days. This kid, Ning." Zhang Meng immediately offered his opinion, "Marshal, the best doctors in Huaxia are here, and they all say that Yining's vital signs are stable and all his wounds have healed, yet he refuses to wake up. It's highly likely he's just faking it out of a guilty conscience. I recommend we proceed with the mental interrogation of Ning right now." Fang Hao immediately objected upon hearing this. "I disagree." In response, Zhang Meng said, "We agreed on 3 days, Fang Hao. Surely you can tell right from wrong." The Marshal couldn't take it anymore and growled, "Enough. Doing this will indeed create a huge misunderstanding." Seeing this, the man didn't dare say another word. Zhang Meng ordered, "Men, prepare the machine. Prepare for the mental interrogation of Ning." The equipment was immediately brought in by the staff, but he still tried to protest, "You can't, Marshal. We can't do this to Ning." Beside him, the man argued, "Fang Hao, are you staging a rebellion?" But then Li Xuanguo just said coldly, "Haozi, I don't want to do this either, but this concerns our national interests." Hearing this, Fang Hao fell silent, and so the test began. Zhang Meng ordered, "Everyone, stand back." The staff began to attach wires to monitor brainwaves all over Ning's body Just as he was reveling in his victory, knowing that once the helmet was on, he would uncover all the secrets within Yi Ning. Suddenly, Yi Ning's eyes opened. Yi Ning shot up, accidentally snapping the connecting wires, and asked himself, "Where am I?" Seeing him awake, Li Shuangguo exclaimed excitedly, "He's awake! He's awake!" Beside him, the vice-marshal was ecstatic, shouting joyfully, "Thank heavens, he's finally awake." The marshal immediately gave a cheerful order, "It's good that he's awake. Stop this nonsense for me, now." Yi Ning, still not understanding what was happening, asked, "Who are you people?" Fang Heo rushed over to him, tossing aside the interrogation device, and excitedly introduced himself. "I'm Fang Heo, the vice-marshal of Great Xia." He enthusiastically continued the introductions. "Yi Ning, you haven't met him before, but this is Li Shuangguo, the supreme marshal of Great Xia, and this is Commissioner Hu. You've met General Zhang Meng before." Holding the helmet in his hand, Yi Ning spoke up, "But I wanted to ask, what is this thing? It doesn't look like any kind of medical equipment." In this awkward situation, Ji Ping tactfully said, "Yi Ning, now that you're awake, there are a few things we'd like to ask you. What is your talent? Could you open your system panel and let us have a look?" Hearing this, Yi Ning simply replied, "Oh, model, so that's how it is." He thought to himself, "Forget about rewarding me promptly. But the first thing they do is interrogate me, and they even want to torture me? Ridiculous. But unfortunately, my sword god system can't be exposed. Otherwise, it'll be erased." Yi Ning immediately retorted, "Commissioner Hu, isn't the military aware of my talent? What's this? Since when does the military require awakeners to reveal their system panels?" Hearing this, the man was speechless. Ji Ping could only stammer, "Well." The guy in the back, annoyed that his fun was being spoiled, spoke up resentfully. "Yi Ning, we suspect that there's something wrong with your trial results. Is it possible that you exploited a loophole to win the trial? This is a very important matter. I hope you'll cooperate and don't try to hide anything. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Before Zhang Meng could finish his sentence, Yi Ning cut in. "A loophole? Are you suspecting me? You think I cheated?" This left him at a loss for words. Fang Heo said anxiously, "Yi Ning, it's not like that. Please just listen to our explanation." But he was cut off by the marshal. "Hao Zi, we can't be careless about this." "Yi Ning, my apologies. We suspect that you used a loophole after all. Your achievements are simply too astonishing." Facing Yi Ning, Li Shuangguo spoke politely. "First of all, we are all very happy that you could achieve this honor for Huaxia. Secondly, I hope you understand that, even if you really did use a loophole, that loophole itself is incredibly valuable to Huaxia. Here, in my capacity as marshal, I guarantee you, as long as you are willing to admit it, you will still be number one." Hearing this, Zhang Meng said worriedly, "Marshal, we can't let Yi Ning off the hook so easily. Once the external awakening net makes contact with him, the consequences will be disastrous." But the marshal just shut him down with a growl. "That's enough, Zhang Meng. You've said too much. Can't you learn to hold your tongue?" This made him dare not speak another word. Zhang Meng gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, Yi Ning doesn't dare reveal his system information. Obviously, he has a guilty conscience, which is highly suspicious. But even so, the marshal still wants to give him first place. Doesn't that make all my efforts worthless? Yi Ning saw that although the problem was clearly with Zhang Meng, from another perspective, he could understand the considerations of those in power, but I still feel very disappointed in these people. This time, they suspect a talent loophole. What about next time? I can't let that kind of tragedy happen again, not like what happened in my past life. All right, fine. I'll tell you all right now what that loophole is. Vice Marshal Fang, please help me find a talent testing crystal, the highest grade one you have. Hearing this, he immediately volunteered, "Got it. I'll go right away." At that moment, Zhang Meng was secretly gloating, thinking that it only takes a few seconds to open a system panel, and yet you're going to find a crystal ball. Are you trying to prove you're an all-elemental type? Even with an SS-rank talent, you could never be this ridiculously overpowered. No matter what the result of this kind of test is, it can't prove that you didn't use a loophole. But he had no idea that Yi Ning had already calculated everything. Suddenly, with a sharp gaze, he turned to speak to Zhang Meng. "Commander Zhang, correct. After I finish my test, if you still have any doubts, we can continue this conversation." Just then, Fang Heo pushed over a cart carrying a giant crystal. He introduced it. "This is the highest grade testing crystal." Standing before it, Yi Ning said, "You all wanted to know about the loophole, didn't you? Then watch closely." Touching the crystal, he immediately unleashed a condensed surge of power. Before this immensely destructive energy, everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim, "This is." Under Yi Ning's power, the crystal began to crack and splinter. His power slowly seeped inside. In an instant, the crystal was completely destroyed. An announcement rang out, ding. Current test result, SSS-RANK talent, will type. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. SSS-RANK? Ning then asked, is this loophole satisfactory for all of you? Witnessing that display, Li Xuanguo exclaimed, excellent. Beside him, Fang Hao added gleefully, I told you there wasn't one. Ping also blurted out in surprise, an SSS rank. Does such a level truly exist in this world? Something like that has never happened before. Li Xuanguo couldn't hide his astonishment as he said, this god-tier fluctuation. As for Zhang Meng, his face turned pale as he thought, I'm screwed. This time, I've completely lost. Ning then said, it's all right, I can understand. But I heard that for the final selection, besides the experiment, we also need combat assessments to evaluate fighting potential. The marshal immediately reasoned, Ning, that won't be necessary for you. You've already shown more than enough excellence. Didn't I already say you'd be ranked number 1? You can rest assured about this. Ning walked over to where Zhang Meng was standing and proposed, Commander Zhang, I hear your esteemed son, Zhang Yang, was the previous number 1. I'm a person who likes fairness, not relying on special privileges. Zhang Yang is so outstanding, but if we don't have an actual fight, it wouldn't be fair to him at all. Hearing this, Zhang Meng could only cry out. Ning spoke respectfully before all the leaders. Marshal, according to the rules, a lower-ranked person has the right to challenge a higher-ranked one. I don't want to just accept the number 1 position. I want to register for a life-and-death battle to challenge the current number 1, Zhang Yang. Hearing this, Zhang Meng immediately panicked and said, Ning, what is the meaning of this? Although he appeared thoughtful on the outside, after hearing that sentence, the marshal noted, not bad, kid. Ruthless enough. I offer you compensation to your face, and you turn around and set a fire behind my back. Even if Zhang Meng went a bit too far, killing his son is also excessive. The man was in a bind. Now, he could only endure it and remind himself, I have to endure this. I can't get angry. Otherwise, the marshal will see me as petty. Right now, the only option is to concede, to give the marshal and this upstart a way out of this. And so, Zhang Meng forced a smile and spoke. Ning, the number 1 spot is yours. Your talent far surpasses my Yang ear. So on behalf of Zhang Yang, I will voluntarily give up the first position. I apologize for what happened earlier. I only said those things out of concern for your safety. It was all just a misunderstanding. Faced with his two-faced act, Ning replied coldly, Commander Zhang, you're too kind. But let's stick to the rules. After all, I don't want people saying that I, Ning, am an arrogant tyrant who breaks the rules. You said Zhang Yang is so exceptional, so we'll have to fight to find out who's stronger and who's weaker. Wouldn't you agree? By now, all the color had drained from Zhang Meng's face. Ping also spoke up in support. Marshal, if Ning wants to follow the rules, then let's follow the rules. However, Ning has just advanced to the 3rd stage and needs time to adapt to his abilities. 3 days after the battle's result, we will announce the final rankings and awards. How does that sound? Li Xuanguo suddenly realized, this old fox is truly an old fox, always so cautious. How's he didn't say a word? Yet, this one is stepping up to make his position clear. Thinking it over, he must have a reason for doing this. Fortunately, there are still 3 days. And with that, the marshal made his decision. Then just do as Lao Hu says. Hearing this, he couldn't hold back his anger and gritted his teeth. Are they just abandoning me and my son? Ning, there's no way in hell I'll let you. Lay a hand on my son. If you kill my son, I'll make sure you die first. In contrast, Ning just smirked calmly. A gentleman knows that 10 years is not too late for revenge. But to wait even a day would be an insult to my enemy. Zhang Meng, you don't have to rush. It won't be long before you and your son are reunited. On the rooftop of a building, 2 figures were deep in discussion. Li Xuanguo, with his hands behind his back, spoke thoughtfully, Lao Hu, it's just us 2 now. Let's speak frankly. Why did we have to agree to Ning's demands? Ping, standing beside him, quietly replied, Marshal, have you forgotten about the Intercontinental Dungeon 10 days from now? He gazed into the distance and continued, our previous failures have severely impacted our strategic reserves. This upcoming one is critical. If we can't secure enough spirit energy cores for distribution, a large number of our fighter jets will soon become nothing but scrap metal. He turned to ask Ping, and you want to let Ning participate? Ping replied as if it were obvious. Exactly. In the Intercontinental Dungeon, besides dealing with aberrations, we also have to face awakened ones, who are 3rd tier from other nations. He continued his analysis. This is why we should use this match to see if Ning has the guts to kill another human. After all, killing a human and killing an aberration are 2 entirely different matters. Li Shuangguo then asked worriedly. But Lao Hu, once Zhang Yang is dead, Zhang Meng. I'm afraid he'll go mad. It could even lead to internal strife. Frowning thoughtfully, Ji Ping replied, That's precisely why I proposed a 3-day waiting period. First, when Zhang Meng arrives, he will absolutely make thorough preparations for his son. Second, it also gives us time to prepare 2 contingency plans so we can react flexibly to whatever happens. Hearing this, Li Shuangguo cheerfully placed a hand on Lao Hu's shoulder and said with praise, You old fox, say what you will, you've always thought everything through so meticulously. Despite the praise, Lao Hu replied worriedly, Marshal, apart from this, we should also announce Yi Ning's status as SS rank to the public. Otherwise, I fear he'll be in mortal danger. Li Shuangguo reassured him, Go ahead and do as you said, and keep a tight lid on all other information. The scene changes to a room where a young man is huddled on the floor. Suddenly, the door opens and a figure steps in behind him. Zhang Yang turns, his haggard face lighting up with joy. Dad, you're back. Did you find out about that little bastard's talent? Was he cheating? Zhang Meng stood as still as a statue, saying nothing, as his son pressed on. Dad, did that punk find some kind of exploit? He's been locked up by now, right? I'm still number 1, aren't I? Zhang Meng remained silent, letting his son's questions grow more frantic, as if he were about to collapse. What in the world happened? Dad, talk to me. Finally, he spoke in a grave tone. They've checked. There's nothing wrong with that, Yi Ning. In fact, he's preparing to fight you in a death match in 3 days. Hearing this, Zhang Yang panicked. What? How could there be nothing wrong with him? Dad, are you sure you're not mistaken? The boy processed the crucial bit of information, and his voice trembling, he asked. Wait a minute. What did you say about a death match? Me against him? No, I'm not going. Can't I just give up the number 1 rank? I'm not doing it. He wants to be number 1? He can have it. He can have everything. Zhang Meng looked at his son, his voice filled with helplessness. I already told him that, but the kid is dead set on fighting you. Zhang Yang asked in shock. He refused? He wants to kill me? Hearing that, his fear turned into spiteful rage. Dad, kill him. Kill him before the fight. If he wants me dead, then you have to go kill him first. Hearing his son, he replied gravely, I want to, but killing him now is nearly impossible. He's being followed by a squad of 3rd-tier experts. Hearing this, his son asked, confused, Who are they? With a grim expression, Zhang Meng answered, The military. Zhang Yang was completely stunned to hear this, his face growing tense. The military has sent a detail to protect him. We've run out of time, he continued, trying to calm his son. Zhang Yang asked, So, does that mean I'm going to die? Zhang Meng said, Yanger, you are my son. I, Zhang Meng, will not let you die. I've already contacted several 3rd-tier experts. They will intervene and help when the opportunity arises. Hearing his father, it was as if he'd found a lifeline. He quickly asked, Dad, you've served the country for so many years. No matter how much the higher-ups favor Yi Ning, they'll surely turn a blind eye to this sort of thing. So, Dad, is there any way for me to win? For example, with items or gear? Although he was comforting his son, his expression turned sinister as he said, Those things are useless, because they aren't allowed in a death match. While you can't rely on outside forces, that doesn't mean there aren't other ways. Zhang Yang looked at his father, catching the implication, and said confidently, Yi Ning is always going on about rules, so of course, we can use the rules to defeat him. With a crafty glint in his eye, Zhang Meng whispered, When the time comes, we won't just do that. We still have our death soldiers. He smirked with a matching crafty look and said mockingly, Yi Ning, no matter how strong you are, even a mighty dragon can't crush a local snake. I'd like to see just how you plan to fight me. 3 days later, at the duel arena in the capital's military district, the stands were packed with spectators. High above the venue, Ji Ping spoke respectfully to Li Shuangguo, Marshal, everything is arranged. 3 third-tier referees are in position to secure the deathmatch arena, and we can begin at any moment. Hearing this, the marshal replied, Good, let's do it. Announce the beginning. A figure clad in silver white, radiating a powerful aura, walked out onto the arena floor, and a buzz immediately went through the crowd. So that's the Yi Ning who's been causing such a commotion? I heard he was some kind of monster, but he just looks like a scrawny chicken. He's so skinny. Seriously, I feel like I could take him out with one finger. Unbelievable. He can't be more than 17 or 18 years old. Model Yi Ning strode forward confidently to stand before the 3 judges. In front of him was the head judge, Lu Wanzhou. He handed Yi Ning a list and said, Yi Ning, this is the combat roster for this deathmatch. Take a look. If there are no issues, you can get ready for the fight. Hearing this, Yi Ning was puzzled and asked, Oh, Wasn't I supposed to fight Zhang Yang? Why is there a list? With that, he took the list, glanced over it, and said, besides Zhang Yang, 9 other people who just reached Tier 3 are challenging me, and Zhang Yang is listed last. Hearing this, Wanzhou quickly explained, Sir Ye Ning, this list has already been approved by the higher-ups. According to the rules, since you can challenge Zhang Yang, other seeded contestants can also challenge you. He continued, the first 9 rounds will make you extremely tired. If you can't hold on. Without waiting for Wanzhou to finish, Yi Ning just smirked and said, I get it. Let's begin. Before he could process what was happening, Yi Ning held the list high and declared, everyone whose name is on this list, come up at once. I want to fight all 10 of you. A huge uproar erupted from the surroundings. What? Did I hear that right? No matter how strong his talent is, he can't be that insane. Fighting 10 people at once? Is he trying to get himself killed? If each of them lands just one blow, even a mid-tier Tier 3 couldn't take it. Hearing such a crazy declaration, he thought in shock. The higher-ups agreed to this list to save Zhang Yang, but they never considered this possibility. Nothing can happen to Zhang Yang, and especially not to Yi Ning. What am I supposed to do now? Li Xuanguo rushed over in a panic to stop him, yelling, Ye Ning, don't be reckless. If you don't agree to the death match, you can just refuse, and this death match won't affect your first-place rank. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Ning held his 2 treasured swords and declared confidently, is there any rule against fighting everyone at the same time? If not, then let's get started. After all, a bigger pile of trash is still just trash. In the organizer's stands, Fang Heo said with a delighted and excited look, the kid's arrogant, but I like him. The man beside him sighed, all you see is the excitement. Can't you see the major problem here? At that moment, Li Xuanguo also gave an order. Since Yi Ning asked for it, just do as he says. The referees will ensure things don't get out of hand. After all, but internally, he was thinking, this little punk is just like I was when I was young, which, I have to admit, this old man quite likes. But being such a big target isn't a good thing. I myself suffered quite a lot back in the day. So, let's use this incident to teach him a lesson ahead of time. Down below, Wanzhou was also thinking to himself. The marshal's final words were obviously an order for us to protect Yi Ning. He then gave the order to begin the match. If the marshal has commanded it, then let all 10 seated contestants, including Zhang Yang, come to the stage. Nearby, Zhang Yang couldn't contain his fury upon hearing the situation. He grabbed his weapon, about to charge forward aggressively, shouting, he's humiliating me. I'll kill him. I have to kill that bastard. Beside him, Zhang Meng tried to restrain him while secretly advising his son, Yang Heir, this is a good thing. The crazier he is, the better your chances of winning. Just let the others attack him first. Once they've depleted his spirit energy, you can rush in and land the finishing blow. In front of Ye Ning were 10 opponents, wielding their weapons. They stared at him menacingly. Then, an announcement boomed across the arena. The life or death challenge is about to begin. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The use of items is forbidden. All enchantments on equipment are nullified. The countdown begins now. Down in the stands, the crowd began to buzz excitedly. Something like this has never happened in the Great Xia before. Someone asked, how many seconds do you think it'll take for the fight to be over? Another replied, 3 or 5 seconds, maybe even 2. Another person spoke up, I'll bet 10 seconds. After all, Ye Ning ranked first in agility and stamina, so I'm guessing he can hold out a bit longer. The countdown ended. The match began. The 10 challengers screamed and charged forward. Kill him. Wear him down and finish him. Yi Ning casually unleashed a single skill, Sword Flow Storm. Before any of them could even touch him, they were struck by the attack and sent flying several meters away. It was impossible to dodge and impossible to block. Over on the side, Zhang Yang's face went pale as he shrieked, help me! Death Squad, charge in. But before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, a young man wielding a sledgehammer charged forward, screaming, Yi Ning, I'm taking you down with me. He soared into the air with his hammer, hurtling straight toward him. In front of Yi Ning, a surge of power, cloaked in fiery red energy, rapidly expanded. He looked up, a smirk playing on his lips. Well now, a Death Squad soldier carrying a miniature nuke. Too bad for you. You won't get a chance to show it off. At that moment, Zhang Yang could only shrink back in fear and scream, help me, help. A voice suddenly rang out in front of him. Judges, what are you spacing out for? Get over here and help me save him. The 3 judges from Lu Wanzhou's team appeared before him, managing only to summon a defensive shield to withstand the blast. Under the pressure of this power, Yu and Zhou struggled to resist while stammering. This speed, this energy, is this really something a beginner 3rd stage can do? The referee next to him also spoke in a panic. Pay attention. It's okay if we couldn't save the others in time, but Zhang Yang must be saved. Otherwise, our livelihoods will be shattered. He saw this scene and just ran for his life, shouting as he went, "Dad, save me, save me. I give up. I don't want to fight anymore." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Zhang Yang. "It's all right now." Zhang Yang turned back in fright, but his head had already left his body. Ha! The nearby referee saw this and could only think to himself, "Zhang Yang, he's dead." Impossible. On the organizer's platform, the higher-ups could no longer sit still. He spoke in disbelief. Holy crap, he took down the entire arena in a single move. This level of combat power, this decisive killing intent. The man next to him asked, "Did anyone see that? How was Zhang Yang killed?" Li Xuanguo, who was beside him, also spoke up. "No, I didn't see a thing. We were clearly protecting him, weren't we?" Old Hu, who was nearby, also asked in confusion. A moment ago, it felt like time stopped for a second. Was I wrong? Back in the fight, he had used his power to kill that guy, Zhang Yang. His eyes flashed with a murderous glint as he said scornfully, "You can't protect anyone I want to kill. Void force? I'll have you know I'm incredibly strong right now." The man desperately cradled his son's head and let out a tragic scream. "Yanger, no." Then, Zhang Meng, boiling with rage, summoned his power and stalked towards Yi Ning. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." On the other side, Yi Ning just watched with indifferent contempt and replied coldly, "Right on time. I was worried you'd be able to hold back." The man summoned his power, roared, and lunged forward. Tiger Force Fist. Then he screamed at him, "Die." Faced with this, Yi Ning just thought calmly, "Although your strength has reached the peak of the 3rd stage, you're honestly not that much stronger than I am. But I bet not only will you fail to kill me, you'll be the one who dies here." From a distance, Fang Heo's shout suddenly rang out. "Zhang Meng, stop." He rushed in front of him, powerfully blocking the man's attack with an Overlord Dragon Fist. It forced Zhang Meng back several steps. After being repelled, he glared at Fang Heo with hateful eyes and said through gritted teeth, "Fang Heo, get out of my way. If I don't avenge my son's murder, I'm not fit to be a father." Fang Heo sternly warned Zhang Meng, "If you stop now, the marshal might consider the pain of losing your son and let this go. But if you don't, then don't blame me for getting rough with you." But inwardly, he was thinking, even though I want to kill this guy, I can't skip the proper procedures. The man was so angry, he was speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Ning saw this and calculated to himself, "You want to stop. That's not happening." He stood behind Fang Heo, relentlessly flipping Zhang Meng the middle finger. With a mocking and provocative smile, he said, "A life and death challenge, regardless of the outcome. It's one thing for your son to be a useless piece of trash, but as a father, you're just as much of an old waste. The two of you are really like father, like son, a couple of worthless dogs." Because of this, the man gritted his teeth and screamed in rage, "Get out of the way. I have to kill this bastard." Before Zhang Meng could react, Fang Heo used his Divine Dragon's pressure to send him flying with a single shout. "Zhang Meng, are you looking to die?" The man was sent flying several meters, his mouth full of fresh blood. Unresigned, Zhang Meng propped himself up, breathing heavily as he said, "Marshal, that's my son. My only son. Please consider my many years of service to the country. I, Zhang Meng, have faced life and death for this nation, Marshal. I beg you, please grant me some justice." Li Xuanguo pondered thoughtfully. Zhang Meng has already conceded. Is this really necessary? From behind, Yi Ning's sarcastic voice rang out again. "Old dog, what right do you have to demand justice? When you can't win with strength, you play the victim card. Are you trying to play dirty?" Inwardly, he calculated. Even an ambush from 10 sides needs an escape route. Otherwise, I'll be cornering a desperate dog this time. Yi Ning then stepped forward. He replied provocatively, "You want to kill me? I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to take it. I'm standing right here now. Let's see you kill me. Do you dare? Do you believe that if you so much as harm a single finger on my body, I'll make your entire family pay with their lives? Not even the dogs and chickens in your house will be spared." Zhang Meng, driven mad by his taunts, roared in fury. "You bastard, I have to kill you. I'll kill you." Behind him, Fang Heo silently praised him, thinking, "Yi Ning, this kid is pretty good. Since you've given me enough reason, I definitely won't let you down." Just as the man was about to charge at Yi Ning, Fang Heo was already in position to strike back. As he struck Zhang Meng with an earth-shattering punch, he said, "Today, I'll show you the difference between a true peak and a false one." Seeing this, Yi Ning thought to himself, as expected, the gap in levels isn't just about the numbers. Right now, I can easily one-shot someone at the same level or even punch up to kill a mid-tier 3rd stage. But against a peak 3rd stage, or even just a high-tier 3rd stage, I'm afraid I'd still be facing certain death. After beating the man to his heart's content, He turned and reported to the marshal. Marshal, Ning was in grave danger just now. The situation was urgent, so I acted carelessly. Hearing this, Li Shuangguo just said casually, Vice Chairman Fang only did what he had to. Send someone to handle General Zhang Meng's funeral arrangements. From his high position, he silently gritted his teeth and thought, Haozi, oh Haozi, do you take this old man for a fool? You and Ye Ning putting on a show for me. Do you think I'm blind? Whatever. It's a good thing old Hu already prepared a contingency plan. He cupped his hands and said sincerely, Marshal, Vice Marshal, thank you for saving my life, and for granting me this justice. Ye Ning is eternally grateful and vows to repay this debt to the nation with his life. Seeing this, Li Shuangguo looked at Ye Ning with sharp eyes. Quite the smooth talker. This rotten kid is really something else. If you want to make a name for yourself and establish your dominance, then I'll help you do it. After thinking, he gave an order. Tomorrow, in the capital square, the first medal ceremony for the seed project will commence. The crowd's excited chatter began to rise. Holy crap. Ye Ning just one-shotted a bunch of seeds, and before I could even process that, Zhang Meng is dead too. It's just one wave after another. I feel like my heart's going to stop. This Ye Ning guy is way too ruthless. I'll make sure to never, ever cross him in the future. A medal ceremony in the capital square. That's a national-level event. The Grand Xia is really about to change. Zhang Meng's two subordinates, Tang Zhen and Lin A Rui, were also trembling in secret. Tang Zhen thought with a terrified expression, General Zhang Meng is dead. I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to escape death, too. Beside him, Lin A Rui was silently reassuring himself. Good thing I was quick-witted at the start. Otherwise, I would have died a horrible death. On this side, the marshal turned to give instructions. The awards ceremony. Old Hu, I'm leaving it to you. Make sure it's a grand affair. Furthermore, the results of today's deathmatch are to be sealed, including all information on Ye Ning's combat power and talents. Anyone who leaks it without permission will be charged with treason. Xi Ping accepted the order seriously, replying, Understood, Marshal. The next day, the atmosphere in the capital square was buzzing with excitement. The representative announced that, after unanimous approval from the Daxia military, Ye Ning would be the leader of Project Fire Seed. Due to Comrade Ye Ning's outstanding performance in the global trial, the original rewards have been specially increased as follows. He continued to announce while the marshal pinned the medal on him. The original A+ rank authority has been raised to S rank. The original A rank resource quota has been increased to unlimited. The original 1 million credit points per month has been increased to 3 million credit points, and an additional special quota of 10 million points per year has been approved. The privilege of choosing your own epic grade equipment will be upgraded to legendary grade equipment. It was a gold inlaid badge featuring 3 stars in the center. He continued. Furthermore, the original division level treatment has been upgraded to Deputy Army Commander level. The original military rank of Colonel has been promoted to General. At the same time, Ye Ning is specially approved to be an honorary member of the Standing Committee. Wang Tian said with a cheerful expression, A 21-gun salute. This medal ceremony is grand enough for a new marshal. Xiao Hai chimed in. Just a month ago, the incident where Ye Ning broke into the Tianfeng Proving Grounds was still fresh in my mind. Who would have thought? Kai Lai, standing nearby, also joined in. I just got my promotion notice yesterday, and it's all thanks to Ye Ning. On the award stage, Li Shuangguo smiled and asked Ye Ning, Do you have any other requests? Hearing this, he fell silent. His rewards were already so extravagant. If he asked for more now, it would be pure greed. But if I don't speak up now, I'm afraid I won't get another chance. Ye Ning politely replied to him, Marshal, Sir, I hope to attend the triennial military meeting in the next 2 days. Li Shuangguo heard this and broke into a cold sweat, thinking, This damn brat really knows how to give me a difficult problem. The old man next to him also secretly sized up Ye Ning. He's only just 18 years old. What could he possibly know at that age? What's his purpose for attending the conference? Fang Heo, standing beside them, lamented, This kid's a natural-born talent. He should be thinking about fighting. Why would he want to attend some conference? Meanwhile, the marshal patted his shoulder and said cheerfully, No problem. You're an honorary member now, so you naturally have the right to attend as an observer. Of course, if you have any good proposals, the military is willing to look into them. He replied politely, Thank you, Marshal. Night had already fallen. After getting into the cabin to sit down and rest, Ye Ning thought, Look into them. No, what I want is execution. After all, if I want to stop that disaster in the East Sea, I'll need to mobilize the strength of at least one military region. But for now, I'll just have to accept this and act according to the situation later. Suddenly, the man walked over and said to him, Ye Ning, come with me. Ye Ning was confused, not understanding what was happening. At the military region compound, a large armored vehicle was slowly pulling in. After leading him to the front gate of the military compound, Fang Hao said, Ning, from today on, you'll be living here. This place isn't just heavily guarded, it's also surrounded by lush greenery. It's absolutely top-tier treatment. The metal room, which is completely sealed, is the most top-secret conference room here. After leading Ning inside, he continued speaking. The reason I brought you here personally today is because I have a secret mission for you. Although, theoretically, someone who just reached Tier 3 shouldn't, but we really couldn't find a more suitable candidate than you. Ning calmly replied, Uncle Fang, please, just say it. Fang Hao told him with a serious expression. The A-rank difficulty intercontinental instance, Zombie Kingdom. Each nation is only allowed to send a maximum of 2 mid-stage Tier 3 and 8 early-stage Tier 3 individuals inside. Besides dealing with the mutations and completing the main objective, you'll also have to fight against awakeners from other nations to harvest more spirit energy ore. Hearing this, Ning calculated silently in his head. I've been to this instance in my past life, but back then, it wasn't an intercontinental one, and there was no spirit energy ore. Just then, a system panel suddenly appeared with the words, Mandatory quest. You are required to enter the Zombie Kingdom instance and obtain the highest authority within the instance. Upon completion, you will receive the S-rank strategic weapon, the Sky Carrier design blueprint. In particular, he seriously warned him, Ning, although this mission will be very risky, the combat squad will absolutely prioritize, ensuring your safety even if the mission fails. Before Fang Hao could finish, he raised his hand in a military salute to accept the order, replying, Uncle Fang, I'll go. I'm not afraid of the danger. Besides, I'm confident the mission won't fail. He laughed with delight. Excellent. You're a straightforward kid. We definitely didn't misjudge you. Well then, before you go, head to the National Treasury and find whatever you need. After leaving, a thought flashed in Yining's mind. Setting aside the fact that it's a mandatory quest, just risking it all for the carrier design blueprint. The Sky Carrier is worth the gamble. According to what he had read, the ship was 17,000 meters long and 34,100 meters wide. With a payload of 10,100 tons, it could carry 64 spirit energy fighters, 26 spirit energy cannons on its belly, and 2 main cannons on its bow and stern. It could also carry 7,000 people and was equipped with a spirit energy tower, a spirit energy shield, and an automated attack network. Ning thought excitedly, this is just insane. Just reading the basic description is enough to make my scalp tingle. If I could actually build something like that, wouldn't I be able to dominate the world? I have to get it. I have to get it, no matter what. As he walked, he thought, after ascending to Tier 3, the system gives 2 extra skill slots. I still have a few days to prepare. So, I need to increase my strength as much as possible. Now that the #1 position is mine, I'll head to the National Treasury first and pick out 2 S-rank sword skills, and figure out the rest later. Suddenly, he felt an aura wrapping around him and realized it was the presence of someone near Tier 3. At their peak, the speed at which they were rushing over felt hostile. Ning whipped his head around cautiously and yelled, Who's there? Fang, with her pink hair and a tight-fitting outfit, flew out from nowhere and said, Personal Guard 009, reporting for duty. She rushed forward and hugged him intimately, whispering as she held him. My specialty is protecting Lord Ning. Ning coldly pushed her away and asked, 009, personal protection? Who sent you? And another thing, who told you that protecting a body meant that? Fang replied innocently, Deputy Commander Fang Hao sent me. As for the body part, that's something I just learned today. From the data files. He asked, confused, what data files? As soon as he asked, Fang struck a seductive pose. She turned her plump rear towards him, shaking it and saying, just like this. Not stopping there, she even knelt down, striking a provocative pose in front of him. Then she even puckered her lips as if to kiss him. Ning waved his hands in embarrassment, shouting, Stop. She cried out innocently, Ah! Seeing this, Ning could only sigh, cursing these higher-ups. Aren't you afraid I'll get all worked up and something will happen on the way? Why would you do something like this? If this is for real, you seriously underestimated the gravity of the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his mental probe skill to examine her. A clear analysis of her body appeared before his eyes. There was an external antenna, connected to a chip in her brain, and numerous circuits within her physical body. Her original brain had shrunk and died. All her thoughts and actions were based on the chip's instructions. She was more like a robot than a human. After scanning her, he reached out his hand and asked, 009, how did you end up like this? She suddenly grabbed his wrist, then brought it to her forehead, using his index finger to activate herself. The sound of a successful fingerprint identification chimed. Yi Ning's eyes widened in surprise. The system chimed with another notification. Official unlock initiated. Update command complete. Her memories appeared before his eyes. In a hospital room, Fang Heo was anxiously clutching his daughter's hand. Fang Fang's face was pale, but she still forced a smile to comfort her father, saying, "Dad, don't cry. I'm going to die soon anyway. Instead of wasting away and dying for nothing, it's better to donate this shell before I go. If by some chance it succeeds, I can still serve the nation in the future. I've always believed what you told me about the future of humanity." But Fang Heo clutched his daughter's hand and cried out, "But Fang Fang, this kind of research is 1,000 times more painful than death. Besides, it has never once succeeded. Even if it does, your soul will disappear, and you'll become nothing more than a machine. How can you ask me to be so cruel? How could I possibly bear it?" She gently reached out to wipe the corner of his eye, reassuring him, "Dad, you used to tell me stories about heroic spirits. Their bodies were destroyed, but their fighting spirits lived on. So why can't I do the opposite? My soul will be destroyed, but my body will not die." She smiled gently and continued, "Compared to disappearing with regret, what's a little bit of suffering?" Fang Heo could only swallow his tears, silently feeling the warmth from his daughter's hand one last time. Although Fang Fang was smiling, tears streamed down her face as she whispered, "Becoming a machine is fine, too. I believe the orders you give me will always be the right ones." As the memory probe ended, he was stunned by the scene he had just witnessed. He turned away, thinking to himself, "Deputy Commander Fang Heo. Uncle Fang, what have I, Yi Ning, done to deserve this level of devotion from you? What on earth are you thinking? Sending her to protect me like this? Is the name 009 new too? It must be to forcibly suppress and sever her own emotions." After figuring it out, he gave a decisive order, 009, "Listen up." She immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Yi Ning ordered her in a serious tone, 009, "Erase all so-called personal learning data. From now on, you will only stay near me for protection and follow my commands." As if pre-programmed, she shouted, "Understood." Then he turned away and said, "Now, follow me to the military's first research institute to retrieve the S-rank sword skills." She responded to the order, "Understood." As they walked, he thought, "Uncle Fang, the great cause is not yet complete. How can we talk about personal desires? Although I don't completely agree with your methods, I still have to thank you. One good turn deserves another. Since you all have placed your faith in my future, then I, Yi Ning, swear I will not let you down." Yi Ning led Fang Fang to the research institute. Just as they arrived at the gate, someone ran out from inside to greet them. "Hello, Yi Ning. Welcome to the first research institute." He greeted him with a military salute and said amicably, "I am Wang Xiaotian, the deputy director. I look forward to working with you." Yi Ning replied politely, "Hello, Director Wang. I would like to select 2 S-rank sword skills from here. Would that be difficult?" Wang Xiao replied cheerfully, "Of course, please follow me." Hearing this, he turned to Fang Fang and said, 009, "Wait for me outside. I'll be right back." She replied softly, "Understood." Leading Yi Ning inside, he asked enthusiastically, "Lord Yi Ning, we only have 4 S-rank sword skills left. We have many more A-rank skills, though. Would you like to look at the A-rank skills first?" He just replied coldly, "No need. Just bring me the S-rank skills." He looked like he wanted to say something else, but Yi Ning cut straight to the point. "Director Wang, if you have something to say, just say it." Hearing this, Wang Xiao cautiously replied, "Lord Yi Ning, I really don't mean to stand in your way. As you know, there are many Tier 3 individuals in the capital military region, and now that only these S-rank sword skills are left, it's bound to cause some issues." Yi Ning cut him off, speaking coolly, "I know. It's not a problem. Let's take a look first." He looked at Yi Ning with surprise and exclaimed, "Here they are." Before Yi Ning were 4 thick, brown books. His analysis ability activated. 4 information panels appeared one by one. The first was Hellfire Eruption, costing 6,000 spirit energy points. In a weak area of the Earth's crust, after being thrust into the ground, it will trigger a volcanic eruption in 10 seconds. Next was Desperate Strike, costing 5,500 spirit energy points. After entering a critical state, with health below 10%, Desperate Strike can be activated once, dealing 100% damage. After killing the target, 30% of health is restored. Then came Death's Requiem. It consumes 18,000 spirit energy points to launch a poisonous shadow slash attack. After the target dies, the soul of the deceased, having been imprisoned, will be released. Within 3 seconds, you will gain and be able to use the combat power of the deceased from when they were alive. And finally, there was Annihilation. which consumes 8,000 spirit energy points, continuously gathers power, and deals additional damage to the target after 10 seconds. While channeling this skill, you cannot move or use any other skills. Ning looked at the 4 books and assessed them. No wonder these are the only ones left. Desperate Strike can only be used when you're about to die, and Hellfire Eruption requires a specific location. Death's Requiem costs 18,000 spirit energy. Who the hell has that much? As for Annihilation, you have to stay still for 10 seconds. You might as well be a sitting duck. Hearing this, Wang Xiao broke out in a cold sweat and cautiously asked, "So, Lord Ning, would you like to see the A-rank sword skills? Their effects aren't that much worse. We have over 800 of them here." Suddenly, Ning raised his hand toward the books, activating his knowledge acquisition skill on the 2 nearest ones. Wang Xiao's jaw dropped in astonishment, thinking, holy crap, did he just learn both Death's Requiem and Annihilation? He couldn't help but blurt out, "Lord Ning, what did you just do?" Ning turned with a smirk and replied, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so I really couldn't be bothered to look at the A-rank skills." Hearing this, Wang Xiao was at a loss for words. With his business concluded, Ning confidently waved goodbye. Wang Xiao was still trying to process what happened as Ning said, "Thanks for your hard work, Director Wang. I'll be taking my leave now." Wang Xiao just stood there, stunned, thinking, in a hurry, couldn't be bothered. What does that even mean? He was completely bewildered. Aren't there restrictions on skills that Tier 3 individuals can learn and use? Is he not bound by them? Otherwise, how could he be so reckless? As soon as he left, Ning started calculating in his head. No matter how major their flaws, these skills were still rated S rank by the system. That could only mean their power was terrifying. Death's Requiem could capture souls in battle, and Annihilation could be used to fight opponents of a higher tier. Right now, I have plenty of spirit energy and the Sword God system in hand. If I don't take this gamble now, when will I? The system panel appeared before Ning again, with the words, Sword Skill Enhancement Successful. S-Rank Sword Skill, Death's Requiem. Enhanced to SSS-Rank Sword Skill, Yama's Descent. S-Rank Sword Skill, Annihilation. Enhanced to SSS-Rank Sword Skill, God's Wrath. Yama's Descent. Instant cast with 0 consumption, cooldown of 48 hours. Skill effect, consumes 20,000 spirit energy. After killing a target, you can lock onto and use the souls of the dead within 100 meters, turning them into puppets for 10 seconds. The combat power of the soul is equal to that of the person when they were alive. System evaluation, control the souls of the living and the dead. You are Yama descended upon the mortal realm. God's Wrath. Instant cast with 0 consumption, reusable after 48 hours. Skill effect, consumes 20,000 spirit energy points, summons a pseudo-tier 4 phantom for 10 seconds, and deals massive damage to the target. System evaluation. The wrath of a god is truly terrifying. After reviewing the system's analysis, he marveled to himself. As expected, the Sword God system has never let me down. Blade Storm is for area of effect damage. Celestial Fissure Light Slash is for killing elites. Dimensional Slash is for assassination and survival, and Heaven Breaker is for defense and counterattacks. Now with Yama's Descent, I can turn souls into soldiers. Even if I'm caught in a tide of enemies, I can quickly turn them into my own forces. And God's Wrath creates a Tier 4 Phantom. Even a peak Tier 3 opponent could only look up and despair. As he walked, Ning continued to speculate. Besides the free cast every 48 hours, I can also use spirit energy to cast them freely. Essentially, these are now independent skills outside the system's constraints. I really want to try them out right now, but unfortunately, I have to go to the Intercontinental Dungeon in 2 days. I'll have to hold back for now. Suddenly, someone blocked him at the door. It was Wannaru with 2 of her subordinates. She immediately questioned him in an arrogant tone. Ning, the system notified us that you've acquired 2 S-rank sword skills. He just replied nonchalantly with a smirk. That's right. What about it? Is there a rule that says I can't? Her expression soured as she said, you can, but you have to leave behind your combat data before you go. Ning coldly retorted, is there such a rule? Is it mandatory? She answered resentfully, yes, it is. Suddenly, Wang Xiao rushed over to mediate, saying, my apologies, Lord Ning. This is our director, Director Wannaru. She probably just wants you to leave behind the combat data for these 2 skills for the military's future reference. It's not exactly mandatory. It's voluntary. After all, it's a contribution to national research. She aggressively shot back, nonsense. The rule is, you have to leave them. Not just these 2 books, but Ning's other strategies must also be tested and researched in cooperation with us. Hearing her words, Wang Xiao cursed inwardly. This crazy old hag. It's because your previous research yielded no results, and your son is a useless willpower system user. If you're so desperate to get yourself killed, don't drag me down with you. Yining paid her no mind and spoke up. I refuse. Hearing this, Wan Aru gritted her teeth and questioned him. Since you've accepted the military's resources, you have an obligation to undergo testing. Blood tests, bone strength, and muscle activity are all necessary. So what if you're famous? Do you really dare to defy a military order? He looked at her impatiently with a cold gaze, thinking, don't make it sound so serious. In your eyes, isn't everyone just a test subject? You do this in the name of the country, but it's purely for your own selfish desires. I wonder how many awakened you've oppressed. Even if the sword god system had no restrictions, I still wouldn't let you off easy today. All right, no more words. He drew the sword from his dimensional space, ready to fight, and said, if I refuse to cooperate today, are you, Chief Wan, actually going to force me to stay? She could only scream in fury, Yining, you dare. Wang Xiao, beside her, tried his best to de-escalate. Your Excellency Ning, Chief Wan didn't mean it like that. You should go first, sir. But she thought otherwise, pointing directly at Yining's face and shouting, get out of my way. Yining isn't going anywhere today. He has violated a military order. Even if I arrest him today, it would be perfectly legal. I wouldn't be afraid even if this reached the marshal's ears. He raised his sword, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he said, it seems Chief Wan is threatening me. In that case, don't blame me for using you for a little practice. All they heard was her scream, huh, what's happening? A foot was already planted firmly on her face. A closer look revealed Fang Fang stepping on her, saying with a cold expression, threat neutralized. Should I eliminate her? Fang Fang, still pressing down on Wanaru's face, asked, do you want me to kill her? Wanaru, her face pinned to the ground, begged in terror. Please don't kill me, please. I'm begging you, don't kill me. Wang Xiao, standing by, grew anxious. He pleaded on her behalf. Your Excellency Yi Ning, please let Chief Wan go. She knows she was wrong. I apologize on her behalf. Please, spare her. Yi Ning didn't answer, thinking to himself, I want to kill her, but I just killed Jiang Meng 2 days ago. If I go all the way today, I'm afraid it'll cause widespread panic. Then he gave the order to Fang Fang, forget it, don't kill her for now. Just kick her away so she's not blocking my path. Fang Fang quickly replied, understood. Instantly, she swung her leg and sent the chief flying. She spun a few times in the air before her head slammed hard against the wall, causing her to spit up blood. She immediately crumpled to the ground, spurted blood, and stopped breathing. Seeing this, a terrified Wang Xiao stammered, Chief Wan. She's. Yining, standing behind him, was also startled, but Fang Fang calmly said as if nothing had happened, my apologies. I underestimated how far she would fly and overestimated her durability. Yining, regaining his composure, turned to Wang Xiao and said, Chief Wang, you saw it too. This was purely an accident, right? Wang Xiao forced a smile and replied, yes, yes. Chief Wan carelessly ran her head into the wall and died. It has nothing to do with you, sir. He then lamented internally. Holy crap, this guy is an absolute tyrant. I must never, ever provoke him. Then, Yining turned to leave, leaving behind a polite remark. Well then, I'll leave the funeral arrangements to you, Chief Wang. We'll be on our way. Wang Xiao also put on a helpless smile and waved him goodbye, replying, of course, Your Excellency Yining. Please, take care. Yining and Fang Fang strode away. Fang Fang, walking behind, asked worriedly, did I cause you any trouble, sir? Yining immediately reassured her, it's fine. She wasn't a good person anyway, so killing her is no big deal. Besides, I wanted to kill her myself. If the higher-ups want to hate me for it, let them. 2 days later, at the National Committee Conference Hall, the hall was almost full when Yining slowly walked in. The surrounding crowd immediately started to murmur. Gossiping, Yining, holy hell, that brat Yining actually showed up. He's probably just here to watch the show. Another person sneered. No way, look, he's holding documents. Don't tell me he actually plans to submit a proposal. Another person added, ridiculous. What could a kid possibly propose? He's probably just putting on a show. Yining entered the hall and walked to his seat, pulling out the chair to sit down. Next to him was a man in a military uniform with an extremely gloomy expression. He was the Minister of the Armed Forces for the East Sea Military Region, Fang Tang. When he saw Yining, he thought angrily, Yining, you bastard. You killed my wife, Wanaru. Even if I can't kill you with today's proposal, I will strip you of your special privileges. Just then, a staff member approached, handed documents to Yining, and said, Sir Yining, your number is 119, special honorary member. This is the agenda for this conference. Please read it carefully." Then she instructed him, "All communication devices must be turned off during the meeting. Leaking any proposals is strictly prohibited." He thought to himself, "In my past life, I had already organized countless conferences by the third year, so I'm already very familiar with all of this. But now I have to pretend it's my first time here. It's really annoying." The girl continued her instructions. "In this conference, you will have the right to vote after the main proposal concludes. If you wish to express your own opinion, you may press the button beside you, but please consider it carefully before doing so." He gave a faint smile, waved her off, and said, "I understand. Don't worry. Aside from submitting my own proposal, I won't be pressing any buttons randomly. You don't need to worry about me. Just go on with your work," the girl replied. "Of course, Sir Ning." Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she quickly asked, "Wait, did you just say a proposal? You really have a proposal to submit?" Terrified, with sweat beading on her face, the girl thought, "Oh my God, the higher-up specifically told me to explain everything clearly to him and make sure he doesn't cause a scene." During the meeting, she hurriedly left, a warning blaring in her mind. "This is bad. I have to report this to my superiors right away. I have to." Seeing her rush off like that, Ning wondered, "What? Am I some kind of monster?" Fang Hao arrived just in time to see this. He sat down and laughed teasingly at Ning. "What's wrong, kid? Did you take a liking to the receptionist here? Is number 99 not enough to satisfy you?" Seeing who it was, Ning greeted him, "Uncle Fang." Then he looked Fang Hao straight in the eye and replied, "Uncle Fang, number 99 is wonderful. She deserves to be called the best person in the world. She's completely devoted to me. A moment ago, I just mentioned a proposal, and that receptionist ran off." Fang Hao feigned surprise and let out an "oh." Then he turned away, smiled faintly, and asked, "No wonder they arranged for me to sit next to you. Are you really planning to stir up trouble, kid? Tell me, what are you planning to propose?" Ning responded nonchalantly, "You'll find out when the proceedings begin, uncle. And I assure you, it's definitely not about causing trouble." Hearing this, Fang Hao laughed. "You little brat, you've learned to be mysterious, have you?" Then he turned to advise him, "Ning, as someone with more experience, I'd advise you to hold back whatever you're planning to bring up. After all, military and political matters always involve a system of checks and balances." He calmly reassured him, "I know, Uncle Fang, don't you worry." Even after hearing this, Fang Hao still felt uneasy, clenching his fist and bringing it to his mouth as he thought to himself, "Ning, I trust a man who would dare to shut down the ruined battlefields and bring our veterans home. I'm certain you would never do anything to harm our country, right? And he's also a man worthy of our trust." Li Shuangguo stood at the hall's podium and announced, "I declare the 13th Survivors Congress officially open. We will now announce the agenda." Behind him, a screen displayed the conference's agenda, which included 1. Neighboring countries have shown signs of encroaching on our borders and plundering rare resources in recent years. 2. The military is preparing to mobilize 3 major legions to act as a shield between the descendants of the awakened and the growing population of ordinary survivors. 3. The North American War Zone, stationed on the C-shaped island chain, is preparing for reconstruction. 6 hours later, Ning sat with his hands clasped on the table, thinking in silence. There were a total of 9 proposals, and 6 of them were related to other countries. No wonder the Grand Xia Empire went through such a strangely weak period before the disaster in my past life. It makes sense now why people like me had to rush into the intercontinental dungeons. Li Shuangguo announced loudly, "Now is the time for members to submit their proposals. Members may speak independently, and after passing a vote, the review process will begin." Suddenly, behind him, the screen displayed 2 individuals. Number 119, Honorary Member Ning, submits proposal number 23. The Minister of the East Sea Armed Forces, Fang Teng, also submits a proposal. After seeing Ning's information on the main screen, Fang Teng glared at him angrily. The crowd behind them began to murmur contemptuously. That Ning kid really wants to make a proposal? How absurd. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he has special privileges? Just look at him. He's too young, too naive. Fang Teng, with a grim expression, asked him sarcastically, "Ning, did you press the wrong button by any chance? If so, then sit back down quickly. Don't delay me from impeaching you." Ning wasn't the least bit intimidated and shot back, "Impeach me? Why would he say that?" But inside, he was worried. His proposal about the East Sea hadn't even been mentioned yet. Could it be that his opponent already took precautions? "I secretly investigated and gathered these documents over the past 2 days. There's no way they could have been leaked." Fang Teng didn't answer him. Instead, he turned to Li Shuangguo and reported, "Marshal, members of the committee, 2 days ago, Ning went to the first research institute and brazenly murdered Director Wan. And that woman was my wife, Wana Ru. This is simply lawless, he roared, clenching his fists in anger. No matter how talented he is, he cannot be above the law. Therefore, I demand that all of Ning's resources and privileges be revoked. Ning listened to the accusation without a trace of fear. He even shot him a cold glance and thought to himself, so he's the husband of that bitch of a director. Well then, this simplifies things. Hearing the accusation, Li Shuangguo turned and asked, Ning, is this true? Ning replied calmly, I'm afraid Minister Fang has misunderstood. 2 days ago, I did visit the institute to learn two-sword skills, but I didn't kill anyone. Director Wan was just so excited to see me that she wasn't watching where she was going and accidentally ran into a tree and died. Hearing this, Fang Teng cursed in fury and roared, Bastard. What did you just say? Say that again. I dare you. Ning deliberately provoked him further. What I mean is, when your wife saw a handsome young stud like me, she couldn't control herself and crashed into a tree and died. It's a real shame, you know. To think she went her whole life without ever getting a taste of the good stuff. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted into chatter again. Is this for real? Since when did such a serious conference turn into a daytime soap opera? You're not supposed to air your dirty laundry in public. Honestly, Fang Teng, to even bring this up here. Li Shuangguo coughed lightly, reminding everyone, please be mindful of the rules of the hall. Minister Fang, this sort of personal nonsense should be handled privately. Fang Teng angrily pointed at Ning. Unwilling to back down, he said, Marshal, it's not like what Ning said. He's nothing but a smug little villain, abusing his privileges. He deserves to be executed. At this, Fang Hao couldn't take it anymore. He shot to his feet and yelled at him, Fang Teng, how dare you? Ning placed a hand on Fang Hao's shoulder and said, Uncle Fang, I'll handle this myself. If Minister Fang doesn't believe me, he can just ask Director Wang from the Research Institute. Then he turned away, ignoring Fang Teng completely, and said, As for your proposal, it doesn't even qualify for discussion at this meeting, so now it's my turn. And speaking of which, my proposal also concerns you. I, Ning, propose the removal of Fang Teng from his position as Minister of the East Sea War Zone. He stood straight, looked directly at Li Shuangguo, and declared loudly, At the same time, I request the mobilization of all combat-ready forces in the East Sea War Zone, and the immediate evacuation of 6.7 million survivors in Safe Zone 239 from the coast, because in approximately 17 to 23 days, a massive sea beast tide will erupt in the coastal regions. This invasion will be A-level. Hearing this, the people behind him began to gossip. Nonsense. Is he joking? Does this kid even know what he's talking about? Where did he even hear this rumor? Has he ever even been to the East Sea? This is even more ridiculous than Fang Teng's proposal. After hearing Ning's report, Fang Teng scoffed. You little brat, just spouting absolute nonsense. It's been over 40 years, and there has never been an A-level beast tide in the East Sea. Did you just dream that nonsense up? Li Shuangguo slammed his hand on the table in anger, knocking over the microphone and bellowed, Silence. There will be no commotion while a proposal is being made. Then he turned to warn Ning. Ning, if you're going to make such a proposal, you'd better give me a concrete reason. Unafraid, he picked up his report and began to read. In the East Sea War Zone, Sea Region C13, the spiritual energy content in the water has increased by 1.9% over the last 2 months. This is the highest level in 40 years. In Sea Region D51, 43 submarine earthquakes occurred in the first half of the year. The highest was a B+, the highest frequency in 40 years, at Resource Port Number 2. The underwater fitness equipment has malfunctioned 13 times since the beginning of the year during maintenance periods. 3 combat teams have disappeared and 23 engineers were killed in D-rank accidents. The cause of the incidents is still unknown. He continued his report. To Fang Teng's horror, sea beast attacks in the East Sea Military District have seen a year-on-year increase of 195.7%, the highest in 40 years. And Fang Teng, terrified, wondered how he could know so much about the East Sea. He slammed his report down on the table and continued firmly. The data above is all from the East Sea Safety Zone. If the military doesn't believe it, they can go to the East Sea and verify it themselves. If any part of my report is falsified, I, Ning, am willing to bear any and all consequences. Li Shuangguo then turned to ask Fang Teng, Minister Fang of the East China Military District. Is the data correct? The man could only scratch his head and think. Well, this. Fang Teng was furious, his face drenched in sweat. He thought, whether I admit to the data or not, I'll be dismissed from my post and sent to a military tribunal anyway. I'm dead either way. He quickly made a decision. I might as well kill Ning first, at least I'll get my revenge. Exposed by Ning, Fang Tang's shame turned to rage, and he lunged to kill him in one blow. Ning, I'll kill you. Luckily, Ning reacted quickly, blocking with his hands, so he was only sent flying without taking much damage. But that wasn't enough. Fang Tang continued to charge forward, wanting to take advantage of Ning sliding across the ground to land another blow. Just then, Fang Hao leaped in front of Ning, using his arm to block Fang Tang's attack. He shouted angrily, "Fang Tang, are you insane?" But Fang Tang seemed to have lost all reason. He roared crazily, "Enough talk. I'm a dead man anyway. I'm going to cripple him today." Seeing this, Xuanguo was furious. He pointed at the brawl and ordered, "Damn it! How dare you start a fight during the assembly? Is this a rebellion? Guards, arrest Fang Tang for me. If necessary, kill him on the spot." Fang Fang received the order and immediately approached the group. As she announced that a level 1 threat had been detected, Fang Tang and Fang Hao were locked in a stalemate, neither willing to back down, both channeling power into their arms, ready to unleash a powerful blow on the other. Seeing this, Ning was extremely worried and shouted, "Uncle Fang, get out of the way. I can handle this." Hearing his words, Fang Hao quickly replied, "No need, one punch from me is enough to take care of him." Then he rushed towards Fang Tang, preparing to shatter his ice with his flames. Fang Hao showed no mercy, punching straight at Fang Tang. The attack was so powerful that he was sent flying backward. At the same time, Fang Hao shouted, "009, catch him." Fang Fang immediately appeared at Fang Tang's landing spot on command. She looked at him with a sharp gaze and replied, "On it." Fang Fang decisively lifted her leg and struck Fang Tang hard in the back. The pain was so intense that his eyes rolled back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Fang retracted her leg and coldly glanced at Fang Tang as he collapsed to the ground, stating impassively, "Threat neutralized. Threat level resolved." With the problem solved, Fang Hao turned to check on Ning. "Ning, are you all right?" Ning could only force a polite smile and reply, "I'm fine. It's just that you guys acted so quickly. There was no room for me to do anything." The people in the room finally reacted to what had just happened. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap! A third-tier general was taken down in less than 5 seconds? No way! Vice Commander Fang is at peak tier 3, and even that female guard is close to peak combat strength. Didn't Commander Jiang say to kill Fang Tang on the spot? That goes without saying. Ning is basically a nationally protected species now." Fang Tang must have really lost his mind. Xuanguo then spoke up to restore order. "Order, order. The assembly will continue. As for Yang's proposal, it is of great importance. The committee members may discuss it freely. In 3 minutes, we will begin the vote." Hearing this, everyone gradually settled down. But instead of discussing Ning, they were now gossiping about Fang Tang. From Fang Tang's reaction just now, it's clear the evidence Ning found is true. But even if the data is correct, it doesn't mean a beast tide is guaranteed to happen. If there's no disaster and we act rashly, the losses will be enormous. But what if a disaster really does happen? Very quickly, the 3 minutes were up, and Xuanguo spoke again. "Time's up. The vote will now begin." After the vote, the results were displayed on the large screen in the hall. 14 votes in favor, 1 vote against, 104 abstentions. Based on the vote count, Xuanguo announced to everyone, "The motion passes. After this assembly concludes, specialists will be dispatched to the EC immediately, and an evacuation plan will be prepared." There was no time for delay. The assembly was now over. The scene shifts to the next day at the military compound where Yiming's family lives. Right now, Fang Hao was standing and chatting with him. "Yiming, you'll be heading out to the Intercontinental Dungeon this afternoon. Inside the dungeon, anyone mid-tier 3 or higher won't be able to enter." He glanced over at Fang Fang and explained, "Because of that, 009 won't be able to go with you either." Hearing this, Ning smiled warmly and replied, "Don't you worry, Uncle Fang. I know the rules." Then he pointed to a box placed in the distance and said, "Inside this box is the legendary equipment the country promised to reward you with. It contains the A-rank materials, the heart of the mountain destroyer, and the bone dust of the corpse-crushing beast that you requested from the National Treasury earlier." Ning let out an "oh," acknowledging he received it. He asked, "So, what about the human face marrow and the aberrant core?" Fang Hao turned his head again, face to face with Ning, and patiently explained to him, "Those two are too unique. The National Treasury doesn't have them." According to Fang Hao's tale, a creature with the body of a bird and sharp eyes gradually appeared. The human-faced beast caused the deaths of 60,000 people in the South China War Zone about 27 years ago. It was said that 4 high-ranking, Tier 3 seniors took action at the time, but they still let the monster escape. He paused for a moment, then continued to describe a creature shaped like a skull, with clouds gathering around it like a storm. As for the aberrant core, I heard it's something created by a spectral entity. He glanced at Ning and added, I've already notified the 7th Research Institute, which is in charge of investigating 3 major incidents, but it will take some time. Upon hearing this, Ning was very grateful. Waving his hand with a friendly smile, he replied, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Please, bring everything inside. I'll get familiar with these things first. We can talk about the rest after I get out of the intercontinental dungeon. Ning opened the box and, reaching out to grab the red and blue heart inside, he muttered to himself, I'll just have to find the remaining materials slowly. I guess I won't be able to upgrade the Sword God system for a while. Holding the heart in his hand, Ning quickly activated his ability and began to absorb it. At the same time, a system notification rang out. Special material used. Upgrade progress, 2 out of 4. Material 1, Heart of the Mountain Destroyer, 1 out of 1. Material 2, Human Face Marrow, 0 out of 1. Material 3, Bone Dust of the Corpse Crushing Beast, 1 out of 1. Material 4, Aberrant Core, 0 out of 1. With that done, he reached for another box and said cheerfully, now for the legendary equipment, which is special enough to be in this box. The box successfully scanned Ning's fingerprint and a notification sounded, unlocked. Identity verification successful. Opener, Honorary Commissioner, A+ level authority, Ning. Item received. The mechanical voice of the system chimed in at the same time. Legendary equipment obtained, Paralyzer's Gauntlets. Legendary equipment obtained, Elemental Wind Blade. From within the box, 2 items gradually materialized before his eyes. Along with them came the system's introduction. Paralyzer's Gauntlets. Equipment attribute, Agility attribute, plus 12. Equipment skill. Undamaged Corpse Bone Blood Explosion. Consumes 500 to 700 energy points. Equipment rating, an Excellent Blood Rain Corpse Explosion. Next was a sword, with a sharp blade and a blue gem embedded in the hilt. Elemental Wind Blade. Equipment attributes, Strength and Agility, plus 9. Equipment skill, Raging Flame, Extreme Cold. Comes with a Wind Blade effect. Raging Flame consumes 700 energy points. Attacks come with a burning effect, dealing an additional 75% damage. Leaves a wall of fire in front of the enemy that lasts for 10 seconds. Extreme Cold consumes 900 energy points, and attacks have both slowing and freezing effects. After the sword is plunged into the ground, the surrounding area will quickly freeze, causing a series of ice explosion effects. Equipment rating. The power of the elements is being summoned. When Ning heard the system's introduction, he immediately picked up the sword, his voice filled with satisfaction. This weapon feels like a raging inferno, a storm of ice and fire. It's a bit powerful. I'll need to get used to it. Ning stabbed the sword forcefully into the ground. Instantly, the ground at the tip of the blade glowed red as if it had been scorched in less than 2 seconds. The ground where the sword was had been melted into a mixture of lava and rock. Seeing this, Ning couldn't help but marvel. A gentle stab from Raging Flame can release magma-level temperatures. Then he slammed the tip of the sword into the ground again and shouted, Change! Extreme Cold. On command, in the blink of an eye, the ground beneath the sword was frozen solid. Ning was extremely pleased with his new weapon. He held it in his hand, admiring it with a delighted laugh. Combining these pieces of equipment is totally comparable to an SSS-RANK ultimate skill. Including my previous 6 ultimate skills, I can now unleash 7 or 8 of them at once. In comparison, my old deceitful flame sword was really just a hot sword and nothing more. Then, Ning opened the system. Interface. Intending to use the integrated lucky draw. Last time, I ranked first in the entire system, and the Sword God system rewarded me with a lottery chance. So, let's give it a try today. My attack damage is already overflowing with power, and I'm not lacking in agility or will either. My only weaknesses are my stamina and resistance. If not for that, I would have been fast enough to dodge Fang Teng's punch today. Watching the wheel spin continuously before him, Ning couldn't help but shout, Give me some defensive gear. I'm heading to the Intercontinental Dungeon next. Survival is the top priority. The system didn't keep Ning waiting long. The item from the draw appeared with a system notification, Receive Epic Equipment, Triform Modified Demon Experimental Personal Combat Uniform. Seeing this piece of equipment, Ning was a bit skeptical. He raised an eyebrow and said, This is an epic grade combat suit. This isn't metal armor. It looks like it's made of cloth, right? Is this system messing with me? In response to Ning's question, the system immediately displayed a detailed introduction panel for the equipment. Combat Uniform. Personal Combat Trial Grade Modified Triform Demon Suit. Equipment Attributes. Constitution +7. Speed +3. Equipment Effects. Rule level, bulletproof, explosion-proof, fire-resistant up to 3,000 degrees, and cold-resistant down to -95 degrees. Reduces pure physical weapon damage by 33%. Reduces sharp weapon damage by 33%, and reduces ranged attack damage by 33%. Combat suit is indestructible, allows for underwater action, and is immune to radiation. After reading, Ning was extremely satisfied. He chuckled and said, "This light combat uniform is practically a walking war fortress." Huh. A smug smile appeared on Ning's face, his eyes filled with determination as he said, "And this immunity is at the rule level. That's unbelievable. All the high-end equipment I've gotten in my past and current life combined isn't as formidable as this single piece." As he finished his thought, the system continued to introduce the equipment's skill. Equipment skill, Avicii Hell. Avicii Hell. After eliminating a target, you can imprison the target's soul within the combat uniform. It can be actively released when needed to deal damage. The intensity of the damage depends on the target's strength when it was alive. This effect stacks infinitely. Equipment evaluation. One of the divine artifacts from the world of Ling An. By absorbing the blood of a large number of high-level creatures, the originally ordinary combat uniform has become a legendary piece of equipment. Warning: it is potentially hostile to creatures from other worlds, inspiring an unceasing desire to hunt and kill. Its bloodlust can frighten other living creatures and may grant special fortuitous encounters. Ning looked at the ring on his hand, marveling at the synergy of his items. The attributes of the ultimate skill of Avicii Purgatory and the Yama of the mortal realm are a perfect match. One collects souls to resist damage, the other collects souls to attack. But this Lingen world, is it the same as the Lingen from my previous life's ring? Where exactly is it? It seems the gods worshipped in that world must be at least rank 5. If its original owner finds out I took his stuff, I wonder if he'll hunt me down. Ning quickly put on the new equipment issued by the system. "Badass," he said. "Whatever, I'll just take it one step at a time. It's not like I stole it, anyway." If he wants to settle the score, he can go find the Sword God system. All set. It was almost time to depart for the Intercontinental Dungeon. The scene shifts to another location, the capital's military district, an Air Force base, where a massive combat aircraft was parked. Inside the ship, 2 rows of people were seated along the walls. One of them spoke up to his captain. "Captain, it's almost 11 o'clock. Why isn't this Ning kid here yet? It's going to take us 4 hours to get to the dungeon entrance. If he doesn't show up, we'll miss the dungeon's opening time." Hearing his team member's concern, the captain calmly reassured him, "Just wait a little longer. He should be here soon." Ming Luo continued to instruct them. "When he arrives, everyone be careful what you say. Don't go calling him kid this or kid that. Address him as commissioner or sir. After all, his current rank is much higher than ours." Hearing this, Qiming also expressed his thoughts. "Captain Ming Luo, team member Zhang Qiming here. That's not what I meant, but you see, he didn't arrive early, and he hasn't trained with us." Huang Yun, another team member sitting nearby, heard this and chimed in. "Train for what? Didn't the higher-ups already tell us? That's our secondary mission. Keeping him safe is our primary mission." Qiming was completely surprised by this. "What? The mission changed again?" Lin Bin, sitting on the opposite bench, also added his 2 cents, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Then what are we even going into the Intercontinental Dungeon for? Isn't it just to gather resources? If you're afraid of danger, then don't enter the dungeon. You can't have it all, wanting to go, wanting protection, and wanting to achieve merits." As he was ranting, someone else spoke up. "Vice Captain Zheng Cheng, he's here. And talk about a grand entrance." Seeing Ning walk in with 6 other people, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, 6 high-tier rank 3s as bodyguards? Isn't that overkill? This is even more exaggerated than the legends." Ming Luo was the first to react. He quickly stood up and saluted, "Sir Ning, I am Ming Luo, the captain leading this mission. Would you like me to make some introductions?" Ning wasn't stingy either. He replied with a friendly smile, "Captain Ming Luo, no need to be so formal. Just call me Ye Ning. Please, go ahead with the introductions." Ming Luo then continued his report. "There are a total of 10 people on this operation. Vice Captain Zheng Cheng and I are both mid-tier rank 3s. The rest are all low-tier. Among them, 3 are ranged attackers and 4 are melee fighters. I'm a dual type in strength and agility, and I'm in charge of assaults. Guan Cheng is a super rare agility and willpower dual type, responsible for scouting." He then gave Ning a friendly smile and briefly explained the mission. "Our main objective is to bring back as much spirit energy ore as possible. Of course, it would be best if we can also eliminate the awakened from other war zones." Ning slowly sat down as he replied, "I know. Can you give me the files on the awakened from the other war zones?" Ming Luo quickly complied. "Of course, But, sir, haven't you read the relevant information about the dungeon beforehand? Hearing the question, Ning just gave a casual reply, I've already looked into that. Ming Luo then took out a file. He handed it to Ning while explaining, we'll be facing many war zones this time, including Country H, Country R, Country C, and Southeast Asia, a total of 6 nations. You could say this is the most intense mission in recent years. Ning glanced over the information in the file. He frowned in dissatisfaction and said, Yamato Euro, Li Jesok, Dong Jie Feng, Jin Wu Wufa. What kind of trash is this? I've never heard of a single one of these names. Standing next to the captain, Kimming saw Ning's reaction and muttered to himself, is he a newborn calf that doesn't fear the tiger, or do all big shots just love to brag? Ming Luo also spoke up to explain, Sir Ning, I know you are very strong, but we still can't underestimate them. We have faced these people several times, even in our previous teams. Many of our mid-tier rank 3s have died at their hands. Hearing this, Ning crumpled the document in anger and growled, are you telling me they killed that many of our people? Fine. This time, I'll make them pay in blood. The guide portal opened wide, waiting for everyone to enter. Meanwhile, the group up ahead was arguing fiercely. The woman in the center spoke coldly. For this operation, our L Nation war zone will take 4/10 of the profits. The man next to her heard this and became furious. He shot back. 4/10? The most we can give you is 3. Another person chimed in. This time, besides our 2 mid-tier 3 members, everyone else from our H Nation war zone is at the peak of the initial tier. Just then, Yamato, the captain of the R war zone, stepped forward to stop the argument. Enough bickering. The exact distribution doesn't matter, as long as we stick to the previous ratios. The important thing is that this time, we can't let the Huaxia war zone get their hands on any resources. He then smiled and reassured everyone, we just need to lock down their spirit energy resources, eliminate their aircraft, and wait for their air defense systems to crumble. When that happens, won't the entire Huaxia safe zone become our personal livestock farm? Hearing this, the crowd cheered in agreement. Yamato's right. As long as we beat them into submission, they won't dare send anyone else. Then we can finally live the good life. Still, one person spoke up cautiously. We need to be more careful this time. After all, Huaxia has suffered several consecutive defeats and will likely deploy their strongest lineup for this. Another person heard this and replied arrogantly, their old captains all died at our hands. It was 6 against 1, and you're still acting like a coward. What's there to be afraid of? The others happily chimed in, exactly. They're different from us. They have a vast territory and a huge population, but their strongest members have to guard the borders and protect the people. All their talented and potential-filled people come from the major powers. How many of them would actually dare to enter this place? At this moment, the captain of the Japan zone, Jinju, stepped forward with a smile and said, they're just a bunch of A-rank talents. I could kill all of them by myself. The girl following him chimed in with flattery. But of course, our Lord Jinju is comparable to a high-tier 3 entity. Seeing Jinju's arrogance, Xiao Li spoke up. But in the global announcement a few days ago, Huaxia's #1 quad system user, Ning, appeared. Jinju didn't care and replied with contempt. So what? Not only will Huaxia never let him in, but even if he did enter, he's just an awakened who barely reached tier 3. What good could he possibly be? Dong Yifeng strode forward confidently and declared, that's right. If Ning really dares to show up, I wouldn't mind taking his head as a trophy. The surrounding crowd quickly backed away from him, with someone warning, get away from that pervert who specializes in spatial assassination. If you're not careful, he'll kill you on the spot. He flashed a terrifying grin and boasted about his achievements. Among my trophies, I already have 6 pig heads. The world's #1. He's worth collecting. A system announcement rang out. The Huaxia war zone has entered the cross-continental dungeon. Zombie Kingdom. The dungeon will begin in 60 seconds. Please enter within 60 seconds. The system began to introduce the Zombie Kingdom dungeon. Type, non-resetting cross-continental dungeon, rank A. Description. This dungeon is a parallel future world with a highly advanced scientific and technological civilization. Its social order and hierarchy are nearly identical to the real world. The NPCs within this kingdom have not yet seen the emergence of Awakened. However, their technology is highly developed, and various armors and machines with tier 3 power have been created. No major zombie tides have occurred previously, but a minor zombie tide has appeared. Yamato led the way in and waved to the people behind him. Let's go. Time to enter. The person next to him also spoke up. Kill them all. On Ning's side, they had also teleported into the dungeon. The people around him had collapsed and passed out. Ning struggled to stay on his feet, clutching his head. He looked around with difficulty and asked himself, we're in? He thought, no wonder it's a cross-continental dungeon. Even with a strong willpower system like mine, I still feel dizzy from the teleportation. When his vision cleared, he was completely shocked to see countless circles enclosing different areas, all packed tightly together. Everyone inside the circles had passed out. He asked in a daze, "What is this?" Immediately, a system voice announced, "The scene before you is a temporary battle space. This area is used to confirm the number of entrants. Attacking is disabled during this process. After 30 seconds of confirmation, teams will enter the zombie kingdom sequentially, based on their overall power level." Hearing the announcement, he thought to himself, "Enter sequentially? So we haven't even really entered yet." He then recalled that in his past life, when he entered this dungeon, there were no such rules, and there wasn't even a battle space like this. They were all still unconscious. Suddenly, a person in a nearby circle spoke up. "The Huaxia zone has a new face. Woke up pretty quick, didn't you?" Then, the person thought in shock, "I woke up fast enough, but why do I get the feeling he woke up even faster than me? Impossible. Based on my judgment, that kid is only at the initial stage of Tier 3, and his power doesn't even seem stable." At that moment, Zheng Cheng also regained consciousness. He spoke with difficulty. "An SS rank willpower system. I've finally witnessed that recovery speed for myself." Seeing him awake, Yining asked, "You're awake?" Then, Yining asked Zheng Cheng about his question. "Zheng Cheng, what's the deal with this temporary battle space?" Zheng Cheng had stabilized himself. He stood up straight and answered Yining's question. "This is the time advantage we mentioned to you before. The dungeon compensates for the entrance weaknesses. The team with the weakest power ranking gets to enter the dungeon first. The others around them began to wake up as well. Those who just woke up were still unstable, trembling as they stood and said, 'The side effects of this teleportation are seriously nasty. My head is killing me.'" Dong Yifeng's group had also woken up, and someone's mocking voice rang out. "Has the Huaxia war zone completely given up this time? Why'd they even bring in a newbie?" Another person laughed contemptuously and sized them up. "Aside from Captain Ming Luo, the rest of their team is complete garbage." Dong Yifeng arrogantly declared, "This time, I'll take that bastard Ming Luo's head and wear it as an ornament." Yamano strode towards the Huaxia sector's area, saying to the people behind him, "Let's go. Let's go pay them a little visit." He walked up and slammed his fist on the barrier, yelling, "You bastards dare to show your faces again? What, didn't enough of you die last time?" He raised a fist, laughing arrogantly as he mocked them. "A bunch of worthless trash, not even fit to lick my boots. But I have to say, your former captain's meat was absolutely delicious. I had to stew it for a long time to get that flavor just right." Dong Yifeng, standing beside him, picked his teeth with a fingernail and added, "Worthless scum, you're only fit to be thrown into a latrine and used as fertilizer." The 8 people, with Yanning's group, surged forward in fury, roaring, "You damn fat pig. This time, we'll kill you for sure and avenge our captain." Yamano, completely unafraid, provoked them further. "You'd better tell your mother to get cleaned up and wait for us. I'd love to make a soup out of you, too." Just then, Ming Luo stepped forward to stop the shouting match. "Don't get worked up. Calm down, just ignore them. They know we're the first ones going in, so they're trying to provoke us on purpose. Don't fall for it." Watching from the side, Yining smiled, silently praising the new captain's handling of the situation as fairly decent. At that moment, Jisoo also came forward, passing right through the barrier between the sectors as he spoke. "Your new captain really doesn't have any fire in him at all. If it wasn't for saving him last time, your old captain wouldn't have died. But," he said, pointing arrogantly at himself, "it doesn't matter. Today, whether you have any skills or not, you're all going to die. And don't worry, I'll make sure you know exactly who's sending you to your graves." "Got it." Seeing Jisoo pass through the barrier, Ming Luo exclaimed in shock, "Holy shit, there's no barrier between their teams? Their alliance used to be just talk, but this time, they've used an extremely rare joint item." Yi Ming thought with concern. Ming Luo immediately voiced the same problem he was thinking of. "There's something wrong with our intel. We're in big trouble this time." Ramado laughed loudly and continued his verbal abuse. "You pigs. Finally realize you're about to die? Then you provoked them again. Didn't your superiors tell you? Oh, right, I forgot. You're also worthless that even your intel is wrong." Yi Ning, completely unfazed, thought to himself, "An alliance is just an alliance. Without a high-level 3rd tier awakened, their human wave tactics are useless against me. 63rd tier awakened is a bit much, but a pile of trash is still trash, no matter how big it gets. But this information leak means there's a mole in the group or high up in the leadership." Ramado continued to provoke Ye Ning's group. "Now, get on your knees and beg for your lives. And maybe I'll consider leaving your corpses in one piece instead of turning you into a pile of shit." Then he suddenly pointed at Huang Yun and shouted, "Or, you could trade that girl of yours for the privilege." Besides, my skills are top-notch. I guarantee she'll be screaming with pleasure. Hearing this, Huang Yun lunged forward in a rage. Motherfucker. I'll kill you all. Ming Luo quickly grabbed her hand from behind to stop her. Don't fall for their trap. From the F Nation's combat zone, a group of men chimed in. You want the mineral ores, don't you? Then trade your women for them. The I Nation's combat zone was even more disgusting. A man pressed his face against the barrier, stuck out his tongue, and said, This little lady isn't bad at all. I have to say, the female, awakened from your combat zone are really juicy. Ramado's eyes lit up, and he gave a perverted grin. Do you remember Zhang Wei from the last team? I heard she was even considered the beauty of your army. Do you have any idea how long we played with her? After we caught her. He continued to taunt them. You really liked her, didn't you, Ming Luo? She was the most outstanding awakened in your group in recent years. So beautiful, admired by so many. And you didn't even dare to touch a single finger of hers, did you, Ming Luo? Hearing those words and thinking of that beautiful, gentle girl, Ming Luo gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling with rage. Ramado flashed a utterly despicable smile and continued, but what a pity. Do you know how many men she was forced to sleep with? You should have seen how she begged us before we tortured her to death. It almost broke my heart. She kept waiting for you to save her. But what a shame that you rats abandoned her and ran away. Dong Jifeng grinned a demonic smile, lifted the skull in his hand, and licked it. That taste. The taste of lips and teeth. At that moment, Ming Luo couldn't take it anymore. He roared in fury. Shut up. I'll kill you animals. He rushed forward and slammed his fist into the barrier in front of them. He screamed, Don't you touch her. Give her back to me. Huang Yun and the others immediately rushed forward. She yelled in anger, Captain, we're not going to make it out alive this time anyway. The others chimed in. We'll risk it all in this dungeon and take them with us. Just then, Yi Ning angrily shouted at the group. All of you, shut up. Ming Luo, get a grip. Use your head. Yi Ning warned. A third-tier awakened's body can explode and kill them at any moment if they lose control. So how can you let them bully you like this? Hearing him say that, Ramado's expression turned serious as he thought, this kid's not simple. What he said is right. He thought. Is he only able to stay calm and analyze the situation because he didn't know Zhang Wei? By now, Ming Luo had calmed down. He stood before Yining and said, I know none of that happened, it's just. He didn't finish, changing the subject. But Yining, don't worry. I know what's most important. We will protect you, no matter what. If there's any danger, just use the items the military provided you against them. Avenge us. Seeing their determination to die, Yining sighed and thought, the fight hasn't even started yet, and they're already set on dying. Forget it. I can't be bothered to explain it to them. I'll just kill all our enemies in a bit. Ramado turned to Dong Feng and asked, You have sharp ears. Did Ming Luo just call that guy Yining? Dong Feng replied with a cold smile. I never would have guessed. But the brain of this world's #1 player still belongs to me. Just then, a system notification rang out. The testing phase has concluded. The Huaxia Warzone squad may now enter the instance. The other war zones will enter in 6 hours. Hearing the announcement, Ming Luo said joyfully, We're going in 6 hours early. We might actually have a chance to turn things around this time. But Yining said with a blank expression, This instance is truly merciful to the weak, but it's also truly shameful. Yining's group began to step into the portal. Before leaving, Yining turned back and said, You fat fucking pig. You like eating shit, don't you? Wait till you get in, I'll shove your head right up your ass so you can eat all you want. Yining then flashed a friendly middle finger at the rest of them. Taunting them, he continued, And as for the rest of you animals, even if you get on your knees and beg for mercy, I won't leave your bodies intact. At the very least, I'll take your little dicks and feed them to the dogs. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Is that brat threatening us? A tier 3 newbie? Where does he get the nerve? Newbies always love to run their mouths. Ramato stood still, watching the direction Ning went. As Ning left, he countered. That's not it. That kid is unbelievably calm. Jizu spoke up worriedly. Captain Ramato, we're entering much later than that kid. More importantly, 6 hours is a long time. They could hide really well. Dong Feng, with a terrifying expression, licked the dagger in his hand and said, I think you're all overthinking this. Even if that Yining hides in a crack in the ground, I, Dong Feng, am confident I can still snap his neck. A notification sounded, You have entered the Intercontinental Instance, Zombie Kingdom. Time entered ahead of other war zones. 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 32 seconds. Mission 1, go to the Gene Research Institute to retrieve data on abnormalities from the past 3 months. Mission 2, obtain spirit energy ore, with a minimum quantity of no less than 1,000 kilograms. Rank up evaluation will be based on the amount collected. Mission 3. After finding the core of this world, you may choose to begin the next Phase 1 mission. Note: after completing the 3 missions, you can choose to leave the instance or kill awakened members of the enemy faction. Each person killed will increase the mission evaluation by 1.2% and grant a special reward. Yining's group had already teleported inside the instance. He immediately ordered the group, "Everyone, hurry. Find a system that can connect to the internet to locate the coordinates of the NPCs for this mission. We need to complete all the missions and get out of here before they arrive." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait a minute," then yelled, "Yining, what are you doing? If you do that, the NPCs will put a bounty on our heads." But all they saw was Yining swing his sword and say to the group, "From now on, I'm the commander. I will lead everyone to victory in this instance." Warning alarms blared continuously. "Warning, intrusion detected. Warning, intrusion detected." Yining leaped into the air and ordered the people behind him, "Go find the NPCs. The mission is to try not to provoke the powers of this world. No. First, we must fight to conquer this world and seize supreme power." Yining had now jumped into the system's core. The people outside cried out in fear, "We don't even need them to kill us. If we get completely surrounded by the allied forces, not a single one of us will escape." Yining was holding a blue orb in his hands and replied, "Then that will be the moment of my Ning's massacre." A notification suddenly rang out, "Password correct. Please initiate driving sequence." Seeing this, Huang Yun wondered. The warning disappeared. Ming Luo frowned slightly and asked, "Ning, have you taken control of the vehicle?" "How did he do that?" Yining replied coldly, "Military secret. Can't say. Time is of the essence, everyone get in." Hearing that, he hesitated. "This place?" Yining immediately held out a card and declared, "Special Operations Team. Ming Luo will now act as captain. This time, everyone follows my orders." Ming Luo was completely stunned and blurted out, "A special military command order?" Without explaining, Ning just casually dropped the line, "What's wrong? You want to disobey a direct order?" At that, he obediently replied, "I wouldn't dare. Everyone, get in the vehicle." Ming, who had been watching from behind, then exclaimed in awe, "This is just too badass. We were told to protect him, but instead he's leading himself straight to his death." Meanwhile, Huang Yun remained incredibly optimistic. "No problem. It's not like we were going to survive this time anyway." An announcement sounded. "Current destination, Route 91, Lishan Xiangxi Manor." The vehicle then shot off like a rocket. Inside, Ming Luo observed him for a moment and thought to himself, "His movements are so familiar. What on earth is going on?" At the same time, Yining was also deep in thought, calculating every possibility. Compared to the system's mission, completing the Sword God system's mission is more important. Only by doing this can I obtain the blueprint for the Conscian mothership. This is crucial for humanity to turn the tide in the apocalyptic war. After all, no matter how strong I am individually, I'm just a drop in the ocean when faced with a world-class zombie tide. As he was lost in his complicated thoughts, a notification suddenly appeared. Mission updated. Seize the highest authority in the instance and change the world's future timeline. The greater the degree of change, the more privileges you will receive. Warning: avoid being killed by this instance, world's protagonist, Lin Rui. Yining started to read the notification and deduced, the protagonist can't die, so the fastest way to change the world's timeline is to seize power. Furthermore, after gaining power, I'll be better able to suppress the Six-Nation Alliance. According to the relevant system information provided by the external hacker, Ghost Eye, going to the governor's mansion is probably the fastest way. On the other side, Ming Luo also began to guess his intentions. "Yining, you want to control the higher-ups here, and use their power to help us eliminate that other group?" Yining replied decisively, "That's right. That's the idea." Hearing this, he pointed out the impossibility of the plan. "That's just too far-fetched. That's definitely not going to work. Never mind the 60 Tier 3 combatants, there's also the question of whether we can even control the army. We don't even know where they'll show up. An ambush is impossible." Yining wasn't fazed by the possibilities Ming Luo brought up. Instead, he calmly explained, "What's so hard about it? All we need to do is use triangulation. First of all, the system won't spawn us too far from the enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a versus instance. Second, neither side can be too far from the mission objective, or we'd spend the whole time traveling," he said, his hands moving skillfully over the controls. "If we use our position as the center of a circle and set the radius to an awakened's top speed multiplied by 3 hours, that's basically the area where they'll appear." Yining pointed to a spot and stated confidently, "By overlaying the circles, we can narrow the scope." But it seemed his reasoning wasn't enough to convince Ming Luo, who frowned slightly and asked, But that's still too large of an area. After all, we can only pose a real threat if we attack them the moment they appear. Far from being annoyed, Ning explained in detail. The two main NPCs in this mission are Professor Clark and Lin Rui. The professor is in his lab, and judging by his name, Lin Rui is probably in Chinatown. Take the midpoint between those two locations and overlay it with the area we just defined. That gives us this zone. The system will do its best to prevent locals from seeing the awakened. They'll most likely appear in the suburbs, on highways, or in parks within this area. Listening to him rattle on, Ming Luo was silently impressed. Such a clear analysis. So this wasn't an impulsive decision at all. Huang Yun, standing nearby, was also stunned by his thorough preparation. This is just too brilliant. I completely underestimated him. Meanwhile, Ning thought smugly to himself, of course, it wasn't quite that simple. The main reason I was so sure was thanks to a tip from the demon-eyed hacker. An hour later, Ning pulled the car to a stop in front of an incredibly lavish building. He then gave a cold command. We're here. Out of the car. The arrival of Ning's group immediately triggered a blaring alarm from the other side. Intrusion alert. Intrusion alert? One of them rushed out, shouting cautiously. Who are you people? Don't move. A strange power suddenly radiated from Ning's body. Ning stared straight ahead, then gave a measured command. Go. Knock them all out. No killing. Don't worry about them contacting the outside world. I've already severed all communications here with my psychic power. The moment he finished speaking, Ming Luo and the others shot forward like lightning. He led the charge, unleashing a wind-breaking slash on the soldiers in front of him. Seeing this, they panicked and yelled to each other. He's a monster. Open fire. Use lethal force. On Ning's side, his team relentlessly unleashed their own devastating abilities. Kang Dong. Xin Huo. Kang Dong instantly froze their bodies solid, rendering them unable to fight. Xin Huo was no slouch either, constantly repelling the guards' attacks. Huang Yun refused to be outdone. Too much righteousness is no fun, she said, as she unleashed her attack. Let's add a little curse energy to the mix. Someone's exhilarated voice rang out. A tier 3 against ordinary people. It's a complete steamroll. I haven't had this much fun in ages. If only the Six Nation Coalition was this easy. Ning casually remarked, keep dreaming. He then quipped, this is a good chance to borrow your energy guns and test the defense of my new battle cloak. Countless lasers shot straight at Ning, but he just commented softly, not bad. Feels like a massage. Hearing this, they were utterly shocked. He's immune to electromagnetic rounds. How is that possible? Then, Ning made a declaration that made their hair stand on end. All right, playtime's over. I'm in a hurry today. Elemental art, absolute zero wind blade. Of course, not too cold. Just enough to do the job. As he spoke, he unleashed the attack, creating an immensely powerful force. In an instant, the bodies of the soldiers in front of him were frozen solid. Just then, Ming Luo was leading his men in, saying repeatedly, hurry, we need to rendezvous with Ning. We don't know what dangers are waiting inside. But the moment he finished speaking, he was met with a field of frozen statues. This left Ming Luo completely dumbfounded. Looks like there's no danger. In fact, it's almost artistic. The unlucky soldiers had been flash frozen before they could even mount a defense. A moment later, Ning was sitting comfortably in a chair, his voice full of authority. A pleasure to meet you, Governor Brad. From this moment on, as long as you cooperate with us, no harm will come to you. Hearing this, the man thought skeptically. A pleasure to meet me? Though terrified, Brad managed to keep his composure as he spoke. The hundreds of guards in my mansion, all taken down in a matter of seconds. That's definitely not something a human can do. Not even the genetically modified are capable of that. He finished. Then cautiously added, don't kill me. I'll cooperate with whatever you want. But first, I need to know who you are. Why have you taken me? Just then, a purple light suddenly materialized in front of Brad. Ning explained seriously, we are from the future. We traveled back 10 years to this time from this very world. Our mission is to prevent a global crisis, so you can rest assured that we are not the bad guys. As you can see, we haven't killed a single one of your subordinates. At most, we've only incapacitated them. He paused for a beat before continuing. It was actually quite easy for us to find you. Now, I need you to mobilize all armed forces in Oba province within the next 3 hours and activate the entire Skynet system to find these people and kill them for me. They're time travelers, just like us, but they've come here to destroy the world. Hearing this, Brad hesitated and asked, future people, a crisis? Is this some kind of movie? Or a reality TV show? Or am I dreaming? To prove to him that this wasn't a dream, Ning used his powers to give him a taste of reality. Then he asked gently, are you awake now? Reeling from the pain, Brad quickly replied, I'm awake. I'm awake. Stop hitting me. After recovering, he started to make his case. But I'm just the governor of a province. I can't mobilize that many troops. Hearing that, Ning shot back. Then how many can you mobilize? How many Class A mechs can you deploy? He figured that a Class A mech could barely match up to an initial stage. Third rank awakened. Thinking this, Ning gave a faint smile. If they could mobilize dozens or even hundreds of them, there was still hope. Brad mumbled some calculations for a moment before carefully replying. At most, 3 Class A mechs. But we have more Class B mechs, about 120. I can command the Class B ones. But once the A-rank soldiers are transferred over, they'll be the ones to decide whether to attack or not. I have no command authority. When Qiming heard him say that, he lamented that this was doomed from the start. A moment later, Ning spoke calmly. Ming Luo, take your men to the manor next door and capture a girl named Anna. Although Ming Luo didn't understand, he obediently replied with a single word, understood. The moment Brad heard his daughter's name, he immediately screamed to stop them. Don't you touch my daughter. Only then did Ning stand up and begin to expose him. According to Federal Law Number 78, you have the authority to declare a state of war and directly mobilize all armed forces. Furthermore, the armed forces of Oba Province have at least 60 A-rank mecha and 2,400 B-rank mecha. You could have ordered a drill or declared a state of emergency under the pretext of counterterrorism. Any reason would have worked, but you weren't honest. Brad never expected him to know everything in such detail. So when he finished speaking, the man's face went pale. He then anxiously explained, no, it's not like that. To do what you're suggesting requires approval from the AI specialist. I can declare a state of war, but if the specialist doesn't approve it, the men below won't listen. Besides, it's impossible to deceive the AI specialist. Not having the patience to listen to him ramble on, he decisively brought out a control panel and gave an order. All you need to do is give the mobilization order. Issue it now. Within 3 hours, assemble all provincial troops at these coordinates. Also, send engineers and technicians to monitor these coordinates. Brad didn't dare make a peep. Whatever he was told to do, he immediately and obediently complied. All right. Having achieved the desired result, Ning said with satisfaction. As for the specialist, just leave that to me. He secretly felt lucky that he was cooperating with a character who had completed the main storyline in his past life, so he had already received backdoor commands from this specialist. Seeing his fingers move swiftly across the control screen, Brad began to have his doubts. He can actually control the specialist? Is he really from the future? Not long after, Anna was escorted in. The moment she saw her father, she asked sharply, "What are you people planning to do? What did you do to my father?" How could Brad bear the sight of his beloved daughter in handcuffs? So he had no choice but to plead in a low voice with Ning's group, Anna. Please, let my daughter go. Unfortunately, not only did Ning show Anna no mercy, but he also dealt with Brad with an ice-cold attitude. I don't have time to listen to you people ramble. Seeing this, she was utterly shocked. Father, what is? After knocking him unconscious, he turned to Anna and explained everything. Listen, your father embezzled 3.9 billion and assassinated his political opponents. If you help me find Lin Rui within 6 hours, I can spare your father's life. Don't try to trick me. I even know the details of his secret feelings for you. Of course, you don't need to worry about Lin Rui's safety either. We're here to protect him. 4 hours later, on Highway 077 in Oba Province, a group of men spoke smugly. There's no one here. I told you there couldn't be an ambush. You were overestimating those pigs. That's right. They must have been scared to death when they heard us coming. An angry voice piped up. Damn it. After all those threats they made, now they're just hiding in the city. Grab a few of their managers and make them help us find those pigs. Ramana looked at what was in front of him and said hesitantly, I have a bad feeling about this. Aren't these probes a bit too dense? And the ground looks like it's been freshly turned. As he finished speaking, all the devices activated at once, forcing him to exclaim, It's an ambush. Once the probes detected the intruder's presence, an army of robots suddenly appeared. They ambushed them, catching them completely off guard. Yamato looked at the robots before him and couldn't help but sneer. So this is the army of this world. How could those Huaxians possibly mobilize a military force of this scale? Suddenly, a voice rang out, signaling the fighter jets. Fighter jets 1, 3, and 7 began dropping poison fog bombs. The jets activated immediately. Special bombs were dropped one by one, releasing a thick, green smoke that covered the entire area. The people below began to have trouble breathing after inhaling a large amount of the gas. Their bodies crumpled to the ground. Yamato realized what was happening and yelled, It's a neurotoxin. He immediately ordered everyone around him to counteract it. Hurry, combine your willpower, activate the mental defense barrier. Thanks to their quick thinking and combined efforts, the defensive barrier caused the poison gas to gradually dissipate. Seeing that the previous tactic was ineffective, a new series of commands was issued. Fighter jets 2, 4, and 6 drop high-explosive bombs. Mecha Army commence a firestorm assault. A barrage of artillery fire and the whistle of bullets erupted, destroying everything in the vicinity. Under the insane pressure from both sides, bombs from the sky and a rain of bullets from the ground, countless soldiers fell. It was nearly impossible to escape. Yamato knew they couldn't hold out for long. He charged towards the robots, ordering the others to cover him. Early Tier 3s provide defensive cover for the mid-Tier 3s. Charge with me. As he finished speaking, he rushed forward and punched a robot, blocking his path to bits, roaring, "Heaven and earth splitter. Anyone who blocks my path will die." Jiu was not to be outdone, quickly finishing off several others to clear a path forward. Sweeping through 1,000 armies. For 7 years, I have chosen to remain at mid-Tier 3, refusing to advance. Do you want to guess why? The others also charged forward as one, joining forces to defeat the other robots. They shouted encouragement to one another. Even if A-rank mecha are comparable to early Tier 3s, they're nothing but useless junk in front of us. That's right. And don't even get me started on that B-rank rabble behind them. Trying to kill us with this bunch? How naive. All while a fierce battle raged below. Da Fang used his special ability to ambush the other team's aerial base. He sneered, "You guys think you're safe just because you're flying? That we can't do a damn thing to you? I happen to have a special spatial ability." With that, Da Fang immediately launched an attack on the hull of the Golden Dragon aircraft. At the same time, an explosion rocked the sky, sending countless fragments flying in every direction. From a distance, Ning and his teammates watched their every move. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Ming Luo tried to reason with Ning. Ning, this can't go on like this. There's a huge gap in our core strategies. Even if we manage to wear down a few of the weaker early rank 3 fighters, we won't be able to handle the rest of them. In response to his worried tone, he looked completely calm and reassured him, "It's fine. I never expected these mechs to win in the first place." Hearing this, Ming Luo asked, confused, "Then what are we hoping for?" Ning just smirked and slowly drew the sword from his back. He answered him, "What are we hoping for?" He then said confidently, "We're putting our hope in the sword in my hand." With that, Ning didn't hesitate for a second. He charged forward with his sword. Ming Luo quickly tried to stop him. "Ning, wait a second. Ning, you're basically running headfirst into a brick wall. It's too dangerous." Seeing that he was still stubborn, he helplessly offered another suggestion. "If you're going, then we should go first. Otherwise, it'll be impossible to guarantee your safety." Ning finally agreed. "Fine, you all can come with me." But then he suddenly added a condition. "However, I only want you all to stay on the perimeter and protect the mechs. Don't let a single one of them escape. And without my command, no one charges in." Hearing this, Ming Luo was extremely displeased. He was about to argue, but Ning didn't give him a chance to speak, cutting in, "Disobeying an order will be handled by military law." Seeing Ming Luo go quiet, Ning launched himself into the battlefield, heading straight for the enemy's base amidst a dense volley of fire. His figure flickered in and out of sight, making it hard for the enemy to track him. "Looks like there's a figure charging toward us." In the heart of the enemy base, Ning swung the sword in his hand without any hesitation, ready to wipe them all out. His eyes were now filled with killing intent. The hunt begins. First, let's clean up this trash. By the time someone noticed Ning preparing to attack, it was far too late. It's Ning from the Huaxia squad. Ning's slashes tore through space itself, leveling everything in the vicinity, leaving only a blinding cloud of dust and wind to envelop the base. Hearing his teammates report, Yamano frantically turned to look, stunned by the devastation Ning had left in his wake. He screamed, "Ning!" As soon as he yelled, Ning's slashes were already upon him, cutting down the teammates around him. Quicker on the uptake, Yamano managed to activate his defenses just in time, saving his own life. All defenses, now. Even those who managed to put up their defenses couldn't hold on for long. The sheer power was so immense that their protective barriers began to crack. Everyone inside was wounded. Ning's teammates, watching him tear through everything, couldn't help but cry out in shock. One move. He instantly killed a whole group of early rank 3s and even injured a mid-tier rank 3. No wonder he told us not to charge in. This kind of power. It's heaven-defying, even more terrifying than the legends say. How did he do it? These rank 3s aren't newbies like Zhang Yang, you know. But Ming Luo kept a careful watch on the battle, ready to rush in and help at a moment's notice. Could it be because the mechs from earlier drain a significant amount of the early rank 3's spiritual energy? The next phase is what's truly dangerous. We have to be ready to jump in for a rescue at any time. When the critical moment comes, we have to save his life, even if it means disobeying his orders. Ning alone had wiped out nearly the entire enemy force. enraging the remaining survivors. They charged at him, completely disregarding their own lives. To avenge their fallen comrades. You killed all of our brothers. I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch. We'll kill you and feed your corpse to the dogs. You dare kill people from our team. Ning, I swear I'll tear you to pieces today. But before they could get close to him, two giant robots suddenly appeared, blocking Yamato's path. He roared furiously, "Get out of my way. You looking to die?" Seeing that all their attention was on the robots, Ning circled around for a surprise attack, yelling out a challenge. Then come on. Before they could react, Ning swung his sword, preparing to finish them all. This path you've chosen to live is the one that leads to your deaths. A single slash of his heaven-piercing light stream cut the charging men in two. Da Feng suddenly teleported behind him, declaring with complete confidence, "Ning, your head is mine." The others, seeing their captain had appeared, seized the opportunity to launch a coordinated support attack. Heart Fire, Ice Barrage. Lingering Arrow, Da Feng, along with the two streams of power from his teammates, surged toward Ning, ready to counterattack and avenge their comrades. But the two of them were still too weak and couldn't properly control their power. It ended up hitting Da Feng, who let out a scream. Seeing that torrent of power rushing straight at him, he didn't even bother to dodge, simply stating calmly, "Trying to hit me? That's not going to work." With that, Ning launched an intercepting attack, Elemental Wind Blade, Raging Fire. After recovering, Da Feng was back to his usual arrogant demeanor. He shouted orders to the others that Ning Punk only has 2 ultimate moves at most, so everyone just attack him together without any fear. But of course, his head belongs to me. Da Feng's words put Ning on high alert. He thought to himself, how could he be so sure that I only have these 2 ultimate moves? And if he knew, why is he only bringing it up now? And why did he keep his distance during the ambush just now? And even yell out beforehand? After hearing what Da Feng said, the others felt their confidence return and immediately charged forward to kill him. He's all out of tricks. Get him. Hearing their shouts, Ning found it utterly laughable and muttered, "Out of tricks?" All of a sudden, a black mist began to swirl around him, his eyes now overflowing with murderous intent. He slowly raised the sword in his hand as a black aura began to surge around him. Ning summoned a giant skull, which instantly devoured 2 of the men. "How dare you get close to me?" he said coldly. "Then let me show you guys what else I've got." Ning's new skill was immediately activated, Deceitful Yama. The skull devoured the 2 men, leaving behind nothing but 2 dried skeletons. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, consumed 20,000 spirit energy, 35,000 spirit energy remaining. Yi Feng was also engulfed by the dark aura. Quickly activating his teleportation ability to escape, he yelled out in frustration, "Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Was I tricked? How could this possibly be happening?" It wasn't just the enemies, even Ning's teammates were horrified by this ability. Is this really the #1 talent across all 4 systems? He's just too strong. I've never seen a skill like this in my entire life. It's not just the skill, but the amount of spirit energy released. A full 20,000 points. That's just insane. But the 2 captains were different. They still wanted to risk their lives and charge forward to fight Ning. "Today, we won't let a single Chinese pig escape. Brother, leave Ning to me. I'll kill him." Seeing they were still reckless, Ning just sneered and launched his next attack. "This skill of mine isn't over yet. You guys still dare to charge forward?" Human Yama, souls awaken. From within the black smoke, ghostly skulls were summoned, floating all around. He pointed his blade at Jinju and commanded the skulls, "Go. Kill that Jinju for me." Receiving the order, they immediately rushed forward, surrounding him. Now, only Yamato was left. Ning approached him and asked, "Yamato Ichiro, do you know why I didn't let them attack you?" Hearing the sudden question, he couldn't help but feel terrified, stammering his reply, "Is it because they're not strong enough to kill me?" Hearing Yamato's guess, Ning replied arrogantly, "Wrong. It's because I said that I would personally shove your head up your own ass. I, Ning, am a man of my word." After hearing Ning's arrogant challenge, Yamato's blood began to boil. He was ready to charge into battle. Without hesitation, Ning swung his sword, cutting through the air and activating his ultimate skill. Elemental Wind Blade, Dragon of the Extreme Cold. Instantly, a giant ice dragon appeared, bringing with it a bone-chilling wind as it let out a ferocious roar. But Yamato was no pushover. He swung his arm decisively, his spirit power erupting violently. Amber Fist, a blazing tiger materialized, confronting the ice dragon head-on. The 2 spirit beasts clashed violently, neither giving an inch. While the 2 spirit beasts drew Yamato's attention, Ning seized the opportunity to flash behind him and launch an attack. Elemental Wind Blade, Phoenix's Raging Flames. As he finished speaking, a monstrous creature shot out from his sword, viciously trying to kill its opponent. But Yamato had already sensed his presence and immediately activated a defensive skill, Protective Wings of Nirvana. Just as the wings formed a protective layer, the monster crashed into it, creating a deafening explosion. The impact sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Seeing this, Ning offered some praise. No wonder you're a physical enhancement type. Your defense is indeed quite good, but that's all it is. I don't have any more time to play with you. Suddenly, a barrage of shurikens appeared out of nowhere, flying straight at him. But with his combat instincts, Ning quickly noticed. He spoke sarcastically. Is that you again, Yi Feng, hiding and trying to sneak attack me? Sick of these sneak attacks, he roared and unleashed a counter skill. You think you're the only one who knows psychokinesis? Full mental power defense. Ning casually threw the small dagger in his hand, deflecting all the incoming shurikens. Just as he dealt with them, Yamato's thunderous shout echoed from above. Ning, that was just a distraction. You fell for it. Heavenly Fire Meteor. His entire body was engulfed in a giant flaming fist aimed right at him. Facing this coordinated attack, Ning just gave a cold smile, preparing to counter them. A coordinated attack, huh? Then I'll show you guys what it means for all schemes and tricks to be useless in the face of absolute power. After speaking, Ning stood his ground, slowly raising his sword. He then activated a defensive skill, Celestial Defense. A purple flame appeared, enveloping his sword. Just as Yamato lunged forward, the flame erupted into his sturdy shield, blocking his punch. This left Yamato stunned. What? Seeing his skill had no effect, he quickly retreated to a safe distance. Yamato roared in anger. He's just an initial stage user. How can he have such defensive power? But Ning wasn't finished yet. He broke out of the protective layer and shot straight up, preparing to counterattack. This skill isn't over yet. As he spoke, he dove down while activating the next skill, Celestial Lock-on Strike. An invisible pressure suddenly weighed down on Yamato, immobilizing his entire body and forcing him to his knees. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move at all. Yamato screamed, I'm completely unable to move. Impossible. Even Yi Feng, who was hiding in another dimension, was affected. I'm hiding in the void, yet I can feel that pressure from so far away. After dealing with the specters, Jinju panted and said, I'm a high-level stage 3. You think a bunch of half-baked stage 3 spirits could possibly kill me? Don't even dream of it, Ning. Today I will kill you with my own 2 hands. But he didn't notice the beam of light flying towards his back. It wasn't until the explosion rang out that Jinju yelled in shock. What is this now? After the terrifying explosion, a figure emerged from the thick smoke. It was Ning, looking extremely pleased. He was impressed with his new skills. He had only used the defensive aspect of Celestial before, but he never expected its attack power to be on par with Swordflow Storm. His surrounding teammates couldn't help but be astonished by his power. Ming Luo could only exclaim, just how many skills does Ning even have? Is he a demon or a devil? Unable to stand being so outmatched, Yamato initiated a berserk transformation. In the blink of an eye, his entire body became enormous. It was overwhelmingly massive. Without giving Ning a chance to adapt, Yamato seized the opportunity and unleashed his army-sweeping strike again. He quickly ordered his subordinate to block the infernal abyss, using Jinzu's soul as a shield. Seeing his attack thwarted, Yamato couldn't help but roar in anger. How dare he use Jinzu's soul as a shield? How could he do such a thing? But no matter how much he screamed, Ning was already prepared to counterattack. Are you done with your ultimate moves? If so, then it's my turn. As he spoke, he summoned God's wrath, and the sword began to glow. At the same time, a system notification appeared. 20,000 spirit energy points consumed, with a remaining balance of 4,800. Ning roared, summoned Tier 4 Phantom. A shadow, identical to him, shot out from the sword, heading straight for Yamato. Even Ning himself was surprised by the uncanny resemblance. I thought a Tier 4 being would be at least a few dozen meters tall. I never expected it to have a body just like mine. Is this supposed to work? Facing the tiny shadow, Yamato couldn't help but scoff. Is this you releasing your own soul? You think sending your soul over here to fight will actually work? How naive. He laughed gleefully. Suddenly, his words became a stutter. Too naive. Unseen, Ning's shadow had already passed through Yamato's body. The moment he finished speaking, he collapsed, just as the shadow landed. His entire body was covered in slashes. The shadow's speed was so immense that Yamato hadn't even realized it. In the blink of an eye, his body was sliced into hundreds of pieces. Ning was also stunned by this terrifying power. A one-hit kill. Even though it looks just like me, it's far more powerful. The onlookers were petrified, silently grateful that Ning hadn't included them in the fight. Did we win? Did he keep us out because he was afraid of killing us by accident? Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Ning approached the shadow, which was sitting calmly. Seeing him, the shadow held out its hand and said, "Please." Ning was intrigued by its attitude. He replied, "You know what I want to do." The shadow smiled back, "Of course. I am you." But then, it began to fade away. Ning felt a pang of regret at having to say goodbye. It's just a shame you can only appear for 10 seconds at a time. In that case, you must be my future. With that, he turned and kicked Yamato's severed head away, declaring proudly, "Yamato Ichiro, I told you I'd shove your head up your ass. And I did it." Seeing that none of his comrades were left, Yi Feng, who had been hiding and running, was terrified. He thought to himself, He's too terrifying. Everyone on the team is dead except for me. I can't stay here. I have to escape and at least bring back intel." As if sensing his fear, Ning flashed a horrifying smile and said, "There's still one little fish that slipped through the net, hiding in the shadows. I wasn't paying attention to you before, but now. Dong Feng, get the hell out here." When he stubbornly refused to show himself, Ning used his search skill. Full psychic release, tracking flame of wrath. In an instant, Yi Feng was found. He screamed in hopeless terror. Switch to agility attribute. Pump points. Raging flame, burn for me. Oh god, he can't see me, but he can sense my general direction. Trying to smoke me out with fire? Hearing his words, Ning just snorted coldly and shouted a warning. Trying to run? I said I'd wipe all of you out. Did you think I was joking? Seeing Ning stubbornly determined to finish everyone, his teammates rushed forward to stop him. Ning, don't chase him. Dong Yifeng still has a hidden trump card. Ning, your spirit energy is dangerously low. Ignoring their pleas, Ning replied resolutely. It'll be even more dangerous if he makes it back alive. Ning's flames relentlessly attack Yi Feng, forcing him to find a way to deal with them. The attack speed of these flames is too damn fast. This is bad. If this keeps up, I'm dead for sure, Yi Feng calculated silently. In his mind, he had already used several powerful skills. He could feel his spirit energy was nearly depleted. Instead of turning his back on the enemy, it was better to charge forward and gamble. Although this move would come at a great cost, if he could kill Ning, even if it meant trading his life for it, the mission wouldn't be considered a failure. At the same time, Ning, radiating killing intent, was closing in on him. Suddenly, Yi Feng tore open the void. He charged towards Ning, screaming, "Life burn, void break, now die." Yi Feng burst out of the void unexpectedly. Deciding to fight Ning to the death, he thought smugly, when my life force is burning, my attack power is even stronger than a normal high tier 3 warrior. No matter how fast you are, you can't possibly be faster than my supersonic blade. He laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and snarled, "Die." Faced with Yi Feng's arrogant attitude, Ning just let out a soft, contemptuous laugh. Yi Feng was puzzled by Ning's calm demeanor. Death is right at his door. What the hell is he laughing about? But as he lunged forward and stabbed through Ning's body, he realized something was wrong. Wait, it just went right through. How could there be no resistance at all? When Yi Feng turned around, he saw it was all just an illusion. He had been completely fooled. Damn it, an afterimage? How is that possible? Does he have a space-type skill too? But how could he use his skill without consuming any spirit energy? In a flash, Ning suddenly appeared behind him, launching a counterattack that gave Yi Feng no chance to react. He decisively swung his sword, severing both of Yi Feng's legs. In just a few short seconds, he was now crippled. Yi Feng roared in agony, "I'm going to kill you, Ning." After witnessing the horrific battle, his teammates rushed over to Ning's side. "Ning, are you all right? Everyone, let's charge and kill Dong Feng." Hearing their captain's order, Qiming and Jing Cheng immediately unleashed their full power to kill Yi Feng. Ice Wave Arrow, Heart Fire Barrage, but Ning stopped them all, shouting, "Stop, keep him alive for now." However, the two of them didn't stop, stubbornly continuing their attack. This infuriated Ning, who growled, "Didn't I tell you to stop? And you're still using your full power." Qiming knew he had provoked him, so he quickly lowered his bow and apologized. "Ning, I didn't mean to do that. I was just so tense that I couldn't pull back in time." Just then, Captain Ming Luo also arrived. He urged Ning to finish off Yi Feng quickly. "Ning, when you said you wanted to keep him alive, did you mean you want to get information? But even if we question him, we won't know if it's true or false. It's better to just kill him now to prevent any future trouble." But Ning stuck to his decision. He turned and pointed the tip of his sword directly at Yi Feng, forcing him to confess. "Speak. Who in the Huaxia squad is your inside man?" Even though he had lost his legs and was scared to death, Yi Feng remained stubborn, his voice full of provocation. "I'm not talking. If you've got the guts, then just kill me." Hearing his question, Ming Luo couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Ning, are you mistaken? How could there be a traitor among us?" Everyone went through rigorous screening. Besides, all forms of communication are monitored and recorded. Don't listen to his provocations. Ning turned and said confidently, "Everyone, don't panic just yet. We'll know if there is one or not after I'm done interrogating him." Hearing this, Ming Luo couldn't say anything more on the matter. With that, Ning began to expose all of Ye Feng's tricks. "Dong Ye Feng, if you really wanted to die, you could have just self-destructed under normal circumstances. The reason you didn't do it is because your last ultimate move used up all your self-destruction energy, right? Now you're just a lump of meat, unable to even kill yourself." Seeing that he knew everything, Ye Feng's face filled with terror, and he was left with nothing to say in his defense. While he was still panicking and looking for a way out, Yi Ning mercilessly chopped off one of Ye Feng's arms and threatened him. "Now, if you tell me what I want to know, I'll give you a quick death." Still not talking? Simple. I've read the book of 1,000 ancient Huaxia tortures. For example, the human swine, death by 1,000 cuts, and so on. Seeing that Ye Feng still refused to open his mouth, he pointed his sword at his face. "Your face is next." Finally, terrified beyond measure, Ye Feng decided to confess. "Don't, please don't. I'll talk. I'll talk." With that, he pointed towards Kimming and yelled, "My inside man is Zhang Kimming." Realizing he'd been exposed, Kimming quickly turned to flee, leaving his teammates reeling from the news. "Is it really Zhang Kimming? No way. Zhang Kimming. What did they offer you? How could you betray your brothers like this?" Not letting him escape so easily, Zhang Cheng unleashed his heart-fire attack. A blazing flame immediately engulfed Kimming's entire body, burning him to a crisp. After confessing everything, Ye Feng pleaded in agony for Yi Ning to kill him. "Yi Ning, are you satisfied now? Can you give me a quick death now?" Hearing this, he just gave a cold snort and continued to expose Ye Feng. "Let's just say I am. But don't be in such a hurry. There are still 2 people standing in front of you." This made him exclaim in confusion. "Huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning quickly dashed away. In a flash, he appeared in front of Zhang Cheng, pointing his sword right at him, sacrificing a pawn to save the king. "Did you think I wouldn't see through it?" Realizing he'd been found out, Zhang Cheng could only stammer, "Ye Ning, you." Before he could finish, he decisively swung his sword, stabbing right through Zhang Cheng. Seeing this, Ming Luo rushed over and shouted, "Yi Ning, are you crazy? The traitor is Zhang Qiming. Why are you attacking Zhang Cheng?" Hearing Ming Luo, Yi Ning just gave a smirk. "Who told you there was only one traitor?" Ming Luo still couldn't believe it and replied, "You mean, that's impossible?" Yi Ning turned towards Ye Feng, revealing his final card. "Did you really think Dong Ye Feng would confess that easily? This is nothing more than sacrificing a visible pawn to save a hidden one." Seeing his entire plan fall apart, Ye Feng quickly tried to defend himself. "No, impossible. You're just making wild guesses." Before he could finish, Yi Ning swung his hand and cut off his head. In his eyes, Ye Feng had outlived his usefulness. "Even if I was just guessing, didn't your reaction just confirm my suspicion? If he wasn't the traitor, why would your reaction be so smug, like you were kicking a man while he's down? Your existence is meaningless to me now." But Ming Luo still refused to believe Zhang Cheng was a traitor and tried to speak up for him. "Dong Ye Feng is extremely cunning. Perhaps this is just one of his clever schemes to kick a man while he's down." Seeing this, Zhang Cheng immediately played along. "I, Zhang Cheng, can look myself in the eye and say I am worthy of my country and my conscience. Yi Ning, on what grounds do you slander me?" Yi Ning found their attitude ridiculous. He began to present a series of proofs. "On what grounds? You were indeed very careful in your work. There's no written evidence whatsoever, not even any contact with Zhang Kimming. So, how was the message relayed? It was by using a long-range attack to place a mark on the opponent. Do you remember when Dong Ye Feng attacked me earlier, but telegraphed his move? It was to lure you and Zhang Qiming into action, wasn't it?" As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper. At that moment, Zhang Qiming's attack hit us, while Zhang Cheng's attack hit Dong Ye Feng's arm. "The mark on the piece of flesh I cut off is the proof that you transferred the information. Similar evidence has appeared in every dungeon instance. I'm guessing his body holds even more proof." Faced with such a mountain of evidence, Zhang Cheng had no choice but to admit his guilt. "You're not wrong. I am indeed also a traitor." Hearing him say this, Ming Luo was completely bewildered and responded, "Old Zhang. Zhang Cheng, why would you do this?" But Yi Ning couldn't help but wonder why he had gone down this path. "But I'm very curious as to why you became a spy. I've reviewed your file, and it's absolutely perfect." He began to briefly recount Zhang Cheng's life for everyone to hear. At 14 years old, both of your parents passed away. You were rescued by the military. With no family, there was no one who could be used to threaten you. You enlisted at the age of 16. To save a supply retrieval team, you, a Tier 1, single-handedly lured away a Tier 2 mutant. At the age of 26, you became a Tier 3 and were recruited into the Special Forces. You fought 13 times on the border and were in critical condition twice. With such a deep history and bond, Ning still couldn't figure out why Zheng Cheng would want to betray Captain Liu. I treated you like my own flesh and blood, and Jiang Wei saw you as an older brother. I'm just so curious what the R-War Zone promised you that made you decide to betray your own comrades like this. He answered in agony. If I told you that I truly don't believe I've committed treason, would you believe me? On the contrary, I just want to do my very best for the Huaxia War Zone. Hearing him say that, he found it quite interesting. What a novel way of putting it. Zheng Cheng kept screaming, trying to prove he was doing this for everyone's sake. Ning, you're right. I don't crave power, and I'm not greedy for anything they have. In fact, I hate those bastards even more than you do. Every single day, I wish I could kill every last one of them, but I can't. To save more of my friends, I could only become their dog. Ming Luo, who had just been defending him, could no longer stand this betrayal and launched a kick straight into Zheng Cheng's face. Zheng Cheng, what the hell are you talking about? Selling us out was for our own good? Is that how you treat Jiang Wei and the old captain? Seeing the captain's attitude change, Zheng Cheng could only laugh mockingly. Captain, if I hadn't done this, do you really think you would have survived? The last time, our strongest, the old captain, and Jiang Wei, both died. Why do you think no one chased us after that? It's because I begged them like a dog. We can't win anyway, so it's better to just reduce the number of deaths. He yelled out in resignation, his hands clutching the hem of his shirt. Zheng Cheng, have I ever been afraid of death? But I am terrified of watching my brothers die one by one. Suddenly, Zheng Cheng ripped his shirt open, revealing a body covered in scars. He screamed in despair. You think I don't want to save everyone? I can't. We're like pigs in a pen. Only by sacrificing a few of us can the others survive. Hearing this, Ning confidently said, but this time is different. This time, I can lead you all to victory. Zheng Cheng didn't argue, acknowledging his talent. Well, Ning, I really didn't expect this. If only I had known you sooner. Ning, I'm actually very happy. As he finished speaking, a flame erupted, engulfing Zheng Cheng's entire body. He set himself on fire, peacefully entrusting everything to Ning. Now that you're here, I can finally die without any regrets in this miserable life. My brothers, I really miss the old captain, Jiang Wei, and the others. So I'm going to find them first to atone for my sins, live a good life in my place, protect Ning, and protect our future. Ming Luo couldn't help but feel furious, seeing him burn himself to escape his crimes. Zheng Cheng, you bastard. Witnessing this scene, Ning couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Since the beginning of time, the survival of the fittest has never stopped. Anyone who is weak will be eliminated, whether they are foreigners, other races, or mutated beasts. If my rebirth this time can't save the world, then it will be more than just a tragedy. He quietly reminded himself that after everything that had happened, the only way to prevent this tragedy from recurring was to become stronger. Strong enough to overturn heaven and earth. Strong enough to reverse destiny itself. Zheng Cheng was finally burned to ashes, mixing with the sand and dust. Ning turned and said to everyone, let's go. There are still many other missions waiting for us. Back at Thunder Forest Manor and the office of Governor Oba, the team walked while observing their surroundings. One person found it strange and asked, why is it so quiet all of a sudden? There's no one around. Just as he finished his sentence, a group of robots appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. Without giving them a chance to speak, the robots opened fire, but they quickly erected a defensive barrier. Ming Luo ordered the team members to focus on defense and protect Ning. Ning couldn't just stand by. He gathered his power, preparing to find the mastermind. Isn't this the force that the governor's office can mobilize? The higher-ups must have arrived. Perfect timing. I was just wanting to have a word with your president. In the blink of an eye, Ning's initial attack rushed forward, crushing every obstacle in its path. An extreme cold freeze wind blade. With just one swing of his sword, frost instantly spread, turning all the soldiers before him into soulless, frozen statues. The people who were just worriedly trying to protect Ning could now let go of their burden and breathe a sigh of relief. Captain, it seems Ning doesn't need our protection. You're right. However, they also realized they couldn't just stand by and watch, not and leave him alone. Ming Luo ordered them to charge forward and fight together. Everyone, use your skills. Defense-shattering slash. Seeing this, Ning quickly reminded everyone, calm down. Don't cause too many casualties. Let's leave some room for the upcoming negotiations. They replied in unison. We understand. Hearing that, he confidently advanced, and every enemy blocking his path was turned into a soulless block of ice. In a flash, Ning spotted the governor. He dashed right in front of the man, placed his sword at his neck, and spoke in a threatening tone. "Governor Brad, I never expected you'd dare to pull a stunt like this." Terrified, Brad quickly denied all responsibility. "It wasn't me. This has nothing to do with me." Immediately, he dropped to his knees, clasping his hands together to explain. "You all caused such a big commotion that the higher-ups realized something was wrong and sent people here. I really didn't ask them to come. I tried to reason with them, but they wouldn't listen. They even used me as bait." Ning frowned slightly. His voice still held a hint of suspicion as he replied, "Is that so?" Seeing that he still didn't believe him, Brad bowed his head to the ground, begging for forgiveness. "Sir, everything I've said is the truth. Please, I beg you, spare me. I'll cooperate with anything." Suddenly, someone's voice came from behind him. Anna was standing there, pleading with Ning not to act. "Please don't kill my father. I'm begging you. I brought Lin Rui, the one you were looking for." Behind her, Lin Rui kept trying to stop her. "Anna, it's dangerous. Get back." He stepped in front of Anna, shielding her, and said with a tremor in his voice, "What do you want?" Ning just smiled and said, "Lin Rui, from the way you're acting, do I really look like the bad guy here?" Seeing him get closer, Lin Rui tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. "Humph, cut the crap." Seeing how wary he was, Ning quickly explained, "From your perspective, I guess it might look that way. But that's not actually what's happening. If you don't believe me, take a look. I haven't actually killed anyone. I just want to save this world. That's the only reason I had to stage all of this." But Lin Rui refused to believe him. "Like hell I'd believe a word you say." He continued trying to persuade him, making another offer. "So, young man, as the future leader of humanity, are you willing to join me in saving the world from the apocalypse?" Before Lin Rui could answer, Ning reached out and crushed his axe as a threat. But as he thought about his words, Lin Rui replied with a hint of excitement. "The future leader of humanity? Saving the world from the apocalypse? Are you really talking about me? Are you really a time traveler from the future?" Seeing this, Anna quickly smacked him on the head. She yelled at Lin Rui, "You actually believe this nonsense?" Lin Rui was truly convinced by Ning's words. Even after getting hit, he turned to Anna and said, "Anna, I think what he's saying might be true. Otherwise, how can you explain his abilities?" Lin Rui quickly pulled her to a corner. He tried to persuade her. "Besides, with his combat power, he could kill us with a single strike. Why would he need to trick me? Plus, I've always felt like I was destined for great things in the future." Ning looked extremely proud to have convinced him. "Exactly. You're very smart. No wonder you're the future savior." In his mind, he silently assessed Lin Rui. Brave, kind, a bit dumb, and a high school student. He's really the standard hot-blooded protagonist type. Someone like this is the most suitable to be a representative. But Lin Rui, suddenly worried about his current situation. "But I don't have any powers right now. So what am I supposed to do to save the world from the apocalypse?" Hearing this, Ning quickly reassured him. "Don't worry. Your powers will be like mine. Sooner or later, you'll get them. For now, you just need to follow me and do as I arrange." Reassured, Lin Rui regained his confidence and replied, "Roger." Suddenly, Ming Luo and the others rushed over. He reported the situation outside to Ning. "Ning, a large number of fighter jets are heading this way, and they're even targeting us with nuclear bombs. It must be from the Federation headquarters. No matter how strong we are, we can't take on an entire civilization." Ning then dragged Brad along with him, moving quickly to resolve the problem. "Everyone, stay here and wait for my return. Governor, my dear sir, I need you to cooperate with me right now." Brad obediently agreed. Immediately, "I agree. I'll cooperate. Just don't kill me." Outside, countless fighter jets surrounded the castle. Aiming directly at Ning below, they issued a command. "Warning. You are surrounded. Do not resist. Release the governor immediately." Without a trace of fear, Ning held a knife to Brad's throat and loudly demanded to negotiate. "I am Ning. I want to speak directly with the president of the Federation. If you don't want the world to be destroyed, you'll do as I say." Inside the Central Federal Conference Room, the Federation president was seated. Watching everything from afar, he heard his words and replied with contempt, "Destroy the world? Does he think he's in a movie? Relay my orders. If they don't surrender in 10 seconds, begin bombing at will. If necessary, drop the nuke." A subordinate behind him spoke up, reminding him of his decision. "But Mr. President, Governor Brad is still in their hands." He frowned and replied, "Forget that useless fool. He exposed everything. He deserves to die. Anyway, the people of the province of Oba have already been evacuated. For the safety of the entire Federation, sacrificing one governor is no big deal." With that said, a swarm of fighter jets lit up, locking onto the target below. A series of announcements was broadcast, warning to all intruders. You have 10 seconds to surrender, or we will commence mass bombing. Warning, aircraft have locked on. Warning, preparing to drop nuclear bomb. Governor Brad, your great sacrifice for the Federation will never be forgotten. Brad couldn't believe what he was hearing. He said in terror, "What have I been abandoned by the Federation?" The others also didn't expect things to go this far. Ming Luo spoke up. "This is a real headache. I originally thought if we just killed all our opponents, the mission would go smoothly." Lin Rui, beside him, said with dissatisfaction, "I'm not going to die, right?" This isn't how he described a protagonist's development at all. Ning saw that the governor had run out of usefulness. "Just toss it aside. Governor, it looks like you're useless now. Go on back and wait. It's just a single nuclear bomb, isn't it? I'll take care of this." With that, he opened the system, his mind racing with calculations. Although his combat suit was immune to all thermal weapon attacks, his hands flew across the keyboard. Because Ning wasn't just worried about himself, he had to think carefully for the others too. He still had to consider the lives of Ming Luo and Lin Rui. They were a factor as well. If ordinary threats don't work, then perhaps he'd have to threaten them by actually destroying this world. Just as Ning finished his work, the fighter jets were also preparing to launch. The fighters have locked on. The nuclear bombs are prepped. However, red alerts began flashing inside all the cockpits. A subordinate immediately reported to the president, "Sir, this is bad. Our nuclear launch system has been hacked. The nuclear strike has been aborted." The man responded in shock. "What? That's impossible." Suddenly, countless notifications flooded the system. All the original targets had been changed. Switching to other provinces. "Warning, warning, Bohemia province is the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning, warning, Endong province is the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning, warning, Jaden province. Warning." The sheer number of targets was so large he couldn't believe his eyes. Over 700 provinces? No, this is impossible. Even I only have control over half of them. A subordinate quickly provided another update. "Mr. President, it's real. We've been completely locked out here, and what's more, there's no way to regain control. That person said they want to destroy the world, and it's the truth. They really don't seem human." Bane was finally forced to agree to negotiate. He ordered his subordinate, "Stop. Make them stop." I agreed to negotiate with him. "Immediately send a special aircraft to pick them up. To meet me." The subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." The fighter jets gradually withdrew. Ning led the group forward, leaving everyone terrified by his power. What on earth is happening? How could Ning actually do something like this? This kind of power. This is the power I'll have in the future. No, this is just too much. "Captain, were all our previous combat strategies wrong? This level of performance is absurdly high." Ning pulled Ming Luo close and whispered something. "Ming Luo, after we meet the president, I need you to cooperate with me. When the time comes, I need you to do this," he asked doubtfully. "Huh? You think they'll believe it?" The Grand Federal Conference Hall. Before stepping inside, he turned back to instruct everyone. "Ming Luo and I will go inside. The rest of you wait outside and protect Lin Rui." They responded in unison. "Understood." Bane was already there with his soldiers. Seeing Ning enter, he said angrily, "You must be Ning. I am President Bane. Tell me who you people are, and what is your purpose?" He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "We are time travelers from the future. In 1 year, the entire world will suffer a catastrophe known as the apocalypse." Ning recounted the inevitable events of the next year, consequences that no one could prevent. At that time, there will be countless zombies and mutated creatures. Countless humans will die at the hands of zombies, and the Federation will collapse. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, humanity launched a nuclear war to fight back against the zombie wave. Even though civilization had collapsed, it still couldn't stop the disaster. But fortunately, in the 6th year, we developed a time machine, traveled back in time, and changed everything that came before. To increase his credibility, he spoke while taking out evidence to show the president. "This is video footage of us fighting monsters in the future. The authenticity of its content can be analyzed. Therefore, we are saviors, not invaders." Bane was gradually being persuaded, but still half believing. He said, "You mean to tell me that man-eating monsters will appear in the future? This is horrifying. Although the video evidence you provided is quite convincing, how can I be sure that you're really here to help us and not sent by the monsters?" Seeing that he wasn't fully convinced, he changed his tone to a provocative one. "You can choose not to believe me, but I can absolutely destroy you. The apocalypse hasn't even arrived yet, but I am the apocalypse." Hearing Ning's words, the guards immediately became vigilant. Pointing their guns at him, they shouted, "Stop, or we'll shoot." But with a simple tap from Ning, their guns were all floating in midair. Our guns. Finally, losing his patience, he roared, I'm warning you. I don't have time to waste here. If you don't cooperate, your future will be destroyed. It's better to be annihilated by my hand than to die by the hands of monsters. At least I can make everyone's death quicker. Ming Luo suddenly stepped in front of Bane, trying to reason with Yi Ning. Yi Ning, I think. The president is just having a hard time accepting this right now. I know you don't want to witness the extinction of humanity. Again. I also know this is our last chance, but I'm still asking you to give them a little more time. Suddenly turning around, he grabbed Bane by the collar, his words coming out cold and sharp. Don't you all hesitate, or we won't get another chance to go back. Last time, we risked our lives to break through the command blockade, but the rescue forces failed. On this trip back, a group of monsters traveled with us. They were the very same monsters we killed on the road in the outskirts. As he spoke, Ming Luo tightened his grip on the president's collar, his voice growing louder. Lord Ye Ning was also very disappointed with the higher-ups' actions last time. He had a comrade who died because you people surrounded them. Watching Ming Luo's performance, Ye Ning couldn't help but regret his decision. Ming Luo's acting skills are... Honestly, I'm speechless. I can't bear to watch anymore. If I'd known, I would have chosen someone with better acting skills. He continued trying his best to persuade him. As he spoke, Ming Luo took out a syringe pen. If you people don't cooperate this time, there won't be a next time. Of course, this time we came back, we also brought you a genetic medicine that can enhance your physical abilities. Take it. Then, you will gradually become as strong as we are. Bane took the pen, and unable to help but marvel at its effects, he immediately agreed to Ye Ning's deal. Extend my lifespan and become as strong as you. I trust you all. This time, I will cooperate fully. Seeing this, Ming Luo turned around. He smiled at him. The negotiation was a success. Only then did Ye Ning let out a small sigh of relief, thinking to himself that it was a good thing he brought the strengthening medicine. Just as I thought. Besides threats, you also need to offer benefits. After the successful negotiation, Bane bowed respectfully and said, Honorable saviors, how do you need us to cooperate? Hearing this, Ye Ning stated his conditions. First, I need the Federation to ramp up mining for spirit energy ore, as much as possible. Second, find Dr. Crook to help me investigate the origin of the apocalyptic outbreak. The president couldn't help but be surprised by these simple conditions. Just follow orders, that's it, I'll get right on it. Everything's going so smoothly, Ye Ning thought happily. This mission is fantastic. With the Federation's backing, this mining operation is no different than having my own personal mine. The system finally displayed a notification. Kingdom of Divine Time Initial Phase, 3-peak mission, complete. Next mission phase, find the origin of this world's apocalypse. Do you wish to continue? Yi Ming agreed without a moment's hesitation. Continue. He thought to himself, the initial Doomsday System mission is complete, but there hasn't been much progress on the Sword God System's mission. It seems that if I want to change the course and future of this world in the biggest way possible, just seizing power and controlling the protagonist is only a small step. The key is to find the source of the apocalypse and stop it right from the very beginning. That way, not only will I be able to get the blueprints for the Sky Carrier, I can also turn this place into my own real-life grinding farm. Yi Ning and his group were facing a number of men in black. He gave an order, Ming Luo, Huang Yun, and Lin Rui. You're with me to see Professor Crocker. Lin Bin, you take the rest and go with the army to the mine to oversee the mining operation. Lin Bin immediately responded, Understood, Yi Ning. I guarantee the mission will be a success. Lin Bin then turned cheerfully to the others and said, In the past, we only controlled a few merchant guilds, so we could only mine small amounts of a few minerals on our own. But this time, all we have to do is stand by and watch to get billions, even tens of billions of tons of spirit energy ore. Someone beside him chimed in happily. Exactly. Thanks to the wise and decisive leadership of Lord Yi Ning, our days of being constrained by the other war zones are finally over. I wonder, when we get back, if the army will be so excited they faint on the spot. At the Federal Genetics Research Institute, Yi Ning and his group stopped their car and gazed up at the towering building in front of them. The group headed straight inside and went to meet Crocker. Hello, Mr. Ye Ning, Crocker said, introducing himself. I am Crocker, the head of the Federal Gene Research Institute. Yi Ning said to him gravely, Professor Crocker, I need you to answer a few questions. Then he began to ask his questions. First, what is your current research? Second, have there been any unusual phenomena or problems occurring in your research projects? And third, are you conducting any other research in private? Crocker was so frightened by the questions that he broke out in a cold sweat. He answered, All of my research is in compliance with federal law. There are two main fields of study. The first is genetic enhancement, used to improve the physique of mecha pilots. The second involves the Federation's top-secret intelligence. Yi Ning held a card in front of him, Warning. I now possess the highest authority in the Federation, which means I have the right to know. You can disregard all security protocols now. Seeing the card in Yi Ning's hand, Crocker became so frightened he almost collapsed. He stammered, "That's a presidential-level clearance. Very well, the second project is the Origin of Humanity project. We're simulating the evolutionary process of mankind." Hearing this, Ye Ning pressed. "The origin of humanity? You mean the origin of the apocalypse? What was the original plan? How long has this project been running?" The man hastily answered, "Nearly 7 years. To be precise, ever since we started genetic intervention during the human embryonic stage." He then pointed to a series of glass tubes containing bizarre creatures, explaining, "This one is a combination of spider genes, and this one is a combination of snake genes. These are considered some of our more successful experiments." Yi Ning's group walked down the corridor, which was lined with those bizarre glass tubes. While Yi Ning maintained a grave expression, the others looked on in horror, darting their gazes around nervously. Lin Rui stammered, "I can't believe the Federation authorized this." Ming Luo continued, "And to think they'd allow humans to be used for this kind of experiment." Huang Yun sighed, "This is just too cruel." Overhearing them, Crocker interjected, "But these experiments help humanity become stronger. Besides, these are just experiments on embryos, not actual people." Yi Ning suddenly posed a question. "Crocker, these are all successful test subjects, correct? So, where are the failures?" The man answered, "The failed test subjects and the failed modulators are kept inside, in the most secure core area." He slowly opened a door in front of them. As it slid open, Huang Yun gasped in terror. "What is that?" In front of the group were more glass tubes, but with creatures even more grotesque inside. Ming Luo covered her mouth, exclaiming, They look even more disgusting than the mutants." Yi Ning stared at the abominations and asked calmly, "What are these?" Crocker announced loudly, "This is the test subject codenamed Cocoon. We drew our inspiration from the metamorphosis of a caterpillar into a butterfly." He continued with an arrogant tone, "I was pondering whether it would be possible to create a test subject with 2 sets of organs. Have you ever observed a caterpillar? Before it transforms into a butterfly, it wraps itself in a chrysalis and reverts back into cellular fluid. This fluid then cleverly and spontaneously forms the various organs and tissues of a butterfly. It's seemingly just a pool of goo, but somehow it knows which part will become the head, and which part will become the body." With a demonic look on his face, he continued, "And that's not all. If you cut the chrysalis in half, it will hatch into 2 separate butterfly halves. The top half will be a head, and the bottom half a torso. And if you cut it vertically, you'll get 1/2 of a head on one side. It's incredible. The cytoplasmic fluid seems to know what part of the body it is. But what's even more fascinating is that if you stick a straw into the chrysalis, it will hatch into a butterfly with a straw running through the middle of its body." He kept on explaining how this bizarre creature was made. "If you mix the cellular fluid from 2 different chrysalises, you can even end up with a butterfly that has a head inside its abdomen. They show no signs of disruption from being mixed and hatch just the same." Suddenly, Lin Rui lunged forward, grabbing the professor by his head and neck, and said furiously, "How can you be proud of conducting such a cruel and inhumane experiment?" Ming Luo and Huang Yun immediately rushed forward. Ming Luo brandished his fist, shouting angrily, "So this is the cause of the mutants. I never thought it was created by humans themselves." Huang Yun also spoke up, "We found the root cause. All we have to do is kill this guy and blow this place up once and for all." Crocker stubbornly tried to justify his crimes. "The brain cells of these test subjects aren't fully developed, so they don't feel any pain." Yi Ning stepped in front of the man, blocking the other 2. "Everyone, calm down. I don't think this mission is that simple." Ming Luo said furiously, "You think it's simple, don't you? That's because you people can easily control the Federation. But for us, this is anything but easy." Yi Ning replied calmly, "Maybe so, but my intuition tells me that although this looks disgusting, it's not the root cause." Then, Yi Ning turned his head and gave a look that made Lin Rui reluctantly let go. Crocker let out a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. "Sir Yi Ning, you are wise. No virus could possibly break out from the rotten flesh here." Yi Ning didn't answer him, thinking to himself, "The demon eye isn't giving me any hints here. Then this probably isn't it." He then asked Crocker, "Is there anything else besides this stuff?" Crocker immediately replied, "There's nothing else." Hearing him say that, Yi Ning just grunted, then realized something was wrong. He immediately activated his mental probe, unleashing his psychic power. He said coldly, "You're lying. There are still structures underground." He instantly channeled his power, and the ground beneath his feet shattered, kicking up a cloud of dust. The others lost their balance and fell all at once, letting out piercing screams, while Yi Ning alone stood firm. The other 4 landed in incredibly awkward positions. Crocker hurriedly said, This is an abandoned laboratory. It was used before, but then it was buried. Ning ignored him and said with a cold laugh, "And you still dare to lie to my face." In front of him were conveyor belts littered with human corpses. Ning's voice was cold as he questioned Crocker. "The time of death for the bodies here is no more than 48 hours. How do you explain this?" The man didn't answer, instead saying frantically, "Why are you pressuring me? Surely you must know. Everything here was tacitly approved by the high-level leadership." He then quickly gave a reason. "Some important figures have poor health and need organ replacements." Lin Rui approached the bodies, his voice filled with absolute horror. "You people secretly kill others and harvest their organs. This was never some embryonic experiment of yours. These are all living children, just like us. How could you be so heartless as to do this? And to think I once wanted to join the Federation. You people are nothing but a bunch of sanctimonious bastards." Old Crocker quickly deflected responsibility. "That really has nothing to do with me. I'm just following orders." Then he offered another excuse. "Besides, these aren't human. They're all just pigs raised on an assembly line. Just like livestock. Humans don't just eat them, they also skin them for their fur." "Shut up," Ning roared angrily. He grabbed Crocker by the collar, stared into his eyes, and demanded, "Where's the production line? Take me there." 10 minutes later, Crocker led Ning to another area with a sealed door. A group of soldiers armed with guns stood guard in front of them. The lead soldier raised his hand to stop Ning and said, "Lord Ning, there's no need for you to see this area. I know you're looking for something unusual, but this definitely isn't what you're looking for, I assure you." Ning paid him no mind. He immediately swung his sword and roared, "Get out of my way." A single strike sent the guards flying backward, groaning in pain. He then walked up to the door and asked again, "This is the place?" Crocker replied meekly, "Yes, it is." Ning used his bare hands to forcibly break down the door. Inside was a system with a glass tank 100 times larger than the ones outside. Within the tank were countless bodies, constantly being thrown down into a liquid. It was an eerie green, and there were even embryo-like bodies with umbilical cords, as if they were still in a mother's womb. Seeing the scene before him, Ming Luo screamed in shock. "Do they have any idea what they're doing?" Lin Rui said in disbelief. "The people of this world have gone insane." Huang Yun was also too frightened to speak. The system notification immediately rang out. "Source of the virus infection has been found. Source of the virus infection has been found. A large number of virus infections have been detected." Ning's face was emotionless as he thought to himself, "The embryos here seem mindless, but they're actually constantly devouring each other. In a sense, this is just another version of a zombie." Ning was furious, his eyes flashing with hatred as he questioned Crocker, "How long have you people been doing this? How many materials have been produced, and where else is this being done?" Seeing him approach with a ferocious expression, the man hastily replied, "This production line has been operating for several years and has produced millions of products. There's no other place, only this one." "Lord Ning, while this production line may seem unethical, it's incredibly useful," the man said, backing away in fear. He tried to persuade Ning. "Did you know? Just one material is enough to save 4 or 5 Federation citizens. Many of our professors, experts, soldiers, doctors, and even council members have been given a new life thanks to this technology." Ning ignored his words, grabbing him by the collar with one hand and lifting him up, ordering furiously, "You have 3 minutes. I want a list of everyone who has received an organ replacement. If you can't do it, I'll just kill you and ask someone else." Then he threw the man to the ground. Crocker scrambled on the floor, trembling as he replied, "This, yes." Ning thought to himself, if millions of materials were converted into recipients, then there would likely be tens of millions of these people, appearing in every field, even among high-ranking Federation officials. And every single one of them is an original carrier of the pathogen. He coldly watched Crocker scramble away, thinking to himself, if I just go down this list and start killing people, will the higher-ups finally listen? And then just be ready to die? How would that work? If we want to solve this crisis, we might have to destroy this world. But if we do that, we can't treat this place as a farm in the real world anymore. Ming Luo frowned slightly, his voice low and firm as he spoke decisively. Ning, do you suspect that this place is the root cause of it all? Ning paused for a beat before nodding slowly, his eyes still fixed on Ming Luo as his voice trailed off. It's not that I suspect it, I'm certain of it. Worry was written all over his face as he hastily asked for a solution. Then what do we do next? Do we just destroy this place directly? Ning shook his head, his expression now devoid of emotion. It's too late. Far too many people have already had their organs replaced. Even if we destroy this place now, it would just be stirring the hornet's nest. Lin Rui quickly interjected, his fists clenched in determination, his gaze resolute. Then we'll persuade or threaten the Federation. Demand they hand over everyone so we can deal with them all at once. Persuade them? He closed his eyes and replied, that's the same as convincing them to turn themselves in for execution. It's impossible. As for threatening them, if everyone's going to die anyway, who's going to care about the threat of a nuclear bomb? Unwilling to give up, Lin Rui continued to argue, waving his hands about impatiently. Are you saying we should just sit here and wait to die? You're so powerful. You can definitely kill them all. Hearing this, Ning quickly explained, my time is limited. I can't eliminate every single one of them in such a short period. Even if a single fish slips through the net, the disaster will still happen. Besides, if I act alone, the military will undoubtedly turn against me. When that happens, the social unrest will be no different from the apocalypse itself. Lin Rui stepped closer, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. He offered the most logical solution. What about working from the shadows? Even if we can't stop it completely, we might be able to delay it. Ning fell into deep thought for a long while. That's exactly what I was thinking. Trapped in a mess of chaotic thoughts, Ning tried to find a way out, to make a final decision. If he could delay the apocalypse, that in itself would be a huge change in the timeline. As long as he could change the course of events, there was still hope. To seize power and get the blueprints for the Sky Mothership. Pushing aside his rambling thoughts, he tilted his head slightly. Lin Rui, are you willing to become the savior in the shadows? The young man was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Me? A savior? In the shadows? That sounds pretty cool. Ning looked him straight in the eyes, his voice firm. That's right. On the surface, I will continue to cooperate with the government to maintain order, and you, as the Dark Knight, will save this world. Lin Rui stammered, feeling his own powerlessness. But I don't have superpowers like you guys. Ning said, don't worry, I can awaken your potential first. He reached into the system interface, skillfully pulling out a set of gleaming iron armor, the metal shining under the light. Along with it was a pair of sturdy, exquisitely designed, shimmering metal boots. Ning reached into the tray and quickly grabbed a syringe filled with a mysterious green liquid. Without a word, he plunged the syringe into Lin Rui's neck, who was too shocked to even react. He cried out in fear. What is this? Lin Rui's entire body suddenly felt scorching hot as purple streams of energy, like blazing flames, swirled around him. His breathing grew heavy. Ning stood beside him, his expression calm as if he had anticipated everything and reassured him, this is a strengthening serum. It can increase your power. Now, put on this equipment. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning held the combat suit out in front of Lin Rui. The moment Lin Rui put on the armor, a powerful aura immediately spread through his body, making him exclaim in amazement. This power, this equipment, it feels even stronger than a mecha. Ning sensed something was off. In that instant, an automatic warning sounded off. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. The automatic warning was cancelled. Is it because he's the protagonist of this instance? Or is it because of the Sword God system? While Lin Rui was awkwardly trying to take off his sweat-soaked clothes, a deep voice suddenly spoke up. Don't take it off. Your body had a slight adverse reaction just now, but it's fine now. Suddenly, Crocker burst in frantically, clutching a datapad. His urgent voice made Ning glance over. Sir Ning, I have the list you requested. It's all here. Ning took the datapad from Crocker's hand. His eyes quickly scanned the information, his brow furrowing slightly. Relay my orders. Lock down the entire research facility. All project researchers entering or leaving the vehicles must be monitored. Without my order, not even a fly gets through. Ning turned to leave, then glanced back at Crocker with a reassuring look. Don't worry, this is just for surveillance, and also to ensure your safety. Ning's group quickly boarded the aircraft. From above, he gave a decisive command. Lin Rui, you drive to the federal government building. Lin Rui immediately replied, understood. Ming Luo, sitting beside them, glanced at Ning. Are you planning to find the president and trick him into giving you the list? So that Lin Rui can kill as many people as possible. Right. But relying on Lin Rui alone as the assassin, even though he's stronger than before. He spoke calmly, explaining the strategy. This time, Lin Rui's just playing a supporting role in our act. The real slaughter will be up to us. Ming Luo was stunned after hearing this. Us? But didn't you say before that we can't expose ourselves or clash with the military? Ning smiled and replied, right now, that approach definitely won't work. But just imagine. What if I disguise myself as a monster? Behind him, Huang Yun frowned slightly upon hearing this, a worried look in her eyes. But then, she suddenly understood his plan. I get it now. Killing two birds with one stone. A brilliant plan. Ning gently raised a hand to his forehead as he gave the order. Li Fugui, help me purchase 4 camouflage props and 1 illusion-creating prop. On the other end, he immediately replied, understood. Master. At the federal government building, Ben stood timidly in a corner of the room. His shoulders were slumped as if trying to shrink into the shadows, his voice full of caution. Mr. Ning, perhaps you've misunderstood the situation with the experiment base. He slowly began to speak. It is indeed a misunderstanding. The experiments, though cruel, have nothing to do with the virus. Hearing this, Ben felt a huge weight lift from his shoulders and hurriedly bowed his head. He stammered, full of relief. That's good, that's good. Ning smirked, thinking to himself, Ben also had a kidney transplant at this base 2 years ago, so I can't afford to raise his suspicion or make him wary of me. Ning opened the briefcase in his hand, revealing rows of emerald green vials inside. They were arranged neatly and carefully. However, Mr. President, I believe the physical condition of the modified individuals might attract monster attacks in the future. To prevent such a tragedy, I hope you can convene a global meeting and try to gather the important people on the list. I've brought many types of medicine from the future. They can not only solve this problem, but also enhance strength and extend lifespans. Ben didn't answer right away. He was stunned, his eyes seemingly drawn into the briefcase. Really? Then I'll go make the arrangements at once. At the Federal Conference Plaza, the faint figures of 2 strangers stood in the middle of the hall. Special Forces soldiers, clad in black armor and wearing expressionless white masks, were lined up perfectly like living statues. Each one was a proficient fighting machine, silent, unmoving, only quietly exuding a cold and deadly aura. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward, his deep voice ringing out like a command. All soldiers, be on high alert for security. Half of the Federation's top leadership is already here. Political and business elites, including some public figures, will also be attending this Congress. Absolutely no problems will be tolerated. Ben stood next to Ning, his eyes holding a serious look. He gestured with his hand, his voice ringing out clearly. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the envoy from the future, Mr. Ning, to the stage. Standing firmly at the podium with a solemn expression, Ning presented a detailed analysis of the potential dangers, his voice clear and resonant throughout the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all read the information provided by the military. An apocalyptic threat is about to erupt. In order to protect your special constitutions from future monster attacks, I have decided to distribute medicine. Unexpectedly, a terrifying surge of power suddenly erupted. Under a blinding light, grotesque monsters began to take shape from within it. Ning glanced over, his eyes showing a flicker of surprise. This is bad. They traveled through time to get here. We were still a step too slow. Ben, standing beside him, staggered back in panic. What do we do now? He spoke in a low, reassuring voice, his gaze firm. It's just a shame that my teammates are all in the mines. But don't worry, Mr. President, I won't let them harm any of you. Huaxia quickly rushed forward to assist. With one hand suppressing a forbidden spell, a stream of deadly purple poison gas erupted from the monster's throat, quickly twisting into the shape of a ghastly skull. It hovered in the air, snarling threateningly as if it wanted to devour everything. The fierce poison gas swept over, causing the squad members in the hall to simultaneously spit up black blood. They then collapsed, motionless on the cold floor, in the blink of an eye. Ming Luo, burning like a brilliant golden flame, shot forward to close the distance. He unleashed his ultimate move, the 8-form blade kick. The force shot out like fierce slashes, and rays of dark magic spread rapidly. It sowed disaster for everyone nearby. Ning erupted in a fierce green energy, tearing through the air. Elemental Wind Blade. The powerful magic he unleashed swiftly wiped out everything in its path. The Special Forces agents screamed in despair, focusing their firepower on the 3 monsters that were destroying everything. One of them yelled, "Fire! Open fire!" The giant serpent monster continued to emit a strange purple light, opening its gaping black mouth like an abyss, creating a terrifying suction that pulled the agents straight into its throat like moths to a flame. The horrifying suction from its mouth continuously shot out intense, terrifyingly powerful shockwaves. Lin Rui, in Yining's guise, stood on high, a slight smirk on his lips as he witnessed the destruction below, his heart pounding with excitement. When will I ever be able to command this level of destructive power? Back in the past, before this perfect plan was set in motion, Ning gently placed a hand on Lin Rui's shoulder, both to reassure him and as a gesture of deep trust. His voice was low and clear. Lin Rui, because the first killing mission tomorrow night is quite heavy, we will temporarily disguise ourselves as monsters to handle it. Your job is to pretend to be me and cooperate with the act. When our time limit is up, everything here will be handed over to you. For convenience, you can sometimes play my role and sometimes play the role of a monster. Over time, we'll be able to eliminate the infected. After hearing this, Lin Rui nodded in agreement, stating firmly, "All right, I understand." Ben, his face pale with fear, cautiously approached. His voice trembled. "Mr. Ning, Why haven't you made a move yet? We're all counting on you. Lin Rui, and Yi Ning's guys, slowly drew his sword. His gaze was sharp, his voice low and decisive. Rest assured, Mr. President, I will definitely protect you. The blade flashed like lightning. Aiming towards the monsters controlled by his own teammates, Lin Rui roared, "You monsters, prepare to die." The two monsters under Ming Luo and Huang Yun's control feigned fear, gradually retreating and merging into a pit of red-hot fire before slowly disappearing. Now, only a single black serpent monster remained, the real Yi Ning, who was evolving and controlling everything. Lin Rui continuously kicked large rocks, creating thunderous echoes. Then, he rushed forward, faking a threatening tone to keep up the deception. "You're the only one left." Yi Ning, in his beastly form, held a sword that radiated a monstrous power and shouted loudly, "I can unleash my ultimate moves without any cost. All that's left is one use of Yama's realm and one use of God's wrath. This killing spree is about to end, and in the end, I'll have you all kill each other. Yama of the human realm." Suddenly, a gloomy, purple smoke appeared. It swirled like a fierce wind, emitting a cold and menacing aura. Black smoke billowed up, twisting into the shape of a ghastly skull. It let out a horrifying scream, like an echo from the depths of hell. The masked special agents turned pale, dropping their weapons and scattering in panic. Lin Rui stood frozen to the spot, his face drained of all color. He stammered, What is this?" Under Yi Ning's control, the monster serpent finally launched itself into the void and quickly escaped. Lin Rui rushed forward, pretending to be furious as he yelled, "You bastard, I'll kill you." At the Federal Movement Experimental Facility, Yi Ning, in his serpent monster form, slowly emerged from a spatial rift. He glanced around, thinking to himself, "I can't destroy the experimental base, but a monster can." In his serpent form, Yi Ning opened his mouth, bearing his terrifyingly sharp fangs. He stuck out his tongue and spewed fire, incinerating the entire base. "After this lesson, I believe the people here won't dare to easily restart the organ replacement project again. After all, replacing their organs here will just make their bodies more susceptible to monster attacks in the future." The monster serpent coiled in midair, its body shimmering with strange purple streaks of light before gradually dissipating into a hazy smoke. The smoke twisted as if it had a life of its own, condensing back into the form of Yi Ning. He landed gently, his feet barely touching the ground, causing the fine dust around him to silently disperse. He spoke calmly. "This attack was to temporarily spare the president's life, which will make it easier to control the situation later. It won't be too late to kill him after Lin Rui has wiped out all the contaminated people. By then, Lin Rui can also become the new ruler of this world and will work for me." The system suddenly activated, displaying lines of information. Current instance progress has been altered. The original main character of the instance was Lin Rui. Alteration value is 49.1%. The main character of the original instance, Death Engine Group, has been altered by 87.2%. The number of infected has decreased by 10.17%. Alteration value is 23.3%. Total storyline alteration is 53.2%, currently holding the highest authority in the instance. Suddenly, the system blared a series of urgent warnings. Warning, system process anomaly detected. Warning, unknown error found. Warning, instance authority has been revoked. Initiating cleanup sequence immediately. Yi Ning froze, a hint of panic flashing across his face. He frowned slightly. His eyes darted over the blazing red warnings that flashed continuously, like spears striking down right where he stood. In an instant, space itself was torn apart by a violent surge of power. An intense pain assaulted him, burning from his skin down to the very marrow of his bones. Yi Ning screamed. His scream echoed through the air. Initiating cleanup sequence immediately. A burst of green energy engulfed Yi Ning. Thick, black smoke began to pour out from his chest. Yi Ning tilted back, lying supine in midair. His body was lifted up by an invisible force. The black smoke continued to billow from his chest without stopping. He stammered in panic. "What is this?" Space shattered, and a light flashed before vanishing like a broken dream, leaving Yi Ning stunned. The pulling force suddenly vanished, and he fell freely, crashing hard onto the cold, solid ground. A sharp pain spread through his back as it made contact with the damp earth. Finally, in the center of the smoke, strange characters began to appear, holding an unfathomable mystery. The characters streamed quickly across an orb, stretching endlessly into the silent space. A familiar, emotionless voice rang out. "Error anomaly not present. System check complete. Canceling warning, beginning instance tally." Witnessing the strange scene before him, Yi Ning couldn't help but wonder, asking aloud, "Are those black and gold lights the Sword God system? Could this be related to the program that's supposed to erase the Apocalypse system?" He suddenly paused, remembering the system's earlier warning. Ding. Warning, this has violated system regulations. Please retract all system equipment given to unawakened NPCs within 10 seconds. Otherwise, you will be forced to become an instance NPC. Ning frowned in suspicion. It seems now that the previous incident was also due to the Sword God system's intervention. I used to think the Sword God system was just some sneaky, somewhat powerful gimmick, but I never expected it to be this strong. He ran his hands over his body, confirming he had no injuries, and murmured to himself, not a single wound. And that golden light that appeared from nowhere, it even handled the Apocalypse system. That's incredible. You have to understand, the Apocalypse system controls the life and death of all survivors. It's like a god. Ning gently tapped his chest a few times. Hello there, big bro. You're really something else. Can you just end the apocalypse directly? Hey, Sword God system. Sword bro, big brother's sword. Little swordy. He waited for a moment, but there was no response. He could only sigh as his hand fell limply to his side. They completely ignored me. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself after all. System activating along with the information stream. Tally complete. Current dungeon completion progress, 100%. 19.7% completed. Current evaluation, SSS-RANK. Rewards, spirit energy or attribute points reward, plus 1 attribute. Reputation points reward. Equipment rewards, blue-grade Bloodlion Claws, blue-grade Dolan Protective Robe, blue-grade Elemental Power Gauntlets, blue-grade Angelic Battle Armor. Skill rewards, B-Rank Enhanced Learning, A-Rank Mecha Synchronization Rate. The dense lines of text scrolled on endlessly. Receive exclusive SSS-RANK Authority Reward. 1. Skip storyline upon next dungeon entry. You can forcibly enter any future storyline. This cannot be reversed. Receive reward item, main battlefield confrontation. Item grade, special blue. Item description. 1. After use in the Zombie Kingdom dungeon, all members will receive a +3. All attribute rewards and a 35% increase to all status recovery speeds. And forced integration 2. When entering a dungeon, you can enter in advance regardless of the power level difference. The maximum entry time for opponents is 4 hours. 3 items can be used in other dungeon worlds, but this special effect cannot stack benefits. Ning placed a hand on his hip, slowly examining each item one by one. There were quite a few rewards, but they weren't of much use to him anymore. However, the blue-colored equipment and skills could be given to Lin Rui to improve. The items from the main battlefield could be given to Ming Luo, who could then lead the team next time. Suddenly, the system panel glitched, flickering as its colors shifted. Ning's voice was teasing, "Is it flashing like that just to show off?" In front of him, the system continuously flashed with text. "You have successfully seized authority over the Zombie Kingdom dungeon. Isn't this just pure bragging?" The ring on Ning's finger suddenly flashed with a magical green light, sparkling as it emitted ethereal rays. It slowly released the contents stored inside, much to his surprise. Just now, all the ore rewarded from the Apocalypse system had been ejected. System activated. Mission complete. The full S-rank strategic equipment set, Sky Carrier, has been sent. Please check and confirm receipt. Pages of experimental data records flew chaotically around the room like birds from a broken nest in a storm. Ning grumbled at the situation. His eyes followed the pile of papers that had just stuck to the ceiling. Do I really need this much? How many years is this going to take me to read? I need to think about who to teach this technology to first. He pondered, his eyes silently scanning the room, which was messy with papers and lingering energy. Although I don't mind handing it over to the military, I'm afraid it would lead to internal power struggles and unnecessary trouble. It would be safer to find some people I knew in my past life, like Huang Ji, Qian San Liang, and Chu Tian. A familiar sound echoed, dungeon progress detected as complete. Items identified by the dungeon as having no experimental value are being detected and eliminated by the system. Sweat beaded on Ning's forehead like a running stream. System elimination? What does that mean? The sound of the system activating rang out. Dungeon authority has changed owners. Current dungeon master, Ning. Current authority level, maximum. Authority function 1. Active opening. You can open the dungeon at any time with no time limit. 2. Mission publishing. You can publish missions of any level. And customize mission content and rewards. Reward items are provided by you. 3. Dungeon time acceleration. You can control the flow of time at will, up to a maximum of 10 times the normal speed. 4. NPC creation. Consume materials to create NPCs. You can design and create any NPC you wish. 5. Weather control. Ning stumbled back in shock, his hands clenched tightly, as if trying to suppress the turmoil in his heart. Oh, crap. Is this Apocalypse system communicating with me? So it turns out taking over the dungeon's authority means I have control over the entire instance. There are hundreds of permissions. From now on, this place is my world, and I'm the god here. As long as I have enough energy, I can create hundreds of thousands of warriors in the blink of an eye. He suddenly stopped, a vague sense of unease creeping into his mind. Wait a minute, it seems like these permissions don't include the zombies. Could it be that the zombies never belonged to the dungeon in the first place? Then, Ning crossed his arms, shook his head, and chuckled. Forget it. It doesn't matter. The authority I have now is more than enough. If a war breaks out in the future, it's not my fault if I don't kill them. He casually turned and walked away without a care. After Ming, Luo, and the others finish mining the ore and I explain things to Lin Rui, it'll be time to head out. As for the moving East Sea Beast Tide, I wonder what the situation is like out there. Inside the silent conference hall of the border military base, the delegates sat properly in long rows, their gazes fixed forward. Tianbing didn't bother to shift his position as his deep voice echoed. Increase the standard of support for Ning? I disagree. He loudly stated his opinion on the meeting's agenda. Gentlemen, is our meeting today really just going to revolve around one dead man? There are many more important matters to discuss. Is it really necessary to bring up the issue of compensation for Ning's family during this meeting? Yuan San sat up straight opposite him, his eyes cold behind his dark glasses. The silence was suddenly shattered by his voice, icy and unyielding. Lu Tianming, please watch your words. What do you mean? A meeting revolving around a dead man. Yuan San crossed his arms, his gaze as cold as ice, fixed on Tianbing before him. What we are discussing is how our military should properly handle the situation if something were to happen to Ning, so as not to demoralize our officers and soldiers. It's not because we assume he's already dead. Tianbing's fists clenched, his eyes darkening. A cold glint flashed as he looked at Yuan San, frowning slightly. His voice was dry and full of sarcasm. Commander Cheng, stop deceiving yourself. It's been half a month out here. Even if time moves slower inside. Several days have already passed. 6 against 1. Even a high-level Tier 3 couldn't have survived that. There's no damn way Ning and the others are still alive. Tianbing sneered, his triumphant and provocative gaze seemingly trying to crush his opponent's last shred of hope. His voice grew harsh, cold as steel. How many times has your special operations team failed? In my opinion, we should give up on fighting in dungeons. In the future, resources should be fought for in the real world, and we should avoid letting so many people die for nothing. Hearing this, Yuan San's face darkened like a thundercloud. His face contorted, veins bulging as his anger flared. His voice was sharp, like an accusation. That's because the difficulty was too high, and our intelligence team made another grave mistake. This is not Ning's fault. Tianbing suddenly stood up. His feigned concern couldn't hide the coldness in his eyes. He looked at Yuan San and gave a fake, calculating smile, as if concerned, but actually mocking. Commander Cheng, don't get so worked up. I'm just saying, if survival is impossible, instead of wasting resources to compensate Ning's family, it's better to save those resources and give them to people who are actually useful. Tianming's lips curled slightly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Besides, I recall Ning was our top-ranked member, wasn't he? Now that he's dead, that position should rightfully go to Wang Kai. The supplies Ning took before should also be returned to the military and redistributed. After all, we can't let the dead take up positions and resources. The rage inside Yuan San surged like an unquenchable fire. He slammed his fists down, muscles bulging, his face turning crimson, as if he was about to destroy everything around him. He slammed his fist hard on the table. Yuan San angrily pointed a finger straight at Tianming's face and roared, "Lu Tianming, you've gone too damn far." Tianming was unfazed by Yuan San's fury, merely smirking smugly. His words were soft but full of challenge. "What? You gonna lay a hand on me?" Ji Ping shot to his feet, his voice cutting through the heated argument, and the entire room suddenly fell silent. All right, let's stop this discussion here. The number 1 position is our military's rising star and represents the face of our army. Indeed, it's better to make the change sooner rather than later. Otherwise, once the news spreads, we'll become a laughingstock for the whole world, the old man explained slowly, his voice deep and steady, as if making an important announcement. As for Ning's pension, it will be handled according to state regulations. Of course, the premise for all of this is confirming that Ning is actually dead. When I return, I will report this to the commander of the National Port Station. At the entrance of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon, a wide pit gradually opened beneath a swirling vortex of blue energy, surrounded by whispering soldiers. It's been half a month. You think Dong Yifeng and his team were killed by that Huaxia pig? Nonsense. You think they're all as useless as you. The people who went in are elites. I bet those pigs in there are scared shitless right now. That's right. I heard from our spies that even the Huaxia military has confirmed their entire team is dead. In the shadows of the barracks, the soldiers huddled together. A tall, skinny, one with shifty eyes suddenly sneered, a smug half-smile on his face. Ah, now that I think about it, this mission is even easier than before. After this, Huaxia probably won't dare to enter again. A dry, scornful laugh echoed as a hoarse, contemptuous voice chimed in, "That's right. When our people get out, it'll be time to declare war. Without spirit, energy, or Huaxia is guaranteed to fail. Women, resources, land. We can have whatever we want then." The blue energy swirled violently, and suddenly a voice shouted, "Hey, look! The portal's activating. Our heroes are coming out. Quick, go get reinforcements. It's going to take a long time to transport all that spirit energy ore." The soldiers crowded around the reception station. Their eyes were glued to the roaring energy vortex in midair as if it were a fascinating spectacle. Triumphant laughter echoed all around. Unrestrained and overwhelming. Besides the ore, Dongye Feng will probably come back with a few heads, too. I'm gonna record it. Get a good shot of what those Huaxia pigs' heads look like. A cold ding sound echoed from the vortex, and a system notification appeared sharp and clear in midair. Dungeon concluded. Number of survivors this time, 0. The soldiers froze, their mouths agape, eyes wide as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. One of them stammered, his voice breaking in panic. "0 people." The one next to him couldn't help but exclaim, "No one." Confused voices rose up one after another. "Impossible. How?" Huaxia Port Station, entrance to the Zombie Kingdom dungeon. Amidst the rows of solemn soldiers under the dim lights, the long shadows of Chen Ming and Xiang Hu created a tense, silent atmosphere. Xiang Hu looked at Chen Ming doubtfully, his voice filled with suspicion. "Colonel Chen Ming, are we really retreating right now?" "We don't need to wait any longer," Chen Ming quickly replied, his voice decisive. "There's no need to waste any more resources here. Lu Tianming has ordered the immediate transfer of all personnel to the southeastern border." Xiang Hu tilted his head, his anxiety plain to see. But what if Ning and the others? Chen Ming didn't even glance his way, just frowned slightly and crossed his arms, his attitude as unyielding as steel. His eyes were deep and cold as he lowered his voice. "Colonel, the East Sea Border Peacekeeping Force is under the command of Lu Tianming, the support unit for the Special Operations Team. Captain Xiang Hu, there are no buts. When you're told to withdraw, you withdraw. Stop talking nonsense." His voice remained cautious but had a hint of street smarts, as if weighing each word. "Colonel Chen Ming, how about this? I'll leave a few men here to stand guard first. You can take the others and go on ahead." Hearing this, Chen Ming's lips curled into a faint, cold smile, and he spoke without a hint of compromise. "Model, it seems you won't give up until you hit a dead end. Suit yourself. I'll leave 2 of you at most. The rest of you will follow me obediently." After 3 days, they both stared intently at the swirling energy pit, which pulsed with waves of intense light. Xiang Hu clenched his fists, his voice hoarse with worry. "Is the instance over? Are any of our people still alive? They have to make it out of there." Chen Ming took a step back, his face pale and his eyes filled with panic. "No one's getting out alive. Don't even dream of it." From the center of the vortex, a proud figure emerged, taking slow, deliberate steps, tearing through the light. Ming Luo stepped out, his armor immaculate, his expression unusually calm. Chen Ming was stunned, his eyes wide with terror, his whole body frozen stiff. His mind was in chaos. How was this possible? Beside him, Xiang Hu's eyes were wide as he stammered, "Is that Ming Luo? We still have someone alive." "Ming Luo, are you the only one?" From behind, Huang Yun, Ye Ning, and the other team members approached. Huang Yun glanced at him, her tone half teasing, half urging. "Captain, what are you spacing out for? Don't block the way." Ye Ning's group emerged confidently from the energy vortex, stunning the surrounding crowd. The system dinged, activating the dungeon completion sequence. Current number of survivors, 8. Xiang Hu couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly rubbed them and exclaimed, "All 8 of them are still alive. They're all still alive? Am I dreaming? How is everyone? Is anyone injured? Medical team, what are you just standing there for? Hurry up and check on them." Beside him, Chen Ming just stood there, watching silently without a word. Ye Ning slowly walked forward. His voice was calm but firm. "No need for medics. This is all ore. Everyone, come and get it." Xiang Hu frowned, his eyes scanning the area. Then he looked at Ye Ning suspiciously. "Move the ore? Are your specialized ore storage devices broken or something?" Ye Ning shook his head and let out a soft sigh. "That's not it. There aren't enough people here. Call everyone to come and move it." Hearing this, Xiang Hu's jaw dropped, almost unable to believe his ears. A single third-order user should have been enough. and he wanted him to call everyone. Holy crap! Shimmering ore poured out of the vortex like a waterfall of light. Xiang couldn't contain his excitement and immediately rushed forward. His eyes gleamed as he shouted, "Oh my god!" He laughed, mesmerized by the pile of ore, speaking as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. "I've never seen so much ore in my entire life. Man, did you guys rob a mine? No, this is like robbing it a dozen times over." While Xiang was engrossed with the ore, Chen Ming quietly confronted Yi Ning. His gaze was stern. "Yi Ning, did you not encounter war zones G and H? Was our intelligence accurate? They didn't team up, did they? How did you all manage to survive?" Yi Ning tilted his chin up, his cold voice ringing out, "What? You think we got out of there by sheer luck?" Ming Luo stood silently behind Yi Ning, his gaze as cold as mist, locked onto Chen Ming. His voice, sharp as a blade, rang out without a hint of hesitation. "Colonel Chen Ming, I've met you before. You're Lu Tianming's man, aren't you? Let me tell you something. Not only did we bring back a massive amount of resources, but Ye Ning even commanded us to kill everyone from the other war zones." Hearing this, Chen Ming's face went pale. His mouth hung open as he stammered, unable to form words. What did you say?" A powerful sense of dread welled up inside him. "I'm screwed. Just yesterday, Lu Tianming took all the resources from Ye Ning's house." Chen Ming was terrified, breaking out in a sweat. His heart pounded in his chest, and his mind was a complete mess. The report to have him replaced has already been submitted. Not only did Yi Ning not die, he achieved a great victory. If he finds out about this, no, I have to find a way to inform Lu Tianming as soon as possible. He stood up straight, his hands on his hips. His cold eyes swept over Chen Ming, his deep voice filled with authority. "Colonel Chen, why is your reaction so different from everyone else's? Could it be that you were hoping we'd die in there?" Chen Ming stumbled back, his face turning pale as he stammered. "How could that be?" "Commissioner Ye, you're overthinking things." Chen Ming broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "This is bad. I need to come up with a reason to keep him here and buy time for Lu Tianming to deal with the aftermath." Outwardly, he tried to maintain his composure and said aloud, "The reason I'm acting this way is because the Donghai evacuation plan you proposed earlier was cancelled, so I was worried." Upon hearing this, a flash of anger ignited in Yi Ning's eyes. He strode forward and grabbed Chen Ming by the collar, hissing, "What did you say? Cancelled? Why?" The higher-ups sent a highly influential representative to thoroughly investigate the situation in Donghai but found no evidence. Nothing that indicated demon beasts were coming. As for the specific details, I'm not sure. Perhaps you should go to Donghai and investigate for yourself. He turned towards Ming Luo's team. His decisive voice rang out, "Ming Luo, you're all coming with me to Donghai first." As soon as the command was given, Huang Yun immediately took half a step forward. She frowned in protest. "Yi Ning, according to regulations, we have to return to the capital and report first. Besides, I suspect Chen Ming and his cronies are up to something." He replied firmly, "I'm afraid we're out of time. The lives of the 7 million people in Donghai are what's most important. We'll file the report on the way. We've achieved a great victory. The higher-ups won't blame us. As for any other schemes, we can deal with them when we get back." In the skies above Donghai, the aircraft landed gently on the shore of the Azure Sea. As Yuning sat quietly on the plane, his gaze unconsciously rested on the window, lost in thought. At most, there are only 4 to 6 days left before the sea beast outbreak. The proposal was clearly approved before, so why isn't it being executed as I expected? The internal obstacles in this era of peace are actually much greater than before I was reborn, he recalled pensively. Before I was reborn, my word was law, probably because of the dire circumstances of the apocalypse. Now it seems, if I want to save everyone from the end of the world, it'll be impossible without first seizing the pinnacle of power. If I want to take supreme command, I must break through to the Fourth Order as soon as possible. With my current authority and resources, I can reach the peak of the Third Order in 3 months at the fastest. But to break through to the Fourth Order, Yi Ning raised a hand to his chin. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. I have to start the super project ahead of schedule. After the apocalypse broke out in my past life, the reason humanity could resist for 2 years was because of this super project. If I remember correctly, the lead researcher's surname was Sun, and in my past life, he came from the Donghai safe zone. After completing the evacuation of Donghai, I have to find him as soon as I can. In front of Yi Ning, a holographic screen suddenly appeared, connecting a conference call with 4 people. He spoke, "Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, I need all of you to mobilize every force available and come to Donghai to support me." Kai Lai's eyes were full of worry. They widened as he stared at the screen and blurted out, "Huh, what happened?" Yi Ning's voice echoed through the call. "Time is short, I can't explain. If you trust me, then make the arrangements immediately. While the three of them were still listening in stunned silence, Fang Fang had already turned around and given the order. Immediately, in the reception room of the Lu residence in the capital, the department chief sat opposite Tianming, his face filled with anxiety. He leaned forward and said, "Lu Tianming, what do we do now?" Not only did Yi Ning survive, he achieved a great victory. The marshal and the others are all overjoyed. He gestured anxiously as he spoke. He's the type to hold a grudge. If he finds out what we did while he was gone. Tianming's face darkened. He gritted his teeth in pain. Son of a bitch. He's a real living demon. How the hell did he manage to do this? The chief next to him stammered. Lu Tianming, we. Before he could finish, Tianming raised a hand to cut him off. However, Chief Wang, don't panic. Didn't someone say Yi? Ning went to the East Sea. We still have time to clean this up. We just need to return the resources we seized from Yi Ning's family, the chief continued. I'm afraid we can't return them yet. My son already consumed those high-grade energy cores last night. Not only that, but his sister is very difficult to deal with. The image of Xiao An lying motionless in a hospital bed flashed through the chief's mind. He frowned slightly and sighed. I only told her that Yi Ning was dead. It seems the girl couldn't handle the shock. She's been hospitalized. As soon as Tianming heard this, his face turned purple with rage. He couldn't stop himself from rushing right up to the chief's face, roaring, "You're a bunch of idiots. This completely breaks the rules." The chief's face went pale as he stammered, "Lu Tianming, is it too late for me to send someone to the hospital with flowers and a fruit basket to console his sister?" Tianming turned away, his voice ringing out like a command. "Furthermore, you need to find someone to take the blame first. If Yi Ning really wants to investigate, just say a temporary worker did it." Hearing that, the chief felt a great weight lift from his shoulders, and he let out a sigh of relief. Yes, I'll go arrange it right away." Tianming's face hardened as he lowered his voice. "Besides this legitimate path, we also need to leave a darker path open, just in case." The chief frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Tianming tilted his head slightly and explained. Didn't he go directly to the East Sea safe zone instead of returning to report? An arrogant subordinate who can't control himself is a major taboo in the military. As long as he does something against the regulations, getting rid of him will be as easy as kicking him while he's down. In the conference room of the East Sea safe zone, Li smiled and held out his hand, a high-level credit card resting in his palm. He handed it to Qian Fen, and the two shook hands cheerfully. Li stood up straight, smiling politely. "Thank you, Qian Fen, for clearing the East Sea's name and saving us from the hardship of relocation. These few credit points are nothing. We prepared a seafood banquet to host you tonight." Qian Fen replied with a calm demeanor. "Commander Li, you're too kind. A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. It was just Yi Ning being paranoid. An A-rank Sea Beast tied? How could something like that break out so easily?" Suddenly, the door to the room burst open with a loud crash. A team member was thrown inside like a human sandbag. Both Li and Qian Fen whipped their heads around. Li frowned and shouted, "What? Who has the nerve to barge into the conference room of my East Sea safe zone?" From the doorway, a familiar figure appeared as Yi Ning and his group walked in. Li froze, his eyes wide, his lips trembling slightly. "Yi Ning?" He strode forward confidently, his gaze sharp, his voice deep and authoritative. "I want to reinvestigate the security issue in the East Sea. I hope everyone will cooperate. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Qian Fen put a hand on his hip and said, "Yi Ning, we have already investigated the problem in the East Sea safe zone. All the anomalies you mentioned in the meeting have been cross-referenced, and there are no issues. The results were reported yesterday. You can review them and verify for yourself." Li also stepped forward at this point and said, "That's right, Commissioner Yi Ning. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, according to Article 27, Section 33 of the Military Code, if you break into a military base to search for confidential information, I have the right to kill you on the spot. The moment I give the order, hundreds of awakened ones will." Yi Ning paid no attention to the empty threats, raising a black card in response. "I have A-level authority. Ming Luo, take a few people and conduct a search. I want to see all the information within the next half hour. The focus should be on the waters, as well as the military deployment logs." Ming Luo immediately bowed his head slightly and replied succinctly, "Understood." Half an hour later, Yi Ning's group, along with Qian Fen and Li, entered the information room. The place was filled with brightly lit equipment and screens. Yi Ning stepped forward, his pensive gaze sweeping over each image on the monitors. His entire body began to glow with a brilliant purple light. He crossed his arms and declared, "Will attribute fully activated. 1 mind, 12 uses." With an arrogant expression, Qian Fen began to speak in a sharp tone. What's he pretending for? An amateur trying to act like an expert. Can he even understand the data? Even I couldn't find any anomalies. What the hell could he possibly uncover? Li, standing beside him, couldn't hide his anger either. Cousin, is this how A-level authority is supposed to be used? I'm definitely filing a complaint with the capital to have the military revoke his authority. Silence. Ning tilted his head, his sharp gaze fixed on them. Let me ask you. A month ago, there was a small earthquake in C region C07, and you concluded that it was a normal longitudinal wave. Did you not consider the sea beast migration on January 1st? The temperature at the tidal power plant rose by 3.9 degrees, and your conclusion is that the equipment failed. Li replied with a slight smirk. The problem you mentioned does exist, but if it can be explained by conventional theories, there's no need to attribute it to tidal beasts. Minor earthquakes happen every year. If we start thinking they're all tidal beasts, then there's no point in having the Donghai safe zone. Qianfen chimed in, Ye Ning. I can tell you exactly why we are so certain that this isn't a tidal beast. A few days ago, I personally led 30 Tier 3 soldiers on a search mission covering over 300 nautical miles of the sea, and there was absolutely no sign of any tidal beast gathering. Ning raised his hand and pointed to the touchscreen, which clearly displayed giant footprints along with the data of 4 hidden figures, and said, no sign of tidal beasts. Then what about the skirmish that broke out in the offshore waters 4 days ago? Monitoring equipment recorded traces of a Tier 3's involvement. The time and place of the battle matched the Army's dispatch records. The data shows you deployed 7 Tier 3 soldiers at 3 a.m. 4 days ago for a routine patrol mission, but only 4 returned. So where did the other 3 die? Fatalities. On a routine patrol. Qianfen looked as if he'd been struck, his eyes wide with horror as he thought to himself, damn it. He actually noticed that tiny detail in the dispatch log. Li quickly composed himself, staying calm to deal with the situation. This is a top national secret. It cannot be revealed. Ning pointed to the coordinates displayed on the touchscreen and said in a clear voice, at these coordinates, I see a laboratory. What are you doing there? Are you going to take me, or do I have to go myself? Li, startled, immediately shouted, you have no authority to go there. That is an A+ level secret. Not even A-level clearance is permitted. Ning gripped the hilt of his sword and suddenly slashed through the air, shouting, it seems the real problem is right there. Get out of my way. Li and Qianfen stumbled backward in shock, retreating as they yelled out an order. Men, stop Ning. Don't kill the others. At that exact moment, Ning had already turned to give his own order. 009, Ming Luo, follow me. We're breaking through. Fang and Ming Luo responded in unison. Understood. Ning, Fang, and Ming Luo charged forward all at once. The 3 figures shot forward like lightning, sending the approaching Special Forces team flying. Their bodies were tossed aside, smashing against the walls and floor like paper dolls. Qianfen's mind raced, repeating, stop them. We have to stop them. Commander, we can't kill them, which means we can't stop them at all. 10 minutes later, at the entrance to the Donghai Research Lab, Ning, Ming Luo, and Fang stopped before a massive, imposing door. Ning stated firmly, this is the place. Qianfen and his men rushed over, panting and drenched in sweat as he yelled out, Ning, this is my final warning. This place has absolutely nothing to do with tidal beasts. Even I don't have the authority to enter. If you dare to force your way in, you'll be responsible for all the consequences. When you end up in a military tribunal, don't say I didn't warn you. Without even turning his head, Ning gave the command. 009, break it down. Fang immediately stepped forward, unleashing a punch with the force of a thunderclap. The thick steel door was crushed, bursting open to reveal a huge hole. Inside the vast laboratory, Yuan Xiao stood quietly with his hands in the pockets of his lab coat, tilting his head slightly to look towards the door. A hint of panic in his eyes, he turned around and asked, who's the fearless fool who dares to barge into my research lab? Ning stepped forward, his eyes ice cold, and pointed a finger straight at Yuan Xiao's face, giving a sharp command. You have 1 minute. I need to know everything about this place. Yuan Xiao's face darkened instantly, and he shouted, who do you think you are? Let me tell you, this project was specially approved by the former leader 14 years ago. Even Commander Li Shuangguo has to be polite to us when he comes here. Without uttering a word, Ning just gave a slight glance. In his mind, he sent the command, 009, take him. Within 1 minute, I am taking over this place. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang lunged forward, delivering a single, decisive blow, sending Yuan Xiao flying and clearing the path for Ning. Yuan Xiao was thrown to the cold, hard ground, and he painfully lifted his head to scream. You're insane, all of you. You're all finished. You little bastard, I'm definitely reporting you to the military. Just you wait. Yi Ning gave another command. 009, make him shut up. Fang Fang immediately complied. Understood. She quickly took off her shoe and shoved it into Yuan Shao's mouth, giving him no chance to speak. All he could do was look up, his eyes filled with resentment. Yi Ning approached a large water tank. He observed it in silence, his mind racing with tangled thoughts. Sea beast modification, gene extraction, organism fusion, embryo screening. Are you using human embryos to combine with sea beasts? Yuan Shao pulled the shoe from his mouth. His voice rang out, filled with fury. So what if we are? As long as we can combine the power of various sea beasts, we can create a powerful awakened one. We don't experiment on survivors. It's all legal. Yi Ning sneered internally. Familiar events, familiar lines. It's just like it was in the zombie kingdom. As expected, the ignorance and arrogance of humanity. There's truly nothing new under the sun. He shot forward, his movements a blur as he whipped through the air, moving toward Yuan Shao's face at a speed that was impossible to react to, and roared, "Speak! What happened 4 days ago? Did you let one of the modified creatures out? Talk, or you die." Yuan Xiao gritted his teeth and finally lowered his voice. "You couldn't possibly know about this. Fine, I'll talk. 4 days ago, it's true that one of the modified subjects escaped. But it's fine. It was just a juvenile, not yet aggressive." Yi Ning glared at him and said, "Not aggressive? Then what about the 3 missing tier 3s? Don't tell me they just fell into the sea and drowned?" Yuan Shao let out a groan. "Yi Ning, if I tell you, your death won't be far behind. Are you sure you want to know?" Yi Ning coldly snapped, "Cut the crap." Yuan Shao gritted his teeth and was forced to spit it out. "Those 3, they aren't dead. They were just locked up because they saw something they shouldn't have. The head of the mother used for the transformation. It was made using the old commander's genes." Hearing that, Yi Ning's eyes darkened. He slowly tilted his head. "What did you just say?" Suddenly, the system activated with a stream of information. Special mission activated. Class AC Beast Attack Event. The Mother. Event description. The newborn offspring have been contaminated and are leading a beast tide. They will instinctively search for the mother. Estimated time until the first wave of the beast tide approaches again, 4 hours. Mission description. Please evacuate the survivors from Donghai. The completion level of this mission will be evaluated based on the number of survivors. Mission reward, 1,000 points, reputation, and an epic grade upgrade spirit solution. Notice, killing the mother will effectively slow the sea beast's advance. Yi Ning tilted his head back and let out a soft sigh. His head was buzzing with thoughts. Only 4 hours left? It's fundamentally impossible to conduct a thorough investigation and provide enough evidence to get the military's cooperation in that time. But it looks like there's no time left. Yi Ning muttered softly to himself, "Kill the mother body to slow it down." But deep down, his thoughts were completely different. "With my current strength, it's impossible. Not even the current marshal could do it. All I can do now is retreat and resist. My words show my will, but my thoughts are the reality I'm forced to face." Yi Ning pushed aside his tangled thoughts, his gaze instantly sharpening. He commanded 009, contact Xiao Haichin, Kai Lai, and Wang Tian immediately. "We must re-engage. Execute the evacuation plan for Donghai, now." As soon as Fang Fang heard the order, she turned and darted off like the wind, acting without a single question. At the Secret Research Institute in the Donghai Security Zone, Ming Luo spoke with clear annoyance. Yi Ning is mobilizing the army on his own authority, which he isn't authorized to do. It's no different from treason. Even if his judgment is later proven correct, it won't be enough to atone for this crime. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yi Ning immediately replied to Ming Luo. "I understand everything you're saying. The best thing for me to do right now is to leave and pretend like nothing happened." His expression was incredibly serious. "If I do that, I'll still be the top genius of Great Xia, with limitless potential for the future. Not only that, but as soon as the disaster strikes, my previous warning will earn me credibility and praise, and everyone in the military will regret not believing me. Even if millions of survivors die horribly, no one will blame me. Instead, they'll think I did everything I could." He looked genuinely surprised. "If you already know all of this, then why?" Yi Ning glanced at Ming Luo. "It's because..." He suddenly became very solemn. "I know that. If I don't give my all for the survival of millions of people," his heart filled with determination. "If I've been reborn and still can't prevent this tragedy, then it would all be for nothing, wouldn't it?" He once again gave him a choice. "Ming Luo, you and your men can decide for yourselves whether you want to dive into this mess with me or not. Even if you choose to back out now, I won't." Ming Luo could only stand there, stunned. Everyone else immediately stood at attention. "Sir Yi Ning, please don't misunderstand. You saved our lives. We go through hell and high water for you. Just give the order." Yi Ning smiled at them. Thank you, everyone. Fang Fang just smiled silently. Yi Ning looked at the chaotic space before him. Li Li laughed smugly and said, Yi Ning, you people have learned things you shouldn't have. No one is leaving this place alive today. While I wouldn't dare to kill you myself, if you all are foolish enough to rush in and die in the electrified zone, well, that has nothing to do with me. Qian Fen also sneered contemptuously and said, Yi Ning, now do you see why I didn't dare to investigate any further? There's plenty of food and drink here, so I advise you to just stay put and wait for a decision from the higher-ups. But he immediately drew his sword and charged forward. Time is short. I don't have time to waste talking to you. The two of them were completely astonished. What? He can actually withstand the high-voltage current. Yi Ning, what kind of skill is this? Both sides unleashed their abilities. Extreme cold, protective spirit wall, elemental armor. Yi Ning instantly swung his sword, dimensional slash. In a flash, his sword was at their necks. What just happened? I couldn't even see what he did. He glared at the two of them with a threatening gaze. Don't move. If you don't want to die, shut down the electric field right now. And don't be slow about it. Qian Fen's face was filled with terror. Li Li picked up a device. Don't hurt Representative Qian. I'm disabling the barrier now. It immediately dissipated. Ming Luo was still bewildered. Yi Ning, what do we do now? Yi Ning immediately commanded 009, restrain Li Li. Ming Luo, take the controller. The rest of you, cut off all communications outside the Donghai safe zone. He then snatched the device from Li Li's hand. Roger. Meanwhile, Fang Fang pinned Li Li down. He pushed him inside and said, as for Representative Qian, there's plenty of food and drink here. Why don't you just make yourself comfortable for a while? Ming Luo immediately reactivated the electric field, trapping everyone inside. Qian Fen was furious at this and screamed, Yi Ning, you bastard. Yi Ning immediately issued an order to Li Li. Commander Li, immediately hand over all command authority for the Donghai safe zone. I am taking over. He was enraged. What? Yi Ning, are you really committing treason? You've got a lot of nerve. Do you have any idea who's backing me? It's the former marshal, someone even the current old chief has to show a great deal of respect to. Li Li immediately threatened Yi Ning. I hold an irreplaceable position in the secret research lab. If you dare to touch me, you're a dead man. Yi Ning looked at him with contempt. An irreplaceable position. In the secret research lab, you say, a physical position? He didn't even deign to look at Yi Ning. You're not qualified to know. He looked at his opponent and thought to himself, something's not right. I'm afraid that Yuan Xiao guy was lying about the mother body. The old chief is indeed a mother body, but the offspring that escaped this time might not be him. So, what Yuan Xiao said back then was probably just to scare me off. The sea monsters are flexing their power. In my past life, the main target of this sea beast tide was the Donghai safe zone. After the apocalypse broke out again, the sea beast tide began its assault on the capital. If the offspring launched a beast tide to find its mother body, then the target of that mother body this time is likely Li Li. A blue light flashed in his eyes. Demon Eye probe. The system immediately returned the information. Demon Eye investigation complete. Identity, Li Li. Status, commander of the Donghai safe zone. Hidden status, one of the mother bodies for the sea beast gene fusion technique. Total of 2 mother bodies. Yi Ning raised his fist. Just as I thought. I didn't want to kill you originally. But now, it seems your crimes are unforgivable. Fang Fang, on my order. Kill him. Complete. The system. Announced once again. A-rank Sea Beast assault event. Progress updated. Donghai safe zone mother body has been killed. The Sea Beast tide outbreak will be delayed for 3 hours. Explanation. In 6 hours and 51 minutes, a horde of sea beasts is approaching the coast. All survivors must be evacuated from the East Sea immediately. He stared at the screen and thought to himself, just as I thought, I can only buy 3 hours. But that's better than nothing. At least we can evacuate more survivors. The group then quickly dispersed. Ming Luo said, we'll split up. You and Shen Kai Lai head to the outskirts of the safe zone. Xiao He and the others group up. Lead everyone into the city and organize an orderly evacuation. If you run into any trouble, contact me via the video system. Ming Luo was also in a rush. A large crowd had already gathered. In a desolate area near the East Sea safe zone, Wang Tian was feeling rather curious. Commander Chen, why exactly did Commander Xiao Ye Ning summon us here? My eyelid has been twitching like crazy. Xiao Hai was just as confused. I have no idea. I just hope it's nothing major and won't drag on for too long. We can still stay here and train, but if we're here for too long, the higher-ups will definitely notice, Kai Lai said with a grave tone. I suggest you all brace yourselves. If it were something small, he wouldn't have made such a fuss. But even if it's a big deal, it shouldn't be this rushed. After all, Ning just performed a great service. Just then, a helicopter appeared in the sky. That gunship, it looks like it's heading for us. Could that be Ning? Ming Luo strode up to them and announced, Lord Ning has given the order. Lead your troops into the East Sea at once. Evacuate all survivors. He will take control of the East Sea within the hour to facilitate the evacuation. The three of them were stunned. What? Xiao Hai couldn't believe what he was hearing. March troops into the city, take over the East Sea, and evacuate everyone? Wang Tian worriedly chimed in. How is this any different from treason? Kai Lai was also baffled and asked, Is this an order from the military? Or is Ning acting on his own accord? Ming Luo confirmed. The military has issued no directive. This is Lord Ning's will. A Class A disaster is about to strike the East Sea. We have a responsibility to evacuate the survivors. This is indeed incredibly risky, but I believe in Lord Ning's judgment. Time is running out. I hope you all can make a decision quickly. He was still terrified. Regardless of whether this succeeds or fails, I fear no good will come of it for us. Xiao Hai was incredibly frustrated with this decision. Ning obviously has a boundless future ahead of him, so why would he do this? Kai Lai placed a hand on Xiao Hai's shoulder and said, Xiao Hai, you're right. Think about it. Among everyone here, whose future is brighter than Ning's, if he's willing to throw away his own future and take a risk like this, how can we be selfish? Since we decided to follow him, we should naturally share in his fortunes and his failures. Xiao Hai finally calmed down. You're right. A man of honor always sacrifices for the greater good. Meanwhile, Ning surveyed the area and asked a question. 009, does this prosperous place look anything like it did before the apocalypse? Fang answered honestly, I've never seen what it was like before the apocalypse, but I heard it was incredibly beautiful. A family shares a happy moment. Everyone thought life was getting better and better, and the apocalypse seemed like nothing more than a distant myth. But unfortunately, everything is about to be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Even if their lives can be saved this time, they won't be spared the pain of being displaced. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. Warning, a Class A sea beast tide is imminent. Warning, a Class A sea beast tide is imminent. His army immediately sprang into action. All survivors in the East Sea safe zone are required to evacuate immediately and in an orderly fashion with the assistance of the military. Warning, all survivors in the East Sea safe zone, please evacuate immediately. Ning looked down and spoke. If we want to put an end to all of this, we still have a very long road ahead. She spoke up, encouraging him. I understand. You can do this. Ning's spirit was restored. That's right. I can do this. Now is not the time for sentimentality. 009, I have a very important mission for you next. I need you to search all the research institutes in the East Sea safe zone and find a researcher named Sun Li Cheng. Bring him to me. He is a crucial figure for the future. Fang received her orders. The higher-ups were holding a meeting. 4 hours later, in the conference room of the capital's military district. It's treason. This is blatant rebellion. Li Shuangguo was both furious and disappointed. And to think I was just considering how to reward Ning for his return. Instead, he hands me this massive mess. Tianming reported furiously. Marshal, I've just discovered that we can no longer contact the East Sea safe zone. I used the satellites and found Ning staging a rebellion. That man is using his achievements as an excuse to be arrogant and defiant, showing no regard for anyone. He was incensed by his actions, killing the East Sea commander, leading a coup, lying and concealing the truth, evacuating the survivors. A traitor like that, no matter how powerful, cannot be allowed to live. But another person, equally impassioned, spoke up in his defense. Marshal, there's no denying that Ning has gone too far this time. But what if Ning's prediction is correct? What if a sea beast tide is truly about to erupt in the East Sea? Satellite maps show that besides the evacuation, Ning has also deployed troops to the front lines. He genuinely believes a beast tide is coming. The marshal looked extremely annoyed. Simph. So, Fang Hao, are you implying that a commander who has guarded the East Sea for 14 years, a special envoy from the capital, along with 34 of the East Sea's senior researchers and over 600 disaster warning staff members, are all complete garbage, that none of them are a match for even a shadow of Ning? Even if that brat really did detect an anomaly, why didn't he report it to the military? Tianming seethed, grinding his teeth. According to our psychological analysts, Ning has fallen into a state of delusion. His thinking has been erratic for some time now. To minimize the damage, I propose we immediately dispatch troops to stop him. If necessary, we can execute the decapitation plan. Hearing this, Xu Zhang exploded with rage. You've gone too far. Xi Ping also chimed in with his serious opinion. Let's put the decapitation plan on hold for now. We have to stop Yining first. It would be best if we can capture him alive and then decide what to do with the country. A decision was made at that moment. This is the only way. Lu Tianming, lead your troops out immediately. You must capture Yi Ning and bring him back alive. Tianming seemed overjoyed. Yes, Commander. His entire body radiated a murderous aura. Yi Ning, oh Yi Ning. I was actually worried you'd come back to settle the score with us. Who would have thought you'd be stupid enough to break down the gates of hell yourself? Capture you alive? Bullets don't have eyes. It's perfectly normal for accidents to happen during a fight. At the coastal barrier of the Donghai safe zone, the system suddenly displayed a notification. 29 minutes remaining until the sea beast attack. Kai Lai asked Yi Ning hesitantly, "Are the sea beasts really coming? The time you mention is almost up, but besides the rain, there's no sign of anything happening out at sea." Hearing this, Yi Ning replied with certainty, "They're coming. Their speed is extremely fast, and they could erupt at any moment." Wang Tian hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to speak his mind.
Yi Ning, if it really does break out, our fate might be a little more comfortable.
But what if it doesn't? He then continued dejectedly, "Even if I'm right, the outcome is only a little better." This is truly frustrating. Kai Lai suddenly spoke in a thoughtful tone. "It's always been like this, since ancient times. We don't need to worry too much. A man of honor just needs a clear conscience. When the sea beasts arrive, should we try to hold our ground here? Or?" Yi Ning understood what he meant. He answered calmly, "We only need to delay them, because we won't be able to defend it." Yi Ning paused for a moment before explaining further. "The scale of this attack is massive, and the forces we've mobilized aren't enough to stop it. If we can hold out until all the survivors have evacuated, we'll already be incredibly lucky." But this wasn't enough to convince Kai Lai. He still had some reservations. "Then what about the Donghai safe zone?" A flicker of sorrow passed through Yi Ning's eyes before he replied, "The Donghai safe zone. We can only abandon it." Hearing this, he immediately objected vehemently. It took more than 10 years to build Donghai into what it is today. The higher-ups will never agree to this." Yi Ning knew that, so he just explained grimly, "That's why I didn't report it or negotiate with them. If we don't abandon it, we'll only suffer even greater losses." Both Kai Lai and Wang Tian were stunned into silence. As they stood there, unsure of what to say, with the situation at a stalemate, a booming voice suddenly rang out. "Sir Yi Ning, I brought the man you wanted." Sun Licheng was suddenly dragged from the helicopter, panicking and screaming for Yi Ning to save him. Seeing the two appear, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent." Just before he hit the ground, Fang Fang managed to catch Sun Licheng. As soon as they landed, she quickly reported, "When I found him, this man was being chased through the streets by some low-level awakeneds. It was as if they were trying to rob him of his black box." Hearing this, he immediately spoke up to explain, "Sir, my name is Sun Licheng. I'm just a temporary janitor at the Research Institute. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. These things are mine. I didn't steal them." Seeing Sun Licheng's reaction, Yi Ning understood everything. "A janitor, huh? No wonder I couldn't find you on the list before." After speaking, he didn't forget to reassure him, "Don't worry. How could I possibly kill you?" On the surface, he was calm. But inwardly, Yi Ning's heart had been blooming with joy ever since finding Sun Licheng. He thought excitedly, "The significance of finding Sun Licheng is no less than saving all the survivors in Donghai. This man, who appears extremely timid, plays a role after the apocalypse that is nothing short of a divine weapon." A few lines of thought raced through Yi Ning's mind. "His spirit energy extraction research technique from my past life could extract spirit energy from spirit energy ore. When used by humans, after absorption, even an ordinary person can awaken. This is the plan. The extraordinary apocalypse." The more he thought, the more confident he felt. "And in this life, with the mines in the Sangi Kingdom, I can get as much spirit energy ore as I want. I can support his research and development to speed things up. That way, I can smoothly advance to Tier 4. After organizing his plan, Yi Ning gave an order. 009, arrange for a special armed helicopter to take him to Uncle Fang's place. Make sure he's safe until I return. Fang Fang obediently accepted the order. Understood, I will definitely make sure he is well protected. Sun Licheng still didn't understand what was happening, so he took the opportunity to ask, "Sir, when you say protect, does it really mean protect in the way I understand it?" Before Yi Ning could say anything, she grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back to the helicopter with a less than convincing guarantee. "Let's go, Mr. Sunday. I'll get you on the plane, and they'll take you to a safe place." All Sun Licheng could do was scream in mortal terror, "Help me." Fang Fang watched the helicopter fly away into the distance, then reported, "Sir Yi Ning, I've made all the arrangements." Seeing this, he praised her. "You've worked hard." The scene changes, and a series of urgent announcements suddenly blare out. "We are the Border Peacekeeping Force under the command of Headquarters. By order of Tianming, chairman of the peacekeeping force, all rebel troops must surrender immediately. All survivors, halt your evacuation. You have all been deceived. The military never issued an evacuation notice, and there is no sea beast attack. At the same time, countless soldiers were flying straight toward them. Kai Lai asked in a panic. The higher-up sent people. Ning narrowed his eyes in fury and cursed. Son of a bitch. The damn nuisances have finally arrived. Uncle Chen, you guys keep an eye on the sea for me. Leave these people to me in 009. Just as he finished speaking, one of them spoke up aggressively. Ning, I am Luo Cheng, Vice Commander of the Border Peacekeeping Army. I'm here to arrest you on the orders of Lu Tianming. Then, as if Luo Cheng felt that wasn't convincing enough, he added, Xiao Hai, the person you arranged for the evacuation, has been captured by us. Your evacuation plan has failed completely. Hearing this, Ning grew even more furious, his extraordinary power radiating in all directions. If you know what's good for you, come with me quietly. If you resist, I'm authorized to kill on sight. Kill on sight? You people not only captured Uncle Xiao, you're also stopping the survivors from evacuating. You fools. You're really courting death. But at that moment, the man still had no idea he was speaking to death incarnate, so he maintained his arrogant attitude and threatened him. Ning, the army has already checked via satellite. Everything in Donghai is normal. There are no signs of a beast tide outbreak. Give up your foolish delusions. Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused Donghai? The higher-ups are furious. They've already dispatched the capital's Tier 3 elite forces, and they'll be here soon. I'm not letting you off the hook today. In contrast to Ning's outrage, Fang remained perfectly calm and asked, Sir, should we kill them? He replied calmly, Not yet. Try to stall for as long as you can. We need to conserve our energy for the beast tide that's coming. Besides, their worthless lives will be useful later. Hearing this, she obediently accepted the order. But before they could even move, Luo Cheng suddenly attacked. He attacked while shouting, You refuse to see reason. Let's go. Heaven-splitting axe, Ning immediately commanded. Convert all attribute points to agility. He then dodged the man's fatal attack with incredible agility. A series of skills, void-shattering fist, 1,000 Jin pound, earth-breaking axe, and sun-chasing arrow were launched relentlessly toward the two of them. However, even without a weapon, Fang was able to fend off their devastating attacks. Ning spoke. Switch to the Type 3 Comprehensive Defense Combat Suit. A solid red protective barrier immediately formed around him, rendering the onslaught of attacks from all sides useless. A moment later, Ning was forced to shatter the cocoon, and the burst of his power sent everyone outside flying. It was then Ning realized, Ugh, damn it. These people are actually trying to kill me. Just you wait. I'll settle this score with all of you later. While Ning was lost in thought, Luo Cheng suddenly lunged at him, sneering, Ning, you're just a low-level Tier 3. Do you really think you can take on high-level masters like us? Like an ant trying to shake a tree, you truly don't know your own limits. Ning began to fight back, countering every attack Luo Cheng threw at him. He warned them, I'm advising you all not to push me. But his words seemed to have no effect on them whatsoever. A second later, another attacker charged at him. Just as the man was about to land a blow, Ning shot into the air to evade, causing the attacker's fist to smash into the rocky ground. He continued to move nimbly, dodging and attacking them at the same time. The metallic tang of blood filled the air, but Ning paid it no mind. He was too busy calculating. I'll hold back my ultimate move for now. Besides these, I still have another trump card. The most powerful killing move of the will system. It seems I have no choice but to reveal it today. While this move may not be effective against the beast tide, it's incredibly powerful against other awakened. With that thought, Ning unleashed the Mind Storm technique. As soon as he spoke the words, a colossal surge of power exploded outwards, causing his enemies to freeze where they stood. They were too stunned to move. Luo Cheng and his men were completely crushed by Ning's power, collapsing weakly to their knees as they muttered to each other. Is this a will system attack? Quick, activate your mental defenses. I did, but the force of his will is too strong. It's impossible to block. One of them was still reeling in shock from Ning's divine power. This is the power of the so-called useless will system. Impossible. I can't resist it. I can't even move my body. Seizing the moment while they were weakened, Fang launched her attack. Her tornado kick sent all of them spinning into the air before they came crashing down in a painful heap. At that moment, Ning also landed back on the ground. He said confidently, those two back-to-back attacks should be enough to hold them off for 2 minutes. Right at that moment, Wang Shan suddenly cried out, Look, over the sea. Kai Lai also asked in shock, Is that the beast tide? It's really here? The system began sending non-stop alerts. Beep, beep, detected 1,034 high-speed moving objects. Beep, beep, detected 771 high-speed moving objects. Faced with this dire situation, Luo Cheng and his men began to panic. What? The sea beast tide is actually breaking out? Was Yining right all along? What do we do now? Hurry and inform Lu Tianming. On the other side, seeing the tide of beasts approaching, Yining gave an order. Ming Luo immediately launched the 2 nuclear bombs from the reserves below. Hold back one wave of the beast tide. On the other end, Ming Luo received the message and immediately acted on it. Order received. Executing now. A second later, a cold command echoed out. Launch the atomic bomb immediately. Right after, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire sea region. Seeing this, Kai Lai blurted out in astonishment. Yining, did you just set off a nuclear bomb? If that's the case, Donghai will no longer be habitable. Hearing this, Yining calmly explained, when you see the number of beasts in the next tide, you'll understand why I abandoned Donghai. This is only the beginning, and the nuke is just a delaying tactic. With that, he raised his voice and gave his orders. All artillery units, prepare to fire. Awaken Legion. On your marks. As soon as they reached the coastline, open fire. Brimming with fighting spirit, everyone shouted back, Roger. After organizing his own troops, Yining turned to negotiate with Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng, can we proceed with the evacuation plan now? Release Xiao Hai and order the entire city to continue assisting the evacuation. And you people will risk your lives fighting the sea beast tide. If you survive, I promise to let this matter go. Hearing his terms, Luo Cheng replied without hesitation, deal. Back at the Donghai Command Center, Tianming asked in a leisurely tone, what's the situation? Have they captured Yining yet, or is he already dead? Ha ha. Just then, a report came through. This made him incredibly angry and surprised. Tianming scowled and shot back. What did you say? The beast tide has really erupted, and that Yining even detonated a nuclear bomb in the East Sea. As he finished speaking, a dangerous expression crossed his face, and he muttered to himself, ha ha ha. He really did manage to turn the tables. So what if that punk Ning made the right call, pushed back the beast tide, and evacuated the survivors? The level of radiation contamination in the East Sea. That alone will be enough to make you pay the price. In the capital's conference room, high-ranking officials were meeting in the main hall of the building. Li Shuangguo was so anxious he almost leaped out of his seat. Everyone, the East Sea beast tide has truly broken out. We're running out of time. We need to discuss a solution as soon as possible. Furthermore, we need to make a quick decision about Yiming's situation, Hu Ziping stated decisively before the council. Regarding countermeasures, the 6 major war zones are currently mobilizing high-rank awakeners to provide support. The 27 safe zones near the coast are also ready to receive survivors. He proposed an extremely intelligent countermeasure. As long as we can hold the front line for 2 hours, casualties can be kept within 7%. Fang Hao readily agreed. Then what's there to even discuss? Yining saved millions of people. This is a heroic deed, he declared passionately. And the truth about the military shirking its duty, if we want to cover it up, it's simple. Just announce to everyone that all of Yining's actions were arranged by the military. As for the rank, 3S sent to arrest him. Just say they were sent to reinforce him. After the disaster ends, we'll actively promote Yining as a national hero and reward him handsomely. But Lu Tianming immediately objected. Deputy Marshal Fang, what kind of joke is this? Yining forged military orders, deployed troops without authorization, and imprisoned a delegate. He acted on his own judgment and violated military command. Which one of those isn't an act of treason? Moreover, he secretly detonated a nuclear bomb in the East Sea. Are we supposed to pretend nothing happened just because he performed a great service? He argued that Yining's actions could set a dangerous precedent. What if next time he uses his merits as an excuse to do something even crazier, like killing us? Can we just pretend nothing happened then? What about our laws? What about the law of the nation? Besides, who can guarantee that his prediction this time wasn't just a lucky guess? After all, he couldn't provide any evidence. The sharp-tongued, green-haired man beside Tianming chimed in. I agree with Lu Tianming's thinking. Merits and demerits can't just cancel each other out, or things will get very messy. I propose we arrest Yining as planned and announce to the public that the military had already identified the problem, and Yining's actions had nothing to do with saving the East Sea. As for Yining saving people, at most we can give him a light punishment, but the group under his command must be punished severely. Fang Hao roared in fury. What the hell are you talking about? Have you bastards completely lost your minds? They're fighting for their lives on the front lines right now, and you're still thinking about how to arrest them? Was saving people wrong? Was his warning wrong? Without any restraint, he leaped onto the table and pointed right at Tianming's face. If he hadn't dropped the nuclear bomb, would you have been able to plug the hole in the defense line? Besides, nuclear contamination can be cleaned up over time. The East Sea commander and the military representative kept insisting there was no problem. And what was the result? Did they have a death wish? He questioned further. Since ancient times, a general in the field is not always bound by his sovereign's command. Don't you understand a simple principle like that? Lu Tianming was speechless, unable to retort. Seeing the situation escalating, Mr. Hu Zhuping stood up to intervene. Let's not argue anymore. In my opinion, we should compromise. It's true that Ye Ning acted on his own, but it's also true that he saved people. If Ye Ning hadn't acted so recklessly, what kind of outcome would we be facing now? Even if we did capture him, could we really deceive the people and the soldiers by claiming the rescue was the military's work? We didn't believe him. We were wrong. We must admit our mistakes. We can't let everyone down any further. Li Shuangguo could no longer sit still and made a swift decision. If that's the case, then notify all the major war zones. All of Ye Ning's actions were in accordance with military orders. The command of this A-class beast tied in the East Sea is temporarily transferred to Ye Ning. He ended the meeting before another argument could break out. When Ye Ning returns, if there is crucial evidence, those involved will be severely punished. Dismissed. His secretary, who had followed him, quickly pieced things together. Marshal, from the very beginning, you never actually intended to pursue the matter with Ye Ning, did you? This meeting was just to shut up the Lu faction. He chuckled and walked away with a confident stride. You've really grown up, kid. That's right. I bear some responsibility for what happened in the East Sea. After all, when you're wrong, you have to admit it. You take the hits and stand your ground. She offered a well-intentioned reminder to the Supreme Marshal of Great Xia. Ye Ning is indeed very talented, but I don't know how he made this prediction. But Marshal, don't you think he bears a striking resemblance to the man from over 10 years ago? He raised his hand to signal for silence. That is a taboo subject. Not another word. At the East Sea Command Hall, Tianming was slamming his fist on the table, fuming from the recent setback. Damn it. And they call this a compromise? Shuangguo and those old geezers from the new faction are deliberately messing with me. It seems you've all completely forgotten the old chief who died more than 10 years ago. A cold, determined look appeared in Tianming's eyes. In any case, it's not like I'm the one risking my life on the front lines for this beast tide. Whether Ye Ning can survive or not will depend on his own abilities. At the East Sea defensive line, the battle raged on. With dozens of beasts from the tide launching a relentless assault, Ye Ning, who was in command, immediately gave an order. The approaching sea beasts all have energy shields protecting their bodies. Conventional artillery fire is useless against them. I am now taking command of the East Sea matter. All awakened, form a defensive line on the coast. If the sea beasts get close, do not engage them head-on. They have massive amounts of health, so split them up and deal with them one by one. And remember, our most important mission isn't to win, but to stall for as much time as possible. He leaped forward, taking the lead. 009, come with me into the sea and kill these Tier 3 beasts. We have to delay all of them from coming ashore. The pink-haired girl, codenamed 009, accepted the order. Roger. Kill. He drew his sword, preparing to strike the beasts. First, let's clear out all the small fry in front. He unleashed a series of green sword slashes at the monsters, blowing them to bits. Wang Tian couldn't help but exclaim, that destructive power is a single strike equal to 2 nuclear bombs. A prodigy of this caliber. We definitely didn't pick the wrong person. Beside him, Kai Lai remained vigilant. Some sea beasts are about to breach the shore on the right flank. It's time we use our real power to stop them. Over here, Ye Ning unleashed another dazzling ultimate move, wiping out a swarm of monsters. Piercing light ray. The girl, 009, also threw a seismic punch, annihilating countless sea beasts. Direct dragon strike. At the head of the water, a whale-like beast with rough, toad-like skin and a set of sharp jaws appeared. 009 immediately spotted it and charged. Detecting the high-level Tier 3 giant whale, she rushed in for the kill. She launched a powerful kick straight at the whale's throat. Nameless cyclone kick, but it seems she only enraged the beast, causing it to unleash a sonic blast that sent everything flying. The others were affected by this sound and started bleeding from all 7 orifices, their bodies feeling like they were being torn apart. Someone clutched their head. This sound. It's horrifying. Another person coughed up blood. My organs. They feel like they're about to rupture. 009 was sent flying by the surprise attack. Suddenly, a monster with a crab's body and a spider's eyes appeared behind 009, forcing her to retreat. Detecting a large Tier 3 crab ambushing from behind, she immediately jumped to dodge its pincer. Evasive maneuver. But then a tail appeared above her, preparing to strike down, and she thought, I can't escape. A powerful enemy is attacking from above. There's no way to dodge it. A voice called out 009. Dimensional slash. Ning charged into the fight out of nowhere, blocking the attack for her. He delivered a clean, sharp slash, breaking the pincer formation of the two monsters to help 009. She felt guilty. I failed in my duty as a protector. He immediately brushed it off. I don't see you as a bodyguard. I see you as a comrade. For a moment, 009 was stunned. A comrade? He gently calmed her down. Don't lose focus. These sea beasts are tougher to deal with than mutated beasts of the same rank. She immediately snapped back to reality, determined to fight the terrifying crab. Roger, comrade. For some reason, I feel filled with power now. He provided support from behind, slashing at the whale with one hand. The whale suddenly dove deep into the water, leaving 009 stunned. Huh? Did that big whale get scared and run away? Ning couldn't explain it either. No way. It's just a high-level Tier 3 sea beast with a lot of health. But just then, they were surrounded by 3 giant sea beasts as a massive shrimp joined the fray. Ning was caught off guard. Damn it, they don't just have intelligence, they also know tactics. He recalled the events of his past life. In my previous life, I only heard that this battle was incredibly brutal. The East Sea fell, and all subsequent attempts to retake it failed, but I never knew this was the real reason why. The 3 beasts attacked Ning's group in unison. He activated his defensive armor to block the monster's ferocious assault. Fallen Heaven's defense. He gripped his sword tightly, desperately holding his ground. Their attacks are too strong. I can't hold on for much longer. We have to find a way to counterattack if we want a chance. 009 agreed. Right. She and Ning shot up from the battlefield, preparing to unleash their ultimate skills on those monsters. He unleashed a devastating killing blow. Fallen Heaven's locking shockwave. At the same time, 009 provided support. Meteor Palm Strike. The blow descended with world-shaking power, blasting all 3 monsters to bits. He immediately commanded 009, now's the time. Land another strike on the giant shark. Understanding his intent, she flew forward. Roger, comrade. 009 delivered another blow right on the shark's head, but then a swarm of jellyfish surrounded them. He recognized the dire situation. Crap. Tier 3 sang Mao jellyfish. Fighting them is a major disadvantage. He quickly made a life-or-death decision. 009, break through the encirclement and retreat immediately. I'm going into the sea to hunt down that giant whale. It's probably the leader of this beast tide. It has to be the first one to die. 009 immediately carried out the order. Roger, comrade. He dove deep into the sea at his fastest speed. He activated his ability to search for the leader whale, expanding his mental senses. Let's see where you can hide. I have 3 types of enhanced combat suits. Even if you hide on the seafloor, I'll still find you. He didn't have to look for long. The whale appeared right in front of him, along with its swarm of sea monsters. You've already mobilized all your high-level beasts, haven't you? This army of shrimp and crab lackeys isn't enough to stop me. He unleashed an attack, clearing away the fodder blocking his path. He raised his sword, transforming into a superpowered state, ready to confront the giant whale. God's Wrath, Pseudo Tier 4. Once I kill you, your army will be a headless snake, and I'll use your soul to take care of the rest of your beast tide. The whale was no pushover, launching energy orbs from its mouth to attack Ning, while simultaneously emitting a deadly ultrasonic wave. But Ning wasn't about to just stand there and take it. He moved like lightning, tearing through the whale's attack. Your strongest moves can't even hit me. He swung his sword for the decisive blow. Now die. He plunged his sword right between the whale's eyes, unleashing an immense surge of power. But the fish immediately knocked the attack aside, striking back at Ning. He had underestimated this giant whale. Humph. No wonder it's a monarch-class sea beast. That power is truly impressive. Swift as lightning, he unleashed a tricky sword strike, slashing vertically across the fish's body. Too bad for you, you ran into me today. As Ning finished his attack, the red power gradually faded. He stood high above, looking down at the whale as it slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. It looked impressive, but 10 seconds is just too damn short. He pushed off the water, launching himself up as if he hadn't just fought a life-or-death battle underwater. He swung his sword, creating a blue sword aura that enveloped the sky. One more move. The rest will depend on my people and the ones the military sent to capture me. And so, he summoned the spirits of the slain sea beasts, forming a formidable army of spirit beasts. Soul evocation. He raised his sword and pointed it toward the enemy's front line. Spirits of the sea beasts, turn around and hunt them down for me. 009 was still surrounded by hundreds of bizarre jellyfish. She cursed, damn it, these Tier 3 jellyfish are a real pain to deal with. She stood up, preparing to fight the jellyfish that were raising their electric tentacles. Not only could they use their tentacles for long-range attacks, but they could also surround and block my vision. She threw a punch toward the tentacles of the jellyfish that were lunging at her. What was even more disgusting was that every time their tentacles were severed, they would quickly grow back. It's impossible to cut them off at the root in a short amount of time. One of her fists was ensnared by a jellyfish, making her even more frustrated. It's just a vicious cycle. Forget breaking through. My own spirit energy reserves are about to be completely drained. She unleashed a move, cutting away all the annoying tentacles clinging to her. She panted heavily, a red warning flashing on her forehead. It was about her rapidly depleting energy. If I can't get back to replenish my spirit energy in time, I'm afraid I'm going to die here. An electric tentacle whipped her body before she could dodge, and she took the full force of the electric shock. She collapsed, completely helpless. Tears streamed down 009's cheeks. I'm sorry, comrade. I can't complete the mission you gave me this time, and I won't get to see the day this world ends. Just then, Ning came charging in, riding the spirit of that terrifying whale. 009 was completely stunned. Is that my comrade? He's back? He quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her up. 009, come with me. She was overjoyed that he had arrived just in time to save her and for their unbreakable friendship. All right, comrade. The spirit whale led the army of beasts, sweeping away the troublesome jellyfish. At that moment, 009 seriously voiced her feelings. Excuse me, comrade, should I activate the blushing and heart-pounding effects right now? He quickly shut her down. That's not necessary. You'd be better off deleting all that useless knowledge. She immediately complied. Roger. On the other side, monsters were pouring into the city. A warrior wielding an axe chopped straight at a monster's neck. The spider-bodied, bull-headed creature collapsed. He panted, remarking, Ha, I can't believe it. A peak tier 2 sea beast is so much harder to deal with than a mutant of the same level. But I fought on the battlefield for so many years. I'm no pushover either. A spiky ball flew by, shooting spines at the soldiers. Many were fatal hits. Everyone worked together to fight off an octopus that was swinging its multi-ton tentacles everywhere. This is too dangerous. The goateed soldier led the charge, rushing to fight the enemy to the death. These sea beasts are too much to handle. Our lower-tier soldiers have suffered countless casualties. To hell with it, we'll take down as many as we can. With this number of sea beasts, I'm afraid we're all going to die here today. He raised his axe decisively, commanding the soldiers behind him for support. First, focus our power on killing the Tier 3 octopus in front of us. We'll figure out the rest later. An axe blow split the left side of its face, and another strike landed right in its right eye, causing the beast to collapse completely. The goateed soldier leaned on his axe, panting. Ha. Just one Tier 3 monster took that much effort, and there are still countless peak Tier 2 beasts left. Ha. This is just sending us to our deaths to fill a hole. Ha. What the hell is Lu Tianming even doing? Ning was completely right. If it weren't for him, things would be even more disastrous. Someone shouted out in dissatisfaction. Ha. How dare you speak to a superior officer like that? A dragon chameleon hybrid was attacking from above. The goateed man took the lead with his axe, ignoring the crashing thunder. He yelled manically. So what? What he did this time was completely inhumane. A mission this dangerous, he wouldn't dare show his damn face. We're all going to die here anyway. Who gives a damn if he's our superior? Follow me. Let's lure that electric stingray from the sea over here and corner it. Behind the dragon, countless sea spirits rose into the air. He looked up in utter shock. Are those the spirits of sea beasts? These sea beasts can continue fighting even after they've died? What is going on? Son of a bitch, how are we supposed to fight this? No, wait. These spirits are attacking the other sea beasts. This means someone is controlling them. It's true. The spirits were swarming the dragon from all sides. Someone else lost their composure even more. Who? We're the highest level people on this battlefield. Who here has that kind of ability? The goateed man looked doubtful. Could it be Ning? He's only an early tier 3. How is that even possible? The gray-haired man wasn't so sure either. Maybe not. But when he fought us earlier, that bizarre willpower attack, his expression turned to one of horror. No. If he has this ability to control souls, then does that mean he was holding back on us earlier? Ning appeared before everyone out of nowhere. He pointed his sword at the goateed commander. The sea beasts are running rampant, and you high-ranking soldiers are just standing here gawking. Do you all have a death wish? The man hurriedly backed away. No, Sir Ning. We were just in awe of you. But Ning had no patience for small talk. All right, cut the crap. Although the main force of this beast tide has been controlled, plenty of fish have still slipped through the net. Everyone, hurry up and deal with them. The man with the goatee immediately carried out the order. Yes, sir. Ning walked ahead, his mind heavy with worry. He had already used all of his zero-cost ultimate skills. Although he still had enough spiritual energy, he could only use Divine Wrath and Mortal Inferno one more time. What he had left was, at most, enough to use his regular skills like Elemental Wind Blade and Paralysis Armor Shield. The other Awakeners should be able to handle the remaining sea beasts. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't step in again. His status window appeared. The first wave of sea beasts has been contained. The second wave will arrive in 3 hours, with twice the number as the first. He focused on the last entry. A second wave? He carefully tried to recall what happened at this exact time in his past life. At this point in my previous life, the military hadn't found me yet, so I didn't participate in this battle. I only heard that it was especially brutal. The Donghai safe zone was completely unprepared and ended up being totally destroyed. Afterwards, the military sent people to reclaim it but were repeatedly defeated. In the end, they had to give up on it. So, there really was a second beast tide. He exhaled in disbelief. 3 hours? Other military corps won't be able to make it in time. It's already a miracle that the soldiers here survived this battle. Everyone is exhausted now. They can't fight the second wave head-on. The only option is to figure out how to create an isolation zone. That's the only way to ensure the survivors and soldiers can evacuate quickly. He made a video call to the man on the other side of the line. Uncle Xiao, how are the evacuation efforts on your end? Is everything all right? How much longer will it take to complete the evacuation? The uncle on the other end was clearly struggling. Things are not going well. The people who were assigned here convinced many of the survivors who had already evacuated to come back, the uncle said, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. They stuffed all the survivors into his shelter and posted guards. Ning was shocked at how much worse the situation had gotten. What did you just say? The uncle pointed the screen toward a sealed door. It's hopeless, as you can see. The survivors inside were deceived. They don't trust us one bit and refuse to open the door. Our only option is to break down the door and forcibly remove everyone. But that would only make them trust us even less. The evacuation mission has become many times more difficult than before. It's taking way too long. The uncle sounded extremely anxious. Based on our current progress, it's estimated to take at least 3 more hours to evacuate everyone. Ning clenched his teeth, suppressing the storm inside him. I know it's tough on everyone. Keep trying. He clenched his fist and turned off the screen, but you could still hear the uncle's voice echoing. Don't you worry. I'll do it even if I have to risk this old life of mine. Ning's expression darkened, his eyes filled with grim determination. In this era of abundant resources and false peace, getting things done is 100 times harder than it will be in the future. Similar incidents are bound to happen again, and the results I want will always face obstacles. His eyes lit up with resolve. After this Donghai incident is resolved, the first thing I must do is reach the pinnacle of power and secure the ultimate authority. Right now, to deal with the next extreme disaster, I'll need extreme focus and extreme measures. He declared with absolute authority, anyone who stands in my way dies. 009, who was following behind him, asked, what's our next move, comrade? Where are we going now? He gave a decisive order, 009, go gather data on the fuel reserves of the safe zones near Donghai. Then, inform them to transfer all of their stored fuel to the Donghai safe zone within 2 hours. Also, find a way to replenish your spiritual energy and stay safe. 009 saluted. Understood, comrade. Ning looked up at the pouring rain and the distant silhouette of the airship. The Donghai safe zone is completely beyond saving now. Rather than a death by 1,000 cuts, it's better to make a clean, quick break. He clenched his fist, his objective clear. Create a massive fire to burn down the entire Donghai safe zone and create a fire break. At the very least, this way, the survivors will no longer be pursued. Donghai safe zone, at the inland border. Ning stood on a rooftop looking down at the chaotic battlefield, connecting a call. On the other end of the line, 009 was reporting, comrade, I'm afraid there isn't enough fuel in any of the surrounding safe zones. He was stunned by this information. Impossible. I checked the fuel reserves of every zone before. 009 had a man pinned to the ground with her foot, clearly having just defeated him. Most of them have faked their records, and the ones who didn't fake their records are refusing to cooperate. Even killing them won't solve this urgent problem. The man shouted defiantly, Ning, hasn't the beast tide already been contained, and you still want to burn down the entire Donghai safe zone? Do you have any idea how many years this safe zone has been established? I've already joined forces with 6 other safe zones to report you to the capital. He insisted stubbornly. The capital will never agree to this. You have no right to demand fuel from us. Ning spoke through the screen, his expression unreadable. I understand. 009, come back. His eyes flashed with fury at the injustice of it all. They're beyond saving, completely hopeless. If I don't wipe out all this trash, I'll end up exhausting myself to death sooner or later. But for now, I need to calm down and find a way to solve the problem first. He took a deep breath to compose himself. Calm down. A pickup truck left the chaotic city, people on board sobbing, "Wah, our home is gone. Wah." A man in a hat complained resentfully. "Why didn't you tell us sooner? Why are we only evacuating now?" A person in a cloak expressed their dissatisfaction. "We pay so much in taxes, and this is how the military treats us." Some people were still trying to stay, resisting the soldiers to get back in. "Let us go back. We came back to get our things. Give us back our car. By what right do you get to commandeer my vehicle?" The woman knelt, her arm in a cast, on the cold ground as heavy raindrops fell, begging the soldiers. "I'm begging you. We lost everything to gather these supplies. More than half of our people died just trying to transport them here. The men in my family risked their lives for this stuff. If you destroy the city and we lose all this, how are we supposed to survive?" Gu Wu stepped forward, placing his hand over his heart with the utmost sincerity. "The city must not be destroyed. All the surrounding safe zones have expressed their opposition to burning the city. They have refused to supply fuel to the Donghai safe zone." His gaze was fixed on the innocent civilians, firm as a solemn promise. "I, Gu Wu, as the rescue representative from the Dongqing safe zone, assure all of you that the battle on the front lines is going very well. In just a few more days, everyone will be able to return home." The people were overjoyed. "Really? That's wonderful." The woman who had been helped up thanked him profusely. "Thank you, officer. Thank you. We will cooperate with the evacuation." But the moment the civilians turned to leave, he began to curse Ning relentlessly. "See that? How could we possibly destroy the city? If we destroy Donghai, what will become of these poor people? What the hell does that brat Ning know? He has no idea what kind of catastrophic damage his actions would cause Donghai." He let out a triumphant laugh. "They're just a bunch of sea beasts. What's the big deal?" The subordinate with spiky gray hair, standing beside him, chimed in, echoing his leader. He pointed and ordered the soldiers, "Everyone, follow me into the city. Search for and evacuate any survivors hiding in the buildings." The soldiers raised their hands in unison and shouted a clear response. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes as an image of Ning flashed in his mind. Of course, all financial assets of the survivors, especially those from the major chambers of commerce, will be protected by us. While the city is deserted, we need to move fast. In a time of disaster, no one will investigate. How much we can make this time is all up to us. But he never expected that Ning was watching everything from afar with his special vision. "Ha ha ha. Good. Great. Very good. This is profiting from a national disaster. Wonderful. Just wonderful." It turns out that when you're truly speechless, all you can do is laugh. He gave a bitter laugh, unsure if he was mocking himself or those deceitful people. "Ha ha. To think I'm still so naive even after being reborn. I forgot that this isn't a time of war and most high-ranking positions are still occupied by useless trash. I confused them with the United Army that was forged from blood and tears in my past life. I was wrong. I forgot that some people won't shed a tear until they're staring at their own coffin." He tilted his head back, letting the rain fall on his face to calm down. "From here on out, this is just a minor sea beast disaster. I've all but failed. From warning Donghai, to Fang Tang stopping me, to the army just standing by and watching. I forced the troop deployment, only to be slandered and opposed. The truth came out, but the command was flawed. The survivors returned. I wanted to burn the city to stop the enemy, but then these parasites showed up to cause trouble." He opened his eyes wide, seeing the world for what it was. Utterly ridiculous. He leaped from the highest floor, shooting down like an arrow in the rain. "At first, I wanted to save Donghai, but I never wanted things to turn out like this. At this point, you've all forced my hand." He raced on, leaping from building to building, aiming for his necessary target. "You want to profit from a national disaster? Fine. Go right on into the city. Today, I'll be the one to send you to your graves." Below the Donghai Safe Zone's Spirit Energy Tower. After the apocalypse began, spirit energy nodes provided by the system appeared all over the world. Humanity began to awaken, and towers containing energy orbs were formed from these nodes. The original world was destroyed by the zombie tide, and the survivors established new safe zones around those nodes. Each spirit energy node in a safe zone is the core that maintains the energy recovery of the nucleus. For the awakened, no spirit energy node means no safe zone. The Donghai Spirit Energy Tower is a Tier 3 spirit energy node. If it erupts, the Donghai safe zone will be gone forever. Ning appeared at the base of the energy tower. "But if I don't do this, how will humanity ever be warned? What they'll lose in the future won't just be the Donghai safe zone. This explosion will cause the rampant spirit energy to dissipate. At the very least, it can erase all traces of humanity here, interfere with the sea beast's perception and stop their advance, forming the strongest possible quarantine belt. Xiao Hai reported in from the other end of the line. Ning, the survivor rescue mission is basically complete, half an hour ahead of schedule. However, we've gotten reports that some soldiers from the surrounding war zones have returned to the city. We've discovered there. He cut him off to deal with the matter at hand. Ignore them. All you need to do is get the evacuated survivors out of the Donghai safe zone as soon as possible. I'm hanging up now. Immediately after, he contacted the pink-haired android 009. Contact Ming-A, Chen Kai, and the other frontline soldiers at once. Within 10 minutes, evacuate them from the coastline. She immediately complied, understood. He swung his flaming sword toward the energy orb. Goodbye, Donghai safe zone. Elemental storm raging fire. He slashed a line right through the center of the energy eye. The massive explosion heavily damaged his barrier. He struggled to withstand the powerful impact of the energy field. Battle suit. Full power to defenses. He rushed forward to end this. One more strike. He delivered a fatal blow right to the center of the energy core, piercing through the orb before leaping high into the air. The orb, seemingly pushed beyond its limits, began to crack apart. He flew out of the building as fast as he could, just before the massive explosion could engulf everything. He activated his Godspeed ability, maxing out his agility stat. Over here, Gu's group was busy looting from civilian homes. A subordinate gleefully carried the stolen goods. Representative Gu, there are so many high-grade materials and equipment here. We've struck it rich. He smugly stuck his nose in the air. Of course. This time, we don't even need to forge the books. He then shamelessly shouted his slogan as if it were a joke. Everyone, we must save all the people of Donghai. This is our responsibility. His close aide praised him. Representative Gu is brilliant. Every word of this must be officially recorded. The energy sphere from before had expanded toward Gu's position, devouring everything in its path. He didn't even have time to react. Huh? What is this? He had barely gotten the words out when he was mercilessly devoured by the sphere. The ball of energy swelled, enveloping the entire city like a miniature sun, consuming the buildings as it spread. In the Capitol conference room, the council members watched on screen as the Donghai safe zone was swallowed by the sphere. Hu Ziping's face darkened. What the hell is Ning doing? Li Xuanguo's expression was thunderous. Was the spirit energy node destroyed? The purple-haired secretary quickly gave an urgent update. The spirit energy node cannot be regenerated. The Donghai safe zone can never be rebuilt. Fang Hao was stunned by what Ning had caused. Lu Tianming stormed straight into the conference room. Ning, he's completely lawless. The tide at Donghai was clearly under control, and the situation was favorable, but that Ning proposed a plan to scorch the city. It seemed he was just waiting for this chance to quickly report Ning. I tried to talk him out of it, but it was no use, so I had to rush back to report. I can't believe he'd do something like that. Marshal, this kind of insolent madman cannot be trusted or coddled. Li Xuanguo had lost all his patience. Ning, did I really misjudge you? Guards. Fang Hao immediately stepped forward to volunteer. Marshal, let me go personally. I guarantee I will bring Ning back. Whether it was dealing with Ning or his guard, 009, neither would be a problem for me. But deep down, he already had a plan to investigate thoroughly. If the marshal sent more people, it would only lead to more misunderstandings, and at that point, it would be difficult to save Ning. Li Xuanguo made a swift decision. Fine, you take my Thunder Fighter and bring Ning back to me as soon as possible. I'll interrogate him myself. 10 minutes later, in the Donghai safe zone, a state-of-the-art aircraft had landed in the area closest to Ning. The voice of an accompanying assistant reminded Vice Marshal Fang, according to Commissioner Ning's Class A clearance, this is a restricted location. He is on the mountain outside the Donghai safe zone. Fang Hao immediately ordered the landing. I want to see him. Ning calmly awaited his fate. Haha, the Great Xia's most advanced supersonic fighter. They've already sent it. Looks like another big shot has come to hold me accountable. Fang Hao landed on the ground. Ning, you've caused a huge disaster. He quickly recognized his old uncle, Uncle Fang. Fang Hao tried to convince Ning to explain himself so he would have evidence for a defense. Ning, you destroyed the Donghai spirit energy node. If you have any explanation, you need to say it now. I can help you figure something out before we get back. But he paid it no mind. Uncle Fang, I'm tired. I can't be bothered to explain anymore. Right before their eyes, the energy field pulsed across the city. Ning pointed in that direction. Look over there. In one more minute, you'll understand. Fang Hao still didn't understand what his nephew was planning. What do you mean? But a minute later, giant, monstrous silhouettes bobbed in the distance, making him instantly realize it was the second wave of the sea beast tide. They tried to attack the energy field, but were instantly reduced to dry bones. Ning asked again, "Do you understand now?" It was only then that Fang Hao understood. "I get it now. You used this extreme method to stop the sea beast tide from pursuing the survivors. But why didn't you explain this to your superiors?" Ning closed his eyes wearily. "Explain? Was there even time? Didn't I make it clear from the beginning? And what was the result? Who would have believed it without seeing it with their own eyes?" Fang Hao patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Ning, you've been through a lot. Still, even though you've been wronged, Uncle Fang still advises you to return to the capital first and explain everything clearly." He continued to advise him, "Now that the outcome is clear, the marshal isn't an unreasonable man. As for any stragglers, leave it to me to arrange and handle." Ning obediently agreed. "Okay." Fang Hao added a word about the tense situation at headquarters. "Right, when you get back, be careful of Lu Tianming and his cronies. Earlier, while you were still struggling in the dungeon, they went to your house. Your mom and your sister are in the hospital right now." Ning was completely stunned by this news. "What did you say?" The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the empty street. Ning frantically rushed toward the building, each step heavy with anxiety. Xiao An was curled up on a small chair next to the hospital bed, her face soaked with tears. "Brother, where on earth are you? If you're still alive, please come back soon. Mom's been unconscious for 2.3 days. I'm so scared." Ning burst through the door, his face frantic, his voice filled with worry. "Xiao An." Hearing the noise, Xiao An slowly lifted her head. Her tear-filled eyes widened, and she whispered through her sobs, "Brother." Xiao An immediately rushed to hug Ning tightly, sobbing. "Brother, sob. I thought you were dead." Ning gently patted his sister's back, reassuring her, "Xiao An, don't cry. I'm not dead. See, I'm back, safe and sound, aren't I?" He gently stroked her head and said softly, "Be a good girl. Xiao An. Let me go see Mom first." Xiao An nodded slightly. When Mom heard you had died, she fainted." She lowered her head, her voice trembling. "Even though the doctor said she's okay, she still hasn't woken up." Ning quietly walked to the bedside, gently taking his unconscious mother's frail hand. "Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm home now. I'm okay. Mom, please wake up." The frail hand twitched slightly, as if moved by his earnest call. Ning looked up, startled, his heart seeming to stop. His voice trembled with hope. "Mom?" Beside him, Xiao An sobbed. "Brother, what if Mom doesn't wake up?" Ning gently squeezed her hand, his gaze resolute. "She will, Xiao An. Now that Mom knows I'm back, she'll definitely wake up." He turned around, his face grim. "Xiao An, who came to our house? Who told you I was dead? Do you remember?" The little girl replied, "I think. It was some Chief Wang. They came to the house and tried to take all of your things. I wouldn't let them, so they told me you were dead." Xiao An frowned slightly. "But the weird thing is, he came back yesterday. He even brought a basket of flowers and fruit, saying some intern had made a mistake and that you weren't dead. Then after he took a phone call, his attitude completely changed, and he said you were about to die soon anyway. I don't believe a single word he says, so I threw all of his stuff right out the door." Hearing this, Ning wasn't surprised at all. He quickly figured out who was behind it. "I see." He said nothing more, his mind carefully piecing things together. "Chief Wang, Wang Kai's father, a subordinate of Lu Tianming. You bastards should never have touched my family. Just wait until I get back. I'll rip every last one of you out by the roots." Witnessing Ning's terrifying aura, Xiao An couldn't help but worry and quickly spoke up. "Brother, your expression just now was really scary. Actually, besides the bad guys, there are good people too, like Uncle Fang. He arranged for Mom and me to be admitted to the hospital, and he even sent 2 people to protect us." Ning smiled softly, a warm, gentle smile as he patted Xiao An's head. I know. Don't worry, Xiao An." The little girl looked up at Ning and asked in a small voice, "Then, can you wait until Mom gets better before you leave?" "I'll be scared all by myself," he replied gently. "Don't be afraid, Xiao An. I won't go anywhere until Mom wakes up." In Lu Tianming's reception room, Tianming sat with his legs crossed on a chair as a voice spoke up. "Lu Tianming, the men we sent to capture Ning have returned to the capital. They said it seems a beast tide has broken out. The second one? And that Ning has also returned." Without a moment's hesitation, Tianming said, "Chief Wang, can you please get to the point? Stop being so paranoid. With guts like yours, how do you expect to accomplish anything great?" Tianming frowned. The man's voice was measured. "There's still time before the marshal convenes the commissioners' assembly. We still have plenty of time to maneuver. Don't forget the final order from the marshal was for Fang Hao to arrest the man. Whether or not there's a beast tide is irrelevant. If we just stay calm, we can win this. Tianming leaned forward and replied, Chief Wang, do you remember the person from more than 10 years ago? We will arrest Ning at the conference. The chief exclaimed excitedly, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's a truly decisive move. That incident is a taboo in Huaxia. Anyone who touches it dies. At the military airfield, a plane screeched down the runway at breakneck speed. 4 people, Wang Tian, Luo Xiaohai, and Kai Lai, and Ming La, stepped off the plane one by one. Exhaustion etched onto every one of their faces. As soon as they set foot on the ground, a voice called out, Chen Kai Lai, deputy commander of the Hubei military region, Luo Xiaohai, marshal of the Tianfeng safe zone, Wang Tian, vice president of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce, Ming La, captain of the special operations team. A man's sharp voice cut through the air. You have all seriously violated military orders and discipline. Come with us, Ming La, filled with indignation, yelled. We bled and fought a desperate battle. We just rescued millions of survivors. On what grounds are you arresting us? We want to see the marshal. Kai Lai turned his head and calmly told Ming Lei in a serious tone, save your breath. You can't reason with them. The 4 of them strode forward defiantly, and Kai Lai announced loudly, Get out of the way. I can walk on my own. I, Chen Kai Lai, have lived my entire life with a clear conscience. From a distance, Fang witnessed everything. She thought to herself, I have to inform Comrade Ning immediately. The military conference hall in the capital city of Li Shuangguo. Standing majestically on a high platform in the middle of the vast auditorium, his solemn voice boomed. I believe everyone has seen the information about the second beast tide that erupted in Donghai. Fang Hao is taking charge, and furthermore, the Huadong safe zone has established a temporary barrier so there won't be a state of any major chaos. The main reason I've called everyone here today is to discuss the qualitative issues regarding Ning's series of actions. Li Shuangguo sat thoughtfully among the delegates, his expression serious. He slowly raised his hand. Judging by the results, Ning saved millions of lives and stopped the sea beasts. Although his methods went against regulations, I believe the merits outweigh the flaws, especially considering his incredible foresight. He should be exonerated and commended for his actions. Furthermore, we should issue a formal apology to Ning. Tianming leaned over slightly, his voice full of insinuation. Commissioner Hu, don't you think you're jumping to conclusions? Suddenly, Qian Fen shot to his feet, his firm voice ringing with indignation. I do not agree with this. You've all been deceived by Ning. Are you aware that before he destroyed Donghai, he broke into the High Secret Research Institute? Not only did Ning kill Marshal Li, but he also stole all the research data from there, intending to keep it for himself. He decided to destroy all of Donghai just to eliminate the evidence of his crimes. Qian Fen yanked down his collar, revealing a large scar. He pointed forward, his voice trembling with rage. He nearly killed me, too. If it weren't for Lu Tianming sending people to rescue me in time, I'm afraid I would have been left for dead in Donghai. And if that had happened, the truth would have been buried forever. Lu Xiang, sitting beside them, slowly raised a hand. The unhurried yet authoritative gesture instantly silenced the entire room. He looked up, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before he spoke. Besides the crimes already mentioned, I wish to say a few words. As the representative for the Chujing coastal region, Lu Xiang shot to his feet and growled. First, the beast tide in the East Sea wasn't that severe, but Ning completely destroyed the East Sea safe zone. Second, the safe zones near the East Sea sent dozens of officers to the rescue. But the moment they entered the city to conduct search and rescue, Ning destroyed the spirit energy node, killing every last one of them. All because their safe zone's commander refused to provide fuel to burn down the East Sea. This was nothing more than a personal vendetta. Before the silence could even settle, the director also shot to his feet, the chair behind him screeching loudly against the floor. Furthermore, we've discovered that Ning also embezzled a large amount of supplies from the East Sea safe zone. I even suspect his so-called prophecy. In fact, he was the one who instigated this beast tide. Otherwise, how could he have made such an accurate prediction? Unless it was a case of the thief crying, "Stop, thief." Hearing these blatant accusations, Yuan San couldn't contain his anger and objected. Enough. You people are just spreading baseless rumors, twisting the truth, and making slanderous accusations. You sons of bitches. All you bastards ever do is look out for yourselves and frame others. If you're so damn capable, why don't you go to the front lines and fight the beast tide? The director replied sarcastically, Commander Cheng, are you that upset? I know Ning made significant contributions for your useless squad in the dungeon, Resistance, but let's be clear, you need to open your eyes and see the facts. Don't be like your traitorous subordinates, using your achievements as an excuse to rebel alongside Ning. Yuan San was so furious he lost control, pointing a finger straight in the man's face and roaring, "Rebel my ass. I'll fucking kill you. You believe me?" Seeing this, Li Shuangguo rushed over to calm him down. "Old Cheng, calm down. What Director Wang is doing is understandable." Li Shuangguo continued. "After all, if he can use this incident to get Ye Ning killed at the first selection, his son, Wang Kai, will be able to rise to the #1 position. He's just being a father, ha ha." Hearing this, the director looked flustered as if he'd been exposed. He stammered, "Li Shuangguo, you're spouting baseless accusations." Tianming raised a hand to interrupt. "Allow me to say a few words." He calmly stepped out from his seat and spoke clearly, "Marshal, it's undeniable that Ye Ning is the world's best in 4 systems and has achieved great merits. He is a rare prodigy. But regarding his talent and his methods, Marshal, don't you find him familiar? Do you recall the small-scale beast-tide outbreak from a decade ago? That person seemed to be pursuing the same thing." Li Shuangguo, standing on the high platform, slammed his hand on the table. His roar echoed through the hall. "Silence. Lu Tianming. Watch your words." Tianming walked straight toward the platform, still speaking. "Don't worry, Marshal. I am, of course, being discreet. I won't leak anything. I just wanted to let you know I found something very interesting." His voice was cold with a hint of sarcasm. Before Shangjing, Yi Ning was already using the name Yi Ning in various dungeons. Would you say that's just a coincidence? Suddenly, a strange noise from outside made them both whip their heads around. Li Shuangguo immediately asked, "What's happening outside?" Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly. "I suspect that noise might be our dear Commissioner Ye Ning having arrived. If you don't believe me, let's go have a look." Tianming and the others rushed outside, and the scene before them left everyone speechless. Amidst the scattered rubble, Yi Ning stood silently, surrounded by soldiers who had been taken down by his cold blade. Tianming stepped closer. "What did I tell you? Those are the legendary paralysis gauntlets and the wind blade element, aren't they?" Yi Ning snapped his head around, his expression one of disgust as he said, "Yeah, just as I thought, it's a trap. A whole series of them, goddammit." 2 minutes earlier, at the entrance to the conference hall, Yi Ning stood opposite Fang Fang. Speaking with frustration, "I can't believe those bastards went after Ming Luo's group so quickly. Thankfully, my mother has woken up. It's time to deal with them. 009, lay low for a bit. I'm going in to check things out. Act according to the situation." She responded decisively. "Understood." Yi Ning sensed something was off. He thought to himself, "Oh, there's hidden killing intent." He slowly drew the sword from his back, his wary eyes scanning the surroundings. From behind, 3 figures suddenly descended from above. He spun around, his eyes locking onto the 3 advancing soldiers, the weapons in their hands flashing like lightning, ready to tear through the air. Yi Ning calculated internally, early 3rd tier, using killing moves. None of these guys are saying a word. If I use God's wrath and accidentally kill them, I'm afraid there'll be no way to explain myself later. His hands clenched. Bright red sparks shot out from his 2 gauntlets. He thought, I'll just have to deal with this guy first. Paralysis, gauntlets, blood storm. Yi Ning swung his arm, and a powerful surge of red energy erupted, sending the soldiers flying back as the ground shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. One of the men coughed, and thick blood gushed from his mouth like a spring, splattering and staining the ground beneath him red. Yi Ning blinked, a look of utter shock on his face. What the hell? They hastily withdrew their attacks. And on top of that, they didn't even put up a defense. Is this a setup to frame me? The old self-injury ploy. Back in the present, one of the downed soldiers struggled to get up and said, Marshal, we only told Commissioner Ye Ning to wait a moment, but he used deadly force against us. Cough, cough. Tianming waved his hand and said slowly, You see, Marshal, I told you Ye Ning has gone mad. He tries to kill people the moment something displeases him. Li Shuangguo observed silently, then said in a low voice, Yi Ning, do you have anything to say for yourself? Yi Ning let out a small huff and replied, Yeah, this is interesting. To be honest, whether it's about this or the entire EC incident, I can't be bothered to explain myself. Yi Ning stood tall and proud, placing a hand on his hip as he gave a firm command. 009, get out here now. Fang Fang leaped down from above and called out. An image, recorded from her eyes, was projected out. A blue light flashed, and a crystal-clear image of the group attacking Yi Ning appeared in the space before them. It perfectly captured the moment right before they showed up. Tianming stood frozen, eyes wide, and stammered. What? A smug look appeared on Yi Ning's face. His gaze swept over Tianming with a hint of mockery as he said casually, Lu Tianming, the light here is too bright, so the projection quality isn't great. Why don't we head inside and take our time watching it? In front of all the leaders, Fang Fang projected everything for them to see. Turning off the projection, Fang Fang announced, "Video playback is complete." After everything, Li Xuanguo's face darkened. He tried to suppress his anger and said, "Lu Tianming, what you did was completely out of line." Tianming replied, flustered, "Marshal, I admit that setting up an ambush at the gate was wrong, but I only did it for the safety of the great Xia." He tried to justify himself, saying, "Marshal, based on the video, although the Donghai beast tide was fierce, it wasn't so bad that we needed to completely destroy Donghai, was it? Yi Ning is only doing this for his own selfish gain." "Commander, have you already forgotten what I told you before?" This made Li Xuanguo fall into deep thought. Suddenly, a notification appeared, warning that the Huaxia war zone was about to be hit by a sea beast attack. A+ level tide, please be prepared. War zone mission. Eliminate the peak 3rd stage sea beast, the giant sea demon. Seeing this, Tianming seized the opportunity to create a diversion, exclaiming, "What?" Li Xuanguo and everyone else also received the notification instantly. He said in shock, "This is an event the system has identified as a disaster, and it's a peak 3rd stage sea beast mission. The second wave has already escalated to A+ level. This has never happened since the reconstruction of Grand Xia." At this point, Yi Ning just calmly remarked, "Ha ha, the system's warning is right on time. Saves me the trouble of explaining. Commander, you don't need any more explanations from me now, do you?" Just then, Fang Heo made a video call. Seeing this, Li Xuanguo asked, "Fang Heo, what is it?" Fang Heo reported, "Commander, sir, the scale of the beast tide here is unimaginable. Even though I've mobilized the troops, our current army size isn't enough to fight this beast tide. Although the soldiers are not afraid to die, charging in to fight head-on will only lead to pointless sacrifices." He projected the situation there and added, "Luckily, the spirit energy node is holding them back, which is ensuring that the retreating survivors aren't being pursued." Li Xuanguo immediately gave the order. "I understand. Ensure the safety of the survivors. Abandon the East Sea and retreat." Hearing this, Fang Heo replied, "Understood, Commander." Suddenly, Tianming wondered aloud, "Commander, how could Yi Ning have predicted this so accurately? It's obvious he's manipulating all of this." This made Chang Yuan unable to hold back, rushing forward to get physical while yelling, "You son of a bitch, by your bullshit logic. Does that mean every hero in history was the one who caused the disaster? Have you no shame?" Hearing that, Tianming provoked Chang Yuan. "You want to start a fight with me?" Unable to stand it any longer, Li Xuanguo's eyes flashed, his anger unconcealed as he growled, "All of you, shut up." Then, immediately, he created a large explosion that sent the quarreling Tianming and Chang Yuan flying. Li Xuanguo said in a stern voice, "Now that things have come to this, there's no more need for speculation. Yi Ning is the indisputable hero of this sea beast incident. Tomorrow, we will hold a national commendation ceremony." Yi Ning offered his opinion. "Let's skip the commendation ceremony. Just publishing a news report to show appreciation will be enough. If the commander truly wishes to compensate me, then I want to investigate and handle the matter myself. After all, some bastard had the nerve, while I was fighting in the dungeon, to go to my home and harass my family." Hearing this, the chief's face went pale as he spoke up, "Commissioner Yi, please let me explain. This was all done by an intern." "I have." Li Xuanguo didn't give him time to make any more excuses and said, "This matter has indeed violated regulations. In that case, let Commissioner Yi Ning handle the investigation. I will assign an action team to assist you. Just be mindful of your limits and act within the law." Getting what he wanted, Yi Ning expressed his thanks. "Understood. Thank you, Commander." Faced with this, the chief couldn't help but tremble in fear and cry out, "This?" The scene changes as the sky gradually darkens. A private car drives out from the high-ranking official's compound. Inside the car, a voice speaks with desperation. "Lu Tianming, we're in the same boat, so you have to save me this time, no matter what." Beside him, Tianming coldly asked Chief Wang, "Are you threatening me?" Hearing this, the chief could only stammer in reply, No, I wouldn't dare." With a cunning look, Tianming confidently stated, "All right, what are you panicking for? Didn't the commander already warn him not to go too far? We'll handle whatever he throws at us. The law is supreme. You think Yi Ning would dare to run wild? Relax. If he doesn't know his place and back down, the commander won't let him off the hook. Besides, the forbidden seed has already been planted." While the chief remained anxious, at the same time, back at the high-ranking official's compound, Fang Fang asked, "Comrade, aren't we going to rescue Ming Luo and the others first?" Hearing this, Yi Ning replied, "No rush. First, we'll make an example of someone to scare the others. If we can scare them, then when we get back, more people will naturally be willing to talk to us." Fang Fang asked further, "So, which chicken should we make an example of first?" Without hesitation, Yi Ning said with a look of great interest, Chief Wang, of course. At Chief Wang's house, Yi Ning thought to himself, in just 4 years, he's managed to embezzle 30 million points. He didn't even spare the subsidy funds. Looking at the piles of gems, diamonds, and money filling the chests all around, Yi Ning thought, do you have any idea that the monthly living cost for an ordinary family is only 20 points? He said with a grim expression. I've really underestimated you, Chief Wang. Hearing this, the chief, who was now restrained by the guards, still tried to yell defiantly at Yi Ning. None of this is your business. You have no right to search my house. Just as he finished his sentence, the commander told you to know your place, don't you da. Before he could finish, Fang Fang, who was standing nearby, delivered a hard slap to the chief's face. She just kept slapping him again and again. Seeing this, Ye Ning silently drew his sword, approached the man, and taunted. What? A parasite like you has the right to talk to me about going too far. Placing the tip of his sword against the chief's neck, Yi Ning declared sternly, killing you today is to rid the people of a menace. Even so, the shameless chief still said confidently, Yi Ning, you can't execute me on your own authority. With an ice-cold gaze filled with extreme anger and resentment, Yi Ning growled, you dared to touch my family? You think I don't have the guts to touch you? Only then did the chief finally feel fear. With tears welling in his eyes, he begged, no, 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 don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything you say. Seeing this, Yi Ning sheathed his sword and said with satisfaction, that's more like it. Just tell me who was pulling the strings, and I'll let you go. Don't even think about hiding anything. I'll find out even if you don't talk, but if you do, you might just get to live. And don't bother with any nonsense about loyalty. It's obvious you're just a pawn that's been thrown away. Just think back to the look on Tianming's face in the car. The director realized with a shock that Lu Tianming had no intention of saving him. In fact, he wanted to use his death to bring Ye Ning down. None of the marshal's men said a word, clearly intending to let Yi Ning take all his anger out on him. After a moment, he finally confessed. I'll talk. It was Lu Tianming who directed the whole thing. The most valuable items taken from your home are all with him. He promised to mentor my son, that's why I followed him. Besides me, he was also the one who orchestrated the fuel incident in the East Sea vicinity. He had achieved his goal. Yi Ning then gave an order. Very good. 009. Make a recording of his statement, and have him sign it. After that, release him nearby. Fang Fang replied, understood. Then, Yi Ning used his power to confiscate all of the director's assets, saying, I'll be taking these for now. They will be redistributed after a full investigation. Once outside, he called Xiao An. She answered, Big brother, is something wrong? Hearing her voice, Yi Ning suddenly said, Xiao An, I want to teach you something. He instructed her. When you're dealing with bad people, with those who bully us, you must kill them. Deceiving a dead man doesn't count as deception. Meanwhile, behind Yi Ning, Fang Fang was decisively taking care of the director. At the same time, in the Lu residence, that bastard Tianming was completely unaware of what was happening, calmly caressing Lin Lan in his bed. In Lin Lan's arms, he said pervertedly, Lin Lan, I'm incredibly frustrated today. You have to help me relieve this anger. Just then, a guard burst in and announced, Lu Tianming, we have a problem. Seeing the embarrassing scene before him, the young man immediately blushed and stammered. Oh, this? His fun interrupted. Tianming grabbed a nearby teacup and threw it straight at the guard's head, yelling, You bastard. As Tianming hurriedly got dressed, he asked irritably, What is it now? The guard quickly replied, The director. He's dead. Yi Ning just arrested many of our people, and now he's heading this way. Hearing this, Tianming couldn't help but curse. Is he insane? If this continues, how will the military have any face left? Hurry and report to the marshal. Tell him Yi Ning has lost his mind. Receiving the order, the guard replied, Yes, sir, and rushed off. Only then did Tianming's face pale as he realized, Wait, that's not right. The marshal sent men to follow him, so there's no way he doesn't know. This is bad. I need to see the old chief immediately. Outside the Lu residence, all the key figures connected to Tianming were already being restrained by Fang Fang. Yi Ning and her calmly advanced straight towards Tianming's location. Yi Ning ordered, Take these people and parade them around Chang'an Avenue, especially in front of Lu Tianming's house. Live stream all of their crimes. Everyone must know everything. Behind them, Wang Hai tried his best to intervene. That's enough. Commissioner Yi Ning, please stop. The higher-ups know you're not happy and have been quite tolerant, but what you're doing now is going too far. What do you take the nation's laws and military discipline for? With rage boiling in his mind, Yi Ning just scoffed and replied, Oh, you think this is going too far? When they framed me and tried to kill me, you didn't think that was going too far. When they disregarded the lives of the survivors, you didn't think that was going too far. He shouted, "Too far. I'm just getting started. There's much more to come." He unleashed his full mental power, blanketing the entire city. Then he flew straight to the Lu residence. Ning launched a continuous barrage of attacks, aiming to provoke Tianming. He yelled out, "Lu Tianming, you damn dog, get the hell out here for me." He frantically swung his sword, delivering powerful blows as he growled. "Lu Tianming, get your cowardly ass out here. You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to face the consequences." The flames Ning created grew larger and larger, engulfing the entire Lu residence. Ning thought to himself, "Anyway, I've already decided to reveal my authority over the zombie nation instance to save my people. Now, I obviously need to maximize the benefits. The more shocked everyone is, the better it is for me. Only by fighting the sea beasts to the very end will I have a chance to drag that old man down. Political maneuvering? No, that won't give me or humanity any time to hesitate." Facing the challenge, he yelled, "Tianming, you old dog, stop being a coward and get out here." But Tianming was running for his life, trying to escape the Grim Reaper named Ning. Watching his mansion burn in a sea of flames, Tianming said furiously, "He's actually using his mental power to insult me across the entire city. This is too much. It's utterly unbearable," he roared. "I have to kill this animal with my own hands." He was about to run towards Ning to settle the score, but his attendant immediately stopped him. "Lu Tianming, that kid is deliberately trying to provoke you into showing yourself." He reasoned that if they confronted him now, the outcome would be uncertain. What's more, he has the protection of an expert like 009. Only then did Tianming let out a cold snort and say, "Let's go. After I meet with the old chief, I'll make sure that brat dies without a proper burial." Inside the capital's military conference hall, all the high-ranking officers were gathered. Tu Yin Kwok spoke up, "Ning, there are no outsiders in today's meeting. There are some things we need to discuss beforehand." He believed that things had gone far enough and it was time to stop. Otherwise, he warned, "We won't be able to protect you later on." Ning replied, "Marshal, sir, this is Director Wang's confession before he died. Lu Tianming was the mastermind behind all of this. Does everyone here not know that? Or are you all choosing to turn a blind eye?" Xi Ping took the written testimony and said, "Ning, today, not even the marshal's secretary is present. I'm trying to be more open with you. Can't you see that?" he said, annoyed. "Do you have to be so sarcastic?" Nearby, Yuan San also spoke up, "Ning, ever since you came out of that confrontation instance, my support for you has been obvious, right? Although I also want to kill Lu Tianming, the timing just isn't right. We can't force the marshal's hand." Hearing this, Ning asked, "What are you all getting at?" Xu Ping immediately said frankly, "Ning, there are some things that someone at your level isn't supposed to know, but considering your potential, we've decided to take the risk. Lu Tianming's slightest move affects everything. He has powerful forces backing him. Even the marshal has to be cautious. If things truly escalate, Daxia could immediately fall into a civil war. The bordering nations are watching us like hawks, just waiting for an opportunity. Even if the marshal gambled everything and won against the regime, he would just be handing victory to other countries." Li Xuanguo continued, "So, there are some things we can't do, not because we don't want to. No one wants to kill them more than I do, but the situation is critical. Right now, as long as we don't turn on each other, we can at least remain united against outside threats. So for this internal squabble, you'll just have to grit your teeth and bear it. As for Lu Tianming, he can be punished, he can be demoted. We can deal with him slowly like boiling a frog, but he absolutely cannot be killed recklessly." Hearing this, Ning fell silent for a long time. His face darkened as he replied coldly, "I understand what you're all saying, and I thank you for your trust in me. If you can't be killed recklessly, then please allow me to challenge Lu Tianming to a life-and-death duel, fair and square. After all, according to Article 131 of the Committee's Standard Rotation Act, standing committee members can be rotated based on their abilities." Hearing that, Li Xuanguo roared, "You brat, can't you understand what I'm saying?" He slammed the table in anger as he shot to his feet, saying, "First of all, those are old laws that are no longer suitable for the current system. But speaking of a deathmatch, do you think Lu Tianming's Tier 3 strength is just for show? Let me tell you, you're dead wrong." He clawed his way up to his current position with his own strength on the battlefield. But Ning didn't back down. He also shot to his feet and retorted, "So what?" Li Xuanguo immediately yelled, "So what? I think you're a little punk who's tired of living." He furiously summoned his power to suppress Ning, saying angrily, "His strength is not much weaker than mine. Do you really think a mere early-stage Tier 3 like you can possibly stand against him? Let me tell you something today. Potential and actual strength are two completely different things." Nearby, Xi Ping tried to intervene. "Marshal, please calm down. You'll lose face fighting with a child." Yuan San also tried to soothe him. Yi Ning, the marshal is only trying to do what's best for you and for Daxia. Unyielding, even under the pressure of Li Xuanguo's power, Yi Ning struggled to channel his own energy and said, "Humph, truly cowardly. Although from your points of view and positions, I can understand." But in an instant, he exploded with power, shattering Li Xuanguo's oppressive aura and shouting, "I want to offer a different perspective." Hearing this, a shocked Li Xuanguo asked, "Brat, are you trying to rebel?" With rage boiling inside him, Yi Ning's eyes filled with killing intent as he spoke. What if our greatest enemy isn't some internal faction or even foreign influence, but something far more serious? What if the East Sea Beast Tide was just a small beginning, and after that, A-rank and S-rank Beast Tides, along with undead tides, erupt in multiple places? What if the apocalypse comes again, and Tier 4 mutants attack the cities? Will all of humanity be wiped out? What if we don't have time to slowly boil the frog? Hearing this, Xi Ping asked anxiously, "The apocalypse again? Tier 4 mutants? The end of humanity?" Yuan San asked with great worry, "Yi Ning, have you lost your mind?" Li Xuanguo, hearing this, was also puzzled. "Ye Ning, why would you say such things?" Yi Ning simply replied with confidence, "If I told you I have the ability to predict the future, would you believe me?" In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Just then, a call came in from the old chief. Seeing it, Li Xuanguo said, "Here comes trouble." Answering the call, he greeted politely, "Old chief, you were looking for me, sir." Nearby, Yi Ning thought to himself, "The old chief? Could that be the old chief of the Central Matrix?" On the screen, the old chief, wearing a mask and a black coat that completely covered his body, spoke up. "Little Li Z, still having meetings this late? It seems being a marshal is quite the tough job. You're an old man now. If you really can't handle it, why not hand it over to the younger generation?" Hearing that, Li Xuanguo replied, "You're making fun of me again, old chief. I'm only 60 years old, still a kid. I can still eat 8 bowls in one sitting. Besides, at my age, I can still fight. I've got plenty of energy left for important work." The old chief got straight to the point. "Enough with the small talk. I heard from little Lu that there's a genius lately who murders and burns and isn't afraid to do anything. Of course, I don't mean to blame him. He's a genius, so of course he should be treated differently. Things like that are indeed acceptable, but when his subordinates violate the law and discipline, shouldn't they also be severely punished?" Beside him, Tian Ming leaned into the frame and said smugly, "Marshal, if we're really going by the law, then Ming Luo, Chen Kalai, Xiao Hai, and the others all deserve to die." At this, Li Xuanguo simply replied, "I will handle this matter carefully. Please rest assured, old chief." Hearing this, the old chief reminded him, "Good. Remember, don't destroy Daxia just for some so-called genius." The old chief warned, "Don't let the tragedy of the so-called genius from 14 years ago happen again." Ye Ning, seeing this, wondered why this old chief was wearing a mask. His voice also sounded like it was coming from some kind of electronic voice changer. Based on their conversation, it seems these two factions are in a very fragile balance. What was he talking about just now? Something that happened 14 years ago. Li Xuanguo said, "Ye Ning, you heard everything, didn't you? If you want to save Ming Luo and the others now, you have to let Lu Tianming go. Make your choice. Otherwise, Daxia will be in deep trouble." But then, Yi Ning made a proposition. "Marshal, sir, if I have a way to help you withstand the pressure at the border, do I still need to make this choice?" This confused Li Xuanguo, who asked, "What did you say? What do you mean?" Yi Ning boasted confidently, "I have obtained the dungeon authority for the zombie kingdom." Hearing this, all 3 high-ranking officials were instantly in an uproar. "What did you just say? Dungeon authority? You obtained the legendary dungeon authority. What kind of level is that? Can it teleport the awakened?" Yi Ning explained, "It's the highest level of authority. I can use all the resources and technology within the dungeon. All the people inside are mine to command. All the rules of the dungeon are for me to decide." Hearing this, all the high-ranking officials were left completely dumbfounded. As soon as they recovered, they erupted in celebration, exclaiming, "Holy hell, this is divine. Rule level. It's rule level, rule level. We've struck gold. We're on our way to the top. We've made it." Seizing the opportunity, Ye Ning slyly made his proposal. "Aren't you all getting a little too excited? Is this enough for everyone to withstand the pressure of internal conflict? Please, give me a definitive answer." This question immediately pulled Li Xuanguo back to reality, and he said with a sigh, "Ahem, calm down. Everyone, calm down." He walked straight towards Yi Ning, ignoring the other 2 officials who were still celebrating. Overjoyed yet stern, he said, "Damn it, you monstrous genius. You little punk, I'm going to make my position clear to you right now. Then, Li Shuangguo immediately threw himself at Ye Ning and puckered his lips, causing Ye Ning to cry out in alarm. That's enough, that's enough. Hey, he managed to push Li Shuangguo away. Ji Ping and Yuan San also rushed in, shouting, "It's rule level. This basically means we can kill as many tier 3s from foreign factions as we want, just by saying the word. No wonder you little brat could go on a killing spree in the dungeon. Let me give you a kiss." This made Yining say with disgust, "Do you have to be so dramatic? Get your mouth away from me. Ugh, you reek." Finally, Li Shuangguo happily made a decision. "First thing tomorrow morning, I'll release Ming Luo and the others. They'll all get a promotion and a raise." Yining then brought something up. "So, what about my deathmatch with Lu Qianming?" Li Shuangguo simply replied, "Ye Ning, for your own safety, I still advise you against it." Yining announced, "The deathmatch will take place in about 3 months. 3 months is enough for me to be certain I can defeat him. You can all use this time to prepare for any potential internal conflicts. In 2 months, I will open a confrontation dungeon in order to eliminate a large number of foreign forces and relieve the pressure." At this point, Li Shuangguo had no choice but to remind him. "So, Yining, the reason you can kill without any restraint is because you had this ace up your sleeve, right?" It seemed reckless, but in reality, every step was carefully calculated. He asked Yining, "I want to know, do you really have the ability to predict the future?" But Yining only replied, "If you believe I do, then I do. If you don't, then I don't. Of course, I also want to ask you, Marshal, if I really do have it, what will you do?" Hearing this, Li Shuangguo replied, "If that's really the case, then an old man like me is ready to hand things over to the younger generation. Did you really think I could still eat 8 bowls of rice in one sitting?" Then Ji Ping spoke up excitedly. "You predicted the sea beast tide in the East Sea and obtained the dungeon authority. It's hard for us not to believe you. If the future is as bad as you say, then we really don't have time to boil the frogs slowly anymore." Yuan San added, "To borrow that phrase, I think so too." Seeing them, Yining said softly to himself, "Maybe even in this era, I'm not as alone as I thought." Then he spoke up, "Oh, right. Who is that old commander? What was he talking about from 14 years ago?" Hearing this, Li Shuangguo began to explain that it was a taboo topic in Daxia. 14 years ago, there was another genius just like you, also from a common background, gifted, who quickly became famous and was considered a rising star in Daxia. After that, she secretly led people to the East Sea, and when she returned, she rebelled, he said. She secretly tried to assassinate the former marshal, who is the current old commander, but she failed and was killed. Because of that, the old commander went into seclusion. It was because he was seriously injured that I had the chance to take my current position. What's more of a coincidence is that her name was also Yi Ning. At this, Yi Ning wondered, could there be such a coincidence? So that's why everyone both valued and was wary of me before? Li Shuangguo replied, "That's right. Although it's absurd, everyone was indeed cautious, wondering if you could possibly be her." Just then, a suspicion arose in Yi Ning's mind. The same style of operation. Could she also be a regressor? Or is this all just a coincidence? The experiment in the East Sea was conducted 14 years ago. Did she assassinate the old commander because she discovered this? In that case, does that mean the old commander is the progenitor? Yi Ning wondered, "Marshal, sir, do you know why Ye Ning suddenly assassinated the old commander? And also, has the old commander always worn a mask and cloak like that?" Li Shuangguo immediately answered. The old commander only said that the reason for the assassination was a private matter, so no one dared to investigate further at the time. As for his attire, it seems he only started dressing that way 14 years ago. The rumor is it's because he was injured severely in the assassination attempt. Yi Ning asked further, "So, has anyone seen what he looks like after being injured?" But Li Shuangguo became suspicious. "Why are you asking that? Are you doubting his identity?" Faced with this question, Ye Ning simply proposed, "Why don't you answer my question first, sir? Then I'll explain." Ji Ping suddenly realized, Yi Ning's question reminds me of something. He recounted how a few years ago, a servant in the old chief's house suddenly went insane and ran away from the old chief's house, rambling about how the old chief wasn't human, something about fish scales. But he was quickly killed, so no one paid any attention to his mad ramblings. Hearing this, Yi Ning immediately understood. "So that's how it is." He then asked, "Do you all know the real reason for every beast tide outbreak?" It's a gene fusion experiment between humans and sea beasts. The beast tide attacks are caused by a specimen host. He revealed that there are 2 hosts. One is Lili, but he hasn't fully matured yet. The other one is the old chief himself, and he's the one who initiated this secret research. This made all 3 high-ranking officials exclaim in shock. "What?" Yi Ning said gravely, "The scale of this beast tide. is still considered small compared to the future apocalypse. The next time they charge, they'll break through the spirit energy storm barrier and directly seize the capital. Forget political struggles. For this reason alone, we have to kill him. Hearing this, Li Xuangguo couldn't hide his worry and wondered aloud. Is it possible the old chief knows that he's the one causing the beast tides? With a grave expression, Ning added, "Let's hope he doesn't know. Because if he does, we're in much bigger trouble. I'm just afraid things won't be that simple." Not only that, what's more worrying is that he might not only know, but could also control future beast tides. After all, these newly genetically modified humans can no longer be considered human. Xi Ping then offered his opinion, "Marshal, from this perspective, the political struggle is actually a minor issue." Yuan San also spoke up, "I support Yi Ning. After all, the war will happen, sooner or later. It's better to just deal with it quickly." Seeing this, Li Xuangguo agreed that they, indeed, needed to put this on the agenda. Yi Ning reminded them, "We have a lot to do in the next 3 months if we want to win this battle. You all handle the grand strategy. I'll do everything I can to reach the peak of the 3rd stage as fast as possible. In 3 months, the life and death battle between Lu Tianming and me will be the signal to start the war." But Li Xuangguo argued, "To go from the early 3rd stage to the peak of the 3rd stage in 3 months, are you sleep-talking, kid? It takes an average person at least 10 to 20 years to go from the early stage to the peak." Hearing this, Yining asked, "Then how long does it take an ordinary person to reach the 3rd stage after awakening? And how long did it take me?" Then he proposed, "As long as I have the resources and the right conditions. It might not even take 3 months. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet." At this, Li Xuangguo immediately accepted, replying, "All right, just name whatever resources you want." Later, at Yining's house, he was sitting on a pile of gold, silver, and precious gems, saying, "After I absorb this batch of high-grade spirit essences, I should be pretty close to the mid-3rd stage. But I shouldn't be too hasty. In the early stages of advancement, I need to build a solid foundation. Then everything after that will go faster and faster." Just like that, notifications about Yining's power continuously popped up. Strength +1. Agility +1. Constitution +1. Strength +1. Agility +1. Strength +1. And then, a large notification panel appeared stating that the Grade A event quest Sea Beast attack was complete. Current number of survivors, 93.31%. Current Sea Beast threat level, low. Mission rating, SSS. Reward received, Epic Grade Spirit Energy Solution, 1,000 reputation points. Additional reward, Epic Grade Awakening Token. Seeing this, Yining said excitedly, "Looks like the mission to evacuate the survivors went smoothly. The higher my reputation, the easier it will be for me to seize power later. I can give the Spirit Energy Solution to Sun Licheng. That should help with his research on the Transcendent Plan." Suddenly, an item appeared. Seeing it, Yining realized, and this is the additional reward. The system also provided information, Epic Grade Awakening Token. One-time consumable item. Item effect. After use, summons a mutated sea beast to a designated sea region, and it will launch devastating attacks on the surrounding areas. The summoned sea beast will depend on the current sea region. The highest awakening level is the peak of the 3rd stage. Item evaluation. Awaken the fear from the deep sea. Hearing this, Yining couldn't hide his shock and exclaimed, "Holy crap, this is basically a super weapon. Summoning a sea beast. If any neighboring countries want to cause trouble, I can totally use this to deal with them. On top of my authority from the dungeons, I now have another way to keep outside forces in check." Yining quietly observed everyone's situation. He didn't forget to ask, "Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, are you all back? Is everyone all right?" On the other end of the line, the 3 of them cheerfully replied, "Not only are we fine, but we've also just received information from the military. According to the North China War Zone, the 3 major safe zones around Tianfeng have been merged to form the Huafeng War Zone. I'll be a colonel from now on. The Zhenjiang Safe Zone will also fall under my jurisdiction. Not only that, but the capital has also given me the opportunity to be promoted to mid-tier 3. On the side, Wang Tian chimed in excitedly, "And I've been appointed as the director of the Bureau of Foreign Resources for the North China War Zone. My authority is much greater than when I was the president of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. Yining, following you was definitely the best investment I've ever made in my life." That's right. Ming Luo also received a lot of resource rewards, but he had something to take care of. So he left first, but he told me to express his gratitude on his behalf. Hearing this, Yining happily replied, "I'm glad you're all satisfied with the outcome." Kai Lai also expressed his thanks. "Yining, not only did you save us, but you also entrusted us with such important positions. You must have put a lot of thought into it. right? Hearing this, Ning politely replied, Commander Chen, you can choose to become the Supreme Commander of the North China War Zone, or let Chen Yong take that post. Of course, I'd much rather you become the Supreme Commander of the Xinjiang Army Group, with Chen Yang as your successor. He explained that this was a newly established military unit that would be directly under the Special Operations Bureau or, as he put it, under his own name, which made Kai Lai hesitate and stammer. But then, he made up his mind. Then, let's do as you've arranged, Xiao Hai said excitedly. A new legion, a completely new war zone. With this move, Ning had officially started down the path of a great commander. By the way, Kai Lai also reported, that's right, our sun is about to rise. At Research Institute number 7, Ning showed some liching around. This is the secret lab I opened for you inside Research Institute number 7. Are you satisfied with it? Whatever personnel or equipment you need, just make a list, and Research Institute number 7 will fully cooperate with you. Trailing behind, Lichang stammered, My own lab, Commissioner Yi? Does Ning really care that much about my project? He said timidly. You're not joking with me, are you? I used to be just a janitor. Are you sure you haven't got the wrong person? But without another word, Ning clapped his hands, and in an instant, a whole group of researchers appeared. They stood respectfully and greeted him. Professor Sun, if you have any requests, please let us know. We at Research Institute number 7 will do our utmost to assist you. To Lichang's astonishment, witnessing this scene moved him so much that tears welled up in his eyes and dark memories from the past flooded his mind. In Lichang's memory, his bullies always mocked him. A janitor wants to do research like everyone else? That's hilarious. You want to use the spiritual energy from industrial ore on humans? How is that any different from making people drink gasoline? Instead of doing that, you should just buy a cleaning robot and have it sweep you away too. To calm Lichang's emotions, Ning walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said with conviction, Trust me, your research will shake the entire world, maybe even change it. Hearing this, Lichang couldn't hold back his emotions and cried out, Ning. Then, with newfound determination, Lichang regained his confidence, stepped forward, and announced to all the staff, I declare that Project Superhuman is now officially underway. Prepare the Type 3 gaseous spiritual energy purification device and the cryo-electron microscope. Seeing this version of Lichang, Ning thought to himself, That's right, Dr. Sunday. That's how you're supposed to sound. A moment later, the director of Research Institute number 7 rushed over and announced, Commissioner Ning, we have news about the human face compendium and the aberrant demon core you asked us to investigate earlier. Hearing this, Ning asked, Where are they? The director, with a grave expression, urgently reported, The human face compendium is currently in the hands of Captain Ying Long of the Blood Shadow Legion. In the far frontier region, the director continued, As for the aberrant demon core, no one has it at the moment, but there are legends about it in the far frontier. Hearing this, Ning wondered, Then can the military transfer the human face compendium over first? The director immediately replied, That would be very difficult. You may not be aware, but due to historical reasons, there are many private forces in the far frontiers, especially the Blood Shadow Legion. They're the local overlords there and are not under the military's command. If we try to force the issue and send troops, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. That would lead to the deaths of innocent survivors. Understanding, Ning replied, All right, I understand. Thank you, Director Chen. He thought to himself, There's not much time left. I need to gather the materials to upgrade the Sword God system quickly. The military is about to start an internal power struggle. I'm afraid they won't be able to pay attention to the far frontier for a while. Stepping outside, Ning considered his options. I might as well go there myself. I can look for the aberrant demon core at the same time. Besides, a training trip to the far frontier would be beneficial for solidifying my Tier 3 foundation. And if I could subdue the forces in the far frontier, wouldn't that be even better? In the underground military training room, a series of advanced combat robots were lined up. Not only that, but the interface on the entire robot legion was Ning's face. Tianming cursed furiously. That old fox, Li Shuangguo. Not only did he not punish me, he even gave me a lot of rewards. It's obvious he's still wary of the old chief. But if he's so wary, why did he release Ning's subordinates, and even let that Ning brat challenge me to a deathmatch? Recalling the events of the past day, the old vice minister had reasoned, Tianming, isn't this a good thing? Those people who were difficult to assassinate before can now be killed openly. Perhaps Li Shuangguo is still worried about what happened over a dozen years ago, but he couldn't do it himself. Conveniently, Ning was foolish, so Li Shuangguo took the opportunity to give him a little push, using a borrowed knife to commit murder. Hearing this, Tianming could only reply, Then I will carry out the old chief's wishes. Seeing Tianming's slightly unusual expression, the vice chief assumed, Tianming, you're so angry. Could it be that you're not confident you can kill Ning? Hearing this, Tianming confidently asserted, I am a peak tier 3. Killing him would be no different from killing a dog. Recalling his own words, he thought to himself, although I said that at the time, I heard Ning's performance on the beast-tide battlefield was extraordinary. Besides, I haven't fought in 2 or 3 years, so I can't take this lightly. I will intensify my training for these 3 months to prepare for any surprises. He then pressed a button, activating the combat mode for the robots. Seeing a horde of robots with Ning's face looming before him, he got into a fighting stance and, channeling all his rage, roared, Ning. He went into a frenzy, unleashing his power to brutally dismantle the robots with Ning's face, all while screaming, just die. In the blink of an eye, with just a few moves, Tianming took care of all the robots there. Afterward, he remarked with satisfaction that even though it had been a while since he'd stretched his muscles, the feeling of a good warm-up wasn't bad at all. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Hell's Gate dungeon to get back into fighting shape. Suddenly, a guard entered and reported, Lu Tianming, we have new intel. Ning is heading to the far frontier. Hearing this, Tianming asked, the far frontier, you say? He smirked to himself, thinking, isn't that Lin Lan's hometown? How interesting. Tianming immediately gave an order, go and get Lin Lan for me. Acknowledging the order, the soldier quickly replied, yes, sir, and left. Entering the room, Lin Lan spoke up, Lu Tianming, you were looking for me. Seeing her, Tianming caressed her and proposed, Lin Lan, Ning has gone to the far frontier. I want you to go and kill him for me. Hearing this, Lin Lan hesitated and replied, Lu Tianming, it's not that I don't want to go. It's just that with my current strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Seeing this, Tianming moved closer, leaning in aggressively towards Lin Lan and whispering, of course, you can't rely on brute strength, but you can try other things. For instance, take his life while he's enjoying himself, he said excitedly. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Do you remember how Ning humiliated you? Haven't you always wanted to kill him for revenge? I discovered that this Ning is, in fact, the original Ning. Hearing this, Lin Lan was stunned. What? How is that possible? This Ning is only a tier 2, while the other one rose to power in such a short time. But Tianming simply replied, you'll know when you meet him. Lin Lan argued, if this is true, it'll be even harder. Ning has already seen my face. That's simple. Just find a disguised tool. But what if he? Before Lin Lan could finish, Tianming cut her off. I said, that's simple. Just find a disguised tool. Losing his temper, he suddenly grabbed her by the throat and growled, there are no buts. Let me tell you something. I don't have the patience to reason with a woman. Tianming threw Lin Lan to the ground, his face darkening as he said, even if you have to die with him, you will kill him. And if you can't kill him, you must at least ensure he's severely injured. Do you understand? He threatened. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your little sister will survive the night. Hearing this, Lin Lan could only reply, understood, Lu Tianming. I know what I have to do. Tianming mused. Even if this mission fails, it won't affect me at all. Besides, who doesn't enjoy a good show? In the far frontier, looking down from the plain, the landscape below was a series of rolling hills and mountains. Huang Yuan spoke up, Commissioner Ning, we've arrived over the far frontier. Further southwest, you'll reach the Blood Shadow Legion's sphere of influence. The main military forces are still far from the Tarim border. He suggested to him, it would be best for us to land outside the Kanglan safe zone. Ning was lost in thought. So there's a large private force separating the central and local military borders. I never came here in my past life. I vaguely remember that a rebellion is supposed to happen here next year. He turned and asked Huang Yuan. The Kanglan safe zone was established 22 years ago. Is that right? I've heard their safe zone's leader is very powerful, correct? Military Special Envoy Huang Yuan, an intermediate Tier 3, immediately replied to his question. That's correct, Commissioner Ning. The Kanglan safe zone is a vast safe zone. Although its population isn't huge, it still has over 8.6 million people. Among them, according to military statistics, there are 3 large awakened legions, with over 200,000 Tier 2 awakened and 31 Tier 3 awakened. The figures from his story began to appear. The leader of Kanglan became a high-level Tier 3 warrior 17 years ago, but his current specific strength is unknown. As for Mulu Dili's father, he became a high-level Tier 3 over 40 years ago. Copper was also mentioned in his explanation. The safe zone's special mineral is a copper ore born from the Apocalypse Star, which is extremely hard, making it suitable for crafting psionic equipment. Not only that, because of its central location, it's also one of the main trade routes between the far frontier and the mainland. Huang Yuan offered a suggestion based on his experience. Therefore, I suggest that when we enter the city, we should disguise ourselves as merchants. It'll be more convenient that way. I was stationed here over 20 years ago, so I know a little about the situation. That sounded reasonable, so he agreed. All right, let's do as you say, uncle. Thank you for your trouble. He looked out the window as the sun began to set. In his mind, he was carefully calculating. The strength here is much greater than the official data suggests. I can't afford to be reckless. If I want to reclaim this position, I first need to increase my strength as quickly as possible. And so, at the Kanglan safe zone, the shouts of people in line mingled together. Get in line. If anyone dares to cut, I'll break their legs, you hear me. Ning, now in disguise, had made it inside the city. He observed meticulously as he walked. Most of the stalls at the entrance to the inner safe zone sold fried rats and similar dishes, while this side sold equipment. Suddenly, a soldier blocked his path, shouting, "Halt! You think you can just walk into the city without paying the entrance fee?" Ning asked in confusion. Entrance fee? We're merchants. And Tier 2 awakened at that. We still have to pay an entrance fee? The guard didn't care and was even more unreasonable. Merchants have to pay even more. So what if you're a Tier 2 awakened? This place has its own rules. Got it? Huang Yuan quickly slipped some money into his hand and said, "Our apologies. Our young master is here for the first time. This is the entrance fee for our caravan. Please accept it, sir." The guard remained incredibly arrogant, shouting, "Young master, my ass. Once you're here, you're all just stray dogs. Keep your damn heads down, you hear me?" The man took the card Huang Yuan had handed him and cursed angrily. "What the hell is this? Your dogs from the military? And from the capital, no less." Then, a group of guards appeared, ordering the security team, "Seize them. These people are from the capital. Capture them, and there's a reward in this sector." Ning looked around and asked Uncle Huang, "What's going on?" He scanned the area and replied, "I haven't been here in many years. I never expected the situation to get this bad." Fang, seeing things were getting tense, asked him, "Should we make a move?" He replied, "If we fight before even entering the city, things will get very difficult for us later." Just then, Fang Hao's voice echoed in his ear, "Ning, I heard you went to the far frontier. I've arranged for someone to pick you up. If you run into any trouble, just mention his name, Tang Hai. As for you, you're a second-generation elite young master Yi." Hearing this, he chuckled to himself. Uncle Fang really came through for me. He then stepped forward to negotiate with the guards. "Officers, we're here to make a delivery to Tang Hai." A guard replied with a sneer. "Tang Hai? Which Tang Hai? You mean our Director Tang of the Supplies Department? Do you damn dogs from the capital think you're worthy?" Before he could even reply, they charged forward without hesitation, slashing at him. "Surrender now. Otherwise, you'll die." Suddenly, another man ran over from a distance, shouting repeatedly, "Stop! Stop! Hold your hands." The one running over was none other than the director of the supplies department, Tang Hai. He bellowed at them, "Are you blind? How dare you lay a hand on a guest of mine, Tang Hai?" Kanglang Safe Zone, Director of Supplies, Tang Hai. The guards could only stammer, "Deity Director Tang." The guards gathered, kneeling on one knee as they tried to explain, but they're holding ID cards from the capital. He shot back, "So what if it's the capital? My clients are from the major merchant guilds there. Is that a problem?" The guards then responded in unison, "Understood, sir, Director Tang." He then turned to Ning, speaking respectfully, "This is young master Yi. My sincerest apologies for the trouble you've endured, young master. Tonight, I will be sure to host a grand banquet to make it up to you." He simply replied, "Be careful, Director Tang." Then, Huang Yuan, wondering about the reason for their actions, asked, "Brother, are you also from the military? What's the deal with the soldiers here? Why would they try to kill us on sight just for being from the capital's army? We weren't exactly welcome before, but it was never this bad." Director Tang laughed and replied, "I think you might be mistaken. I'm not one of your military men. I was once saved by Lord Fang Hao, so hosting you is simply my way of repaying that debt." He continued with a derisive tone. "As for the military, their current status here is no different from rats scurrying in the streets, especially after what happened a while ago. I heard the military clashed with several major factions and suffered heavy losses." Hearing this, he came to his own conclusion. "No wonder Uncle Fang told me to introduce myself as young Master Yi. It seems that besides his impressive authority, Tang Hai isn't entirely trustworthy. I'll need to be careful." They arrived at Tianling Hall. The director led them in and invited them to rest. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. First, let me show you to your rooms." Then he turned to Ning and asked, "Young Master Ye, do you know what's the most alluring thing in the apocalypse? Do you know what the real specialty of the far frontier is?" He led the three of them into the main hall. He looked up at the enormous chandelier hanging in the center and marveled. This Tianlang Hall is truly extravagant. Building this must have cost over 10 million. This sky eye orb should be a blue-grade item from the battlefield, yet here it's being used as an air conditioner, a central one. Then a woman appeared. It was the manager, Guli Hana. She asked, "Director Tang, is this your esteemed guest, young Master Ye?" He replied, giving her stern instructions. "That's right. Tonight's banquet must be of the highest standard. You know the consequences if you neglect our 3 esteemed guests." Hana bowed her head and spoke to him. "Young Master Ye, you've arrived at the perfect time. We just received a new shipment, and we hope you might enlighten us a bit tonight." He observed her for a moment, then asked, "Are you a Tier 2 awakened?" Director Tang replied with a lewd, playful tone. "Yes, she is. If young Master Ye is interested in Hana, just say the word, and she'll climb into your bed tonight. She might be a bit older, but her skills are exceptional. Still, I'd advise you to watch the other performances before deciding who will entertain you." He placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "The show can wait. First, let's find a place to talk." Later, they were sitting and talking in a private room. As the host, Director Tang spoke first. "Young Master Ye, Tianlang Hall is practically my personal property. Almost everything here belongs to me. This room has a soundproof barrier, so if there's anything you want to know or need help with, just speak freely." Hearing that, he asked about the matter that intrigued him. "First of all, I'm very curious about the conflict with the military you mentioned earlier. What happened?" Director Tang explained, "Actually, 2 years ago, the major factions here still cooperated with the military. They were always willing to coordinate their efforts. After all, the military was powerful and had great strength. But just 2 months ago, the military demanded that Blood Shadow and the other major safe zones in Tianlang. They simultaneously deployed all the high rankers to protect the border. This caused great dissatisfaction among the Grand Commanders, especially since the military, in the name of the nation, demanded our cooperation." He grew angrier as he spoke, gritting his teeth. "To put it bluntly, we weren't protected by the military when the apocalypse happened, so on what grounds should we exhaust ourselves for them after the apocalypse?" Huang Yuan, listening beside him, felt it was unfair and immediately spoke up to refute him. "Director Tang, how can you say that, during the special incident in the Takan Desert, if the military hadn't sent high-rank reinforcements, this place would have been destroyed long ago?" He stood up angrily, losing his composure as he tried to explain, "We saved so many people. Do you have any idea how many soldiers died here? Do you know how difficult things were for the military 20 years ago? And, not to mention the monster tide 60 years ago, we chose to drive the monsters north rather than let them flood westward. Just because these things aren't mentioned, does that mean they can be forgotten?" Hearing this, Director Tang paused for a moment. Ning, seeing how tense the atmosphere was, coughed a few times to get Uncle Huang's attention. "Uncle, don't get so worked up. Sit down and talk." Huang Yuan seemed to realize he had overreacted and took the initiative to say, "My apologies. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, but when I think about my comrades who died in battle, I just can't feel happy." Then, Director Tang diffused the tension by raising his glass. "Young Master Yi, I'm truly sorry. I just wanted to remind you that you need to be extremely careful here. I'm not good with words, probably because since I was a child, I've heard that the military abandoned this land. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll punish myself with a drink." Ning happily agreed. "I'll drink with you." As he drank, he reflected on their conversation. It seemed the previous generation had long since distorted memories and twisted concepts for their own generation. Taking over this place seems to be much more difficult than I expected. After finishing his drink, Ning moved on to the main topic of his visit. "Let's not talk about the military anymore. Actually, the main reason I came here this time is for a personal matter. I wanted to buy the high-rank material, the Human Face Compendium, from the leader of the Blood Shadow Corps, Ying Long." Director Tang heard him and immediately refuted without hesitation. "The Human Face Compendium? That's impossible. I'm afraid you don't know. The strength of Lord Blood Spear Ying Long reached the peak of the third calamity 17 years ago," he recounted. "Under the Blood Shadow Corps, there are 3 main safe zones, 16 gathering points, and most importantly, a spirit energy mine. The Human Face Compendium was the spoils of a famous battle, before he established the Blood Shadow Corps. There's no way he would sell it to you." Hearing this, Ning tried to find another option. "Then can you introduce me to him? I want to talk to him and see if I can trade it for other equipment." Director Tang shook his head and replied, "Forget you. Even I don't have the right to meet him." Seeing that it seemed unlikely, Ning inquired, "Then do you have any information about his recent whereabouts?" Director Tang told him, "I heard that he seems to be moving to a newly formed dungeon soon, but I don't know the exact location of the dungeon." Hearing this bit of information, Ning said cheerfully, "I can investigate the dungeon matter myself. Thank you, Director Tang. He replied, You're too kind. Then, Ning thought to himself. Director Tang, beside him, was also observing him at this moment. In my past life, a famous dungeon appeared in the far frontier, and a legendary set had dropped inside it. I think the only place that would make him go personally is, with 80% certainty, that dungeon. In the real world, the three of us have no chance of snatching the human face compendium from Yinglong's hands, but it'll be different once we enter the dungeon. If the blade is sharp enough, perhaps there's still a chance. Then, Director Tang clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He said, Young Master Yi, business is settled. It's time to relax. I'll let you experience what the great Khans enjoyed back in the day. Every horse here is a blood-sweating stallion. You can ride any you please. Next, he brought out a line of beautiful women and introduced them. Young Master Yi, the dancers here are all pure, untouched maidens. They have been carefully selected, and moreover, they've been taught, so they understand what needs to be understood. Not only that, all of them are awakened, and although their level isn't high, they can cooperate very well in any position. He continued enthusiastically, anytime, any place, any position, no matter who, no matter how many. Ning was still bewildered and hadn't processed it all when one of the four girls approached him. Her body continuously struck flexible poses as she said, My lord, please allow me to pour you some wine. Then, she practically flew onto him, her arm wrapping around his shoulder. Ning was utterly bewildered. She took a sip of the wine and then moved close to his lips. Ning was completely shocked, and he quickly backed away, refusing, No need. I'm not used to this. Seeing this, Director Tang beside him gave an order. It seems young Master Yi is very dissatisfied with her service. Guards, drag her down and punish her. Hearing this, Ning quickly explained. That's not it. It's mainly because I'm worried that when my desires are aroused, I won't be able to control my strength. They are all so delicate. If I use too much force, I might break them. Ning was extremely scared and panicked at this moment. I can't ruin my reputation as a prominent young master. I have to find an excuse to get out of this first. Director Tang seemed to have misunderstood his meaning. Young Master Yi, why didn't you say so sooner? Young men like to enjoy the finer things in life. They all want something exciting. Well then, you've come to the right place today. Ning had a bad feeling. He then ordered the beautiful women, all of you, withdraw. Bring up the third tier Miss Lin Lan. They reluctantly withdrew. The three of them were stunned when they heard Director Tang's words. Ning said aloud, A third tier? Huang Yuan was shocked and thought to himself, A third tier can also become a plaything here. Has this place really become this lawless? Fang Fang said nothing, but her eyes were sharp. Director Tang placed a hand on Ning's shoulder as if to comfort him. Young Master Ye, you don't need to have any doubts. When I say third tier, I mean third tier. Moreover, her beauty is astonishing. She will absolutely suit your tastes. Not only that, Miss Lin Lan isn't some piece of trash we deliberately manufactured, but a genuine third tier awakened. Her strength might even be greater than yours. That aura, that beauty. I'll be blunt. In all of the great Xia, she's an absolute masterpiece. After hearing Director Tang's words, he couldn't help but ask, From what you're saying, Director, you seem to greatly admire this Miss Lin Lan. So, how can you bear to just hand her over to me? The director explained. If I could keep her for myself, believe me, I wouldn't be doing this. But this Miss Lin Lan is arrogant and isn't the type to suck up to anyone. You have no idea. How many safe zone commanders have tried to get her into bed, only to fail? To persuade him, Director Tang mentioned another name. Even Ying Long, the captain of the Blood Shadow Legion, was captivated by Miss Lin Lan, but even he couldn't get anywhere with her. The man was impressed. Ying Long. The director replied, That's right. Lord Ying Long himself gave her the name Lin Lan. So for today, I've merely invited her here. Whether or not you can win her over is up to you. Miss Lin Lan is here. A woman in a red dress walked in. Her figure and aura were on a completely different level from the other four girls. Seeing your momentary surprise, Chief Tang laughed and said, Yi Xiao, your expression is exactly like mine when I first met her. He added a small reminder, but you should prepare yourself. If you can manage to stay and keep the young lady company for even a few moments, you'll be doing quite well, and you absolutely must not be disrespectful. Suddenly, he made a request. Chief Tang, could you give your seat to Miss Lin Lan? I'd like to see her up close. Chief Tang was stunned. Huh. Then he chuckled to himself and relented. Young people are certainly full of passion, aren't they? All right, I'll give you my seat. Chief Tang moved to the seat next to Huang Yuan, smirking to himself. Weren't you just pretending to be so calm? Couldn't even hold it in for a minute, huh? Young people are so impolite. Let's see what kind of fool you make of yourself in a bit. Lin Lan approached him, politely saying his name, Yi Xiao. He immediately replied, Miss Lin Lan, Please, don't be so formal. He patted the empty space next to him, gesturing for her to sit. Come sit here, let me get a good look at you. Lin Lan seemed displeased, letting out an annoyed huff. Yi Xiao, you're being very rude. He didn't deny it, but instead feigned a look of pleasant surprise. Oh, am I? Is everyone else this rude to you? Hearing this, Fang Fang shot up from the side, radiating a threatening aura. Miss Lin Lan, if you dare cause any trouble, I can kill you in 3 seconds. Seeing this, Huang Yuan realized with a shock, this is the pressure of someone approaching the peak of the 3rd stage. Beside him, Chief Tang was both nervous and astonished. Is this brat Yi Ning trying to flex his power? Isn't he afraid of mutual destruction? He spoke up to de-escalate the situation. Yi Xiao, this isn't appropriate. Hearing this, he gave an order to Fang Fang. You're right, it's not appropriate. No, it's just that Miss Lin Lan and I hit it off the moment we met. We're not enemies, so relax a little. She obeyed, understood. He then moved closer to Lin Lan, his hand touching her face as he asked, Miss Lin Lan, I feel like we've met somewhere before. He continued teasingly. Was it in a dream or perhaps a past life? Lin Lan, who had just been startled, was now annoyed by his playful banter. Yi Xiao, it seems you're not just handsome, but you have a silver tongue as well. I'll forgive your rudeness for now. Lin Lan then leaned over and poured a glass of wine. It's a pleasure. Please, allow me to offer you a drink. Chief Tang watched the scene, utterly stunned. What is happening? That actually worked? I had to spend a whole 30,000 credit points just to get her to have one drink with me. What gives Yi Ning the right? Does being rude and blunt actually work? He knew he could see right through her identity. A disguise artifact can change a face, but it can't fool someone's aura and killing intent, can it? He chuckled internally. Lin Lan, please. This is clearly the former captain of the Blood Wolf team. Yang Chu Lin Lan. He looked at her, his mind already calculating his next moves. But according to what Tang Hai said, there must have truly been a Miss Xue Ying here before. But now, she's been replaced by Lin Lan. In any case, disguise artifacts have time limits. Using one for a whole year would be extremely expensive, so there's no need to do that. Her appearance as Lin Lan this time must be aimed at me. I won't expose her just yet. I'll play along with her plan. Wait until we're in bed with no one around, and then I'll interrogate her. Lin Lan raised her glass, and Yi Ning said loudly, It smells so good. She immediately started to explain. Well, of course. This is a specialty of the far frontier. But before she could finish, Yi Ning cut her off, taking the glass, pouring it out, and said, I was talking about you. Lin Lan was shocked into silence. Hey, he swept her up into his arms. Lin Lan said, Yi Xiao, isn't this a bit too rushed? He retorted, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. As for foreplay, we can take our time with that once we're in the room. He then carried her away. Lin Lan tried one last time. Yi Xiao, won't your female guard get jealous? I don't want to be killed in 3 seconds. He reassured her. Don't worry. If you're going to die, you'll die in my bed. Chief Tang thought back to his earlier actions. What the hell was all that simping I was doing earlier? Lin Lan's arms were wrapped around his shoulders, but her mind was already scheming. Lin Lan thought she was right. The colder and more reserved she appeared, the more easily men fell into her trap. And once in bed, Yi Ning would be no exception. Now that his toughest guard was out of the way, if she wanted him dead in this bed, all she had to do was say the word. He tossed her onto the bed and said, Miss Lin Lan, we've arrived at the battlefield. Yi Ning pressed close, his hand caressing her thigh as he said, These legs are so pale and soft. They'd be perfect with a pair of black fishnet stockings. Tell me, what position do you like? You on top, or me? Lin Lan quickly tried to stop him. Don't be in such a hurry. We should bathe first. Take off all that gear, or it'll be uncomfortable. Be a good boy now. I'll be waiting for you in bed. Yi Ning touched her lightly, making her yelp. Hey, he teased her playfully. Miss Lin Lan, your rose is already dripping. If anyone needs a bath first, it should be you. He reached for her face, but she stopped him. I don't know if you're just too hasty or too excited, but I'm actually someone who likes to take things slow. I know you're eager, but this is just too fast. She then turned and got off the bed to shower. Fine, I'll go first. Lin Lan went into the bathroom and turned on the shower. Standing under the water, she tried to calm herself. Calm down. I have to stay calm. To kill him, I absolutely cannot let him lead me by the nose. Lin Lan's face filled with sorrow as she remembered the past. Is this body's weak resistance a side effect of the humiliation he put me through before? The more she remembered, the more she hated herself, filled with rage. That should never have happened. After that, to survive, I sought protection from Lu Tianming. I threw this body away a long time ago. What is there left to be ashamed of? She thought of Xiao Yu, her sister, who was battling an illness. Is this my body's way of fighting against death? But what can I do? If I don't die, Xiao Yu will. Although it's a little unsettling, at least. Lin Lan has gone to the capital to take care of her for me. But I can only hope that after this mission is a success, Lu Tianming will keep his promise. She schemed. The only option left was mutual destruction, so she'd have to strip. Lowering his guard first was a good start. After all, implanted inside her body was a micronuclear bomb. She just had to wait for the right moment during their union and use her own spiritual energy to detonate it. To end this life once and for all. It had to end this way. Ning waited by the bed, surprised that she had actually agreed. She really agreed to shower first. There's no way she actually likes me. If that's not the case, then it must mean she doesn't plan to kill me with her external equipment. Does she plan on mutual destruction? But in our last fight, she had such a strong will to live. Someone like that wouldn't throw her life away for revenge. Unless this was her absolute last resort and she was being forced into it. There has to be someone behind this, directing her. He thought of Lu Tianming, analyzing every detail in his mind. At this stage, to be able to track my whereabouts and arrange something so carefully, I'm afraid only Lu Tianming's faction is capable of that. Before I kill this fake Lin Lan, I need to find the real one. Then I can use her to get close to Ying Long and gather intel. The woman, Lin Lan, walked out of the bathroom, water still on her legs, wearing a nightgown. She said to him, I'm done showering, it's your turn. Seeing her like that, he teased, well, seeing you dressed like this, I don't think I'm in the mood to take a shower anymore. She then climbed on top of him and purred. Even if you don't shower, you at least have to take your clothes off, right? He grabbed her hands. You're right, let me handle this. He then pushed her down in one smooth motion. Lin Lan didn't have time to react. What are you doing? Ning just smirked. I prefer it from behind. With one hand, he opened a drawer, pulled out a rope, and tied her hands. Pinned underneath, Lin Lan kept trying to seduce him. Young Master Ye, I'll do whatever you want, but you haven't even taken off your clothes. You're not showing much commitment. He chuckled at her words and took off his cloak. Don't be so impatient. I'm taking it off now. Seeing him remove his cloak, Lin Lan grew excited. Hurry. I can't stand the wait any longer. Tonight, show me what true ecstasy feels like. Ning took his cloak and draped it over her. Here we go. Lin Lan immediately shouted. Why aren't you taking off the rest of your clothes? He then wrapped her up completely in the cloak and said cheerfully, because this little cosmetic item of mine is an epic-grade item. It can withstand a nuclear blast, you see. Wouldn't want you to self-destruct and ruin this perfectly good bed. I can't afford to replace it. Panicking now that she was exposed, Lin Lan stammered. What are you talking about? He finished wrapping her tightly in the cloak, leaving her bundled up and helpless on the floor. Ning crossed his arms and looked down at her. Lin Lan, drop the act. From the moment I walked in the door, I recognized that familiar aura. I suspected it was you. I just tested the waters a bit, and you unconsciously let out your killing intent, which only proved my suspicions. This time, Lin Lan didn't deny it. Instead, she screamed, no, that's impossible. My disguise item can't be seen through by a normal tier 3, he chuckled. I'm afraid you've forgotten. I'm no normal tier 3. In fact, I'm the tier 3. Will type trash you all look down on. He nudged her with his foot and continued the interrogation. At this point, self-destructing is a pointless move. If you don't want to suffer, you can just talk. Tell me what I want to know, and I'll consider letting you live. First things first. Did Lu Tianming send you here? Wrapped up tightly, Lin Lan had no choice but to cooperate. I'll talk, but you have to at least let me out of this thing first. Ning agreed to her demand. Fine, but I'm warning you. At my current power level, you better not try any tricks on me. He let her head out of the cloak. She spoke through clenched teeth. He's the one who sent me. But if you try to use this against him, I'll self-destruct on the spot. Hearing this, he asked with curiosity. You've already confessed, but you're still willing to self-destruct. It seems that old geezer has something on you. What could you possibly fear more than death? Is it your family? Lin Lan mumbled gloomily. If you already figured it out, why ask? He then asked, so, where is the real Lin Lan? The imposter answered honestly, she's gone to the capital to take my place and look after our little sister. Hearing this, Yiming frowned slightly. The capital? This is getting difficult. If I want to get close to Ying, long quickly, I'll have to keep using this Lin Lan disguise. He pressed her for more details. You play the part of Lin Lan so perfectly. You must have a close relationship with her, right? How much does the real one know about this remote borderland? The imposter explained. Xiao Yu, Lin Lan, and I grew up together in this borderland. We were as close as sisters. She then explained her reasons. Later on, I took an injured Xiao Yu to the capital to find the resources to treat her. To make money, I joined the breeder squad. As for Lin Lan, she used her looks to get close to powerful men, power in the frontier region, and to make money for Xiao Yu. Yi Ning was annoyed and shouted at her. I'm not interested in hearing your sob story, especially after you killed so many innocent awakened people. Now, get to the point. The woman posing as Lin Lan could only reply. I know everything about the real Lin Lan, and I also understand this entire frontier region. That's all. Yi Ning then sat down, pointed at her, and offered a deal. First, let me tell you what I can offer. Not only can I save your life, but I can also rescue your little sister from Lu Tianming as well. Plus, I have just as many healing resources as Lu Tianming can give you. Hearing his offer, she asked, what are your conditions? He lifted her chin with one hand and said with a smirk, it's simple. Just keep wearing this face and help me get the human face compendium from Yinglong. The woman quickly refused. Yinglong. That's impossible. You're overestimating Lin Lan's abilities and completely underestimating the value of that item. As he continued to untie her, he replied, aren't there rumors that Yinglong is pursuing Lin Lan? So why can't you just ask him for it? The woman scoffed, pursuing me? To get that item? Do you seriously not realize this is the apocalypse? Do you really think some chivalrous suitor is just going to give it away? Yinglong's pursuit is just a ploy to sleep with her for free. Guys like him would never spend money, let alone valuable resources. She continued grimly. They don't even have enough for themselves. So if you really want to get something of value from a guy like that, what kind of price do you think Lin Lan would have to pay? Sleep with him. That's basically killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Actually, no. It's like killing the goose and not even being guaranteed to get an egg. She went on to explain that the real reason Lin Lan is so desired is because of her pride. Because she's unattainable to all of them, she holds immense power. At this, Yi Ning realized he couldn't use Lin Lan the way he had initially planned. He finished untying her hands and said, I get it. In that case, can you at least help me find his schedule and usual routes? Or better yet, take me to him. Hearing this, she asked anxiously, you want to confront Yinglong? Are you trying to get yourself killed? He's at the peak of Tier 3. For him, killing you would be no different than swatting a fly. Yi Ning simply replied, you don't need to worry about that. Just do your part. She rubbed her wrists and asked, aren't you afraid I'll betray you and use Yinglong to get you killed? Yi Ning replied confidently, you won't. To be blunt, if you did that, the price you'd pay would be just as steep as if you killed me with your own hands. And you should know, it won't just be you who dies. Your little sister won't make it out alive either, he continued bluntly. Of course, as long as you don't betray me, even if I die, it will have nothing to do with you. But I can guarantee you this, whether I live or die, I will never sell out you or the real Lin Lan. The deal sounded good enough to her, so she agreed. When you put it like that, I really have no reason to refuse your offer. Afterwards, Yi Ning took a scroll from his inventory. He unrolled it in front of her and said, this is a life and death contract for our deal. All the terms and promises are written inside. Signing it will be a guarantee for both you and me. The woman replied, this is indeed all upside and no downside for me. After all, you're the one going after Yinglong. You're walking into your own grave, so it's not like I'd even need to betray you. Without hesitation, she placed her hand on the contract. She said, if you die, I'll be in the clear and can get away safely. And if you don't die, then according to the contract, you'll have to fulfill your promises. With the deal struck, they walked out into the main room. Seeing him emerge, Director Tang asked, young Master Ye, you're done already? That was quick. Yi Ning played along, replying, not really. It's just that, after one move, I realized Miss Lin Lan is truly someone to be admired from a distance, not trifled with. Director Tang was very pleased to hear this. He laughed heartily. See, I told you. Have you learned your lesson now? That's good. Very good. Lin Lan remains my goddess. Then, Yi Ning made a request. Miss Lin Lan wishes to escort us to the Blood Shadow safe zone to have an audience with Lord Yinglong. I was wondering if Director Tang could provide us with an energy aircraft. Upon hearing Yinglong's name, Director Tang blurted out, what? Are you insane? The woman posing as Lin Lan spoke up from behind him. Director Tang, please don't worry. I'm merely arranging an introduction and a simple chat. Yi Ning also chimed in. That's right, Director Tang. It's just a friendly visit. There won't be any problems. In the end, the director agreed. In that case, an energy aircraft is a small matter. He then added a friendly warning. But before you go, I want to strongly remind you of one thing. Yinglong's combat power is unfathomable. If a real fight were to break out, not even Lord Fang Hao could be sure of winning. You'd all do well to remember that. Yi Ning replied, I understand. Don't worry, Director Tang. At the Blood Shadow Legion's safe zone number 1, Yi Ning's aircraft arrived and prepared to land. Guards immediately surrounded the plane, ordering them to power down. Everyone off the plane, one by one, and present your IDs. Make one wrong move, and we'll kill you on the spot. Ning looked around and remarked, the security here is obviously much tighter than at the Kanglang safe zone. Let's put on a disguise to be safe. Activate disguise item. Director Tang then walked forward and offered the guards a little something. He said, Gentlemen, this is our young master Ye. He's here on behalf of our director to trade for some supplies. Here's a little something for your trouble. Please accept it. The guard holding the ID sneered, Humph. At least you know the rules. Get in. And remember, you have 3 days, max. After 3 days, you have to go to the Kanglang safe zone and re-register your status. Suddenly, the guard spotted the woman behind them and cried out, Miss Lin Lan. She stepped forward to present her ID, but the guard quickly waved his hand. No need for an inspection, Miss Lin Lan. We didn't realize you were on this aircraft. Are you here to visit the safe zone? Lin Lan said, I need to go to the command sector. Can you arrange it? The guard immediately agreed. Not a problem at all. We will arrange an escort for you, miss. He turned and called to his men. Where is everyone? Immediately dispatched Tier 3 guards to clear the way. We must ensure Miss Lin Lan's safety. Seeing this, Ning couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. He never expected Lin Lan's status to be so useful here. Could it be because of the rumor that Yinglong has a crush on Lin Lan? The guard explained to her, Miss Lin Lan, if you wish to see Lord Yinglong, there's no problem at all. But as for these people from the Kanglang safe zone, we don't have the authority to make arrangements for them. Lin Lan casually replied, You don't need to worry about that. Just let them handle it themselves. After that, Lin Lan was led inside by the guards, while the rest of their group was stopped. He thought to himself, it's just as she said before, the difference in treatment is like night and day. To meet Yinglong, we have to let her go first, and then she can figure out a way to recommend us. Then, his group started to move. Let's go. We'll stick to the original plan. First, we'll head to the commercial night market to check out the situation and wait for news there. At the Blood Shadow Corps Safety Zone number 1, the commercial night market, they stepped into the bustling, noisy market. The voices of merchants filled the air. Raisins, fresh raisins here, 6 points a pound. Fresh meat, just butchered and grilled. Guaranteed not to be human flesh. Human milk, goat's milk, camel's milk, free samples on the spot. Yuan Hao observed the surroundings carefully and said, Young Master Ye, the development here is much better than it was 10 years ago. This level of prosperity is comparable to the areas around the capital. Did you notice? The small vendors here can afford to pay for electricity. Not only that, but their management is far more standardized than Kanglang's. I think the Blood Shadow Corps having such a complete administrative system and military control regulations shows their ambitions are anything but ordinary. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Over here, don't miss out. He looked over, drawn by the crowd. Why is it so crowded over there? Let's go check it out. At the center of the crowd was a merchant selling people, the trading association's newest goods. The Black Camel's latest shipment is on the shelves. If you're interested, bosses, just make your offers directly. The man boldly hawked the bound man. He pried the man's jaw open and shouted continuously, Come on, look at these teeth. They're all perfectly healthy and very well taken care of. Good teeth at this age proves he was well fed before and has a strong body. Buy him as a slave and use him however you want. Yuan Hao, standing beside them, said, They must be a slave caravan. Those people up there were probably captured after their settlement was raided. This kind of thing happens often on the frontier. Standing nearby, Fang said through gritted teeth, And look over there. There are female slaves too. That slave trader was a madam. She was auctioning off the slave girls. 400 trade points, bosses. That's the lowest price. Look, all the ones we have here this time are very young. The lower quality ones have already been sold to the mines. A man in the crowd shouted, 400 is too expensive. The madam took the girl's hand and continued. Still complaining that 400 is expensive, they've all been trained, and quite a few are still virgins. Look here. This child's hands are as tender as spring onions. She has a great figure, and she's obedient. Don't you worry, no matter how you want to play, this girl won't resist. The girl's family is still in our minds. She knows all the tricks in the book. A man below said with a sly grin, Is she really a virgin? You have to let me come up and inspect the goods first. The madam immediately refused. Inspect the goods up here? That won't do. If you look, how can I sell her afterward? Rest assured, if she's not the real deal, we'll pay you back 10 times over. We'll refund your money if she's not genuine. The man below got more aggressive. If I can't inspect her, I'm not buying. With that, the madam grabbed the girl's chest. The girl cried out. The madam then said, Sir, did you hear that voice? If that isn't the cry of a virgin, What else could it be? How about it? You want to buy them? 750 for the pair. The man below heard the price, which was quite a bargain, but he was still considering. Actually, it's not bad, but 750 points could buy several hundred kilograms of food. Besides, they're just ordinary people, not even awakened. Other than for entertainment, they're useless. The madam on the stage laughed and said, "For just a few hundred points, you expect an awakened. Are you dreaming?" Seeing this, Ning thought to himself, the girls brought here probably won't survive more than 2 or 3 years. Hearing him, Yuan Hao, who was beside him, asked, "Young Master Ye, do you want to buy these people? It would be useless. Although it's pitiful, there are too many of them. Buy this batch, and there will be another batch, and then another. Furthermore, even if you save this group, if you can't get them out of here, they'll most likely be sold again next time, unless you can tackle the root of the system here." Ning's expression darkened, and he said sharply, "Uncle Huang is right. Adding hot water to boiling water doesn't just fail to solve the problem. It could even get you scalded to death. If you want to eradicate the problem completely, the only way is to pull the firewood out from under the pot." Fang Fang pointed in a direction and asked, "Look quickly, the person being tortured over there. Are they one of our people?" Looking where she pointed, they saw a group of soldiers with chains holding a group of people in identical uniforms captive. Their mouths were gagged. Yuan Hao found the military uniform familiar. "Isn't that the uniform of the 3rd Mixed Infantry Brigade of the Construction Corps?" A soldier shouted, "You still dare to cause trouble?" The guard slammed his baton into the prisoners. "Son of a bitch, you better behave. You think I'll let you act up?" The person who was hit collapsed to the ground. Those behind them could only let out muffled whimpers. A woman standing behind them stared at the guards with a look of pure hatred. The guard noticed her and walked over, sneering. "You bitch, you're not fighting back, but what's with you staring at me? Ha. They used to protect you, but today, right in front of them, I'll tear you apart." Watching the scene, Ning could only make a decision. It seems I have to act today, even if I wasn't planning to. I knew that female soldier in my past life. The guard viciously held a dagger, pointing it straight at the female soldier's eye. "You bitch, I'll give you something to look at. Let's see if I don't gouge out your goddamn eyes." Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Stop." The guard looked in the direction of the voice. The captain yelled, "Luo Hei, that's enough." Luo Hei was startled and shouted, "Captain." The captain yelled again, "Don't you have a brain? If you damage the goods like this, how are we supposed to sell them?" At that moment, Ning breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It seems they also want to sell them, so nothing too serious has happened yet. There's still hope. It would be best if I can save them without resorting to violence. The captain pointed at the girl, annoyed. "Tell me, are you brainless or just sick in the head? If you rough her up like that, who's going to want this woman anymore? Don't you know these big shots are picky? If I can't sell you for a good price, I'll chop you up for parts." Ning frantically explained, "Boss, these soldiers are all awakened, and they're tier 2 at that. How could anything possibly go wrong? And yet they still dared to cause trouble. This bitch kept glaring at me, and besides, some of our brothers died at their hands." He rambled on non-stop. All right. Since there's a big crowd today, sell them off quickly. If we can cover our losses, we can consider it revenge. I see a few people from the major factions are heading this way. It's likely related to the banquet Lord Ying Long is hosting today. They'll definitely be interested in this merchandise." As soon as he finished speaking, the captain turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct his underlings, bring them up to the platform, and tell the madam to come over and handle this high-priced cargo. Very soon, night had fallen. The madam stood amidst the human traffickers and announced, "The final main event is here. I invite all you bosses to come and take a look. From the Frontier Construction Corps, a Tier 2 awakened. Anyone with a grudge against the military or who wants to taste something new, you absolutely cannot miss this." This time, the crowd below couldn't help but get excited. Someone from the military, and high quality at that. Buying this one would be so prestigious. This one's interesting. Yuan Hao was furious. Ning immediately put a finger to his lips. "Shush, Uncle Huang, I'm young Master Yi now. I will save these people. Don't you worry." The man, startled, quickly replied, "My apologies, young Master Yi. I was just so angry I lost my head. How about you leave these people to me, to avoid implicating you if we really have to fight later?" Ning whispered softly, "Uncle Huang, if a problem really does arise later, I can't just stand by and watch. Besides, if a fight breaks out, you won't be able to escape from here on your own." On the stage, Luo Hei began to entice the crowd. "Let's start the bidding for this one first." A peak tier 2 awakened, a lackey from the military. He's even a company commander, very powerful. You can tell just by looking at his killing intent. The madam beside him chimed in, "Dear bosses, as long as you win the bid, we'll provide training for free." We can even make him kneel and eat crap, no problem. Buying this guard dog will also boost your prestige. The starting bid is 70,000 transaction points, with each increment being 10,000. A buzz started in the crowd below. A peak tier 2, and from the military too. This is some interesting merchandise. 70,000 starting bid. I bid 80,000. He scoffed, I'll buy him to guard my door. These disgusting, damn soldiers. Another man said, I bid 90,000. The first bidder immediately shot back, I bid 100,000. Manager Xiao spoke up, Hey friend, I'm Manager Xiao from the Shattered Bone Arena. How about you give me some face and let me have him? Let me take him back to please my boss. The other man was stunned. I didn't realize Manager Xiao was gracing us with his presence. Since you have your eye on him, then please be my guest. Hearing his identity, the people in the group thought to themselves, the Shattered Bone Arena. Although Manager Xiao himself isn't that strong, behind the Shattered Bone Arena is a high-level Tier 3, with a whole group of other Tier 3s under him. People murmured amongst themselves. In terms of strength, they're probably even stronger than our small private safe zone. Who would dare compete with him? Manager Xiao quickly walked onto the stage. No need for training, just send this one to our arena. We happen to be short on his type in the arena. I want to see if he can defeat that mutant. It's been a while since we've seen a good bare-handed fight. Besides this lot, what other types do you have? Just introduce them directly to me. If they're suitable, I'll buy a few more. You're in luck to have run into me. Hearing this, the madam became ecstatic. Yes, yes, of course. Luo He smiled obsequiously. Please take a look, sir. This one is a mid-tier, Tier 2 long-range type. When we captured him, we lost 2 men in a 2-on-1 fight. And there's also this scout. He's also a mid-tier, Tier 2. Even though he's just a scout, when he fights for his life, he's like a madman. And there's this tall, physical type here. His strength is also incredible. That Luo He spoke up. That's right, sir. You can see it in their eyes. They're filled with killing intent. This kind of merchandise all comes from the border. They frequently fight with awakened from foreign countries. What do you think, sir? How about buying them all? Manager Xiao hesitated. That's a bit too many. Let me think about it. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon the girl in the back. Is this woman also a Tier 2 from the military? Drag her out here. I want to see her figure. When the madam heard him mention that girl, she suddenly broke out in a sweat. Manager Xiao, aren't you looking for people suited for killing monsters? This one isn't very suitable. To be honest with you, sir, we were planning on training this type for a bit and then selling her into prostitution. He frowned and said, just bring her out. What's with all the chatter? Is it any of your business what I do with my purchases? So what if she's a woman? Nowadays, seeing a woman without clothes on. Fighting seems to be all the rage now. The madam startled, saying, Yes, Manager Xiao, please don't be angry. I'll bring her out for you right away. This old pervert stared at the girl, a wicked thought forming in his mind. A Tier 2 female soldier from the military, fighting monsters with no clothes on. That would be such a thrilling sight. And if I added a few special mutants into the mix, who knows? He couldn't contain his excitement at the thought. Manager Xiao was certain. A performance like that would definitely get the big shots riled up. Down below, Yuan Hao was about to explode with anger. Ning knew he was furious with these perverts, so he tried to calm him down. Uncle Huang, don't rush. Let's keep watching. We'll wait until they give a final price. A moment later, the girl was presented before the man. The madam gushed, Here she is, Manager Xiao. Just look at everyone's reaction. She's the absolute cream of the crop from the military. He couldn't help but step forward and caress her face. You don't even have to say it. She's a wild one. Her body and face are both excellent. A real top-shelf prize. He then gave an order to his subordinate. Strip her. She's covered in so much filthy blood I can't see a thing. The man immediately complied, having received his master's permission. That guy started drooling, lunging at the girl like a wild beast about to tear into its prey. The guard chuckled sinisterly. If it weren't for these power-suppressing collars, this lot would have torn this place apart by now. That's right. Looking at how helpless you all are, you probably couldn't even touch her little hand, could you? Today's your lucky day, so take your time and enjoy yourselves. The madam rushed forward to stop them. Wait, doing this is a little inappropriate. Once Manager Xiao here changes his mind, it'll be very difficult for us to sell to other big shots. The subordinate wavered upon hearing this. Well, he flew into a rage and slapped the madam across the face, shouting, Damn it. You think I'll have regrets? Ridiculous. Pack them all up. Is 350,000 enough? The madam was overjoyed. Enough. More than enough, sir. He then lunged at the girl with a wicked grin. Since Manager Xiao wants you, you better obey. You filthy bitch, look at you now. Just then, Ning suddenly spoke up. Wait, 400,000. I'll take them all. And all the other slaves here, too. I also want the Kanglang safe zone. Manager Xiao was stunned. The Kanglang safe zone? Who the hell are you? Ning replied, the Heavenly Wolf Palace. Hearing this, the man laughed scornfully. Just the tiny Heavenly Wolf Palace dares to compete with me? At that moment, a powerful voice rang out, 410,000. The Blood Shadow Legion is on the job. Everyone else, get lost. The crowd buzzed. The Blood Shadow Legion? Get out of the way. Quick. Manager Xiao couldn't help but stumble back a few steps in terror. The Blood Shadow Legion? I withdraw. I'm not bidding anymore. Hearing this powerful display, Ning also fell silent, observing. The madam, dejected, said, the Black Camel Slave Caravan welcomes you, sir. Whatever you need, just say the word, and we will deliver it directly to you. But the man in the lead shouted, old madam, you say that as if we're not going to pay you. Everyone knows the rules of the Blood Shadow Safe Zone are strict. Don't worry, we won't short you a single cent. The newcomer quickly gave an order. Men, pay up and take them all away. His soldiers obeyed. Yes, Captain. Ning then spoke up again. I bid 420,000. This is an auction, isn't it? The highest bidder wins. I don't think the Blood Shadow Legion would break the safe zone's rules, would they? The surrounding crowd began to whisper. Holy shit, is he trying to steal from the Blood Shadow Legion? Is this brat from the Kanglang safe zone insane? The Blood Shadow captain glanced over contemptuously. Rules? In that case, I bid 430,000. The Kanglang safe zone, you say. Are you sure you want to go against me? Ning continued to bid. 440,000. Whatever you add, I'll add the same. The man was getting pissed. Kid, you think your position in the Kanglang safe zone means something? You really dare to challenge me? Ning replied calmly. An auction is about financial resources. What does it have to do with status? Unless you want to break the rules and use your status to crush me. The Blood Shadow captain sneered. You've got a big mouth, don't you? You think you have a lot of money. Is that it? He held up 2 cards. Is 1 million enough? If not, I can add another 1 million. The crowd was stunned once again. Damn. How can someone from the Kanglang safe zone be so rich? What good is money? Do they really think those rules can restrain the Blood Shadow Legion? How naive. Their bidding is just a formality. If they really want someone, they don't even need to say a word. This little brat is dead for sure. The madam thought in terror. If we hadn't run into the Blood Shadow Legion, we would have made a fortune. Meanwhile, the bald man was also on guard. 2 million to buy us as slaves? That makes no sense at all. What on earth does this person want with us? The Blood Shadow captain then started to have sinister thoughts. It's true, I don't have the authority to mobilize assets over 1 million. But there are still rules from above. It seems I'll have to play dirty with this kid. With that, he shouted, Kanglang, I know most of the big shots in your safe zone. How come I don't recognize you? Why do you want to buy these people? Are you a spy from the military? Ning answered calmly, I work in the logistics department of the Kanglang safe zone. Our Heavenly Wolf Palace wants to get into the mercenary business. To build a reputation, I need these people. The captain loudly refuted him. Nonsense. No one in this world does business without considering the cost, like you do. Men, arrest them all and take them in for interrogation. I have serious doubts about their identities and intentions. Gentlemen, please come with us quietly. Xiao, he whispered to him, should we make a move? I can take these guys down in one go. Ning remained calm. I can too, but not yet. Lin Lan and I have already sent a message. We need to wait for news from her side first. Based on my calculations, it should be soon. With that, he spoke loudly. From the looks of it, the Blood Shadow Legion isn't going to bid, but use force instead. Haven't you always proclaimed to the outside world that you believe in absolute fairness and never abuse your power to bully others? The Blood Shadow captain's face darkened. Abuse our power? Stop trying to frame us. 2 days ago, we received intel that a group of military spies had infiltrated our safe zone. They're planning to rescue their people. Why do I feel like they're talking about you guys? Ning was ready for a fight to the end. If that's the case, I don't mind going with you. But if Lord Yinglong invites me to the banquet later, you'll be the ones escorting me there. And as for what I'll say at the party, I can't make any guarantees. The man held his forehead and laughed mockingly. Listen to this guy. He actually dares to use Lord Yinglong to threaten us? You fool. The banquet has already started, and you're still here spouting nonsense? If they won't learn the easy way, then we'll just have to beat them until they do. At that moment, after checking the system, the Blood Shadow captain shouted in alarm, What? Stop. Hold your hands. He then bowed low and approached Young Master Yi, my sincerest apologies. It seems I didn't realize who I was talking to. I truly didn't know you were Lord Yinglong's guest. I'll arrange a security detail to take you there immediately. Ning sneered slightly. Sir, you change your tune quite fast. But I have to say, I preferred your arrogant and defiant attitude from just a moment ago. The man broke into a nervous sweat. Understood. Men. Immediately escort our guests from the Kanglang safe zone to the central district. You must not offend Ning. Then he arranged his own people. Old Huang, take these soldiers and find a place to station them. I'll be back to inspect the goods later. Xiao He, let's go meet Lord Yinglong. They both replied in unison. Yes, young Master Ye. At that moment, at the Heavenly Dragon Manor, Ning and his group had already arrived. Ning took a quick look around, silently assessing the situation. Just as I expected, all the guests here are high-ranking members of the private factions around this area. We, on the other hand, are just a bunch of nobodies, so we won't get a warm welcome. The reason the Blood Shadow team was so polite to us earlier was entirely because an order was passed down through layer after layer of command. Eventually, it became a personal invitation from Yinglong. He then said to Xiao He, let's keep a low profile. We should just stand in a corner and observe secretly. She immediately replied, understood. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Lan was already waiting for them. The moment she saw Ning, she called out, over here. The crowd couldn't help but murmur, who's this guy that Miss Lin Lan herself would personally greet him? In contrast to the crowd, Ning was silently fuming. Damn it, what is this woman trying to do? Didn't I tell her to keep her distance? As the hostess of the banquet, is it really appropriate for you to be personally greeting people? Seeing him hesitate, Lin Lan shouted, little brother, bring your girlfriend over here and sit with me. I save you a spot. Her words left Ning completely stunned, but thanks to her, the hostility towards him vanished. Oh, so he's her little brother. That explains it. Ning quickly walked over. Thanks, sis. Xiao He, let's go to our seats. The guests continued to gossip. I've never heard that Miss Lin Lan had a little brother before. He's probably an adopted brother. Even so, he's not the kind of person you think. Didn't you see he has a girlfriend? As soon as Ning sat down, he impatiently asked, what are you trying to pull? Lin Lan whispered, didn't you say you wanted to observe Yinglong? This is the best spot for it. Besides, I've already told Yinglong that you're my adopted brother, a very capable person. You know it too. If I hadn't done this, you wouldn't have been able to get in here at all. Try to act as natural as possible, he whispered back. Don't you realize you're putting me in an extremely dangerous position by doing this? Lin Lan chuckled lightly. Yinglong isn't even here yet and you're already scared? Is that how you plan on scheming against him? Don't you find that utterly ridiculous? He retorted. It's not the same. I don't like taking risks that are outside of my control. Too bad. Lin Lan continued. Yinglong is the master here. Nothing is under your control. Ning's face soured as he silently deduced. She's obviously testing my ability to handle situations, to decide whether or not she should side with me. How cunning. This kind of provocation isn't considered a betrayal. So she has nothing to fear. I absolutely must stand my ground and not lose the upper hand. Before he could finish his thought, at that very moment, a wave of fiery red power instantly flooded the room. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. Ning, however, was completely astonished. What is this? He silently asked himself. A booming voice quickly echoed through the hall. Welcome the captain of the Blood Shadow Legion, Lord Yinglong. Yinglong appeared. My apologies for keeping you all waiting. As he arrived, he explained, something came up just now, which caused a slight delay. Please, everyone, be seated. There's no need for formalities. The crowd roared in unison. Thank you, Lord Yinglong. Ning silently made an assessment. His presence is as vast as mountains and seas, his aura as imposing as a blood-soaked hell. This level of strength, I'm afraid it's even greater than Uncle Fang's. The smell of blood is still fresh. Did he just kill a mutant before coming here? Hunting a mutant right before a banquet. It seems he's a typical battle fanatic, isn't he? The people nearby whispered with apprehension. Just this pressure alone is enough to make us break out in a cold sweat. It feels like Commander Yinglong's strength has grown even greater. I agree. Did you see the blood shadow behind him? I feel like it's about to come to life. I wonder if Lord Yinglong killed another high-tier mutant and fused with it again. Ning thought to himself, fusing with a blood shadow mutant. Is this a special innate ability? He then whispered to Xiao He, to be honest with you, if you were to fight Yinglong, what are your chances of winning? She contemplated for a moment. Based on the power he just displayed, at most, I would have a 30% chance of escaping. If he has hidden strength, it's nearly impossible. After greeting all the guests, Yinglong immediately walked to his seat and sat down. Ning, on the other hand, was still lost in thought. As expected, there's still a massive difference between being on the verge of peak tier 3 and being a true peak tier 3. Although I have quite a few sword techniques, if I want to escape, then perhaps only the dimensional slash would be effective. I need to assess his fighting habits first, just in case. The muscles on his left arm are more developed. The spear on his back has blood on its tip. That means this guy is left-handed, and his specialty is thrusting. He concluded his assessment. There's a special anti-slip grip installed on the spear. Is he used to dragging his spear? Is he trying to capitalize on his attack range? Ning imagined it. While moving at high speed, the moment he gets close, he'll swing the spearhead to shatter the enemy's defense. Without a doubt, this was the fighting style of an agility type awakened. From what he could observe, there was very little blood on the entire spear. This showed his burst power was terrifying, and based on the direction of the stains on his clothes, skill-wise, he has at least 2 movement skills. Yinglong, having just sat down, spoke up. Miss Linlan, is this your adopted little brother? This kid's pretty interesting. Seems to me he's been stealing glances at me this whole time. Ning had been lost in thought and couldn't hide his stare. He was startled when he was suddenly called out. Linlan quickly replied, "That's right. His name is Ning. It's probably his first time seeing you, so he's a little nervous. Lord Yinglong, didn't you know? You're his idol. He tells me every day how much he admires you." Then she turned to Ning. "I told you, Lord Yinglong is a very kind person, so you don't need to be so nervous. If you want to look, just look." "Why are you sneaking peeks?" he stammered. I know, sis." Then he feigned shyness. I'm truly sorry, Lord Yinglong." The man immediately relaxed his killing intent. "So that's how it is. If you're Miss Linlan's younger brother, then naturally, that makes you family. It's the Kang Lang safe zone, right? I'm on pretty good terms with your commander. When I go back this time, I'll tell him to look out for you." Ning quickly replied, Thank you, Lord Yinglong." He thought to himself, talk about a huge show of favor. It seems Linlan's importance to Yinglong is more than she let on. Right after, a man came over, bowing and speaking in a low voice. "Lord Yinglong, on behalf of the Blazing Tiger safe zone, I'd like to toast you. By the way, I wanted to report to you on the situation in our safe zone." The man replied cheerfully, "All right." Ning picked up his chopsticks and thought, the strength others can sense from me is, at most, early 3rd stage. But I didn't expect Yinglong to be this on guard. This kind of instinctual vigilance is likely related to his experience clawing his way up from the bottom. At the same time, Ning suddenly felt a strange sensation by his foot. He pulled his leg back, startled. Ning glared darkly at Linlan, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, is this witch trying to get me killed?" She gave him a provocative look and whispered, "If you dare to pull away, I'll dare to go for it. What's wrong? You don't like this. Is it scary?" Ning's body trembled slightly. "No, I can't lose my cool. Otherwise, we'll all die. It doesn't matter if this woman lives or dies, but no, I can't be the one to lose." His body kept trembling. This is insane. At this distance, all it would take is a slight probe from Yinglong's spiritual sense for him to fly into a rage. "Linlan, what the hell are you thinking? This is by no means her best option." Ning couldn't help but ask, "Are you trying to get revenge for the humiliation I put you through? Or are you trying to test my self-control?" Linlan answered nonchalantly, "Both. But I'm more curious about the latter." He said, "You'll die too if you do this. You've lost your mind. I refuse to believe that someone with your intelligence could be this stupid." She remained perfectly calm. "Even so, it doesn't cause any harm to my plan." Ning was speechless. "If your only goal is to kill me, then just tell Yinglong my identity. Why go through all this trouble?" Linlan glanced over. "This is much more interesting. Just imagining the news that Military Commissioner Ning from the far west was killed by Yinglong after confronting him. What an explosive story that would be." She reminded him sharply, "Do you remember how you humiliated me the first time we met? Besides, I've always wondered if you're a eunuch." For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Ning then tilted his head back and downed a gulp of wine. He thought, she's furious, but not because she's about to die, but because I ruined her plan. Linlan then actually reached for his crotch. "I'm very curious just how important that mutated material is to you. Enough to make you endure this? With your current status and power, why would you take this kind of risk? Every time I think about you, this contradiction arises. I get an inexplicable urge. I want to devour you, to crush you inside my body. Tell me why. Why do I feel this way?" He broke out in a sweat. "You think you can kill me like this? No, let me tell you, I can kill you and still get away. You crazy bitch, if you really want to die, I'll be sure to grant your wish." Linlan feigned surprise. "Oh, is that so?" This woman was unbelievable. He turned to give Xiao instructions. Linlan has lost her mind. She's completely unreasonable. "In a moment, if you see me use dimensional slash, Be ready to break through with me." She quickly replied, "Understood." The two men across from them quickly noticed something was off with Ning. That kid over there seems a little strange. Maybe his girlfriend is messing around with him under the table. These kids are so bold. I don't think so. It's more about Miss Linland's posture. Should we use our spiritual sense to check? Shh, are you trying to get yourself killed? Hearing their conversation, Ning couldn't help but wonder. Those three third-stage guys all sense something's wrong. So what's with Yinglong? Even though he isn't looking this way, as a peak third-stage master, even if he hasn't deployed his spiritual sense to cover the entire area, he should at least be able to maintain a constant perception of his surroundings, right? Linland squeezed him hard. Still getting distracted? Is it because my skills aren't good enough? Or are you actually into men? Ning was incredibly frustrated. Linland, you have successfully ruined my plan. He kicked her leg hard, but don't worry. After I kill you, I'll escape with your leg. When I get back, I'll turn it into a greatsword to remind myself never to underestimate a woman again. Only then did Linland become nervous. Are you really going to do that? No, stop. You won't be discovered. Yinglong won't find out. I was just teasing you. I never thought about dying with you. Ning was surprised. What do you mean? He's not using his perception. Don't tell me you have a way to block his senses. Could it be that Yinglong's power is a sham? No, that's impossible. Linland seemed to understand this man very well. You want to know? Then beg me for it. Are you worried about others noticing us? No one would dare. Others are even more afraid of facing Yinglong's wrath than you are. Ning looked over. As long as you're not crazy, that's fine. Tell me. This information is very important to me. You know very well that the more I know, the greater my chances of success. When this is over, I'll give you everything you want. I have the power to do that, Linland whispered. Not so fast. Yinglong wanted to give a speech. As soon as she finished, he spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you can all feel the threat from the military. But how ridiculous is that? They coldly watched us struggle on the distant frontier without sending a single soldier to help. And now that we've established our own safe zone, the military is demanding that we give up our rights, just with a single sentence. The peace in this frontier, the survival of the people here, all of it was bought and paid for with our lives. Therefore, I propose that all commanders and leaders of every zone unite. At that, the crowd immediately roared in agreement. Lord Yinglong is right. The frontier was the military's responsibility in the first place. They're only guarding it to save face. What does that have to do with us? If people from other countries enter the frontier, are they really going to declare war on us? I don't think so. In this new world, what do countries even matter? We're all just human. While clapping, Linland shot a flirtatious glance at him. I want you. Ning was stunned. Really? He was instantly on guard. This witch is changing her tune again. Is that look supposed to mean she's actually caught feelings? How is that possible? Who knows what kind of trick she's planning now? Then, Ning replied with annoyance, You want me? More like you want my head. Cut the games. Do you know Yinglong's secret? Hurry up and tell me. Linland stood up languidly. My leg hurts. Follow me to the restroom. She turned to leave, not forgetting to add a threat. Come over. If you have the guts. I'll tell you Yinglong's secret. If you're not there in 3 minutes, I'll come back out and tell Yinglong how much you fancy his big sister. Left with no other choice, Ning stood up. The secret this woman held could give him the upper hand later. To get the evolution materials, he would have to walk into the lion's den. As soon as the two of them entered the restroom, Linland casually began applying lipstick. She left him standing to the side, waiting. Ning said urgently, Are you sure you want to talk here? This is the men's restroom. Linland glanced over. What are you afraid of? This place is abandoned. No one will come here. She couldn't resist teasing him. What's wrong? Would you rather go to the women's restroom? Ning shouted in frustration. Stop messing around. The truth is, you already knew when Yinglong was going to enter the dungeon, didn't you? Linland quickly turned around, then beckoned with her finger. If you want to know, come here. She opened a stall door. Get in. And I'll show you all of my secrets. The moment he entered, he pressed a knife to Linland's throat. I've already shielded this place with my spiritual power. Say what you need to say, now. My patience is limited. If you still want to play games now that Yinglong isn't here, I won't hold back. She looked pleased. Just as I thought. You're still you. Fine. The dungeon is located at the front line of the Blood Shadows Safe Zone number 3, in a city ruined since ancient times. It's 370 kilometers from here. And the coordinates are beneath the Dazia air raid shelter in the suburbs. Linland explained. This dungeon appeared not too long ago. It was apparently activated by a supply squad from the Blood Shadow Legion about 2 months ago. It's a large-scale dungeon. This dungeon is very special. It only opens at 6 a.m. p.m. on the second day of each month, which is tomorrow morning. The opening only lasts for 30 seconds. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next month. He asked, "Why didn't you tell me this before? Did you deliberately lure me to this party just to test my courage?" Lin Lan replied, "Not exactly. Based on my understanding of Yinglong, he'll most likely clear the area before entering the dungeon. In other words, you'll have to follow him the instant he goes in without being detected. So I doubt you can even get inside." Ning frowned. "Very good. You don't need to worry about me getting in. Now, tell me Yinglong's secret," Lin Lan said casually. "But I've already said so much. Are you going to make me stand here and talk the whole time?" Immediately, he put the knife away. "If you cooperate, then I naturally won't make things difficult for you. But you." Before he could finish, Lin Lan aggressively pushed Ning back. She put her leg on him. "Hey, my leg is really hurting. Don't you feel any pity for me? Give it a little rub for me, and then I'll tell you Yinglong's secret." Ning yelled. "What the hell are you trying to pull? I don't think you're stupid enough to believe I would actually submit to you." Lin Lan gave a sly smile. "It's nothing. I just don't believe that you truly feel nothing at all." Suddenly, as if possessed, her expression turned dead serious. "Besides, I don't want to die with you. I want to live with you." As Lin Lan spoke, she took off her outer coat. "As long as you can survive to keep your promise, I'm willing to completely betray Lu Tianming. I'll be loyal to you. So, you can do whatever you want with me. When you've fully matured, we will." Ning quickly grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her up. "Do you really think I'm guaranteed to die just by entering a dungeon?" Lin Lan immediately grabbed his hand. "Yes. I've thought about it for a long time, and I feel like there's no hope left. I know you have the army backing you, but they won't go to war with Yinglong for your sake. Otherwise, why would you have to take such a risk?" She began to analyze. "The people Yinglong brought this time include at least 12 early-stage Tier 3 individuals and 1 high-stage Tier 3. Even though your bodyguard is strong, if all of you charge in together, you still can't defeat Yinglong alone. The human face compendium is Yinglong's most prized possession. If you want to take it, you'll have to kill him first." As she spoke, she reached out and unzipped Ning's pants. "Yinglong is extremely suspicious. Even if you die without betraying me, I'll still be killed. It's all too much of a coincidence, no matter how lucky I might get. As long as Yinglong is alive, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death either." He frowned. "But from what I've seen, Yinglong treats you very well. That's completely different from what you told me," Lin Lan said sadly. "My relationship with him isn't as simple as you think. He never once truly cared about me as a person." Looking at her, Ning's resolve wavered a bit. He clicked his tongue, thinking her expression and her eyes were completely different from the crazy woman he once knew. Besides, it didn't look like she was acting or lying at all. Forget it. For now, I won't worry about her relationship with Yinglong. Right now, what's more important is to address her concerns and dig out that crucial secret. Ning pushed her away again. "What if I told you I have the authority to mobilize a number of peak third-rank warriors to enter the dungeon with us?" Lin Lan was stunned when she heard this. "What? How is that possible?" As soon as she finished speaking, to gain her trust, he immediately took out a card from the system. Ning explained, "This token was a secret reward I received after defeating the East Sea Beast. Do you recognize it?" Lin Lan was startled. "An S-rank military token? No, wait. If this is real, then why not just send people to raid the place directly?" Ning continued, "Because compared to a direct raid, the price of secretly pulling strings inside the dungeon is much greater." He thought to himself that even though this token wasn't real, it was enough to scare her. After all, with her status, it's impossible for her to have ever seen a real S-rank token like this. Lin Lan then told him a secret. Yinglong has no spiritual power, so he can't sense anything outside of his own line of sight. Ning was shocked. He couldn't believe it. A peak third-rank warrior with no spiritual power? How is that possible? Spiritual power and will are closely linked. Even a 3-year-old child has 2 points in their will attribute. Lin Lan continued, "Yinglong's talent is very special. He can passively convert his spiritual power into other attributes. Aside from the will needed to maintain consciousness, any other will attribute points will be converted into other stats." He said again, "So that means he has no spiritual power to scan with, and he can't sense anything? He relies completely on observing targets with his naked eyes?" Lin Lan replied, "That's right." Ning was still reeling from the shock. "This is incredible, and it's also very beneficial for us." She added, "But don't underestimate him because of that. On the contrary, his body is incredibly durable." Lin Lan made up her mind. "I am the only person in the world who knows this secret. Originally, I wanted to use it to trade for a suitable third-rank expert, like Lu Tianming, but now I've decided to give it to you." Ning remained wary. Your information on Ying Long seems almost unreasonably detailed, doesn't it? Moreover, it seems you want to kill Ying Long even more than I do. She cupped his face. See, I've cooperated with you so much. So, how are you going to reward me? Yi Ning was surprised. A reward? What do you want after this is all over? Lin Lan pouted, pressing her cheek against his. I don't want it later. I want it right now. He jumped back, pushing her away. This is insane. I don't have time for this right now. The scene changes. Over at the Blood Shadow safe zone's Kanglang rest stop, Yuan Hao was standing outside, growing impatient. Why have they been gone for so long and still haven't returned? Nothing better have gone wrong. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, the bald man spoke up. It seems quiet outside. That group from the Tianlang district must have left already. The guards here are lax. In a bit, I'll break down the door, and everyone should split up and run for it. After you escape, don't come back. Find a way to destroy the collar and then head to our rendezvous point. The other two spoke up. But didn't that old man say our people were coming to rescue us? That's what he said, but they still haven't released us. Who knows if they just made that up to stop us from escaping? The other guy couldn't help but feel uneasy. But that young man was willing to spend 2 million on us. Another man cursed, don't be so damn naive. Have you forgotten who those people are? From the Kanglang safe zone. What the hell kind of place is that? It's infamous for its sex slaves. Have you ever thought about what happened to Lin Eru? Hearing this, the man was genuinely terrified. We really can't afford to take that risk. Finally, they were all in agreement. The bald man spoke, on my command. 3, 2, 1. Immediately, the group smashed through the door and rushed outside, making a huge racket. As soon as they got out, they were stunned to see who was standing in front of them. Yi Ning was already outside, looking bewildered by the scene. Uncle Huang, didn't you tell them? Yuan Hao replied, I did, but maybe it was too simple, so they didn't believe it. Yuan Hao sent a telepathic message. After all, the Kanglang rest stop is still within the Blood Shadow's safe zone. So he quickly replied, I understand. The leader took all the blame. It was me. I wanted to escape, so if there's a problem, take it out on me. Yi Ning spoke up. In that case, you will be severely punished. Xiao He, Uncle Huang, grabbed them and give them a good beating. The two replied in unison. Understood. Right after that, they quickly herded everyone back inside. Yi Ning carefully set up a spiritual barrier around the area. Then he took out a military card. Capital City, Special Operations Group. We're on the same side. You can all speak freely now. Everyone was overjoyed. It's an A-rank military token. Did the military send a large army to break us out? I told you so. If they weren't on our side, why would they spend 2 million to save us? The young man next to him asked. Then why didn't you unlock our collars? Yi Ning replied, it's to maintain our cover. If we didn't put on a good enough act, I'm afraid we would not only fail to save you, but our own identities would be exposed. He continued, but don't worry. You'll only have to endure this for one more night at most. Tonight, I will arrange to get you all back to the border. Once you escape the sphere of influence of the Blood Shadow Legion, then you will all be free. Everyone rejoiced. This is great. We're saved. Yi Ning added. Before we leave, I want to have a private word with Lin Eru. She still hadn't let her guard down around him. Lin Eru frowned warily as the two led her outside. Yi Ning shouted, Uncle Huang, keep hitting him. Beat him until he submits. Xiao Ju, give this girl a bath. Tonight, I'm going to teach her a lesson myself. Knowing someone was watching, Yuan Hao replied, understood, young Master Yi. Then, Yi Ning looked at the defiant girl in front of him and thought to himself, Lin Eru, I know full well who you are. As the future queen of the Kazakhstan frontier, how could I just ignore you? In my past life, I had to use decisive, thunderous methods. If I can win her over and make use of her beforehand, wouldn't that be for the best? The two of them then secretly went to the Kanglang rest stop, inside Yi Ning's room. Lin Eru couldn't help but be surprised. You're so young, yet you already have a Class A military token. Could it be that you're the legendary Yi Ning? He got straight to the point. You're a smart one. You're an early-stage Tier 2 agile melee fighter with a talent for water control, right? Lin Eru didn't beat around the bush either. That's right. So tell me, why did you want to see me alone? Yi Ning spoke first. Tell me, as a member of the Border Patrol, how did you end up captured with a group of survivors at a gathering point? She began to recount her story. About 2 weeks ago, while we were on a Border Patrol mission, we discovered some awakeners from a neighboring country's war zone who had infiltrated our territory. After crossing the border, they frequently attacked small and medium-sized safe zones, plundering resource mines and capturing survivors for food. So we fought them. During the pursuit, they attempted to infiltrate the gathering point. After we dealt with the enemy, We were preparing to go to the gathering point to recover from our injuries, but none of us expected that this gathering point had already been raided by the Black Camel Merchant Guild. At first, we didn't notice, and none of the local survivors warned us. Then, the slave hunting squad ambushed us. In the chaotic battle, many of our people died. Of course, the slave hunting squad suffered even more casualties, so they called in a nearby Tier 3 expert to intervene. And as you know, in the face of a Tier 3, we were basically powerless to resist. As for what happened after that, you pretty much know the whole story. Thank you for saving us. Ning replied, "We're both part of the military. It was the right thing to do." Ning then recalled his past life. There were rumors circulating about Lin Aoru's bloodthirsty and brutal behavior, but there were never any details about things like this. It was only said that she had been a slave and had somehow become a Tier 3 slave after the apocalypse. She openly challenged and killed the leader of the Black Eagle safe zone, then quickly seized control of the entire area. During the subsequent rebellion in the far west frontier, a battle broke out with the Blood Shadow Legion. In the end, she took the entire population from the safe zone she had conquered, left the far west, and entered the Kazakhstan war zone. After that, her power skyrocketed. Then, relying on her strength, she seized control of the Kazakhstan government as easily as flipping her hand. Ning speculated to himself, "From the current perspective, if I hadn't shown up, her fate after becoming a slave would have been unimaginable. Even with such a tragic start, she still managed to become the queen of a country. Even I couldn't have done that." He then asked, "What's your plan now? Are you going back to the border with your people? Or something else?" Lin Aoru immediately replied, "No, I don't want to go back to the army. I don't want to protect anyone anymore." Lin Aoru was trembling with rage as she spoke. She made up her mind. "I want to kill them all." He asked again, "Do you hate the military? Do you think the military was wrong?" Lin Aoru answered with contempt, "Hate? You could say that." Ning continued, "Do you hate the military because they didn't send reinforcements in time? As a soldier yourself, you should understand the military's current situation. Often, it's not that they don't want to save people, but that they simply can't. They have to consider the bigger picture. Besides," he added, "among the survivors, there are good people and bad people. Most people are innocent. You can't just generalize and kill them all." Lin Aoru found this hilarious. "Good and bad?" She quickly retorted, "What good and bad? What if 9 out of 10 people are bad?" The gathering point where we were captured was one of the friendliest places towards the military. We clearly saved them from invaders and slave hunters. But as those bastards from the slave hunting team were about to leave, they completely missed Uncle Wang. The injured Uncle Wang was hiding in a cellar, but the other survivors dragged him out and handed him over to the slave hunters for a reward. She continued, filled with resentment. "If they sold us out just to survive, fine, I could accept that. But that's a joke. They watched us struggle and die on the frontier. They just watched with cold indifference, not sending a single soldier to help. And still, those treacherous bastards sold us out completely, just like before. They don't hate the villains, they hate us. They aren't afraid of the army, but they cower before a small merchant guild." Ning saw the hatred in her eyes and lowered his voice. "Isolated incidents can't represent the whole picture. Ordinary people haven't undergone professional training." But Lin Aoru just scoffed coldly. "Isolated incidents?" she said, pointing right in his face as she unleashed her fury. "What do you mean isolated incidents? Are over 300 slaver squads of all sizes across the entire frontier an isolated incident? Is over 60% of the population selling their lives to those factions an isolated incident? Is the fact that our soldiers are hunted like dogs, not even daring to reveal their own identities, an isolated incident?" The painful memories flashed vividly in Lin Aoru's mind. She pointed at Ning's chest. "This place. It's rotten to the core. The frontier is completely decayed, rotten from the top all the way to the bottom. To please high-level awakeners, they'd even offer up their own flesh and blood like lapdogs. Have you ever been to the bone-crushing yard, to the Azure Wolf camp, to the blood mill? Look at those people. They don't even hate the scumbags who rule over them. They just hate themselves. Why aren't they one of the strong ones?" As she spoke, Lin Aoru couldn't stop the tears from falling. History here has been twisted beyond recognition. No one remembers what we've done. They see us as the enemy, as runaway dogs. They'd rather grovel and cooperate with foreign races than give a single drop of water to our own army. By now, Lin Aoru was crying tears of blood. We were out there saving people everywhere. All our soldiers were suffering, guarding the borders. Even though we were starving, we still shared our food with them. And what did we get in return? Overwhelmed with emotion, she couldn't help but slam her fist on the table, shattering the teacup. "Why? You tell me. Why? Is it because we're the good guys, right? Is it because we have to endure it, to consider the so-called greater good? It's because of people like you, sitting high and mighty up in the heavens, A single word from you is enough to send us to our deaths, isn't it? It must be so easy for you to run your mouths. The ones on top talk about peace for the frontier, while the people below have to retreat again and again. At this, she collapsed helplessly into her chair. Have you ever been to the base? Do you have any idea what kind of life we live? Have you seen how many of us have died? It's just a number to you, isn't it? Linaru continued, the border lacks water. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the army ordered us to source our own. Even though my talent is water control, where am I supposed to find water in a desert? In the hardest times, we even had to drink our own urine. Meanwhile, those safe zones and their merchant guilds were hiking up the price of a single bucket of water whenever they pleased. To trade for it, we had to give them a bucket of ore. Do you know how many of our people had to die to secure that ore from the enemy nation's awakeners? Because the border is so remote, transport is difficult, and the higher-ups just tell us to endure hardship and struggle on. Eat less, save more. But how are we supposed to fight if we can't even eat our fill? Can a few empty words fill our stomachs? In the first half of the year, we finally managed to clear a resource dungeon and bring back some food. But what happened? Some nearby private faction declared it was theirs and demanded we hand it over. And then what? That same faction sold the supplies back to us at 10 times the price. They even had the gall to sell us their filthy dishwater. Retreat after retreat, giving into everything, enduring everything. No spirit stones, no equipment, no supplies. How many soldiers lost their powers because of this? And how many more died because of it? Lin Eru recalled with a sense of helplessness. The great home front. Our families behind us. What a joke. As she finished speaking, Lin Eru, without hesitation, ripped open the buttons on her shirt, baring her chest to him. Ning couldn't help but be taken aback. Lin Eru continued, do you know what I saw in the slave camp after I was captured? I saw a girl in a military uniform. A zombie was on top of her. She was already dead, not just bitten, but disemboweled and left to dry out. 2 large numbers were carved into her chest, the wounds cut down to the bone. She asked in agony, see this clearly? I'm number 12. That girl was number 11. It was unclear what he was thinking, but Ning remained silent the entire time. He stood up and took out a cloak. Then, he walked over to Lin Eru and gently offered it to her. Put this on. The nights are cold. Lin Eru took the cloak, a little surprised. I thought you were going to righteously condemn me for the sake of the greater good, to tell me my will wasn't strong enough, or say that sacrifice is inevitable and then call me a traitor. He didn't answer, instead asking directly, where will you go after leaving the army? Or, are you willing to follow me? Her mood seemed to improve slightly. Maybe I'll find a small squad to join, hunt mutated beasts with them, and get stronger. Or maybe I'll try to figure out a way to build a settlement of my own and gather more people. Lin Eru prepared to leave. Thank you for the high praise, but there's no need. I'm not as noble as you. Right now, all I want is to kill every single bastard I've ever met. Cut off their heads and mount them on pikes. She contemptuously threw the dog tag to the ground. This is the military insignia I once swore an oath to. Now I'm returning it. Seeing that she was about to leave, he spoke up, Lin Eru, what if I told you I'm different from them? What if I told you I can change everything? What if I told you that if you follow me, you'll have limitless resources? And you'll never have to care about the greater good again. But what do you think about a satisfying kill? She frowned and turned to ask, do you have any idea what you're saying? Ning calmly replied, of course I do. You just stay here and wait for me. I'll be back in a week. The scene changes to another location, where Ning is sitting on that same aircraft. He asked pensively, 009, based on your analysis, if we fight Yinglong, how many seconds do you think we can hold him off? Fang Fang immediately answered, 4 seconds. In a direct confrontation, I can only block him for a maximum of 4 seconds. If his target is you, I can only hold him back for 1 second. Ning analyzed. A maximum of 4 seconds, a minimum of 1. Although I can unleash my ultimate skill 7 or 8 times, I'm not entirely confident when facing a peak 3rd-tier opponent. He looked out the window. Besides, Yinglong has been a peak 3rd-tier master for so many years, he must have a trump card, even though he doesn't have psychic power. But this also means his physical defense is definitely not on the level of an ordinary peak 3rd tier. If I use my ultimate move and fail to kill Yinglong, he could crush me in an instant. Even if I attack with my mental powers, there's no way he would be unprepared. What if he has a high-level defensive item? Then he said to 009, this time, when we enter the dungeon, we should do everything we can to stay away from Yinglong, and avoid running into Linland too. Fang Fang was surprised. Then how are we supposed to get the human face scroll? Ning continued, if you want to get something out of someone's pocket, besides stealing or robbing, you can always trick them. Meanwhile, at the dungeon entrance, At 5:30 in the morning, Fang Fang reported, "We've arrived." He gave the order, 009, activate the levitation item to avoid leaving footprints. She immediately replied, "Understood." After they landed, Ning silently observed, "This unexpanded sphere of light must be the dungeon entrance, right?" As he finished speaking, he reached out to touch the sphere of light, trying to check the system panel. Ning thought to himself, the aberrant demon battlefield. I wonder if this has anything to do with the aberrant demon core that the sword god system needs. If it really is related, then maybe during this dungeon run, I can gather all the materials and complete the sword god system upgrade. A group of people in formal attire entered the tunnel. Yinglong spoke up, "Miss Lin Lan, you seem to be quite interested in this place." She replied, "I'm just a little curious to see if there's anything unusual around an A-rank dungeon. After all, this is my first time at a dungeon of this difficulty." He mused, "I see." Lin Lan sighed in relief internally. Luckily, Ning didn't leave any traces. If I hadn't received his message, I honestly wouldn't have known he was already here. Yinglong gave a reminder. There are still 3 minutes until it activates. Jiang Ming, go and sweep the entire building one more time. Confirm if there's anyone else nearby. If you find anything unusual, report to me immediately. The subordinate replied, "Yes, Mr. Yinglong." She cursed inwardly. Did my actions just now make him suspicious? Given the situation, he'll probably enter during the final 30-second countdown. I wonder if Ning is well hidden. What if he gets discovered? Yinglong pointed out, "Miss Lin Lan, your heart seems to be beating very fast. What's wrong? Feeling anxious?" Lin Lan quickly replied, I was just thinking about how difficult this dungeon might be." In the dark space, voices echoed, "First floor is clear. 6th floor is clear. 30th floor is clear." Yinglong asked curiously, "Miss Lin Lan, you can relax now, can't you? After we go inside, you don't have to worry either. Just follow me," she responded. "You're too kind." As the group walked, they discussed, "Captain Zhang, do you think Mr. Yinglong is actually trying to court a woman? This is the first time I've ever seen him show this much interest. She's just a low-ranked tier 3. Why not just get straight to the point? Why does he have to make it so complicated? Stop guessing. What do you two know? This is what you call a hobby." The night sky darkened as black clouds rolled in. Someone rushed in frantically. "Sir, we've confirmed the entire building is clear and there's no one else nearby." He acknowledged, "Good. The dungeon is open. Prepare to enter." Lin Lan felt a sense of panic. They couldn't find him? Where on earth are they hiding? They're not going to stand me up, are they? Or are they hiding really far away? But after we go in, I'm afraid he'll only have 10 seconds at most. Will that be enough time? At that same moment, Ning was observing from a distance. This Yinglong guy is way too cautious. 10 seconds is just enough for me to use Dimension Slash to get there. 009. Can you get to the basement in 10 seconds without destroying the building and without making any noise? Fang Fang replied, "I can teleport to the surrounding area within a 1-kilometer radius. But the price is that I'll lose this ability for 10 days. He was satisfied. As long as we can get in, that's what matters. Losing the ability for 10 days? We'll have to be even more careful after we get inside. Ning activated his skill. There's no time left. Dimension Slash. Then, he flew up into the air under her astonished gaze. Enter the dungeon. At that moment, a powerful vortex appeared, and darkness descended, blanketing the sky. Ning plummeted straight towards the ground. Uncontrollably, he crashed onto a large rock and clutched his head, groaning, "My head hurts. Didn't 009 come in with me? No, that can't be right. The moment I entered the dungeon, I clearly felt her teleport behind me. Could it be that we got separated upon entry?" Fang Fang's voice sounded helpless. "I'm already inside. Don't worry, once I pinpoint my location, I'll rendezvous with you." Ning replied, "Well, as long as you made it in, that's all that matters." System. Entering the aberrant demon battlefield dungeon. Dungeon difficulty, A rank. Current area level, D rank. Danger level, extremely low. Dungeon background, 400 years ago, the first group of aberrant demons invaded the human world. They disguised themselves and killed humans. When humanity awakened to the threat, they launched a counterattack. 270 years ago, the leader of humanity was assassinated by hidden aberrant demons, and since then, humanity has been in constant retreat. To survive, the people of this world built underground cities and lived beneath the surface. Note 1. Aberrant demons have occupied the surface world. Please do not leave the underground city. Note 2. Aberrant demons have occupied the Earth's core. The deeper you go, the higher the level of aberrant demons you will face. The final reward for this dungeon is distributed according to the depth reached. If you withdraw midway, 90% of your earnings will be deducted. The final reward for this dungeon is a mysterious epic-grade equipment set. If Yinglong is coming here himself, it's a safe bet he's here for this set. Yi Ning analyzed. A tower-style dungeon. Huh. On each floor, you'll encounter that floor's monsters, and no equipment will drop during the monster fights. It's not much different from Hell's Gate, but the key difference is that you lose a ton of rewards if you give up halfway through. Finally, there's the Epic Gears set, which is extremely rare in this world. Aberrations, aside from lacking a reproductive system, look no different from humans. Don't trust anyone. No time-limited mission means I have enough time to lay out a plan. This is a single room, and the danger level of this area is low. This proves that this must be a human survival zone. Are Yinglong and his group on the same floor as me? Suddenly, a photo on the table caught his attention. Is this the ID card the system gave me? I'm a rookie demon hunter? An orphan? Huh, that's convenient. Suddenly, Yi Ning sensed someone's footsteps. Just then, Ru Yi pushed the door open. You're awake? Don't you know today is the demon hunter exam? Don't just stand there, hurry up and follow me. If you miss it today, you'll have to wait until this time next year. Yi Ning guessed. Is this the instance's guide NPC? What's her identity? My girlfriend. Ru Yi moved closer, speculating. Did you get scared stiff? I told you not to go to the lower levels. Did you run into an aberration? I heard there's an aberration near the City Lord's district recently. You're not allowed to go out in Area B, and there's even a half-eaten corpse left behind. Yi Ning, I know you want to get stronger to avenge your parents, which is why you thought about exploring the lower levels first, but it's really dangerous. If I hadn't found you last time, have you thought about the consequences? If you die, there's nothing left. He thought, are these the system's prearranged lines? Is this supposed to introduce my background story? She doesn't seem like a girlfriend. More like a relative. She must be a guide NPC. Can you get stronger by killing aberrations here? This point isn't too different from reality. This girl's strength is equivalent to a second tier. The Demon Hunter exam. If I follow her, I can probably get the equivalent qualification and then go down to the dungeon to kill monsters, assigning a girl as a guide, and even presetting her combat power. Isn't this instance a bit too meticulous? He asked. Are you my family? She replied nonchalantly, didn't I tell you a long time ago? My family was also killed by aberrations. Yi Ning probed further. How long does this test take, roughly? Ru Yi explained, I've told you this before too. It'll probably be over in a day. After you get your qualification, I can take you to a lower difficulty area for you to get some practice. Yi Ning, you're acting very strange today. Suddenly, Yi Ning moved closer and whispered, Final question. Do you want to sleep with me? Ru Yi shrieked in alarm. What are you saying? Yi Ning, how could I want to sleep with you? That's something between lovers, unless. Immediately after, his expression turned vicious. Then I'm sorry. Ru Yi, blushing beet red with embarrassment, asked, What do you mean? In the next moment, Yi Ning swung a blow at her. If you don't want to sleep with me, then you must be an aberration. I'm truly sorry, but time is of the essence. I don't have time to follow the script with you, so I can only accuse you of being an aberration. You can die first this time. If I get a chance to come back, I'll definitely love you and follow the storyline. Finally, the status screen appeared. You have killed a key aberration. Obtained aberration core fragment. 1. Collect 10 fragments to obtain a complete aberration core. You killed the key aberration first, obtaining 13% of the instance's progress. After reading it, he cursed out loud. Holy crap, that actually worked? I just said that on a whim and it was right. Right? After all, this is an S-rank instance. It's just that the guide NPC's disguise was too good at lowering one's guard. Wow, they set a huge trap right from the start. If I had kept an aberration by my side, I wouldn't even know how I died later on. It seems putting all my mental energy into scheming against Yinglong was too dangerous. The godly sword system is reacting. An aberration core fragment. This is indeed the material for an upgrade, but you need 10 fragments to form a complete one, and not every aberration drops this. She was a key aberration, and aberrations don't have reproductive systems. After looking, Yi Ning was horrified. Wait, why does she have one? I have to dissect her to get a thorough understanding. Same internal organs, same skeleton. But there really is no reproductive system, so that thing was a simulated prop that was attached. In other words, if you want to verify if it's an aberration, you can't just take off its pants and tell with the naked eye. There are also human teeth in her stomach, so she ate people before this. At that moment, Fang Fang pushed the door open. Is this an aberration? He replied. You're here. Did any aberrations appear on your end? Or some kind of guide NPC? She answered, no. Yi Ning speculated, it seems they're coordinating in teams. If that's the case, then Yinglong's side must have one too. I wonder if his level of vigilance will allow him to figure it out. If he doesn't, then this would be a pretty good trump card. Fang Fang continued, I discovered that this underground city is huge, equivalent to 2 major cities. This is the structure of the underground city. The human shelter is around the 12th floor. The first 3 floors are completely safe, but it gets more dangerous the deeper you go. We're currently in Sector C on the 6th floor, the border of the Aberrant invasion. I've heard that the real Aberrant battlefield doesn't start until you get below the 12th floor. He replied, all right, I get it. Was there any surveillance on your way here? She nodded. Yes, there's a lot of infrared surveillance for identification. Images. Although they're old, their distribution is wide. A moment later, Ning shouted, I've got a rough plan to trick them. Li Fugui, come out. Master, what are your orders? I'm happy to be of service. Ning whispered, you'll go first. Then Li Fugui agreed. Understood, Master. You can rest assured. Tricking people is what I was born to do. He tempted him. After this is a success, I'll reward you with 10,000 points. Hearing that number, he got excited. 10,000 points? Oh, my dear master. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. 009, let's go. First, we'll seize control of the surveillance cameras monitoring Yinglong's actions, and then we'll find money and people. This scam requires a lot of coordination. NPCs. We have cameras, we have NPCs, and we even have Lin Lan as an inside agent. If we still can't fool Yinglong's perception with all this, then we might as well be dead. Zhang Ming reported, Sir, the others have been notified to gather at the testing site in Sector B. They are on their way here now. Yinglong asked, good. By the way, ask if the people who entered the instance dungeon last time also met a guide NPC when they went in. He replied, yes, sir, they did. They said that as long as they follow the procedure, there were no problems, but the later parts were just too difficult, so they gave up halfway. The man ordered, to be safe, send a message to Lin Lan and ask her to come and help check out this NPC. Zhang Ming accepted the order. Your subordinate understands. Brother Zhang asked Yinglong, we have to hurry. If we miss this assessment, we'll have to wait until next year. Yinglong agreed, all right, Brother Zhang. Suddenly, Lin Lan accidentally fell against him, and while no one was looking, her hand gently touched Brother Zhang's pocket. He blushed and pushed her away. Miss, are you all right? Lin Lan said loudly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I carelessly bumped into you. The man next to them asked with concern, Miss Lin Lan, are you hurt anywhere? She replied, I'm fine, no problem at all. That's good, then. Brother Zhang realized, so, you two know each other? Yinglong seized the moment. Let's go take the assessment first. Yinglong agreed. Okay. In her mind, she thought, it seems he's really just a guide NPC and not an aberrant. To be safe, I should just follow him. Clearing the instance dungeon is the safest way. The messaging item that Ning gave me hasn't shown anything yet. Could it be that he's really not coming in? 10 seconds to enter is indeed difficult. If he doesn't come in, then I'll just have to. Treat this as a normal dungeon run. A voice came through Lin Lan's earpiece. You guys are on the 6th floor, right? Which sector? Exactly. Have you met the system-arranged NPC yet? She mused, so he actually made it in. Ning explained. We're in Sector B on the 6th floor, we just met. Yinglong has met the guide NPC, and now we're following him to take the assessment. Excellent. It seems Yinglong trusts me. Just follow the procedure. That gives me at least half a day to prepare. When are you going to make your move? What's the plan? You don't need to worry about these things. The less you know, the safer you are. Just do as you're told. That's all. A system sound played. You have 16 credit points remaining. You have 19 credit points remaining. You have 690 credit points remaining, he assessed. Except for the aberrant girl who has a few points, the rest of us are all dirt poor. This amount of money is nowhere near enough to get things done. In his mind, Yinglong was a cautious person, and Li Fugui would only have one chance to appear, so he had to trick him in one go. If you want to catch a big fish, you first have to put down enough bait. Moreover, you have to get it into the habit of taking the hook. Ning spoke up. Besides money, we also need a large amount of equipment resources from this world. That way, the reward won't arouse suspicion, and better equipment resources are probably in the hands of high-ranking military officials. 009 will split up from here. I'll be in charge of making money and finding people to monitor. You'll be in charge of the equipment. As long as we can get away, don't hold back on any methods. Fang Fang replied, understood. As night fell, he stood before a building, lost in thought, the Debo Club. At a glance, it already looked like a playground for the rich. Indeed, no matter what the apocalypse is like, as long as it's not complete annihilation, human nature remains the same. A guard spoke up. Welcome to the Debo Club. May I see your identification card? I'm sorry, but according to your identification card's information, you are not qualified to enter. Please proceed to a lower-level area to spend your money or level up before returning. Ning unleashed his power and replied, "Is the strength of a peak Tier 2 enough qualification?" The two guards were quickly intimidated by his aura. "It is." "My sincerest apologies, sir. Of course, you are qualified to enter. May I ask who you are?" He stated his request. "Who is your biggest client right now?" "I want to meet him," an employee introduced. "That would be Director Luo. He's the tycoon of the corporation that supplies groundwater to the underground city." "You wish to?" Ning nodded. "That's right. I want to work under Director Luo," the man said respectfully. "In that case, please head upstairs, sir." He stepped inside, silently sizing the place up with a glance. "They really know how to party, huh? Can't even hear me opening the door." Ning knocked and said, "Let's pause for a moment. I have some business with Director Luo." Director Luo, his mood ruined, yelled, "Who the hell do you think you are?" He arrogantly threw a wine bottle. "You dare ruin my good time." Seeing Ning calmly dodge, he grew even angrier. "You dare to dodge." Director Luo ordered. "This guy's bad news. Guards, protect me." His bodyguards immediately replied, "Yes, Director Luo." Ning responded with contempt. "To deal with a bunch of Tier 2 scrubs like you, I don't even need to use a skill." The women began to scatter and flee, but he was terrified of this. He attacked the fleeing women. "If you don't want to die, just take a little nap." Director Luo, faced with that aura, was terrified, falling to the floor and shouting, "Are you a Tier 3 or an aberrant?" Ning stepped forward and stomped on him. "I'll ask. You'll answer. If you dare shout nonsense, you die." Director Luo trembled and begged, "I'll talk. I'll tell you anything. Please don't kill me." Ning was satisfied. "Good. How many credit points do you have on you?" The anonymous kind, "How much can you mobilize within 10 minutes?" He yelled, 200,000, sir. I have 200,000 on me. It's all in the bag. The password is 47,998. Ning stepped forward and stomped on Director Luo. 200,000? You're not being honest. Say it again. If it's less than 10 million, I'll gouge out your eyes and stuff them in your mouth right now. He pleaded. "No, please. I'm begging you. Please spare me." 7 million. The most I can mobilize is 7 million, sir. Even if you kill me, you won't get 10 million. Ning commanded. "Transfer it to this anonymous account for me immediately." He agreed. "Yes, I'll do it right now." Ning continued. "Also, do you know anyone in the government? From the police department, for example?" The man screamed. "I know someone who is the deputy director of the police department." Half an hour later at Director Chen's house, the guards were on high alert. The person on the other end of the line reported, "Director Chen, I have something very important to discuss with you in private." With the important water filtration project, he cursed out loud. "Why is this fatso suddenly looking for me? Could there be a problem with the project?" I told him not to be so greedy. Suddenly, Ning landed on the table from above. A panicked Director Chen pointed and asked, "Is this Lao Wei?" The young man spoke. "I ask. You answer. Give me a wrong answer, and you die." He agreed. "Okay, go ahead and ask." Ning held out a photo as a threat. "You have two choices. One, I kill you right now, and then I'll release your entire bribery record to the public. Don't worry, I won't let you die alone. Your wife is very beautiful, and your child is also adorable. Her name is Chen K, right?" Director Chen panicked. "Don't you dare touch my family. I choose the second option." The young man praised him. "Very smart. It's simple. Cooperate with me, work for me. Not only that, but the 1 million that Lao Wei promised you before. I'll also pay you, down to the last penny. Here's a deposit of 500,000, all untraceable. After the job is done, I'll send you the other half." He asked, "What exactly do you want me to do, sir?" Ning reassured him. "Don't worry, it's very simple. First, give me partial access to the surveillance cameras. Second, I need some information on survivors whose families were killed by those aberrations. It's best if they have a little money, but they can't get revenge on their own." Director Chen was surprised. "Is that all? Is it really that simple?" The young man nodded. "That's right. I'll give you 1 hour to get it done." He quickly replied, "No problem at all." Ning added, "Oh, right. Can you handle the matter of Lao Wei's death?" "A small matter." Director Chen assured him. "You can rest easy, sir." The Aberration Hunter exam. A train of thought echoed. Yinglong has passed the test. First in speed, first in strength, first in overall score. His underling cheered, "Amazing, truly amazing. Sir Yinglong, with your physical strength, there's no one in all of China who can match you." Yinglong ordered, "Cut the compliments. I'm merely someone who has revealed a bit of Tier 2 strength." From the shadows, Brother Zhang praised him. "Yinglong, I never expected your talent to be this powerful. You're much stronger than I am." The man asked, "Brother Zhang, I've been secretly hunting aberrations lately. So I've made some progress. Didn't you say before that you'd found a gathering place for aberrations? Why don't we prepare a bit and head over there? He quickly ran off. No problem. I'll go get ready. With everyone coming along, this is sure to go smoothly. Ying Long smirked and assessed. This NPC's strength is pathetic, but he'll be fine as a guide. Someone tapped his shoulder and said, "Hello, everyone. You all just finished the aberration hunter test, right? Could I possibly entrust you with a task?" Ying Long thought, "Is this a guide NPC?" Then he spoke. "What is it?" The person replied, "I want to hire you to help me hunt down an aberration to avenge my wife and children. This aberration is a tier 2. It's hiding in the Daxia commercial building, 7th floor, area C. I'm not strong enough to kill it myself, but I'm willing to pay 2,000 credit points. To ask for your help." Ying Long replied, "Find someone else. We're not interested." Lin Lan stopped him. "Wait, sir. The place he's talking about seems to be where we're headed. Isn't it on the way?" In her mind, she thought, although the reward for a side quest is pretty small. But overall, it could increase our dungeon completion rate, he thought. But we haven't received any prompts from the system. That means his actions are spontaneous. Did you guys encounter this type of NPC the last time you entered a dungeon? Zhang Ming replied, "Probably not. But maybe it's because your performance was so outstanding that the NPC came to ask for help. After all, you're so powerful. The system's arrangements for you are surely different from ours." Ying Long agreed. "Fine, then. It's just a small detour. It won't affect anything anyway." The man was delighted. "Thank you, Aberration Hunter. When it's done, just take a picture and send it to me, and I'll transfer the money to you all." The man gave an order, Zhang Ming. "Go verify this and accept the task," he replied. "Yes, my lord." At the Daxia Public Security Building, watching the surveillance cameras on the top floor, Ning smiled in praise. "Excellent. The fish has taken the bait. Go ahead and verify it all you want this first time. The best lie in the world isn't half truth, half lie, but a lie connected by a chain of truths." Ying Long's group was constantly on the move. One of the subordinates spoke up. "I hear the sound of someone being eaten. The aberration that guy mentioned is most likely over there." The man gave an order. "Zhang Ming, you go. Make it quick." He replied, "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Zhang Ming arrived and cautiously asked, "Who's there?" The madman turned to leave. Veins popping on his face, he leaped up and shouted, "Trying to run?" "Too late," Ying Long mused. "So this is an aberration? It looks exactly like a person." Zhang Ming, pull down his pants for me to see. He agreed. "Yes, my lord." Ying Long observed, "Just as I thought, there's nothing down there. Where's the communication device the NPC gave us? 2,000 credit points inside a dungeon are useless to us, so why even bother?" Lin Lan replied, "I just wanted to see if there was a system reward. Besides, taking a picture isn't a big deal." "Huh? What's this?" Noticing her reaction, he asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Lan answered, "The reward transferred from the man in the suit isn't 1,000, but 100,000 credit points." Ying Long was curious. "So, did you get any system prompts?" She countered, "No, but I received a message from the government. This aberration was on the wanted list, and the official reward is 98,000. I don't know if this counts as the system." He was curious. "How interesting. Is this the system encouraging us to interact more with NPCs? It seems this dungeon really has changed a bit because I'm here. Tell me, what can 100,000 points be exchanged for?" Lin Lan said, "My lord, 100,000 points can probably be exchanged for a piece of trash tier white equipment. However, equipment from the dungeon can be brought into the real world, so it's still considered system equipment," Ying Long explained. "Although this isn't very significant, Miss Lin Lan, please accept it." She was delighted. "Thank you, my lord." Model. Brother Zhang gave the instructions. "The next place we're going is Area B on the 7th floor. There's a group of rank 2 fiends there." He looked at his reflection in the mirror and replied, "All right." After that, a fiendish aura poured out from Ying Long's position. Someone shouted, "Are you all fiend hunters too? Quick, come back us up. As long as you help us get revenge, I'll give you anything you want." Meanwhile, Yining and Fang Fang were watching from a distance. He spoke up. "It's been 3 days, and 6 missions have been issued. No matter how cautious this Ying Long guy is, he's already fallen into a routine. The 9th floor is almost over, and now it's time to increase the reward for the next mission." Fang Fang reported, "The blue-grade equipment is ready." Yining replied, "Good." Even if Ying Long doesn't bother to look, his subordinates might. As for Ying Long, I just want to lull his mind into a routine. Suddenly, something caught his attention. "What is this?" Meanwhile, Ying Long was fighting nonstop. Brother Zhang was stunned. He one-shot a rank 3 fiend with a single spear thrust. Ying Long, are you also a rank 3? This is unbelievable. Ying Long spoke up. As you all said, the rank 3 fiends in this dungeon drop fiend core fragments. It's just a shame we didn't collect enough last time, so we still don't know what this thing is for. I suspect this is related to the disaster that happened 27 years ago. Zhang Ming continued, activate the soundproof barrier. A scream was heard from outside. Don't come over here. Lin Lan realized, is it the legendary corpse tide that nearly wiped out the entire Farlands? He nodded. That's right. Back then, the strongest on the battlefield were the 4 great mutants. Ying Long began to recount the Corpse Breaker, the Mountain Destroyer, then he mentioned a flying beast, the man-faced flock, and the aberrant ghoul. In reality, fiends aren't like the humanoid creatures in the dungeons, they are giant, mutated humans. Miss Lin Lan, did you know I made a name for myself 27 years ago by slaying the man-faced flock? But I'm sure you don't know that I actually survived an encounter with a fiend. Zhang Ming hurriedly asked. Back then, Lord Ying Long was only a mid-tier rank 3. How did he not only survive an encounter with a fiend, but also have enough strength left to kill the man-faced flock? He replied, back then, although the fiend was a high-tier rank 3, it was far more terrifying than a peak-level mutant. It said that before the disaster, people saw them crawling out of fissures in the ground. After they emerged, zombies and other mutants followed them out. I've always suspected that these 4 mutants are hiding some kind of secret. Hopefully, if we gather enough fragments this time, we can uncover it. In a darkened room, Brother Zhang eagerly asked Ying Long, what were you all just talking about? Was it a secret? I saw you guys fighting on the way here. Tell me, are you all rank 3? Ying Long nodded. That's right. He grew excited. Oh my god, Ying Long. I was wondering if you'd be willing to go down and meet someone with me. He's also a fiend hunter and has found a fiend's secret realm, so he's always wanted to go down there. Since you're all rank 3, I hope you can wipe out all the fiends. He thought, a fiend's secret realm. After being so patient for so long, I've finally found a clue to a major quest. Far away, Ning was analyzing the situation. Judging by Ying Long's lip movements, rank 3 fiends dropped fragments too. The disaster, 27 years ago, the 4 mutants. Are these what's needed to upgrade the Sword God system? So what exactly is the connection here? Fang Fang spoke up. Comrade, let's split up. He nodded. You're right, rank 3 fiends can drop fragments. Staying here is just a waste of time. 009, you stay here and monitor the cameras. I'll go hunt some fiends. She agreed. Got it. As Yining walked, he said. According to the files, a rank 3 fiend is suspected to have appeared in the sewage treatment plant on the 9th floor. According to the map, this is the place. With his face clear, he unleashed his full spiritual sense to scan the area. Pretty smart. You even know how to stage the scene after eating people, faking this place to look like a safe zone. But the stench of blood is too strong to hide. Yining concluded. This must be the source. Pickled vegetables? These fiends have some seriously strange tastes. A moment later, Yining smiled. Found you. From her expression, she must have noticed I've entered, right? I'll pretend to be a newbie first to avoid scaring her off. This speed is decent. Is she trying to come eat me? No, that's not right. She ran away? That can't be it. I posed no threat to her. Suddenly, someone approached and asked him, Friend, don't you know this place is very dangerous? Where are your teammates? Follow me and let's get out of here. Yi Ning assessed the situation. She didn't run, and she didn't launch a sneak attack. Instead, she chose to try and trick me. In that case, I'll take you to meet my friends. My stomach has plenty of room. Fine. It'll be easier to kill her when she gets closer. The woman continued. Are you scared stiff? Hurry up and follow me to find your teammates. Miss, he said, my legs have turned to jelly. Just then, someone shouted, Don't believe her. She's a fiend. Yi Ning was confused as a rugged-looking woman ran toward them. It's dangerous. Run. She then ran so fast she shoved Yi Ning out of the way. Yi Ning was pushed aside, letting out a soft grunt of pain. He thought, looks like they really want to save me, huh? Suddenly, the first woman's eyes turned a horrifying red, and she transformed into a fiend with long, extending claws. Jiang Ke quickly used her skill, Furious Silver Arrow. She fired an arrow at the fiend in its terrifying state. Suddenly, Jiang Ke grabbed Ye Ning's wrist. This is a rank 3 fiend. What are you spacing out for? Run. Yi Ning stood his ground and asked, Why should I run? He then shoved Jiang Ke's hand away, yelling, Get out of the way. And then Ye Ning used a skill that made the female monster scream in pain, raging flames. It quickly tried to flee, and he gave chase. Trying to run? Finally, Ye Ning used the skill Arctic Freeze, followed by a continuous barrage of wind blade slashes. He scoffed. This rank 3 fiend's defense is. How pathetic. This aberration is weaker than I thought. Killing a low-grade level 3 aberration didn't even use up 10% of my spirit energy. A status window appeared. Received 1 aberration core fragment. Aberration cores, 2 out of 10. Zhang Ke asked in disbelief, "You're a level 3? Oh my god. Didn't you fail the aberration hunter exam?" And Ye said she was going to take you to test for the mid-grade level 1 hunter license after this, right? Yi Ning was surprised by the name Enye. Wasn't Enye the key aberration from the start? Do they know each other? He looked her right in the eyes and asked, "Do you want to sleep with me?" Zhang Ke immediately yelled back defensively, "No way, you pervert. I don't want to be here." Yi Ning repeated, "You don't want to? You don't want to sleep with me. I see. You just don't dare. And if you don't dare, you must be an aberration," she stammered, trying to explain. "You? No, I'm not an aberration. I can prove it. My teammates are on their way." Yi Ning concluded, "Your teammates can't prove a thing. If you want to prove it, take off your pants." Zhang Ke shot back. "But how would that prove anything? Don't you know? Aberrations can just attach a fake one that looks completely real. If you don't, then it proves nothing." Yi Ning demanded, "Fine, I won't touch you. You do it yourself. Show me your proof." A look of terror spread across her face as sweat began to pour down. Suddenly, a group of people ran over from the distance. "Captain Zhang Ke, are you all right? Who's this guy? What's he trying to do?" Zhang Ke replied, "He's Enye's friend. His name is Yi Ning. I wanted him to join our squad, but now he suspects that I'm an aberration." They approached him menacingly. "You little punk, how dare you suspect Captain Zhang? She just killed an aberration herself today." And that's not all. The captain is the one who discovered the secret behind the aberration's origin. Yi Ning thought. "The origin of the aberrations," she spoke up. "Yi Ning, although I don't know how you suddenly reached level 3. But if you want, you can join us." Her subordinate was in disbelief. "What? This kid is a level 3? Zhang Ke continued. "Of course, if you think we're too weak, then never mind. We still have a mission to complete, so we'll be on our way. We won't bother you anymore." Yi Ning coldly agreed. "Fine, I'll join you." This startled her, and she asked, "Really?" He made a demand. "First, tell me about the origin of the aberrations." Zhang Ke explained. "On the 10th basement floor, there's a top-secret research lab. Inside it, there's a tunnel. It leads straight to the aberration's source, deep underground. It's said that you can also find a way to counter the aberrations there." Yi Ning was surprised. "Straight underground? Does that mean we can avoid the intense battle with the swarms of aberrations on the 11th and 12th floors of the normal route?" She nodded. "That's right. But before we can get there, there are still several aberration extermination missions on the 10th floor that we need to clear. We can't handle those level 3 aberrations, but I'm sure you can." Inside his head, he thought, "After Enya's death, my entire plan was thrown into chaos. This character is most likely a replacement that the system added in. Whether she's human or an aberration doesn't even matter anymore. In any case, this group of people poses no threat to me. I might as well use them to find the research lab first and then figure things out. Given the current progression, the trap must be set at the very end. There's still time to kill them all before that happens. Right now, Ying Long is still on the 10th floor, but once he reaches the 11th, I won't be able to use the surveillance cameras. Or set up any bait. To make this deception work, I have to get down there first and arrange for Li Fugui's appearance. This shortcut is exactly what I need right now." The 10th basement floor was in utter chaos here, as one of Ying Long's subordinates praised him endlessly. "So strong, truly so strong. My lord, with that last shot. I'm afraid even a high-grade level 3 aberration would have been annihilated in an instant." Lin Lan couldn't help but be astonished. A single, casual shot could instantly kill a mid-grade level 3 aberration from dozens of meters away. Ying Long is even stronger than I imagined. He demanded to see the rewards for the NPC quest. His subordinate reported, "My lord, besides reputation points, there's also blue-grade equipment awarded by the official system. However, my lord, this equipment requires us to turn in 2 aberration eyes as proof." Ying Long scoffed. "Aberration eyes? They're worthless. Just gouge them out and give them over. As for that blue-grade reward set, the level is too low for me to use. You all can split it. Once you're done, we're heading down to the 11th floor." His subordinates immediately agreed. "Understood, Lord Ying Long." At the same time, Zhang Ke shouted, "It seems the deeper we go, the lazier the aberrations are about pretending to be human. Don't let your guard down. There are still at least 2 or 3 level 3 aberrations hiding in this building. We can definitely handle the level 2 aberrations here, but we'll have to rely on you for the level 3 ones, Yi Ning." Yi Ning stood off to the side, lost in his thoughts. My god, they're really killing their own kind just for the sake of a disguise. If I hadn't accidentally figured it out earlier, I doubt anyone would ever suspect they were aberrations, right? But still, what's the point of all this? Is it really just to lure enemies into the trap up ahead? He called out. Here they come. Their power seems a little stronger than the last one, but when it comes to speed, I definitely won't lose to you. And with that, Ning used a sweeping skill. Raging flames. An aberration clutched its severed arm and roared. Get out here and surround him. He said in a scornful tone. Is that all? Just a bunch of low-grade level 3s? Then, the two sides prepared to charge into a fierce battle. As Ning moved, his mind was set on one thing. Kill. He then unleashed the Flame Dragon technique. The aberrations began to scream in fear. It's dangerous. Run. It was only in that moment that they realized they were no match for him. At their commander's order, they all scrambled to get away, scatter and run. Ning commented. Their strength may not match the aberrant bodies, but their intelligence is much higher. I just wonder how strong your mental fortitude is. He focused and unleashed his full mental power for crowd control. Their mental strength is very weak. Having confirmed this, the aberrations cried out in agony. My head is about to explode. Even Zhang Ke clutched her head and asked, Ning, what is this? Ning reassured her. Sorry, you got caught in the crossfire. This will be over in a second. And then, he unleashed a dual sword combo. He cast Extreme Cold Ice Thorn. A system notification appeared. Level 3 aberration eliminated. Aberration cores, 5 out of 10. At that very moment, dark tendrils began to swirl around her. Zhang Ke turned her head and pleaded in terror. A high-grade level 3. Ning, save me. Zhang Ke focused with all her mental energy. Her lips were pressed tightly together as she faced Fang Fang, who stared back with a cold expression. Just then, Ning shouted, Everyone stop. She's one of us. The fist she had thrown suddenly stopped right in front of her face. She turned her head in surprise and asked him, You guys know each other? Ning nodded. That's right. My friend, a level 3 high-rank demon hunter. Ning. Zhang Ke exclaimed, You really exceeded our expectations. Meanwhile, Fang Fang sent a signal to her comrade. All the equipment has been delivered. No suspicions at all, and they gave us all the small things we asked for. Ning replied with satisfaction. Very good. The next bait will be Lai Fugi. She held out an item. This is what I killed on my way here. Ning was excited. This is great. With this, I have 8 fragments now. Counting them, we might have enough. Fang Fang was surprised. Are they also aberrant demons? He replied, We'll find out in a bit whether they are or not. Ning spoke up. Don't just stand there. Take us to the research institute. Zhang Ke agreed. All right. Right now, the scene was the desolate ruins of the abandoned research institute. He walked forward, his voice assessing the situation. It seems a lot of people died when this place fell. The Artificial Spinal Cord Project. New blood extraction reports. There's no useful information in this pile of documents either. Zhang Ke had already scoured the entire map of the research institute and couldn't find the passage you mentioned, and the documents offer no clues. The computers are all broken too. What? She immediately started stammering. It can't be. Ning shouted threateningly. Speak. You wasted half an hour of my time. What was your real purpose? Zhang Ke was at a loss for words and uttered, I. Her subordinate yelled, Ning, what do you think you're doing to our captain? In that very moment, someone unexpectedly stepped out of a spatial gate. He kept shouting and pleading, Stop, don't fight. Ning questioned him in surprise. You came out of a wall? Who are you? The manager quickly explained. I'm the manager here. The wall behind me is the special passage. After you go through the passage, you must first take a stone from the altar. That stone is the key to entering the aberrant demon's critical battlefield. It's also the final item for dealing with the royal aberrant demon. Ning asked curiously, What level is the royal aberrant demon? He replied, Level 4. He couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. Level 4. Suddenly, the system interface appeared. The final mission has been triggered. Eliminate the royal aberrant demon. Epic-grade equipment set components. Ning stared blankly at the final mission's details. How come it seems like the Ying Long side hasn't triggered it yet? This mission doesn't even specify the royal aberrant demon's level. If this royal aberrant demon is really level 4, then the instance difficulty should be S rank, not A. Unless there's something that can help us win, which is why that old man mentioned the stone item. That would make sense. But if Zhang Ke is an aberrant demon, then this old man is 90% one as well. Then what he said is definitely a trap, and the trap is most likely the stone itself. In any case, there's no need for him to lie about the passage itself, and whether the stone is the key to the critical area is easy enough to check. There's no point in lying about that. Then the only possible trap is the claim that the stone is an item for dealing with the royal aberrant demon. Thinking backwards, The Royal Aberrant Demon is definitely not level 4. Otherwise, the instant's difficulty wouldn't make sense. In that case, I'm afraid this stone not only doesn't counter the Aberrant Demon, but it also restricts our own abilities. He unleashed a fire attack, shouting, "Are you Aberrant Demons or not?" Zhang Ke retreated in panic. "Ye Ning, what are you doing? He's not an Aberrant Demon. Why did you kill him?" Ye Ning immediately gave an order. "Not just him, you guys too." 009. Fang Fang rushed forward and replied, "Understood." She was attacked by her in a state of confusion. Why? Ye Ning looked at the system with satisfaction. As expected, both Zhang Ke and this old man are Aberrant Demons, and key ones at that. Eliminating a key Aberrant Demon grants an Aberrant Demon Core fragment. Aberrant Demon Core, 10 out of 10. The other NPCs probably don't matter anymore. The text on the screen read, "Aberrant Demon Core fragments have been fully collected. Do you wish to synthesize them now?" He made his choice. Yes, synthesize. The system continuously updated. Special materials have been used. Upgrade progress 3 out of 4. Material 1, Shan Mai Po Jia. Material 2, Renmian Zun Bone Fluid. Material 3, Sutai Jia Ji. Material 4, Lai Aberrant Daemon. Yi Ning clenched his fists in excitement. Awesome. Now all that's left is the Renmian Zun. Li Fugi, come on out. It's your turn to shine. He appeared. "I'm here, master." Yi Ning whispered, "Our previous deception plan was too crude. We need to improve it. When the time comes, first you do this, then this, and finally, this." Li Fugi understood. Got it. Yi Ning grabbed him by the collar, threatening, "Well, are you confident you can fool a peak level 3? He hurriedly reassured him, "Don't worry, master. It's just fooling a peak level 3. Don't tell me you want the Renmian Zun. I could trick him out of the pants he's wearing." On the 11th basement level, Yinglong gave his orders, 23 initial stage 3rd rankers, 11 mid-stage 3rd rankers. That's quite a few of them. "Everyone, gather to me." All his subordinates replied in unison, "Yes, my lord." Suddenly, Zhang Xiang screamed, "Yinglong, help me. I'm completely surrounded. I can't get through." He hurriedly used the skill Blood Shadow Point Strike. A horrifying beam of light shot out, shaking the very space around them as white smoke billowed everywhere. The ground was littered with debris. A demon stammered in shock, "This." Another said, equally horrified, "One shot took down 3 mid-tier, rank 3 monsters." Jiang Ming shouted a reminder, "Hurry up. If you don't want to die, get behind Lord Yinglong. Don't get in the way of his attack." Brother Zhang agreed, "Right." Meanwhile, Yinglong, standing at a distance, let out a soft sigh of relief. He created a dragon that shot forward, Blood Shadow Dragon's Soul. The terrifying power unleashed by Yinglong swept across the area. Watching from afar, Lin Lan couldn't help but ponder. He cleared the entire field in one move. And what's more, it looked like it took no effort at all. Yinglong's strength is far greater than I imagined. Is Yi Ning really sure he can handle this? Just then, Yi Ning's voice came through. "Lin Lan, are you guys about to reach the 12th floor? Once you get there, find a way to lead Yinglong to the research facility in the central area. Coordinates 104-27-11-9. She realized Yi Ning. He continued to instruct, "Just tell him you received a hidden quest. In there lies the secret to defeating the false demon emperor." Lin Lan replied, "Yi Ning, Yinglong's strength is completely beyond imagination. Are you really sure about this? What's your specific plan? Are you planning to make a move on the 12th floor?" Yi Ning gave a smug smile and said mysteriously, "You'll know when you get there." Yinglong walked over with concern. "Miss Lin Lan, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" She replied, "I'm fine, just a little startled." "Thank you for your concern, my lord." The man chuckled smugly. "Miss Lin Lan, you flatter me." This floor was still rather simple. I wonder if a high level or even a peak tier 3 will appear on the next one. Lin Lan stepped forward to announce, "Lord Yinglong, I just received a hidden quest right here at the Central Research Facility on the 12th floor. It's said to hold the secret to defeating the final boss, the false demon emperor." Yinglong stroked his beard in agreement, saying, "Now that you mention it, is it only Miss Lin Lan who received this quest? Why didn't the rest of us get it?" Yinglong began, "Miss Lin Lan, would you mind showing us your system panel for a moment?" Hearing this, Lin Lan fell silent. She felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach. This is bad. Yinglong is starting to suspect me. Calm down. I have to clear his suspicions first before I can think about anything else. Lin Lan spoke up. "Of course. However, Lord Yinglong, this quest wasn't issued by the system. It was revealed by an NPC we helped earlier. They said this was an extra hidden quest reward for us." The man was surprised. Is that so? Jiang Ming spoke up. My lord. If you think about it, all the NPCs we helped along the way gave us extra rewards. If we consider all of those as system side quests, then it's entirely possible that they would eventually combine to form a clue for the main storyline. Ying Long conceded. That does make some sense. She praised him. My lord, honestly, with your strength, we could probably clear this dungeon even without doing these quests. He refused. The whole point of not skipping any quests on the way is to avoid missing anything, lest we fail to get the final equipment set. It's no trouble to do one more. Besides, it mentions the secret of the false demon emperor and the equipment set. Let's go. We'll head to the 12th floor research institute first. A subordinate quickly replied, yes, my lord. The 12th basement floor, abandoned research institute, Ying Long observed. According to the map, this has to be the place. Zhang Ming, you take some men and check the surroundings and inside for any traps. He replied, yes, my lord. The rest of you, follow me inside to search. Everyone else, check the surrounding area. The others shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Zhang Ming remarked with admiration, I never expected that someone as powerful as you, Lord Ying Long, would still be so cautious. Ying Long replied, better safe than sorry. If I weren't this careful, I would never have achieved my current strength. The man praised him, I truly admire and respect you for that. Actually, I've also heard a legend related to this research. Ying Long responded, I'm still not sure if it's true or not. We'll talk after we get inside. Zhang Ming reported, my lord, there are no ambushing monsters here. We can proceed. The man agreed. Good. He led the way. My lord, not only are there no monsters here, there's no one at all. There's nothing. Ying Long wondered. You don't see the NPC Lin Lan mentioned. Lin Lan thought to herself, there's nothing here. So what exactly is Yi Ning planning? Could he just be tricking me? What would he gain from doing that? The man asked. Miss Lin Lan, what do you think? She replied, it could be false information. If there's nothing here, we should leave quickly and not waste any more time. Suddenly, a massive surge of power appeared right before their eyes. The source of the brilliant light was Li Fugui. Everyone was bewildered. What is this? Ying Long made his assessment. A mysterious NPC. He definitely has the feel of an NPC, but not like any from this dungeon. Zhang Ming and the others didn't find him. Did he just teleport here directly through space? What level of power is that? The man gently raised his head and inquired. And you are? He stood high above like a god, his attitude exceedingly arrogant. Zhang Ming shouted, Lord Ying Long is asking you a question. The others echoed, are you deaf? Ying Long quickly turned and yelled, all of you, do not be disrespectful. Li Fugyu spoke. It wasn't easy getting here from the Gate of Hell. The man pondered, the Gate of Hell. Isn't that a special underground dungeon in the Huaxia mainland? An NPC escaped from a dungeon on his own and ran to a different dungeon, no less. What in the world is this thing? Could the two dungeons be connected, despite being thousands of kilometers apart? How is that even possible? The man sneered. So you're the humans from around here, are you? A peak tier 3 is a fairly strong insect, but, little insect, there seems to be a problem with your soul. Ying Long analyzed. What does he mean, there's a problem with my soul? Did he detect the abnormality in my divine power? Not even people in the real world can do that. Not only did he see through the power I was suppressing, but he also saw through my divine power? Could he be a tier 4? Li Fugyu shared his vision with Yi Ning. Judging by Ying Long's reaction, he was clearly intimidated by Li Fugyu. Even though I can feel this guy is shaking in his boots in front of a peak tier 3. His legs are trembling, but luckily his robe is hiding it. His acting is really good. He made a grand entrance and his first words went straight for Ying Long's divine power. He's probably 80% sure that he's a tier 4 by now. Ying Long let out a helpless sigh, then spoke, Esteemed sir, you must be joking. May I ask who you are? Is there anything we can do to help you? The man replied, Who am I? You are not yet qualified to know. Help me? With a few little insects like you, you'd only slow down my annihilation of the false demon emperor. In his mind, the master already instructed me. When facing a cautious expert, the more arrogant I act, the safer I'll be. No matter what, I can't show any weakness. Ying Long's indignant subordinates cursed. Who are you calling an insect? Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Zhang Ming spoke up. My lord, it seems this NPC is not willing to give us a quest. I sense something's off with him. Should I test him with an attack? Inside, Li Fugui was screaming his head off. Absolutely not. Don't you dare. The moment you attack, I'm afraid a notification for Yi Ning's pet will pop right up. He roared, Zhang Ming, stand down. The rest of you, shut up and back off. He obeyed, yes, my lord. He breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the master was right. The more cautious a powerful expert is, the easier it is for them to fall for simple tricks. because they overthink and try to be too thorough. Yinglong released his aura. Your Excellency, compared to you, our strength is indeed somewhat limited, but we all wish to destroy the royal demon spawn. I am certain that we won't be completely useless to you. Lin Lan grew anxious. The more cautious a powerful expert is, the easier it is for them to fall for simple tricks, because they overthink and try to be too thorough. He was so terrifying, yet Li Fugi fell silent instead. Yinglong assessed, this NPC is indeed very powerful. Even when I unleashed my full power, he didn't show the slightest flicker of emotion. He asked probingly, "What do you think, Your Excellency?" He spoke with immense arrogance. "I suppose you have a tiny bit of strength, but if that's all you've got, it's far from enough." Meanwhile, he was feeling an uncomfortable pressure in his lower regions. "Crap, I really have to pee." Li Fugi asked, "Do you have any idea what rank the royal demon spawn is? A mere peak third ranker like you would be nothing but cannon fodder." Yinglong thought, could it be? Jiang Ming blurted out in a panic, "Fourth rank." From a distance, Yining gave instructions, transmitting his voice into his ear. "Li Fugi, the time is almost ripe. We can reel in the net." Immediately, Li Fugi announced, "That's right. It's fourth rank. Unless you are fast enough, you might be able to contribute a little in the battle between me and it. Your other abilities are useless." Yinglong thought to himself, back then, the demon spawn in the real world was only at peak third rank, and it nearly destroyed the entire far-flung province. A fourth-rank royal demon spawn must be a world-ending threat, without clues and help from the system. This dungeon absolutely couldn't be A rank, and no one could possibly complete the mission. The system never issues impossible quests. This NPC must be the key to clearing this stage. He's like the guide after you enter, or the two third-rank demon hunters who join the team later on, or even the side quest NPCs along the way. They are all aids arranged by the system. He must be the final and greatest one. This time, I need to personally step up and win him over. This must be a reflection of the mission's difficulty. "Sir, my maximum speed can reach 3 Mach per second. Please believe me, I can definitely be of use in the battle." Then, he quickly generated a burst of energy. Yinglong assured him, "Not only that, I'm also extremely skilled at hit-and-run tactics. I absolutely will not disappoint you." Inside, he thought with contempt, "All talk. You're not even as scary as that blood shadow from before." Seeing his dismissive attitude, Yinglong became bewildered. Such a perfect display, and he didn't even bat an eye. Just how strong is this NPC? Is it possible I don't even have the right to complete this mission? Li Fugui gave a cold assessment. Barely passable, not entirely weak. But what good is that burst of yours? What I need is speed. For example, have you ever killed any monsters known for their extreme speed? Tell me about them, he said hastily. A monster with extreme speed, the human-faced falcon. I've killed a human-faced falcon before. Is that enough proof? Li Fugui hovered in the air and spoke. His voice echoed down, "The human-faced falcon, you say. I've heard of it. That little thing is indeed very fast, but those are just empty words." Yinglong's arm reached into a blue screen. "These are the remains of the human-faced falcon. When I first killed this monster, I wasn't as fast as I am now." Lin Lan thought from behind, Ning isn't planning to attack Yinglong here, but is trying to trick him. That damn guy. Is he really trying to trick it out of his hands? Li Fugi thought, it's working. I'm about to succeed. Ning suddenly spoke. Li Fugi, don't get excited. This is a critical moment. Keep up the act. Tell him you want to verify the material. He confidently continued, let me see. If it's real, then you are qualified to fight alongside me. Yinglong handed a bone to Li Fugi. Sir, please take a look. His hand moved slowly, with a hint of hesitation. Yinglong thought, did the fingers of this mysterious expert just tremble? Is that excitement? Why would an expert who looks at me like I'm an insect get excited over holding these remains? Sir, you seem quite excited. Li Fugi laughed awkwardly. Crap, did he notice my hand shaking? I have to find a way to cover this up. Excited? I'm merely curious about this little thing. As it happens, my collection is missing this particular small item. Give it to me, and you will have the right to join me. Yinglong hastily said, Sir, wait, that's not right. Knowing I can kill a human-faced falcon should be enough proof. Why do you need to take it for your collection? Although the human-faced falcon is special, it's still just a third-rank mutant. For a fourth-rank expert, what's there to collect? Even I only kept it until now for its sentimental value. Besides, the amount of power he used when reaching for the remains, it felt wrong. Yining's eyes suddenly lit up. Li Fugi. It's okay if there's a flaw in the plan. Whatever you do, don't panic and don't try to add more to the lie. Don't worry, stay calm. We can win this by taking one step back to move 2 steps forward. Lin Lan, Help out when you get a chance. If the NPC's cover is blown, you won't be able to escape either. Remind Yinglong about the NPC's requests along the way, and use the quests you've accepted to distract him. I won't be in any danger. Your system quests will be announced soon enough. Li Fugui feigned some anger. Fine, forget it. You show no sincerity at all. I've decided not to take you with me. He turned around coldly. You're on your own. Farewell. Lin Lan rushed over. Sir, wait. Lord Yinglong, have you forgotten about all the little things the NPC told us to pick up along the way? I think this expert genuinely wants to collect it, perhaps as a token. It's probably like one of the dungeon's hidden rules. If we don't give it to him, I'm afraid we won't get the hidden reward. Yinglong thought to himself, what Lin Lan said makes sense. Perhaps I'm being too cautious. Come to think of it, I had someone investigate before I came in. Besides us, there's no one else here. Why would an NPC try to trick me? Did he lower his power because he didn't feel the need to show off to me? Besides, he wasn't the one who first mentioned the human-faced centipede. I was the one who brought it up. If I miss out on the final set equipment reward over something so trivial, it really wouldn't be worth it. It's just that. If this is really the case, why hasn't a quest been announced yet? Without a system quest, there's no way to be sure about any of this. Lin Lan spoke again. Commander Yinglong, I've received another special quest. The quest requirement is to kill the aberrant demon king with the help of the guardian. Yinglong was surprised. Oh? He continued to ask. Why was it sent specifically to you? His subordinate suddenly reported. Miss Lin Lan, none of us have received the quest. For it to be sent only to you each time, that's really strange. She said loudly, to be honest. I'm not sure why it's always sent to me either. I wonder if it's because I've interacted with many different NPCs along the way. The subordinate added, that's possible. But to put Lord Yinglong at ease, why don't you share your quest log for everyone to see? The system interface appeared before Lin Lan. Fine. This was sent to me by the guardian of the Hellgate. Yining, you bastard. I'm about to be exposed. You better think of something. Quick. Yining's voice was grim. Li Fugui, pretend to turn and walk away. Draw Yinglong's attention. Li Fugui spoke up. I have grown tired of watching you insects play your suspicious games with each other. It's clearly a waste of my time. I will no longer pay you any mind. Yinglong held out a hand. Your Excellency, wait. We are still very sincere. Suddenly, someone shouted. So the legends were true? The mystic research really did grasp the secret to defeating the aberrant demon king. A system quest announcement appeared. Kill the aberrant demon king with the help of the NPC. Quest reward. Set equipment. Yinglong stared at the system panel in amazement. Oh, so there really is a quest like this. It's quite similar to the one Miss Lin Lan received. Since she has a close relationship with the NPC, all the quests are sent to her first. In that case, giving the bone of the human-faced centipede to this rank 4 NPC is no longer a major issue. Lin Lan smiled confidently. The system quest has finally been sent. Yining replied. Excellent. She asked him privately. So when are you planning to make a move on Yinglong? You better not be playing me. Yining continued. I'll assess the situation at the central aberrant demon battlefield. Luckily, my quest was prearranged, so I was able to manipulate them according to my plan. However, Yinglong's quest is slightly different from the one I received. Could it be because his first NPC, Xiao An, isn't dead yet? No, that's not right either. When I first entered the system, didn't it say there were no quests at all? It seems their quest was just triggered by something, Xiao An said. He's also an aberrant demon. Could it be that the quests in this dungeon are created by the aberrant demons? But why would an aberrant demon assign a self-destructive quest? If that's the case, then all of these quests could be a trap. Whatever. Li Fugui is about to succeed. I won't think about these things for now. Yinglong is holding the crucial upgrade bone. Even if there is a trap, it would only appear on the main aberrant demon battlefield. Your Excellency, forgive my rudeness earlier. Please, accept this. Li Fugui took the bone and continued. Seeing as you know how to admit your mistakes, I'll let it slide this time. Yining quickly got his weapon back into his hands. Li Fugui drew his dimensional slash, teleporting in the opposite direction as a portal unexpectedly opened behind him. He shouted, I will appear when you face the aberrant demon king. He quickly passed through the portal and returned. I did it, master. Yining praised him. Li Fugui, you did a great job. He clutched his master's leg pitifully. Master, your most loyal servant nearly died. Thank you, master. Yining chuckled. All right, you're fine now. I won't reduce the reward I promised. Go rest for now. In 2 years, I'll give you a long vacation. Li Fugui turned and said, Fantastic. You truly are the best master in the world. Yining began to control the bone, his spiritual power crushing the blue glows emanating above his head. The system displayed the material for upgrading the Sword God system. Marrow of the human face centipede. Upgrade material for the Sword God system has been detected as sufficient. Do you wish to initiate the upgrade? Yes. No. Yi Ning's face was resolute as he shouted, "Upgrade." The system announced, "System is upgrading." New teleportation channels are now being opened. Suddenly, Yi Ning's entire body began to float, enveloped in a bright light. Fang Fang ran over frantically. "Yi Ning!" He cried out in pain. 009, soundproof shield on my palm. Fang Fang channeled her power, creating the soundproof barrier. After 3 minutes, the system interface appeared. The Sword God system upgrade is complete. Yi Ning finally broke free, panting heavily. Fang Fang rushed over and said, "Yi Ning, what happened to you just now? Were you attacked by some mysterious power?" His voice trembling, he replied, "I'm fine. I just had a bit of a hard time absorbing the materials, that's all. It's nothing serious. 009, please patrol the area and make sure there's no danger approaching." She accepted the order. Understood. A system notification appeared, mission complete. Received 1,000 spirit points. Sword skill power has been increased. The power will now increase based on the host's actual combat strength. Cooldown time has been shortened to 12 hours. Skill function activated. Fusion. It is now at level 1. Any 2 skills can be fused into one, and its tier will increase. Yi Ning breathed a sigh of relief. The cooldown time was cut in half, and now I can fuse skills to free up a skill slot. The most surprising thing is that all sword skills can finally be enhanced by my own attributes. The system announced, completing the mission in under 3 months grants a hidden reward. Choose one skill to upgrade to S rank. Yi Ning was stunned and thrilled. An S rank? If I choose to upgrade God's Wrath, will I be able to summon a true tier 4 instead of a pseudo tier 4? Yi Ning analyzed the system. If I'm going to upgrade something, of course I should choose the strongest one. Being able to summon a tier 4 for just a small activation cost. What's the harm in that? He accepted, tapping the selection screen. Yes, upgrade. Is this the power of a tier 4? It's so strong. The status window showed God's Wrath had been upgraded to S rank, able to summon a tier 4 phantom for 1 second. This is what it calls a small activation cost. It's clearly 100 million points. The duration went from 10 seconds down to 1 second, and I have to kill 10 enemies of the same tier before I can even summon it. Plus, my spiritual energy gets completely drained. Completely. This thing is basically unusable unless it's free. Did the system just screw me over? But, with such harsh conditions, the power must be immense. Whatever, I'll just wait for a real battle to see how it works. If it can one-shot a peak tier 3, then it might not be a total loss. Luckily, I can also merge 2 sword skills, which frees up a slot. But which 2 should I fuse now? I only get 1 chance, so I need to be careful. What about Sky-Rending Light Stream plus Sword Storm? Within the range of Sword Storm, could I instantly unleash thousands of Sky-Rending Light Streams? Or how about Canyuan Slash plus Heaven Fall? A flash step that breaks through space and detonates a huge area. Yi Ning curiously considered fusing Yama's Realm. Nah, forget it. Yama's Realm is already a pretty strong move, and its initial activation conditions are very strict. If I fuse it and it gets some new, insane condition, that would be a disaster. It's much more practical to combine weaker, early-stage skills into one powerful skill. So what's the best choice? This is tough. Just then, he received a message from Lin Lan. Yi Ning, we're about to reach the final floor. We're heading to the altar to get the stone. Where are you? When are you going to make your move? According to the quest, we can only enter the final core after getting the stone. You can't join the final battle midway, so if we want to ambush them, we have to intercept it beforehand. Even though I could run away now, with my current strength, it's not like I can't fight the final battle. She grew impatient. Hello? Say something. Are you planning to back out? What am I supposed to do then? Are you trying to get me killed? Yi Ning reassured her. I'm going, don't worry. Fusing skills is like cheating on the spot. I'll just fuse whatever I need when the time comes. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the research institute, heading straight for the center of the battlefield. Fang Fang quickly followed behind him. Soon, night began to fall, and the entire space was plunged into darkness. Their bodies moved gracefully with the wind. Yi Ning reminded her, this must be the altar. The stone mentioned in the quest must be that glowing one on the wall. Remember, throw the stone away right after we enter. She agreed. Got it. A blue light shone in the sky as he and Fang Fang stepped through the barrier. The two were pulled in. Fang Fang panicked. It's dangerous. Let's go. Yi Ning drew his sword, reassuring her. Don't panic. This is just spiritual pressure. They arrived at an altar where a ritual was being performed. with ferocious red-eyed monsters lined up in rows. He spoke up. Look ahead. That thing on the altar, floating in the air. It must be an aberrant demon. A monarch, she keenly observed. It's not moving at all, as if it's already dead. How can it still have this kind of pressure? Ning concluded. It's not dead. It's probably in a deep sleep or sealed. After we entered, its guards didn't move. They must be waiting for Yinglong's group to enter, before they awaken. Let's hide first. We'll wait for Yinglong's crew to arrive and then act according to the situation. Fang Fang agreed. Okay. The gloomy space was thick with a dangerous atmosphere. Someone reminded them, Yinglong, if you pick up the stone, you can enter the central battlefield. Do not discard the stone after entering. It can suppress the aberrant demons and the aberrant monarch. The man accepted. Got it. Miss Lin Lan, has your quest information changed? Is that Tier 4 NPC here? Lin Lan replied, there's really no news at all. I guess it's like before. He'll probably teleport in later. Yinglong continued, joining the battle midway again. But this is a Tier 4 aberrant demon. We need to be more careful. Huh. Why are 2 stones missing from up there? Could it be that someone already went in? She worried internally. I'm afraid Ning already took them. Did he only bring 1 person with him? Could that be the NPC? Yinglong is about to find out. How am I going to cover for this? One of the subordinates shouted, maybe it was like this from the start, or perhaps other demon hunters or that mysterious Tier 4 person took them. Yinglong, sir, don't hesitate any longer. Let's grab the stones and prepare for battle. She breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing this guide NPC is even more impatient than we are. That sounded reasonable to him. All right, you have a point. All members, take a stone and prepare for battle. Right, there are 12 high-rank Tier 3 aberrant demon guards and mid-rank aberrant demons, plus 100 low-rank Tier 3s. I'll handle the guardian aberrant demon. The rest are yours. Everyone, hold your stones tight and kill them for me. A wave of agreement followed. Yes, sir. Yinglong quickly used his skill. 8 Desolation's Tyranny, followed by a series of skills. Crimson Chain, Ice Lance. The monsters retaliated. Thunder Art. Not to be outdone, he struck back. Blood Shadow Poison Dragon Whirl. Instantly, a giant dragon appeared, radiating terrifying power. It devoured body after body, and the air filled with piercing screams. They were defeated with ease. The horrifying sounds echoed. Elsewhere, hidden behind sturdy cliffs, Ning spoke. Yinglong's squad has 10 low-rank Tier 3s, which is just enough to activate the condition for my god's wrath. Among them, there are 6 melee fighters, 3 long-range attackers, and 1 elemental support if I use hard crowd control. First, I'll use Psychic Storm. Then I'll fuse Dimensional Slash with Celestial Rift Flash. I might just be able to wipe them all out in one shot. Yinglong is still a bit tricky to deal with. I'm afraid I can only use God's Wrath to kill him. But the Demon Monarch, if he wakes up, even I'll be in danger. I should just wait and see for now. It's best to wait until they both worn each other down before I make a move. As for these strange demon NPCs around Yinglong, I really can't figure them out. Do you really need to keep up the act until the very last second? And you're even using your lives to do it. What's the point? Yinglong roared in anger. The last one. Blood Shadow Annihilation. One of his subordinates hastily reported, My lord, we're almost done over here. We still have people left, but there are only 2 demon hunters remaining. And then, a terrifying presence appeared from behind. The leader of the Jiangshi, Yinglong, was thrown to the ground and exclaimed, Such powerful pressure. Someone shouted, Yinglong, hurry and grab the stone. Everyone, attack the demon monarch. It's about to wake up. The man hurriedly ordered, Everyone, charge with me. And so, a group of people gathered to attack the monster's shield. Yinglong commanded, Hurry, attack with all your might. Break its defense. If you don't, it'll revive. Meanwhile, he narrowed his eyes and observed, There's something not right about this strange demon NPC. Everyone was so focused on the battle that they completely failed to notice the connection between the stone and the demon monarch's defensive barrier. The stronger their attacks became, the stronger the barrier and the stone's glow grew. I see what they're planning. How sinister. From the very beginning, the mole demon never intended to launch a surprise attack at the last minute. Its goal was to trick everyone into attacking.
Furthermore, that's not a protective shield at all. It's a barrier for collecting human energy. Or perhaps, a seal.
The stronger the attacks, the more energy the demon monarch will absorb, or the faster the seal will be broken. Which also means its recovery speed will also be that much faster. This demon monarch is a true Tier 4 being that's been sealed. Killing it is almost impossible, but this is an A-rank instance. So, the key to clearing this instance isn't killing the Tier 4 after it awakens, but seeing through the plot and killing the sealed monarch. This is bad. I have to stop them right now. If I let it wake up, we're all dead for sure. From a distance, Lin Lan glanced at the frantic crowd. Ning's voice startled her. Lin Lan, pretend to drop your stone, and at the same time, find a way to make Ying Long drop his. Huh? Do it. Immediately after, Lin Lan quickly followed his instructions and threw her stone down. Then, she staggered towards Ying Long. He quickly reached out to support her. Miss Lin Lan, are you all right? Lin Lan replied, My lord, I feel a little dizzy. He said, Miss Lin Lan, your level is too low. This battle isn't for you. You should hurry back to the bridgehead and rest. Otherwise, you'll be a distraction to everyone here. And so, she walked away. Ning, if you don't give me a good reason, there's no way I can make Ying Long drop that stone. Just forget it. I can't explain it to you right now. It's better if you just stay away. Meanwhile, Ying Long gave an order. Xiao An, to make it easier to fight and to prevent the stones from being accidentally dropped, can we tuck them into our chests? His subordinate agreed. Yes, as long as it's touching our skin, it'll work. Hurry, everyone do it. Hiding nearby, Ning realized that Ying Long was being completely fooled by that NPC. Basically, it's now impossible to sever the connection completely. Even if I had Lin Lan tell him the reason, he wouldn't believe her. It would only make him more suspicious. I have no choice but to act. First, I'll kill 10 of Ying Long's subordinates to activate God's wrath, then I'll figure out the rest. To deal massive damage without being detected, I need an instant cast skill with a stealth effect. The only skills that fit the criteria are Celestial Rift Flash and Dimensional Slash. Just then, the system voice rang out, Confirm Skill Fusion, and so, Ning quickly confirmed, Confirm Fusion. Then, a status window appeared, Fusion Successful. Skill Effect. And he was immersed in new streams of spiritual energy. The system continued to announce, Post-Fusion Skill Effect, entering accelerated state. He remarked, even after fusion, it's still just SSS rank, but it's probably only on par with Yama's judgment. After entering the alternate space, I can continue attacking for 10 seconds, while only 1 second passes in the outside world. In the other dimension, regardless of the order or number of my attacks, the final burst of damage is synchronized. This is basically an imperfect version of the Divine Shadow art. Finally, as Ning saw the black energy approaching, he wondered, what is this? Meanwhile, Ying Long concluded, this is. Has the monarch awakened? The system retorted, no, it has not fully awakened yet. There's still time. Hurry, kill it while you can. Xiao An, you guys better not go and die. Opposite them was the monster Hua, with a radiant eye in its center. Finally, it furiously unleashed a terrifying amount of energy, a shockwave so powerful it wiped out a large crowd. He clenched his fist and shouted, everyone, get back. I'll take the lead. From above, Ning concluded that the broken light barrier was definitely the seal. It needed an external force to break the seal. Although its current aura is very strong, it definitely hasn't reached Tier 4 yet. It's even weaker than Ying Long, so he has nothing to worry about. Beside him, Fang asked, so, are we going to make our move now? He instructed, just wait and see. Let the monarch and Ying Long wear each other down for a round first. The more they wear each other out, the safer it will be for us when we make our move. Even now, those mole demons are still using their lives as bait. This just proves that the fishing is still necessary. If I'm not mistaken, there's another seal inside the monarch's body. We'll strike before the next seal is broken. When it's time to act, you should hide first. Don't move unless you absolutely have to. For now, there's no need to do anything. After all, once I'm exposed, never mind the aberrant ghost monarch, even Ying Long would have a hard time getting past this. Ning knew his divine wrath could only be activated once. If he could kill both the aberrant ghost monarch and Ying Long at the same time, that would obviously be the best outcome. But if he had to choose one, he'd kill the monarch first. After all, killing it would grant him a set item reward. Meanwhile, Ying Long was still struggling against the monster, his movements restricted. What kind of ability is this? The monster sneered, you actually have the nerve to bother me. Die. It roared as its body transformed. Heaven-piercing blood shadow. Ying Long stood his ground, his body erupting with immense energy. Break. Then he aimed his scepter at the beast. Blood Soul Spear. The skill made the monster howl in pain. Bloodbreaker. He judged Ying Long's strength to be truly unfathomable. He could be considered top tier even among those at the peak of the 3rd tier. But the aberrant ghost monarch's strength probably doesn't stop here. I have a feeling it's just acting to lure its enemies in deeper. The monster sneered, insects. You have succeeded in angering me. A strange green light emanated from where its heart should be, and the monster conjured a massive flame. That was the skill, flesh and blood regeneration. It quickly let out a triumphant laugh. He grumbled in frustration, flesh and blood regeneration, this monarch is just as tough as I expected. Looks like I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Yinglong swiftly counterattacked. Blood Shadow Embodiment. That was followed by his next skill, Shadow Merge. And then he drew back his arm, unleashing a punch carrying immense magical power. The monster on the other side refused to back down, launching its monarch's fist. The two colossal streams of magic collided. The area became chaotic. Yinglong continued his assault, shouting, "The suspension bridge is about to collapse. Everyone, get to the main platform." And finally, with a ferocious expression, he yelled, "Blood Shadow Storm." After that, he powerfully combined his techniques and unleashed his scepter. Cracking sounds emanated from Yinglong's hand as he glanced at the fallen monster. He muttered in disbelief, "Did I win?" Yinglong immediately leaped forward. "It's still breathing. Die." He saw it defensively, posture, and grew annoyed. "I still haven't won." This is the aura of a breakthrough to the 4th tier. After all that fighting, we've only reached the 2nd phase. I've already consumed a ton of my energy. If it really breaks through to the 4th tier, will that mysterious NPC show up to help? No, I can't completely rely on an NPC. Quick, tell everyone to attack at once. Break through its defense. His subordinate replied, "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Ning sensed that the 2nd seal had appeared. The time is now. First, I'll wipe them all out and activate Divine Wrath. He slashed fiercely through space. Dimensional impact. Inside this dimensional space, my enemies move so slowly they might as well be frozen, while I'm the only one at normal speed. Isn't this just like chopping down training dummies? First one down. Ning pulled back, his face filled with confidence. Second one. Ning moved swiftly, gliding past each enemy as he called out, 3, 5, 8, 10. There are still 3 seconds left. I can test its power on Zhang Ming and Yinglong. A moment later, Ning stopped, his attack complete. It's a shame I can't use other skills during dimensional impact. Just in case, I still need to put on a bit of a show. Li Fugui, prepare the invisibility and short-range teleportation items. Li Fugui replied, "Yes, master." And with that, Ning moved like a flash of lightning from place to place. Caught in the attack, Zhang Ming quickly used all-out defense. Blood started to trickle from the corner of his mouth. A hand clutched at his throat as Yinglong looked on, bewildered. My passive defense was triggered. He had just turned when he saw him writhing in pain, Zhang Ming. And then his other key subordinates fell. Huang Yuan, Hong Dao. A wide-range attack came out of nowhere, its source completely invisible. Could it be that the aberrant ghost monarch has already recovered? Or is something else secretly preventing me from shattering the light barrier? What is this? Another 4th tier aura is appearing. I don't have much spiritual energy left. If I'm attacked from both sides, it'll be extremely dangerous. Should I run? Suddenly, Li Fugui stepped forward with a loud laugh. "Little bug, looks like you're having a tough fight, aren't you?" Yinglong was thrilled. "It's you, sir." He offered, "If you're unable to kill this monster, then allow me to step in." "Really? That would be fantastic." He quickly accepted. "Then I will have to trouble you, sir. My subordinate is injured, so I'll take him outside to be treated first. To be safe," he thought to himself, "I'll watch from the sidelines first. If the situation turns sour, I'll retreat immediately. But if things go well, I'll swoop in for the final blow." Lin Lan asked, "Lord Yinglong, how is Zhang Ming?" He replied, "His blood vessels have been temporarily sealed, so his life isn't in danger, but he needs urgent medical attention." She sat down and began to treat Zhang Ming. "Just leave it to me." Sui Wei thought, that last move. It looked like Yining's sword technique. Could he have been the one who attacked? Is he really that strong already? And what about that NPC? Wasn't he just a con artist? Then who does this 4th tier aura behind him belong to? Could it be Yining as well? Is he using an invisibility item? Meanwhile, down below, he and Yining were fighting side by side. Yining was stunned. This energy, it's about to exceed what I can handle. It hurts so much. Now, his body merged with the essence of the twin swords. A system notification appeared. "You have entered the Divine Wrath state." Yining breathed a sigh of relief. "I've finally reached this stage. Now I have 3 seconds to make my move." So these 3 aberrant ghost monarchs are done pretending. Are they planning a final desperate attack? 1, 2. Li Fugui, prepare to attack. He replied, "Right." The 2 of them simultaneously charged the monster, their faces etched with determination. Divine Wrath. And then, they merged into a new body, summoning a 4th tier power. A single slash from Yining was enough to shake the 3 realms. Finally, an explosion that rocked the very heavens and earth erupted. The monster, afflicted by the fire attribute, screamed in agony. When everything was over, Li Fugui couldn't help but be stunned. Yining smirked. So this is the power of the fourth tier. Nice. The activation conditions are a little strict, but it's not too bad. It's just a shame that Yinglong is so cunning. If I could have killed him at the same time, it would have been perfect. Yinglong's jaw dropped. An NPC that could insta-kill the monarch was truly terrifying. His power is terrifyingly strong. Lin Lan couldn't believe it. He was satisfied, feeling it was absolutely worth it to have given that person the human-faced centipede. If I hadn't given it to him back then, not only would I have been unable to escape, I would have been a dead man for sure. If it weren't for her, this fourth-tier NPC wouldn't have appeared. Yinglong thought to himself that he was really lucky. She replied politely, "My lord, you praise me too much. It was all thanks to your brilliant leadership. But, my lord, we haven't secured the final kill, so the quest isn't complete yet, right?" Yinglong assumed an NPC probably wouldn't take the reward. Lin Lan was bewildered, but we haven't received any notifications from the system at all. He felt uneasy. This is bad. This isn't something I can be careless about. I've spent so much time on this, and so many people have died. If I can't get that item set, it'll be a huge loss. Yinglong quickly asked, "Sir, may I ask if the aberrant demon emperor is dead? What about our loot?" He sneered. "Dead or not? Can't you tell by looking? Are you blind?" he asked doubtfully. "So, it's really dead? Then what about us?" Li Fugi assured him, "Of course it is. When I make a move, even an emperor is nothing more than a fly. What are you standing there gaping for? This venerable one saved your life and even helped you deal with this monster. Aren't you going to show some gratitude?" Yinglong hesitated. He was furious inside. He stole the final kill and now he's demanding good stuff. Is this guy trying to mess with me? Or maybe, this is the final step to complete the quest? He asked directly, "May I ask, my lord, what is it that you desire? Please, just say the word. Is my quest considered complete now?" Then Ning said, "Not necessarily complete. It depends on what you can offer me. Looking as dirt poor as you do, I doubt you can fork over anything good. How about this? Just give me 100 high-grade spiritual energy fruits to chew on." Yinglong was horrified. 100 high-grade spiritual energy fruits? He screamed internally. High-grade spiritual energy fruits can increase third-tier attributes. They're hard to buy on the market even if you have the money, let alone 100 of them. I couldn't get that many even if I sold my own damn ass. This is basically extortion. What the hell kind of monster is this damn NPC? What should I do? Should I fight him or not? If I fight, can I still get the items set? But I couldn't even withstand that last attack. Beside him, Lin Lan pondered. This is just too absurd. Isn't Ning going to kill Yinglong? Or could it be? He wants to scam that guy one more time before leaving? That bastard. He must have used up all of his spiritual energy with that last move. To be safe, I shouldn't add fuel to the fire. She glanced at Jiang Ming on the ground, then focused on the system interface. "Commander, I suspect that our reward set will be given out when the instance is cleared. But we probably need to satisfy this NPC's demands first." Lin Lan sneered. "He's that injured and he can still come up with such fantasies. You guys really got scammed hard this time, and Yining's scheme is just too sinister." Yinglong looked at the system and realized that what Jiang Ming said seemed to make sense. Immediately after, he quickly took out several crystal chests. Yinglong put them down and said, "My lord, I truly don't have enough high-grade spiritual energy fruits. Please see if these will suffice." Li Fugi collected them into his storage space. "Forget it, this will do. I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Seeing your sincerity, I'll give you one last clue. Your instance progress is still short by 100 third-tier aberrant demons." He expressed his thanks. "So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, senior." The system notifications chimed continuously. Aberrant Demon Emperor has been slain. Final boss of the instance has been defeated. Epic equipment obtained. Epic grade materials obtained. 300 reputation points awarded. Unique title Emperor Slayer obtained. He said urgently, "Let's go, now." While Yinglong and his crew are off looking for third-tier demons, let's go back to the 6th floor and destroy the evidence to prevent them from investigating. Fang Fang spoke up. "Are you talking about the NPC we met on the 6th floor? I already took care of everything before coming down here." "Huh." Ning was curious. "How did you take care of it?" She calmly stated her two-word plan, arson. Ning reminded her, "Do you realize that doing that could destroy the entire instance?" Fang Fang said nonchalantly, "We've already gotten what we needed. Isn't it a good thing to destroy it?" He sighed. "Never mind. The most urgent thing now is to get out of this instance first." The status panel showed that the instance was not yet complete. "Do you wish to exit immediately?" Ning quickly grabbed her hand and retreated, confirming his choice. He reminded her, "We can't get greedy. By the time Yinglong figures out what happened, we'll probably end up dead here." The system continuously alerted. Instant settlement information. Cross-tier kill achieved. Received 6 draws for blue-grade equipment. Received 1 draw for an A-rank skill. Received 6 free attribute points. Equipment has been received. Exclusive. Demon Hunter of this instance received instance-specific resources. He commanded, "With so many rewards, it might take me half an hour to sort through them. First, find a nearby abandoned building and stand guard for me." Fang Fang replied, "Understood." As night fell, the city was shrouded in darkness. Ning curiously stroked a skull. An epic-grade piece of equipment. This type of skill, for grabbing objects and moving quickly, is perfect for an agility build. Too bad it's not a great fit for me. I'll consider giving it to Lin Eru when I get back. This aberrant demon marrow can enhance demonification after use. For now, I don't need to use it in a hurry. Time to draw for blue equipment and a skill. I hope I can draw a powerful sword skill. Draw successful. Receive blue-grade Bear Veil helmet. He looked at the information and said indifferently, "Dragon Thorn, huh?" The description for Dragon Thorn read, "After eliminating a target, absorb the enemy's energy." He quickly threw a dagger, controlling it with his mind. Strike! Instantly, a massive surge of power shot straight into the sky. He was satisfied. That's pretty sharp. It wouldn't be bad for assassinations. Now I can replace my previous dagger. The rest of this stuff is useless to me. I'll just sell it or give it away when I get back. Li Fugui packed these things up and put them away. He answered gleefully, "Yes, master." System successfully drew a reward, obtaining the A-rank skill, Earthflame Eruption. Ning gritted his teeth in frustration. Is this thing really worthy of being an A-rank skill? I was actually really looking forward to it. Activating the underground Earthflame will probably take time to build up, and the explosion will take even longer to go off. On top of that, it erupts from below, has no target locking effect, consumes a ton of energy, has no special effects, and it seems the only bonus it gets is on very specific, limited terrain. Overall assessment: garbage. Li Fugi appeared. "Master, I am your most loyal trash can." He complained, "Most of the rewards from the dungeon are useless, so let's just check out the equipment." Then, the system displayed the Mind Shock set. Ning thought, spiritual power converted into physical damage. This is even more useful than Mind Storm. Although Mind Storm has a confusion effect and is an AoE attack, it can't be used repeatedly in a short time, and its accuracy isn't good enough. Now that I have this, I no longer need to use Mind Storm as my trump card. Then, he slowly felt the power of the fusion as an immense stream of magical power shot straight into Ning's forehead. He analyzed it. Before I got the equipment, my spiritual power was always scattered. After equipping it, all of my spiritual power is focused in my forehead. It's as if it's ready for battle at any moment, like there's a gun in my head, and my eyelids are the trigger. And then, Ning unleashed that power, Mind Storm. Seeing its power, he was amazed. Who wouldn't be thrilled with an effect like this? One glare, and they're blown away. The only drawback is that there's no additional buff. Based on my current spiritual power, I can insta-kill a maximum of 3 people of the same rank before I'm depleted, but it's quite useful when fighting against lower ranks. It's especially good for insta-killing common enemies and zombies. With just a single thought, I could blow away tens of thousands of heads. Ning was curious. Let's see the next item. The system then displayed the stats for the spiritual light equipment. Ning curiously activated the fusion skill. 15 points of stamina. This can completely make up for my shortcomings. After using spiritual light, it also provides a buff for the team. If I reach rank 4 and unlock the aura, then even a normal person could reach rank 3. And then he snapped his fingers, and a magic aura appeared. My strength increased by 6 points. That's not a lot. But maybe this aura, Li Fugi. He immediately appeared. "Master, were you looking for me?" Ning asked, trying to gauge his reaction. "Do you feel anything?" Li Fugui quickly replied. "Master, I haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already putting a green hat on me? Don't let my short stature fool you. Deep down, I'm a real man." Ning said, annoyed. "Cut the crap. Check your strength attribute now." Suddenly, Li Fugui was stunned. A look of utter confusion on his face. He exclaimed in shock, 19 points. I actually have 19 points of strength. 19 points of strength. It was clearly only 15 points before. "Master, I've gotten stronger." He thought to himself, as expected, this aura still has some hidden information. The weaker the person, the greater the boost. I only got 6 points, while Li Fugui got a whole 14 points. Currently, the maximum range of the aura is 20 meters. Although it's not large, it can hold dozens of people. With the aura's buff, a peak rank 2 could almost become a rank 3. Even though their spirit energy doesn't increase, their combat power is greatly improved. A god-tier battlefield skill. This is definitely a god-tier battlefield skill. Yi Ning quickly took out the thought-locking shackles, and at the same time, he burst out, I'm strong. I'm the strongest. Yi Ning explained, this second skill, Thought Lock, probably works on myself to lock in a state of fanaticism. That's equivalent to having an army that will never betray me. Let's try combining the effects. After all, the strength of a deck of cards isn't in the individual cards. The most powerful thing is an effective combination. The system announced that the pieces of the Mind Devourer set were activating their set effect. He was satisfied. Aberrant Demon Conversion. This skill is a bit game-breaking. And so, Yi Ning stared intently at a worried Li Fugi. Master, why are you looking at me like that? He crossed his arms and turned away. It's nothing. Forget it. You're still too weak. It would be a waste. He complained, Master is so cruel. Utterly dejected, Li Fugi stuck his head into his dimensional space and fled. Suddenly, Yi Ning's expression changed. He was sucked into an intense light. The system explained the phenomenon, level up. Yi Ning thought, this dungeon trip was totally worth it. Leveling up allows me to convert 100 aberrant demons, and doubling my spirit energy means that besides Divine Wrath, I can use at least 10 consecutive sword skills. At this rate, I can probably rush to rank 4 in less than half a year, which is twice as fast as in my previous life. Then, the status panel displayed a choice. Xiao Hai appeared, looking extremely rushed. Commissioner Yi Ning, when are you returning to the capital? Something's happened at our spirit energy mine. The 3rd Legion under Lu Tianming has stolen our mineral resources. They even beat up me and Wang Tian. If it wasn't for Commander Cheng's protection, we would have been captured. They not only stole the quota for the operations department, but they also took the portion you intended to share with Commander Chen. After stealing the spirit ore, they sold it privately for a high price. They even declared to the outside world that your subordinates were embezzling for personal gain and harming national interests. Yi Ning closed the chat. I understand. Just focus on healing. I'll get justice for you all. He was filled with rage. Lu Tianming, you've got some serious nerve. They're just afraid I'll advance too quickly, so they want to stir up some trouble for me. Yi Ning walked to the Heavenly Wolf Station in the Blood Shadow safe zone. Lin Eru, sitting in a corner, sensed the commotion. He's back? He walked over and asked Lin Eru. I heard from Uncle Huang that you haven't left your room these past few days. She questioned him. Didn't you tell me to wait for you here? Yi Ning probed. So, have you given it some thought? Do you want to follow me? Lin Eru just asked, follow you to do what? To be your mistress. What would a big shot like you need me for? To serve you tea? Or be your pretty bird in a cage? Other than that, I really can't think of any other value that I could offer you. Yi Ning took out a sack and asked, you want to become stronger, don't you? Resources, equipment, skills. I can provide you with all of it. She was surprised. This isn't something a caged bird would get. What exactly do you mean? He replied, it's simple. I want to solve the problems in the frontier, so I need subordinates. There's only one requirement. You must obey my orders and my orders alone. After hearing this, Lin Eru frowned. Only take orders from you? Do you know what it means for someone of your status to say that? Yi Ning responded firmly, of course I do. She tapped her chest and said, then why me? What is it you see in me? Don't you know what I want to do? He replied impatiently, it doesn't matter what I see in you. Give me your life, and I'll give you your revenge. Don't you want to kill those bastards? Aren't you tired of hearing about the greater good? Then kill them. Kill as many as you want. After you're done, become the sword in my hand. Lin Eru considered this. Become a sword in your hand, it doesn't matter. As long as I have power, I'll do anything. Yi Ning was satisfied. Good. I'll be back in about half a month. I hope you're still alive the next time we meet. The sky outside had lost its light, covered in dark clouds. Lin Lan's hurried voice reached his ear. Yi Ning, did you get out of the dungeon? Ying Long is still searching for the Tier 3 aberrant demon in the dungeon. If he finds out he was tricked, he'll definitely suspect me. Answer me now. Yi Ning replied, sorry, Lin Lan. But before I left, I arranged for Li Fugui to show up. He actually cleared your name of any suspicion. With your versatile survival skills, I'm sure you can protect yourself. She was horrified when she heard this. What? He continued. Besides, the collapse of this dungeon has some benefits for you. As for how to take advantage of it, that will depend on your intelligence and luck. Lin Lan cursed. Yi Ning, you bastard. Yi Ning called out, 009. Let's return to the capital. Fang Fang asked curiously, are you sure Lin Lan will be okay? He replied very calmly, not really. But I'm sure of one thing. With no women on the team, my swordsmanship will reach godly levels. At the Capital Military Region's Special Operations Bureau, Cheng Yuan came out to greet him. You're back? Couldn't get the item? It's okay. The military will help you figure something out. It's good that you're back. We've just discovered a special event recently. Are you interested in participating? Yi Ning replied, Uncle Cheng, you don't have to beat around the bush with me. You know exactly why I came back. Can you give me the list of people who stole the ore? He said, Yi Ning, the Grand Marshal and Commissioner Hu have gone abroad to prepare for major events. Fang Hao is also far away in the northwest. You absolutely cannot act recklessly this time. A moment of impatience can ruin a much larger plan. This time, Lu Tianming used the military's name to request the ore, so procedurally, there's nothing wrong. He asked, so, are you saying that the entire military faction led by Lu Tianming is corrupt? Cheng Yuan quickly tried to placate him. Yi Ning, calm down. The military will definitely fight this battle, but not now. At the very least, we have to wait until the Grand Marshal and the others have made a detailed plan. Besides, for a gentleman, 10 years is not too late for revenge. Wait until you've reached the peak of Tier 3 or even become a marshal yourself. Yi Ning retorted, 10 years? A gentleman's revenge should be seized the moment it's possible. Tomorrow, I'm initiating a life-or-death battle with Lu Tianming. The man was horrified, his body recoiling instinctively. What? He stepped forward and clapped Uncle Cheng on the shoulder. Don't you want to take this chance to suppress Lu Tianming and his forces? Think about the coming civil war? This is the perfect opportunity. Cheng Yuan hesitated. Even so, you're oversimplifying things. Lu Tianming's strength is not to be underestimated. You can't possibly. Yi Ning showed his determination and guaranteed. To kill him, one sword strike is all I need. At Lu Tianming's new residence, he was deep in thought. Tianming smoked and thought to himself. There's been no news since Lin Lan left. Did that woman die in the frontier? Useless trash. Her death would be meaningless. Instead of waiting 3 months for Yang Ning to grow stronger, it's better to force that brat to come find me for a death match. A subordinate ran in to report, Lu Tianming, I've just received news that Yi Ning has returned to the capital. He went to the Special Operations Bureau. He mused. So he's back, just as expected. Is he trying to run and tattle on me first? How is he? Has his strength improved? The person reported. The informant says he didn't notice anything. In just 1 short week, there couldn't have been any major advancement. That brat apparently went to the frontier to find some materials, but it seems he came back empty-handed. Tianming understood. I see. I suppose I overestimated him. The subordinate hesitated. But Lu Tianming, when Yi Ning returned, his expression was unusually calm. It didn't seem like. He ordered, keep an eye on him, and while you're at it, find a few people to go and provoke him. Isn't the brocade finished? Send it to his house. Just say it's to thank Yi Ning for his support of our military. I refuse to believe that kid can still hold back. Lu Tianming's subordinate saluted sharply and replied, yes, sir. Suddenly, he flinched. What did you say? Lu Tianming. Ye Ning has directly submitted an application for a death match with the military. The time is set for tomorrow. Hearing this, Tianming burst out laughing. Has this fool gone insane? A death match tomorrow. If you're in such a hurry to die, I'll be happy to grant your wish. Yi Ning's residence. Ming Luo was reporting. Commissioner Ye Ning, this is the information on Lu Tianming that Commander Cheng asked me to deliver to you. I hope this will be of help to you. Yi Ning responded, thanks for your hard work. Ah, Ming Luo. You can just call me by my name. He was curious about Yi Ning. Even though I know you're very strong, you're facing a peak 3rd tier in a deathmatch. Yi Ning reassured him, don't worry. Just trust me. Ming Luo sighed, all right then. Yi Ning, the intel we got, is actually from 6 years ago. At that time, he was a high 3rd tier, but even then, he was considered an extremely strong prodigy among them. He has a dual talent for strength and constitution, uses dual blades, and it's suspected that he also possesses a dual defensive skill. Ever since Lu Tianming became a standing committee member 6 years ago, there have been almost no records of him. We only heard that he received an unconventional promotion to peak 3rd tier a year ago. Yi Ning asked, what do you mean by an unconventional promotion? Ming Luo explained. Even though his normal attributes haven't reached the peak yet, he was promoted because of his special talent. Yi Ning was surprised. What kind of talent? He explained. Although it's not public knowledge, it's speculated that he can switch between offensive and defensive attributes at any time. In other words, when he's defending, his defensive power is more than double that of others at the same level. The same goes for when he's on the attack. To some extent, his combat power is equivalent to 2 high 3rd tier individuals. Yi Ning smirked, so that's how it is. The file also says that when he draws his dual blades, he's in an offensive stance, and when he sheathes them, he's defending. It also states that his speed is average. These are likely the impressions he's intentionally left on people. The real danger is in actually believing them. Ming Luo was puzzled. Is that so? He explained. On the other hand, he must have the ability to switch freely between offense and defense. Although speed isn't his strong suit, his burst power is nothing to scoff at. But it doesn't matter. After all, it'll only take a single slash to finish him. Ning looked at the file and emphasized, "The only thing I need to think about now is the next day, at the military training grounds." A voice from the crowd mused, "Although there's no suspense, it's worth it just to see Liu Tianming in action again." Yeah, I bet Liu Tianming kills him in one strike. I don't know who gave that Ning guy his courage. Maybe all the recent attention has gone to his head. Someone approached them. "Gentlemen, the betting is open. You guys want to play a little?" The 6 major merchant guilds have jointly opened the betting. The funds are guaranteed. No scams here. Someone asked suspiciously, "What the hell? You're not a soldier. How did you get in here?" The bookie replied, "My friend, I know this deathmatch is organized by your military, but there's no limit on the number of spectators. They said no outside publicity, but who doesn't know what a deathmatch means? Don't worry, the fact that I could sneak in proves I have connections upstairs. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Friend, you want to place a bet? The odds are 1.84. Just bet on Commissioner Ning to win, and you can turn 10,000 credit points into 840,000. You couldn't make money that fast even if you were robbing a bank." One of the listeners shouted angrily, "How dare you people?" The bookie assured him, "Relax, it's absolutely safe with us." And then a spectator glanced at the screen and exclaimed, "This match." The bookie urged, "It's already at 1.9. What do you think about betting on Commissioner Ning's victory? 10,000 into 900,000, my friend. This is a gift from the heavens." The other guest crossed his arms and exposed the ploy. "A gift from the heavens? With odds that high, even a fool knows it's a sucker's bet. I'm with the army. In this matter, I'll definitely bet on my own guy to win. 100,000 points on Liu Tianming. It doesn't matter if I make money or not. What's important is cheering for our commissioner." Xiao An shouted, 100,000 points. Charge it." Jia Ji agreed. "Good. Sounds good to me." He thought to himself, "This guy doesn't look very bright, but he's pretty good with numbers." He then asked, "But what happens at the end? If you don't have the money to pay out, no one is placing such small bets. If Commissioner Ning wins, where are you going to get the money to compensate us?" He cleared his throat and reassured them, "Relax, relax. With the cooperation of the 6 major merchant guilds, we won't be short on cash. Actually, there are other options, and many people have already placed bets on them. For example, if Commissioner Ning can't last more than 1 minute, the odds are 80 to 1. 30 seconds, the odds are 40 to 1. 10 seconds, it's 13.2 to 1. Furthermore, you can bet on the level of injury, whether his defense will be broken, or even if Commissioner Ning will be the one to stop the deathmatch." Xiao An said with regret, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I want to change my bet." Change mine to him not lasting more than 10 seconds. Just then, someone else walked up. "I'll bet 170,000 that he's done in 15 seconds. Another person teased, 15 seconds? You're giving him way too much credit. 10 seconds, tops. 200,000. Just then, Wang Lu walked up and joined in. 10 seconds. I don't think that's even necessary. 1.6 million. I bet he's down in under 8 seconds. Someone shouted, "Wang Lu, are you insane? Where the hell did you get that many credits?" He said confidently, "So what? I'm a dignified tier 3 with some savings. What's wrong with that? I just killed a mutated beast not long ago, so I have a bit of spare cash on hand." They started discussing. "A normal tier 3 wouldn't have this much money to bet. I heard he's in charge of supplies and equipment for our company." Someone else added, "Using company assets for personal gain is pretty standard. If it were me, I'd do the same. Someone's handing you free money, you wouldn't take it." Meanwhile, Hira was extremely excited. "I'm going all in with 3 million, betting that kid can't even withstand a single strike. I believe in Liu Tianming. I believe in Liu Tianming." With faith in his heart, he thought, Ning, I bet my entire family's life on this. You'd better lose quickly for me. The more pathetic, the better." At that moment, General Ji, standing above, watched Ding Hao approach and spoke. "General Ji, are you also interested in this matter?" "Interested." He gave a forced smile. "I just feel we should send someone to see what's happening. The deathmatch commissioners, to think they dare to do something like this. Those merchant guilds are getting too bold. If Liu Tianming finds out about this, they're going to be in big trouble." He explained, "General Ji, actually, Liu Tianming is the one behind all of this. Liu Tianming is trying to sell some favors to you all. You see, Ning lasting for 1 minute means Liu Tianming held back, making sure Ning wouldn't lose too miserably. But if that happens, no one makes any money. 30 seconds is a bit more dangerous, which means the fight will be fierce and everyone can make some money. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, that's an instant kill. People could earn even more. If Ning is seriously injured, the odds will be higher. After all, it's a fight to the death. But the military will definitely step in to protect our genius, so if Ning is unlucky enough to have an arm broken or a leg chopped off, then the payout on those odds would be astronomical. General Gay understood, so that's how it is. In other words, the chances of Ning dying in the ring are actually about the same as his chances of winning. With the military's protection, who would ever think Ning would actually die in the ring? Lu Tianming's calculations are truly vicious. By humbling himself to open up this business opportunity, he's both gaining benefits and trading them for support. Just think. If a referee or even one of the betting factions wagered that Ning would be severely injured, what would they do? If the rescue is just a little bit slower, with the amount of money poured into this market, hundreds of millions, even billions, will be lost. Although the true higher-ups wouldn't care, what about their descendants and relatives? Without this deal, these people wouldn't care who wins or loses, nor would they care about Ning's life or death. But when this entire deathmatch becomes tied to enormous profits, everything changes. Ying Hao asked curiously, General Ji, do you also want to support Lu Tianming? Actually, half of the three great families of Huaxia and all the major merchant guilds have already placed their bets. Those private factions are getting more and more ruthless. The amount of money poured into this match has already exceeded hundreds of millions. He was startled. Hundreds of millions? General Ji thought to himself, with such a huge sum of money and such a deep scheme, it's no wonder Lu Tianming has so many supporters. I'm afraid this outcome was set in motion the day Ning proposed the deathmatch. These so-called odds are a huge gift from Lu Tianming to certain people. Anyone who stands with him will make a fortune. He asked, how do I bet? The man explained. You can bet however you like, but I heard Lu Tianming plans to teach that kid a lesson. That blade is definitely going to draw some blood when it comes down. General Ji took out his card and agreed. All right, 10 million, plus my salary for the next 10 years. Bet it all on the fight ending in 7 seconds, with all 4 of his limbs severed. Elsewhere, Cheng Yuan was running while cursing at the people scattered all over the place. What the hell is going on? I clearly requested the military personnel be seated in the front row with Fang Heo to make a rescue easier. So why did they still stick me in the top row? Lu Tian reported. I asked the person in charge. He said the military has dispatched 20 high-level Tier 3 guards, who specialize in defense to protect the match. They've also prepared the most luxurious protective items to ensure Ning can be rescued as quickly as possible. The old man grumbled, fine. Although I'm not happy about it. Hasn't Fang Heo arrived yet? The match is about to start, and Ning too. He reported. Commander Fang said he's on his way and will definitely be here before the deathmatch begins. But as for Ning, I really don't know where he went. He's not even replying to messages. Commander, why do I feel like so many people are hostile towards you and Ning? I even heard them say, of all the people to mess with, they just had to mess with Cheng Yuan. Cheng Yuan ordered, go and see. See what's going on. Lu Tian turned to leave and agreed. Understood. I'll go check it out. Alone, the old man began to ponder. Is this public opinion trend Lu Tianming's doing? At that moment outside, the sky was incredibly gloomy, without a single ray of light. The man ran over in a panic. Commander Cheng, someone's opened a betting pool, and a lot of people are betting that Ning will lose, and lose miserably at that. Cheng Yuan quickly snatched the tablet, horrified. 1.8 billion to win 1.3. The odds are 1 to 698. Lu Tian tentatively asked, Commander, should we support Ning? The current situation is looking really bad. The old man ordered, bet 1,000 points. At least it'll boost his morale a little. The man hesitated, then I'll bet 100 points. Is that too little? Ning did help us get that ore deposit. After all, Cheng Yuan replied, I'm only betting a small amount because I feel bad for the kid. The ore he brought back has already been divvied up by those bastards. If we just throw money around recklessly, what will we do if we're short on cash later? That kid spends money like water. That researcher's son he asked me to look after is nothing but a money pit. He's already drained so much of our funds. Lu Tian sighed, understanding. That's true. The old man directed. Right. Just tell Fang Heo to bet more. He's got money, right? Tell him to bet 100,000 points. After all, he's always saying Ning is just like he was when he was young. So shouldn't he show some support? At the same time, at the Capital Military Region Hospital, Ning walked in and asked with concern, Uncle Xiao, is everything arranged? How big is this business? Xiao Hai called out, Master Ning. 144 billion. All of Huaxia has gone insane. Almost every Tier 3 has joined the betting. Furthermore, just as you said, Lu Tianming is indeed secretly pushing things along. According to the information we've gathered, Liu Tianming himself has invested a lot of money. You were dissatisfied that 140 billion was too little. Wait until it reaches 300 billion, then we'll join the game. Notify Wang Tianxian and all the funds you can raise. The man replied, understood. Yi Ning gritted his teeth, full of hatred, and said, you dare steal my things, and you dare injure my people? Your worthless life isn't nearly enough to pay for it. He thought of the face of the one who caused all this, his current enemy in another place. Yi Ning's personal information appeared on the screen. Yi Ning killed Liu Tianming with a single sword strike at the North China Military Region Command. Cards were scattered across the table. Chen Dao sat at the table and asked doubtfully, Big brother, are we really putting our trust in Yi Ning? Chen Yang reminded his sister, don't say any more. I believe in him, and I also trust grandfather's judgment. Grandfather made it very clear. We have no other choice, and we don't need to choose. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, whoever follows him in this round will become one of his people. It's not just about whether we trust him, but also that he is vetting us. She repeated, grandfather almost lost his life trying to help him last time. This time, he's even bet his own coffin money, and even embezzled funds from the army corps. If something happens, it's one thing if we just lose our family fortune, but we could even face a court-martial. I'm really scared. He was conflicted. Little sister, you don't understand. Maybe I don't fully understand either. But do you still remember the miracle of the battlefield? I went back to that village a while ago and visited the descendants of those soldiers. I don't know about other things, but I know that Yi Ning is truly a good person. Even though grandfather took a huge risk helping Yi Ning save Donghai, he has no regrets. Grandfather said he sees in Yi Ning a kind of courage that most people lost long ago, or perhaps an unimaginable sense of responsibility. Sometimes I wonder, if we were the people of Donghai, who would save us under such immense pressure? Compared to the pressure Yi Ning is under, what's this little bit of pressure on us? Besides, people like Liu Tianming are all parasites. We can't change things, but maybe Yi Ning can. Furthermore, don't you forget that when Yi Ning was only at the initial stage of Tier 2, his combat power was already equivalent to a Tier 3. Who's to say he can't actually win? Chen Jiao pondered, her face sullen as she replied. She noticed, Wang Zheng, you bet everything too. Yeah, Wang Zheng answered. We even bet the demonic ghost instance dungeon we got last time. My father said he believes in Lord Yi Ning, but he also said, Lord Yi Ning is most likely doing this to gather resources to deal with an even greater disaster. At the capital military region hospital, Xiao Hai was excited. 299.6 billion. Lord Yi Ning, it's hard to imagine that the Awakeners in Huaxia are this wealthy. They're clearly so rich, so why are the people at the bottom still suffering so much? If this money were invested in construction, I'm afraid it could create dozens of safe zones and arm hundreds of thousands of people. You have to realize, the government could only come up with 1 billion to resettle the victims of the Donghai disaster. Yi Ning responded calmly, this is completely normal. Since the apocalypse began, resources have become increasingly concentrated among powerful individuals. Are you going to ask them to use their own supplies to build safe zones or rescue common people? That would be no different than asking them to kill themselves. But when there's profit on the line, forget 300 billion, they'd even cough up 3 trillion. Let's not talk about this anymore. How much have we raised for our bet? Xiao Hai reported. So far, we've gathered 37 million. Based on the odds, it's enough to cover the entire payout. He turned away, satisfied. Good. Stop all betting in 3 minutes. Yi Ning announced with presence, and I have to get on stage. Yi Ning analyzed, recalling his past life. After the disaster struck, the government repeatedly mobilized all the major powers to rescue survivors, but without exception, everyone chose to protect themselves, and no one responded to the call. Even the allocated relief funds were siphoned off at every level, with not a single cent left for the lower classes. When the beast tides and zombie tides broke out, millions didn't die in the mouths of monsters, but died of starvation. So, those with the will to save the world, but without resources, without supplies, became useless. What's even more ironic is that when the major military regions collapsed, vast amounts of supplies and equipment piled up in the warehouses of many factions and high-ranking officials had all gotten moldy. Logically, after 30 or 40 years of recovery, humanity's current situation should be much better than at the beginning of the apocalyptic era. But with the extreme concentration of wealth and resources, the situation is even worse than before. Hoarding is clearly useless. If they just distributed the unused equipment and resources to the lower classes, humanity's overall strength could advance by leaps and bounds. But under the corruption of capital and power, they are like greedy leeches sucking humanity's blood. Compared to the monsters that no longer actively attack the cities, these people are the real monsters. On top of that, they secretly funneled money behind the scenes to stop the distribution of awakening protection potions to the lower classes. Even though it was only a few billion, one of those masterminds had almost killed me in both my past and current life. In my previous life, I should have had many opportunities to get my talent tested, but I was poor and simply couldn't afford the test. But in this life, I charged into the testing area on my own, without any kind of protection potion. It was nothing less than a gamble with my own life. After all, no one knew if I, being tested 2 years earlier than in my past life, would suffer from a spirit energy overload. Suddenly, a call from Wang Tian appeared on the system. He began, "Commissioner Yi Ning, are we really going to swallow up that many credit points? Even if I believe you'll win, what happens to the losers after you do?" Yi Ning replied, "We need them." In Yi Ning's heart, even if he personally didn't need it, the final fortress, the mothership, the Air Force, and the superpowered team all did. Even if this hadn't happened, I would have found a way to squeeze money out of these guys anyway. As for what comes after, that's not an issue at all. If they're not happy about it, we'll just have another deathmatch. It just means killing a few more people, that's all. Military arena, waiting room. A subordinate reports the situation. Lu Tianming. Everything has been arranged perfectly, guaranteed to be flawless. But my only worry now is that he might back out. The moment Yi Ning appeared, Chang Yuan and the marshal went over to persuade him to give up. Tianming replied confidently, "It doesn't matter. If that little brat dares to back out, he'll never be able to cause any trouble again." Yi Ning will forever be branded as a pompous, self-important scholar. In the future, even if he reaches the peak, he'll still be an ignorant scholar. Let's see who would dare support him to become marshal then. The subordinate praised him. "You're right. Lu Tianming is as brilliant as ever. But if he really dares to step into the ring, you'll need to win the deathmatch within about 7 seconds. That's the only way our profits will be maximized. Most people have bet on 15 seconds. They think your fighting style doesn't specialize in insta-kills." He scoffed. "Anyone who thinks I don't specialize in speed is an idiot. Otherwise, who would I be making money off of? The time is almost here. Bet all the money we've raised on him being crippled. The deathmatch will end in 7 seconds. And while we're at it, let's give everyone a huge surprise." The subordinate replied respectfully, "Understood. Elsewhere, the deathmatch will begin in 2 minutes. Both parties, please be ready." Yi Ning stepped forward. "Uncle Chang, I'm heading into the ring now." Chang Yuan scolded, "You kid, why are you so stubborn? I've been talking to you for so long, and you haven't listened to a single word." The boy assured him, "Uncle Chang, do you still remember what I told you before? Trust me all the way. Bet on my sword." The 2 men behind him felt helpless seeing his attitude. "The match will begin in 60 seconds. Both parties, please prepare." The referee announced, "This is a death match, a fight to the death. There is no time limit, and no holds barred on life or death. If any special circumstances arise, we will intervene personally." He then signaled for the countdown to begin. Tianming smirked. "Yi Ning, I know you're young and full of vigor, but there's always someone better out there. It's not too late to regret this. Just get on your knees and sincerely apologize to me, and I, Lu Tianming, will let this go." Yi Ning raised his sword and yelled, "Are you done talking, you old dog? Today, only one of us is walking out of here alive." He stepped forward, unleashing a mid-tier 3 technique. You've already reached mid-tier 3. To go from low-tier to mid-tier in just 1 month, that speed is just ridiculous. Good thing this deathmatch is happening now. Otherwise, in a few more months, he'd be on the same level as me. He scoffed. "Is this your source of confidence? You dare challenge me just because you reached mid-tier? How laughable." The boy shot back, "Old dog, you talk way too much." On the outside, a stream of thoughts appeared. Mid-tier 3. Could this kid have another ace up his sleeve? No, that's impossible. At tier 3, a 1-level difference is a 10-fold difference in power, and that's not even counting the 2-level gap between them. Even if he's reached mid-tier, he can't possibly turn the tables. The boy judged, under normal circumstances, the referee can activate the spirit energy shield at any moment to instantly block an attack from a peak tier 3. Now that they've placed their bets, they'll surely delay rescuing me. But that's fine. However, if Lu Tianming is in danger, they will definitely rush to save him immediately. I can't unleash a single sword strike with power surpassing a peak tier 3, but I can. While Yu Ning was lost in thought, Fang Hao made his move. He rushed in, yelling, "Yi, Ning, end the deathmatch. Come with Uncle Fang, kid. Things have gotten out of control. We're not accepting this deathmatch." "Wait a minute. You're already mid-tier 3. No, wait. Are you about to reach high tier? That's impossible. Weren't you just fooling around with women in far-flung garrison?" The referee reminded him, "Marshal Fang, this is a deathmatch. I must ask you to be mindful of your status. Once a deathmatch has begun, how can it be stopped so easily? Ming interjected. Marshal Fang, Ning himself proposed this deathmatch. By doing this now, aren't you just abusing your authority? Fang Heo roared in anger. Cut the crap with me. Don't think for a second I don't know what you all are plotting. I'm talking to Ning. If anyone else dares to butt in, I'll smash their mouth in with a single punch. The referee was speechless, unsure how to handle the situation. The man stood outside, stunned into silence. Fang Heo pleaded, forfeit. You should just forfeit. As long as there's life, there's hope. Ning replied, Uncle Fang, I understand. This deathmatch was always meant for someone to die, but that person isn't necessarily me. Uncle Fang, the fact that this betting pool even exists is partly my doing. I have a trump card. If you trust me, then bet on my sword. He then turned and demanded the deathmatch continue. Fang Heo was thrown out of the ring, crying out, Ning. Ming burst out laughing. Not bad at all. You've got spirit for a young man. You refused the path to heaven and instead charged headfirst into a hell with no gates. The referee declared, the deathmatch continues. It will begin in 3 seconds. 3, 2. Outside, he yelled in anger. If I can't stop you, then I'll risk it all with you. 200,000 of my own coffin money. Bet it all on Ning's sword for me. The man unleashed a series of techniques. 1. Deathmatch. Begin. Blood boil. Berserk. Metallic swiftness, all activated. Divine blessing, triple-layered defense. As he defended, Ning analyzed, Lu Tiaming has at least 300,000 expenditure points on him. Combined with this battle formation, he's completely prepared. It's nothing like the careless facade he was showing on the outside. How sinister. The scene was chaotic. A terrifyingly powerful step erupted, cracking the ground. He flew up like the wind with his move, heaven-shattering inner slash. He thought irritably. This old dog really was hiding his true strength. The angle of his right-hand slash is off. It seems he's worried I'll launch a mental attack. This is it. Is he cautiously using his first strike to probe for my trump card? Ning quickly created a shield. Fallen Sky Defense. Ming exclaimed, so this is your defense? The intensity is a little weak. He continuously pushed him back while taunting, you're getting weak. Unafraid, Ning used another skill, Fallen Sky, second stage, and his whole body shot into the sky like a rocket. He yelled, trying to run? You think I can't hit you just because you fled into the air? How ridiculous. And then Ming created countless streams of spirit energy. Blade met Sky Curtain. The skill quickly enveloped Ning's body. Annihilate. A barrage of slashes quickly appeared in mid-air, attacking him. Ming swung his sword and shouted. With a single blade covering everything, even if Fang Heo wanted to save him, there'd be no angle to do it. Down below, they watched the fight and thought, is the fight already over? It hasn't even been 3 seconds. Is this what it means to be completely dominated? Even if Ning wanted to surrender, it's already too late. The guy over here shouted worriedly, what a move. No matter who wants to save him, they'll have to wait until after this blade strikes. The guy next to him said, damn it, I bet he'd last a full 15 seconds. This Ning guy is such a waste. Down below, Fang Heo raised his hand. This is clearly a setup. Just then, Ning suddenly shouted, dimensional impact. He instantly vanished from his spot. The people below were all speechless with shock as they watched the fight. Then Ning immediately rushed forward, shouting, time to die. He unleashed 2 slashes. The first one cut his throat, but as the second sword thrust forward, it was blocked by another strike. Then it pierced through his head. The sword strikes continued, stabbing towards his body, heart, liver, stomach, lungs. Then, sharp spikes stabbed into both of his arms. Finally, they targeted the area below his 2 legs, followed by his body again. The spikes gradually surrounded Ming. Ning continuously spoke. When the skill ends, the effect will surely be horrifying to watch. But this old dog may look arrogant, but he's actually very cautious, wearing multiple layers of armor. He thought to himself, if I can't break through that old man's defenses, as soon as this ends, with his reaction speed, he might actually survive. And the conditions for God's wrath are too strict. I can't use it here. Ming smiled and attacked. After this ends, I can only instantly activate Sword Flow Storm. Only then can I make it look like a one-shot kill. If I can't one-shot him, and if this old dog still has some tricks up his sleeve, I'll definitely lose. He quickly deduced, Dimensional Slash still has 3 seconds left, which means it's less than 0.3 seconds on the outside. Lu Tianming has probably sensed the danger, so he's pulled back into a defensive stance. Ning casually rested the sword on his shoulder, thinking, what if I reactivate Dimensional Impact one more time? After instantly activating Sword Flow Storm, I'll have another 10-second window. Another dimensional impact. That would still count as one move, right? So, he smiled and said, let's give it a try. There's nothing to lose, anyway. Ning immediately turned and said, retreat. He then leaped up. Below, Ming was confused. He vanished in midair? Is he using an invisibility item? Or is he cloaking himself with spirit energy? If he can just drag this out for 10 seconds, then even if I lose, the loss won't be anything serious. Immediately after, he bowed his head, placed his sword to his side, and laughed loudly. Ha ha. Ming then swung his sword multiple times. He shouted forward, get out here. Over on the other side, Fang Heo's jaw dropped. Ning disappeared. Even if I wanted to save him, I wouldn't know where to even start. He also thought, by the 4-second mark, Lu Tianming will absolutely not let him escape. The young woman over here smiled faintly. Well done, Ning. At this rate, just dodge for 10 seconds and then you can die. These waves of blade energy have absolutely no blind spots. There's no way to dodge them. Just then, Ning suddenly appeared behind his head. Ning sent a flurry of slashes downwards, shouting, storm. He vanished from the air again, just before the sharp blades hit. Dimensional impact. Then, Ning suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked. He quickly swooped down to strike as the commentator's voice rang out, magnificent. The two moves, before and after, were a perfect combination. Even the effects of Sword Flow Storm were seamlessly connected. Ning didn't stop, continuing his assault. Elemental Wind Blade, Ice. He assessed the situation and said quietly, first, I'll freeze your blade, then we'll see. No matter how much armor you stack, how can you defend when you didn't even think to put armor between the gaps of your fingers? Ning said as he attacked. Just wait until the effect kicks in, then you can watch yourself suffer. Your stance is all wrong, too. He could easily see its weakness. Looks like it's about to unleash a skill at any moment. Ning immediately attacked, trying to escape. That's not nearly enough. Lose 7 swords is enough to root you to the spot for half a second. Then he appeared behind him again, unleashing Elemental Wind Blade, Flame Path. Ning said, you can't escape from behind me either. I attack in a full 360 degrees. There are no blind spots. He chuckled and said, so this is the right way to use Dimensional Shock. If I combine it with Mind Blast in the middle, it's basically like standing still and hitting a monster. It's a shame the duration is too short. There's no time to activate another ability to get back. I'll have to do more research. At that moment, his opponent leaped up. Ning said softly, Ice and Fire, Dual Heavens. 4 volleys of SSS-RANK sword skills, resulting in nearly 100 slashes. Even a peak 3rd-tier master would be helpless against this, let alone Lu Tianming, who has only just reached the peak, if he has even a single hair left. Then consider this your loss. At that moment, he was a bit startled. It seemed like that brat had just appeared right above his head. Just as he was about to use his skill, the kid was gone. Tianming looked ahead. The skill had stopped running. It didn't activate. He grew tense. What kind of trick is this? Why do I feel like I'm being surrounded by something? Tianming thought to himself, this is bad. To be safe, I need to prepare my shield warp first. The moment he appears, I'll use my talent to lock onto him and cut him down in one blow. He leaped into the air and shouted, get out here. Ning, who was looking up from below, said, here I come. He swung his sword and lunged forward, yelling, Stormwind Sword Flow, activating a delayed skill again. Tianming immediately said, shield warp. But when he looked down, he saw his legs had been frozen solid. My legs, they're frozen? Then, before he knew it, his sword was frozen solid too. A sharp pain shot through his fingers, and the sword slipped from his grasp. Instantly, his entire body was assaulted by countless slashes. He was attacked with no time to defend. From the other side, Ning shouted, time to die, Lu Tianming. The man cried out in agony. Even Tianming's face couldn't escape the sharp cuts. He immediately ducked down and created a defensive barrier. The barrage of slashes relentlessly hammered against the shield. Ning smirked, trying to use all your spiritual energy just to buy some time. From the center of his forehead, a purple crystal emerged. Psychic Shockwave. A dark energy instantly erupted from Ning's forehead, followed by hundreds of sharp slashes that struck Tianming's protective shield. His shield was quickly shattered. The slashes tore through his body, and amidst his blood-curdling screams of, help me, another slash pierced right through his forehead. It caused his body to slowly be torn apart. His body was sliced into pieces, a truly horrifying sight. The group of people standing outside witnessed this scene. They screamed in terror. Lu Tianming, a man rushed to the barrier and shouted repeatedly, save him, somebody save him. The crowd outside was in a panic, swarming the barrier. Hurry, activate the protective cage. Seeing his comrades about to interfere with the barrier, the man quickly shouted to stop them. It was tampered with before, so activating it will take time. Hearing this, the other man was shocked. I almost forgot about that. Seeing everyone's hesitation, the commander yelled, "Just attack directly. Do whatever you can." Ning watched the chaotic and urgent scene unfold. He couldn't help but sneer. If I weren't the superior one, I'd be the person they're so desperately trying to save right now. Now they're reaping what they sow, and they still have to put on this show. How absolutely hilarious. He looked through the barrier to assess the current situation. Lu Tianming was long dead. At this point, the protective barrier could, at best, only keep his scattered pieces from flying all over the place. What's the point of this kind of protection? It's not like you can just glue him back together, can you? Just then, another person appeared in the distance, slowly walking towards the arena. Moments later, Supreme Commander Wang Feng quickly leaped up, throwing a powerful punch. He charged towards the group of people standing in front. Wang Feng rushed forward impatiently, roaring, "Tianming, you useless fool. I told you to stay out of my way." A man saw him coming and hurried over. "Commander Wang, Lu Tianming, he." Before he could finish, Wang Feng cut him off with a loud curse. "Get out of my way. When we get back, I'll punish you all for your failure to protect him." They stood frozen, hearing Wang Feng's order. "Yes, Commander Wang." He stood outside, observing the situation within, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is even more gruesome than death by 1,000 cuts. Is this something a human is even capable of?" Then he stood outside and wailed, "Tianming, with you ending up like this, how am I supposed to face your father?" After that, Wang Feng became absolutely furious. He exuded an incredibly powerful killing intent. "Ning, you've got some nerve, daring to kill a standing commissioner." Ning was not intimidated by his threat. He chuckled softly. "And which commander might this be? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" This was a life-and-death duel. No holds barred, decided only by skill. He paid no mind to the boy's explanation and continued to press, decided by skill. "You're only in the intermediate level tournament. How could you possibly kill a peak third-stage master with a single slash? You absolutely cheated. Who is secretly helping you?" Ning ignored him and laughed mockingly. "What's wrong? You can't take it either? Can't accept the loss, so you want to throw a tantrum? Or perhaps you'd like a deathmatch with me, too." Before Ning could finish his sentence, Wang Feng lunged at him, striking out. "You had to do it the hard way." Just then, his arm was quickly grabbed, stopping the attack. Fang Hao had appeared before he could land the blow. He shouted angrily, "Wang Feng, you are the commander of a region. Where is your dignity? If you really want to fight, fight me. Honestly, what's the point of bullying a junior?" Seeing the person who stopped him, Wang Feng's face darkened. "Commander Fang, are you trying to cover for him? Was killing Lu Tianming also part of your plan?" Fang Hao's grip tightened, his anger rising. "Nonsense. If you lose, you own it. Even if you get beaten, you stand firm." He then forcefully shoved Wang Feng far away. Still not satisfied? Or should we wait for the marshal to return and decide? His body was thrown back as he continued to roar. He yelled, "Fang Hao, stop using the marshal's name to throw your weight around. Don't you forget how the marshal got to his position all those years ago. If it weren't for the old chief, if it weren't for Tianming's father yielding to a worthy man, could Marshal Cao have ever risen so high?" Fang Hao was furious. Hearing Wang Feng's words, he roared, "I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't have time to argue with you. Ning, let's go." The boy, who had been watching the drama, was finally led away by him. "All right, Uncle Fang." Wang Feng gritted his teeth, glaring hatefully in the direction the two had left. "I'd advise you two not to get too cocky. This isn't over yet." The group of people at the scene were all utterly terrified by what they had just witnessed. They shouted, "Is he dead? Is Lu Tianming dead? How could this be possible?" They were in awe of Ning's overwhelming power, continuously rejecting the thought. Ning killed him with a single sword strike. "I must be dreaming." Ning walked carefully behind Fang Hao, lost in thought. "Looks like it's time to wake these people up." His eyes flashed as he glanced at the aftermath of the day's battle, his spirits high. Wang Feng carefully knelt on the ground, which was littered with pieces of Tianming's skin, and sighed, shattered into so many pieces. There's no way to put him back together. How are we supposed to bring him back? Even if we collect the remains in a spatial container. Just then, a stream of power suddenly appeared, causing the pieces of Tianming's skin to slowly float into the air. Immediately after, those pieces of flesh and skin gathered into a lump of meat in midair, horrifying him. Tianming, seeing this, Ning couldn't help but grin wickedly. Heavenly Maiden scatters blossoms. The chunks of flesh in the air began to explode, creating a deafening sound. The spectators below couldn't escape its attack either. Inside a private viewing room, a man watched the unusual scene on the stage, utterly horrified. Then, his body gradually lost its strength, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. He finally realized that this was Lu Tianming's corpse. His body slid down, collapsing, motionless. He's dead. I'm not going to live either. The spectators in the stands screamed ceaselessly. My life savings are gone. I bet my entire family's fortune on this. Good thing I'm a coward and didn't dare to bet. Two people standing right below the stage saw Yi Ning and Fang Hao leaving and couldn't help but comment. One sword strike. He said it would take one strike, and it really was just one. The man next to him heard this and retorted sarcastically, "If I had known, I would have bet everything. Now I've only got 1,000 points." Seeing the commander say this, he countered a bit. "Commander, 1,000 points is still a lot. You should be content. The most important thing is that Yi Ning is safe." As Fang Hao led him away, he boasted excitedly, "You crazy kid, you're not bad at all. Including the odds from the external bets, you just made me 1 billion. Hearing this, Yi Ning chuckled and commented, "You bet that much, uncle." Seeing his calm demeanor, Fang Hao leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Why are you so calm? Something's not right. Spit it out, kid. Did you bet on yourself too? How much did you make?" Yi Ning didn't deny it and answered immediately, "Not much, just under 4,000. After hearing the amount, he expressed his doubt. 4,000? That little. Did you drop a few zeros or something?" Right after, Fang Hao suddenly seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "No, that's not right. Based on the external odds, 4,000? Who bets such a small, odd number? What kind of bet is that? But wait, the 4,000 that you mentioned." He hesitated for a moment, then whispered softly, 400 billion. Yi Ning quickly motioned to Fang Hao and explained, "Not quite 400, only 380. Inside the old chief's house, a group of people were focused on watching the match between Yi Ning and Lu Tianming. The old chief watched and commented repeatedly, "This one sword strike is quite interesting. The third eye shooting out that black color is also very interesting." A subordinate standing behind him spoke up, "Old chief, should we go and avenge Lu Tianming?" Hearing this, he replied without a second thought, "No rush. He was just a piece of trash anyway." Then, as if remembering something, he mused, "Besides, doesn't he have a father who's the former vice marshal?" At that moment, in the northern district, at the command headquarters sanatorium, a man's horrified scream echoed through the night. "My Minger!" Lu Tianming's father, Lu Haishen, was enraged, emanating an immense murderous aura. "Yi Ning, I will kill you." In his extreme rage, he immediately commanded his subordinates, "Army, hear my command. March on the capital with me." The group behind him replied in unison to his command, "Yes, Marshal Lu." At that moment, in a hotel in Country B, Jiping spoke slowly. "Although Country B has agreed to help us contain Country Y, their strength might not last for long." Hearing this, Li Shuangguo could only sigh. Originally, we still had 3 more months until deployment, but now the deathmatch between Yi Ning and Lu Tianming has moved everything up. I'm afraid the Great Storm will arrive sooner than expected. Damn it. What's meant to be will be. If it's trouble, there's no escaping it. That bastard Lu Tianming blatantly plundered those resources just to force Yi Ning to be the one to declare a deathmatch first. Yi Ning risked his life to obtain all those resources. If it were anyone else, could they possibly let something like this slide? Compared to the bigger picture, I'm more worried about Yi Ning's safety right now. Jiping immediately reassured him seriously, "Sir, don't worry too much. After all, we have already dispatched people to implement comprehensive protection measures. Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan are also there, so nothing too serious should happen during the deathmatch." From a distance, Shu Qi approached to report, "Marshal, we've just received good news. Something big has happened over at the deathmatch." Shi Bin immediately turned around, his voice urgent, "Who is it? What happened? Is it Yi Ning? Is it serious?" Tuyen Kwok, standing beside him, also frowned and scolded, "What the hell have those guards in charge been doing?" Thu Kai looked at the screen, flustered, and replied, "It's Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming is dead. And he was killed by Commissioner Yi Ning with a single sword strike." The two men were shocked to hear this. "What?" Shi Bin was so astonished he had to ask again. "That's impossible. Lu Tianmin had reached peak Tier 3, after all. Besides, with so many high-level Tier 3s protecting him at the scene, how could Yi Ning possibly have killed him?" Tuyen Kwok, however, urged impatiently, "Hurry up. What's going on? Did Fuan Hao and Trin Vian do something shady behind the scenes?" Thu Kai immediately held up the screen. "That's not it, Marshal. It was really Yi Ning who killed him. This is the video footage from that moment." Tuyen Kwok watched the video for a moment, then he frowned. "Disappeared mid-attack. 1 slash and not even a corpse remained. What kind of innate skill is this? Going from a low tier to a mid-tier in just 1 short week? What in the world happened during this time?" Chibin spoke up with a suggestion, "Marshal, Should we ask 009 about this? But Tuyen Kwok said, the more important thing right now is to find Lu Hai's son quickly. Then he gave an order. Yi Ning is in danger. We must return immediately. Thu Kai immediately replied, understood, I'll make the arrangements at once. But she added another report, Marshal, there's one more thing. Before the death match, many places in the capital held betting pools, and Yi Ning was the biggest winner. Hearing this, Tuyen Kwok grew worried. Damn it. No wonder the security was so incompetent. This is bad. Then he yelled, quickly, tell Fuang Hao and Trin Vien to move Yi Ning to the underground defense level of the National Assembly Hall and not to let him move an inch. Thu Kai immediately complied. Yes, Marshal. At the ground defense level of the National Assembly Hall. At this time, the three of them, Yi Ning, Fuang Hao, and Trin Vien were below. Trin Vien reminded Yi Ning, until the Marshal returns, you are not allowed to go anywhere, and you are not to leave our site for even a single step. Your family has also been placed under the protection of 09 and Min La. Yi Ning asked curiously, is that Lu Hai's son guy really that terrifying? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Fuang Hao answered in a solemn tone, Yi Ning, you don't understand. Lu Hai's son was among the first group of people to survive when the apocalypse broke out. Lu Hai's son was once one of the deputy marshals in charge of the Northern War Zone Command. He held the same rank as me. No, based on the military system back then, his rank was even higher than mine, and he was the most renowned successor to the marshal at the time. Unlike Lu Thian-min, he is a veteran peak Tier 3 master. I grew up listening to legends about him. Hearing this, the boy asked, a real peak Tier 3? You mean Lu Thian-min wasn't? Fuang Hao explained. In reality, Lu Thian-min was basically a high-level Tier 3, but because of his special innate ability, his combat power was comparable to a peak Tier 3. That's why he always claimed to be at the peak of Tier 3. But I'm sure you know the difference between the real deal and a fake, right? The boy silently calculated. If he had to face Lu Hai's son in his current state, he'd probably have to bet his life on it. The remaining sword skills that didn't consume energy were Nanjian, Diem La, and Fan No, and he had enough energy left to unleash one more Thum Yin Zung Kitch. Just then, Trin Vien reassured him. But you don't have to worry. With Fuang Hao and me here, even if Lu Hai's son comes, he won't be able to touch you. Fuang Hao also added, you just finished a fight, so go get some rest first. Yi Ning replied, yes, sir. Yi Ning sat cross-legged and began to condense the energy he had lost. First, he had to use spiritual light to quickly restore his physical and mental strength. If Lu Hai's son arrives, I can use this ability to absorb the damage. Watching his recovery, Trin Vien couldn't help but be amazed. What a bizarre way to rest. Fuang Hao, beside him, was also surprised. This energy. It feels like some kind of restorative repair equipment. Meanwhile, in the sky above, high-speed aircraft were flying towards the capital city. The citizens below were in an uproar. It's 3 o'clock. Why is there such a rumbling sound? Look up there. There are so many fighter jets. Why are so many Tier 3s being mobilized? Are zombies attacking the city? The capital defense team below also saw the fighter jets appear. Hoang Tun frowned and asked, how much longer until Lu Hai's son arrives, and how many people is he bringing with him? Then Mi looked at the screen and replied hastily, he'll reach the capital's no-fly zone in 7 minutes. There are a total of 40 Tier 3s, including 6 high-level, 14 mid-level, and 20 low-level. Hearing this, Hoang Tun growled, what about the other armies? Are there any signs of infantry being mobilized? Ning shook his head, no movement for now. There were signs of troops gathering earlier, but old Lu Hai's son stopped them. Hoang Tun thought to himself, that cunning old fox. He clearly wants to build momentum to pressure us, yet he still has to pretend he's considering the bigger picture. Han Dat said loudly, it's a good thing he's not mobilizing troops. Otherwise, with just a few of us, we wouldn't be able to hold them off. What the hell is going on? Hoang Lan spat out angrily. Isn't it all because of that punk Yi Ning? Ever since the Awakened appeared in Daixia, there have been so many geniuses, but has any of them caused trouble everywhere they go like him? If it weren't for the army's protection, he would have died 10,000 times over. And now, look, after he killed Lu Tianming, we're the ones who have to clean up the mess he made. Hoang Tun shouted, that's enough, brother Hoang. The commander-in-chief only asked us to delay Lu Hai's son for a little while. Hoang Lan sneered, clean up what? With just us? You're thinking way too much. His face darkened as he thought to himself, he killed my best friend, Lu Tianming, and cost me everything. Yi Ning, a snot-nosed brat who's still wet behind the ears. On what grounds does he get this kind of protection? This world is so unfair. At the same time, a voice came from the cockpit of a fighter jet. Report. Lu Hai's son, the capital's no-fly zone is directly ahead. Perhaps we should decrease our speed. It wouldn't be good if this led to a misunderstanding. Inside the cabin, Hai Sun roared in fury. Misunderstanding? A misunderstanding about what? That I, Lu Hai Sun, am a traitor. Full speed ahead. I want to see who dares to stop me. The pilot immediately complied. Roger that. Instantly, warning sirens blared from the ground. Warning, fighter jet B-988 has crossed the restricted air defense line without authorization. Capital Defense Team, scramble immediately. Huang Zun shouted, all soldiers on my command. Activate the air defense system. Deploy fighter jets to intercept them. As for the rest of you, come with me to negotiate. Inside the plane's cabin, someone reported, Lu Hai Sun, we've been intercepted. Should we open fire? He replied coldly. First, let's see what they have to say. Huang Zun approached, his expression tense. Lu Hai Sun, it's so late. Returning from the northern battlefield, you must be exhausted, right? We've already prepared a room for you. Why don't you head to the military district to rest for a while? You can meet the commander first thing in the morning. But Hai Sun was radiating pure, fiery rage. Cut the crap. Where is Ning? Startled. Huang Zun fearfully replied, Ning, you came here looking for Ning? Well, it's like this, Lu Hai Sun. There are some things. Before he could finish, the general roared, I asked you, where is Ning? Now drag that bastard out here for me. What is this? Are you trying to stop me? Or perhaps, Tianming's death had something to do with you people. The sheer force of Hai Sun's presence radiated from him, forcing Huang Zun to try and calmly reply, Please, Lu Hai Sun, calm down. We honestly don't know where Ning is, but please rest assured, the commander will definitely give you an answer. Hearing this, his face darkened. Humph, an answer? The military's answer is to just hide him, isn't it? Just then, Hai Sun received a notification. He smirked victoriously, looking at the info on his system. Ning is in the basement of the National Assembly Hall. Without a second of hesitation, Hai Sun shot straight down. I'm going ahead. You guys power down and track my position to meet me there. Hai Sun's men replied, Yes, Lu Hai Sun. Huang Zun watched Hai Sun's retreating figure and cried out in confusion. What's happening? It seems he already knows. Could someone have leaked the information? At that moment, Huang Lin, standing behind him, smirked and thought to himself, Ning, your time to die has come. Once you're dead, whether our bet is considered a win or a loss will be a different matter entirely. Right then, Hai Sun plunged directly toward the National Assembly Hall. He smashed down from above, breaking through the underground defensive layer. You little brat, get out here and die. Seeing Hai Sun charge directly at Ning, Fang Hao immediately blocked with his arm. Get back. At the same time, Cheng Yuan also stood in front to protect him. Ning, be careful. Ning, behind Cheng Yuan, could feel it too. So this is the power of a peak third tier. It's truly on a whole other level. Fang Hao shouted, Lu Hai, son, you dare to make a move here? Are you trying to stage a rebellion? Hearing this, the general burst out laughing. Ha ha, I never expected to find 2 more Shenmen here. It seems that bastard Li Shuangguo has no intention of getting justice for me. Fang Hao coldly warned him, Lu Hai, son, watch your words. You're crossing a line. Hai Sun roared furiously. Crossing a line? When my son died, why didn't anyone say anything about crossing a line? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. The only line I'm crossing is the one to personally kill Ning. He then smashed the ground around him, sending rock and debris flying. Hai Sun deliberately projected his voice. Tianming, my son, watch closely from the heavens. Your father will now avenge you. At that moment, Hai Sun's voice echoed, Ning, die. Hai Sun launched an incredibly powerful palm strike straight at the 3 of them. Fang Hao immediately shouted, Lu Hai Sun, do you really dare to attack inside the National Assembly? If that's the case, don't blame me for getting rough. Immediately, he activated Azure Dragon's Shining Sun, unleashing a wave of blue energy to clash head-on with Hai Sun's palm strike. The 2 powers collided, creating immense pressure that forced a purple, mud-like substance to drip to the ground, corroding the floor. Seeing this, Ning wondered. Lu Hai Sun's innate spirit energy has a corrosive effect. This old brute is really on a different level than Lu Tianming. But it seems like Uncle Fang just pulled back on his spirit energy. He was only defending, not attacking. I should observe the situation for now before making my next move. Hai Sun pointed forward and yelled, Fang Hao, are you determined to oppose me? Hearing this, Fang Hao frowned and replied, Lu Hai Sun, that's enough. Don't force my hand. The general laughed coldly, threatening, force your hand. If you're not afraid of alienating the older generation, then go right ahead. This made Fang Hao think to himself, now isn't the best time to start a civil war. Besides, if I act ruthlessly, public opinion will turn against me. I have to hold back. But even if I can't use my full power, I can't let anything happen to Yi Ning. Hai Sun roared again. Fang Heo, you think you alone can stop me? Hai Sun unleashed his aurora-splitting slash, and his body instantly split into 4 more figures. They charged forward, surrounding them from all sides and closing in, leaving no escape. Let's see how you protect him now. Seeing this, Fang Heo grew worried. Damn it. How treacherous, Cheng Yuan shouted. Yi Ning, defense is up now. Yi Ning immediately activated his 3-form demon armor, while Cheng Yuan drew 2 spiked maces and roared. Maces, come. He then activated his heavy mace guardian field, forcing 3 of Hai Sun's figures to smash against it relentlessly. Cracks began to spread across the barrier as Cheng Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze resolute. You want to break my defense? With that, he took the offensive, charging forward to unleash his earth-shattering heavenly quake burst, a heaven-shaking tremor that exploded outwards, shattering Hai Sun's figures. Yi Ning watched in amazement, thinking, damn, Uncle Cheng is pretty strong. Well, that makes sense. They're both peak 3rd tier. In a 2-on-1 fight, there's no way they could lose to that old bastard. He even taunted from the back. Hey, old man, you're not doing so hot. My defense is wide open over here. This drove Hai Sun mad with rage. Damn it, why is everyone getting in my way? He drew his sword and charged like a wild beast. Let me kill him. I have to kill him. Across from him, Fang Heo shouted, Lu Hai Sun, are you really prepared to die for this? In that case, I apologize in advance. Hai Sun unleashed his sky-dominating void-shattering slash, sending countless purple streaks tearing through the air. Fang Heo countered with his 800 dragon fists, launching a barrage of fiery punches. The powerful fists formed a solid defensive wall. Then, Fang Heo activated myriad fists unite as one. All the fists merged into one giant fist that soared upwards, shattering Hai Sun's attack before swiftly smashing straight into him. It sent him staggering back several meters, carving a long trench in the ground. Witnessing this scene, a thought flashed through Yi Ning's mind. I only knew that Uncle Fang was a top-tier combatant in the Great Xie, but I never imagined he was this powerful. Fang Heo stepped forward and advised in a low voice, Lu Hai Sun, stop now. If you continue fighting, you'll lose all face. But Hai Sun just screamed, stop. My son's body isn't even cold, and you're telling me to stand down. Just then, reinforcements arrived from a distance. Lu Hai Sun, we're here. Hai Sun laughed triumphantly and gave the order, excellent timing, kill Yi Ning for me. The soldiers immediately charged forward, shouting in unison, yes, General. On the other side, Fang Heo roared, do you people have any idea what the crime for proactively attacking a commissioner is? It's treason, punishable by death. The advancing reinforcements quickly hesitated and stopped, but from below, Hai Sun continued to command. The consequences for killing one measly honorary commissioner. I can still handle that much. Kill him. While fending them off, Fang Heo ordered, Cheng Yuan, get Yi Ning out of here. Break through the encirclement. I'll hold them off. Cheng Yuan swung his mace, knocking the reinforcements back, and said, Yi Ning, follow me. I'll get you out of here. Yi Ning felt his spiritual power surge. Weren't these 3rd-tier fighters the perfect sacrifice for his divine wrath? And with his psychic shockwave added in, not a single one of you bastards is getting away today. He asked loudly, Uncle Cheng, if I slaughter all these people today, does it still count as self-defense? Cheng Yuan was stunned. What? After speaking, Yi Ning raised his sword, his aura flaring, and activated his psychic skill. Just as he was about to unleash it, a resounding roar came from the distance. Everyone, stand down. He immediately stopped and turned around. What powerful pressure. That's a marshal. At that moment, Li Xuanguo walked in with a cold expression. Li Xuanguo said grimly, Old Lu Hai Sun, it's been a while. Why don't we move somewhere else to talk? The military will give you an explanation. Hearing this, Hai Sun roared. An explanation? What explanation? I don't believe that Yi Ning alone could have killed Tianming. Hand over everyone who was involved. I want them to pay with their lives. But Li Xuanguo held out a video recording, Old Lu Hai Sun. Yi Ning and Lu Tianming's fight was a fair death match, and we have the video to prove it. From the very beginning, the life and death arena has no rules. You, of all people, should be well aware of that, shouldn't you? Hai Sun immediately slapped the device to the ground and yelled, I don't give a damn about rules or no rules. Tianming held back for the sake of the bigger picture. But that brat used dirty tricks to land a ruthless blow. Li Xuanguo's brow furrowed in anger as he shouted, You. But Hai Sun cut him off. How ridiculous. I, Lu Hai Sun, have bled for this country. For 30 years, I have performed great deeds for Huaxia. My son was loyal and worked hard for the nation. only to be bullied by children and the military. I just want to ask one thing. On what grounds can this brat be compared to my son? What has he ever contributed to this country? On what grounds are you all protecting him? I won't accept it. I won't accept this. At this, Ning spoke up. Great deeds for the country? You won't accept it. You really have some nerve. Liu Tianming was corrupt and abused his power. He obstructed the rescue mission at the East Sea, stole my resources, and framed my subordinates. Why don't you mention any of those things? Let me tell you something. That old geezer, Liu Tianming's death was well-deserved. Moreover, even if I had to do it 100 times, 10,000 times over, I would still kill that useless trash. When he fails, he blames the circumstances. You just think your son is so great that I couldn't possibly have killed him, don't you? Fine. How about you and I have a death match right now? Do you dare to accept? At that moment, seeing Ning's aggression, Hai Sun pointed his sword at him and roared, "You animal, you have the guts to say that one more time." Ning also raised his sword and shouted, "Say it again? Are you getting deaf in your old age? Do you accept the death match or not? I'll even let you bring 10 more people. I'll take on all 11 of you by myself." The old man, enraged, charged forward with his sword. "You animal. If you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish." Fang Heo ran out to stop them. "Both of you, stop." He then used his domain, War God's Bind, sealing Hai Sun, causing him to roar in fury. "Fang Heo, you." Ning also stopped, flared up in anger. "Uncle Fang, don't stop me. This is the perfect chance to kill this old dog." Fang Heo shouted, "Ning, stop causing trouble." Inside the barrier, Hai Sun frantically swung his space-breaking slash. He created purple sword trails to shatter the shield. Just then, Li Shuangguo threw out a scroll and shouted, "All of you, stop. This is the National Assembly. You are not permitted to fight here." The scroll immediately transformed into a sealing barrier, immobilizing them. From inside the cage, Ning's voice still echoed out. "I've already said it. A deathmatch is a deathmatch. Let's declare it now before all of Huaxia, and head to the martial arts arena. Old dog, do you dare accept?" On the other side, Hai Sun also roared, "You little animal, don't think for a second I don't dare to kill you. If you've got the guts, let's arrange it right now. Whoever's scared is the other's grandson." Just then, Jiping received a message through his earpiece and walked over to whisper to Li Shuangguo, "Marshal, I just received a message from the secretary. According to 009's records, it seems Ning summoned a 4th-tier shadow." Li Shuangguo was startled. "What?" Then, he retracted the scroll and announced, "Since you both wanted deathmatch, then I'll just say the hard truth. The two parties voluntarily agree to a duel to the death. Life and death are not to be questioned, and no revenge shall be sought afterward." Ning thought to himself, quite surprised. Why did the commander suddenly have a change of heart? Doesn't he care about the bigger picture anymore? Well, this is good too. With the government backing me, I'll have the advantage no matter what. On the other hand, Hai Shan started to feel uneasy. He thought, something's not right. This Li Shuangguo guy originally came to protect that Ning kid, but now he's actually agreeing to a deathmatch. Could it be that this Ning has some trump card I don't know about? Or is the military setting a trap? Someone from behind reminded him. "Lu Hai Sun, don't fall for that brat's trick. He's targeting the fact that you're injured right now, and your spiritual energy is almost depleted." Hearing his trusted subordinate's analysis, Hai Shan grew more complacent. "You little brat, out of respect for the commander, I'll send you on your way in 3 days. I'll let you live a little longer for these next couple of days." With that said, they flew up, creating small explosions. They soared high into the air and left. Hai Shan said, "Let's go." Ning was left stunned. What the hell? They just ran away like that? Seeing this, Li Shuangguo stood by, smiling to himself. This old fox. He walked over and patted his shoulder. "Ning, come to my office tomorrow morning. For today, just get some rest and recover." He turned and replied, "Yes, sir." Then he thought to himself, 3 days might seem like a turning point, but it's actually not good for me. Activating God's wrath in a life or death duel is too difficult. A one-on-one fight is not as effective as fighting a crowd. Fortunately, I still have one sword skill slot. I need to quickly learn an S-rank sword skill. That's the plan. Back at Ning's residence, Wang Tian ran over from a distance. "Sir Ning, you're finally back." Ning reminded him, "Let's go to the study, so my family doesn't worry." Once inside the room, Wang Tian excitedly handed him the information. "Sir, this is our profit from this time. After deducting the system tax, the total is 377 billion. 240 billion of that is in credit points, and the rest is in equipment, skills, items, and even servitude contracts. With this much money, it will take roughly a month to liquidate it all into cash." He read the report and said with a smile, I see. Everyone has worked hard. From this amount, 1 billion goes to Chen Kailai, 1 billion to Xiao Hai, and 1 billion goes to you. Hearing this, Wang Tian exclaimed in shock. 1 billion? Isn't that too much? Yining smiled and explained. Compared to the money everyone won, this amount is nothing. Just accept it with peace of mind. Tears of joy streamed down Wang Tian's face. Sir, following you is truly the best decision we've ever made in our lives. He said, with this money, on one hand, it will be enough to fund Sun Licheng's extraordinary plan. On the other hand, you'll recruit talents in the field of aircraft carrier construction. Also, as I've said before, recruit a group of refugees from the East China Sea as soon as possible. I hope to assemble a team ready for deployment within 2 months. Wang Tian immediately complied. Understood. Yining continued, oh, right. Help me check and see if we can acquire any S-rank sword skill books. An S-rank sword skill, Wang Tian was a bit surprised. A sword skill? I remember a private faction contacted me saying they wanted to use an S-rank sword skill to pay off a 900 million debt, but 900 million seemed too absurd, so I didn't agree at the time. Hearing this, Ning asked, and then what? Contact him right now. Tell him to bring the sword skill here tomorrow for me to inspect. If it's suitable, 900 million is not a problem. Wang Tian replied, understood. I'll get on it right away. The next day, at the marshal's office, Ning opened the door and walked in. Marshal Li Shuangguo looked over and said in a grave voice, you're here. Have a seat. Ning, I called you here for 2 reasons. One is about Lu Haitian. What's the other matter? He wondered. Lu Haitian, Marshal, are you having second thoughts? Are you trying to convince me to give up the fight? I'm sorry, but my mind is made up. Li Shuangguo sighed softly. Just hear me out, Ning. I don't want to stop you. There are some things you weren't qualified to know, but now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to tell you the truth. First, in the Huaxia region, there are actually 93 Tier 3 peak individuals. Hearing this, Ning asked in shock, what? Weren't we told that even including the remote border regions, the entire country only had about a dozen such people? He explained. In reality, if you include the Tier 3 peak individuals hiding among private forces, that number is even higher. Ning got to the main point. How many of these peak strategic level powerhouses are there? If so, the war in my past life shouldn't have been so disastrous. Li Shuangguo replied, Ning, you are still too young. Much of what your generation knows has been hidden. More than 60 years ago, when the apocalypse first began, Huaxia indeed had fewer than 10. But ever since the Awakened appeared, our power has grown exponentially. Around the 13th year, safe zones were established in various locations. By the 30th year, our population had surged to over 700 million, and the number of Awakened had even surpassed 20 million. Tier 3 peak individuals also began appearing continuously, and by the 40th year, their number had exceeded 100. Hearing this, Ning spoke up. That's not right. Based on that development trend, why is Huaxia getting weaker and weaker now? Li Shuangguo asked him, Ning, have you heard the story of the 33 Tails of Silver? In this world, it's not just zombies that eat people. People do it too. Those 33 Tails of Silver were a type of tax from an ancient dynasty. It was the amount a person had to pay over their entire lifetime. It was a cruel, insidious, and extremely sophisticated method of oppression that, while squeezing out as much surplus value as possible from a person, also encouraged them to work their hardest, making them falsely believe they could live a better life if they just worked hard enough. Similarly, this law of taxation also appeared after the apocalypse, and it all originated from the first group of Tier 3 peak individuals. When the zombie situation became relatively stable, the corruption of power began to appear over the next 30 years. The resources accumulated by the military were almost completely plundered by those very same individuals from the first generation of Tier 3 peaks. They are the families that sit atop the entire war zone, leeching it dry. This weakened the military's combat strength and depleted its financial resources. A vicious cycle. Ning listened, then slammed his hand on the table in anger, sucking the military dry. And then those people started to oppress and exploit the survivors, right? Seizing spirit ores, shutting down industries, even preventing the distribution of awakening potions to the lower classes. And you all never once fought back. Li Shuangguo replied, Of course we fought back. We even launched a great war among the Tier 3 peaks more than 10 years ago, but unfortunately, we failed. After that, your assassination forced the old chief to step down, and the first generation of Tier 3 peaks retreated into the background along with him. I had to endure years of humiliation to finally reach my current position. Ning asked, If you have such great ambitions, why didn't you do anything after taking office? Li Shuangguo explained, Because most of my authority was stripped away. I have the will, but not the means. Let me give you an example. Do you remember the last Asian Continental Instance dungeon? It's not that there weren't suitable Tier 3 individuals to enter before you, but without exception, they all refused. This is their way of pressuring us. If we want them to act, we have to pay a corresponding price. Ning growled. They act for their own selfish interests but refuse to provide any strategic support. They even force the military to divide its forces and hold back for the sake of the bigger picture. They're targeting me. It's because I've upset the balance. Li Shuangguo frowned and replied, "That's right. Lu Tianming and Lu Haishan both belong to the old guard." He thought to himself, the military I saw in my past life was probably the final result of a war between these two factions. That's why there were so many top-tier strategists I never even met. Li Shuangguo said loudly, "Ning, killing Lu Haishan represents the complete eradication of the old guard's power. Look at me and tell me, your current combat strength is on par with a peak. Tier 3, isn't it? Your innate talent is definitely not what you claimed it was, right?" Ning hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "You're asking what I'll have to face if I get involved?" He immediately explained. "In this national war, each country will send at least 6 peak Tier 3 individuals. If the old guard doesn't send anyone, the military can only dispatch a maximum of 4 peak Tier 3 fighters." His eyes filled with firm determination. "So if I kill Lu Haishan, then in the national war 1 month from now, I'll have to fight at least 2 peak Tier 3 warriors. That's a price Ning, can still handle." Li Shuangguo sat on the table and said, "I'm not asking for too much. As long as you can hold the enemy back, our loss won't be too devastating. As long as our ranking isn't too low, the system's penalty is something we can still endure." Ning smiled and clenched his fist, saying, "Commander, I have faith in my own strength a month from now." Hearing this, he smiled in praise. "Excellent. I knew I didn't misjudge you." Cutting to the study in Ning's house, Uncle Wang ran over from a distance to inform him. "The sword skill has arrived. Please take a look, sir." Hearing this, he was overjoyed. "Perfect." Ning held the book and smiled. "Sword of Judgment. That's a pretty badass name." At that moment, the information for the Sword of Judgment appeared. S-Rank. Skill effect. After consuming 6,000 points of spiritual energy and mental strength, it will maintain the power of judgment for 3 seconds. During that time, you will gain lock-on, stealth break, and tracking effects. Following that, it also inflicts attacks with armor-piercing, high temperature, crushing, suppression, and melting effects. This skill can attack both spiritual energy and physical matter, and is immune to 50% of total spiritual defense attributes. Its speed is 3 times the speed of sound. Even if the target dies mid-activation, the attack will continue. He looked at it for a moment and thought, the effects are too good, especially the stealth-breaking ability. It makes all of an opponent's hiding abilities useless. The supersonic attack guarantees a 100% hit rate, and this 3-second judgment is just like God's wrath. That's just disgustingly powerful. Ning's eyes widened in shock. "Wait a minute, does that mean this skill is as amazing as God's wrath? If I use the Sword of Judgment first, and then stack 2-dimensional shockwaves on top of it, wouldn't I be able to stack even more during those 3 seconds of judgment?" He smiled and said aloud, "Uncle Wang, I'm keeping this sword skill." Hearing that, the old man grew worried. "Are you sure, sir? That's 900 million. This sword technique doesn't seem practical at first glance. Otherwise, he would have used it a long time ago." However, Ning just smiled confidently. "I'm sure. It's fine. You can go back to your work." Uncle Wang said softly, all right then." He then went outside and closed the door. Ning immediately activated his spiritual power, soundproof barrier. He quickly touched the book in his hand. Sword skill, learned, system, enhance. Immediately, streams of blue spiritual energy began to rise. Sword skill enhancement successful. Current sword skill is Final Judgment, SSS-RANK. Seeing this, Ning was astonished. Final Judgment. This display panel looks different than before. It looks pretty sinister. At that moment, the streams of spiritual energy turned red, and the system window appeared. Activation conditions. Consume 40,000 points of spiritual energy and 20,000 points of mental strength. The skill will be released when stamina is at 70%. If any of the physical stat requirements are not met, the cost will be deducted from life points. After a successful deduction, you will enter the first judge form. He let out a soft laugh. Besides God's wrath, these have to be the harshest activation conditions I've ever seen. At that moment, all the effects of the first judge appeared. All stats plus 10. Effect 2 increases movement speed. Effect 3 reduces damage taken by 50%. Effect 4 causes attacks to create explosive effects, and Effect 5 suppresses all enemies you are attacking. Effect 6 is a forced lock-on. After seeing this information appear, Ning couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Holy crap, this thing has so many effects. It's way too overpowered." And this is only the first form of the Arbiter. Next was the system window for the final Arbiter. Its skill was that after locking on with its judgment, within 3 to 10 seconds, it can unleash the Divine Punishment attack. Divine Punishment is an invisible sword that deals unseen, but massive damage to the target. Witnessing its stats, Ning smiled. Isn't this Divine Punishment just like Divine Wrath? This enhancement effect is stronger than ever. It's 10 times stronger than Dao Tian. As expected, the higher the base 3rd rank level, the better the enhancement effect. He then put it away and headed elsewhere. Now, I wonder how powerful it really is. I'll have to find an expert to test it on. The scene changes to another location. At the military district's underground training ground, he was now standing before Fang Hao. Fang Hao looked annoyed. "Ning, you brat. Do you think I'm some kind of pushover? Why did you come looking for me instead of Cheng Yuan?" He replied with a smile. "Uncle Fang, it's because you are the strongest. Sparring with you will give me more confidence when I have to face Lu Haitian." Hearing this, he smiled confidently. "That's true. Among the elites of Huaxia, my strength is definitely in the top 10. It's no exaggeration to say that on a real battlefield, I could kill Lu Haitian in under 10 seconds. You probably wouldn't last even 1 second against me. So, think carefully." Ning didn't say another word and just gripped his sword. "Uncle Fang, I want to try." Fang Hao didn't waste any more words and said, "All right, kid, then come at me." Immediately after, he yelled, "Spirit Energy Pressure." A stream of blue spirit energy erupted towards Ning's red spirit energy. Feeling its power, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's a peak tier 3 powerhouse. This spiritual pressure is incredible. On the other side, Fang Hao beckoned tauntingly. "Of course it is. Ning, you make the first move. Even though I'm not a defense type, if you can manage to damage me, even just a little, that'll be enough for you to take on Lu Haitian." Without hesitation, Ning gripped his sword and charged forward. "Then here I come." He immediately unleashed a series of sharp slashes. Sword flow storm. Seeing this, he cried out, "Damn, I wasn't even done talking." So Fang Hao quickly threw up his defenses. "But I've got to admit, I like this personality of yours. You just go right for it. Azure Scale Strong Shield." Instantly, the attacks slammed right into the defensive shield. An area of effect attack. For a mid-tier 3, this level of damage is already extremely powerful. He held up one hand to block, saying, "If an ordinary high-tier warrior was hit by all of these attacks, they probably wouldn't be able to take it. But this kind of attack can't break through my defense." Immediately after, a pillar of light shot straight up. "You're still a long way off." Azure Scale Shock. Fang Hao smiled challengingly. "Ning, is this all you've got? Bring it out. Use that disappearing trick from last time." Hearing this, Ning didn't hesitate. Dimensional Impact. Fang Hao looked up and remarked, "He really vanished?" Suddenly, Ning dove down rapidly. "My apologies, Uncle Fang. If we're going to simulate a real battle, then I have to fight seriously." Ning rushed in, adding, "Although I have faith in your strength." He then suddenly appeared from behind. "I'm also very curious if Dimensional Impact can actually affect a peak tier 3. On the other side, Fang Hao was shocked. "I can't sense his aura at all. This isn't a stealth ability. Like I thought before. Why do I feel like I'm being attacked? What the hell is going on?" Instantly, his entire body radiated with spirit energy. "This move is too bizarre. I can't be careless." Azure Dragon Tornado. Double defense. Activate. At the same time, Ning also activated his skill. Dimensional Impact ×2. He appeared behind Fang Hao, who only caught a glimpse of him at that moment. He appeared and then vanished again. Is this just like when he killed Lu Tianming? Immediately after, Ning appeared from below. Elemental Wind Blade. Arctic Chill. 3,000 slashes. Then, sharp slashes appeared all around Fang Hao. Seeing this, he was astonished. A second disappearance. And there are faint signs of spirit energy fluctuations around me. It feels like there are hidden sword auras all around, just waiting to explode at the last second. Fang Hao was on high alert. That's right, this is a delayed burst attack. I finally understand how Lu Tianming died. Fang Hao looked around. What's next? A mental impact? Or maybe a spirit energy disruption, causing both techniques to explode at the same time my energy stalls and break through my defenses, he shouted out. This combo chain is truly sharp and hard to defend against. But this level of swordsmanship isn't enough to break my defenses. Just then, Ning suddenly appeared from above and charged, shouting, "Break!" His attack pierced into the inside of his defensive barrier. Fang Hao instantly realized, what is this? Not bad. Kid. This looks like a chaotic flurry of slashes, but kid, every single strike is hitting a weak point, he said while blocking the attacks. And there's even a slash coming from the inside out, or a condensation. Immediately, Fang Heo shouted, Heavenly Aegis body, fortified key burst. He looked around and let out a breath. Kid, to think you could drain this much of my spirit energy. With this kind of power, it's no surprise Lu Tianming died. Fang Heo laughed, but what a shame. It seems you're not using mental impact on me. What? Are you afraid I can't take it? Let me tell you something. Even if I took another mental impact, you still wouldn't be able to break through my second layer of defense. He continued to taunt. Can't do it? At this rate, the most you'll be able to do is injure Lu Haitian. He raised his sword and said, I know this move probably can't kill Lu Haitian, but what about this one? Yi Ning immediately leaped high into the air. Brilliant red lines of spirit energy, like daggers, prepared to launch. Final judgment. A spectral image appeared behind him. It looked absolutely terrifying. Final judgment. Fang Heo looked up in astonishment. What kind of phantom is this? Damn, this phantom is terrifying. Immediately after, Yi Ning slashed downwards. Uncle Fang, take this. The sword struck straight down on his defensive barrier. Fang Heo quickly activated his Azure Scale-strong shield body, but the shield instantly shattered, knocking him backwards. Right after, Fang Heo immediately activated another defensive layer. Ascending Dragon Defense, block it. Yi Ning quickly rushed in with another slash, and the sword instantly cut through, shattering all of Fang Heo's defenses. He knelt on one knee and said, You're good, kid. I'm one of the 4 great vice commanders, and yet you're actually suppressing me. Fang Heo laughed with excitement. From now on, I won't be holding back anymore. At that moment, he became truly serious. Instantly, an Azure Dragon appeared behind him. Azure Dragon stance. Yi Ning also quickly brought his sword down, seemingly locking Fang Heo within a binding circle. Huh? Am I being restrained by some mysterious power? But he didn't hesitate, immediately raising his fist. Azure Dragon, Mighty Fist. Feeling the pressure of this spiritual energy, Fang Heo buckled. What? I can't break free? Am I locked in place? Then, Yi Ning suddenly appeared behind him. Raging Flame, Heaven Splitter. Fang Heo was startled. So fast. Immediately, he created a defensive barrier to block it. Against Yi Ning's attack, Fang Heo was now forced to use his full strength to block the sword. Immediately after, he was knocked backward. Fang Heo, brimming with excitement, said, Haha, you little punk. You actually managed to injure me. What is this power? You still have a sword you haven't swung, don't you? Yi Ning stood his ground and replied, Yes. He thought to himself. According to the description, divine punishment is monstrously overpowered. Even if it can't kill Uncle Fang, it could still severely injure him. Seeing this, Fang Heo was confused. What's with that look on your face? Are you afraid you'll kill me? He then conceded, saying, All right, fine. You wait here. I'll go get the marshal. Hearing this, Yi Ning smiled smugly. Looks like killing Lu Haitian won't be a problem at all. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Wang Tian. The person on the other end spoke, Lord Yi Ning, I've just received some news. There's been a problem with Sun Lisheng's Transcendent project. Hearing this, Yi Ning exclaimed in shock. What? The scene changes to Research Lab 7, where everyone was standing outside the door. Seeing him, they rejoiced. Commissioner Yi Ning, you've come at the perfect time. A man at the forefront walked over worriedly. I am senior researcher Zhao Yu. Sun Licheng causes more than a dozen explosions a day. He's a con man. You can't let him fool you anymore. Hearing this, he remained calm and asked, Where is Sun Licheng? Zhao Yu pointed inside and said, He's in there, amidst all the smoke. He was tied tightly to a chair. As soon as he saw Ye Ning, Sun Licheng cried out, Commissioner Ye Ning. Seeing him like this, he turned and asked them, Did you all tie him up? Zhao Yu immediately answered, That's right, he's a fraud. If this keeps up, sooner or later he's going to blow up the entire institute. Zhao Yu added, I heard that you previously approved tens of millions in funding for this liar to conduct his research. Our institute has plenty of talented people. Why not let us handle it? That money just went up in smoke. He's infuriating. Sir, you have no idea. He's burned through 9 million of your money in just 2 weeks. Sun Licheng panicked when he saw him approaching with a sword. Commissioner Yi Ning, please, let me explain. Behind him, Zhao Yu continued to list his crimes, not to mention the equipment he's destroyed that could be worth up to 10 million alone. But unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, Yi Ning suddenly swung his sword. Afterward, he checked on Sun Licheng. Are you all right? The ropes binding him had been cut. He stammered, I'm fine. Seeing this, Zhao Yu shouted angrily, Commissioner Yi Ning, he's not doing any research at all. He's just wasting resources. If we hadn't rejected his request for more materials, the losses would have been even greater than you can imagine. But he just said coldly, saving me money, you say? Ning asked coldly, when was his funding cut? Xiao Yu answered, 3 days ago. And yet yesterday, he went to the warehouse to steal. Scientific research is a serious art, but he's just a useless janitor from the Research Institute, he added, pointing at Sun Licheng. Ask him if he's had any professional training. Who taught him? Does he even have any credentials? I bet his own spiritual power is what caused the explosion. He probably embezzled the funds. Hearing this, he cried out in a panic, no, I didn't. I didn't embezzle anything. Sun Licheng immediately fell to his knees on the ground. Before Ning, Lord Ning, I don't understand why we were short either. If the next batch of materials fails again, then I'll pay for it with my own life, all right. But he just smiled and pulled him up. It's fine. A few tens of millions is honestly nothing. I don't blame you. Hearing this, Sun Licheng stammered, sir, what did you just say? Ning just smiled. I said, get up. I believe in you. Will another 1 billion be enough for you? If not, then 10 billion. At these words, his eyes welled up with tears as he said, I. Xiao Yu, watching from the side, was stunned. What is this? He then continued to speak. Commissioner Ning, don't you understand what we're saying? Just hand this research over to us. I guarantee results within a year. The people behind him chimed in, that's right, he's a liar. We're the ones who are actually qualified. He then stepped closer to him and added, Ning, forgive me for being blunt, but you don't understand technology. It's only natural for you to be deceived. But if you admit your mistake and correct it, we would be more than happy to accept your funding. Just leave it to us, and you'll get a cut of the profits. That's right, Xiao Yu is correct. But just then, a wave of spiritual energy erupted with overwhelming pressure. Silence. Everyone else was terrified and immediately fell to the ground. Ning looked at them and said, good. Don't think for a second I don't know what you're up to. The people with real talent will be following the professors to research new technology. The ones plotting against each other, here are just a bunch of frauds trying to cash in. Hearing this, Xiao Yu shot back, unconvinced, Ning. I know you're good at fighting, but what do you know about technology? It's true. When it comes to technology, no one beats us frauds. He stubbornly continued, the thing I hate most is muscle-headed brutes like you. What can you do besides threaten people? You've been had, and you won't even admit it. Are you that afraid of losing face? Idiot. Unbelievably stupid. Hearing this, Ning didn't hesitate and swung his sword. Haha, so much for your brave image of defying authority. Did you think saying that would earn you my praise? Only then did Xiao Yu realize his mistake and back away in fear. What are you doing? Ning just smiled and stepped closer. Since you have so much courage, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, die by my sword, and I'll hand the project over to you. 2nd, pack your things and get out immediately, and don't ever work at this research institute again for the rest of your life. He was stunned by this. I continued, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't say anything, I'll choose for you. 3, 2. At that moment, Xiao Yu stubbornly said, I'm just a researcher. How could I possibly resist? Before he could finish, Ning had already sent the guy flying. Got it. You chose the 2nd option. Then, he turned to the others. And what about the rest of you? They immediately turned and ran, shouting, we resign. Sun Licheng, standing behind him, was still in shock. Commissioner Ning, Ning just smiled at him. Hey, from now on, try to be more confident and decisive, all right? I'll have your back no matter what. What are you afraid of? The scene changes. At the marshal's office, Fang He rushes in. Marshal, something big has happened. I've discovered that Ning has another trump card. Look at my wound. He can actually kill Lu Haixin with that. We have to make the first move. Li Xuanguo listened and replied calmly. I understand, but you won't be able to kill Lu Haixin. Hearing this, he was confused. Why is that? Li Xuanguo replied, Lu Haixin has cancelled the deathmatch. Fang He was shocked. He added, the deathmatch was cancelled, but they've resorted to a more forceful method to ensure Ning's death. Hearing this, Fang He was taken aback. What do you mean? After things had settled down, Ning noted that based on Sun Licheng's current progress, the superhuman project could be successful in less than 3 months. By roughly the end of the year, the Huaxia war zone's strategic position would be greatly improved. By then, the skyship would also be taking shape. Unfortunately, after I kill Lu Haixin, the old faction will make a move. I can't act alone anymore. The national war is a battle between 2 pinnacles, and with my current strength, I can barely even compete. Even though the marshal is prepared, the penalties the system imposes for losing a national war are tied to the very fate of the country. This includes limitless penalties like reducing the birth rate of awakeners, increasing the number of monsters in the war zone, and geological disasters. The national war is something the system forces upon all nations. Refusing to participate is equivalent to a total defeat. Although we can endure the penalties for a while, the chain reaction will directly affect the severity of the next catastrophe. In the past, the Great Xiao was destroyed by natural disasters, foreign invasions, and internal strife. I absolutely cannot allow the same mistake to happen again. To minimize natural disasters and foreign enemies, we must win the national war. Forcing other nations to bear the punishment of fate will cripple them during the national war and flatten them after it's over. The key issue now is what happens after I kill Lu Hessian. How can I avoid being surrounded and attacked by the old faction? 1 month before the national war breaks out, where should I go to level up? Suddenly, the system interface appeared. He said, "Oh, Lin Lan, you managed to escape the demonic battlefield." Lin Lan's voice came from the screen. "Help me kill Ying Long. I know you can do it. It wasn't easy for me to contact you, so promise me right now." He asked, "Where are you?" "Don't tell me you got caught again," she replied. "Stop playing dumb. I already helped you get the materials. You even took the armor set, so are you going to help me or not?" Ying Long had painstakingly killed 100 demons, but not only did he not get the armor set, he also discovered that the dungeon had been destroyed. At that moment, skyscrapers were engulfed in a sea of fire. Seeing no reward appear, Ying Long roared, "Ah, where's my reward? Where's my equipment set? It's fake. It was all fake. Who the hell tricked me?" He angrily grabbed Zhang Ming by the head. "Who the hell is plotting against me?" "Was it you?" Zhang Ming, terrified as his head was being held, replied, "No." Before he could finish his sentence, Ying Long crushed his head. "Damn it, who was it?" He turned to Lin Lan and said, "Miss Lin Lan, what reward did you receive?" She stammered in fear, "Nothing." Tears streamed down her face. "If I hadn't used a little self-harm tactic earlier, I'm afraid I would have been killed too." "Yi Ning, you heartless bastard. You've made me suffer like this. Do you have any conscience at all?" Yi Ning smirked. "Conscience? Oh. Sorry, it hasn't fully developed yet. And the fact that Ying Long didn't kill you means it's definitely not as simple as you say, right?" She replied, "You." Lin Lan said helplessly, "Ying Long didn't kill me because he hasn't found any evidence yet. Are you really going to be this cruel?" Yi Ning replied coldly, "Yes, I am." Provoked, she gritted her teeth in anger. "Yi Ning, you heartless bastard. You've made me suffer so much. Do you have any conscience at all?" He burst out laughing. "Oh, you're not wrong about that. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Lin Lan tried to stop him. "Wait, I really know Ying Long's weakness, his true weakness. If you kill him, you can get enormous benefits from his body." Yi Ning replied, "All right, now that's something worth talking about. What is Ying Long's real weakness? Isn't it that he has no spiritual power?" The reason Ying Long has no spiritual power is because he has an item on him called Blood Shadow. It can instantly convert the will attribute into physical strength. Ying Long isn't actually the peak of Tier 3. He's just a pseudo-peak. His own talent is very poor. His entire combat power depends completely on that item. Yi Ning chuckled to himself. "Is that so? This is truly huge news," he thought, converting will. "Isn't that just like the effect of my Spirit Peace Ring?" However, the Spirit Peace Ring's conversion limit for Tier 3 is 10 points, but the Blood Shadow item has no limit. My current will attribute is much higher than my other attributes. Plus, I have the 3-second 100% boost from my Mind Storm talent. If I can get my hands on that Blood Shadow item, wouldn't my physical body be able to match a true peak Tier 3 expert? He told Lin Lan. "I can kill Ying Long anytime I want, but why does it have to be right now? What do I get out of saving you?" Lin Lan explained, "Ying Long's Blood Shadow artifact has a side effect. Its transformation is irreversible, and I'm the only one who knows how to remove this side effect." Yi Ning replied, "How do I know you're not just lying to save your own skin? Why don't you tell me the method first? Then I'll consider saving you," she retorted angrily. "You bastard. What reason do I have to trust you?" He replied, "I've already killed Lu Tianming. I've also sent people to look after your 2 younger sisters." Hearing this, Lin Lan froze, choking back sobs, unable to speak. "I'll tell you. In my Blood Shadow safe zone, Ying Long murdered my father. The Blood Shadow ability. It was my father's innate talent. That Blood Shadow artifact. It was made from my father's skull." Yi Ning was stunned. "What did you just say? Spell it out for me. Was he your father or Lin Lan's? Isn't your real name Lin Lan?" She sobbed. "Lin Lan is just a disguise I use. The previous Lin Lan was a disguise created by Sister Xiao An for my safety and for intelligence purposes. It's a long story. But to put it simply, I am the real Lin Lan. Kill Ying Long, and the Blood Shadow safe zone is yours. The Blood Shadow artifact will be yours, too, and I, Lin Lan, I will also belong to you. After hearing her long explanation, Ning was satisfied. So that's how it is. Now that the information was confirmed, she continued. I've offered you everything I have. So are you going to save me or not? Ning bluntly cut her off and hung up, saying, let me make some arrangements first. Lin Lan stared at the blank screen, furious and helpless. That bastard. Was that a yes or a no? Ning mused to himself. Even though I am genuinely tempted, it's really a huge hassle at such a critical time. The day after tomorrow, I have a death match with Huaxia. By the time that's over, it'll be too late to help her. Maybe I should ask Uncle Fang to go in my place? He then called Fang Heo, who picked up and immediately said, Ning, something major has come up. I have to rush to the border. You need to go find the marshal, now. He'll explain everything. In the marshal's office, Li Shuangguo said, Ning, Huaxia has called off the death match. At the same time, the old faction warlords have secretly launched a coup. Ning was confused. A secret coup? What do you mean? He explained. West Hua, East Hua, South Hua, plus Puxin, Shancheng, Qinggan, and 12 other military districts are all showing abnormal troop movements. These are all the areas where our control is weakest. Ning asked, is this a clear sign that they're declaring war? Li Shuangguo answered slowly. It hasn't gone that far yet, but the situation is dire. Some of the old Tier 3 powerhouses on the border have resigned, citing health issues or requesting leaves of absence. Ning pressed on. So they're still not ready for an all-out confrontation? Then what is their goal? The marshal replied, their goal is to force our hand. Either we hand you over to be killed, or they'll force us to withdraw from the national war and drag our army back into Daxia. Ning asked curiously, and what did you all choose? The marshal said, Ning, don't worry. We've chosen to back you, and we will stand by that decision to the very end. Ning stood up, turned, and started to walk away. So our predicament now is that we lack a peak-level combatant to participate in the national war, correct? In that case, I'll go by myself. Seeing his attitude, Li Shuangguo angrily slammed his fist on the table. He yelled, Ning, if you think that way, you're playing right into their hands. They just want to force you to die in the national war. Then they'll drag your name through the mud, claiming you died because of your own arrogance. Killing you would be child's play for them. We would rather abandon the national war and play the long game than let anything happen to you. They're pulling this stunt because they're certain we care more about the people than they do. If the pressure gets to be too much, then screw it, I'll just... Before he could finish, Ning cut him off. Marshal, calm down. First of all, I am absolutely going to the national war. And second, I am 100% confident I can handle it. The marshal frowned. Are you serious? Ning clenched his fist and thumped his chest in assertion. Absolutely. But for now, I need you to give me a few high-level Tier 3s immediately. I have to go to the far frontier. Ning thought to himself, once I kill Yinglong and get my hands on that Blood Shadow artifact, my physical combat strength will be on par with a peak Tier 3. The national war, you say? It's nothing more than a gathering of trash tier nations. Just wait until I get back. I'll be able to wipe all of you out by myself. The scene shifts to a desert in Kazakhstan, where Yinglong declares, this is the territory of the Blood Shadow Legion. You're not welcome here. Go back to where you came from. These men were from the Fangkasi. Their leader, Qiqi, spoke up. Commander Yinglong, you people of Huaxia have a saying, don't you? That guests from afar should be treated with hospitality, especially since I've come today to discuss a partnership. Yinglong scoffed. A partnership? Is this partnership you speak of the one where you trespass on my territory and steal from my ore mines? Qiqi replied, it's all a misunderstanding, Commander Yinglong. We had no idea this was your territory. As long as you're willing to cooperate, not only will we compensate you for your previous losses. A second later, he took out a red crystal and said, from what I know, you've always been collecting resources and items that can enhance your will attribute. Although this blood crystal isn't high grade, it's still useful to you. As long as you're willing to share this spirit ore mine with us, we can provide you with a continuous supply of our country's unique blood crystals. Hearing this, the man replied softly, I admit I do need this. Then, his voice boomed, but your goal isn't just the mine, is it? You want to take over this entire place, don't you? This is the border, and there's an army station nearby. You've picked the wrong spot. Qi laughed. The army? They can't even protect themselves. Why must you deceive yourself, Commander Yinglong? Even if the army attacks later, with my country backing you, they won't be able to do a thing. At this, Yinglong unleashed his power. What you call cooperation is treason in the eyes of the army. No matter what, I am an awakened of the Huaxia war zone. The man laughed sinisterly. Ha ha ha, Commander Yinglong, is there a need to be so dramatic? Haven't enough soldiers died at your hands? Treason? In the face of sufficient benefits, what the hell is a country? Then Kei-Chi took out and arranged a small pile of blood crystals. Make a decision. I get 40%, you get 60. With enough blood crystals and our help, establishing your own nation will no longer be a problem. Hearing this, Yinglong was pleased. Now that's more like it. But before we cooperate officially, you must first destroy the construction core to show your sincerity. He agreed without hesitation. No problem. A pleasure doing business with you. Suddenly, Ye Ning's group appeared. Their appearance made the two suspicious of each other. Yinglong said, Kei-Chi, were you planning to kill me? Kei-Chi turned to look at them, shocked. Yinglong, you ambushed me. Yi Ning laid out the plan for everyone. Kill the Blood Shadow Legion first. They obeyed, responding, yes, Commissioner. Seeing the dire situation, Yinglong ordered them to spread out. Activate the Spirit Energy Shield. The arrivals are all high-level Tier 3s, and they're with the army. On the other side, Kei-Chi deduced, they're here for Yinglong. All troops, on my command, fall back and observe. Down below, Yinglong prepared to attack. You dare ambush me, you're courting death. Yinglong pointed his spear. Yi Ning told everyone, danger, dodge now. You guys spread out first and lure away the high-level ones. I'll kill Yinglong with the mid-level fighters. Everyone followed the order. Yes, sir. He closed in on the man and greeted him. Long time no see, Commander Yinglong, eh? Yinglong blocked the blow and asked, who are you? A mid-level Tier 3 punk dares to challenge me. How absurd. I don't care who you are. In my eyes, you're just a dead man. Yi Ning then held up the ring on his hand. If you don't recognize me, you should at least recognize him, right? After that, Li Fugi emerged from the ring. Hello there, little worm. The man recognized him as that Tier 4 NPC. How could an NPC appear in the real world? Yi Ning seized the opportunity to strike. Now's my chance. Strike while your enemy is vulnerable. Dimensional impact. Everything seemed to freeze. He immediately killed all of Yinglong's troops. Dimensional impact, 10-hit combo. Next, he turned to deal with the man. All the remaining time is just for you. He used a new move to finish him off. Raging Flame, Extreme Cold. Right now, Yinglong could only see Ye Ning in the void. He muttered to himself. He disappeared. Was that NPC summoned by him? How could a Tier 4 be turned into a summoned pet by a mid-level Tier 3? That's right, there must be a trick to this. After pondering for a moment, he used all his strength. Full Blood Shadow Release. Full Defense Release. Mental Protection. He charged at Li Fugui. False Body, Deceiving Ghost. Die for me. Seeing this, he cried out to him for help. I'm a goner. Master, save me. At that moment, Ye Ning used the ring to recall Li Fugui, then stretched his hand forward and used a skill. Dimensional Impact, Open. In just a few short seconds, Yinglong saw that his underlings had been taken down. Humph, he grunted. What is this? So it was you who killed all my subordinates in the dungeon. At this moment, Yi Ning was relentlessly slashing at the man, who was protected by his full Blood Shadow Release. The man cried out, Arg! He then proceeded to use another skill, Blood Shadow Defense. Meanwhile, he got into a stance to use a new skill. He shouted, Divine Wrath, Lock, Tier 4 Summon. Immediately after, his figure rushed up from behind him. He commanded, Strike for me. Seeing this, Yinglong hastily used a Tier 4 Phantom Image, adding Blood Shadow Possession and Man and Shadow Unite. But Yi Ning's skill was too powerful for him to resist, so he called out, Kei-Chi, help me. Kei-Chi, standing in the distance, muttered to himself, This move is just too bizarre. If I go help, is this deal really worth it? Seeing this, Yi Ning turned towards Kei-Chi and fired a laser-like skill at him. Mind Blast. You dare help him, then I'll kill you too. He leaned to one side to dodge the attack. Witnessing Ye Ning's destructive power, he muttered, Damn, this kid still has cards up his sleeve. Yinglong is probably a lost cause. I might as well sit back and watch the show, see if I can profit from it. This time, Yinglong had no support. The weapon in his hand shattered, and he fell to the ground. Yinglong struggled to his feet and cast a skill. Zone Sacrifice, Blood God's Descent, protect me. But this skill was also useless. Immediately after, he was slashed across the torso by Yi Ning's Tier 4 summon. He cried out, Arg. Then he fired a Mind Blast beam at him, saying, Here's another Mind Blast for good measure. Yinglong stammered, Impossible. This is the Netherfiend Sovereign Equipment set. And just like that, Yi Ning blew his head off. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned, their minds completely shaken. Kichi seized this opportunity to approach and flatter him. My friend, may I ask your name? How about we become friends and discuss a partnership? He turned back and glared at him. What a coincidence. I was just about to discuss a partnership with you. Kichi said, Brother, I can see you have extraordinary strength. How about joining us? Not only will the compensation be generous, but I can also directly promote you to vice commander. Just sign the contract. Ning replied, Wait a minute, you've got that backward, haven't you? Do you really think you're stronger than Yinglong? You think you can withstand my ultimate skill? Hearing this, the man burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. While I may not be on Yinglong's level, I've at least reached the peak of the 3rd tier. For a mid-tier 3 person to unleash an ultimate skill like that is truly astonishing. But in any case, your spirit energy should be completely drained. He then held out an orb. Purple lightning crackled around it as he continued, I'm a dual class of spirit and agility. Your recent mental attack won't be as effective on me as it was on Yinglong. So, I'll give you a chance to survive. He flashed a sinister smile. Either submit or die. Ning suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. That joke's good enough to make me laugh for the rest of my life. At that moment, a powerful red energy erupted around him. He said, This is hilarious. Who told you I was all out of spirit energy? He thought to himself. Humph. I didn't even use any spirit energy for that last move. Seeing this, Keiichi thought, How is this possible? A mid-tier 3's spirit energy reserves are even greater than a peak tier 3's? Then, Ning leaped high into the air, charging toward him. The Judicator's skill locked Keiichi's men close together, forming an enclosure. In just a few seconds, the orb in his hand dissipated. He was stunned. My Thunder Orb? This oppressive aura. It's different from the move that killed Yinglong. Ning shouted, Now it's your turn to choose. Submit or die. Even then, the man remained defiant. How ridiculous. I am a peak tier 3. How could I possibly submit to someone else? Ning replied, You're not willing. Then and with a single slash, his sword struck the group of men before him. Keiichi's skill was shattered, and he began to plead. No, don't. Wait, just wait a second. Seeing this, Ning retracted the skill on his sword. Oh, then, Keiichi presented a contract, saying, My lord, I admit I'm afraid of death, but honestly, even if I agree to submit, would you truly trust me and feel at ease? Why don't you let us go instead? I can sign a secrecy contract, guaranteeing I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Besides, you can have anything you want. All the equipment and items I have, you can take them all. Ning sheathed his sword and said, You're overthinking things. I have my own way of ensuring your loyalty. Keiichi was curious. What way? Immediately after, he released a surge of green energy. Just answer me. Submit or die. Or, I can severely injure you and then forcibly make you submit. Keiichi stuttered in fear. What is this? Ning replied, No answer means you've chosen the latter option. All of Keiichi's men knelt down and bowed to him. He said, I choose to submit, but in his heart, he was still scheming to survive first and figure things out later. After all, he could break any contract. Then, Ning unleashed his Mind Devourer skill. The equipment set activated, demonic transformation. Instantly, the skill penetrated his head. He cried out in pain, Ugh, ah. His men suffered the same fate. Ning whispered, And as for the rest of you, it's time you had a new master. 2 high tiers, 6 mid tiers, and 8 low tiers. The low tiers can be used as cannon fodder, while the mid and high tiers can be raised as offerings. Once it was done, he and Keiichi's men flew back to the gathering point. They were in a panic. Ah, my lord, why is my beetle gone? Ah, my little Kiki. Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm still a virgin. When Ning's comrades saw him return with a group of strangers, they were surprised. Huh, did something happen to Commissioner Ning? Let's go back and check. He landed on the ground and said, I'm fine. Don't kill these high-level ones just yet. Leave them to me. A comrade asked curiously, Commissioner Ning? He replied, You're no longer needed here. Return to the capital quickly and report to the marshal. They obeyed, Yes, Commissioner Ning. When his comrades left, he began to convert the others. Mind Devourer, demonic transformation. The group was immediately corroded by his skill, crying out from deep within their minds. Ugh, ah. He then held up the ring on his hand and sucked them into the Lingen ring. Ning thought smugly, Having collected quite a lot of spoils, this harvest has been immense. With these offerings on hand, I can use my wrath skill anytime I want. Just then, a sniveling Keiichi walked over to him. Boo-hoo-hoo, my beetle, my little Kiki. Boo-hoo-hoo. Ning slapped him across the face and said, It's just a beetle. What's the big deal? He whimpered. He continued, A peak-tier warrior, and you have no ambition at all. Say one more word, and I'll sew your mouth shut. Open your status panel and take a look. Haven't you become stronger? Qi immediately obeyed. Ah, yes, master. He looked at the screen and said happily, my willpower is a little weaker than before, but my strength and constitution stats have increased a lot. I told you. This is all about compensating for your weaknesses with your strengths. Ning held the ring in front of him and said, all right, for now, return to the storage space. I'll summon you when there's a mission. He obeyed. Yes, master. With that, he sucked them all into the Ling and ring. Inside the storage space, Li Fugi stood with his hands on his hips, lecturing the new minions. New arrivals. First, call me Big Bro. As long as you understand the rules, I'll arrange rooms for you. Outside, Yi Ning returned to Yinglong's body, thinking. According to Lin Lan, the blood shadow item is embedded in Yinglong's back muscles. An energy-powered piece of equipment. It should be easy to find. He stood before Yinglong's corpse, observing it for a moment. Then, he stabbed his sword into the body. A red, triangular object flew into his hand. He guessed. Oh, I think this is it. A notification panel appeared. Unclaimed item obtained. Special grade item. Item effect. 1. Authority break. After equipping, you can extract spirit force from the wielder and convert it into any attribute in a very short time. The upper limit of this conversion can exceed your current tier. Item effect 2. Phantom blood shadow. Can extract spirit force from the body for storage. When used, consumes stored spirit force to resist damage. Maximum damage resistance. 10,000 points. Warning. The blood shadow stored in this item contains an unknown curse. Once equipped, the conversion rate cannot be manually adjusted and can only be passively converted. Yi Ning thought Lin Lan was right. This thing can grant a cross-level transformation. Yinglong, a high-tier tier 3, was able to use it to become a peak-tier expert, and so can I. Yi Ning collected all the useful items from their bodies into his ring. But this curse. The price is indeed steep. I'll put it away for now and talk to Lin Lan later. If the curse can really be broken, wouldn't fighting a peak-tier tier 3 be much easier for me? Then I can use the aberration transformation to create my own legion of peak-tier experts. At that point, winning the national war will be a piece of cake. At Yinglong's villa, Lin Lan, who was locked inside, heard a noise outside. She worried. There are footsteps outside. Who's coming? Is it Yi Ning or Yinglong? Heh, what am I even thinking? It doesn't matter if it's Yi Ning or Yinglong. Whether Yi Ning agreed or not, even if he did come, he couldn't have gotten here this fast. Lin Lan lowered her head and slammed her hand on the ground. Yinglong doesn't allow anyone near this place, so it can only be him, returning. My time is finally up. At that moment, Yi Ning calmly walked into Yinglong's villa. The two guards at the door saw him and stopped him. Halt! Who are you? How dare you trespass on Lord Yinglong's estate? Don't waste time talking to him. Lord Yinglong has ordered that anyone who comes here must be arrested immediately. He held up a command token and said, recognize this? It's the command token Yinglong gave to the Imperial Guard. Inside the cell, Lin Lan sat anxiously, her eyes glued to the door. The moment she saw him walk in, her eyes lit up. Yi Ning. Yi Ning. He carried his sword, smiling playfully. What's wrong? Who did you think it was? With two decisive swings, the shackles on Lin Lan's hands and feet were shattered. It's nothing. I just didn't expect it. Yi Ning dropped the item in his hand, and she recognized it instantly. It was Yinglong. He nodded in confirmation. That's right. Overcome with emotion, Lin Lan covered her mouth and cried, I've finally waited for this day. Memories of that tragic day flooded back to her. Lao Zhang, I'm entrusting Owen to you. Please, do your best to take care of her. Both her mother and father sacrificed themselves to protect their child. Owen, run. Don't look back. Lin Lan clenched the piece of iron in her hand, praying silently. Mom, Dad, that traitor is finally dead. Even though he didn't die by my hands, I still did everything I could. I hope you both can rest in peace. Unable to control her emotions, she lunged forward and hugged him. Thank you, Yi Ning. He coldly pushed Lin Lan away and demanded, if you want to thank me, then tell me how to break the curse on the Blood Shadow artifact right now. She let out a confused sound. Ha. Yi Ning didn't like to wait and urged her impatiently. Hurry up, I'm very busy. Lin Lan's face turned beet red as she stammered, Yi Ning, just looking at the item and guessing. How do you even fix this thing? It's not like in those cheesy novels where it requires a virgin's blood or intercourse, is it? Or maybe you need to resolve your father's lingering resentment? If that's the case, let's save some time. You take the initiative, and let me know when you're done. Lin Lan's face flushed with anger, and she bit her lip, cursing him in her head. How can a man this shameless, clueless, and perverted even exist in this world? Before we do that, I still have another question. Yining replied calmly, what do you want to ask? Or are you just tricking me? Is there actually no way to break the curse? Lin Lan waved her hands to correct herself. No, I'm not tricking you. I can break the curse, but there are some things that are really important to me. At this, Yining finally sat up to listen. So what is it you want to ask? She fired off a series of questions about this place. Yinglong is dead. What do you plan to do with the Blood Shadow safe zone? Will the military take over this place? Will the far reaches be brought under control? Can I meet the person who killed Yinglong? Without answering her right away, Yi Ning threw a few questions back at her. Do you want to return to the Blood Shadow Legion? Do you want to replace Yinglong? Do you want to negotiate terms with me? Or do you want to talk to the military? You're not qualified to negotiate with me. I killed Yinglong for you, and in return, you'll help me break the curse. That makes us even. As for the military, they won't be taking action for the time being. And the great hero you want to meet is as far as the horizon, yet right before your eyes. Hearing this, Lin Lan slowly began to understand. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me. You are the one who killed Yinglong. That's right, Yining confirmed, lifting Lin Lan's chin threateningly. So you'd better not test my patience. Break the curse of your own free will, and then I'll consider whatever it is you want. If you try to use this to blackmail me, I have plenty of ways to force you to comply. No longer arguing, she stated the method plainly. You have to sleep with me. The blood from when I get pregnant can break the curse. He thought she was joking, but it turned out to be true. Does a method this ridiculous really exist? Before they did the deed, Yining gave her a warning. Don't think you can use the child to threaten me later. I have no emotional attachment to it. Besides, waiting for you to get pregnant would take 9 months, wouldn't it? She began to take off her protective gear. No need. When awakened ones conceive, it only takes a day or 2 to give birth. Even though she said that, in her heart she was thinking, damn you, of course this method is a lie. But who told you to be so powerful? To win your heart, I have to resort to this desperate measure. As for the real method, I'll just help you with it secretly. The events that followed were censored by this screen. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Lin Lan couldn't take it anymore and cried out, you bastard, aren't you supposed to be busy? Yi Ning replied sinisterly, let's speed things up a bit. A meteorite seemed to imply that the seed had been planted. All right, for the sake of world peace, I can only sacrifice myself. The gem began to glow. A bolt of lightning struck its core, causing it to burst open. The next day, Yi Ning looked at it with satisfaction. It started to repair itself. In the corner of the bed, Lin Lan lay paralyzed. Unable to move, she dazedly mumbled a few meaningless words. Oh, God of the vast desert, with the blood of my father, may the holy spirits cleanse this defilement and lift the curse. Yining glanced at Lin Lan, already knowing the answer in his heart. Perhaps the real way to break the curse is to use her blood combined with an incantation. But it doesn't matter. As long as the curse is lifted, it doesn't affect me. The gem lit up in the middle of the room. A system notification appeared. Repair complete. Unidentified curse has been removed. Do you wish to select settings? He quickly chose without hesitation. Settings. A massive surge of power entered Yi Ning's body from behind. It was erupting, causing him to let out an uncontrollable Dai Yan Luo roar. Everything in the room practically exploded, and even Lin Lan was sent flying. She was thrown back, slamming hard against the wall. Without hesitation, Lin Lan quickly commanded, Yi Ning, control your spiritual power and retract the blood shadow. Hearing this, he quickly stopped and asked, spiritual power retracted. Are you okay? Lin Lan spoke as if she had just escaped death. Other than you almost blowing me up, I'm fine for now. Why is your blood shadow so much stronger than Yinglong's? Yining found her question strange and reminded her, have you forgotten? I am a naturally awakened will user. My spiritual power is already stronger than other systems. Lin Lan stubbornly argued, but even so, it's impossible for a mid-tier tier 3 to be stronger than a peak tier tier 3. Hearing this, something felt off, so he asked to be sure. A peak tier tier 3? Didn't you say Yinglong was actually just a high tier tier 3? Caught in her lie, she turned her head away to avoid his gaze. Of course, I didn't tell you everything. Besides, I never expected you to actually kill Yinglong. Yining didn't say much, but a simple "oh" was enough to make Lin Lan confess. Fine. The truth is, Yinglong could fight on par with a peak tier tier 3. I was afraid you wouldn't come to save me, so I had no choice but to say what I said. Yining just laughed without saying anything else. So that's how it was? Since you're going to help me break the curse, I won't hold this against you. This is Yinglong's command token. Take it. The Blood Shadow Legion is temporarily under your command. I hope your abilities can match your. Ambition. Lin Lan took it and exclaimed in surprise, "Are you really handing the Blood Shadow Legion over to me?" He had to make it clear to her, "Don't misunderstand. This has nothing to do with any feelings for you. I just need an assistant, or more accurately, a loyal subordinate." Lin Lan stepped forward and asserted, "Besides acknowledging me as your woman and the mother of your child, how else can you confirm my loyalty?" Ning crossed his arms coldly. "Unless there's a contract, I can also make you barren for life and turn you into an aberration that is loyal to me forever." Lin Lan stepped back, her voice still trying to sound bold. "Is this the aberration set? You mean you can turn me into an aberration?" Ning gave a sinister smile, his eyes chilling. "So, would you like to try?" Lin Lan waved her hands, trembling in fear. "No, even without any contract, I would never betray you." Done teasing her, he assigned her tasks. "I have no use for this equipment and these spirit fruits, so take them and use them. Also, I'll leave you some money and a few high-level aberration subordinates to help you manage this frontier region. Furthermore, I'll arrange for 2 people to assist you. One is Lin A. Ru and the other is Tang Hai. With this support and power base, even if news of Ying Long's death spreads, the Blood Shadow Legion won't have to worry about being overthrown." Lin Lan quickly realized his scheme. "You're arranging all of this just to keep an eye on me, aren't you?" "No, wait. You mean you're about to leave the frontier?" Ning nodded without any reluctance, confirming, "That's right. I already told you. I don't have time." She stomped her foot. "This is so frustrating. How can you be so heartless?" Without a word of goodbye or a hint of regret, he silently turned to leave. "That's right. So instead of wasting emotions, you should focus on building a strong foundation. I'll be back to check on things after a while. Don't disappoint me." Lin Lan was heartbroken. Her face crumpled as she wanted to stop him, but couldn't find the words. Ning walked to the gate, calculating to himself, "Now that I have the Blood Shadow, my combat power is now on par with a peak tier. Even without using sword skills before the National War, I can definitely stir up a storm. Whether it's the peak tier 3 transformation, the secret dungeons, or the sword skill equipment, I'll tackle them one by one." Ning walked on, muttering in a low voice, "Before going abroad, I need to make sure the frontier is properly arranged." On the roof of a building, in ruins, a female archer was watching him. She immediately drew her bow and shouted, "Freeze! Who goes there?" He was a little surprised, but instead of being scared, he smiled. Even though they chose a ruined area, the guards aren't slacking off at all. From above, she asked in a stern voice, "Are you here to cause trouble? If so, don't blame me for being impolite." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hold your fire." It startled her, and she immediately called out, "Commander." Down below, Ning also tilted his head to look. Bing Sue pointed directly at Ning and yelled, "He's one of us. He's here to see me. Stand down." Hearing that, she immediately lowered her bow and nodded seriously in compliance. "Yes, Commander." A moment later, Ning looked at Bing Shui with praise. "You've already reached early tier 3 in such a short time, and you've even built a small force of your own." "Oh, well done." Bing Shu replied humbly. "If it weren't for the resources you provided me last time, I wouldn't be where I am today. Enough with the small talk, let's get straight to the point. Who do you need me to kill for you?" Hearing this, he chuckled. "Smart and straightforward. You really have the makings of a queen. However, the current mission isn't about killing someone. Lin Lan has temporarily taken over the Blood Shadow's safe zone. I need you to take your people and find her." Bing Shui was a bit surprised, "So Lin Lan is one of your people too? For her to be able to take over the Blood Shadow, does that mean you killed Ying Long?" Ning asked in return. "You're a smart woman, Bing Shui. So tell me, what happens after you find Lin Lan?" She answered without hesitation, "I'll monitor her. If she is loyal to you and competent, I will help her secure her power. If not, I will kill her in your stead." He smiled, satisfied. "Exactly. See, it's so much easier talking to an intelligent person. Of course, with your current strength and squad, you can't pull that off just yet. So this time, I brought you some equipment, supplies, and money, plus 1 completely loyal mid-level tier 3 subordinate, 8 low-level tier 3s, and 2 high-level tier 3s. That should be enough for you to handle things." The men immediately knelt in unison. "We greet Commander Lin." Bing Shu looked at them and immediately recognized their identities. The Variant Legion. Ning continued, "If these guys still aren't enough for you to handle things, then the 4 people next to Lin Lan, the high-level tier 3s from the Blood Shadow Legion, are also my people." She smiled with an admiring expression, "So thorough, if I'm not mistaken. These people are only completely loyal to you, right?" Ning raised a finger to his lips. "Shh. You can see through it, but don't say it out loud." Bing Shu declared seriously, "Ning, although I find all of this incredible, I'm not going to ask how you did it. I just want to say that I will not betray you. Working with you is the first time in my life I've ever felt so exhilarated. At the Kanglang safe zone, the former commander of the Kanglang safe zone was Mula. Dai Li spoke up. Isn't it just a trade with some outsiders? You're a grown man, and you can't even handle that? You even needed an old man like me to come here. The current commander of the Kanglang safe zone, Kanglang, explained, Please, calm down, father. This matter is truly very important. Tang Hai said. Hakiki insisted that you and your son absolutely had to be present. Furthermore, he said it's not just about trading ore, but equipment as well. Dai Li flashed a sinister smile. Equipment, you say? In that case, I really do need to make a trip. Where is Hakiki and his group? Why aren't they here yet? Just then, the sound of the door opening came from outside. Ning and Hakiki's team entered. He shouted, Commander, old commander, Commander Hakiki has arrived. Beside him, Tang Hai had a beaming face. Brother Kanglang, old commander, it's been a long time. Then, Ning snapped his fingers, shutting the door. Tang Hai froze, asking blankly, Young Master Yi, what are you doing? He replied casually, locking the door to beat the dogs, leaving Tang Hai stunned. Seated above, Dai Li spoke in a cold voice. Hakiki, this subordinate of yours seems to be far too disrespectful. Kanglang chimed in. Just a mere subordinate is already this arrogant. Hakiki, where is your sincerity in this cooperation? But Hakiki just looked towards Ning and said, He is not my subordinate. He is my master. Hearing this, all three of them jumped in shock, exclaiming, What? Immediately after, Ning stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Ning, number 1 on the Huaxia ranking board, an honorary council member. I've come today to take over this safe zone. Kanglang, I hope you all will cooperate. Tang Hai couldn't believe his ears, then thought to himself, Fang Hao, you son of a bitch. You've gotten me killed. What do I do now? What if the commander investigates? Then Tang Hai pretended to fall over, crying out, I have a heart condition, he told himself. I'll just fake it for now and see what happens. At that moment, Kanglang spoke up. Someone from the military. The three of us have been tricked. Dai Li stood up and added, He's not here with good intentions. Ning smiled in reply. If you can be like Hakiki and willingly become my subordinates, the Kanglang safe zone will still be yours to command. How about it? Kanglang raised his war hammer and yelled, What kind of stray dog dares to come in here and bark nonsense these days? The military is nothing, so what if you're a council member? You're just a worthless little mid-level Tier 3 brat. He charged straight forward, his voice still echoing, I am a peak, Tier 3, the commander of an entire zone. You think I'm going to let you push me around? But Ning immediately used full-blood shadow release, unleashing a wave of energy that enveloped the area and sent Kanglang flying back. He slid across the ground, growling as he asked, Blood Shadow? Isn't that Yinglong's ultimate skill? How can you use it? Dai Li also shouted, What is your relationship with Yinglong? The young man replied confidently, I killed him. Hearing this, Kanglang was stunned. What? That's impossible. Beside him, Dai Li also questioned. Among the peak Tier 3s, Yinglong was considered one of the top. You're only a mid-level Tier 3. How could you possibly do that? Hakiki ran over to intervene and explain. Why is it impossible? I witnessed it with my own 2 eyes. Otherwise, why would a peak Tier 3 cultivator like me become his servant? Lying on the ground, Tang Hai was dumbfounded when he heard this. Oh no. Young Master Ye killed Yinglong? If that's true, then it's a good thing I've always treated him politely. Hakiki stood with his hands on his hips and warned them. I advise you to accept my master's proposal. Or do you want to get beaten up first and then accept it? Besides, if you submit, other than losing your junk, your strength will also increase. On the other side, Kanglang was shocked. What? And besides losing our junk, our strength will also increase. Dai Li also asked in surprise, why is that? Ning walked over and pushed Hakiki aside. That's enough, you idiot. You talk too much. Hakiki's voice still echoed. You'll understand in a moment. Yes, my master. At that moment, Dai Li and Kanglang charged forward again. Dai Li roared, ridiculous. What kind of man are you without your junk? And Hakiki is actually proud of it. This is absurd. I'm an old man, and I'd rather die than submit just to survive. Hearing this, Ning drew his sword. From the looks of it, you'd rather do this the hard way. Are you sure you're stronger than Yinglong? At that moment, Dai Li swung his hammer, his voice firm. Stronger or not, we'll find out after a fight. Kanglang closed in beside him, adding, Even if we aren't as strong as Yinglong, we don't believe you can do it. Ning frowned and gave an order. Hakiki, you take the young one. The old man is mine. Hakiki stood beside him and complied. Yes, my master. And just like that, the Great Hall was torn apart by Yi Ning's sky-piercing blood shadow. Inside the tower, two powerful magic skills were clashing, Kanglang's Mountain Shatterer and Blood Shadow Wind Blade. In a corner of the room, Tang Hai was desperately blocking the flying debris with a weak shield. He felt the immense magical power and trembled with fear. This energy wave. What the hell is this? Kang Lang looked around, annoyed, and demanded, "This place is limiting my power. Let's find somewhere else to fight." Kei Qi nodded in agreement. Agreed. Meanwhile, Yi Ning's battle with Di Li was just as intense. His eyes flashed as he unleashed his magic, attribute transfer. The system responded instantly. 153 willpower points transferred to strength, 94 plus 153 points. With the setup complete, he unleashed a powerful attack that sent Di Li flying. Blood Shadow Mountain collapse. With his vast experience, the old man easily blocked the powerful blow. Mystic Wolf Heavy Armor. Activate. You're just a tier 3 mid-rank, so how can you have this much power? Yi Ning pointed to himself cockily and boasted. Of course, it's because I was born with a powerful willpower system. So, old man, have you submitted yet? Feeling insulted, Di Li raised his axe to strike back. Submit my ass. A punk with a willpower system dares to compete in strength with someone like me, who has a dual-force body system. Do you think I've wasted my 80 years of training? As he spoke, a massive wolf made of magic energy lunged forward. Vicious wolf pounce. Unfazed, Yi Ning activated the armor covering his body and converted all of his physical stats. The wolf bit down on his body, but unfortunately for it, it lost a few teeth because the armor was too hard. Yi Ning smirked sarcastically. Is this all the power you've gained in over 80 years? He swung his sword, sending the wolf flying. All brawn and no brain. Elemental Wind Blade, Raging Flame. Not willing to give up, Di Li summoned dozens more wolves. Blood Wolf, Moon Howl Formation. Yi Ning clenched his fist, concentrating all of his power. Blood Shadow, Full Release, Power Conversion. A tribal-looking spirit beast appeared right behind him. The Arbiter is in position. Yi Ning swung his sword down with a flow of magic. As it poured out, the wolves cautiously backed away. Blood Shadow's Judgment. In an instant, a tangled web of lines appeared, like a spider's web. It annihilated the entire pack of wolves with ease. Di Li fought back desperately against a giant spear with Kanglang Iron Wall, but his struggle was almost futile. His shield was completely shattered, and his body was sent flying once again. Di Li was literally cornered, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Over on the other side, the battle between Kanglang and Kei Qi was still going on. Kanglang Mountain Shatterer. Kei Qi easily dodged it. The attack barely grazed him. It's the same move, but your power is a far cry from your old man's. He slipped behind him, his hands quickly forming a ball of lightning. Lightning Illusion Prison. Kang Lang was too slow to react and took a fatal blow. Both father and son were defeated and dragged to the same spot. It was then that Yi Ning finally decided to use his ultimate move, Soul Devourer. The external armor activated, and mind-manipulating magic spread out as he gave the command, transform into aberrations. The father and son were powerless as the magic seeped into their brains, stripping them of their humanity. The moment Yi Ning withdrew his magic, both had become his subordinates. We greet you, Master. Yi Ning nodded, satisfied with the result. Now, this is more like it. All right, go back and recover. I'll leave the Kanglang safe zone for you two to manage for me. The two men bowed their heads and shouted in unison, Yes, Master. After that, Yi Ning turned to praise him. In that case, the Far West is no longer a major problem. Qi Qi, your performance was not bad at all. Qi Qi immediately sat like a dog with his tongue out and replied, Thank you for your praise, Master. I will continue to work hard. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Why? Why do I feel like I'm becoming more and more like a dog? Have my dignity and pride vanished, along with my precious cunfish? From a corner of the ruins, Tang Hai watched with a chill running down his spine. That young Master Yi. Is Yi Ning even human anymore? What should I do now? Surrender or run? I wonder if I'll be turned into an aberration. He was trapped in a whirlwind of thoughts. Suddenly, he heard Ying's voice. Uncle Tang. The old man nearly wet his pants. Yi Ning didn't say a word, but Tang Hai bowed his head and begged, Please don't transform me. I'm begging you. Yi Ning was a little surprised. Ah. He bent down, smiling as he helped Tang Hai up. Uncle Tang, you're being too formal. You've taken such good care of me, I couldn't be more grateful. Hearing this, the old man felt a wave of relief. Thank you, young Master Ye. No, thank you, Lord Yi Ning. Despite that, Yi Ning used a threatening aura. But, Uncle Tang, look at this Sky Wolf Palace. It's been destroyed. Don't bother rebuilding it. And as for those girls from before, you should release them. Tang Hai didn't dare to argue. Right, I'll do whatever you say, my lord. Compared to his pleasures, keeping his life, and his manhood was far more urgent. Besides that, he gave a few more instructions. From now on, you'll be in charge of supplying materials. If Lin Lan needs anything, do your best to help her. Also, not a word about Yinglong's death gets out. Is that clear? Tang Hai nodded frantically. Yes, understood. Then I'll go contact Miss Lin Lan. Yi Ning reflected on his own power. He concluded that with the enhancement of Blood Shadow, his physical strength could indeed match a peak-level fighter for a short time, but because his willpower stat was so high, the cost of using Blood Shadow was also immense. By his calculations, with his current strength, he should only use the transformation 3 or 4 times a day at most. Dealing with 2 ordinary Tier 3 peak-level fighters at the same time wasn't a big problem, but if it were a national war, and he had to face several or even dozens of peak-level fighters, it would definitely be impossible. He needed to use the remaining 20 days to improve his strength as quickly as possible. The situation in his own country was rather limited. Which country should I go to level up in next? The region of Country J, that's the closest, and the number of Tier 3 peak-level fighters, there is probably no less than in Huaxia. The danger is immense, but the rewards will surely be great. Without much thought, he picked up the phone and called Wang Tian. Lord Yi Ning, didn't you tell me to look for high-level sword skills before? I've received news that Country J is organizing a selection plan. The Divine Martial Artist. An information panel appeared to give him more details. Divine Martial Artist Selection Plan. Limited to those under 35 years old. Those below Tier 3 mid-rank may not participate. Rewards. Duke-level sword skill. The National Treasure Amaterasu. The nation-guarding divine weapon Kusanagi no Tsurugi, and enormous resources. Yi Ning was a bit surprised and asked again, the Divine Martial Artist Plan? Isn't this just a copy of Huaxia's ranking system? Wang Tian nodded in agreement and analyzed further. That's right. Because of your performance in the Instance Dungeon, because of the previous Zombie Kingdom incident, plus the fact that you're number 1 in the Xia Kingdom, they mistakenly believe your power is built on national resources. This time, Country Y is going all out. Their goal is to quickly create a godly martial artist who can stand against you, to avenge their humiliation. Hearing this, he crossed his arms, intrigued, and told Wang Tian, excellent. This thing is practically tailor-made for me. Uncle Wang, please arrange this for me right away. And also, don't tell anyone about this. Wang Tian ended the conversation with, understood, sir. Yi Ning thought about his skills, feeling troubled. SSS-RANK sword skill and the Heavenly Cloud sword. Both are essential, high-quality items for me, but unfortunately, all 6 of my major sword skill slots are full. Just as I was stressing about it, a quest popped up. A Sword God System quest. Objective. Obtain the number 1 spot in the Godly Martial Artist Project. Reward. Skill Fusion. Freeing up a skill slot. Yi Ning clenched his fist in excitement. This is perfect. This quest is like rain in a drought. This Godly Martial Artist. I'm taking that number 1 spot for sure. A moment later, Yi Ning called Commander Tuyen Kwok, who answered, surprised. Yi Ning, are you coming back to the capital soon? Yi Ning went through some pleasantries before saying, I'm not coming back just yet. I need to secretly leave the country for a bit. To prepare for the national war, does our military have any national-grade disguise items? The kind that even a peak-level Tier 3 master couldn't see through. Tuyen Kwok hesitated a bit at this. Oh, it's about that, is it? Just to put the commander's mind at ease, he made a firm promise. You don't need to worry about my safety, sir. Just have the item delivered to Wang Tian. Tuyen Kwok didn't want to make things difficult for Yi Ning, so he relented. As long as you can guarantee your own safety, that's all that matters. If you don't want to elaborate, I won't ask for now. With that settled, he walked off confidently, without hesitation. In fact, he was quite pleased before the national war even started. Besides using the authority of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon to kill a bunch of low-level fighters from Country L, I can now join the Godly Martial Artist Project and openly kill another batch of them. A short while later, at the border port of the Jichun War Zone, Wang Tian trailed behind Yi Ning, reporting, Sir, this time, we've made contact with a smuggling force from Country R. They have their own safe zone, and their leader is a high-level Tier 3. A team of their Awakeners will arrive tonight. They have 3 low-level and 1 mid-level member, which qualifies them to make a recommendation for the Godly Martial Artist program without going through the 3 selection rounds. To avoid exposing your identity, having a major power vouch for you is the safest option. Yi Ning put his hands on his hips and nodded in agreement. Good. What did you tell them? That we're trading military supplies for spirit energy ore? Wang Tian quickly nodded and explained the reasoning. Yes, sir. If we hadn't said that, they wouldn't have given us the time of day. After a bit more conversation, they finally arrived at their destination. An old friend of mine showed me this route. Seeing them, the man nervously turned to introduce himself. "Hello, sir. My name is Wang Decken." Ning smiled relaxedly, not putting on any airs. "You've worked hard." Decken was overjoyed, raising his hand in a salute. "Serving you is my honor, my lord." "Sir, they've arrived. Their leader is Harada Jiro, a mid-level tier 3. "Hirata-kun, you've kept me waiting for quite a while." Jiro landed, his attitude less than friendly. "Why the rush this time? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to rush over here at night? If this happens again, it's not something you can just solve with more money." Decken understood and waved his hands awkwardly. My apologies, but these military supplies are an urgent sale, so there's some risk for us too. How about this, sirs? After the deal is done, I'll arrange some entertainment for you all." His words were a bit more palatable, so the man didn't feel inclined to refuse. "Just make sure they're clean, young, preferably awakeners. Oh, and by the way, the price of these ores has gone up, so you'll need to pay me an extra 30%. Suddenly faced with such an outrageous demand, he was at a loss for words. From the side, a voice spoke up, saving Decken from his panic. "Too weak." Jiro felt insulted and pointed a finger accusingly. "Is this your subordinate? What does he mean, too weak?" Without even bothering to answer, Ning unleashed a spiritual storm spell. Caught off guard, the man's entire group was swiftly defeated. It's an ambush. His magic pressed down on their minds, leaving them able to do nothing but groan. Ning, amused, taunted them as he began to cast another spell. "Now do you understand what too weak means? Abyssal demon transformation." A short while later, a luxurious aircraft flew towards the safe zone. When Chusai of Country L saw him enter, his guards all clamored around. "Hirata-kun, how are you back so quickly this time? Didn't it usually take you a few days? Didn't you go find some girls to have fun with? Didn't they treat you well?" Hitting a sore spot, Jiro angrily snapped, "Quiet down and get out of my way. I have something important to report to the leader." The man sitting listlessly on the throne asked him, "Harada, what's going on?" This was the leader of the safe zone, Chusai Tuzukuichi, a high-level tier 3. Tuzukuichi ventured a curious guess. "Is there a problem with the deal? Did they not agree to our price?" But that wasn't the issue, Jiro proposed. "Leader, do we have any recommendation spots left for the Godly Martial Artist project? I have someone very important I'd like to put forward." Seeing Jiro make such a fuss over something so small infuriated him. "The spots are all gone. I've already given one to a promising candidate from our own safe zone." "What? Your important matter is a recommendation. Is it for that kid next to you? Is his talent that special?" Before Tuzukuichi could ramble on, Ning made his move. "You can find out if it's special by trying me." Under the pressure of his dark magic, no one could resist. "What is this?" Ning stopped, stepped forward, and pointed the tip of his sword at him, issuing an order. "Either submit or die." Tuzukuichi. Before he could even process what was happening, it had come to this. "Wait, let's talk about this calmly." Ning slung the sword over his shoulder and made his own assessment. "Talking calmly means you volunteered to submit." Left with no other choice, the man bowed his head and accepted his fate. "Tuzukuichi greets you, my lord." Ning placed a hand casually on his hip and said, "All right, you can rise." The man bowed his head again, still unconvinced. "Thank you, my lord." The moment he took charge, Ning gave his orders. "Go find the seed you recommended and bring him here. Also, bring me a file with all the relevant information on the divine martial artists." Tuzukuichi quickly hurried off to do as he was told. "Yes, my lord." 10 minutes later, everyone had gathered. The atmosphere was strangely tense. The man stepped forward and asked again, just to be sure, "My lord, you were looking for me." Tuzukuichi gestured towards Ning and introduced him. "That's right. Someone wants to test their skills against you for the recommendation spot." The man frowned in annoyance, guessing the situation just by looking at him. "Looking at his age, I doubt he's even reached the 3rd rank, and he wants to fight me? You've got to be joking, right?" With just a glance, Ning could see the man's weaknesses. A+ rank talent, dual type, will and agility. His specialty is using skills for short bursts of power. Besides his weak observation skills, everything else is decent. Iotakume. You use a sword, dual swords. What a coincidence, so do I. The man tilted his head back, his face filled with contempt. "Listen, kid. Didn't anyone ever teach you to be polite when facing your superiors?" Ning's expression turned dark and inscrutable. Without wasting time on pleasantries, he politely sent Iotakume's soul straight to the afterlife. "Is this the kind of politeness you were talking about?" Watching this, Suzukuchi's face went blank for a few seconds. An answer formed in his mind, a single strike kill. Could he be a peak 3rd ranker? Jiro felt incredibly lucky about his earlier choice. Good thing I knelt so quickly. Good thing I still have some use to him. Ning sheathed his sword and observed the body. A decent physique. With that, he pulled the Wujian mask out of thin air, pressed it against the man's face, and commanded, "Sample." A powerful, crimson light burst from the mask, completing the blood sacrifice. Ning picked up the mask, a sinister expression on his face. Then, he pressed it to his own face and shouted, "Transform." In an instant, Ning had transformed into Io Takame. He admiringly inspected his new body. "From now on, I am Io Takame. Even if I run into a peak third ranker, a high-level concealment item won't be able to see through my disguise." Jiro quickly took out a mirror for him. "Master, please take a look." Ning examined his new form with satisfaction. "Io Takame, even though you're dead, at least your name will be used to become the #1 divine martial artist. You should feel honored even in death." A moment later, Suzukuichi handed him a file. "Sir, this is the list of all the participants and the documents for the competition. Please, take a look." The first person on the list was a large, heavy-set man. The document mentioned nurturing the top talents of Country L and restoring its glory. Ning scoffed as he read those lines. "Select a divine martial artist, nurture the top genius of the Country L war zone, and reclaim our glory." He ripped the promissory paper to shreds. "Allow me to help you recreate it. S-rank sword skill, a national treasure grade divine sword. All the chosen candidates must die. The hunt of elimination has begun." At that very moment in the Nakata arena, a voice rang out, "Welcome, everyone, to the preliminary rounds of the Divine Martial Artist Project." Misako kicked things off. "Your host, Misako, will be broadcasting this entire event live. Today, we will begin the first round of the preliminaries. One-on-one arena battles." The crowd in the stands was ecstatic. Ning thought to himself, "A live broadcast. In this apocalyptic era, that's truly unbelievable. Is the situation in the Country L war zone really that good? They actually have the luxury of letting people watch TV?" Jiro spoke up. "Master, are you perhaps curious about the live broadcast and the state of the Country L war zone?" He ordered. "Tell me about it," he explained. "First, not every survivor can watch it live. Instead, they gather to watch the broadcast in various safe zones organized by different factions. Second, our entertainment industry has always been highly developed, and even in the apocalypse, we continue to promote idols. Based on this, the concept of awakened idols has even emerged. Country L suffers from severe class division. The children of the upper class become the new upper class, and the children of powerful families inherit that power. This can easily lead to discontent among the lower classes. Therefore, the elite believe that creating a group of awakened idols will help stabilize their ruling power. Idolizing certain powerful individuals can divide and weaken the collective consciousness of the lower class citizens." Ning interrupted. "So this whole thing is just an attempt to alleviate the pressure from class stratification. But this approach likely only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. They want to use the Divine Martial Artist Project to create a star, but they never dreamed that this year's new star would be me." Misako's voice cut in. 76 truly spectacular matches. Kimura's performance was absolutely intoxicating. Did you all enjoy it? Next up is Arena number 3. For match number 77, taking the stage is Io Takame, the genius representing the Chusai Safe Zone. His opponent is Hanzo Ichiro, the genius representing Safe Zone number 1. He boasted smugly, "I am Hanzo Ichiro, the most elite Yakuza ninja from the R-War Zone. I hope you'll all choose me. I promise to give you all a visual feast." A friendly reminder. The content may be a bit bloody, so viewer discretion is advised. Ning thought to himself, "Is this guy crazy or something? Does he really think he's been chosen to be a star?" She stirred up the crowd. "Both are third rankers. I wonder who you all think will win." Although they seem evenly matched, Misako thinks Sir Hanzo will be stronger. After all, Sir Hanzo is much more handsome. Ning cursed inwardly. A serious matter like a deathmatch is being treated like a child's game here. Just as expected of Country L. Is this what they call searching for hope? No wonder they were destroyed so quickly when the apocalypse hit in my past life. After the introductions, Misako ran off the stage and gave the signal. Prepare for battle. This is a life or death fight. Anyone who does not wish to lose their life may surrender and leave the arena. The battle was about to begin. Hanzo Ichiro bowed politely. "Hanzo Ichiro, please grant me your guidance." But all he received in return was a simple, "Oh." He yelled, "Hey, brat, don't you even understand basic courtesy?" Ning replied calmly, "My apologies. My back's a little stiff, so I'm not great at bowing." Hanzo Ichiro angrily pointed his weapon forward. "You damn brat, you have no respect for your superiors. I'll make you pay for that," the man said calmly. "Oh, good. he thought to himself. According to my intel, killing this guy shouldn't be a problem for me. But the key to this battle isn't just winning. It's about putting on a flashy, spectacular show to win over the fans. Ning also mused. Even though I could kill this guy in an instant, I should probably hold back a little. I shouldn't reveal too much of my power and cause unnecessary trouble. The announcement rang out. Let the match begin. Hanzo Ichiro immediately launched an attack. Phantom Leap. Suddenly, multiple images of him appeared as he shouted, "Take this." Misako cheered enthusiastically. Everyone, pay close attention to Lord Hanzo this time. At most. Before she could finish her sentence, something unexpected happened that surprised her. What's this? Hanzo Ichiro's attack seemed to have failed against Io Takame. He was counterattacked and sent sliding across the arena floor. Ning thought to himself, I knew you were weak, but this is just pathetic. I haven't even activated my elemental transformation yet, and he couldn't even take a single hit. The people in the stands started murmuring. What's going on? Did Hanzo just get killed in one kick? That was too fast. I didn't even see him make a move. That's just brutal. They call it a deathmatch, but people rarely actually die. Misako started to panic. This is too scary. I want to go home. Ning quickly dealt with the media. This is a special skill that can be cast instantly. He thought to himself, I need to come up with a reasonable explanation. Everyone who witnessed it was shocked. So it turns out to be a special skill that can be cast instantly. That explains it, then. Hanzo was too careless, choosing to go for a flashy fighting style. That's what created an opening for the other guy to finish the match. Half an hour later, an announcement rang out. Match number 113, Io Takumi from the Jusai Safe Zone versus Fujino Hiroshi from the Chaco Safe Zone. Ming Hao announced excitedly, I believe many of you witnessed Io Takumi's performance in the previous match, and he must still be feeling the fear. I wonder if he can secure another victory with such overwhelming power this time. Let's wait and see. The starting signal blared, begin. Fujino Hiroshi immediately challenged Io Takumi. Sir, come on and show me what you've got. He immediately. Ning shot forward like a flash, shouting, coming right up. He moved as fast as the wind, striking straight for the man's chest. The punch sent Ning's hand straight through Fujino Hiroshi's body. The crowd went wild. So fast, so strong. Another instant kill. My God, has a god of death appeared in our selection tournament? Wait, look at his hand. He got injured this time too. The burst power of the skill is certainly strong, but its defensive power seems to be very weak, Ning thought to himself. Getting slightly injured makes it seem a little less overpowered, I guess. Although this competition is as easy as slicing vegetables for me, it's not without its challenges. In that case, I'll go for one-hit kills. I won't give them a chance to surrender, and I won't let them. No, my weakness is my defense. A voice spoke up. Io Takumi's performance is indeed excellent, but if people keep dying like this, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to the higher-ups. Jin Shai gave an order. Go tell the referee to secretly change the tournament rules. Cancel the original agility-type matches. Arrange a strong, physique-type opponent for Io Takumi. The subordinate replied, Yes, sir. Half an hour later, Ming Hao stepped out to announce the 144th match. This time, the one appearing is One Punch Annihilator Io Takumi. Ning muttered, They've already started giving me nicknames. Huh. He then introduced the opponent, the berserker from the Toyo Safe Zone, Hiroto. He briefly thought, a physique type? They secretly changed the matchup, did they? The warrior was thinking to himself, as long as I can withstand his instant cast skill, I can drag him into close combat. Then I can overwhelm an agility type. But to me, his defense is terrible, so the advantage is mine. The signal blared, begin. Ning shouted, For this match, I'll give you some face. I'll use dual swords for a bit. The warrior quickly activated a defensive skill, Golden Rock Shield. He unleashed a continuous flurry of sword strikes, but they had no effect. Ning thought to himself, First, I won't use too much power. I'll feel him out and then decide. His calculation made the warrior think smugly. As expected, he can't break through. The man quickly launched an attack. Then it's my turn. War Axe Slash. The crowd was incredibly excited. Io Takumi has finally met his match. Ming Hao also commented, It's true that everything has its counter. It looks like this is going to be a fierce battle. The outcome is hard to predict. I wonder who. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning had already dealt with the warrior, asserting, Is this all you've got? Ning leaped high into the air and launched his attack. Dual Blade Void Slash. He unleashed another move, Ultimate Art, Shield Breaker. The warrior exclaimed in panic, The shield. Ning didn't stop, continuing with Intersecting Tiger Slash. The man stammered, I surrender. But it was too late. Ning could only reply, Sorry, you were too slow. I couldn't pull back my attack in time. Everyone started talking about it, even a physique-type berserker. Couldn't block his instant cast skill. Ning spoke up. Just bring up the next person. No need to rest. Let's save some time. All the remaining fighters fled, screaming, I quit. I forfeit. Forfeit. I give up. I surrender. We quit. Manhwa announced. Because Io Takuma's performance was so terrifying, all the contestants scheduled to fight him have withdrawn from the competition. Io Takuma will advance directly to the second round of the tournament in 3 days. Ning thought smugly. And I was even holding back. These guys are really cowardly. How boring. Truly boring. Just then, at the Jiro safe zone, someone reported, My lord, there are many people who wish to see you. Some even want to arrange a marriage with you. He was accompanied by many girls, announcing, they've even brought their daughters. Ning replied, I can accept the resources. You can agree to anything they offer, but I don't need to meet them in person. Ning thought, anyway, once I win the title of #1 Divine Warrior, I'm out of here. It doesn't matter what promises I make. He turned and asked, as for the marriages, daughters, what's that about? Another subordinate explained, Sir, these are all schemes by the third-tier wanderers. They have no backing. They just happen to reach the third tier by chance. Their best options are to either become a subordinate or marry into the family of a promising awakened. Their so-called daughters are actually adopted orphans. If you're interested, sir, you could just have some fun with them and then toss them aside. Ning replied, Forget it. I'm not interested. Send them back. He thought, the class system here is truly corrupt. There's not much to do these next few days, so I'll use the resources they offer to focus on leveling up. However, I can't level up too quickly. For now, I'll postpone advancing to a high tier to avoid exposing myself. I'll have to stay at the mid-tier and just keep increasing my basic stats. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Manhwa spoke, Welcome, everyone, to the second round of the selection tournament. This round is a free-for-all dungeon exploration contest with a total of 300 participants. The top 30 players will qualify, and this round is a deathmatch. During the competition, those who surrender will be instantly teleported out of the dungeon. Ning thought to himself, a chaotic, free-for-all massacre. Huh, I like it. The top 30 will qualify, so if I just kill everyone until only 30 people are left, will it be over? Hao Tian spoke up, Are those members of the Kyokuzen Guild forming a team right from the start? Shouldn't the selection of prodigies be an individual effort? This is completely unfair. Hinodap, fair. That's ridiculous. The children of the higher-ups looking to secure a spot would definitely bring a group of bodyguards. He continued nonchalantly, I even suspect the final Divine Warrior has already been decided. He cut him off. Shh, don't say things you can't prove. Hao Tian said, Hey, why don't we team up? If we stick together, our chances will be a little better. The Kyokuzen Guild's alliance is also here, Shinichi said with a sneer. Forming a team now? How foolish. Just ignore them and let's stick to our plan. Once we're inside, we'll use Lord Shinichi as our focal point. He is carrying a special item that allows us to see his coordinates. After we regroup, we'll start clearing out the area from one side. Our priority targets to eliminate are Maha-kun, Fukuda, Abarizisime, and Kudazoi Takame. Pay special attention to this Io Takame guy. His strength is off the charts. Everyone must be careful. Hao Tian also explained, Captain, I've seen videos of that guy. He just has a bit of explosive power. But that's only in an arena. In a maze, the time it takes for him to charge at us is more than enough for us to unleash a barrage of concentrated firepower. Not to mention, his defense is incredibly weak. If we all attack together, we'll definitely one-shot him. Ning also thought to himself, It's better this way. Let them team up and wait for death together. That'll make it more satisfying for me to kill them. An announcement echoed. The match has officially begun. Players are being teleported into the arena at random locations. Although the dungeon is unrestricted, we cannot broadcast live footage of every individual, but based on the red dots and their numbers, we can still follow the battle's progress. The disappearance of a red dot means withdrawal from the competition, while a dot changing from red to black signifies death. Currently, Enya-kun, number 147, has been teleported to the center of this maze. Although he's not overly powerful, he is extremely fast, which gives him a significant advantage in the chaotic battles within the maze. Now Okamoto, number 259, who is also an agility type, is approaching Enya. Cornered, Enya couldn't create enough distance to fight and was seriously injured by Okamoto. Enya-kun has withdrawn from the competition. How unfortunate. Even Okamoto, who had just won, was incredibly unlucky. He ran into a team of 3 and was killed. Many in the audience are worried about Io Takuma-kun's situation. One punch, and he's obliterated. There he is. Number 7. Io Takuma has been teleported to a dead end in the maze. Ning muttered thoughtfully. The wall material seems to be specially made with high durability. No one below the peak of the third stage can break it. Not only that, this wall can also weaken spiritual investigation abilities. If I use my full power, I could probably blast an escape route open, but that would be too conspicuous. As for my spiritual sense, having the range reduced from hundreds of meters to just tens of meters is no big deal. For now, I'll take it slow, kill anyone I come across, and wait for their team to assemble. Then I'll find them and wipe them all out at once. The commentator was shouting excitedly. Iotakuma's movements are incredibly precise, cutting through enemy lines one after another. He's too strong. In a one-on-one situation against him, there's absolutely no chance of winning. Ning was pleased. I've finally found a team. This is great. Killing them one by one is just too boring. Outside, comments flooded in. Huh? Is Iotakuma actively charging a team of 3? That's not wise at all. Even the strongest individual can't defeat a group. But before he could even finish his sentence, Ning made his move. Dual Blade Flurry, taking them down one by one. The number of casualties at his hands is soaring. The commentator continued to shout in panic. What? He wiped out the whole team. Is this Iotakuma guy even human? But Iotakuma didn't stop. He then wiped out another team of 4, then ambushed a third team of 6 and won completely. He isn't human. He's the god of slaughter of our country. Iotakuma seems to have gone berserk. Is he actually charging towards the Kyokuzen Guild? This time, it's going to be really tough. The Kyokuzen Guild not only has 30 members, but also an extremely strong, mid-tier, third-stage user, their key figure, Shinichi. As the son of the Kyokuzen Safe Zone's commander, his strength and equipment are both top-tier. Does Iotakuma intend to charge in and fight them all alone? All I can say is, no matter how strong you are, if you become too arrogant, you'll lose your life. Alas, a brightly shining superstar is about to fall. It's such a pity, a commanding voice rang out. Everyone has assembled. Protect Lord Shinichi in the center. Let's start the sweep. Another man replied, Yes, Captain. Ning rushed over from a distance, shouting, So you're finally done gathering? I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Shinichi exclaimed in surprise, Iotakuma. The other guy spoke up. We were just about to look for you. And yet you came right to our doorstep. He encouraged everyone, don't be afraid. With our numbers, killing him will be as easy as killing a dog. This person is very strong. Don't underestimate him. Everyone, concentrate your fire. Spirit freeze. Crimson flame purge. Ning thought to himself, too bad. I could obviously wipe them all out in one move with Sword Flow Storm, but I still need to maintain my disguise, so this fight is going to be a real pain. He was deep in thought, calculating. Taking out these 30 people should reasonably take at least 6 minutes. I need to make the people outside feel the intensity of the battle. At the same time, this prevents the opponent from admitting defeat and retreating. The others were also in a fighting stance, shouting, Kill him. A thought flashed through Ning's mind. But this scene can't be seen from the outside. I might as well use this move. With that, he immediately unleashed his skill, Psychic Tempest. Instantly, the attack sent the men reeling and screaming. What is this? Ning spoke smugly. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. An average of 10 seconds per kill should be about right. I can't let the rest of the time go to waste. I still need to make them all move around, control their minds. Now, all of you dance around me. Ming Hao, the commentator, excitedly narrated the scene. Although Iotakuma managed to get the first kill, he is now surrounded by the Kyokuzen Guild. They've completely surrounded him. He couldn't escape even if he grew wings. Ning's opponents were floating in the air, unable to fight back. Below, he was calculating how to kill them one by one. The time is coming up, 10 seconds per kill on average, but I can't time it too perfectly. Otherwise, it'll look too fake. For example, if I kill 2 people at once in 15 seconds this time, the next kill will have to happen after 30 seconds. I also have to make it look like it's getting harder and harder to defeat them. Then, he started fighting while shouting, Come on, hit me a little harder. Outside, the commentator exclaimed excitedly. Iotakuma instantly killed 2 more people. He's too strong. However, this will only provoke the Kyokuzen Guild further. Their counterattack is about to get even more intense. The battle is escalating dramatically. I don't know how long Iotakuma can hold out. Suddenly, he said unexpectedly, Huh? Wait a second. On the screen, a large number of red dots were approaching Ning's location. The commentator continued, It looks like another allied team of 20 people is heading for this area. Will this battle turn into a massive free-for-all? Alone Iotakuma is completely cornered now. Inside, the group was rushing forward, led by number 38, Hayasamori. He shouted, I can hear fighting up ahead. It must be multiple teams clashing. Let's get there quickly. We'll observe from the shadows and wait until both sides are exhausted, then we'll swoop in and take them all out. The men behind him silently acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Ning sensed the presence of the new group. He thought, another team is coming, and it's a big one, too. Looks like I can unlock a new playstyle. Hasamori was hiding off to the side. He said, you guys stay put and don't make a move. I'll go scout ahead. His men replied silently, yes, Captain. After observing, Hayasamori reported, it's the Kyozen Guild Alliance ganging up on a lone Iotakame. Hayasamori found it strange, thinking, that's weird. With this many people, they should have been able to kill one guy easily. But why are they just jumping around randomly without attacking? What's the point if they're not even trying to kill him? He frowned, thinking, something's not right. Why are some of the Kyozen members closing their eyes? A few people were floating with their eyes shut tight. Seeing this, Hayasamori thought, it looks like they're unconscious. And Iotakume is just killing them with a single, casual swing of his sword, with no resistance at all. How is this possible? Ning cut down one of the men, and the man's head flew unexpectedly towards where Hayasamori was standing. He quickly dodged it, thinking, was I discovered? No, something's off. There's definitely something wrong with Iotakume.
Could it be that those people are all being controlled? Is he a hidden high-level Tier 3? Or maybe even a peak Tier 3?
His subordinate next to him noticed his strange expression and asked, Captain, you look pale. Are you okay? What did you see? He turned back to his men and shouted, danger! Everyone, run! Find a place to hide. Then he scrambled to run away. The men following him thought, what on earth is going on? Let's just follow the captain for now. Hurry. Suddenly, he appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Where do you all think you're going? The men screamed in their minds, Iotakume. Then he smiled and said, what? Faced with the Kyozen Guild, you don't want to ally with a powerhouse like me? Hayasamori stammered in fear. No, don't. His underlings behind him held their weapons, ready to fight. One of them said, you're asking to die, taking us on by yourself. Another added, Captain, what's to fear? There are 20 of us and only one of him. Then they all charged forward, shouting in their minds, kill him. Seeing this, Hayasamori broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, no, don't. Fall back now. A 4-pointed black star appeared on Ning's forehead. His eyes lit up as he said, trying to retreat. Too late. Psychic shockwave. Then the group was sent floating into the air. They screamed in agony. Ning stood proudly and said, aberrant demon transformation. Now you will join my alliance with the Kyozen Guild. Kill them. Outside, the commentator announced excitedly, Iotakume has finally escaped. He's chosen to ally with Hayasamori's 20-man team, number 38. What a dramatic turn of events. Hayasamori's squad is now fighting the Kyozen Guild. With Iotakume on their side, Hayasamori's team has the upper hand. The Kyozen Guild has been completely wiped out. Iotakume and Hayasamori have advanced through the labyrinth tunnels, eliminating 6 teams in a row. Unfortunately, Hayasamori's squad was also wiped out, with only 6 survivors left. A stream of blue light emanated from Ning, entering the foreheads of each of them. He said Hayasamori's squad is already decimated. Now I'll just send a few members of my bizarre squad to finish them all off. It's best if no one but me gets out of here. Outside, everyone was in a panic. Someone said, the other teams have started encountering each other. It's turned into a slaughter. The death toll inside the maze has already climbed to 153. We're seeing a lot of anomalies. A few people couldn't sit still. The maze supervisor said, this is bizarre. Why would the death rate suddenly spike like this? But why would these participants rather die than withdraw from the competition? And what's the deal with Iotakume? Did that guy really kill dozens of people all by himself? It's just too unnatural. Doesn't he get tired? Is his spirit energy limitless? The supervisor thought with growing concern. We can't let them keep dying like this. At this rate, the youth of this entire region will be wiped out. Then, he urgently turned to the person beside him and said, go make a report immediately. Explain the situation and request to terminate the match. At the same time, submit all information on this Iotakume. The subordinate replied, yes, my lord. Half an hour later, the announcer declared, due to special circumstances, the maze selection competition will end in 10 seconds. Final rankings will be based on the number of kills or defeats. All participants will now be forcibly ejected from the instance. Please cease all combat and prepare for extraction. Ning paused, thinking to himself, ending the competition? Looks like the organizers can't handle it anymore. Oh well, there probably aren't many left anyway. Then with a cunning smile, he said, time to stop holding back. I'll use the teleportation delay to wipe out one more wave. When I get back, I can just blame it on the teleportation lag. Wherever Ning moved, bodies fell. He thought, aside from a few of my oddities who can vouch for me, Every other witness in Xinjiang must be eliminated. In the State Council of Nation L, a tense meeting was underway. The parliamentary vice chairman, Harafuji, began, "Esteemed members of the council, 1 hour ago, we received an urgent message from the central Nakata war zone." He then gestured to the screen and continued, "It seems that during the regional selections, an unprecedented super-awakened individual has emerged. As you can all see, this is Io Takame from the Susai war zone. In the second round, he alone eliminated nearly 70 other contestants. A man in military attire spoke up. 1 against 70? Even a high-tier Stage 3 awakened being couldn't pull that off." Another person added, "Could the Nakata war zone have made a mistake in their statistics? Based on the data they sent, is this person even human?" He then raised his voice, "Mr. Chairman, if I may speak freely, I'd sooner believe they made the whole thing up." The man in military uniform added, "The other regional qualifiers have barely started, and you're telling us the Nakata region has been practically annihilated? This is completely absurd." Hearing this, Harafuji quickly continued, "It's not what you think. If you look at the photos, he was severely injured when he exited. According to surviving witnesses, Io Takame didn't just display explosive power, he's also a master of strategy. His true combat power may have already reached the peak of a mid-tier Stage 3. Of course, even with that said, it's still difficult to fathom. We have reports that the military has already dispatched high-ranking naval officials to Susai to investigate Io Takame. So I believe we will learn the truth soon enough." He stood up and slammed his fist on the table, declaring, "If this young man truly didn't cheat, and if he isn't some high-level awakened being in disguise, then there's no doubt about it, he is the supreme genius we've been searching for. Just think, gentlemen, if this is true, then after our defeat in the zombie kingdom, we can rely on him to reclaim everything we've lost." The entire meeting erupted in excitement. He's right. The vice chairman is right. If this is real, our great nation L will rise once more. One super genius is worth more than hundreds or even thousands of normal people. Meanwhile, inside the main hall of the Susai safe zone, Ning was sitting with a commanding presence. A subordinate entered and said, "Sir, the Chief of Staff of the Coastal Naval Forces has arrived and requests a personal meeting." Ning replied, "Oh, are they here to investigate me, or are they trying to make an early recruitment pitch?" The man continued, "Either is possible. After all, your performance in the second round was nothing short of brilliant, my lord. Right now, all of Nation L is buzzing about you, and your most ardent admirers have even formed a fan club." Ning stood up and said, "This commotion seems to have gotten a little out of hand. Oh well, whether it's a blessing or a curse, there's no avoiding it. Show him in. Wait a moment. Everyone, return to your posts, and remember, don't reveal a thing." His subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes, my lord." Then, a man walked in, offered a military salute, and said, "Io Takame, my name is Hiroshi Harano, Chief of Staff for the 2nd Naval Corps. It is an honor to meet you." With his arms crossed, Ning asked, "May I ask what brings you here?" Harano thought to himself, his eyes, his entire presence. It's so intense. He then said aloud, "The situation is this, Io Takame. It's not that the military suspects you, but rather, we need to reevaluate the grade of your innate talent to determine our next steps.